In the universe of the original Spider-Man, Peter Parker stared at his hands, his mind still replaying the highlights of his day at school. Overnight, he had become something of a celebrity on campus. First, he nimbly saved Mary Jane from slipping, moving with the grace of a trained dancer. Then, he caught falling food midair with astonishing reflexes, leaving everyone around him amazed. When faced with the school bully, Flash, Peter dodged his attacks effortlessly. With a single, powerful punch, he sent Flash stumbling several meters backward, as if the other boy had suddenly become weightless. Thrilled by these changes, Peter dashed out of school and into a quiet alley. There, he discovered even more remarkable transformations. Tiny barbs had appeared on his fingertips, allowing him to scale walls as effortlessly as a spider. His jumping ability had soared. He could leap from one building to another with ease. He even found he could shoot webs from his wrists, snagging a passing crane and swinging through the city like a child on a playground swing. Though he eventually crashed into a wall, his excitement was undiminished. He felt as if he'd won the lottery. While Peter reveled in the exhilaration of his newfound powers, a mysterious phenomenon that would forever alter his fate was quietly unfolding. Completely unaware, Peter never thought to look up. It was a tranquil afternoon, and people bustled about as usual. Suddenly, a massive black screen appeared in the sky, like a shroud draped high above the earth. It seemed to cut the world off from the universe beyond, visible to everyone. An indescribable sense of oppression radiated from it. Sunlight filtered through the screen, casting strange shadows and cloaking the land in an air of mystery. Birds scattered in panic, their frantic cries filling the air, clearly terrified by this sudden, inexplicable sight. People everywhere stopped what they were doing and gazed upward, confusion and astonishment written across their faces. Scientists around the globe sprang into action, desperate to unravel the mystery. Yet their efforts were like searching for a path through dense fog. No answers could be found. At the same moment, in another universe's Earth, the same black screen appeared in the sky. Tony Stark gazed up at it, his brow deeply furrowed. He turned and addressed the empty air. "Jarvis, help me analyze what this thing is." The voice of the artificial intelligence, Jarvis, immediately sounded. "Sir, satellite scans show that there's actually nothing at that location." Tony's expression darkened at once, confusion welling up inside him. How could there be nothing? The black screen was right before his eyes. Was it just an illusion? "I want to see for myself what that is," he said, turning as he began to suit up in his Mark armor, ready to fly up and investigate personally. Meanwhile, Nick Fury, the well-known director of S.H.I.E.L.D., watched the black screen in the sky with a grave expression. The riddle gnawed at him, nearly giving him a headache, and he still couldn't figure out what it was. The moment the screen had appeared, he immediately dispatched a jet to scout it out, but the pilot soon reported back. No matter how close they got, the black screen remained the same size, as if distance had no effect on it whatsoever. This phenomenon caught Nick Fury completely off guard, forcing him to halt further attempts to approach the screen for the time being. Without delay, Fury instructed his team of scientists to pinpoint the exact location of the black screen and to find a way to get closer to it. His mind raced. Who could have created this screen? For what purpose had it appeared here? Hesitating, he glanced at the pager he always carried with him, torn by indecision. Should he contact Carol Danvers now? Carol had told him not to call her unless it was absolutely necessary. He wasn't sure if things had reached that point just yet. After a long moment's thought, he slipped the pager back into his pocket, choosing to wait and see what this mysterious screen might do next. Still, he resolved not to give up the investigation, no matter what. As Nick Fury pondered, the black screen in the sky suddenly lit up. A voice echoed through the air. "What is Spider-Man's greatest regret?" Spider-Man. Fury froze. He had never heard the name before, but judging from its meaning, it sounded like another superhero, perhaps someone like Captain America. At that very moment, Peter Parker also heard the question. Still flushed with excitement from his newly acquired superpowers, the sudden voice felt like a cold splash, jolting him out of his happy reverie. He looked up and finally noticed the enormous screen looming across the sky, displaying the very question he'd just heard. Next, several more lines of text appeared on the screen in quick succession. Was it the first Spider-Man, who watched his best friend die before his eyes? Was it the original Spider-Man who saw his dearest friend die right in front of him? Was it the second Spider-Man, who held his beloved girlfriend as she died in his arms? Or was it the second Spider-Man, who cradled the love of his life as she slipped away in his arms? Or was it the third Spider-Man, who was forgotten by the whole world and lost everything he once had? Or was it the third Spider-Man, erased from everyone's memory, losing everything he once held dear? Let's take a look at Peter Parker's life. Is he truly a failure? Let's examine Peter Parker's journey. Was he really a failure? This final sentence stirred up a storm in Peter Parker's heart. He couldn't help but question himself. Is this talking about me? No way, this has to be a joke. I only just got my powers. How could I possibly be Spider-Man? Tony Stark had been about to suit up in his armor when Jarvis's alert caught his attention. Instantly, he dashed over to the armor platform like a gust of wind, and as he looked up, he saw the first line of text on the screen. His brows knitted together in concern, and his mind raced to catch up. Spider-Man? Peter Parker? Jarvis, run a search on the name Peter Parker for me. There was a note of tension and curiosity in his voice. Of course, sir. Please wait a moment, Jarvis replied promptly. At the same time, Nick Fury was issuing the same command. And it wasn't just them. The world's governments and security agencies were all springing into action. Whoever Peter Parker was, right now, the most important thing was to find him as quickly as possible. Sir, I found 5,462 people named Peter Parker, of whom 1,637 currently reside in New York, Jarvis reported swiftly. Tony wasn't surprised. After all, New York was a sprawling metropolis, and duplicate names were common. He replied calmly, filter out the candidates most likely to be Spider-Man. Jarvis began the analysis, and, after a brief moment, replied, analysis complete. The results show that none of these individuals possess the potential to become Spider-Man. This time, Tony was genuinely surprised. How could there not be a single trace of webbing? If Spider-Man truly existed, how could there be no clues at all? Search for all information related to Spider-Man, Tony ordered. Searching. Excluding any data after the appearance of the celestial screen, there is no information on Spider-Man prior to the event, Jarvis quickly confirmed. Across the entire global network, there were no photos or videos of the web-slinger. There wasn't even a single mention of the name Spider-Man. Only a few folktales about Spider Spirit surfaced, but those were all ruled out after investigation. Tony let out a sigh, but a trace of excitement curled at the corner of his mouth. This is getting more and more interesting. Spider-Man. Peter Parker. Jarvis, from this moment on, record everything displayed on this screen around the clock. I don't want to miss a single detail. Understood, sir, Jarvis responded. Just then, Tony was lounging in his chair, enjoying a drink, when a new scene appeared on the screen and caught him completely off guard. The sip of alcohol he had just taken nearly came sputtering out as he burst into a fit of coughing. What on earth is that? He muttered to himself in astonishment. The celestial screen quickly provided the answer. Peter Parker, having just discovered his superpowers, was attempting again and again to shoot webs from his wrists. At first, his aim was off and the webs flew wide. On his second try, after gathering his courage, he carefully aimed at a distant crane and fired again. This time, the web hit its mark, sticking firmly to the crane's arm. Peter tugged at the strand, glanced down at the dizzying height beneath him, and shouted, "Here goes nothing," before swinging out into the open air. He managed to make it to the other side, but as he landed, his momentum was too great. Unable to stop himself, he crashed into a billboard-covered wall and slid awkwardly down to the ground. Tony couldn't help but laugh out loud at Peter's clumsy efforts. A rookie superhero really does have a lot to learn. Meanwhile, all over the world, people watching the broadcast were equally amused. After all, it was rare to witness such an awkward and unforgettable scene, especially when the protagonist was a real-life superhero, as though a character from a novel or comic book had suddenly stepped into reality. Wow, that looked like it hurt. I hope he's okay, a balding middle-aged man said to himself, watching Peter slam into the wall with concern. The footage kept rolling. Night had fallen. Peter hurried home. By then, his uncle and aunt had already gone to bed. Parker found a note in the kitchen that read, "Little genius, dinner is in the oven." As he was about to get his food, he happened to glance out the window and saw Mary Jane across the street, arguing with her father. It wasn't his place to meddle in someone else's family matters, so Parker simply grabbed the trash and headed outside. Just then, Mary Jane came out of her house as well. Seeing Parker, she asked, "Did you hear everything?" "No." Parker denied at first, but quickly admitted he had overheard a little, explaining he was only taking out the trash. "I bet you heard it all," Mary Jane said, fixing him with a look. "Every family has arguments, sometimes," Parker tried to comfort her. "But your aunt and uncle never fight, do they?" "Oh, sometimes they shout at each other too," Parker replied, smiling. Wanting to change the subject, Parker said, "By the way, about what happened at school with Flash today." Mary Jane stepped closer, scolding him. "You scared us half to death." "I'm sorry, he's okay, right?" Parker asked, genuinely concerned. "He's just glad you didn't give him a black eye before graduation," Mary Jane teased. Then she asked, "What do you plan to do after graduation?" I want to move to the city, hopefully become a photographer. Work while going to college." "What about you?" "I'm going to the city too. I can't wait to get out of here. I want to..." "What?" Parker asked, curious. A little shy, Mary Jane said, I want to act. Be on stage. Really? Parker sounded a bit surprised. Mary Jane nodded. That's amazing. You've always been wonderful in the school plays. I remember when you were Cinderella. I was so moved, I nearly cried. Mary Jane's smile faded as she replied, Peter, that was all the way back in first grade. Parker looked a bit embarrassed, but said earnestly, You're really talented. I believe you'll be a star. Suddenly, Mary Jane laughed and said, You're actually taller than you look. Parker blushed, explaining, I always slouch a bit. Don't slouch anymore. Mary Jane encouraged him. End of the main text. At this moment, their conversation was interrupted by the roar of Flash's new car as he pulled up. Mary Jane's eyes lit up, and she called out excitedly before hurrying over to the passenger seat. As she left, the sky seemed to darken, as if the world itself was giving everyone a moment to process what had just happened. Unlike the fascinated audiences around the world, Peter Parker felt nothing but overwhelming shame, wishing he could find a place to hide. He could hardly face the people around him. Although some of the scenes shown on the sky screen hadn't actually happened yet, Peter quickly realized that they were probably glimpses of his own future. When he returned home, Uncle Ben and Aunt May were already waiting for him. Uncle Ben sat at the dining table, watching Peter rush in and motion for him to sit down. Peter, let's talk. What's going on? He asked. At the same time, Peter's close friend Harry immediately recognized the person on the sky screen as Peter Parker and saw that Peter seemed to be hurrying home. Meanwhile, journalists were also doing everything they could to track down Peter's whereabouts. Thanks to details in the sky screen, they quickly deduced where he had crashed into the wall, as there was a highly distinctive poster in the background. Peter's house and his school could also be seen clearly in the broadcast. Before long, Peter's classmates exposed his home address online, though no one was willing to admit who let the secret slip. Reporters from the Daily Bugle realized this was the scoop of a lifetime and immediately sent out journalists, including Eddie, to hunt for any trace of Peter. When Peter got home and faced Uncle Ben's questioning, he had no choice but to tell them the truth. After being bitten by a spider, he had gained special abilities, tremendous strength, lightning-fast reflexes, and the power to shoot webs, just as shown on the sky screen. Uncle Ben spoke with deep gravity. With great power comes great responsibility. You should use these gifts to help others, not run away. You can't hide anymore. The sky screen has revealed everything about you. He continued, maybe, just as the sky screen warned at the beginning, one day you'll have to watch your best friend die in your arms. Now, the sky screen has given you a chance to change that fate. You must seize it. I understand, Uncle Ben. Peter looked at Uncle Ben's serious expression and nodded silently. At that moment, Harry finally arrived at Peter's house. As soon as he walked in, he called out loudly, Peter! Harry, you're here. Harry asked urgently, Are all those things on the sky screen true? Peter nodded. Yes, you saw it all. I really did take down Flash at lunchtime today. But the things in the latter half of the sky screen, I haven't gone through those yet. They'll probably happen tonight. Harry frowned and suggested, You can't stay here any longer. Reporters and media are going to swarm this place. Maybe even the government will get involved. Why don't you move out? For now, my dad has an empty house. You could stay there for the time being and wait to see what happens next on the sky screen before deciding what to do. If you need further adjustments to the details or wish to add specific emotional descriptions, please let me know. Now, here's the revised version of the novel excerpt you provided. I have made the logic clearer and the meaning more coherent, while retaining the relationships between characters, emotional expressions, and the core plot, making it easier to translate into English. But Uncle Ben and the others. With a heavy sigh, Uncle Ben said helplessly, At this point, we don't have any other choice. I can pretty much guess those people will show up soon, so we really can't stay here any longer. I'll go pack some things, Aunt May said, standing up and heading toward the bedroom. Let me help you, Aunt May. Peter Parker immediately followed after her, eager to lend a hand. Just pack a few changes of clothes. There's no need to bring too much, Uncle Ben called out from behind them. All right, Peter replied without hesitation. Before long, the group hurried into Harry's car and left the house behind. Not long after they were gone, a group of reporters found the place where they had been staying. The reporters checked the photos to make sure they had the right address, but the house was already empty. Meanwhile, Nick Fury and Tony Stark were reviewing the footage that had just played on the sky screen. Suddenly, Tony seemed to remember something and asked, Jarvis, I recall the sky screen mentioning that Spider-Man was parasitized by venom, which amplified the darkness in his heart, right? Yes, sir. Would you like me to replay that segment? Jarvis responded. Play it again. Anything that can possess someone and magnify their worst impulses is extremely dangerous, no matter how you look at it. As Tony watched the replay, his mind raced, trying to recall everything he knew about venom. But the sky screen only briefly mentioned that Venom could possess a host and amplify their inner darkness. There was little else to go on. At that moment, Jarvis suddenly reminded Tony, "Sir, the narrator on the sky screen also said that Spider-Man took off his most powerful Venom spider suit. You should pay special attention to the phrase most powerful. Most powerful." So, after the first Spider-Man put on the Venom spider suit, he reached his peak? Wasn't he already at his strongest? No, wait, I get it now. Tony paused, a realization dawning on him. Venom must be able to enhance the host's abilities. Spider-Man is already a superhero with extraordinary powers. If you add Venom's strength on top of that, of course he'd become even stronger. That means, when he wears the Venom spider suit, that's truly his ultimate form. Tony's thoughts finally became clear. He realized that Venom could significantly boost the host's power, but just how much was still uncertain, since they had so little information to go on for now. Jarvis, create a dedicated file for Venom and record everything we just analyzed. Mark it as high risk. Also, add these findings to Spider-Man's file. And remind me to initiate the plan for developing an anti-symbiote spider armor. Understood, sir. Jarvis carried out the order at once. Regardless of whether Spider-Man would eventually be completely consumed by Venom, or if, as the celestial screen suggested, he might manage to shed the symbiote suit, Tony knew he had to prepare for the worst-case scenario. Of course, what follows has been optimized for clarity and logical flow, in line with your request, so it's more coherent and easier to render in English. Just like Tony, Man had also noticed the issue with Spider-Man's transformation. After delegating tasks to his subordinates, he began to review the events that had just unfolded. The conversation between Mary Jane and Peter Parker had revealed the nature of their relationship. To Mary Jane, Peter was at best just a friend. Compared to the financially strapped Parker, she clearly preferred dating boys with money. Although she'd been happily chatting with Parker moments before, the instant Flash pulled up in his sports car, she put Peter out of her mind and hopped into the car, her face alight with excitement. Looks like Mary Jane's a bit of a gold digger, but that's pretty normal. What girl doesn't like a sports car? Nick Fury wasn't the least bit surprised by Mary Jane's choice. Tony, on the other hand, took it even more lightly, grinning as he said, "If they didn't like sports cars and designer handbags, how would I ever get them to come along with me?" Then Tony turned the conversation to Peter Parker. "So Peter's dream is to become a photographer? Just an ordinary high school kid. I thought after getting superpowers, he'd aim a little higher. Still, the kid's a bit naive. He actually shared some embarrassing freshman year stories in front of everyone. Talk about awkward. But his intentions were good. He just wanted to encourage Mary Jane. When a guy has a crush and doesn't have the guts to confess, all he can do is keep complimenting the girl, right? Tony genuinely understood how Parker felt. At this moment, Peter was still that insecure, timid teenager, not yet the superhero. Spider-Man he would one day become. He hadn't had time to make that psychological leap. The transformation was simply too recent. Is it his uncle who's guiding him? Seems like his uncle's a good man. Jarvis, have you found any information on his uncle and aunt? Negative, sir. None of the facial recognition scans have found a close match. The highest similarity is only 71%, and after multiple checks, we've ruled out any connections. All right, so we've got nothing to go on. Could these videos playing on the celestial screen be coming from the future? Or maybe from a parallel universe? People like this just don't exist on Earth, and yet their timeline seems to be ahead of ours. With Jarvis's assistance, Tony quickly deduced the time setting of the first Spider-Man film. It was set just after the dawn of the 21st century, following the 9/11 attacks, which would place it somewhere between 2002 and 2005. If these people truly existed in the real world, there would surely be some trace of them, unless, of course, they weren't on this Earth at all. Tony had absolute faith in Jarvis's technology, his own proud creation. He was convinced that no one could possibly evade Jarvis's surveillance. Meanwhile, more and more people around the globe began to pay attention to the Skydome. Countless individuals followed the news, shared on social platforms, or witnessed the Skydome's appearance with their own eyes. In a matter of moments, discussions about the Skydome swept across the world, becoming a universal focal point for people everywhere. Soon after, Peter Parker himself became a hot topic, consistently landing in the top 5 trending searches on social media platforms worldwide. It was clear that this level of attention would continue for quite some time, at least until people everywhere gradually grew accustomed to both him and the Skydome. Have those scientists made any progress in their research? Nick Fury sat in his chair, rubbing his brow with tired fingers. He let out a weary sigh and joked to himself that it was a good thing he was already bald, or he surely would have lost a good deal of hair by now. One of the scientists has put forth a theory, Maria Hill replied, glancing down at the tablet in her hands to confirm the details before continuing. It hasn't been proven yet, but we've invited him here to explain it in person. What's the theory? He says it has to do with dimensions. He'll scroll through the scientist's research notes, filled with dense technical jargon that left her a bit uncertain herself. Send him in, Nick Fury said, intrigued by the mention of dimensions. He resolved to hear the explanation directly from the expert. He'll quickly arrange for the scientist to be brought in. It was Dr. Eric Selvig, a renowned authority in both astrophysics and quantum mechanics. Doctor, can you elaborate on your theory that the Sky Dome is not part of our dimension? Nick Fury asked in a calm tone. Of course, I'll try to put it as simply as possible, Dr. Selvig replied, nodding. First, you know that the world we inhabit is a three-dimensional space, correct? I'm well aware of that. Go on. Now, imagine something that, no matter how close we get, we can never touch, but wherever you are on the planet, you can see it. Even if you're on the opposite side of the globe, the Sky Dome remains perfectly visible. At first, I was at a loss until I came across an illustration in a book, and in that moment, the answer became clear. We live in a three-dimensional world. If you imagine a painting as a two-dimensional world, what would happen if the figures in that painting could see us, the three-dimensional beings? Dr. Selvig explained patiently. No matter how hard they tried, the characters in the painting would never be able to touch us, the creatures of three dimensions. In the same way, we can never make contact with beings from a higher dimension than ours. Even if we can perceive them, we can't truly interact because we don't exist on the same plane. If we want to interact with them, we have to be on the same dimensional level. But clearly, neither we nor this canopy are on equal footing. To let every observer in the universe see the same point from an equal distance, you'd need at least a four-dimensional space, or something even higher. In four-dimensional space, time itself becomes a dimension you can observe and traverse. We could even see the state of objects at different moments in time. As the number of dimensions increases, so does the ability to observe and perceive the universe. But to achieve a truly universal perspective, one that operates on the same scale throughout the cosmos, you'd probably need even higher dimensions and technologies of incredible complexity. As for which dimension this canopy actually exists in, that's a different question. I can't give you a definitive answer yet. This is only my theory. No matter which dimension the canopy is in, the technology behind it must far surpass anything on Earth. In fact, it's possible that no civilization in the universe has yet reached such a level of technological prowess. As Eric Selvig spoke, his voice slowly fell, and a trace of melancholy crept into his tone. A higher dimensional civilization. If they truly set their sights on Earth, do we stand any chance of resistance? Nick Fury listened intently to Eric's analysis, his brow furrowed, his expression grave. Resistance. Eric gave a wry smile, a hint of helplessness and worry in his eyes. He took an old notebook from his pocket, his fingers, gently tracing its worn cover as if lost in memory. Then, right in front of Nick Fury, he opened the notebook and carefully tore out a page. Nick Fury watched the piece of paper in Eric's hand without blinking, suspicion flickering in his eyes. He didn't bother to examine the dense writing on the page. Instead, he waited, all attention focused on Eric's next words. Look, if we imagine the space on this piece of paper as a two-dimensional world, Eric laid the sheet flat on the table, his finger lightly touching its surface. Then, when we, as beings from the three-dimensional world, come and tear this paper, would the inhabitants of the two-dimensional world even realize what's happening? He paused, letting the question hang, then continued. Even if they sensed that something was amiss, what could they possibly do to stop us? Or, to put it another way, do they truly have the power to resist? At this point, Eric's gaze sharpened, fixing intently on Nick Fury as if awaiting his response. Yet Nick Fury merely sat in silence, his brows tightly furrowed, lost deep in thought. This is what they call a dimensional strike, Eric said, his tone growing heavy. In the face of a higher dimensional civilization, beings of a lower dimension are as fragile as dust, even more helpless than insects. At least insects can resist or bite, but a lower dimensional civilization might not even comprehend how it was destroyed. Eric's eyes grew distant, his voice tinged with profound despair as he looked at Nick Fury before him. I've devoted my life to the pursuit of scientific truth, only to realize now that humanity simply cannot grasp the existence of higher dimensional civilizations. Their level of technology is far beyond anything we can imagine, and we can't even manage to leave Earth. Faced with such an overwhelming gap, all I feel is helplessness. As he finished speaking, his shoulders slumped slightly, and he seemed more dejected than ever. He went on, at present, all we can do is use mathematical models to speculate about how higher dimensional civilizations might behave. But this method is extremely limited. It cannot truly reveal their intentions. Perhaps to them, were merely curiosities or even experimental subjects. Whatever the case, before the vastness of the universe, we are insignificant. At these words, he withdrew his gaze from Fury and turned instead to the distant horizon, as though staring into the endless starry sky and the worlds yet unknown. Our understanding of the universe is far too limited, he said quietly. Perhaps, in the eyes of a higher dimensional civilization, we're like naive children trying to explore a world filled with mysteries and dangers. A deep sense of resignation appeared on Eric's face. He sighed and said, I once believed that science could answer every question, but now I see that science is only a finite tool. In the face of higher dimensional power, our science is almost powerless. As he finished, he gently shook his head, a look of loneliness crossing his features. I've spent my life fighting for science, but in the end, I cannot cross the chasm between dimensions. We haven't even set foot beyond Earth, and yet they possess the ability to annihilate our universe with ease. Just then, seeing Eric so dispirited, Hill spoke up to comfort him. Doctor, maybe things aren't as bad as they seem. Perhaps that celestial veil isn't hostile after all. After all, they still needed Eric's expertise to study the mysterious screen in the sky. He couldn't give up just yet. Eric forced a bitter smile and replied, Sometimes, ill intent isn't even necessary. It's like when I accidentally crumple a sheet of paper. Meaningless to me, but for tiny creatures living on that paper, it could spell disaster. He paused, then added, But you're right. So far, that sky screen has only been showing Peter Parker's story. Maybe it just finds it amusing, or maybe it wants us to know something about the future ahead of time, to see if we might change some outcomes. Hill pondered aloud. According to your theory, shouldn't they already know everything? Even if Peter Parker makes different choices on the screen, they'd still have complete knowledge of it all, right? Eric nodded and explained patiently. Have you ever seen light? Sunlight takes 8 minutes to travel from the sun to Earth, but for light itself, it's just an instant. Perhaps, in a higher dimensional civilization's world, our existence has long since faded from their attention. It's just that our universe can't process such an enormous amount of information all at once. So these events are unfolding for us bit by bit, the way they are now. Huge amounts of information. Hill pressed further. More precisely, Eric corrected himself. The volume of information perceivable in a higher dimensional world far exceeds our imagination. Almost limitless. Every move we make might already be within their field of vision, even though we remain completely unaware. All we can do is move forward at our own pace. Director, that's all I have for my theory, Eric concluded at last. All right, take a break for now. You've worked hard. Nick Fury nodded, signaling for Dr. Eric to leave. Then he turned to Hill and asked in a low voice, Hill, what do you think? After a moment's reflection, Hill replied, The doctor's speculation isn't without merit, but right now, we can neither prove it nor take any concrete action. We're better off watching and waiting to see what this sky screen really intends to do. With that, she walked to the window and gazed at the unmoving sky screen, letting out a long, weary sigh. As Hill watched the sky screen, it suddenly lit up again after an entire day of silence. She immediately reported, Director, there's activity on the sky screen again. Nick Fury gave an immediate order. Alert everyone. Keep a close watch and don't miss a single detail. Meanwhile, Peter Parker found himself envying Flash's new sports car. He longed to have a car of his own, but even the cheapest used cars were far beyond what he could afford. By chance, he spotted a want ad for a boxing match in the newspaper. 3 minutes in the ring, $3,000. In prize money. The ad set his heart racing. He pictured himself picking up Mary Jane in a gleaming sports car, and couldn't help but break into a smile. The scene shifts, and Peter begins designing his own costume for the match, since the boxing competition requires contestants to wear brightly colored outfits. He experiments with various designs before finally settling on a red and blue suit, adorned with a spider emblem across the chest. After completing his costume, Peter starts training to use his webbing to grab objects. At first, he can't control his strength and ends up breaking quite a few things. But with practice, he soon masters the knack of skillfully pulling a can of Coca-Cola to his hand with a flick of web. Still, he sometimes slips up. For instance, when he accidentally reels in the table lamp, sending it crashing against the wall in a shower of debris. The loud crash startles Aunt May, who begins to suspect that something unusual is going on with Peter lately. Meanwhile, the front page of the newspaper screams the headline, Will Norman Osborn fail completely? Norman stares at the paper in his hands, when suddenly a shrill, mocking laughter echoes from above. He squeezes his eyes shut in pain, struggling to compose himself. Back at the Parker home, Uncle Ben has also noticed changes in Peter's behavior. He senses that something must have happened, but Peter refuses. to open up, and Ben feels awkward about asking directly. So, he comes up with an excuse to give Peter a ride, hoping to talk to him on the way. When they reach their destination, Uncle Ben stops the car and speaks to Peter in earnest. Lately, you haven't been helping with chores, you've been conducting strange experiments in your room, and you even got into a fight at school. Peter, growing impatient, replies, I already told you I didn't start it. Uncle Ben presses, but didn't you win? Peter retorts, puzzled. So what should I have done? Run away. Uncle Ben shakes his head. No, of course you shouldn't run from responsibility. It's just, he looks at Peter, his tone softening. You're growing up. I understand. At your age, there's so many changes. I went through it too. Peter lowers his head and murmurs, It's not the same, Uncle Ben. This time, it's really not the same. Peter Parker has discovered his superpowers, and a clear rift has begun to form between him and Uncle Ben. Peter, Uncle Ben says with heartfelt concern, the choices you make in these next few years will determine the person you'll become. You have to be careful. Don't lose your way. He looks at Peter with gravity. Flash Thompson may have done something wrong, and maybe he should face the consequences. But just because you can beat him doesn't mean you have the right to hurt him. In the end, Uncle Ben solemnly reminds Peter, with great power comes great responsibility. Yet Peter brushes off his words. You're worried I'll turn bad? Don't worry, this time is different. I can handle it myself. I don't need you teaching me a lesson, okay? I'm not lecturing you, and I'm not your father. Uncle Ben's words were cut off by Peter's impatient interruption. Then stop talking to me like you're my father. Peter snapped, a trace of irritation in his voice. Uncle Ben wanted to reason with him further, but finally just said quietly, All right, I'll pick you up at 10. Peter realized he had gone too far, but pride kept him from apologizing. Instead, he pushed open the car door and walked away. Just then, a voiceover echoed from above. Poor Peter doesn't know it yet, but this will be his last heartfelt conversation with Uncle Ben. His mind is filled with thoughts of Mary Jane, leaving his family neglected. Only after loss will he be consumed by regret. Peter and Harry, along with the others, heard the narration. Their faces grew somber as they sat together, worry etched in their eyes. Each word struck them like a hammer, heavy with foreboding. They realized that such a narration wouldn't appear without reason. Uncle Ben was likely in danger. Peter clenched his fists, anxiety tightening his chest. He knew how much Uncle Ben meant to him, and he couldn't let anything happen to him. Harry, too, looked tense, concern for Peter's family clear on his face. Peter, don't worry too much. I'm sitting right here with you. Uncle Ben reassured him, reaching out a comforting hand. And what I said is true. With great power comes great responsibility. Night had fallen by the time Peter arrived at the boxing arena. Two fighters were locked in a fierce match in the ring. One of them, known as Bonesaw, clearly had the upper hand, drawing wild cheers from the crowd. With a powerful elbow strike, Bonesaw finished the bout, and the announcer, amid enthusiastic applause, declared him the winner of the $3,000 prize. Peter glanced at the ring, then turned and headed to the registration desk. At that moment, the announcer loudly called for the next contestant, introducing the Flying Dutchman. The staff member at the desk eyed Peter's slim build and reminded him this wasn't a lightweight contest. But Peter insisted on entering. With a resigned sigh, the staff member informed him that the New York Wrestling League wouldn't be responsible for any injuries. Contestants entered at their own risk. And with that, Peter was allowed through. Back in the ring, Bonesaw easily hurled another opponent out, earning fresh cheers from the audience and another victory. Now it was Parker's turn. The announcer approached him and asked for his name. Nervous, Parker replied, the human spider. The announcer hesitated, a little taken aback, then couldn't help but quip. That's got to be the worst name I've ever heard. Off to the side, Harry burst out laughing. Parker, your talent for naming is truly something else. Uncle Ben joined in with a chuckle. Looks like I'll have to give you a lesson in naming. Paxton was so embarrassed he wished he could crawl under the table. Just moments ago, he had been worrying about Uncle Ben's feelings. But now his mind was consumed entirely by shame, silently berating himself for coming up with such a clumsy name. Because Parker's name was so uninspired, the host racked his brains and finally gave him a new nickname, Spider-Man. While Parker was still tangled up in the awkwardness of his name, the crew backstage pushed him onto the ring. The audience greeted his entrance with complete indifference, not only shooting him disdainful looks, but some even giving him a sarcastic thumbs up. A few women in the crowd, bold and brash, openly mocked Parker, while others pelted him with trash. It was all because his costume was painfully simple. Though he had already sketched designs for his spider suit, he had neither the money to buy materials nor the time to make it himself. As Parker stepped into the ring, he suddenly realized that a heavy iron cage was dropping from above, trapping him inside along with Bonesaw. The host's voice boomed out as security locked the cage tight. This was Parker's first fight, and he had never seen anything like it before. He kept shouting, "I never signed up for a cage match." But nobody paid any attention. Bonesaw, meanwhile, sneered and threatened, "Let's have some real fun for 3 minutes," then charged straight at him. With a nimble twist, Parker leapt to the top of the cage and shot back. "Nice outfit. Did your husband pick it out for you?" The taunt infuriated Bonesaw, who let out a furious roar and lunged at him. Parker flipped gracefully behind his opponent, then fired webbing and dodged Bonesaw's attack with ease. At that moment, someone from the audience handed a chair into the ring. Bonesaw grabbed it, and, before Parker could react, smashed it down hard on his head, sending him sprawling to the floor. Parker sighed in resignation. The blow barely hurt him at all. He started to get up, but Bonesaw kept hammering him with the chair, knocking him down again and again. After several strikes, Bonesaw finally tossed the chair aside, then grabbed Parker by the legs and hurled him against the bars of the cage. The crowd erupted in cheers at the spectacle. Just then, a woman in the audience passed a crowbar into the ring. At the sight of the crowbar, a flicker of anxiety finally crossed Parker's face. He reacted quickly, kicking Bonesaw repeatedly and leaving him reeling in dizziness. In one swift move, Parker trapped Bonesaw between his legs and flung him across the ring, sending him crashing into the side of the cage. Bonesaw collapsed unconscious. As Bonesaw went down, the audience leapt to their feet with applause. Another host, brimming with excitement, raised Parker's hand and declared Spider-Man the new champion. Yet when it came time to award the prize money, the boss handed Parker only $100. Parker tried to argue, but the boss brushed him off, claiming the rules required him to last 3 minutes, and Parker had only fought for 2. With a helpless sigh, Parker turned and walked away. That moment, he brushed past a stranger. The man walked straight to the boss, threw a bag at him, pulled out a loaded pistol, and ordered the boss to fill the bag with money. While Parker was waiting for the elevator, he heard shouts coming from the finance office. He turned around and saw that same man rushing out, clutching the bag stuffed with cash, while the boss yelled at the top of his lungs that there had been a robbery. Parker witnessed the scene and chose to let the robber pass. As the man was leaving, he even thanked Parker. The security guard, furious, demanded to know why Parker hadn't stopped the thief, then dashed out toward the main hall. The boss quickly followed, berating Parker for standing by and doing nothing when he was clearly capable of stopping the criminal. Parker replied with the very words the boss had said to him earlier, "That's none of my business." The boss was momentarily speechless and could only walk away in frustration. "Damn it, pack up. We need to get out of here." Realizing his underground fighting ring had been exposed because of the robbery, the boss hurriedly cleaned up the scene and fled with his men. By the time the police arrived, the place was already deserted. At this point, a narrator's voice echoed. Parker had no idea that he'd just made a terrible mistake. By letting the thief go, he may have punished an unjust boss, but he also abetted a crime, an act that would ultimately cost him the life of someone he loved most. Parker was walking down the street when he suddenly noticed a crowd gathering ahead. His spider sense tingled with danger, so he squeezed his way through. Lying on the ground before him was none other than his Uncle Ben. Peter called out anxiously to the police, telling them it was his uncle, and rushed forward to check on Ben's condition. At Peter's voice, Uncle Ben struggled to open his eyes. Seeing Peter, he forced a painful smile and softly called his name twice. "Peter." With great effort, he said to Parker, "With great power comes great responsibility." And with those words, he closed his eyes forever. Tears streamed down Peter's face as he watched his uncle die in his arms. Just then, he heard the police reporting the robbers. Location over the radio, 3 patrol cars were in pursuit. Overwhelmed by grief and rage, Peter left the scene and began to run. He tossed his jacket into an alley, scaled a wall, and raced down 5th Avenue. With a few leaps, he crossed over several buildings, quickly spotting the police cars and the fleeing suspect. He tried swinging between buildings with his webs. At first it was awkward, but he soon got the hang of it and caught up with his target with ease. Finally, he landed squarely on the suspect's car. Parker drove his fist through the roof, seizing the suspect by the face. The terrified criminal began firing wildly upward. Worried about stray bullets, Peter quickly jumped onto a nearby truck. With agility, he vaulted over the upcoming bridge and landed back on top of the truck, keeping his focus locked on his quarry. Peter sprang forward, landing heavily on the hood of the suspect's car. With a single punch, he shattered the windshield. The out-of-control vehicle finally crashed into a gate, and the suspect scrambled out in panic, dashing into a nearby abandoned building. As the suspect reloaded his gun, he glanced around in terror, failing to notice a dark shadow flickering overhead. He fired a volley of shots upwards, but hit nothing. Just as he was about to make a run for it, Peter suddenly appeared behind him, seized his head, and slammed him hard against a glass window. The suspect drew a knife, desperate to fight back, but Peter effortlessly kicked him away, sending him sprawling toward the edge of the window. The robber cried out, begging Peter to let him go. Peter, burning with anger, demanded, "Did you ever give my uncle a chance? Did you?" Consumed by rage, he hoisted the suspect into the air. At that moment, a flash of lightning lit up the sky, and Peter finally recognized the man before him. It was the same robber he had once let escape. Stunned, Peter released his grip in disbelief, stumbling backward in a daze. Thinking he had found his chance, the robber raised his gun at Peter, sneering goodbye. Instantly sensing the danger, Peter reacted without hesitation, twisting the man's wrist until it broke. Overwhelmed by pain, the robber lost his balance, tripped on a pipe, and tumbled from the upper floor to his death below. Peter stood frozen by the window, staring down at the unmoving figure of the robber. Just then, the police arrived, their searchlights illuminating Peter's silhouette. But by the time they rushed upstairs, Peter had vanished without a trace. Though the criminal was dead, Peter's heart was left in turmoil and anguish. When he returned home, he found Aunt May still waiting for him. The two embraced tightly. Aunt May broke down in tears, unable to accept Uncle Ben's sudden passing. "No, how could this happen?" Parker buried his face in his hands, sobbing uncontrollably, tormented by the knowledge that he had once let the criminal go, indirectly causing his uncle's death. At that moment, it was as if he could once again hear Uncle Ben's gentle voice. Uncle Ben comforted him warmly. "Peter, this isn't your fault. If I had been your age and faced the same situation, I might have made a similar choice." Uncle Ben looked at Peter, patiently guiding him. "Now you see the consequences of letting a criminal go. The greater your power, the greater your responsibility. What you possess isn't just ordinary strength. It's a responsibility. Use your abilities wisely and make sure they bring more good to others and to society. Don't forget, everyone is unique, even if you have extraordinary powers. Seek out those who share your goals and values and connect with them. Don't let loneliness consume you. Use your gifts to make a difference and help the world." Of course, here is the revised and polished novel excerpt, clearer and more coherent, suitable for translation into English. You must never misuse your powers. Trust must be built through concrete actions and honesty. Maintain sincere communication with others, letting them clearly understand your intentions and motivations. Only through acts of integrity and kindness can you earn the trust and respect of others. When making decisions, consider your values and long-term goals. Don't let immediate gains or external pressure sway you. Trust your own heart and be willing to accept the consequences of your choices. Everyone experiences confusion at times. When you feel lost, pause, take a deep breath, and carefully reflect on your inner thoughts. You may seek advice from trusted elders or mentors, but in the end, the decision should be yours alone. Most importantly, maintain humility and a lifelong willingness to learn. Your abilities may be innate, but there is no end to growth and improvement. Use your talents to help others and bring positive change to the world. Peter Parker made his choice and bore the consequences. You are no different. Once you've made your decision, don't look back with regret. Everyone makes mistakes, but we must have the courage to admit our errors and set things right. As Uncle Ben patiently spoke these words to Parker, Flint Marko was watching the images on the giant screen. With a single glance, he recognized the man as his partner. Tonight, they had planned to rob an underground boxing ring. But Marko hadn't anticipated how complicated things would become. They were drawn into Spider-Man's affairs, and even indirectly caused Uncle Ben's death. Damn it, now we can't do anything. What about my daughter? Anxiety gripped Marko's heart, and he couldn't stop worrying about her. What are you thinking? I've been disgraced, nearly killed. Damn it. His partner was clearly losing his composure. Although Marko's identity hadn't been publicly revealed by the police, his partner's face was splashed across the screen, and there were even hints that, if he continued down this path, it would only lead to his own ruin. There was no doubt. A swarm of police officers must be searching for them outside. What should I do? What am I supposed to do? His partner was restless, mind racing for a way out. I'm going to run, get to Mexico. If I can just get out of here, everything will be fine. How are you going to escape? I bet someone's already recognized you and called the police. Actually, you could turn yourself in. After all, you haven't actually committed the robbery yet. The police might not be able to do much to you. Marko sighed, offering his advice with a cool head. And what about you? You think you could just walk away from this? His partner snapped, anger flaring. They both needed the money, but Marko's situation was even more desperate because his daughter was waiting for him. It was for Marko's sake that his partner had agreed to the plan in the first place. I can't go to the police. My daughter's still waiting for me. If I end up in prison, there'll be no one left to take care of her. Marko's voice was filled with helplessness and worry. If you need further adjustments to the details, feel free to provide more feedback. Now, here is the revised novel excerpt, with clearer logic and meaning and narration more suitable for English translation. He looked at Marco, drawing several deep breaths, forcing himself to calm down. At last, he spread his hands with resignation and said, "All right, it seems I have no choice but to turn myself in. If it weren't for this screen, I might not even be alive right now. Getting tangled up with Spider-Man. Now that's never a wise move." With those words, he couldn't help but mutter a curse under his breath, then turned on his heel and left. Out on the street, he found the nearest public phone booth and called the New York Police Department, choosing to surrender himself. Meanwhile, Tony replayed the footage on the sky screen, musing to himself, a rebellious teenager, for sure. You can tell how much. He resents Ben's discipline. And that narrator, could that be the person behind the sky screen? What exactly are they trying to do? Regarding Parker's clothes, Tony couldn't resist making a jab. No wonder people laugh at him. He looks more like a petty thief than a boxer about to step into the ring. What intrigued him even more was that the name Spider-Man had actually been given by the host, which left Tony both amused and exasperated. When Peter gave himself the nickname, the Human Spider, Tony burst out laughing. The host was right. What a terrible name. I can't even imagine how awkward it would be if the Human Spider showed up to save the day. He went on teasing. Anyone rescued by the Human Spider would probably feel a bit uncomfortable just thinking about it. Peter Parker's effortless defeat of the burly man didn't surprise Tony. After all, Parker was a superhero. How could he possibly fail against a regular guy? What would catch Tony off guard, though, was Peter's decision to let the robber go, which ultimately led to his uncle's death. That morning, they'd quarreled. By nightfall, his uncle was gone forever. The sky screen's right, Tony thought. Parker is bound to regret this. Even if the killer is brought to justice, Uncle Ben will never come back. He hoped Peter could find a way to heal from this trauma. An experience like this would be too much to bear for anyone. Parker might just blame himself for everything. If he can't let it go, it'll cast a long shadow over the rest of his life. The world's attention on Parker was growing by the day. After giving Peter some advice, Uncle Ben casually switched on the TV, only to find a group of experts and scholars on air discussing Peter's decision to let the robber escape. At the same time, media outlets across different regions were scrambling to report on whether the event was justified, sparking heated debate. Some argued that letting the robber go was a grave mistake, as it amounted to condoning crime and could lead to more innocent people being harmed. They also pointed out that such an action violated the fundamental principles of law and society. Others believed that Parker was just an ordinary high school student and couldn't have weighed every consequence so thoroughly. In their view, it was the employer's unethical behavior that led to Parker's exploitation, and the robbery incident simply provided him with an opportunity to rebel. To them, Parker's decision represented a rightful retaliation against unfair treatment. Moreover, not everyone can rise to become a hero like Spider-Man. Perhaps Parker let the robber escape to avoid a more violent confrontation, thereby protecting his own life. Meanwhile, there were also voices suggesting that issues should be resolved through legal channels, such as reporting the employer's misconduct to the relevant authorities. Yet, some argued that in certain exceptional situations, personal moral judgment might transcend the boundaries of the law. Just as the debate was reaching its peak, a news flash interrupted the program. The robber who had appeared in the city had turned himself into the police. The broadcast showed crowds of reporters gathered at the entrance of the police station, jostling for space in the crowded scene. The picture shifted. Night had fallen. A car pulled up in front of a military base, and a man in uniform, adorned with medals across his chest, stepped out, clearly a high-ranking officer. Another man, waiting outside, approached to greet him, addressing him as General. As the two shook hands, their conversation revealed that the gathering was arranged to witness the military's latest development, a powered exoskeleton suit. They entered an armored bunker together, mentioning in passing that the general was quite pleased with the news of Norman Osborn's bankruptcy. Soon after, the exoskeleton suit slowly rose into view. As everyone's attention was fixed on the demonstration, alarms suddenly blared, warning of an unidentified flying object rapidly approaching. The pilot, baffled, barely managed to shout, "Oh my God," before chilling, unnatural laughter echoed through the air. In an instant, the exoskeleton suit was obliterated. The general was stunned by the abrupt attack. Before he could react, a shadowy figure shot out of the flames, astride a glider, unleashing a blinding weapon toward the bunker. In the blink of an eye, the fortress was reduced to rubble. These images sent shockwaves across the globe. The secret development of powered exoskeleton armor by the American military had already stunned the world, but to see such advanced technology so easily destroyed by a mysterious enemy was even more astonishing. The military leaders of the first universe were plunged into panic, especially the general from the Department of Defense, who had planned to personally inspect the armored suits that very night, never expecting it would cost him his life. At the same time, all the other permanent members of the UN Security Council, except the United States, sent diplomatic notes demanding explanations about the development of the exoskeleton armor. All these events placed immense pressure on the White House. Tony Stark watched the news footage and couldn't help but remark sarcastically, "So this is their exoskeleton armor? Looks like a child's toy. No wonder it was destroyed so easily. They died without ever knowing who their enemy was." Peter, for his part, was deeply intrigued by the Green Goblin's glider. It was a pity they didn't belong to the same world. Otherwise, he would have loved to compare his latest Mark suit with the glider to see which was superior. Meanwhile, Black Mask grew even more grim. His thoughts immediately turned to Tony Stark, who possessed similar technology. Though Tony was famous for his flamboyant lifestyle, at least he was a man of integrity. Nick Fury was well aware that the Senate was planning to convene a hearing, demanding that Tony surrender his Mark suit. Yet Fury knew such a request was impossible to fulfill. "Hill, help me find Natasha. I have an urgent assignment for her. The sooner, the better," Fury commanded as he browsed through the files for the Avengers Initiative. He realized that assembling his own team of superheroes could wait no longer. The scene shifted from the aftermath of the explosion to the lively atmosphere of a graduation ceremony. Today was Peter Parker's high school graduation. Aunt May, brimming with excitement, stepped forward and kissed Peter on the cheek. Harry came over to congratulate him, sharing the news that his father had bought a house in New York and that they would be moving in the fall. Peter was genuinely happy for Harry. Norman Osborn also approached, offering his congratulations to Peter and expressing his pride in Peter's Science Award. He comforted Peter, aware of the difficult times he'd recently been through, encouraging him to be happy on this special day and to see graduation as the start of a new chapter in life. At that moment, Harry noticed Mary Jane talking with Flash. When he drew closer, he overheard Mary Jane breaking up with Flash and returning his ring. Flash shrugged it off, showing little regard for the relationship. Norman continued his conversation with Peter, urging him to see Norman as family and to ask for help whenever he needed it. When Peter returned home, he declined Aunt May's offer of food, instead retreating alone to his room, where he spent the entire day silently weeping. Aunt May understood how Peter felt and quietly entered the room, taking a seat beside him. In a hushed voice, Peter said that he missed Uncle Ben especially much today. If Uncle Ben could have been at the graduation ceremony, he would have been proud and happy for him. Aunt May's eyes grew moist as she gently told Peter that, in truth, Uncle Ben had always been by his side. A wave of guilt swept over Peter as he remembered how, on that day, Uncle Ben had wanted to talk to him about something important, but he had answered back instead. Aunt May comforted him, assuring him that Uncle Ben had never doubted Peter's abilities and believed he would accomplish great things in the future. She was certain Peter would not let Uncle Ben down. With those words, Aunt May left the room. Peter pondered Aunt May's words again and again. At last, he opened a trunk and took out his Spider-Man suit and the sketches he'd drawn for it. He remembered something Uncle Ben had once said, "With great power comes great responsibility." From that moment on, the world welcomed a new superhero, Spider-Man. In a neighborhood convenience store, two robbers were threatening the shopkeeper, forcing him to put cash into their bags. Just as they were about to leave, Peter Parker, dressed in his Spider-Man costume, swung in from afar. He swiftly subdued the two criminals and returned the bag of money to the shopkeeper. Before long, stories about Spider-Man began appearing in newspapers everywhere, and people on the street started excitedly talking about his deeds. Often, by the time the police arrived at a crime scene, they would find the criminals already bound tightly in webs, hanging above the ground. Spider-Man's reputation in New York grew steadily. More and more people believed that he was a true hero, sincerely devoted to protecting the city and its people. One day, a woman was robbed on the street. Just as the thief threatened her with a gun, a strand of web shot out of nowhere, snatched the weapon away, and left the robber dangling from a lamppost, securely wrapped in silken threads. Meanwhile, street performers in the city began composing and singing their own Spider-Man songs, strumming guitars as Spider-Man's image took root in people's hearts. Yet not everyone was pleased with Spider-Man's rising fame. The newspaper editor, Jameson, nicknamed Spider-Man 1.5, began publicly attacking Spider-Man, insisting that he was a criminal. He angrily questioned his staff as to why Spider-Man should be on the front page of the Daily Bugle. This sparked a heated argument between Jameson and his colleague Robbie. Robbie pointed out that Spider-Man had saved 6 passengers during a subway accident, but Jameson stubbornly maintained that the accident itself must have been Spider-Man's fault. He stubbornly believes that whenever something happens in the city, Spider-Man always appears mysteriously, and he accuses Spider-Man of slipping away right after doing good deeds, saying it's just running away from responsibility. Robbie counters, suggesting maybe Spider-Man leaves to help someone else. Jameson starts to doubt Spider-Man's true identity and demands, if he's a hero, why does he wear a mask? Was he really hiding? Just then, Miss Brandt comes in to ask about his wife's choice of tablecloth for the restaurant. He replies absent-mindedly, pick the cheapest one. At that moment, another employee, Hoffman, enters the office to report that the paper has sold out 4 times that day, no matter how many copies they print. Jameson immediately changes his tune, deciding that Spider-Man's story needs to be on the front page first thing tomorrow, and orders that it be presented with even more weight. When asked what to do with the article scheduled for page 6, he brushes it off, saying it can be moved to page 7 or 8. He first promises a 10% discount to the client, but then quickly changes it to only 5%. Hoffman tries to argue, but Jameson impatiently shoos him away. Soon after, Jameson learns that they still don't have a decent photo of Spider-Man. Photographer Eddie has been on the lookout for weeks, but hasn't even managed to catch a glimpse of him. Jameson isn't fazed. Instead, he declares with confidence, if we can get a photo of Julia Roberts, we can get one of Spider-Man. He instructs his staff to publish a notice in the paper offering a reward for any photos of Spider-Man, and announces with determination, he doesn't want to be famous? I'll make him infamous. Meanwhile, Tony sits nearby, sipping a strangely colored green vegetable juice, and remarks with biting sarcasm, classic capitalist behavior. If there's profit to be made, nothing's off limits. Though he, too, is a businessman, he never fusses over trivial matters. Only those with vision and the courage to take responsibility can achieve great things. In contrast, many citizens are deeply dissatisfied with the owner of the Daily Bugle. Despite Spider-Man's constant efforts to help others, the boss is always publicly belittling and attacking him, an attitude that has stirred widespread resentment in society. At a restaurant called Moondance Diner, Mary Jane hurries out, careful to shield her uniform with a leather jacket so that no one will recognize her as the hostess. Just at that moment, Parker happens to walk past the diner. Thanks to Spider-Man's sharp instincts, he sensed Mary Jane's presence. He turned around and caught up with her, greeting her warmly. At first, Mary Jane thought a stranger was trying to strike up a conversation, but when she recognized Parker, surprise lit up her face and she broke into a delighted smile, wrapping her leather jacket tighter around herself. The two stopped to chat on the sidewalk. Parker mentioned he was looking for a job. When he asked how Mary Jane was doing, she didn't mention her job as a receptionist, instead claiming she was headed to an audition. Parker congratulated her and playfully called her a big star. Just then, the fast food shop owner burst out of the door, shouting across the street that $6 were missing from the register and that he'd deduct it from Mary Jane's paycheck. Mary Jane tried to ignore him, but the boss wouldn't let up. With a resigned sigh, she turned back and agreed. The owner, still dissatisfied, warned her not to roll her eyes before stomping back into the shop. The episode left an awkward silence hanging between them. Mary Jane sighed, unzipped her jacket to reveal her uniform, and gave a self-mocking smile. Dreams, huh? Parker comforted her, saying there was nothing to be ashamed of. Mary Jane then asked him not to tell Harry about her job. Parker, puzzled, asked why. Mary Jane shot back. Aren't you two roommates? Isn't Harry dating me? Didn't he tell you? She confessed her worry that Harry might think being a waitress wasn't respectable enough. Parker reassured her it was honest work, and guessed Harry just thought making money had always come too easily. Mary Jane thanked Parker before walking away. Parker wanted to invite Mary Jane to dinner, but changed his mind at the last second. Instead, he suggested meeting at the cafe where she worked, promising several times he wouldn't say a word to Harry. As she left, he muttered the promise to himself once more. Meanwhile, Tony watched Parker on the screen, shaking his head in disbelief. Parker's lack of confidence exasperated him. After all, this was Spider-Man. Yet here he was, tongue-tied in front of an ordinary girl, unable even to ask her out for dinner. To Tony, it was an embarrassment for all superheroes. As Iron Man, Tony believed superheroes ought to brim with confidence. He'd been a notorious playboy, always surrounded by beautiful women, at least until Pepper came along and changed things. Watching Parker fumble now, Tony couldn't help but wonder if Parker was truly worthy of the superhero title. Harry, meanwhile, apologized to Parker. He admitted he truly liked Mary Jane, but if Parker had feelings for her too, he was willing to step aside. After all, there are still many wonderful girls in the world. There's no need to be fixated solely on Mary Jane. Yet Parker didn't dwell on this matter. Although the thought that Harry might date Mary Jane in the future made him a bit sad, he resolved not to interfere if Mary Jane truly liked Harry as well. Mary Jane gazed up at her reflection cast upon the sky, her feelings tangled and conflicted. Parker was destined to become a future superhero, Spider-Man, while Harry was the young, wealthy, and handsome ideal type. Faced with choosing between these two, she found herself at a loss, unable to make a decision. By now, both Parker and Harry had moved elsewhere to avoid being tracked by the media, leaving her unable to contact them. At the same time, she had to endure the constant bouts of temper from her father. Fortunately, thanks to her association with Parker and Harry, many reporters and news outlets were clamoring for a chance to interview her, offering generous payments. If she agreed, she could leave her current environment at once, but she hesitated, worried that doing so might hurt Parker's feelings. So she kept turning them down. When Parker returned to Harry's house, he found Harry's father, Norman, speaking on the phone nearby. Noticing Parker at the door, Norman made a point to greet him. Parker walked over to Harry, with a helpless shrug, gestured toward Norman, explaining that his father had come by to check on them, but really spent most of his time on the phone. Harry was relieved to see Parker return, as he'd been struggling with a few assignments. But when he noticed Parker's weary sigh, he grew concerned. Parker confided that he'd been fired by Dr. Connors for being late to work. Harry couldn't understand why Parker was always late, but Parker brushed off the question with a vague answer. Norman soon walked over and jokingly asked Parker which mysterious girl he'd been seeing lately, and wondered aloud when he might get to meet her. Parker didn't let on that he already knew the mysterious girl was Mary Jane. Caught off guard, Harry hurriedly shifted the conversation to Parker, suggesting that perhaps his father could help him find a job. Norman certainly had the means to help, but Parker insisted he wanted to earn a job on his own merits, which Norman appreciated. Parker said he wanted to be a photographer, and just then, he spotted a notice in the newspaper offering a substantial reward for photos of Spider-Man. An idea sparked in his mind. Parker secured his camera high above the city using his webbing, then swiftly subdued a gang of robbers, making sure the camera captured the entire scene. Afterwards, he brought the photos to the newspaper office and handed them to Jameson. At first, Jameson dismissed the photos as worthless, offering only $200. Dissatisfied, Parker threatened to take them elsewhere. Seeing this, Jameson quickly raised his offer to $300, instructing his staff to put the photos on the front page. Then, right in front of Parker, he dictated the headline, Spider-Man, Hero or Menace? After this revision, the plot becomes clearer and more fluid, and the emotional expression is also easier for English readers to understand. Of course, here is a rewritten version of the content you provided from the Chinese novel, focusing on logic, coherence, and ease of translation. Parker had always longed for a proper job, but once again, he was turned down. The 1.5T generation Spider-Man gave Parker a reassuring pat on the shoulder, gently ushered him out of the office, and told him to see Miss Brandt for his payment. The scene shifts to Oscorp, where a board meeting is underway. Norman's face glowed with delight as he announced that Oscorp had surpassed exploratory aerospace, becoming the largest supplier to the military. Yet, no sooner had his words left his lips than another board member suddenly suggested selling the company. Norman's expression froze instantly. He hadn't imagined the board would conspire behind his back, plotting to kick him out and sell Oscorp to exploratory aerospace. Furious, Norman demanded answers from a board, then turned helplessly toward Max. With an air of resignation, Max informed him that the board had already passed the decision unanimously, and it would be made public after the conclusion of the World Expo. Across the table, a calm director told Norman that he was now excluded from the company. Meanwhile, Nick Fury, with a single sharp eye, watched Norman closely. That final, twisted smile on Norman's face only deepened Fury's suspicions. Though the Sky Curtain project hadn't revealed any direct details of Norman's serum injection, Fury's keen instincts had already pieced together the clues. There's definitely something wrong with Norman, Fury thought, recalling the look on Norman's face, his wariness growing. The Oscorp World Expo went ahead as scheduled. Parker arrived at the scene, camera in hand, filming the lively crowd. By chance, he caught sight of Mary Jane chatting cheerfully with Harry. Up on the terrace, Harry asked Mary Jane why she hadn't worn a black dress, noting that his father preferred black, and it would leave a good impression. Harry thought Mary Jane looked especially beautiful that day and couldn't help but lean in for a kiss. But Mary Jane turned away, letting Harry's lips brush only her cheek. Just then, Harry noticed Parker watching them from the upper level. Feeling uneasy, he tried to find an excuse to leave with Mary Jane. At that moment, Parker's spider sense suddenly blared a warning. Danger was drawing near. A wave of unease swept over him as he spotted a glider hurtling toward the venue, leaving a long trail in its wake. Tony noticed the scene as well. He immediately realized that the glider's exhaust meant the pilot was still using conventional energy. clear sign their technology lagged far behind his own Mark armor. Still, he ordered Jarvis to analyze the glider's capabilities. The guests at the venue initially thought the glider was part of the carnival's new entertainment program, never suspecting that the Green Goblin would launch a brazen attack. With Harry still on stage, the Goblin hurled a pumpkin bomb straight onto the terrace, blasting it apart. Parker saw two people about to be crushed by falling debris and immediately shot out webs to rescue them. Meanwhile, Mary Jane was trapped in peril on stage, teetering on the verge of falling from the high platform. Parker dashed through the crowd, quickly shrugging off his jacket to reveal the Spider-Man suit hidden underneath. In the throng, he caught a glimpse of a familiar elderly man. At the same time, Mary Jane's situation grew ever more dangerous, as part of the terrace, now hung precariously, held up by only a few chains. Just then, the Green Goblin reappeared at the edge of the terrace atop his glider. With a cold sneer, he called out, "Have I already been cast aside?" Without waiting for an answer, he hurled another grenade, the explosion instantly reducing several board members to nothing but bones. Nick Fury's expression remained calm. He had already deduced that Norman was likely the Green Goblin who had killed the military general, and realized the Goblin would never let the board announce his expulsion from the company. Amid the chaos, Harry was struck by a chunk of stone and collapsed, unconscious. Mary Jane, confronted by the Green Goblin at arm's length, screamed in terror. At that moment, Parker arrived just in time, delivering a flying kick that knocked the Goblin off his glider. The glider spun out of control, slicing through a massive hot air balloon. Below, a young boy stood frozen in fear. Without hesitation, Parker leaped down and snatched the boy to safety at the very last moment. Nearby, several police officers tried to apprehend the Goblin, ordering him to surrender. But the Goblin easily dispatched them with a few swift blows. Parker rushed in to stop him, swinging a punch, but his strength was no match. The Goblin deflected the attack and sent Parker flying, causing him to crash into a pillar, which then toppled and injured an unlucky bystander. The Goblin leapt back onto his glider as it swooped to his side, opening fire on Parker as he ran. Parker swung up to another hot air balloon using his web, only to be horrified at the sight of Mary Jane's terrace about to collapse. He tried to reach Mary Jane, but was rammed mid-air by the Goblin and slammed against a building window. Parker's mind was consumed. With worry for Mary Jane's safety, he had no time to spar with the Goblin. After taking several hits, he tumbled back onto the terrace. The Goblin prepared to fire a missile, but Parker reacted in time, sealing the Goblin's mask with webbing. He then flipped off the terrace, quickly yanking a battery from the glider and forcing the Goblin to retreat. Before leaving, the Green Goblin threatened Parker with a menacing promise. "We'll meet again." Finally, the terrace gave way, and Mary Jane plummeted toward the ground. Parker dove after her, catching her in his arms and swinging them both safely into the nearby garden. Narrator's voice emerges. Toby Spider-Man always prefers to hold those in need of rescue close in his own arms, believing that only then can he truly guarantee their safety. Eric ignored the bullets flying his way, strolling into the office building as if taking a leisurely walk in a garden. Inside, the robbers were baffled. Their normally flawless marksmanship inexplicably missed every time they aimed at him. By the time Nick Fury burst in, using cover and tactical maneuvers, Eric had already dealt with the first robber. Nick saw Eric tossing the criminal aside as casually as if he were taking out the trash. Hurriedly, Nick stepped forward, holstered his own pistol, picked up the submachine gun from the robber, and held it ready. He then took the handgun from the robber's leg and offered it to Eric. Eric shook his head and instead picked up a knife from the floor, twirling it in front of Nick Fury. Nick curled his lip and made a gesture, inviting Eric to take the lead. Eric chuckled softly and strode toward where the second robber was hiding. But before he could take more than a few steps, the two of them heard a metallic ping, followed by a round object tossed their way. Grenade! Nick Fury's eyes went wide, his pupils narrowing in alarm. Instantly, he ducked behind the far wall for cover. Eric, however, simply lifted his hand and flung the knife. The blade spun through the air, its handle striking the grenade dead center, sending it tumbling back the way it came. A deafening explosion rocked the room, tearing the robber apart. Eric calmly brushed the dust from his clothes, then waved to the utterly stunned Nick Fury. "Let's go." The blast drew the attention of two more robbers. Without a word, they raised their submachine guns and unleashed a hail of bullets. Nick Fury stayed behind the wall, occasionally reaching out to return fire. Eric, on the other hand, charged straight at them. "Watch out!" Nick Fury shouted, but didn't follow. Eric moved as if he could predict the future. In just a few steps, he dodged effortlessly time and again, evading every bullet the robbers fired. By the time he reached them, both were out of ammo. Stunned by Eric's display, The two robbers only snapped back to reality when they heard the click of their empty guns. They scrambled to draw their pistols from their legs. But Eric gave them no chance. In a flash, he landed a punch to one robber's chest, sending him flying backward, coughing blood, and unable to get up despite his struggles. The other robber was clearly more skilled. He sidestepped quickly, creating distance, and drew his handgun, firing immediately. Eric tilted his head, letting the bullet whiz by, then leapt forward. His left fist slammed into the robber's side, and as he rose, he followed up with a sharp elbow to the man's head. Before the robber could react, he collapsed to the ground. "Your speed is incredible, faster than any soldier I've ever seen." Nick Fury approached, checking each downed robber to make sure they were no longer a threat. "I told you," Eric replied. "I'm from Special Unit." Eric smiled kindly, took a grenade from the robber's belt, and without pulling the pin, hurled it straight at a pane of glass. The grenade smashed through several windows in a row and landed squarely on the head of a robber who was about to fire a sneaky shot. The robber collapsed to the floor without so much as a groan. Nick Fury hurried over and gave the man's head another good whack. "Let's go. There's no one left below. They're on the roof. I heard them. They've got a helicopter ready," Eric called out, then dashed toward the stairs. "The roof? Damn it. That's 40 stories up. How could you possibly hear that?" Nick Fury cursed, following close behind. After climbing just 2 flights, he realized how foolish he was being, smacked his forehead, and got into the elevator. By the time Nick Fury stepped out of the elevator, Eric was already locked in combat with 3 robbers. Muttering to himself about what a monster Eric was, Fury skirted around the brawl and raced toward the helicopter. He could fight robbers any day. Saving the hostages was what truly mattered. A heavy machine gun on the helicopter roared to life, sending a hail of bullets toward Nick Fury. He dove to the side, rolling across the rooftop and firing back as he moved. With hostages aboard the chopper, he could only aim at the pilot, hoping for the best. One of Fury's bullets struck the window right beside the pilot, whizzing past the man's nose. Startled, the pilot yanked the controls, and the helicopter began to lift off. "No, damn it," Fury spat, abandoning all restraint. He crouched behind a wall and tried to line up another shot, but his aim was hopeless. Whether with his submachine gun or his pistol, every bullet missed its mark, and soon he was out of ammo. The robbers on the helicopter sprayed a burst of gunfire at Fury's hiding place, forcing him to duck down and stay put. All he could do was watch helplessly as the helicopter pulled away from the rooftop. The chopper was already more than 10 meters above the building. The pilot, full of swagger, shot Nick Fury a middle finger, as if in retaliation for that close call. Fury gritted his teeth, slammed a fist on the ground, cursing his own powerlessness. Just then, a figure suddenly came sprinting from behind. He moved with incredible speed, sending up a spray of snow with every stride, accelerating like a cheetah in hot pursuit. "Eric, what are you doing?" Nick Fury shouted in alarm. But Eric had no time to answer. Every muscle in his body, enhanced by the super soldier serum, was pushed to the limit. His lungs expanded and contracted rapidly, drawing in more oxygen. His powerful heart pumped blood furiously throughout his body. Every muscle worked in perfect harmony, driving his speed ever higher. The gunner on the helicopter was momentarily stunned by Eric's speed, only snapping back to reality when the pilot shouted at him. But by then, it was too late. Eric reached the edge of the rooftop, crouched, and launched himself like a cannonball straight at the helicopter. Eric soared through the air, covering more than 10 meters before crashing hard into the helicopter. Without wasting a moment, he unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks, swiftly taking down several of the hijackers on board, leaving only the pilot behind. The pilot, a hardened man, realized he was no match for Eric. In desperation, he pulled out his pistol and fired wildly at the helicopter's instrument panel. Alarms blared instantly, black smoke began to pour out, and the helicopter started spinning out of control, threatening to plummet from the sky. Steadying himself, Eric scooped up the little girl, tied up nearby. Holding her close, he moved to the door of the helicopter, waited for the perfect moment, and leapt into the open air. "Eric!" Nick Fury shouted in alarm. At this distance, without the running start from before, there was no way Eric could make the jump. Nick Fury rushed to the edge of the rooftop just in time to see Eric, cradling the little girl, arc gracefully through the air. They struck the glass facade of the building with a tremendous impact, shattering a gaping hole in the curtain wall before tumbling inside. Nick Fury collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. He had truly been frightened out of his wits. After a moment, Fury forced himself to his feet and hurried downstairs, where he found Eric. Incredibly, Eric was completely unscathed. "You really are a monster," Fury muttered, staring at Eric, his lips trembling. "Hey man, I told you. I'm with a special division. Eric replied, carefully laying the unconscious girl on the floor and untying her bonds. All right, I believe you, Fury grumbled, waving a hand in exasperation as he pulled out his phone, ready to report to his superiors. But Eric stopped him. Fury, don't mention me to them. Why not? Fury asked, baffled. You saved the director's daughter. You're a hero. You deserve recognition. Save it. Recognition? Please. Eric scoffed, turning away. I'm with a special division. I don't exist. Fury, I'll be the hero. You take the credit. Deal. Nick Fury watched Eric's figure retreat into the distance, saying nothing. Silently, he made a vow to himself. I'm going to build a team like that. A team that doesn't exist. Eric Lenscher. Is he the one who helped you rescue my daughter? At S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, Director Alexander Pierce studied Eric's photograph thoughtfully. Yes, Director, Nick Fury replied, standing at the desk with a thick stack of reports in his hands. To be precise, it was he who saved your daughter. I was just there to assist. Don't sell yourself short, Fury. You're highly capable. If you weren't, I wouldn't have made you director of the New York branch, Alexander Pierce said, tossing the photo aside and interlacing his fingers, smiling. At Fury, in 5 years, I'll be stepping down from this position. When that time comes, I'll recommend you to the World Security Council. Nick Fury was taken aback, pointing to his own nose as he asked, Me? Yes, trust in your abilities. You can do it. Alexander stood up, giving Nick Fury an encouraging pat on the shoulder. All right, let's leave the future for the future. For now, let's talk about this Eric. You said his strength, speed, endurance, and reflexes are all far beyond those of an ordinary person. Do you think he's a mutant? Nick Fury pondered for a moment, then shook his head. I didn't have an X-gene detector with me, so I can't say for sure. But from everything I've observed, he actually reminds me of someone else. Oh, who? Steve Rogers, Captain America. Captain America? Alexander fell silent, tapping his fingers rhythmically on the table. Ever since Dr. Abraham Erskine's sacrifice in 1941, no one's been able to recreate the super soldier serum. Do you think Eric, or the organization behind him, might have found a way to replicate it? Nick Fury shook his head slowly. Director, I can't say for certain. All right, I'll assign someone to look into this. If there's nothing else, you may go. Director, during this incident, I noticed some things we've overlooked in the past. I believe we need a special team made up of people like Eric to handle extraordinary events. I've drafted a preliminary plan. Please take a look. As he spoke, Nick Fury handed his report to Alexander. Alexander took the report, but didn't open it. I'll read it later, Fury. Right now, our top priority is Project Insight. This plan will take 10, maybe 20 years to complete. For the sake of the world's safety, we can't afford mistakes. So, any other plans will have to take a back seat. Understood, Director. Good. You're dismissed. Once Nick Fury had left the office, Alexander pressed a button on his desk. John Garrett, come to my office. With that, he glanced at the report in his hand, sneered, and tossed it into the shredder. The Guardian Initiative? Childish. Eric was in high spirits. Even as thick snowflakes whipped across his face, he couldn't help but smile. The most cunning, the most devious spymaster, outwitted by me. Huh. I'd love to see his face when he finds out. I'm about to capture that moment for a meme. To say he tricked Nick Fury might be an overstatement. Eric had simply kept his own abilities under wraps, only displaying the superhuman physicality attributed to the super soldier serum. In truth, he'd just hidden a small part of himself. It's not the right time to reveal his abilities yet. What truly delighted him was the feeling of being a hero for the first time. It was wonderful beyond words. As expected, becoming a superhero is definitely the right choice. Eric hummed a cheerful tune as he strolled toward the office building he'd purchased a few months ago. Of course, it now bore a new name, Alice Industries. Just thinking about that name made Eric fume with frustration. He cursed himself for having been so deeply influenced by Magneto at the time, actually naming his company after his late wife. Now, even if he wanted to change it, it wouldn't be easy. Technically, the name could be changed, but doing so would inevitably stir gossip and harm the company's reputation. The name Alice Industries had once been splashed across the newspapers together with that $10 million bounty. The articles had clearly explained the origin of the name Alice. She was the lifelong beloved of Viscount Charles Lenscher and Eric Lenscher's mother. He had just inherited his father's company, and then immediately forgot his mother's name. What would people think of him? This was a pit he'd dug himself, and now he had to jump in, tears and all. After nearly half a year of renovations and remodeling, Alice Industries had been completely transformed. Its location, in New York City, was little more than a forgotten corner, nowhere near as bustling as the centrally located Stark Industrial Park. But Eric didn't mind. In fact, he preferred the tranquility. Thanks to substantial financial investment, the company's framework had rapidly taken shape. Its operations span mechanical engineering, bioengineering, genetic engineering, new energy, new materials, and more. Of course, the company didn't have any major projects yet. The only business at hand was handling processing jobs for other firms. To put it bluntly, at this stage Eric was little more than a glorified general contractor. Mr. Eric, have you finally remembered you have a company waiting for you to manage it? No sooner had Eric stepped inside than he was approached by a tall, striking woman, his executive assistant, whom he'd personally interviewed. "Oh, Jennifer, how's the view today?" Ignoring her complaint, Eric gave her an appreciative once-over. "View? What view? When you descended from the heavens, what did the sky look like?" Eric leaned in slowly, so close that their noses nearly touched. "Jennifer, you really do look like an angel." Jennifer rolled her eyes and took a step back. "Mr. Eric, playboys like you. There's a dozen on every street in New York." "Oh, but none of them are as handsome as I am, right?" Eric smoothed his hair and raised an eyebrow at Jennifer. She rolled her eyes again. "Mr. Eric, if you want to flirt with me, please fire me first. I don't do office romance. Thank you very much." All right, Jennifer, you're so heartless. You know I can't do without you." Eric feigned heartbreak and reached out, trying to take Jennifer's hand. Unfortunately, the cool and aloof executive assistant had no intention of letting him have his way. She slapped a thick report into his hand. "Mr. Eric, perhaps you should look at the company's financial report first. We're almost out of money. If we don't find something to do soon, the only outcome will be bankruptcy. Then the company will be snatched up by those ruthless bankers." "Bankruptcy? That's wonderful news." Eric tossed the report over his shoulder with a flourish, nearly leaping with delight. "That means I'll finally have a chance to win you over." With a heavy sigh, Jennifer smacked her own forehead. The urge to switch jobs surged within her once again. With a boss like this, bankruptcy was only a matter of time. She really ought to start looking for a new position as soon as possible. "All right, Jennifer, I'm done joking," Eric said, his tone turning serious. "Call everyone in for a meeting. We have work to do. This is an invention that will change the course of history." Eric carefully set a black iron block on the table. Around the conference table, the department heads craned their necks, straining to get a better look at the mysterious object. Ever since joining Alice Industries, they hadn't done any real work, just endless busy work that led nowhere. Their faith in this privileged heir had evaporated long ago. Most of them were simply collecting high salaries while waiting for the company to go under so they could jump ship to another firm. In fact, nearly all of them had already lined up their escape routes. Yet today, the young heir had returned without warning, holding a lump of iron he claimed was a groundbreaking invention. No one could resist their curiosity. Eric was pleased with their reaction. He tapped his knuckle on the table to draw everyone's attention. "Ladies and gentlemen, I know you're dissatisfied with me. You think I'm just a lucky rich kid, that this company is nothing more than a game my father and I play to kill time. But today, I'm here to tell you, before long, you'll be glad you chose to work for this company." Since the dawn of time, humanity has struggled with the challenge of travel. From the days of the wilds, we tamed horses. In the age of civilization, we invented carriages and wagons. It wasn't until the 18th century Industrial Revolution, when steam engines were applied to transportation, that people's travel speeds truly began to improve. In 1804, a British mining engineer named Richard Trevithick built the first locomotive powered by steam. Back then, trains could only reach 3 miles per hour. In modern times, technological advances have made trains faster and faster. But even now, they still can't keep up with our growing needs. Eric swept his gaze around the room, then gestured grandly at the black iron block. "Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to introduce the latest scientific breakthrough from Alice Industries, the Lancel 1, a superconductor. This will make magnetic levitation trains the top choice for travel in the future." After hearing Eric's explanation, all the department heads wore looks of disappointment. One of them stood up abruptly and said, "Mr. Eric, maybe you should buy a few magazines first and catch up on global technology news. Magnetic levitation trains are nothing new. Germany, Japan, and the UK all have maglev systems already in operation." "Of course I know that," Eric replied. "But do you know how long their tracks are? Do you know how fast their trains can go? Do you know how high their costs are? Do you know how much energy they consume per mile? Do you know how serious their radiation levels are?" He fixed his gaze on the manager, firing off questions in rapid succession, leaving the man speechless. "Ladies and gentlemen," Eric picked up the dark iron block on the table, raised it high above his head, and declared loudly, "This is the world's very first piece of room-temperature superconducting material." The room erupted into a flurry of whispers. The department heads leaned toward each other, some of the technology leads explaining the basics of room-temperature superconductors to their neighbors. A manager from mechanical engineering stood up in excitement. "Mr. Eric, Is what you're saying true? Does room temperature superconducting material really exist? A marketing supervisor, who had picked up bits and pieces of technical knowledge, also rose to ask, Mr. Eric, is this material's technology really mature? What does it cost? Mr. Eric, does this material have any radiation or other drawbacks? Mr. Eric. The conference room was in utter chaos, questions flying at Eric from all directions, but he answered them one by one, his smile never fading. These were the people he had headhunted from other companies at great expense, the future core of his enterprise. Now, he had to win them over in one fell swoop. All right, gentlemen. Eric waved his hand, signaling everyone to sit down. As he turned, he caught sight of Jennifer, who was just as stirred up, and said, Oh, pardon me. There's also a very lovely lady among us. The men in the room responded with knowing laughter. Everyone, first, let me make this clear. Lanchel 1 is a completely safe material, non-toxic, free of radiation. Second, its production cost is only slightly higher than extracting steel from iron ore. And finally, most importantly, we possess the complete technology to build maglev trains. Eric dropped yet another bombshell, reigniting the fervor in the room. Leaving behind some technical documents on the maglev train and Lanchel 1 for the managers to discuss among themselves, Eric left the conference room. He was Magneto. No one in the world understood magnetic fields better than he did. No one knew metals more intimately. For ordinary scientists, room temperature superconductors were an impossible dream. For him, it was merely a matter of altering and stabilizing magnetic fields. That piece of metal was really just a hunk of scrap iron, something he'd picked up off the street without a second thought. With his advanced technological prowess, it was child's play to replicate such magnetic field changes using science. As for the technology behind maglev trains, his intellect and forward-thinking memory allowed him to piece it together in no time at all. The company can wait. It's time to begin the enhancement plan. Eric returned to the apartment he'd temporarily rented, poured himself a glass of red wine, and gazed out the window at New York's glittering night skyline. In nearly 3 months, Eric had become completely attuned to this young, vigorous body. The super soldier serum had granted him physical abilities on par with Captain America. And with his magnetic field enhancement techniques, his body's capabilities were still steadily climbing. Given enough time, Captain America would be left far behind in the dust. When Eric crossed the cosmic passage, several unknown energies had invaded his body, constantly wreaking havoc within. He had managed to temporarily seal these energies inside himself using magnetic fields, but expelling them proved difficult. Only at the final moment of injecting the serum did he manage, through a surge of powerful electromagnetic pulses, to drive these energies out, restoring his mutant abilities to Omega level. What's more, his body was now younger than ever, his physical functions reaching heights Magneto had never before achieved. This newfound vitality allowed Eric to wield his powers with even greater force. At this point, relying on his abilities alone, he could crush the old Magneto with ease. But that still wasn't enough. He needed more power. Earth is a sieve. Marauders can come. The Kree can come. The Skrulls can come. The Chitauri can come. The Dark Elves can come. Thanos can come. In the future, too many crises await me. I have to get stronger. Eric raised his glass and drained it in one gulp. At the very least, I must be able to withstand that snap. To continue enhancing myself, the ICJ bed just can't meet my needs anymore. I have to go further. Yes, I need vibranium. Ulysses Clow, the arms dealer who traffics in vibranium. I need to find him. There's also someone else I must locate soon. My future plans will require her genes. One step at a time. I'll start with Ulysses Clow. Eric turned, ready to pour himself another drink, but out of the corner of his eye, he caught a tiny red dot on the building across the street. Instantly, his magnetic sense swept outward, scanning the entire opposite building from top to bottom. Oomph. An X-gene detector. Who is it? William Stryker? Or Bolivar Trask? To think, it's actually Hydra. Eric toyed with a small device in his hand, about the size of a car key, its red light blinking steadily as it emitted a soft beeping alarm. This is the X-gene detector, an invention of the dwarf scientist Bolivar Trask, and one of the things mutants despise the most. The detector, having sensed Eric's X-gene, had been blaring its alarm without pause. Yet Eric showed no intention of silencing it. Instead, he observed the man kneeling before him with a playful glint in his eyes. John Garrett, on the surface, a senior S.H.I.E.L.D. agent, in secret a Hydra elite and, in the future, the clairvoyant. Nick Fury. So, in the end, that guy sold me out. You just can't trust these agents for a second. Though Eric said this, there wasn't a trace of surprise in his tone. He knew all too well the nature of that spy master. I didn't expect the Insight program to be activated so soon. It seems some of my plans can begin ahead of schedule. Garrett, stand up. Garrett's eyes were empty and unfocused as he slowly got to his feet. He had come to investigate Eric, but now, Eric had taken over his mind, prying out every secret hidden in Garrett's head. Take this to Alexander Pierce, Eric commanded, handing Garrett a lavishly crafted dagger. Tell him, remember blood and honor. The glory of Hydra will return. With a wave of his hand, Eric dismissed Garrett. Once Garrett was gone, Eric stared at his own smooth left forearm, lost in thought. There had once been a tattoo there, one that had followed Magneto through 2 lifetimes, a number, a shame, a hatred etched into the bone. That mark had come with Eric into this universe, but vanished when he was injected with the super soldier serum. It had been the symbol of the Nazi concentration camps, where Jews had no names, only numbers. The dagger had been found among the Nazi treasures atop Mount Todi in the Alps. 30 centimeters long, its hilt and sheath were adorned with intricate, elegant patterns, etched into the blade with the German words, blood and honor, and at the hilt's end, the lightning bolt insignia of the SS. It was a dagger of the Nazi SS. Eric had, with his own powers, altered several small details, adding gems, replacing the lightning bolt emblem. At the pommel with Hydra's skull insignia. Thus, the dagger had taken on another form, one used in the past only by Red Skull's personal guard. The glory of Hydra? Who? Red Skull? He's not worthy of it. Oof. Alexander, fuming, knocked the dagger from Garrett's hand. If it hadn't been for his stubbornness back then, Hydra would have ruled the world by now. Garrett stood silently to the side. Only when Alexander's anger had ebbed did he quietly pick up the dagger. All right, you may go. And in the future, keep your distance from that man. Red Skull's bodyguards? They're all lunatics. Eric held the X-gene detector in his hand as he returned to the newly rebuilt secret laboratory, determined to carry out a bold experiment to conceal his own X-gene. In this universe, the X-Men had yet to reverse the future, and mutants were still suffering in dire straits. The doors of Professor Xavier's school for gifted youngsters remained tightly shut, only opening occasionally to admit a few new mutant students. Magneto's Brotherhood of Mutants was still on the run, seizing every opportunity to cause disruption. William Stryker's Weapon X program continued unabated, claiming the lives of new mutants in its experiments every day. Meanwhile, Bolivar Trask's Sentinel robots were still in the lab stage. Without Mystique's gene, his research had hit a bottleneck. This world was filled with hostility toward mutants. Hiding his X-gene was an idea Eric had contemplated long ago. Sooner or later, his abilities would be exposed to the public, and revealing his mutant identity prematurely could only bring harm, not benefit. The method, in fact, was quite simple, by means of a drug. Back in a universe ruled by Thanos, Wolverine used Blink's power to travel to the past, possessing his younger self, and joining forces with Professor X to rescue Magneto from the Pentagon. At that time, Professor X had used a serum developed by Beast, Hank McCoy, to cure his paralysis, but the cost was the temporary suppression of his X-gene, stripping him of his prized psychic abilities. That serum had originally been created by Beast, and Magneto had easily acquired the formula. He had once conceived the idea of modifying the drug into a version that would be harmless to mutants, yet capable of concealing the X-gene. Ultimately, however, he never put the plan into action, believing that mutants should have their own pride, and that his self-respect would not allow him to scurry into hiding like a rat. Eric, on the other hand, felt no such psychological burden. He needed time to hone his powers and expand his influence. Facing off against Stryker and Trask now would cost him precious time. The refinement of the serum did not go smoothly. With no other test subjects available, Eric could only experiment on himself. Each time he found a new formula, he would inject it, only to experience the complete loss of his abilities, sudden mood swings, or bouts of uncontrollable rage. Fortunately, he had previously injected the super soldier serum, granting him high resistance to toxins and drugs. Any side effects would quickly fade. After 2 grueling weeks of trial and error, the improved serum was finally ready. Eric let out a long sigh of relief, picked up the syringe, and injected himself in the arm. Then he switched on the X-gene detector. Silence. Hardly daring to believe it, he switched the detector off and on again. Still nothing. It worked. It finally worked. If it hadn't, I would have lost my mind. Half a month had passed before Eric finally stumbled out of the laboratory, dazed and disoriented. The brilliant sunlight stung his eyes. Research really isn't for humans, he muttered. I need to unwind, find some fun. Margaret's Sisters Bar, the school for rebellious girls. Hey, this is the place. Eric pushed open the bar's door, and a thick wave of tobacco mixed with alcohol nearly drove him back outside. Then the deafening music and wild, hysterical shouts hit him, making him regret coming here even before he stepped in. "Hey, pretty boy, out of the way!" A burly white guy tried to get in, but Eric was blocking the entrance. The man impatiently reached out to shove him, but no matter how hard he pushed, Eric wouldn't budge. The man's expression immediately soured. "Who are you calling pretty boy?" Eric turned around, grabbed his wrist, and squeezed just a bit. The big man's face changed in an instant, sweat beading on his forehead, his cheeks turning a deep shade of red. Yet he refused to back down, glaring at Eric with eyes as big as saucers. Hey, guys, let's keep it moving. The readers really don't want to see you making out at the bar door." A handsome man walked over, looking like he wanted to go in too. With Eric and the big guy blocking the way, he had no choice but to squeeze past them. "Oh, sorry, I think I brushed your balls. They're huge. Your girlfriend must be thrilled." The man ignored the big guy's murderous glare and forced his way into the bar. With the tension broken by this interruption, Eric lost interest in the scuffle. He snorted and walked into the bar. The big guy followed close behind, shouting as soon as he got in, "Wade, you bastard! I'm gonna kill you." The scene inside was exactly as Eric had imagined. Chaos and noise everywhere. The air was thick with the scent of nicotine and alcohol, layered with the stink of sweat and the sour tang of vomit from drunken patrons. It was a cocktail of odors that stung the senses. On the stage at the center of the bar, a few skilled women in minimal clothing danced the kind of dances every man liked, surrounded by a ring of muscle-bound men raising their glasses and shouting with abandon. "Hey, buddy, what'll it be?" The bartender had clearly seen it all before, greeting the scene with perfect calm. "Beer. Put on Wade's tab." The big guy seemed to have forgotten the earlier confrontation. He grabbed a beer and went off to brag at a nearby table. Wade, who had come in before, sat alone at the counter, drinking gloomily and muttering to himself, looking utterly dejected. "And you, friend? First time here? What can I get you?" The bartender leaned on the counter, eyeing Eric up and down. Eric casually tossed a few Franklins on the bar. The bartender's eyes gleamed green with delight as he swiftly pocketed the bills, his face breaking into what he thought was his friendliest smile. "Sir, what would you like to drink?" "I only want the best." Eric pulled out another thick stack of Franklins and slapped them down on the counter. "Your best whiskey and your best mercenaries." "Hey, guys, we've got a big spender tonight," the bartender shouted, rousing a chorus of wild howls from the crowd before turning around to pour Eric a drink. "How should I address you?" he asked. "You can call me Mole." The bartender placed the whiskey in front of Eric and swept his arm across the room. "All our mercenaries here are the best you'll ever find." "That's right. We're the best." A fresh wave of cheers and wolfish laughter erupted from the mercenaries below. "Tonight's on me." Eric lifted his glass with impeccable manners, saluting them before downing it in one go. The mercenaries roared and emptied their drinks, their laughter booming through the bar. Eric ordered another whiskey, then jerked his chin toward Wade, who was still staring off into space. "What's up with that guy?" Mole shrugged with a helpless smile. "That's Wade Wilson. He just found out his girlfriend cheated on him." "Oh, that's rough." Eric pushed his glass toward Wade. "Wade, looks like you need a new reason to get up in the morning." Wade glanced up listlessly. "You hitting on me? Or do you want me to go down on you?" "Ah, sorry, man. He's always like this. Watch your ears. He's at the mouth of sewer. Don't take it to heart." Mole rushed to smooth things over, worried Eric might take offense. Of course Eric knew just how foul this guy's mouth could be. In the universe ruled by Emperor Thanos, he'd had more than enough of this avocado-faced bastard's sick jokes. Still, he had to admit, beneath all that, Wade was a good man at heart. Eric waved it off, unfazed, then pulled out a pen and scribbled a name on the future Deadpool's arm. "Find this little girl for me. She should be about 3 to 5 years old now." With that, Eric slipped a gold bar into Wade's jacket pocket. "That's your retainer. Find her, and you'll get 10 times more." "Well, for gold like that, I'm in. Just send the details over," Wade said, buttoning his pocket and perking up instantly. Mole watched, eyes wide with envy. Sir, about this finding people business, I think I could do it too." "Oh, Mr. Mole, you're good at finding people." Eric eyed him with a sly smile. "Of course. I have friends everywhere." Mole thumped his chest with confidence. "All right, then you help me find someone too. His name is Ulysses Clow." Mole's face froze. Who? Ulysses Clow. I'm sure a man like you could track him down." He's not easy to find." Mole swallowed hard. Eric chuckled, tossing him a gold bar. "I believe you'll figure something out." With that, he stood up, ready to leave. "Hey man, you haven't given me the mission details yet." Wade called out to him. Eric looked at him in surprise, gesturing to his own arm. "Didn't I already give this to you?" he asked. "What? Just a name? Why don't you go ask Gandalf or Dumbledore?" Wade spun his dagger with a flourish and mimed casting a spell. "Oh, sorry, it's not just one name. It might be two," Eric said, as if suddenly remembering something. He picked up a pen and wrote another name on Wade's dagger. She has two names, and I'm not sure which one she uses now. She's half Asian, that's all I know. Only then did Wade realize Eric wasn't playing games with him. He put away his dagger and made a note of both names on his own arm. Two names, mixed Asian heritage, 3 to 5 years old, a girl. Is she your secret daughter? Or are you into little girls? Okay, I'll shut up. Just get your gold ready. I'll come collect it anytime. My door is always open for you. Eric replied. Truth be told, Wade wasn't the best person for this job. Eric didn't really expect him to find a girl. This was more about giving Wade some money and making a friend. In a way, he just wanted to plant a seed of good fortune with the future Deadpool, an act of kindness, if you will. Deep down, Eric still harbored a faint, unrealistic hope. The fourth wall. I wonder if it really exists. A month later, Mole got in touch with Eric. It turned out he hadn't been exaggerating about his connections. Through a friend of a friend, he managed to track down the arms dealer, Ulysses Clow. The arms dealer was extremely cautious. Even with a personal introduction, he didn't meet Eric himself, but sent a body double who looked remarkably like him. Eric didn't bother with small talk. As soon as they met, he took control of the double and followed the trail, easily locating the real arms dealer at an abandoned dock. Not bad. You got some skills that found me so quickly. Ulysses called down from his perch atop a battered old ship, looking down at Eric with confidence. Around him, over 100 mercenaries aimed their weapons at Eric. Eric gave a soft chuckle, finding the situation almost amusing. He hadn't felt the slightest fear with 100 missiles pointed at him when killing Sebastian Shaw. Did they really think 100 guns would scare him now? With a snap of his fingers, a subtle electromagnetic pulse rippled out, and every electronic device within 2 miles sputtered and died in a haze of smoke. He couldn't afford to take chances. The arms dealer carried a massive bounty, and no matter how careful he was, there were bound to be 1 or 2 agents lurking nearby. Eric had no intention of exposing himself. Next, he lifted his hand ever so slightly. The mercenaries' guns wrenched themselves free, floated into the air, and spun around, now pointing at their startled owners. Panic swept through the ranks. Mutant Ulysses showed no sign of panic. With his right hand hidden behind his back, he quietly morphed it into a sonic gun that shimmered with blue light. Vibranium technology, truly, is remarkable. Eric's eyes gleamed as he sensed the change in Ulysses' hand. His electromagnetic pulse was designed to disable electronic devices, yet this concealed sonic weapon had easily shrugged it off. Clearly, vibranium technology was on a whole different level from conventional tech. You're here for the vibranium? There's really no need for all this. There's no vibranium here. Only I know where it's stored. We could sit down and talk this out. Ulysses was making one last effort. He had no desire to become enemies with such a powerful mutant. Oh, so you really do have vibranium? Eric seemed persuaded, lowering the firearms he'd been controlling. The mercenaries around them audibly breathed a sigh of relief. Of course, with enough money, Ulysses can get his hands on anything. Ulysses straightened up with pride, a smile spreading across his face. Yet his tobacco-stained teeth made Eric feel nothing but disgust. Eric turned away and glanced around. Aside from what Ulysses was wearing, there really was no sign of vibranium. Even Ulysses' coat was made from vibranium, though its content was rather low. In truth, I didn't come for the vibranium. I came for you. Manipulating the magnetic field, Eric slowly rose into the air, drifting toward Ulysses. Ulysses acted without hesitation. He swung the sonic gun in front of him, but no matter how he tried, he couldn't aim it at Eric. Damn mutant! Ulysses cursed, twisting his arm fiercely to detach the sonic gun from his own limb before turning to flee. No need to rush. Let's sit down and have a proper chat. Eric beckoned with a gentle wave. Instantly, Ulysses' vibranium coat tightened around him, yanking him back and forcing him into the seat before Eric. Since when did mutants become Wakanda's lapdogs? No, actually, you'll be my ticket into Wakanda. Eric raised a finger and tapped it lightly against Ulysses' forehead. Instantly, Ulysses' eyes went blank and unfocused. Where's the vibranium? It's gone, Ulysses replied in a daze. The answer made Eric frown. He thought his control must have failed, so he tried again, but the answer remained unchanged. What's going on? Chaka came. He killed Njobu and took all the vibranium. Under Eric's control, Ulysses spilled everything he knew. It turned out that 2 months ago, Prince Njobu of Wakanda had acted as an inside man for Ulysses, helping him steal 250 kilograms of vibranium from Wakanda before vanishing. Without a trace, they thought no one would be able to find them, and certainly no one would ever suspect Prince Njobu. But to their surprise, Prince Njobu's sworn brother, his closest confidant, was also a Wakandan spy sent to America, the son of Azure. Now, both of them were in deep trouble. Chaka personally came to the United States, tracked down his own younger brother in California, and planned to take him back to Wakanda. Unexpectedly, during the confrontation, he accidentally killed him. Afterward, Chaka seemed to channel the fury over his brother's death onto Ulysses, hunting him relentlessly. Though Ulysses barely escaped with his life, he lost all the vibranium he had painstakingly collected over the years, left only with a battered coat and a sonic blaster. So, after all the trouble I went through to find you, I don't even get the slightest benefit out of it. Eric was so furious, he felt as if he could spit blood. He slapped Ulysses hard across the face twice. Ulysses stared back at him in a daze, showing no reaction whatsoever. No, this won't do. Even if it's a tiger, I have to at least get a tuft of its fur. Get up. We're going to Wakanda. Eric yanked Ulysses up by the collar, but then seemed to remember something. Or maybe I should make a stop in California first. Oakland, California. To save time, Eric flew straight to California with Ulysses in tow, arriving in less than an hour. He easily found the hideout where Prince and Joby used to stay. The room was a mess, thick with dust. Judging by the tracks, more than one group had been here already. Clearly, the security in this neighborhood was lacking. Eric meticulously searched every bookshelf and behind every wall, but still didn't find what he was looking for. He knew he had arrived too late. What a headache. If I can't find the goods, then I'll just have to find the people. Once I find them, the goods will turn up. That night, Eric donned his skull mask and swept through more than a dozen local gangs, big and small, in one fell swoop. The largest gang had over 100 members, hundreds of firearms, and even 2 mutant enforcers. The smallest was barely more than a dozen freelancers scraping by on protection rackets. Eric didn't care what size or strength they were. Anyone he could find, he took control of. Then, the manhunt began on a grand scale. With Ulysses providing details like height, weight, and appearance, the gangs, large and small, went wild searching for their target. The people of Oakland, seeing the gangs mobilize, thought another turf war was about to break out. Anyone who could hide hurried home, and the once lively streets quickly grew deserted. The local police, sensing something was wrong, dispatched officers to keep a close watch on the situation. But this time, the usual troublemakers weren't smashing, robbing, or stealing. They weren't making any noise at all. They were simply, single-mindedly, looking for someone. They had no reason to make an arrest, so they could only stand by and watch in silence. Before long, a young black boy, barely in his teens, was brought before Eric. A few street thugs had even found a thick diary on him. Eric Stevens, what a coincidence. You actually chose the name Eric, too. Eric smiled, gently ruffling the boy's hair. The boy flinched warily, but couldn't avoid his touch. What's your real name? If I remember correctly, it's Njidaka, isn't it? Eric's question made the future little Black Panther widen his eyes, stealing glances around, as if searching for a way to escape. You don't have to think about running, Eric chuckled. I'm here to take you home. He flashed what he thought was a very kind smile. I don't have a home. The little Black Panther uttered his first words since meeting Eric, his voice laced with sorrow, anger, and resentment, his eyes burning with stubborn defiance. No, you do. Wakanda is your home. Eric opened the diary. Good. Entries in both English and Wakandan. There was no need to worry about not understanding. You're from Wakanda? The little Black Panther grew agitated at once, clenching his small fist so tightly his knuckles whitened. His eyes blazed with hostility, and he almost broke free from the thugs holding him. Eric quickly found what he was looking for in the diary. He closed it and pressed it back into the boy's arms. No, I'm just a passerby, a good Samaritan who wants to take you home and maybe visit for a while. Wakanda isn't my home. They kill my father. Child, when someone makes a mistake, they must face the consequences, no matter who they are. Eric patted his head gently. The little Black Panther's eyelids grew heavier and heavier, and soon he drifted into sleep. Before long, a smile appeared on his face. Perhaps, in his dreams, he'd found his father again. Eric gestured for Ulysses to pick up the little Black Panther, then snapped his fingers. In an instant, the thugs surrounding them collapsed to the ground. They wouldn't die, but Eric had forcibly wiped the last few days from their memories. The principle was simple. He controlled the blood flow to violently assault the most active regions of their cerebral cortex, destroying those cells, and thus erasing the memories. It was a physical obliteration, so even a telepath as powerful as Professor X couldn't retrieve anything useful. He'd erased Ulysses' men's memories in the same way before. As for the headaches they'd suffer for a few days, that was none of Eric's concern. Let's go to the Kenyan savannah. 3 days later, Eric arrived in Kenya with Ulysses and the little Black Panther. They were accompanied by another person, his beautiful secretary, Jennifer. Ever since inheriting old Charles's title and fortune, he could be considered something of a celebrity. Within the United States, This didn't attract much attention, but once he traveled abroad, he easily became the focus of others, especially the likes of Hydra and S.H.I.E.L.D., who had been watching him all along. Not knowing how long he would need to be away, he was reluctant to sneak off by private jet, so instead, he dutifully boarded a commercial flight. Under the pretense of an overseas business inspection, his entourage soon landed in Kenya. A billionaire, no less, a European noble. Coming to such a small, impoverished place for an inspection drew considerable attention from the local government. The commercial department sent over a handful of mid-level officials to greet them at the airport. Eric adopted the air of a careless playboy, his gaze filled with disdain. Jennifer, seeing that attitude, was furious. She was already busy. Enough at the company, and now she had to run off to Africa as well. Didn't he know how harsh the African sun could be on a woman's skin? My dear CEO, can you finally tell me what we're doing here? Jennifer managed a polite smile in front of the Kenyan officials, but as soon as they reached the hotel, her expression darkened at once. My dearest Jennifer, I saw how hard you've been working at the company, so I brought you here for a vacation. How could you not appreciate my kindness? I am truly heartbroken. Eric feigned wiping away tears, his voice brimming with mock grievance. Jennifer took a deep breath, gazing up at the sky, closing her eyes to compose herself, doing her best not to lose her temper. All right, Jennifer, Kenya is one of the cradles of humankind. Its history stretches back to ancient times. Tomorrow, we'll go exploring. Who knows, maybe we'll even stumble upon some prehistoric human ruins. Mr. Eric, our maglev test track has been successfully completed. The maglev train is built and has already had a flawless trial run. With a bit more data, we can submit everything to the railway authorities. Once we pass inspection, we could receive our first orders. Our time is precious. We don't have the luxury to go hunting for prehistoric ruins. This time, the assistant to the CEO was truly furious, unleashing a torrent of complaints on Eric. Eric chuckled. Of course, I know all that. But, Jennifer, you need to think further ahead. He stood up and poured Jennifer a glass of red wine, saying, Our maglev technology is the most advanced in the world, and our room temperature superconductors are utterly unique. In America, and in the entire world, we have no rivals. Of course we— Let me finish, Eric interrupted, waving his hand. The maglev train is an incredibly promising project. It's going to shake up the traditional transportation industry in a big way, but no country would turn down such a disruption, because it represents the future. Eric stretched out both hands. He opened one palm and said, No competition. Then he opened the other palm. The government will definitely support us. Finally, he brought his hands together in a tight clasp, fixing his gaze on Jennifer. Tell me, what kind of future do you think awaits us? We'll lead the global railway industry. Jennifer jumped to her feet, excitement shining in her eyes. She had dreamed of this future countless times. No. Eric shook his head slowly, his hands spreading apart once again. We're going to crash and burn. Why? Jennifer gasped. Because we don't have the strength to swallow such a big piece of the pie. If we get too greedy, we'll only end up choking ourselves. At their peak, there were over 6,000 railroad companies in the United States. After years of mergers and acquisitions, there are still nearly 1,000 today. The six largest, BNSF, and others, control nearly 80% of the nation's rail business. You compiled this data for me. You know it better than I do. Of course, but our technology is decades ahead of theirs, and our prices are lower. But we lack connections. Eric sighed. The U.S. government will work with us. We'll never be sure of orders. As powerful as those companies are, they can't sway the White House. But they'll trip us up elsewhere, like with raw materials. Steel, aluminum, copper, the basic stuff they can't control. But some specialized materials, well, that's another story. Eric took out a small, gray metal sphere and placed it on the table. Bathed in sunlight, the orb gleamed with a dazzling metallic luster. Take this, for example, niobium. Niobium. Jennifer picked up the little sphere carefully, holding it to her eyes for a closer look. So, this is niobium? I've never seen it before. The tech guys say it's cheap, but crucial for synthesizing Lancashire one. Niobium really is cheap, just a few $dozen a pound. But it's a niche material. Only 5 or 6 companies sell it in the whole country, and we're heavily dependent on it. Without niobium, we can't build Lancashire one. If those few companies are controlled, and customs gets a little nudge, we'll be cut off from niobium completely. That's serious? I'd better tell them to order more. Jennifer leaped up, grabbing the phone to place an order, but Eric quickly stopped her. It won't help. How much can you really stock up right now? Its production volume is right there for all to see. Even if we offered several times the usual price, we still wouldn't be able to secure much. Nowhere near enough to meet our future demand. And besides, niobium isn't the only example of this. So what should we do? Jennifer's beautiful face was filled with anxiety. Eric chuckled, gesturing toward the scenery outside the window. That's exactly why we're here right now. Look over there, Mount Marima. There are vast niobium deposits there, but the mining equipment in use is still stuck 40 years in the past. At this, Jennifer's eyes lit up. She hurried to the window, peering out as far as she could see. Eric stepped up behind her and pointed in another direction. Look over there, Tomoda. You'll find barite there. And that way, Gil, one of the world's largest diatomite mines. And over there, Jennifer's gaze followed Eric's finger from place to place. As she breathed in the scent of him, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush. This man, despite his seemingly freewheeling attitude, always managed to surprise her. He was impossible not to be curious about. The next day, leaving Jennifer to accompany the local business officials on their inspection, Eric set off from the city with his bodyguard, Ulysses, and his servant, the little golden leopard. He paid a premium for an off-road vehicle and headed toward the open grasslands, off to survey the prehistoric civilization ruins. The off-road vehicle sped across the vast savanna, leaving a long trail of tire marks in its wake. Ulysses focused intently on driving up front, while Eric reclined in the back seat, hands cradling his head. The little golden leopard fed him grapes one by one. It was the very picture of a wealthy young heir on an outing. If only there were a couple of beauties along for the ride, it would have been even more convincing. As noon approached, the sun grew fiercer over the grassland. Eric squinted against the glare, then casually pointed upward. Instantly, a special magnetic field enveloped the vehicle, dimming the light inside and taking the edge off the burning sunlight. After all, light is just another form of electromagnetic wave. Back in the days of the Emperor Thanos universe, Magneto could twist light to become invisible. Now, Eric simply filtered out some of the ultraviolet rays, making the light less blinding. Aren't we there yet? After hours on the road, even lying down, Eric was feeling weary. He'd originally wanted to fly, but considering Wakanda's unpredictable tech tree, he decided driving was safer. Who knew if they had anti-aircraft weapons set up around here? We're almost there. This is Lake Turkana. Ethiopia's border is on the right. A little farther ahead, there's a small road that leads straight to Wakanda. Ulysses knew the terrain well. After all, if you've robbed someone here before, it pays to study the escape routes. How much longer? Eric sat up, ready to move on. It's about an hour's drive, Ulysses answered truthfully. All right, stop the car and get in the back, Eric commanded. He directed the young leopard to tie Ulysses up and toss him onto the back seat, while the young leopard took the front passenger seat and Eric himself got behind the wheel. They were almost at their destination. Time to put on an act, after all. Before long, Eric spotted a few black men in the distance herding cattle. They wore very primitive clothing and carried long spears. Their heads were shaved and they were barefoot, watching Eric's car with intense wariness. What a waste of wealth. Their clothes and spears are actually made of vibranium. Do they know how much that must be worth? Eric sensed the situation among the men, and his mouth twitched in disbelief. A black man approached the SUV, gesturing and shouting, sometimes slapping the car as he did so. His eyes were filled with curiosity about the vehicle and a deep wariness toward outsiders. If Eric didn't already know this was just an act, he might have believed he really was facing an African tribesman. Greetings, I am Eric Lynshire, Viscount from the United States. I've come to request an audience with King Chaka and to present to him a criminal of Wakanda. As he spoke, Eric pointed to Ulysses tied up in the back seat. Ulysses played along, struggling against his bonds. When the men saw Ulysses, their expressions instantly changed. Fury flashed across their faces, and one of them raised his spear and lunged forward. The spear glinted with faint blue light. Vibranium technology had been activated. The man had wielded a spear all his life and handled his weapon as naturally as his own arm, striking both swiftly and steadily. The spearhead was aimed straight at Ulysses' brow, and in a second, it would have pierced right through. Suddenly, a hand shot out and firmly caught the vibranium spear. No matter how hard the man tried to push, he couldn't drive it forward even an inch. The man turned to Eric, hostility burning in his eyes. Hey, he's my trophy. Eric tightened his grip and slowly pushed the spear out the window. I know you understand English. Help me get in touch with King Chaka. I have something important to discuss with him. The man stared at him suspiciously for a long moment before finally waving his hand. Another man behind him darted into a nearby, thatched hut. Watching this, Eric couldn't help but purse his lips. He'd already tracked these men right to their doorstep, clearly showing he knew plenty about them, yet they were still this cautious, using a Kimoyo bead, and even then, hiding away in a hut to do it. Before long, a sleek black aircraft appeared, its body elliptical with a turbine engine on each side. Blue flames roared from the thrusters at the rear. Eric stood calmly, watching as the craft landed. A bald woman emerged, dressed in red and carrying a spear. Her eyes were wide and bulging. Eric stared at her eyes for a while, almost wanting to ask, "Where did you get those eyes? How are they so big and round?" "So, you're the one who brought Ulysses?" The bald woman glared with beady eyes, sweeping her gaze twice over Ulysses. "Of course, he's my trophy." Eric leaned against the car with a smirk, reaching through the window to give Ulysses a couple of slaps on the face. The bald woman stared at him for a long moment before finally turning toward the aircraft. "Bring him. The king wants to see you." Eric shrugged, pulling the little golden leopard along as he followed her. "He can't come." The bald woman suddenly spun around, pointing at the little golden leopard. "The king will only see you and Ulysses." "Oh, are you sure?" Eric's smile was tinged with both amusement and challenge. "He's actually more important than I am. If you really send him away, the king might just have your head." The bald woman's expression changed instantly. Her eyes swept over the little golden leopard, finally resting on his chest, where a necklace hung with a ring. "That's the king's ring." "Who are you?" she cried out in shock. "I am Jobu's son, Jadaka." The bald woman immediately knelt down in a gesture of respect, then rose in motion for the little golden leopard to lead the way. The boy glanced at Eric, took a deep breath, straightened his back, and walked onto the aircraft. The craft rose smoothly into the air, so steady that Eric couldn't feel the slightest bump or tremor. Once again, he found himself impressed by Wakanda's advanced technology. Through the panoramic window, Eric gazed out at the endless expanse of the Kenyan savanna. Yet after only a few minutes of flight, the scenery outside suddenly transformed. Towering skyscrapers pierced the clouds, high-speed trains flashed past, and countless aircraft soared overhead. All of this was set against a backdrop of traditional African architecture, so rich in local character that anyone who saw it might think they'd landed on another planet. Eric took it all in, and his magnetic sense quietly reached out. Trains, aircraft, weapons, cloaking devices, the inner workings of it all unfolded before him in crystal clarity. Vibranium. It was all vibranium. Vibranium was both their material and their energy source. As expected, Wakanda's entire technological tree was utterly dependent on this metal. Without it, they'd be nothing. But then again, who could possibly steal all of Wakanda's vibranium? Wait a second. Maybe I could. Eric felt his power stirring eagerly. The more he thought about it, the more he realized he truly had the ability to plunder Wakanda. If he could control vibranium, he could control Wakanda's very lifeblood. Their weapons couldn't touch him, their defenses couldn't stop him. And with Wakanda hidden by its invisible shield, satellites from above saw nothing of what happened here. As long as he acted cleanly, perhaps no one would ever know what transpired. Should I take it all or not? The aircraft settled gently at the palace. Eric held the little golden leopard's hand in his left, hauled Ulysses with his right, and followed the bald woman off the craft. But as soon as he stepped down, he found she was nowhere to be seen. 2 rows of bald women swiftly emerged, each one identical. The same shaved heads, the same crimson battle attire, the same vibranium-tipped spears, the same beaded, vigilant eyes. Yes, these were the royal guards of Wakanda. The woman guiding him blended seamlessly into their ranks, and Eric could no longer tell one from another. Were these women cloned or something? Eric muttered under his breath as he glanced left and right, drawing sharp, hostile stares from the women nearest him. "Welcome, honored guests from afar," boomed a deep voice. King Chaka approached, supporting the queen as they walked slowly together. The queen's belly was prominently rounded, her face radiant with maternal pride. She was expecting, Eric realized, this must be the little sister of the Black Panther, Shuri, a super genius whose intellect would one day rival Tony Stark's. Beside the king and queen stood 2 children, a boy and a girl. The boy, to Eric's surprise, was the young Black Panther he had met when he first crossed into this world. The girl seemed familiar too, prompting Eric to take a closer look. A sharp cough interrupted his thoughts. The queen frowned in displeasure, clearly unimpressed by Eric's lack of manners. "Oh, pardon me," Eric apologized, pulling his gaze away. "Something crossed my mind for a moment." With that, he tossed Ulysses at his feet. "Your Majesty, I am Viscount Eric Lenshare. While in America, I happened to apprehend a criminal wanted by Wakanda, and have come to present him to your Majesty." "Ulysses Clow," King Chaka said, his tone grave. "He stole vital military resources from Wakanda, slaughtered our people, and caused tremendous destruction. We are deeply grateful that you have brought him here from so far away." The king crossed his arms over his chest and bowed his head in the traditional Wakandan salute. The queen and the 2 children followed suit with earnest attempts of their own. "There's no need for thanks. Eric replied with a bow. It's my honor to assist Wakanda in even the smallest way. Viscount Eric Lenshare, the banquet is prepared. Please join us. King Chaka led Eric into the palace, where Eric could not help but exclaim in admiration at every turn, the grand architecture, the profound sense of history, the dazzling technology. His praise flowed freely, making the king and queen beam with pride. Once everyone had taken their seats, Eric finally caught sight of the other tribal leaders. The head of the merchant tribe was a woman, likely in her 30s or 40s, with sharp, triangular eyes. She wore enormous earrings on both ears and had her head wrapped in a colorful, tattered cloth. The border tribe's chief was an elderly man, his hand gripping a staff. His face was covered with dense tattoos, so much so that his original skin tone was almost impossible to discern. Eric recalled that in their customs, the more tattoos, the higher one's status. A young man stood behind him, his own face similarly adorned. The chief of the mining tribe was an elderly woman, her figure rather plump, with dozens of tiny braids woven into her hair, each tipped with various ornaments. The chief of the river tribe was the most eccentric, a gaunt man with 3 large, blue-green discs wedged into both his lower lip and earlobes. Whenever he opened his mouth, drool would stream out uncontrollably. Eric only caught a glimpse before a wave of goosebumps swept over him. It was simply revolting. King Chaka introduced Eric to each leader in turn, and Eric nodded politely to every one of them. Outwardly, he appeared exceedingly humble, but in truth, his thoughts had already wandered far away. What did it matter to him what these oddly dressed people were called? And this, King Chaka said, pausing before a young girl, is Miss Aurora Monroe, my son's fiancée and the future queen of Wakanda. At that moment, Eric's attention was instantly drawn to the girl. So that's Storm. No wonder she looked so familiar. Haha, a chibi version of Storm, with those round, chubby cheeks. I can't help but want to pinch them. Hard to imagine she'll one day grow into that regal, queenly figure. I have to find a way to snap a photo later and use it as a meme. Storm wasn't just an ordinary mutant. Her family, the Monroes, were like a dynasty of witches in Kenya, their magical heritage stretching back 1,000 years. Magic pulsed through their bloodline, undiminished by time, and the X gene had never faded. Each generation was both a sorcerer and a mutant, every one of them able to command the weather. The only difference lay in the extent of their mastery. In Aurora's generation, her magical powers and mutant abilities fused, raising her potential even higher. At her peak, Storm could even command solar storms. To destroy the Earth would be as simple as a flick of her hand. As for being engaged at such a young age, Eric couldn't be bothered. In Africa, it was common for teenagers to have children. For these two to just be childhood sweethearts with a betrothal and wait till they were older to marry was already a very civilized custom. Mr. Eric, King Chaka's voice snapped Eric's drifting mind back to reality. I am very curious. How did you learn about Wakanda? And how did you find Ulysses Clow and my nephew Njidaka? The king's gaze toward the little golden leopard was full of complicated emotions. After all, it was his own hand that had killed the boy's father, yet this child was his blood nephew. The sins of the father should not be visited upon the son. Chaka did not wish to make things harder for his young nephew, but from the way the boy looked at him, it was clear he knew exactly who had killed his father. Your Majesty, first and foremost, let me clarify. I am a good person. Era put on a gentle, kindly smile and stood up. It was pure chance that I ran into Njidaka. It was a night when snow was falling thick and fast. I had just finished volunteering at the orphanage and was riding my bicycle home when suddenly I noticed a small figure curled up in the corner by the wall. Eric told his story with vivid emotion, drawing everyone's attention to him. Little Storm's eyes were full of curiosity as she and her fiancé, young Black Panther, fixed their gaze on Eric, both looking like children listening to a bedtime tale. Eric was indeed telling a story, one he was spinning so well, even he was almost convinced by it. He was so thin, so helpless, wearing nothing but the flimsiest of clothes, which were covered in snowflakes. He trembled uncontrollably, trying desperately to squeeze his small body into the corner of the wall, as if hoping to draw even a sliver of warmth from the cold stone. Oh, dear heavens, the queen, carrying a child, was in the most sensitive stage of pregnancy. Hearing this, tears slid down her cheeks. She covered her mouth, trying her best not to sob aloud. Seeing her reaction, Eric knew his timing was perfect and pressed on with his tale. I panicked right away. I took off my own coat and put it on him, then brought him to the nearest fast food place to warm up and get something to eat. My God, you should have seen how hungry he was. The burgers were huge. He ate 11 of them. Eric gestured extravagantly, indicating a hamburger bigger than a wash basin, which set the queen sobbing anew. She reached out, grabbed the king's hand, and gave his thigh a sharp twist. The look she shot her husband said it all. Just look at the mess you've made. Ahem. King Chaka drew a sharp breath and coughed heavily, trying to cover his embarrassment. Every family has its fierce mother. Tiger, he thought, and the royal family is no exception. A pregnant tigress is not to be trifled with. This is just too much. After that, I took the little guy home. He'd been out in the snow for hours that day, came down with a raging fever, and nearly didn't make it back. Eric allowed a few timely tears to fall, his voice catching as if he were truly heartbroken over little golden panther's ordeal. So, are you saying Jadaka was the one who told you about Wakanda? An elder from the border tribe asked, his voice hard and unmoved by young golden panther's suffering. Eric could understand. When Ulysses had raided Wakanda, he'd set off several bombs along the border. Most of those who died in the blast were from the border tribe. How could the old man be anything but cold? Of course not, Your Majesty. Please forgive my impertinence. Eric's expression grew solemn as he bowed deeply to King Chaka. The little one stayed with me for a few days. At that time, he was gravely ill and had nothing with him but a diary. Hoping to find his family, I took the liberty of reading it without his permission. That was how I discovered that, out on the wild plains of Kenya, there existed such a brilliant civilization. A royal guard stepped forward and took the notebook from Eric, handing it to the king. The king flipped through a few pages and recognized his brother's handwriting, letting out a deep sigh. The little one was recuperating in my home, but after only a few days, a scoundrel appeared. It was that man there. Eric pointed furiously at Ulysses, who had been tossed aside like worthless refuse. His face was dark with hatred. This man is utterly depraved. While I was out, he broke in and tried to harm a child. Fortunately, I had forgotten a document and returned home unexpectedly. That's how I managed to save him in time. At last, Eric finished his story, exhaling a long, relieved breath. The queen, too, let go of the worry that had gripped her heart. Your Majesty, the world beyond is full of danger. I don't know how many more villains like Ulysses are watching the boy. I had no choice but to send him back to Wakanda for his safety. Please forgive me. Viscount Eric Lenshare, on behalf of Wakanda, I thank you. The king stood up once more and bowed to Eric. Njobu was my brother, but he was also a traitor to Wakanda. King Chaka recounted how Njobu had acted as an informant for Ulysses, betraying his own people and causing their deaths. Apart from the queen and the 4 tribal chiefs who already knew, everyone else in the hall stared at the king in shock. Njobu was guilty, and he has already paid for his crimes. For my sake, I ask all of you, please do not hold my nephew responsible. I beg you. With that, the king looked around at the gathered crowd, then slowly knelt down, bowing his noble head. The hall fell silent. People glanced at one another, lost for words. The chief of the border tribe stood up and walked over to the young golden leopard, looking down at him from above. Child, because of your father's betrayal, 47 of my people died. Remember this number always. With that, he turned and left the royal palace. King Chaka let out a sigh of relief and slowly got to his feet. Since the tribe that had suffered the most had chosen not to seek further vengeance, this matter could finally be laid to rest. He beckoned to the young golden leopard and said, "Come here, child. I am your uncle. I am truly sorry for what your father did, but you must understand, he had to answer for his crimes." The young leopard glanced at Eric, who nodded at him in encouragement. Only then did he walk toward the king, his expression a tangle of emotions. Once the matter was explained, the banquet officially began. Several maids balanced trays on their heads, bringing a variety of delicacies to everyone. There were fresh fruits, dishes of every kind, and sweet, mellow wines of exquisite quality. Eric looked at the food on the table, but he had no appetite. It wasn't that the dishes were unappetizing. After all, this was the royal household, and every dish was prepared with utmost care. Even the fruits were rare varieties Eric had never seen before. What made him lose his appetite was that he simply didn't know how to start. Wakanda placed great importance on its traditional culture, preserving customs that stretched back thousands of years. Otherwise, they wouldn't still be deciding the throne with something as dramatic as a cliffside duel. How did African people traditionally eat? With their hands. There were no chopsticks, no knives or forks, which was hard for Eric to accept given his slight aversion to messiness. He watched as the people around him grabbed all sorts of food with their hands, stuffing fruit and roasted meats into their mouths. That much he could tolerate. But to see them grabbing handfuls of rice, their fingers coated in thick, sticky sauces, this Eric simply could not bear. Still, he couldn't just refuse to eat. He settled for picking out some appealing fruits to fill his stomach, occasionally raising a glass with those around him. As the wine flowed and the dishes kept coming, the Wakandans ate with gusto, juices running down their chins. Eric, on the other hand, grew more and more queasy, and only felt better once the king had finished eating and the food was cleared away. Mr. Eric, thank you so much for all you have done for Wakanda. The king waved away his guards, then dismissed the 4 tribal elders and the queen as well. Eric perked up. Finally, it was time to get down to business. As a token of Wakanda's gratitude, I have decided to personally gift you an aircraft, just like the one that brought you here today. The king clapped Eric on the shoulder, making the offer with great generosity. But Eric was far from pleased. What was this supposed to mean? After helping them with such a big favor, not even a bit of vibranium? True, the aircraft was very advanced and contained quite a lot of vibranium, but what good would it do him? Fly it around? He wouldn't dare. If HYDRA or S.H.I.E.L.D. caught him, what could he say had he sold Wakanda out? Keep it at home to collect dust? Was he that bored? Strip it for vibranium? How much could he really get that way? Besides, the mighty Magneto, needed an aircraft to fly? What a joke. Your Majesty, perhaps you don't know me very well. As I said earlier, I'm a good person. I brought Prince Jadaka back because I wanted him to receive the care of a family. And as for Ulysses, he deserved punishment. With the matter settled, the banquet officially began. Several maids balanced trays on their heads, bringing a variety of delicacies to the guests. There were fresh fruits, colorful dishes, and sweet, mellow wines, all exquisite and tempting. Eric looked at the food spread across the table, but he had no appetite. It wasn't that the food was unappealing. After all, this was the royal household, and every dish was crafted with care. Even the fruit was of rare varieties Eric had never seen before. His lack of appetite stemmed from something else entirely. He simply didn't know how to eat it. Wakanda placed great importance on its traditional culture, preserving customs that dated back thousands of years. Otherwise, they wouldn't settle the succession to the throne with something as archaic as a cliffside duel. But how do African people eat? With their hands. There were no chopsticks, no knives or forks, something that made Eric, who had a touch of a cleanliness obsession, deeply uncomfortable. He watched the people around him, grabbing all sorts of food with their hands and stuffing it into their mouths. Fruits and roasted meats were barely tolerable, but when they picked up rice soaked in a thick, sticky sauce and ate it with their fingers, Eric could barely contain his revulsion. Still, he couldn't just refuse to eat. So he settled for nibbling on some promising-looking fruit to fill his stomach a bit, occasionally raising a glass with the others around him. As the wine flowed and the courses came and went, the Wakandans ate with gusto, juices running down their chins, while Eric only felt more and more nauseated. At last, the king finished eating, and the dishes were cleared away. Only then did Eric feel a little better. Mr. Eric, thank you so much for all you've done for Wakanda, the king said, waving away the guards and dismissing the 4 tribal chiefs and the queen as well. Eric perked up immediately. It was finally time for business. To express Wakanda's gratitude, I decided to offer you a personal gift. How about an aircraft? The very same model that brought you here today. The king patted Eric's shoulder, his tone generous and sincere. But Eric was hardly pleased. What did this mean? After all he'd done for them, not even a bit of vibranium as a reward? Sure, the aircraft was advanced, and it certainly contained plenty of vibranium, but what good would it do him? Was he supposed to fly it around for fun? He wouldn't dare. If Hydra or S.H.I.E.L.D. caught him, what would he say? That he betrayed Wakanda? Keep it at home to collect dust? He wasn't that bored. Dismantle it for vibranium? How much could he even get that way? Besides, Magneto, of all people, didn't need a flying machine to soar through the sky. What a joke. Your Majesty, perhaps you don't know me all that well. As I said earlier, I'm a good person. I brought Prince Jadaka home because I hoped he could find the care of family here. As for Ulysses, he got what he deserved and must face Wakanda's justice. I never expected any kind of reward from Wakanda, not a single cent. King Chaka looked at Eric deeply, sighed with a touch of resignation, and said, very well. When you depart, I'll grant you permission to take a batch of vibranium with you. As much as you can carry across the border, it's yours. I could move the entire vibranium meteorite by myself. Eric nearly blurted out, but in the end, he managed to restrain himself through sheer willpower. Your Majesty, do you really think I did all this just for the vibranium? Your Majesty, from my appearance alone, you can see that I am half Asian. In my mother's country, there's a saying, do a good deed each day. It means to perform one act of kindness every day. Eric's face flushed red as he fixed his gaze intently on the king, his voice swelling with passion as he wove his story. I may not be able to live up to such perfection, but I always keep my mother's teachings close to my heart. To be a good person. Half a year ago, my father suddenly found me. I never met him before, but I knew at once he was my father, because from the moment we met, he kept urging me to be a good man. Then he left, bequeathing me a large inheritance before passing away unexpectedly. To be a good person, this is what both my parents wanted for me, and it's what I demand of myself. When I met Njidaka, I knew nothing of his background. To me, he was simply a pitiful child, a child in need of help. So I helped him. But after inheriting my father's company, I set my sights on something greater, to help even more people. I couldn't always be there to protect Njidaka, nor could I give him the warmth of a family. That's why I sent him back to Wakanda. I never once thought of asking for anything from Wakanda in return. As Eric spoke, his emotions grew more intense, until he seemed to roar with indignation, as though deeply insulted. Your Majesty, I am nothing more than an ordinary good man. Please, do not tarnish my character by offering me dirty money. I know you possess great stores of vibranium. I know how valuable it is, but so what? Without a noble heart, what use is all the wealth in the world? King Chaka was taken aback. The Queen, who was eavesdropping outside, was equally astonished. Even the little Black Panther and the young Storm, who were crouched beneath the window, were left speechless. Eric truly was a good man. In truth, King Chaka found it hard to believe that anyone could be uninterested in vibranium. The lessons of his upbringing and all his life experiences had taught him that, outside Wakanda, the world was full of bloodsuckers coveting their precious metal. The moment they let their guard down, those outsiders would tear through Wakanda's defenses and greedily take their share. Yet Eric's words made him begin to doubt his own beliefs. As for the young Black Panther and Storm, their eyes sparkled with naive admiration. They were still children, living in a world woven by adults with tales of goodness, believing that there were more good people in the world than bad. Even the Crown Prince, the little Black Panther, had not yet been tainted by the filth of politics. Two pure hearts were deeply moved by Eric's heartfelt speech, and they truly felt that Eric was a good man. All right, I apologize for my words, King Chaka said, bowing his head slightly in a gesture of apology, which finally allowed Eric to calm down. Your Majesty, I'm sorry. I got a little carried away, Eric said, looking at the king with genuine remorse. No need to worry, Mr. Eric. You are a friend of Wakanda, always will be. The king placed a firm hand on Eric's shoulder and declared solemnly, if you ever need Wakanda's help in the future, please don't hesitate to ask. We will always be there for you. Eric breathed a sigh of relief. He had managed to talk his way through. If he had to spin another tale, he really would run out of words. Grasping the king's hand, he shook it enthusiastically, looking every bit the comrade who had found a kindred spirit after a long search. Your Majesty, as it happens, there is something I could use Wakanda's help with, Eric said, as if suddenly remembering, a touch of embarrassment in his voice. What is it? If it's within Wakanda's power, we will help, no matter what. King Chaka responded generously. Well, about half a year ago, my father saved an elderly couple who had been in a terrible car accident. Their injuries were severe, and they barely had a chance to survive. So my father took the initiative and placed them in our company's latest life support pod, just to keep them alive. But it's been over 6 months now, and there's still been no improvement. At this point, Eric's face showed an appropriate concern. Because my father passed away unexpectedly, our company lost much of the technical documentation for the pod. All we can do is keep supplying nutrients and energy, but I'm very worried they won't hold on much longer. In that diary, I saw that Wakanda possesses extraordinary medical technology, so I mustered my courage to ask Your Majesty, please, could you save them? The king looked surprised again. He had assumed Eric was going to ask Wakanda for some valuable resource or help in solving a tricky problem, but he hadn't expected Eric's only request was for Wakanda to save a pair of unrelated elderly strangers. Eric truly was a good man. He was a friend worth having. Of course we can, my friend. Where are they? We'll go treat them right now. Wakanda's medical technology is the best on Earth. There is no doubt we can cure them. King Chaka replied with great confidence in Wakanda's capabilities. They're still in New York, Eric admitted with a sheepish look, as if a little ashamed of his own caution. At the time, I didn't know whether Wakanda would be willing to help, so the king chuckled warmly. No problem. Then let's make a quick trip to New York. Rest assured, Wakanda's aircraft are also the best in the world. 1 hour is all we need for a round trip. Eric was overjoyed, gripping the king's hand and thanking him again and again. Afterwards, Eric flew to New York with 2 royal guards, brought the elderly Howard couple over, and settled them into Wakanda's research center, with Eric following close behind. All that effort, I talked so much my mouth was nearly blistered, but finally I'm in. The Wakandan Research Center was second only to the vibranium mines in its level of secrecy. Aside from royal family members and scientific researchers, no one else was allowed in. Even the leaders of the other 4 tribes couldn't enter without the king's permission. And this, above all, was the true reason Eric had come to Wakanda. Vibranium technology was what he needed most urgently. As for vibranium itself, Eric didn't need a large amount at the moment. Just 100 or 200 pounds would suffice, and that much could be obtained from the outside world as well. Let's not forget, Wakanda had thousands of years of history. Plenty of vibranium had already made its way out over the centuries. In the original timeline, Ulysses Klaue, without any inside help from Wakanda, had obtained his vibranium by stealing from museums across the world. Just assembling a few of these vibranium artifacts would be enough for Eric's current needs. And as for the future, he smiled to himself. His little golden leopard was now his ally. Would he ever lack vibranium again? According to Wakandan tradition, the little golden leopard was eligible to compete for the throne. In the royal contest, the use of the heart-shaped herb was forbidden, but no one said anything about Super Soldier's serum. Once the little leopard came of age and could handle the serum's transformation, a single injection would make the throne as easy to claim as reaching into one's pocket. Technology and vibranium. He wanted it all. Wakanda would become his future source of raw materials and his research base. Stepping into the research center, Eric felt like Alice stepping into Wonderland, his eyes wide with curiosity as he looked around. The king, seeing his interest, called for the center's director to give Eric a tour. The director was also a member of the royal family. In terms of seniority, she was King T'Chaker's cousin, the Grand Princess of Wakanda. As expected, the heart of Wakandan science and technology was held in women's hands. The men, it seemed, were simply a band of warriors who only knew how to fight. Eric asked many questions, starting simply and gradually probing deeper. At first, King T'Chaka could still chime in with a comment now and then, but after 2 or 3 questions, he could only stand aside and listen. As they went further, even the Grand Princess had to think long and hard before answering. At that point, Eric wisely fell silent. After all, one had to leave others some dignity. At this moment in time, the Stark family's technology was about a decade ahead of the rest of the world, with S.H.I.E.L.D. and Hydra about 20 years ahead. Wakanda's technology was a bit unconventional, but overall, it was roughly 30 years ahead of the world. As for Eric, he possessed knowledge that surpassed the world's by 50 years. Eric, I never realized you were such a genius. I never would have guessed. You actually managed to stun my sister. That's incredible. King T'Chaka burst out in delighted laughter, filled with pride that Eric had outwitted his own sister. It was clear from his reaction that he himself was often the target of her mockery and disdain. The eldest princess's expression soured as she stood nearby, her gaze toward King T'Chaka growing increasingly unfriendly. Eric forced a couple of awkward chuckles, wisely choosing not to join the conversation. The group appeared harmonious on the surface, and Eric played the role of a scientific prodigy entering a world-class laboratory to perfection. Yet beneath what ordinary eyes could perceive, in the realm of magnetic fields, Eric had already surveyed all of Wakanda's most closely guarded technological secrets. From the moment he'd first set foot in Wakanda, Eric had covertly scanned much of their advanced tech: aircraft, vibranium-powered trains, cloaking shields, vibranium laser spears. Any metallic object was laid bare before him. And with Wakanda's heavy reliance on vibranium, their most advanced technology was exposed right under Eric's nose. Only the research center remained out of reach. Its security was formidable, equipped even with magnetic shielding devices. From outside, Eric couldn't sense anything within, which meant he had to find a way to get inside. Otherwise, he'd never have risked bringing the Howards here in the first place. Vibranium technology truly is remarkable, Eric mused, carefully digesting the new information. With his advanced memories and powerful magnetic abilities, he could come up with several new ideas every minute. As I thought, my suspicions were right. With Wakandan technology, the next phase of my plan will be flawless. Your Majesty, Mr. Eric, we've completed a preliminary examination of the 2 patients. Their situation is, well, rather unusual. A researcher approached cautiously, holding a tablet, his words faltering with hesitation. What is it? Speak plainly, King T'Chaka commanded, his regal authority unmistakable as he ordered the researcher to report. Yes, Your Majesty. The researcher straightened. We've conducted a thorough examination of both patients. There is no evidence of illness. In fact, their bodies suffered severe trauma in the past, but all injuries have been completely healed. He turned the tablet for the king to see, displaying the results for the 2 Howards. Then why haven't they woken up? The eldest princess snatched the tablet and quickly scrolled through the data. Their cells are undergoing a profound secondary evolution. Until this process is complete, they will not regain consciousness. That was a special serum developed by my father, Eric explained smoothly. It can heal injuries and slow the effects of aging. Inwardly, Eric congratulated himself on inventing a conveniently absent father. Whenever something defied explanation, he could simply attribute it to him. After all, the dead could offer no objections. Well, the only slightly embarrassing part was that, in a moment of brain fog, I ended up giving my old man the name Charles. Is there any way to speed up this process? King Chaka couldn't help but feel he'd lost face in front of Eric. He had just boasted that he could definitely cure the Howards. The researcher cast a cautious glance at the Crown Princess, not daring to respond. The Crown Princess held her tablet for a long while, hesitating as she looked at Eric. Suddenly, Eric caught on. You're asking for that serum, aren't you? The researcher nodded eagerly. I'm sorry, but only my father knew the formula for that serum. He passed away before he could teach it to me, Eric replied, casually shifting the blame onto Papa Charles once again. There was no way he'd hand over the super soldier serum. The Crown Princess frowned in thought, her fingers swiping back and forth across the tablet. We could try taking some blood samples from them and reverse engineer the process, but that would take a considerable amount of time, and the chances of success are slim. Is there really no other way? Eric couldn't help but ask. The Crown Princess slowly shook her head. For now, there's nothing else we can do. We've tried every method we could think of, but none have worked. Even when we injected the purest energy, their cells still resisted. Eric frowned. He hadn't expected the Howard's condition to be so grave that even Wakanda's advanced medical technology was at a loss. How long will it take for their evolution to be complete? Preliminary estimates suggest it'll take about 10 years. The Crown Princess replied, her brows knitted as she gave a number that left everyone speechless. 10 years. That's practically the next century. By then, Iron Man will almost be here. What kind of mess have I gotten myself into? Hearing this, Eric had the sudden urge to bang his head against a wall. Eric, let them stay in Wakanda. We will find a solution, King Chaka promised solemnly, giving Eric a reassuring pat on the shoulder. He'd embarrassed himself enough today. He had to save face somehow. There's nothing else for it, then, Eric said with a helpless shake of his head, leaving the Howards in Wakanda. As king, Chaka often traveled abroad and had met many key figures from various nations. Naturally, he recognized the Starks, but he was wise enough not to probe further. Everyone has their secrets, Wakanda has its own, and so does Eric. Since Eric wanted to save the Starks, Wakanda would help him. There was nothing to lose, only benefits to gain. If they succeeded, Wakanda would not only fulfill its promise to Eric, but also earn the friendship of the Stark family. This was a valuable political asset. With the Starks' influence in America, even if Wakanda were exposed to the world in the future, having the Stark family support would give Wakanda much more room to maneuver. Eric left Wakanda alone, a heavy bag of vibranium slung over his shoulder, weighing in at nearly 100 pounds. King Chaka had insisted he take it before leaving, pressing it into Eric's hands as a gesture of apology for not being able to help more. Three had arrived together, but now only he was returning. Anticipating Jennifer's questions, Eric spun a long web of lies. He said the bodyguard had run into an old comrade out on the savannah and had quit on the spot to go hunting. The servant, he claimed, had found their long-lost parents in a small village and decided to stay behind. It took a whole string of fabrications, delivered until his mouth went dry, before Jennifer finally seemed convinced. Eric couldn't help but sigh inwardly. One lie truly does need more lies to cover it up. Jennifer, in 2 hours, we're holding a product launch. We have something new. Eric burst out of the laboratory, his wild mane of hair in disarray, shouting to his chief assistant. His clothes were stained with grease, their original color barely discernible, and an unpleasant odor clung to him, hinting he hadn't bathed in some time. 6 months earlier, Eric had returned from Wakanda to New York and immediately buried himself in the lab, not emerging since. If Jennifer hadn't delivered his meals every day, she might have thought something had happened to him. But the half year spent in seclusion bore incredible results. First came the upgrade to the cold J bed. By fusing vibranium into its structure, the bed's resistance to force reached unprecedented heights, able to withstand far more energy than before. No longer would it shatter into fragments as it had last time. Better still, the reinforced cold J bed could now host even greater functions, such as foreign matter fusion. This was technology adapted from the universe of Emperor Thanos. The Sentinels, mutant nightmares, were invented by the diminutive scientist Bolivar Trask, who used Mystique's genes as a template to create super robots, fusing them with other materials so they could mimic a variety of superpowers. Magneto had spent years fighting Sentinels and studying them, eventually unraveling their cell fusion technology, though he'd never had the chance to use it himself. Now, Eric integrated this technology into the cold Jade bed, laying the groundwork for future enhancements. To test it, he conducted an experiment with vibranium. He fused a pound of the metal, about the size of a chicken egg, directly into his body. The result was remarkable. Unlike the Sentinels, where fusion was irreversible, Eric, as Magneto, retained absolute control over the vibranium within him. He could separate or integrate at will. The vibranium molecules dispersed evenly throughout his cells, multiplying his resilience several times over. After being separated, vibranium turned into a liquid state, a form that Eric found even easier to control. Upgrading the jade-cold bed by merging it with vibranium took Eric 5.5 months, and in the remaining half-month, he successfully developed a new product, the ultraviolet shielding device. This was also why Eric was so eager to hold a product launch. As its name suggests, the ultraviolet shielding device is designed specifically to block ultraviolet rays. Eric crafted it to be about the size of a lighter, with multiple settings to choose from. Within a 1-meter radius, it generates a special magnetic field that filters out ultraviolet rays, truly an essential gadget for beauty-conscious young women, whether at home or on the go. Don't underestimate this seemingly simple function. Eric invented it by combining Wakanda's cloaking technology with his own unique abilities. Its technological edge is at least 20 years ahead of the world. Jennifer soon arrived, pinching her nose as she took the documents from Eric, then promptly ushered him into the bathroom. After 6 months of tireless research, Eric finally realized something. Doing research can become truly addictive. An hour later, Eric reappeared before Jennifer, freshly showered and neatly dressed. The beautiful executive assistant had already gone through the documents. She frowned, puzzled, and asked, "Mr. Eric, why would you develop something so useless?" "Oh, useless? How could it be?" Eric replied distractedly, fussing with his newly cut hair. "A device that blocks ultraviolet rays. Basically a high-tech sunscreen for girls. Do you really think anyone would buy that?" Jennifer closed the folder and gently placed it on the table. In Western culture, tanned, healthy-looking skin is considered the most attractive. Many women even get sun-kissed at salons or travel to the beach just to get a tan. Your device goes completely against that aesthetic. Who would buy it? I, for one, wouldn't. Eric chuckled softly. If there's no market in the West, we'll sell it in Asia. I believe Asian women will love it. Mr. Eric, our maglev train project is already on track, and the product launch is coming up soon. Don't you think we should make that our top priority? Jennifer, ever the responsible assistant, was clearly unhappy with Eric's apparent disregard for the company's interests. Jennifer, this device is very important to me. Even more important than the maglev train. Eric's tone became uncharacteristically serious as he looked straight at her. So 1 hour from now, we're holding the product launch. Well, you're the boss. It's your call. Jennifer shrugged helplessly and left to prepare for the press conference. Eric, of course, understood that there was virtually no market for ultraviolet shielding devices in Europe and America, but he had to go through with it. This device was nothing more than bait. To catch a big fish, he was willing to take a loss if necessary. The product launch was held soon after. Many media outlets greeted Alice Industries' debut product with enormous enthusiasm. Through their own sources, they had all heard that Alice Industries was developing a maglev train, and naturally assumed that this press conference would serve as the first step toward unveiling the technology. Unfortunately, disappointment was inevitable. When Eric took the stage and proudly introduced the ultraviolet shielding device, the entire press corps was left dumbfounded. What on earth was this thing? What did it have to do with maglev trains? Who would ever buy such a ridiculous product? Was the CEO out of his mind? 1,000 questions swirled through the minds of the assembled journalists as they watched Eric on stage, speaking with rapid-fire enthusiasm, his words flying. The executives of Alice Industries were equally stunned. They simply could not fathom what had gotten into their boss. How could he fumble at such a crucial moment? He was like a teammate who let everyone down. The product launch ended quickly, and news of the CEO's baffling behavior spread rapidly. Some bold media outlets even openly mocked Eric's intelligence, claiming that Alice Industries was doomed to be ruined by its foolish president. And because of Eric's unusual concern for women's skin issues, some mischievous journalists gave him a rather comical nickname, Friend of Women. For some time afterward, newspapers were filled with stories about Mr. Eric, the friend of women, all of them dripping with ridicule and scorn. This continued until an even more sensational story broke. Alexander Pierce's refusal to accept the Nobel Peace Prize. Only then did public attention begin to shift. Eric paid these rumors no mind. Sitting in his office, coffee in one hand and newspaper in the other, he gazed at a photo of Alexander Pierce and allowed himself a charming smile. "Alexander, the bait has been set. Now let's see when you'll take the hook." On January 1st, 1993, New Year's Day, at Alice Industries, several months had passed since the last product launch. Once again, the company was holding a press conference. This time, the The product was the long-awaited maglev train. The venue was packed to capacity. Not only had all the major media outlets arrived on time, but numerous government agencies had sent representatives as well. Leading railway and technology companies had even gathered outside the doors well ahead of time, eager for the event to begin. Eric stood at the window of the CEO's office, gazing out at the city. Stark Industries, Hammer Defense, Vanguard Technologies, Roxxon Oil, BNSF, NASA. The expected and the unexpected, all sorts of organizations had shown up in droves. Amid the crowd, Eric finally managed to spot his old friend, the long-haired, bald Nick Fury. At Fury's side stood a young man, a bit stiff and uneasy. When Eric noticed the young man's receding hairline, a grin broke across his face. "Long time no see, Coulson." The press conference unfolded much as it always did. It began with a playful jab at the current state of global transportation and its sluggish pace, followed by a grand proclamation of his company's maglev train. How fast it was, how safe, how green, and how cost-effective. In Eric's speech, trains, airplanes, ships, subways, and cars were all ruthlessly diminished, made to seem utterly obsolete. None of them could even hope to eat the dust of this maglev train. Each media outlet dutifully took notes and recorded footage. Whatever Eric said, they would broadcast. If trouble ever arose from his claims, Alice Industries would take the heat, not them. The major railway companies, on the other hand, were far from pleased. Their carefully guarded turf was about to be invaded, and nobody liked that. Many of their representatives were already scheming about how to set up obstacles for Alice Industries. Still, at the conference itself, everyone kept their composure. These were people of stature, after all, and appearances had to be maintained. The 2-hour press conference ended swiftly. Media personnel and company delegates moved on to the restaurant for the banquet, for there was an even more important event coming up in the afternoon, the trial run of the maglev train. With a wine glass in hand, Eric mingled among the dignitaries, fielding questions from every direction. When it came to the maglev train, he answered openly and without reservation. But if the topic shifted to room temperature superconductors or the mysterious launchier one, Eric would only smile and offer no reply. Everyone knew the truth. Building a maglev train wasn't the hard part. Any decent tech company could do that. The real breakthrough was in the room temperature superconducting material, a substance the scientific world had long considered impossible, and yet Alice Industries had managed to synthesize it. 99% of the companies and organizations present were there for that very reason. "Eric, it's been too long," Nick Fury called out, striding over with the rookie Coulson in tow and extending his hand from afar. Eric shook Nick Fury's hand with a smile. "Fury, it's been ages. I heard you transferred to headquarters. What's wrong? Didn't like living in New York?" "Don't get me started. New York is just too noisy. That's why I applied for a desk job at headquarters," Nick Fury replied, frowning as he made a show of digging at his ear, then gestured to the rookie at his side. "Let me introduce you to my new guy, Coulson. He's a promising young man." "Hello, Mr. Eric." Coulson's smile was truly disarming, radiating a warmth that made anyone feel he must be a good person. The moment Eric saw it, his eyes lit up. This kind of smile, he absolutely had to master it. It was just too deceiving. "Hello, Coulson. Is your Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division interested in the maglev train as well?" Eric asked. Nick Fury shrugged, looking a bit resigned. "It's just routine. The director said someone had to be present at such an important event to keep an eye on things. I happen to be free, so here I am." "Oh, I thought you came to see an old friend," Eric replied, feigning a wounded look. Nick Fury burst out laughing. "Come on, Eric. I'm not one of those young ladies. You'll have to try harder than that." "All right then, have some fun. I'm going to check out what's happening over there," Eric said with a grin, clapping Fury lightly on the arm and gesturing toward another group of people. Fury followed his gaze and saw a bald, heavy-set man holding court with animated conversation. He immediately understood and nodded, making a gesture for Eric to go ahead. As Eric approached, the bald man spotted him from afar and stretched out his hand, his round face creasing into a broad, chrysanthemum-like grin as he called out with hearty laughter, "Eric, my friend, you finally made it. Mr. Obadiah, I didn't expect Stark Industries would grace my little press conference with their presence," Eric exclaimed, his face lighting up with genuine surprise, as if Obadiah's arrival was completely unexpected. "Oh, don't say that. Eric, you're young and full of promise. Managing to invent a room-temperature superconductor, something even Tony hasn't cracked. I'm sure Alice Industries is destined for great things." "Oh, please. Alice Industries is just a small company. How could we compare to the likes of Stark Industries?" The two of them launched into the time-honored tradition of business flattery, each practically singing the other's praises to high heaven. All around them, diligent reporters snapped photos, already dreaming up headlines. Obadiah and Eric meet with warmth. Stark Industries and Alice Industries to forge a secret alliance? Eric, how about unwinding at my place tonight? I've invited a few models over. Their figures are absolutely top-notch. Obadiah whispered, leaning in close so only Eric could hear, a knowing glint in his eye that needed no explanation between men. Eric grinned, shooting him a look that said, "You always know what I like." "That sounds perfect. I was just thinking I need some models to try out a few designs I've been working on." "Oh, what a coincidence. I have a few outfits that need some fitting as well. So it's a plan. How about 8 o'clock tonight?" Obadiah threw an arm around Eric's shoulders, the picture of old friends. "Deal, 8 OCL. Eric started, but was interrupted by a soft, urgent voice behind him. "Mr. Eric, something's come up. You'd better come over right away." It was Jennifer, and she looked a little anxious. Eric frowned and turned around. "What's going on? Can't you see I'm discussing something with Mr. Obadiah?" Obadiah chuckled and patted Eric on the shoulder. "Come on, Eric, don't lose your temper with a lady. That's not very gentlemanly. You go ahead. I'll catch up with you later." "My apologies, Mr. Obadiah. I'll be right back," Eric said, nodding apologetically. With a stern face, he motioned for Jennifer to lead the way. "Jennifer, what's the matter?" When they reached a deserted corner, Eric's demeanor shifted back to his usual playful self, his earlier irritation nowhere to be seen. Jennifer, however, had no time for that. She glanced around to make sure no one was nearby, then leaned in and whispered in Eric's ear, "General Ross wants to see you." "General Ross? What's he doing here? And why can't he just come openly? Does it have to be this cloak and dagger routine?" Eric muttered, clearly displeased. "I'm not sure. He doesn't want anyone to know he's here. He just asked me to bring you to him," Jennifer replied. Eric raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "Where is he?" "In the underground parking garage." "General Ross, Happy New Year. Care for a drink?" Eric greeted him cheerfully, carrying a bottle of whiskey in one hand and 2 glasses in the other as he slid effortlessly into General Ross's car. But General Ross didn't respond to his greeting. Instead, he tapped the back of the driver's seat. The driver, understanding the cue, switched on a signal jammer and raised the soundproof partition. Eric couldn't help but frown. The device emitted bursts of chaotic electromagnetic waves that made him quite uncomfortable. "Mr. Eric, on behalf of the Department of Defense, I hope we can establish a partnership with Alice Industries," General Ross said, his expression as stern as ever. He handed Eric a file without a trace of smile. Eric took the file and skimmed through it, his eyes lighting up with interest. It was a weapon blueprint, simple and not particularly sophisticated in terms of technology. A portable électromagnétique canon. Just a concept, and a difficult one at that. According to the design, if built as shown, the electromagnetic cannon would weigh at least 100 kilograms. If the weight were reduced, its power would be severely compromised. The military wants Alice Industries to improve this weapon. Eric closed the blueprints and poured a drink for General Ross. "That's right. Alice Industries has developed room-temperature superconducting materials, which makes it possible for this weapon to become a reality. We hope Alice Industries will collaborate with the military to bring it to life." General Ross accepted the drink, but instead of drinking it, he held it in his hand, fixing his gaze intently on Eric. "If you succeed, in the future, Alice Industries will become another major supplier for the military. At that point, the orders won't just be for individual electromagnetic rifles. There will be ship-mounted electromagnetic cannons, airborne versions, electromagnetic tanks." Eric was taken aback by what he heard. "General Ross, that's wonderful news. Of course, Alice Industries will be delighted. But there's something I don't quite understand. Why choose us? For this kind of product, as long as someone buys the launch shell, one from our company, it shouldn't be difficult to build, right?" General Ross paused for a moment before replying, "It was I who recommended your company to the Ministry of Defense." "Why?" Eric was completely puzzled. This was his first meeting with General Ross. They had absolutely no prior connection. Why would the general go out of his way for him? "I have an experiment that requires a great deal of room-temperature superconducting material," Ross said. An experiment? Something clicked in Eric's mind. As far as he knew, General Ross was obsessed with only one line of research. "What kind of experiment is it?" "Don't ask what you shouldn't know." General Ross shot him a stern look, his mustache twitching slightly as he downed his drink in a single gulp. Eric shrugged and refilled his glass. "This experiment of yours will need a massive amount of funding, and it's not the kind of thing the Ministry of Defense would ever approve," General Ross continued, clinking his glass against Eric's. "Got it." Eric immediately understood. He was being asked to help launder money. "General Ross, I understand exactly what you mean," Eric said with a grin, finishing his own drink. "We'll take the ministry's order, but please let them know, developing an individual electromagnetic rifle is an incredibly expensive endeavor. It will burn through huge quantities of launch shell. And launch shell, one doesn't come cheap. Ross chuckled. Excellent. Here's to a successful partnership. He nodded in satisfaction, raising his glass. To our partnership, Eric replied, his glass meeting Ross's with a bright, ringing clink. General Ross, I actually have another weapon you might be interested in. As the drinks went down, Eric suddenly remembered something else. General Ross looked surprised. He hadn't heard of Alice Industries having a weapons division. His intention in coming here was to persuade Eric to create one, so he could continue moving funds. But from a look on Eric's face, it seemed they already had something in the works. A sonic weapon, Eric said, thinking of the sonic gun he'd acquired from Ulysses. Strip away the flashy transformation features and substitute the vibranium components with something else, and it shouldn't be too hard to replicate. Oh, how powerful is it? General Ross didn't care about the type of weapon. It was the firepower that mattered to him. It's top-notch, from non-lethal weapons to those rivaling missile-level power, with adjustable strength, continuous damage, zero pollution, consuming only electricity, and reusable. Eric recalled in his mind the scene of the Hulk being blasted away by the sonic weapon, listing all the advantages one by one. The more General Ross listened, the brighter his eyes grew. In the end, he made the decision. The military would procure individual electromagnetic cannons and sonic weapons from Alice Industries. At the same time, on his own behalf, he would buy 10 tons of Lanchol, one from Eric at cost price. Eric staggered back to the company, only to find that the banquet had already ended. There were hardly any people left. It seemed everyone had gone to the test site to witness the maglev train's trial run. General Ross had 3 great passions: smoking, drinking, and picking fights with the Hulk. Today, Eric finally witnessed Ross's fondness for drinking. Good grief, the two of them drank straight, downing a bottle of whiskey each without the slightest effect. Eric had taken the super soldier serum, so the alcohol was broken down as soon as it hit his stomach, but General Ross relied purely on his own formidable tolerance. After finishing the bottle, Ross's thirst for alcohol was only whetted further. He casually opened the minibar in his car, pulling out bottle after bottle, drinking until he finally passed out. Eric, wanting not to appear suspicious, splashed half a bottle of brandy on himself and walked unsteadily, feigning imminent drunkenness. Out of habit, Eric activated his magnetic field sense and instantly sobered up. Someone was trying to break into his safe. Not only was Eric not angry, he was actually delighted. Truly, he wasn't being sarcastic. He was genuinely thrilled. He reasoned that Alexander Pierce must have finally sent someone. This old fox had finally taken the bait. The ultraviolet shielding device, the very first product released by Alice Industries, had even earned Eric the nickname Women's Best Friend. In fact, this gadget was made specifically for Alexander's eyes. If it could shield ultraviolet rays, it could naturally shield visible light as well. The aerial carrier, the InSight project, these were technologies Alexander desperately needed. Why did Eric insist on going to Wakanda before developing this? Because Hydra simply couldn't crack Wakandan technology. If all he wanted was a device to block ultraviolet rays, Eric could have whipped one up in minutes with his abilities and advanced scientific knowledge. But that would have been far too easy for Hydra to reverse engineer. Once Wakanda's vibranium technology was incorporated, the situation changed completely. The core component of the ultraviolet shielding device became an alloy capable of emitting a special magnetic field, and the key ingredient in that alloy was vibranium. A special vibranium alloy, combined with Wakandan magnetic field control technology, made it impossible for even Hydra's cutting-edge science to break through. Finally, they're here. Let's see just who Alexander has sent this time. Eric's feet slowly lifted off the ground as he drifted, soundlessly away from the floor, gliding gently in the direction of the thief. The door to his CEO office was slightly ajar, and not a single sound could be heard from within. Eric couldn't help but sigh inwardly. This thief was truly skilled, manipulating the magnetic field to bend the light. Eric made his figure vanish in the air. Like a specter, he floated silently into the room. Well, a woman in black. Eric landed softly behind the thief, watching her pick the lock with great interest. That's right, the thief was a woman completely, wrapped in a form-fitting black tactical suit that accentuated her curvaceous silhouette. She wore a black hood as well, hiding her face from Eric's view. As for the safe, Eric wasn't worried in the slightest. The safe he designed was not something just anyone could open. From the outside, it looked like any ordinary safe with a combination dial and a keyhole, both clicking convincingly as they turned. But from the inside, the dial and keyhole were nothing but decoys, completely unrelated to the lock itself. The true mechanism could only be triggered from within. To make matters even more impossible, he'd coated the safe surface with a layer of vibranium. And the ultimate punchline? The safe was empty. That's right, the safe held absolutely nothing. The hapless thief was toiling away for nothing. putting on a show for Eric's amusement. That safe alone was a testament to Eric's mischievous nature. What a cunning old fox. The thief, however, was nothing if not patient. Crouched on the floor, she worked at the safe for over 10 minutes without the slightest reaction, but she refused to give up, turning the dial over and over with relentless determination. After watching for over 10 minutes, Eric began to grow bored and couldn't help but stifle a yawn. At the faint sound, the thief reacted instantly. She sprang up, launching a powerful kick toward Eric. He shifted aside with ease, dodging her attack, and casually caught her ankle, flicking her away with a swift motion. The movement disrupted the magnetic field he'd set up, revealing his presence. But the thief's balance was extraordinary. She twisted in midair, landing nimbly on both feet. With a quick flick at her waist, she hurled two objects, no bigger than button batteries, at Eric. The tiny devices collided in the air, sparking with a burst of dazzling electric light. Eric chuckled softly and waved them aside with a sweep of his hand. He already had a good idea of who she was, but he wasn't about to catch her just yet. After all, she was a famous beauty. He might as well have a little fun first, right? With a leap, Eric crossed the few meters between them in a flash, swinging a heavy punch toward the thief. She rolled out of the way at the last second, dodging his thunderous blow, then pushed off the wall with her feet, using the momentum to slip beneath the office desk. Eric had no qualms about a mirror table. He grabbed one corner and, with a flick of his wrist, sent it crashing to the floor. The thief hiding beneath was ready. The moment the table flipped, two darts shot toward Eric, crackling with blue electricity, clearly more of those electrified toys. Well, so you enjoy this sort of thing? Then let's have some real fun, shall we? Eric chuckled mischievously, plucking the darts from the air and tossing them back without missing a beat. The thief didn't bother to respond. With a swift dodge, she evaded the darts and drew a dagger from her thigh, gripping it in reverse as she settled into a fighting stance. Eric shook his head with a smile and beckoned her with a crooked finger. Come on, ladies first. The thief snorted coldly and lunged, the dagger glinting with a cold, deadly light as it danced through the air like a butterfly, striking at Eric's vital points. But Eric moved as if strolling through a peaceful garden, hands clasped behind his back. His feet shifted ever so slightly, allowing him to evade each strike by the narrowest margin. Seeing that her attacks couldn't even brush his coat, the thief realized she couldn't match Eric's speed. Instantly, she changed tactics. With a feint of her dagger to force Eric back, she hurled a small gadget with her other hand and leapt away. Eric caught the gadget without a second thought, weighed in his palm, and laughed. Haven't figured this one out yet? This thing won't work on me. Oh, are you sure? For the first time, the thief spoke, her alluring voice slipping from beneath her mask, captivating and dangerously sweet. No sooner had she finished than the gadget exploded in Eric's hand, releasing a cloud of gray powder that settled all over him. So, it's not electric? A little warning might have been nice, Eric muttered, embarrassed. He'd been careless. Magneto himself, outfoxed by a metal weapon. Who would believe it if word got out? But who was to blame? Only his own arrogance, turning off his magnetic sense for a moment. The thief smiled triumphantly, her voice dripping with seductive charm. That's my latest blend of hallucinogens. How does it taste? Eric was just about to respond when a wave of dizziness struck him. His limbs suddenly felt sluggish, no longer obeying his commands. Panic flickered in his eyes. What kind of poison was this, potent enough to affect his super soldier-enhanced body? The thief wasted no time. Seeing the effect take hold, she darted forward and drove her dagger viciously toward Eric's thigh. Clang! The blade struck Eric's skin and rang out with the sound of steel on steel. The thief froze in surprise, then instantly dropped the dagger and, with agile grace, wrapped both legs around Eric's neck, twisting down with a sharp motion. Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. Against an ordinary opponent, this combination would have brought them to the ground in seconds, locked in a chokehold and utterly helpless. Unfortunately, Eric was no ordinary man, enhanced by the super soldier serum and further empowered by Magneto-like magnetic field reinforcement. His physical prowess had already surpassed that of Captain America. The thief's Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu was utterly ineffective. Eric didn't even sway. By now, his extraordinary physique had completely purged the effects of the hallucinogen, and his mind was once again sharp and clear. A shadow flickered across Eric's face. This was truly embarrassing. He couldn't let this farce continue any longer. He reached out, seized the thief by the neck, and effortlessly lifted her with one hand. As he pulled off her mask, a strikingly beautiful face appeared before him. Her cheeks were flushed a deep red from lack of oxygen, and her chestnut hair danced wildly in the air. Natasha Romanoff, the famous Black Widow. Ever since you defected from the Red Room, you vanished without a trace. What brings you here to me? Eric watched Natasha with a hint of amusement, idly twirling a lock of her hair between his fingers. Natasha was not ready to give up. Somehow, she produced a slender steel needle and thrust it toward Eric's eye. Eric merely watched her calmly. The needle stopped dead, exactly 1 centimeter from his eye, unable to move an inch closer. Well, aren't you surprised? Is this what you were expecting? Eric grinned, his voice teasing. You're toying with me. Natasha managed to choke out the words before passing out from lack of air. That's right. I'm toying with you. Eric chuckled, tossing Natasha onto the sofa. Not entirely reassured, he leaned in and delivered a pulse of electromagnetic energy to her forehead, sending her into a deep, unshakable sleep. He then carefully removed every last gadget and weapon from her person before finally letting out a long sigh of relief. Gazing at Natasha's graceful form sprawled across the couch, Eric felt his mouth go dry. He thought to himself, now that I've captured the Black Widow alive, what should I do next? This is urgent. I need answers. But alas, the sort of thing everyone might imagine with a smirk did not come to pass. Eric simply questioned her briefly, drew a vial of her blood for research, and then tied her up in the lab, leaving her unattended. Eric mused aloud. What do you expect from me? My hands are tied. I'd love to do something more, but the rules just don't allow it. At 8 o'clock that evening, Eric arrived punctually at Stark Industries. Obadiah sat on a sofa, surrounded by beautiful women. Every so often, one would feed him fruit or pour him a drink. He looked completely at ease, relishing the moment. On the other side of the room, a young man was playing pool with 2 lovely women. Their laughter and cheers rang out now and then. This was Tony Stark, the future Iron Man, and currently the most notorious playboy in New York. Hey, Eric, you're right on time. Come over. I was just telling these ladies about you. Obadiah called out enthusiastically. His shiny bald head was adorned with several lipstick marks, lending him an oddly flamboyant air. Eric walked over with a smile, but Tony Stark suddenly stepped in front of him. Unfortunately, Stark was almost 5 centimeters shorter than Eric, which meant he had to tilt his head up slightly to meet Eric's gaze, making his presence seem a little less imposing. Stark quickly noticed this awkward situation and subtly rose up on his toes to match Eric's height, meeting his eyes. Hey man, are you the guy who plays with magnets? Eric immediately burst out laughing, glancing down at Stark's tiptoes, his laughter full of delight. Yes, that's right. I'm the guy who plays with magnets. When Stark realized Eric had caught his little trick, he shrugged, lifted a hand above his head to compare their heights, and stomped his feet on the floor twice. It's the uneven floor. We're actually about the same height. I'll have someone fix this damn floor later. It's a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Stark, Eric said with a cheerful smile, reaching out his hand. Stark hesitated for a moment, but shook his hand anyway, quickly pulling back and muttering under his breath. Well, I can't say I'm all that pleased. Haha, Eric, don't mind him. Tony's never been a fan of shaking hands with other men. You know how it is? Obadiah strolled over with a beautiful woman on his arm, chuckling as he smoothed things over between them. Would you like something to drink? With a snap of his fingers, he summoned a waiter. A martini with gin, not vodka. Stir it for 10 seconds, then add a dash of unopened vermouth. Thank you, Eric ordered. Stark scoffed, what a softy. No, it's called being a gentleman. With a graceful motion, Eric traced 2 circles in the air with his right hand, gave a small bow, and elegantly extended his hand to the lady beside Obadiah. Clearly versed in etiquette, she softly placed her right hand in his. Eric gently kissed it, performing a perfect gentleman's hand kiss. All right, you geniuses, why don't we sit down and have a drink with these lovely ladies? Obadiah intervened again, ever the peacemaker. He knew Stark's temperament all too well. His brilliant but arrogant nephew was clearly ruffled that Eric had just stolen the spotlight in front of the media, maybe even a little jealous. Lucy, or Anna, maybe Amanda. Whatever your name is, pour me a vodka. Stark waved at one of the women, rattling off several names, but never quite landing on the right one. The lady frowned in annoyance, but dutifully went to fetch his drink. Eric shook his head slightly, finding Stark a bit childish. He honestly doubted Stark could stomach vodka. It was obvious Stark just wanted to challenge him. With beautiful women for company, the 3 of them quickly cast aside the earlier unpleasantness and lost themselves in merrymaking, singing, dancing, playing billiards, and poker. As the night wore on and the revelry peaked, Stark even started playing golf indoors, using bottles of fine liquor worth tens of thousands of dollars apiece as his targets. Just watching made Eric's heart ache. They partied wildly for several hours, and by the end, several women were so drunk they had collapsed on the floor. Taking advantage of the drunken chaos, Obadiah clapped his hands and called in a few attendants. Whether standing or sprawled out, as long as they were female, everyone was carried out of the room. All right, Eric, Ruth, and Annie have already been sent to your room. You can really enjoy yourself tonight. Heh, Obadiah said, draping his arm around Eric's shoulders with a leering grin. That's fantastic. I was just thinking I hadn't had enough fun yet. Eric replied with the kind of look all men understand, his gaze growing a little hazy. Hey, buddy, I called dibs on Annie. We were just playing golf together. Stark protested, his words slurring from all the drinks. He barely managed to get a few sentences out before collapsing into the sofa. Obadiah burst out laughing. Stark, not only are you shorter than me, you can't even hold your liquor as well. Eric pointed at Stark and laughed loudly, but Stark didn't hear a word. He was already fast asleep. Obadiah glanced at the somewhat tipsy Eric, the corners of his mouth curling up before he quickly put on a drunken facade again. He gave Stark's leg a hard slap and said, Tony's really no match for us tonight. He's been out of it for a while. He just tried to hang on because there were ladies present. Tony Stark, you lose, Eric declared, his face full of smug satisfaction. He pointed at Stark and laughed, his eyes growing more unfocused. That's right, Eric, you win. Not only can you drink more than Tony, but you've also outsmarted him. Room temperature, superconducting materials, my God. I still can't. Imagine how you pulled it off. By now, there was no trace of drunkenness left in Obadiah. He sat down beside Eric with a clear, alert look and poured him another glass. Haha, that's my proudest creation. Eric squinted as he downed his drink in one gulp. I'll tell you, to make a room temperature superconductor, the most, the most critical thing is to, just as he was getting to the crucial part, Eric hiccuped, then suddenly doubled over with a wave of nausea and started vomiting uncontrollably. Mouthfuls of undigested food and alcohol, mixed with stomach acid, came pouring out, landing hot and heavy all over Obadiah's face. God damn it. Obadiah cursed loudly, shoving Eric aside and making a dash for the bathroom. But after one step, he turned right back around, grabbed Eric by the collar, and demanded, What's the most critical thing? You have to stir it clockwise. Otherwise, it'll, Eric hiccuped again, his eyelids drooping as he slipped into a deep sleep. Clockwise stirring? What the hell does that mean? Damn it. Obadiah, flustered and angry, kicked Eric hard, but his own shoe ended up smeared with Eric's vomit. The sight and smell made his stomach churn, so he hurried off to the bathroom. Someone, bring Mr. Eric to his room and tell Ruth and Annie to treat him well. Obadiah shouted from the bathroom as he tried to clean himself up, his voice booming through the door. And send a couple more people to take Tony back. Eric sat at the head of the bed, glancing at the two unconscious beauties lying beside him. He shook his head slightly. Obadiah had truly gone to great lengths to get the secret of the room temperature superconductor. When plying him with alcohol failed, he even resorted to sending in the ladies. What a shame. From all the clues, it was clear that Stark had no idea what Obadiah was up to. With his proud personality, there's no way he would have agreed to such a scheme. So all of this was Obadiah's doing. That old fox, truly cunning. Eric got up and poured himself another glass of wine. This was one of the perks of the super soldier serum. No matter how much he drank, it would all turn to water and carbon dioxide in his stomach. But Obadiah wasn't the worst of them. The real problem was that damned Egghead. He wasn't even bald yet, but already sly and rotten to the core. Eric downed his drink. In one gulp, gritting his teeth. I thought Natasha was sent by Alexander, but it turns out you sneaky bastard, were behind it all. Got my hopes up for nothing. Indeed, Black Widow Natasha had been sent by Nick Fury, and currently, neither the room temperature superconductor nor the ultraviolet shielding device had anything to do with her. Who would have thought those two had started scheming together so early? No, I need to bring Barton on board as soon as possible. I can't let that Egghead take all the spoils for himself. Hawkeye Barton held a special place in Eric's mind, not for his skills or status or any of that nonsense, but because the guy was downright lucky. Don't believe it. During the Battle of New York, Barton was there, and the Avengers won. When fighting Ultron, Barton was there, and the Avengers won again. During the Civil War, Barton sided with Cap, and Cap's team came out on top. The first time they fought Thanos, Barton was absent, and the Avengers suffered a crushing defeat. Thanos snapped his fingers, and Barton's whole family vanished, except him. The second time they fought Thanos, Barton was there, and Thanos died. It might sound a little far-fetched, but Eric truly believed Barton was a good luck charm, a mascot blessed with extraordinary luck. To put it more mystically, the man had fate on his side. The next morning, Eric rose early, wandering through Stark Industries with his magnetic sense fully activated. His eyes sparkled with excitement. Obadiah had chosen Stark Industries as the venue. What a colossal mistake. Eric, did you have a good time last night? Obadiah waved at Eric from a distance. He was still in his pajamas, holding a wine glass in one hand and a cigar in the other. Don't even mention it. I drank way too much last night. I slept like the dead. What games are you talking about, Obadiah? You're terrible, making me drink so much. Eric's face was full of regret as he complained to Obadiah. Obadiah slung an arm around his shoulder, winking mischievously. You can't blame me for that. Your tolerance just isn't up to the task. He leaned in and lowered his voice. I sent those 2 girls home for you. Why not have some fun for a few days? Eric's eyes instantly lit up like a dog spotting a juicy bone. But just as quickly, his expression turned troubled. Better not. If I really did that, Jennifer would kill me. This was exactly why he'd hired a beautiful assistant. She made the perfect shield in situations like this. Oh, you mean your executive assistant? She does have quite the figure. I get it, Obadiah said, taking a deep drag on his cigar. How about this? I'll send you their contact information, and you can decide when and if you want to meet up. That's perfect. You really know me, Eric replied, exchanging a conspiratorial grin with Obadiah, the two looking every bit like partners in crime. Come on, let's get some breakfast. Tony should be up any minute now. Eric, are you saying that General Ross recommended Alice Industries to the Department of Defense? Are you sure I didn't mishear you? They had barely finished breakfast and exchanged a few words when Eric suddenly dropped this bombshell, leaving Obadiah wondering if his hearing was playing tricks on him. Absolutely. The room temperature superconducting materials are produced by Alice Industries. We got more advanced technology, and maybe that's why General Ross and the Department of Defense decided to hand the electromagnetic weapons project over to Alice. But Stark Industries has been supplying the military with weapons for decades. No one can match our expertise. If Alice Industries and Stark Industries teamed up, I'm certain we could develop even better weapons. Obadiah tried to persuade Eric, his brows furrowed in frustration, his words tumbling out in a rush. He hadn't expected General Ross to swoop in out of nowhere and steal the deal right from under his nose. Obadiah, my friend, you must understand. The electromagnetic weapon project is Alice Industries' ticket into the arms market. There's no way we're letting this opportunity slip away. Eric spread his hands helplessly. So there's no room for cooperation? Obadiah sank back into the sofa, taking a deep, forceful puff of a cigar. Hey guys, I can just buy the materials from you and do the research myself. I'm sure we'll outpace Alice Industries and have our own electromagnetic weapons ready in no time. Tony Stark lounged on the sofa, nonchalantly chomping on a cheeseburger, his confidence in his own genius unshakable. Eric burst out laughing. Of course I know that, Mr. Stark. Your intelligence is beyond question. But if you really go through with this, we'll have no choice but to limit the supply of Lancer 1. Then I'll just buy out Alice Industries. Stark swallowed the last bite of his burger in a few quick gulps, chewing forcefully. I'm afraid you can't do that, Mr. Stark. Alice Industries hasn't gone public yet. It's entirely privately owned by me. Eric shrugged, clearly unimpressed by Stark's threat. The room fell silent, the air growing tense and still. But suddenly, Eric smiled. Obadiah, Mr. Stark, I believe there are other areas where we could cooperate. Oh, and what might those be? Are you concerned about women's skincare issues? Stark Industries doesn't make cosmetics, you know, Mr. Friend of Women. Stark curled his lip in distaste. No, what I'm talking about is metal prosthetics. Eric paid no mind to Stark's mockery. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a photograph, laying it on the table between them. In the photo was the Winter Soldier's metal arm, though Eric had carefully erased any trace of Hydra or the former Soviet Union. Stark picked up the photo, raising an eyebrow. You want us to make this kind of toy? This is no toy, Mr. Stark. This arm can grant its user the strength of a ton. Eric clenched his fist, his biceps bulging under his shirt. Every year, tens of thousands of American soldiers are wounded, and most of them end up with permanent disabilities. Among them are privates, sergeants, lieutenants, colonels, even generals. Many of them continue to serve in important positions within the military. They come back from the battlefield, but leave behind a leg or an arm. They return with honor. The government pays out generous pensions every year. They have money, and society pays close attention to them. Every little incident concerning these people is widely reported. They have money, they have power, they have honor, and they have society's attention. Why shouldn't we do this? Eric snatched the photo back from Stark's hand. This prosthetic won't just restore their normal lives. It can make them even stronger. This is a prosthetic, yes, but it's also a weapon. Obadiah smiled in satisfaction. Then let's talk about a partnership. Obadiah's agreement came as no surprise to Eric. He was a shrewd businessman, never one to fixate on immediate gains. He could see the potential that lay behind this prosthetic. Americans have always lacked a sense of security. Even military men are no exception. They shed tears and blood for their country, and sometimes even lose the ability to move freely. That only makes their insecurity greater. They're afraid that the military will abandon them, but the government will abandon them. That society itself will abandon them. If there were a product that could help them stand up again, they would flock to it without hesitation, willing to pay any price to get their hands on it. Killian from Pioneer Technology understood this all too well. He leveraged this desire to persuade a large number of disabled veterans to willingly participate in his extremist virus experiments, without expecting any compensation. This was a product the military would inevitably invest in, even if it was sold at the astronomical price of $5 million apiece. The military would grit their teeth and still buy it. This wasn't just business, it was a matter of morale. Of course, he couldn't really sell it at such a steep price. Something reasonable would suffice. The true value of this invention lay in the goodwill it could garner from the military and the substantial political capital it would bring to Stark Industries. As for Tony Stark, he didn't care in the slightest about how much money this thing might bring in. In his eyes, whether his net worth was 80 or 100 billion was merely a matter of numbers. It wouldn't change his life in any meaningful way. The only thing he cared about was the inspiration this device might spark in him. To him, a metal prosthetic was nothing more than a toy. Given enough time, he could invent it himself. He simply hadn't focused his attention there before. The sole value of this little gadget was to ignite his imagination and inspire new ideas. When Eric returned to the company, he interrogated Natasha once more, erased a small portion of her memory, and then let her go. After all, what was the alternative? Go to war with the egg-headed Nick Fury? There was no need for that. Eric knew he would have plenty of reasons to work with Fury in the future. It had been 3 months since the ultraviolet shielding device was released, yet there was still no response from Alexander's side. Sales of the device were dismal, and this made Eric increasingly anxious. He quietly reached out to Garrett, who was under his control, but the answer he received left him speechless. Alexander had indeed discovered the true function of the ultraviolet shielding device, and he definitely wanted the technology for himself. But he was overthinking the situation. That's right, he was simply overthinking it. Of course, Eric's identity as a member of the Red Skull's personal guard was intimidating enough to make anyone wary. Alexander suspected that the ultraviolet shielding device was a trap Eric had set for him, designed to wrest power away from him. Hydra had several different branches. Alexander's faction was embedded within S.H.I.E.L.D., but there were still others. Baron Strucker, Baron Zemo, Madam Viper, Whitehall, the Malik family. Cut off one head and 2 more. Grow in its place. The branches of Hydra were so numerous and isolated that they rarely collaborated, except when absolutely necessary. This made them harder to eliminate, but it also bred severe distrust between them. Now, with the sudden emergence of a Red Skull bodyguard and their apparent interest in the Insight project, how could Alexander not be on high alert? He was deeply suspicious that Eric had been sent by another Hydra faction to seize power from him. So, he was extremely cautious and refrained from making any careless moves. Instead, every so often he would send his men to buy a few ultraviolet shielding devices for his own research. He didn't dare purchase too many at once, fearing it might arouse Eric's suspicion. In fact, nearly all of Eric's limited orders had been thanks to Alexander. After 3 months of research, the formidable technological gap between Wakandan technology and conventional science became painfully clear, steadily wearing away at Alexander's patience. He lost his temper more than once over the matter. But when it came to endurance, Alexander was second to none. He simply knew how to bide his time. He had endured for decades for the sake of his grand Insight plan, a testament to his remarkable patience. So what if it was just an ultraviolet shielding device? If he couldn't crack in a day, he'd take a year. If a year wasn't enough, then 10. After all, his Insight plan would take at least another decade to even get started. There was no rush. He wasn't in a hurry, but Eric was. Eric was so desperate he'd thrown his pride out the window, only to find his efforts were in vain. The other party simply refused to take the bait. But there was nothing he could do. Garrett was merely one of Alexander's subordinates and had no sway over Alexander's decisions. With no alternatives at hand, Eric could only wait in frustration. While the ultraviolet shielding devices weren't selling, the maglev train was an instant sensation. On the very afternoon after the test run ceremony, the White House convened a meeting and, 3 days later, placed the first order with Alice Industries for a maglev line from New York to Washington. Stretching about 360 kilometers with a 5-year construction timeline and a total investment of $3 billion, this project set off a wave of excitement. That very night, Alice Industries erupted in celebration. The employees rejoiced without sleep, their spirits soaring. Eric had fulfilled his promise to them. They were now part of building the world's very first maglev train line, and their names would go down in history. Overnight, the valuation of Alice Industries soared dozens of times over, and the news sent shockwaves through the business world. Suddenly, no one could sit still. The White House, the military, the banks, and major financial groups all began pressuring Alice Industries, urging them to go public as soon as possible. The White House and military wanted control, while the bankers hoped to claim a share of the enormous profits. Of course, there were also those bold enough to disregard the law. Thieves and corporate spies became regular visitors to Alice Industries, nearly wearing down the company's doorstep. But no matter who they were, they all left in defeat. Most fell prey to the security system Eric had personally designed, and even those who managed to slip past, it would find themselves stumped by Eric's legendary safe. No thief, no matter how skilled, was able to crack it. Eric's safe soon became the stuff of legend and taboo in the industry. When Eric later heard of his safe's reputation, he nearly doubled over with laughter. Since S.H.I.E.L.D. offered no immediate leads, Eric decided it was time to assemble his own team. First on his list of priorities was the mascot he valued most, Hawkeye Barton. According to his deductions, Barton was still underage and currently performing in a circus somewhere, living in seclusion while honing his skills. He had a name, an age, and a general location, all of which made Barton much easier to find than the people he'd had Deadpool search for. Tossing a few gold bars to the mole, Eric was confident that, with friends all over the world, Mr. Mole would soon bring Barton right to his doorstep. The other person, however, required Eric to make the journey himself. Ivan Vanko, future Whiplash, was a Russian genius in mechanical engineering, a man whose talents could rival even Tony Stark's. His father, Anton Vanko, had once worked with Howard Stark to develop the arc reactor, but was expelled by Howard after attempting to profit illicitly from it, forcing him to return to Russia. Eric held Ivan's brilliance in high regard, but he also knew the man's fierce independence, so he decided this was a task he needed to handle personally. The Yenisei River, the largest river in Russia by volume, flowed south of the Siberian city of Krasnoyarsk. As soon as Eric stepped off the plane, he was hit with an awkward realization. He didn't speak Russian. He was fluent in many languages: English, German, Polish, Mandarin, Hebrew, and more, but Russian was not one of them. Because he couldn't express himself clearly, the driver misunderstood his directions and dropped him off in the wrong place. Thinking he'd arrived, Eric got out of the car in a daze. He then walked along the Yenisei River for over an hour, only to find himself utterly confused. Something about this place felt wrong, as if he'd made a mistake. Heavy snowflakes drifted down from the sky, and the river nearby was already sealed beneath a thick sheet of ice. On the bank stood a few stunted plants, their bare branches weighed down by snow. Looking around, Eric saw no people, not even a bird in sight. With a resigned shake of his head, Eric sat cross-legged on the ground, closed his eyes, and tuned in to the Earth's magnetic field. Just as pigeons could navigate home using the planet's magnetism, so too could Magneto. As long as there was a magnetic field, he could never truly lose his way. Focusing intently on the subtle currents of magnetism and the pulsing of the geomagnetic field, Eric quickly pinpointed his location. He could barely restrain himself from hunting down the driver and giving him a proper thrashing. This was the very definition of going completely the wrong way. The direction was the exact opposite of where he needed to be. This magnetic field feels so familiar. What is it? Suddenly, Eric sensed a distinctive magnetic presence far off in the distance. It felt like a person, but not a mutant, nor an ordinary human. Something strange, incredibly powerful, and oddly familiar. Still sitting cross-legged, Eric slowly lifted himself into the air, drifting high above the ground and hiding amidst the thick clouds. He floated silently toward the source of that strange magnetic field. So it's that brute. What's he doing all the way out here in Siberia? Below, the source of that strange magnetic field was none other than one of Magneto's old lieutenants, the Juggernaut. Many people assume Juggernaut is a mutant, but that's not the case. His power actually comes from the Crimson Cosmos and its sinister deity, Sidorak. He was once an ordinary man, half-brother to Professor X. During a war, he stumbled into Sidorak's temple by chance. When he touched the Crimson Gem, his fate was sealed, transforming him into this massive force of nature. Sidorak's dark sorcery bestowed upon Juggernaut inexhaustible strength and made his body utterly indestructible. He could wrestle the Hulk to a standstill, take the full force of Thor's lightning, and withstand the adamantium claws of Wolverine. Once Juggernaut begins his rampage, almost nothing can stand in his way. Among Magneto's followers, Juggernaut was perhaps his favorite, and for good reason. He was easy to control. Sidorak's magic had dulled his intellect, leaving him impulsive and volatile, a classic case of brawn over brains. Magneto was like a mage in a game, and every mage loves having a tank by their side. Juggernaut was the very embodiment of a human shield. No matter the universe, Juggernaut's power is always the same. Sidorak, a dimensional demon lord. This is the might of the multiverse. Eric gazed down at Juggernaut, a surge of emotion welling up in his heart. At that moment, Juggernaut, clad in his signature crimson armor, was pounding furiously at the ice below, his expression tense and anxious, as if desperately searching for something. "Marco, what are you looking for? Need a hand?" Cain Marco, Juggernaut's real name, rolled off Eric's tongue with surprising ease. Hearing his name called, Juggernaut looked up to see Eric floating overhead. Most people, finding someone levitating above them, would at least take a moment to ask what was going on, but not Juggernaut. Without hesitation, he hefted a massive chunk of ice, nearly as tall as a person, and hurled it straight at Eric. "This guy's a real brute," Eric muttered, dodging the frozen missile. At the same time, he caught sight of Juggernaut's blood-red eyes. That look was all too familiar to Eric. It meant Juggernaut was seething with rage. In this state, anyone in his path was an enemy, Magneto included. Not wanting to provoke him further, Eric descended gently to the ground, approaching with caution. He carefully modulated the local magnetic field, smoothing its pulses to a gentle rhythm. Reaching out, he released a faint electromagnetic pulse, attempting to dampen the activity of Juggernaut's pituitary gland and calm him down. But Eric had underestimated the power of Sidorak's magic. The instant that weak pulse touched Juggernaut, it was repelled by a surge of crimson energy within him, as if swatting away an attack. Juggernaut only grew more enraged. With a guttural roar, he charged. The crimson tank let out a thunderous roar and charged straight at Eric, his massive form barreling forward like a raging bull. Nothing could stand in his way. As he thundered across the ice, the surface cracked and shattered beneath his feet, sending shards of ice flying in every direction. Eric raised his hand, palm outstretched toward the crimson tank. His powers surged, and arcs of brilliant blue light danced through the air, the result of the electromagnetic field ionizing the atmosphere, creating dazzling streams of plasma. And then, nothing happened. Awkwardly, Eric lowered his hand and darted to the side, narrowly avoiding the crimson tank's onslaught. His original plan had been to use his ability to control the tank's armor, but to his dismay, the armor was so deeply tainted by Sidorak's magic that it was no longer just metal. He couldn't manipulate it all. The crimson tank charged a great distance before realizing he hadn't hit anyone. He gradually came to a stop and turned around in confusion. Spotting Eric in the distance, he let out another furious roar. "Worm, don't you run." Eric rolled his eyes. "Run? I haven't moved at all. You just ran too far." It seems the crimson tank in this universe is even less intelligent than I imagined. With a snarl, the crimson tank rushed at Eric again. This time, Eric gestured at the ground, drawing wisps of metal dust from the riverbed. The particles gathered in his hand, forming a small metal sphere. Raising his arm, Eric aimed the metal orb at the crimson tank. Electricity crackled across his palm as layers of magnetic force built up. With a sharp motion, he launched the sphere like an arrow loose from a bow. This was a railgun, the very weapon that hadn't yet been invented, but Eric was already putting it to use. The metal sphere shot forward with terrifying speed and struck the crimson tank squarely on the left shoulder. The impact made the giant stagger, but still he did not stop. When one strike failed, Eric drew even more metal from the riverbed, sweeping both arms toward the crimson tank. A torrent of metal dust gathered around the tank's feet, making them heavier and heavier. At first, the crimson tank didn't pay it any mind, but as the metal piled on, his feet became two massive iron lumps, making every step a struggle. In the end, the twin lumps fused together into a single, enormous hemisphere of metal, pinning him in place with his body stuck straight up at the center, like a giant human-shaped spinning top. "You cursed worm," the crimson tank bellowed, raising his fists, each as big as a cauldron, and smashing them down onto the metal hemisphere. Two deep craters appeared instantly. Eric chuckled softly and lifted his right hand. The metal immediately reshaped itself, restoring the hemisphere to its perfect form. Then, with a flick of his will, Eric made the hemisphere rise and spin, leaving the crimson tank dangling upside down, feet in the air. "Damn you, worm. Let the great crimson tank down," the tank howled, his rage mounting as he caught sight of Eric's mocking smile. He thrashed wildly, and with sheer brute strength, managed to wrench his legs free at last. Eric furrowed his brow. This couldn't go on. He could keep controlling the metallic dust, suspending the Juggernaut in midair so he couldn't get hurt. But aside from making the Juggernaut angrier and angrier, it didn't seem to serve any other purpose. And besides, Eric couldn't outlast him. Powered by the magic of Sidorak, the Juggernaut would never tire, never starve, never die of thirst, but Eric would. He had to find a way to calm that fury. Well, guess I'll have to use the old method, Eric muttered, moving his fingers ever so slightly as he set the Juggernaut back down. There was only one way to quell the Juggernaut's rage. Let him vent it out completely. The metallic hemisphere in the air shifted shape in a flash, tossing the Juggernaut straight to the ground. The giant rose to his feet, shook the icy shard from his head, and let loose a thunderous roar before charging Eric once more. Eric manipulated the metal dust into the form of a fierce leopard that lunged at the Juggernaut. Without missing a beat, Eric stretched out his palm toward a nearby mountain peak. He had just sensed it held a sizable iron deposit. In an instant, vast amounts of iron were extracted, splintering the mountain, collapsing it, and leaving a yawning chasm in its place. If anyone stumbled across this site in the future, it would surely become one more unsolved mystery for the world. But Eric had no time to worry about that now. He shaped the extracted iron into a horde of metallic beasts. Lions, tigers, elephants, all manner of familiar animals, but also dinosaurs, werewolves, and even alien creatures born of imagination. The stampede began. Metallic beasts by the hundreds thundered across the ice, their roars echoing as they charged the Juggernaut. The Juggernaut had already smashed the metal leopard with a single blow. Seeing this tidal wave of beasts rushing at him, he let out an excited shout, his crimson tongue licking his lips as he swung his fists and dove into the fray. No matter their size or form, none of these creatures could hurt the Juggernaut in the least. He, on the other hand, shattered a metallic beast with every punch. But beneath his feet, unnoticed, the wreckage of each defeated beast crumbled into streams of metallic dust, which drifted behind Eric and reformed into towering monsters, charging the Juggernaut anew. Again and again, the cycle repeated. Eric, guided by his formidable willpower, commanded his powers to craft the metal dust into endless shapes. Before he knew it, he was swept up in the exhilaration of it all. Never before had Magneto attempted something like this, such delicate, vast manipulations at this scale. Not even his old age would Magneto have been certain he could achieve it. But Eric did it. The super soldier serum had honed his body, granting him finer control and far greater power than before. This was a question of limits, and the serum had pushed his powers to new heights. Unicorns, giants, dragons, even spaceships and transformers appeared later on. Whatever Eric could imagine. He conjured up from metallic powder and hurled it before the red tank, letting him destroy to his heart's content. But even with a strong body and tremendous mental power, this kind of consumption gradually wore Eric down. Suddenly, he realized his folly and cursed himself for being so stupid. Wouldn't it have been better to just create 10,000 iron balls for the red tank to smash? Why do you have to show off by making all these fancy things? Who was he trying to impress anyway? It seems I'm just a little short, he thought, glancing at the red tank. The crimson glow in Red Tank's eyes was beginning to fade, though a trace of it still lingered, threatening a renewed outburst. With his powers almost depleted and unable to use them further, Eric lowered his hands. The metallic beasts lost their form and crumbled into a heap of metal powder that scattered across the ice, turning the pristine white surface pitch black. A moment ago, Red Tank had been locked in a fierce battle with Optimus Prime, completely engrossed in the fight. Suddenly, his opponent vanished, and his punch, having lost its target, sent him sprawling onto the ice. Eric seized the opportunity, darted forward, and landed a heavy blow to the back of Red Tank's head, driving him into the ice. Without pause, Eric hammered him again and again, each punch aimed ruthlessly at the base of his skull. The ice soon gave way, opening up a huge hole, and Red Tank plunged into the freezing water below. Eric manipulated the iron, sand to haul him back up, and continued his relentless assault. Arg! Damn bug, Red Tank will tear you apart. Red Tank roared, enduring Eric's iron fists. He managed to roll over, taking a few punches on his nose, then clutched his nose with one hand, balled the other into a fist, and hurled it at Eric with all his strength. But Eric wasn't foolish enough to take a punch to the face. He darted aside, dodging the blow, but this allowed Red Tank to stagger upright. Haha, damn bug. Let Master Red Tank land a punch on you. Red Tank licked his lips with excitement, his knuckles cracking ominously. How about this? I'll let you hit me once, and then we sit down and have a proper talk, all right? Eric kept his eyes locked on Red Tank's, sensing that a glimmer of reason had returned. No deal. Let me hit you twice, no, 3 times. Red Tank retorted. He can bargain now, huh? Looks like he's really come to his senses. Fine. 3 punches it is. Go ahead. Eric stood in place, smiling. Red Tank strode over with a wicked grin, took aim at Eric's head, and swung with all his might. He could already picture Eric's skull bursting like a watermelon, his excitement growing with every step. Unfortunately for him, it was nothing but a fantasy. When Red Tank's fist was just a few centimeters away, Eric sidestepped effortlessly, letting the punch swing past. Red Tank always swung with full force, and this time was no exception. With his opponent dodging at the last second, he nearly threw out his back. Damn it! Why'd you dodge? Why can't I dodge? It's not like you said I couldn't. Eric stood off to the side and shrugged, wearing an innocent expression. Looks like I really didn't say that. Sorry, that punch doesn't count. Let's start over. But this time you can't dodge. The Red Tank scratched his head, looking a little embarrassed. That won't do. You already threw a punch, didn't land it, and now you blame me? No way, you still got 2 punches left. Eric replied, refusing with righteous conviction. All right then. I'll hit you 2 more times, but you can't dodge. The Red Tank once again raised his fist, big as a casserole pot. Eric stood calmly in place. A promise is a promise. I won't dodge at all. Hearing this, the Red Tank brightened up, happily swinging his fist again, aiming straight for Eric's head and bringing it down hard. But once more he missed. An invisible electromagnetic shield blocked his fist, stopping it a foot away from Eric's head, unable to get any closer. Hey, what's this thing? The Red Tank yelled, dissatisfied. Oh, that's my shield. Whenever I'm in danger, it turns on automatically. Not my fault, Eric replied, looking innocent, though inwardly he was secretly delighted. This was just making a fool of the big oaf. No way. That punch doesn't count. The Red Tank was almost frantic. I didn't dodge. Eric kept up the innocent act. But I didn't hit you. Eric rolled his eyes. How is it my fault you missed? You just didn't land the punch. Come on, you've got 1 left. I won't dodge, and I'll even turn off my shield. I promise you'll hit me this time, okay? Really? You're not tricking me. The big guy was honestly easy to fool. Eric smiled sincerely. Really? Go ahead, hit me. Okay then. The Red Tank lifted his fist for the 3rd time, but this time his excitement had faded. It was more like he was just finishing a chore. The massive fist came down. Eric didn't dodge, and he even deactivated his magnetic shield. But would he really take the punch straight to the face? Of course not. As the huge fist closed in, Eric lifted his own little fist. But unlike before, this time his fist gleamed with a silvery sheen. The vibranium hidden within his cells now gathered entirely into his hand. Eric seemed to think that wasn't impressive enough. Silver claws of vibranium sprang from his knuckles, glinting coldly. With a heavy crack, the 2 fists collided. An invisible shockwave swept across the ice. The Red Tank stumbled back a few steps, baring his teeth and shaking his hand. The punch had really hurt this time. But it was only pain, not a scratch on him. Eric stood exactly where he was, unmoved. The force of the Red Tank's blow had been completely absorbed by the vibranium and sent back as a shockwave, which only jarred the Red Tank, but left Eric entirely unharmed. All right, we've finished the 3 punches. Let's sit down and have a chat. Eric imitated Coulson's gentle smile, doing his best to look harmless. You hit me. Juggernaut's face was full of grievance. I just used a different part of my body to take your punches. You never said it had to be my head, so I used my fist instead. Eric tried to justify himself. Look, you hit me, and I didn't dodge, right? Right. Juggernaut nodded blankly. You hit me, and I didn't put up a shield, right? Right. Juggernaut nodded, still bewildered. You landed your punches on me, on my fist, right? Right. Juggernaut nodded again, his confusion only deepening. So, our agreement's done. You've landed your 3 punches, and now it's time for a talk. With a smile, Eric sat cross-legged right there on the frozen surface of the lake. Juggernaut mulled it over for a long moment, still looking dazed. It seemed to make sense. Eric let him hit, and he did land the blows. Even if it was just on Eric's fist. But it counted. He'd hit him. That meant he'd won. With that realization, Juggernaut sat down happily. Marco, can you tell me why you came to Siberia? Seeing that this simple-minded fellow had finally settled down, Eric voiced his curiosity. I'm here to rescue Sammy. Oh no, where's Sammy? Juggernaut suddenly remembered his mission, leaping to his feet in alarm. Sammy? Who's Sammy? Sammy is Juggernaut's friend, his best friend. At the mention of his friend, Juggernaut's face lit up with a look of pure happiness. Eric was genuinely taken aback. Juggernaut, smiling like that? He actually had a friend? And it looked like a true, heartfelt friendship. How could that be possible? This guy was supposed to be nothing more than Sidorak's puppet, his mind constantly warped by the Crimson Demon's magic. How could he feel anything positive? Eric sent out a small electromagnetic pulse once more. This time, the crimson energy inside Juggernaut stayed quiet, allowing him to calm down completely. Eric was well-versed in chatting with Juggernaut. With a bit of gentle prodding, Juggernaut gradually managed to recount the whole story. It turned out Juggernaut really did have a friend, a Canadian mutant boy named Sammy Pear. Sammy's mutant ability was underwater survival, but the side effects of his mutation had covered his whole body in green fish scales, turned his ears into gills, and his hands into web paddles. A perfectly normal teenager, transformed into an ugly fish-like creature. His parents despised his appearance, beating and berating him at every turn. And poor Sammy, changed so drastically, didn't dare go outside anymore. He could only endure it all in silence. That'd be why, a twist of fate, little Shammy met Red Tank. Like Shammy, Red Tank had suffered frequent abuse during childhood, and the two quickly became close friends. They enjoyed a happy time together, but unfortunately, it was short-lived. Shammy was sold by his unscrupulous father to a research institute. When Red Tank found out, he flew into a rage and tracked them all the way to Siberia. That's the whole story. As for why Red Tank was out on the river smashing at the ice, well, it turns out he'd heard from the locals that a group had kidnapped many children, left this area in a submarine, and disappeared beneath the ice. So, he spent 2 whole days out there, hacking away, hoping to dig out the submarine. What is this? Red Tank's version of marking the boat for a dropped sword? What a foolish kid. Eric listened and felt like banging his head against the wall. This child was just too naive. All right, from now on, you'll stick with me. I'll help you find Shammy. You can find Shammy? Red Tank couldn't contain his excitement. His giant, fan-like palm landed hard on Eric's shoulder, almost knocking him over. Don't touch me. Eric quickly shuffled a meter away, eyeing Red Tank's thick, long arms warily, then edged another meter to the side. Here's the deal. I help you find Shammy, and from then on, you work with me. How does that sound? Eric thought Red Tank would agree immediately, but instead, he looked hesitant. I can't go with you. I have a job. What? You have a job? Eric was floored. Was this really Red Tank? Not only did he have friends, now he even had a job. What kind of job? Tell me about it. I was hired by the British. I think it's called the New Excalibur Squad. We specialize in doing good deeds. Red Tank is a hero. Red Tank said with immense pride. Superhero Red Tank. Eric almost spat out yesterday's dinner. Could anything be more ridiculous than this? So you joined the New Excalibur Squad just to be a hero? No, they pay me a salary. Red Tank shook his massive head, answering with an adorably clueless expression. Wait, a salary? So it's about the money? How much do they pay you? 50,000 pounds. That's double what their government officials make. Red Tank beamed, clearly satisfied with his pay. Is that per month or per week? Are you silly? Of course it's per year. Hiring Red Tank for a 50,000-pound annual salary. Those Brits sure have guts. All right then, I'll pay you £5 million a year to work for me from now on. It's settled. Let's go rescue Shammy. Eric shook his head as he stood up. He could hardly believe how easy it was to recruit Red Tank. Not only am I helping a fool find his friend, I'm also solving his employment problem. I really am a good person. How many villain organizations are there in the Marvel Universe? Anyway, no one could say for sure. From the vast galactic truth, cults spanning star systems, down to small-time criminal gangs of just 2 or 3 people. Their numbers are as countless as the stars. At this moment, Eric couldn't determine exactly which group had taken Sammy, but he was confident he could find them. The Yenisei River flows from south to north, finally emptying into the Arctic Ocean. Since the group used a submarine, they could only be heading north, following the main course of the Yenisei. By tracing their path, he was certain he'd catch up to them. With a Red Tank in tow, Eric soared into the sky, following the river's current northward. As he flew, he extended his magnetic field's reach as far as it would go, searching with all his might. Taking into account that the submarine had already been traveling for at least 2 days, Eric focused his search on the latter half of the Yenisei. Unfortunately, it seemed even the heavens disapproved of his trickery toward the gullible Red Tank. After circling the Yenisei twice, he still hadn't found the slightest clue. He'd even checked some of the river's larger branches, but came up empty-handed. Red Tank, oblivious to it all, gazed up at the clouds with a look of innocent wonder. Flying so high, he couldn't see the ground at all, and had no idea they had already made 2 full circuits over the Yenisei. Eric shot him a quick glance. Seeing that unshakable trust, he grit his teeth, suddenly surged forward, and sped straight north. The Arctic Ocean, so vast and boundless. Eric's magnetic sense could only cover a tiny patch at a time, so he had to rely on sheer speed to compensate. Along the way, he encountered plenty of ships, but detected no mutant energy fields, nor any sign of a submarine. Frustration gnawed at him. Before he realized it, the world around him had turned a blinding white. On an iceberg below, he even spotted a few polar bears. He'd actually reached the Arctic. Helplessly, Eric came to a stop and began a slow descent. Did you find them? Red Tank, thinking they'd reached their destination, clapped his fists together in excitement, making a deep, thudding sound. They should be nearby. I need to use a special move to pinpoint them, so don't disturb me, Eric replied, swallowing his pride to save face. Obedient as ever, Red Tank backed away a dozen meters, afraid to interrupt. Eric let out a heavy sigh. He'd dug this hole for himself. Now he had to see it through. He really was about to use his trump card, though it was one he loathed deploying as it demanded so much mental effort. He rose into the air again, climbing even higher than before, and sat cross-legged in the open sky. The metal powder he carried fanned out around him, forming a giant concave mirror in midair, angled toward the earth below. Eric himself sat precisely at its focal point. He glanced up at the shimmering mirror, drew a deep breath, closed his eyes, and emptied his mind. Then a steady, unbroken electromagnetic pulse began to emanate from him, radiating outward in powerful waves. In almost an instant, Eric received feedback from the ground, an overwhelming torrent of information, so vast it was beyond imagination, crashing into his mind. Mountains, rivers, glaciers, oceans, ships, humans, polar bears. Anything that existed on the Earth sent him an electromagnetic pulse, and then came signals from beneath the surface, under the ice, beneath the waves. His brain was instantly flooded by this tidal wave of data. This technique of Eric's was inspired by radar and radio telescopes. Back when Magneto was young, he had already mastered it, but never dared to use it. While helping Professor X build the Cerebro amplifier, Magneto had studied radio telescopes in detail. After all, there was a massive radio telescope right outside Xavier's mansion. He saw it every day, and it was impossible not to be curious. It was only after thoroughly grasping the principles behind radio telescopes that Magneto teamed up with Beast, Hank, to construct the Cerebro amplifier. However, whether it was radar, radio telescopes, or Cerebro, the job of data processing was always left to computers. No one would ever attempt to analyze it all with the human brain, like Eric was doing now. The fact that his head hadn't exploded on the spot was a miracle in itself. Eric was lost in the avalanche of data, struggling to maintain a sliver of clarity. With great effort, he controlled his powers, first filtering out all-terrain data, which immediately reduced the data stream by 30%. Next, he blocked out ocean currents and schools of fish beneath the surface, and the flow diminished by another third, finally giving him a chance to catch his breath. With 40% of the data left, Eric filtered out all non-metallic signals, and in an instant, the information was reduced to less than 100,000 sources. Then anything too small, anything smaller than a submarine, he screened out. Sunken ships on the seafloor gone, offshore drilling platforms and fishing vessels gone, polar research stations gone. At last, Eric finally locked onto his target. Beneath a glacier, there was actually a vast underground base. At last, I've found you. Eric sneered and flew straight toward the location. But he'd barely flown 2 minutes before he had to awkwardly turn back. His mind was in such chaos. He'd forgotten all about Juggernaut, that big oaf. Boss, is Sammy really here? Juggernaut looked eagerly at the towering glacier before them, itching for action. Eric was speechless. Was this fool actually thinking of tackling the glacier itself? What are you thinking? The base is under the glacier. And listen, don't damage the base. I need it intact. If you punch a hole in it, I'll dock your pay. Also, you can kill anyone in green uniforms, but not a single one in white. Got that? If you kill even one person in white, I'll dock your pay for a month. With a simple magnetic scan, Eric had already confirmed which faction this base belonged to. This was still Red Skull's doing. This secret base was established by Red Skull himself, and clandestine research here began during his reign. Now, 2 generations have grown up within these walls, yet they continue to revere Red Skull and carry on the very experiments he started. The subject of their research is a hammer, its body gleaming silver, the handle golden, and the head round and solid, looking much like a judge's gavel. The surface of the hammer is etched with intricate patterns and runes, while inside, a dark and immense energy pulses. When Eric tried to exert his powers over it, the hammer simply shrugged them off. To start with the process of elimination, this isn't Mjolnir, the hammer of Thor, but it is Asgardian in origin. Only the hammer-forging families of Asgard could produce such a weapon, brimming with magical energy. Scotty's hammer. TSK. This could be a problem, Eric murmured, running through all the hammers he knew of in his mind until he settled on this one. This hammer, too, has ties to Thor's family. Its master was Thor's uncle, Odin's elder brother, who called himself the Serpent, or Kull. Once the king of Asgard and the god of fear, his rule was so brutal that Odin eventually overthrew him and sealed him away on Earth. Yet before his defeat, the Serpent left behind 8 hammers. Anyone who earned his approval and could lift a hammer would become a herald of the serpent's power, wielding godlike might. The serpent, Kull, a being of Skyfather level. Why did I have to run into this? Eric muttered. This hammer was not to be moved, not something he could afford to touch right now. In fact, Eric had no intention of ever laying his hands on this thing. It was a trap, plain and simple. The title of worthy sounded grand, but in the end, it just meant being the serpent's puppet. Since he wouldn't touch it, neither would his people. He remembered how Juggernaut had once been chosen by the serpent, given a hammer to wield, and in the end, lost his own crimson gem of Sidorak in the process. The poor fool had suffered enough. Eric wasn't about to let him stumble into this misfortune as well. The two of them soon entered the base. Eric raised his hand slightly and silenced the blaring alarms that grated on the nerves. The base wasn't heavily staffed. At most, there were fewer than 2,000 people. Either of them could have wiped everyone out with ease, but with his subordinate present, Eric had no intention of doing the dirty work himself. He simply laid out the ground rules and sent his simple-minded companion off to do the killing. The HYDRA soldiers in green uniforms made up about 90% of those present, along with a dozen or so leaders. These people were of little consequence. Juggernaut could deal with them however he liked. But among them were nearly 100 scientists, and Eric would never waste such valuable talent. What is most scarce in the 21st century? Talent. These scientists are the most precious of resources. How could he let them go to waste? Though they'd long been cut off from society and their knowledge had fallen behind the times, skills can always be relearned. They had studied this hammer for decades, and, as one might expect, had made some progress. In the future, when Eric re-established contact with Asgard, these people would form the backbone of those researching Asgardian technology and magic. As the Juggernaut smashed his way through the facility, Eric paused for a moment to sense his surroundings, confirmed the direction, and headed straight for the laboratory. Scotty's hammer was there, and so was little Sammy, along with nearly all the scientists. It was the perfect opportunity to capture everyone in one fell swoop. Judging from the scene, it looks like they're preparing for a blood sacrifice. Good thing we got here in time. Sammy was still alive, along with more than 100 mutant children, all locked up in a few cramped cages. Hydra had installed several X-gene suppressors on the cages, rendering the mutant children powerless for the time being. Sensing these devices, Eric became cautious. After all, his own powers were derived from the X-gene, and those suppressors would affect him just as much. X-gene suppressors? Bolivar Trask must be responsible for these. That little runt is just asking for a beating. Eric shook his head, in annoyance, simultaneously levitating several iron spheres. Wherever he sensed a suppressor, he smashed it to pieces with ruthless force. At first, the mutant children in the cages were terrified, thinking the devils had returned to torment them. They huddled together, shivering with fear. But after a while, when no whips came down and chaos erupted around them, they realized something was different. The villains were running everywhere, shouting, as if an enemy had invaded. A few brave children seized the moment, using their powers to knock out a Hydra agent. Seeing their chance, the other children joined in. In an instant, lightning crackled, winds howled, and a dazzling array of attacks filled the laboratory. Not only were many Hydra soldiers killed, but several scientists were injured, and even some of the equipment was destroyed. Eric acted quickly, enveloping the young mutants in a magnetic shield, both to protect them and to keep them from causing more damage. In his mind, the scientists and their equipment were already as good as his. He couldn't let them be destroyed so easily. For the sake of these devices, he hadn't even dared to use an electromagnetic pulse. Hail Hydra! Eric strode into the laboratory, shouting the infamous slogan. The Hydra agents, acting on instinct, snapped to attention, heels together, and echoed in unison. Hail Hydra! Who are you? Only after shouting did one of the Hydra agents realize Eric was not one of their own. He raised his gun and aimed it at Eric. Eric paid him no mind, walking with the confident stride of an official. He glanced around the laboratory, nodded in satisfaction, and in a crisp Berlin accent declared, "Not bad. Even though the general has been gone for decades, you have not forgotten your mission. Excellent. When the day comes that the general returns, I will be sure to request commendations for all of you." The general is still alive? And who exactly are you? An elderly man with a head of white hair stepped out from the crowd. He wore a white lab coat over a green military uniform, clearly marking him as a leader. How dare you? To question the general's strength is pure insolence. Eric's expression hardened. He drew a bizarre-looking pistol from inside his coat and fired a shot at the old man. Instead of blood and gore, a thick cloud of smoke billowed from the muzzle, enveloping the old man's face. As Eric drew his weapon, several Hydra soldiers instinctively raised their guns at him. But as they witnessed the scene unfold, their hands faltered and their weapons lowered in stunned disbelief. "My face! My face!" The old man shrieked, clawing desperately at his cheeks. He collapsed to the ground in convulsions, his body racked with spasms and his cries echoing with agony. The flesh on his face melted and shriveled, turning an angry red as every hair fell away, leaving behind only the blood-red visage of a skull. In moments, the old man fell silent. His hands slipped from his ruined face, exposing the horrific sight beneath. The shock sent the rest of the crowd stumbling backward in terror. "Death dust! That's the general's weapon!" A few older researchers gasped, falling to one knee. Others paled at the name, quickly following suit until the entire room was kneeling in submission. Eric holstered his pistol, which dissolved into a handful of powder and clung to his clothes. A mere trick, for there was no death dust, only Eric's ability to control metal particles. With his hands clasped behind his back, Eric swept a haughty gaze over the room. "I am the general's personal guard, colonel by rank. You may address me as Colonel Eric. I have come here today because I discovered someone was exploiting the general's name for personal gain. I tracked them all the way here. According to military law, I should execute every last one of you. But I recognize your dedication, your years spent honoring your mission and continuing your research for the general's sake. So, I will spare your lives." This time, seeing the tension ease among those present, Eric let a sinister smile curl his lips. But as for those main culprits outside, they won't be so lucky. From this day forward, remember our creed, blood and honor. Continue to serve the general with all your strength. "Hail Hydra! Hail Hydra!" came the fervent reply. Eric nodded in satisfaction. "Excellent. Everyone, gather your belongings. Pack up all equipment and archives. Await further orders." "But, Colonel, what about the hammer of Scotty? Are we not continuing our research?" a frail young man asked timidly. "What is your name?" Eric fixed him with an icy stare, making him tremble with fear. "And my name is Weber." Eric pointed at him. "From now on, you are their supervisor. There's no need to study Scotty's hammer any further. I've already found the answer in the literature. Scotty's hammer is simply waiting for its master. The time has not yet come, so any additional research is meaningless." Having dismissed the Hydra researcher, Eric finally turned to look at the young mutants in the cage. One had to admit, Hydra really was a band of heartless madmen. Most of these children were only 14 or 15 years old, yet Hydra was so cruel as to plan a blood sacrifice for every last one of them. When the children saw Eric turn to face them, terror filled their eyes. They shrank back, pressing themselves against the bars, desperate to get away. Moments ago, they had all witnessed Eric kill a Hydra agent. In their eyes, this man was an even scarier demon than those monsters from Hydra. Scanning the group, Eric quickly spotted little Sammy. His green scales made him stand out no matter how hard he tried to hide. "What am I supposed to do with these little ones? What a headache." Sammy could leave with Juggernaut, but what about the others? He couldn't just abandon them. Sending them home wasn't an option either. Most of these mutant children suffered from side effects of their mutations, while none were as transformed as Sammy, whose appearance resembled a fish-like creature. Their mutant nature was still obvious at a glance. Most had been abandoned by their parents or had run away because of what they were. Sending them back would be like escaping one den of wolves, only to fall into a tiger's jaws. After pondering for a while, Eric could think of only one place: Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters. With Professor X there, it was the most welcoming place for mutants in the world. "You come here." Eric pointed at Sammy and barked the order coldly. He was still playing the role of Red Skull's enforcer. He couldn't risk blowing his cover because of these children. Sammy was petrified. He shook his head and backed away, shoving aside the others behind him, retreating all the way to the corner, where he curled up in fear. Eric shook his head. After all, they were just children. There was no need to frighten them further. "You don't need to be afraid. Without my orders, no one will dare harm you. You'll stay here for a few days. Soon, I'll take you somewhere else, a safe place, I promise. Now, Sammy Pear, come with me. We're going to meet someone." This base was a labyrinth, its structure exceedingly complex and riddled with traps. For anyone but an insider, moving through safely would be nearly impossible. Unfortunately for Hydra, all of these defenses were nothing more than tissue paper to Juggernaut. He barreled straight through, smashing walls and dispatching anyone in his way. In just over 10 minutes, he had practically torn half the base apart. After this rampage, Juggernaut's excitement finally began to fade. Remembering Eric's instructions, he turned to look back at the base, now little more than a heap of rubble thanks to his handiwork. His face fell, and he was nearly in tears. With the place in ruins, it looked like his freshly earned wages were as good as gone. When Eric arrived with little Sammy, the red tank was cautiously piecing together the broken wall. He picked up large chunks of concrete, held them up to the gaping holes in the wall, spent ages trying to see if they fit, then, with a conflicted expression, set each piece in place, smoothing the edges with his massive hands, doing his best to make the wall look whole again. Unfortunately, with his limited wits, he could barely manage a simple jigsaw puzzle, let alone such a complicated puzzle game as this. By the time Eric got there, the red tank had already patched up 3 sections of wall, each one riddled with holes and jagged gaps, looking as if a dog had chewed through them. When the red tank spotted little Sammy, he was overwhelmed with joy. He dropped the chunk of wall he was holding and rushed over, scooping Sammy up and spinning him around twice, his happiness beyond words. "Marco, what are you doing here? Did they catch you too? Quick, you need to run. It's too dangerous here." Sammy's words took Eric by surprise. This little guy truly thought of the red tank as a friend. "Why should I run? The red tank isn't afraid of danger. The red tank is here to save Sammy." The red tank grinned broadly, his smile so innocent and guileless. "That's it, Siderax really lost out this time," Eric thought to himself with a silent chuckle. With Sammy around, there's almost no chance the red tank will ever turn to evil again. A kind-hearted red tank, Siderax will be furious, huh? After settling the remaining Hydra researchers, Eric took the red tank and Sammy back to the Siberian tundra. Although he'd unexpectedly gained a new subordinate and a group of scientists, he couldn't lose sight of his main target. Finding Ivan Vanko wasn't difficult. It was the usual routine: steamroll through the local gangs and use the neighborhood kingpins to track him down. If he couldn't find him in one city, he'd move on to the next. By the time he reached the 3rd city, Eric had found him. Ivan Vanko was about the same age as Tony Stark, both young men in their 20s. Thanks to his father's misguided upbringing, Ivan had dropped out of school early and spent his days running with petty thugs. When Eric found him, Ivan was at a tattoo parlor having his pet parrot inked onto his lower back. "Ivan Vanko, I admire your talent. How about coming to work for me?" Eric got straight to the point, tossing a suitcase full of cash onto the table. Ivan glanced over his shoulder, sneered dismissively, and went back to savoring the sting of the tattoo needle. He hadn't bothered with any anesthetic. Eric raised an eyebrow, impressed. "So, he dares to ignore even me? If you've got that kind of nerve, well then, I'll just wait for you. Though, not here. I'll wait at your place." With the help of the local fixers, Eric quickly found Ivan Vanko's home, a shabby room in the slums. Anton Vanko sat on the bed, chewing on a hunk of black bread, racked by fits of coughing. Howard Stark had Anton expelled for espionage, leaving Anton with a ruined reputation in the academic world. No company was willing to hire him. For decades, he lived off his past achievements, but eventually, his resources ran dry. To make matters worse, his son showed no interest in making something of himself. Despite his brilliant mind, he spent his days raising birds, getting tattoos, and picking fights. A string of disappointments gradually wore down Anton's health. Coupled with the poor medical conditions here, his illness only grew more severe. "Mr. Anton Vanko, I am Viscount Eric Lyncher from New York. I have long admired your work, and today I came especially to speak with you." Eric entered the room and, without a hint of formality, sat down across from Anton, paying no mind to the wary look in his eyes. Anton muttered something unintelligible. "My apologies, Mr. Vanko. I don't speak Russian," Eric replied. "But I know you speak English. Shall we continue in English?" Anton gave him a long, penetrating look. "What is your purpose in seeking me out? Did Stark send you? Or was it Alexander?" "Neither," Eric replied with a smile, producing a photograph from his pocket. "I came for you, and for your son." Anton took the photo. His eyes widened in shock, his hands began to tremble uncontrollably, and a fit of coughing racked his frail body. In his agitation, the photo slipped from his grasp and fell to the floor. In the photograph, the Winter Soldier's bewildered face filled half the frame, while the other half clearly showed Howard Stark lying lifeless in a pool of blood. When Eric returned to New York, only Ivan Vanko was with him. Anton Vanko would have liked to come, and both Eric and Ivan hoped for as well, but it was impossible. Anton had been convicted of espionage. No country would welcome a man with such a record. Even if Eric managed to bribe the authorities, Anton would be subjected to strict surveillance, a situation that served no one's interests. As for Crimson Dynamo and little Sammy, Eric had sent them to Xavier School for Gifted Youngsters, delivering over 100 new students to Professor X. No sooner had Eric returned to the company than he convened an emergency meeting and announced a momentous decision: the formation of an aerospace division. The news left everyone dumbfounded. What on earth was going on? They were a railway company. It was odd enough they'd started selling sunscreen, but now they were aiming to build spaceships? Wasn't this a leap too far? Wouldn't it end in disaster? Everyone voiced their concerns, urging Eric to focus on the maglev train project. But Eric had his own plans. He stood firm against all objections, and by that very afternoon, the aerospace division was established with Ivan Vanko appointed as its head. Scotty's hammer. This is a tremendous threat, and unless some effective measures are taken, Eric knows he will never have a moment's peace. The main reason he established the Department of Aerospace was to deal with the looming crisis of the Serpent. The Serpent is a god of terror, capable of growing stronger by feeding on human fear. As long as fear persists, the Serpent will have an endless source of power. In the Ultimate Universe, Odin once considered blowing up the Earth entirely just to stop the Serpent, an outcome Eric would never allow to happen. That meant he had to take action. Eric had mastered a technique using electromagnetic pulses at specific frequencies, which could stimulate the pituitary gland and other parts of the human brain to suppress the production of emotional hormones. In his vision, if there were enough electromagnetic pulse generators to cover the whole planet, they could simultaneously dampen the emotions of everyone on Earth, making humanity temporarily forget fear. Without fear, the Serpent would lose its power source and could be vanquished in no time. And to achieve global coverage with electromagnetic pulse generators, satellites were the only viable option. As winter passed and spring arrived, a whole year slipped by in the blink of an eye. Eric's villa in the southern suburbs of New York was finally completed, and he moved in just before Christmas in 1993. The maglev train line from New York to Washington had already begun construction in full swing. The launch of this line created hundreds of thousands of jobs for the American government, greatly easing the employment pressure on young Americans. The delighted resident of the White House promptly placed another order with Alice Industries, a new line from Chicago to Washington, spanning 1,100 kilometers with an $80 billion investment. Alice Industries' stock shot up yet again, sending America's railway companies into a frenzy. They banded together to file a joint complaint, accusing Alice Industries of violating antitrust laws. What followed was a long period of lawsuits and bureaucratic wrangling. Eric, however, paid it all no mind, leaving everything to Jennifer to handle. If she couldn't resolve something, she would simply call General Ross, who had plenty of connections to smooth things over. Naturally, he had more than enough reason to help Alice Industries. Just in the past year, the company had made enough money for the Department of Defense to build an entire 1,000-kilometer maglev line. Meanwhile, the metal prosthetics jointly developed by Stark Industries and Alice Industries officially launched to much fanfare. On the day of the release, Tony Stark couldn't resist making yet another flamboyant appearance. The military took a keen interest in the product. At least 10 generals attended the launch event, and when it ended, the military placed their order, not by the unit, but by the year. For the next 5 years, any soldier disabled in the line of duty would receive metal prosthetics free of charge and continue to serve. As for veterans who had been disabled in the past, they could also apply for the prosthetics through the government, though they would have to wait their turn in line. The weapons division of Alice Industries was successfully established, and the sonic weapon was developed in just 6 months. Because it required a tremendous amount of electricity, the original plan for a handheld sonic gun didn't work out. Instead, it was transformed into a sonic vehicle, with a weapon mounted on top of a car, looking much like a radar van. When Eric saw the prototype, he couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his mouth. Wasn't this just like the one that blasted the Green Giant away? Compared to the success of the sonic weapon, the individual electromagnetic cannon faced quite a few challenges. The main issue was the power supply. Electromagnetic cannons demand a huge amount of electricity, but with current technology, portable power could only come from batteries. Yet the size of the battery directly affected the weapon's overall size and weight, a constant balancing act, where gaining in one aspect meant losing in another. The weapons division could only inch closer to the ideal balance through trial and error. Eric had no intention of compromising on the power source. He immediately set up an energy department, splitting it into 2 teams. The first team focused on graphene batteries. With his advanced technological reserves, it was just a matter of time and experimentation before a finished product would emerge. The second team, led by Ivan Vanko, was tasked with researching the arc reactor blueprints purchased from Anton. To devote himself entirely to the arc reactor, Ivan Vanko even resigned from his position as head of the aerospace division, determined to vie with Tony Stark for professional pride. With the company running smoothly, Eric's daily routine was little more than reviewing reports, signing documents, and occasionally dabbling in some lab research. Life was peaceful, yet left him feeling incredibly bored. One day, Eric slouched into his office with little enthusiasm and began flipping through the latest reports from the finance department. A sales report caught his attention. The ultraviolet shielding device, a rather pointless product, had seen only a handful of orders since launch, and their total sales over several months hadn't even reached 10,000 units. In fact, at least 80% of those have been bought by Alexander. Yet, starting from June last year, sales of the ultraviolet shielding device suddenly skyrocketed. At its peak, over 10,000 units were sold in a single day. What on earth was going on? Could Alexander be trying to boost the numbers single-handedly? But that's not the kind of item you could just pile up in bulk. He called in Jennifer. She had no idea. He summoned the head of finance. No clue. He questioned the sales director. Also in the dark. After grilling everyone he could think of, not a single person knew what was happening. Then again, it made sense. Throughout all of Alice Industries, who but Eric would even bother caring about that gadget? With so much free time, they'd be better off visiting a few more legislators. Running around for magnetic levitation train business, because landing just one deal like that would set them up for life. Eric could understand his employees' lack of progress and didn't press them too hard, but he still had to investigate. This matter was crucial to his next steps, and he couldn't afford to be careless. But where should he even begin? Ever since the product hit the market, it had spread far and wide, with all sorts of channels selling it. Unlike in some other countries, in the West you didn't need to register your real name just to make a purchase. Mr. Eric, there are two black gentlemen here to see you. They say they're your friends. The call from the front desk interrupted Eric's train of thought. He raised an eyebrow, as his senses sharpened. Black friends? Nick Fury, that sly devil, actually dares to call himself my friend? Doesn't his conscience ever bother him? And who's the other guy? You're telling me vampires really exist in this world? Eric looked at the two men before him, an odd expression on his face. Are you sure this isn't a joke? I never joke, replied the man with the stern face, dressed head to toe in black, even in broad daylight. Black leather jacket, black pants, black shoes, black gloves, and a pair of dark sunglasses. All that black only made his skin look even paler by contrast. All right, your name is Blade, right? I'll take your word for now. So, what exactly are vampires? Aliens, mutants, some kind of human mutation, or an entirely different species? Eric crossed his arms, saying he believed them, though his face told a different story. It's a virus, an infectious virus, spread through the host's saliva. Within 72 hours, it infiltrates the blood vessels and spawns new parasitic tissue. Nick Fury sat with his legs crossed, looking every bit the professional. A virus? Good grief. Sound like I'd better stock up on herbal remedies. Eric clapped a hand over his nose, so theatrically it seemed as if letting in even a whiff would infect him. Eric, Nick Fury sat up straight, looking at him with exasperation. We're not joking. This is all true. We're friends. Why would I lie to you? Friend. At that word, Eric's temper flared. He shot to his feet, pointing an accusing finger at Nick Fury and shouting, What kind of friend are you? I saved your boss's daughter from a hail of bullets. And you promised not to rat me out? Yet that very night someone was peeping through my window. You pretended to show up at my product launch, but behind my back you sent a female spy to break in my safe. She didn't crack it, did she? Nick Fury shrugged, utterly unrepentant, which made Eric itch to give him a good kick. All right, Eric, I apologize. You know what my job is like, and there are protocols. The hell with your job. I don't give a damn about your blasted protocols. Get out. Eric stormed up to Nick Fury, seized him by the collar, and with effortless strength lifted him off the ground, hurling him out of the office. After venting his anger, Eric dusted off his hands with satisfaction, his face breaking into a radiant smile. All right, Blade, let's get back to talking about the vampire problem. Outside the office, Nick Fury calmly picked himself up, nodded in greeting to Jennifer, who just happened to pass by and was startled by the scene, then slid his hands into his pockets and stepped into the elevator. How'd it go? Inside the elevator, a man with a wide-brimmed hat pulled low over his face asked in a low, gravelly voice. You saw it yourself. I got thrown out. Nick Fury seemed completely unfazed by this man. We're out of luck. There's no way we're getting our hands on the ultraviolet shielding technology through this. The man in the wide-brimmed hat fell silent for a moment as the elevator neared the ground floor. And the mission the director assigned us? I think the director should consider working with him instead. Nick Fury replied, as if none of this concerned him in the least. When the elevator doors slid open, he simply strode out without a backward glance. Mr. Blade, Eric asked, still wearing a puzzled look though he had already pieced together most of the story in his mind. Since you've always fought vampires, why have you come to me now? Vampires fear sunlight above all, or more precisely, they fear ultraviolet rays. Your invention, the ultraviolet shielding device, has stripped them of that fear, Blade replied. He took a small object about the size of a lighter from his pocket and set on the table. It was none other than the very first product from Alice Industries, the ultraviolet shielding device. 6 months ago, vampires began equipping themselves with these in large numbers. It's simple to use, easy to carry. Not only have I lost one of my most powerful weapons, but now the vampires can walk freely in daylight. Eric fell silent, staring at the gadget he had invented with his own hands. After a long pause, he finally looked up. Is it really that bad? It's a disaster. In just 6 months, the number of vampires has skyrocketed, at least tenfold. Blade's fists clenched so tight his knuckles cracked. In the US, in Britain, all across Europe, vampires are everywhere. They're hunting for food out in the open, snatching up humans without a shred of restraint. Then why haven't I heard any news reports about this? Eric asked, voicing the unspoken question that both men shared. Vampires have very long lifespans, Blade replied, his tone heavy with meaning. Eric couldn't help but sigh inwardly. So it was just as he suspected. Those selfish rulers, desperate to extend their own lives, didn't hesitate to become these creatures of darkness, hiding away in shadowy rooms, surviving on the blood of former peers. Now, with the ultraviolet shielding device in play, their last hesitation about turning into vampires had vanished. And as for feeding, what a joke. How do you think any of them got rich, if not by bleeding the people dry? Eric picked up the phone on his desk and called Jennifer. Recall all the ultraviolet shields. At once. What? You can't recall them? Then raise the price. Double the buyback price. Still not enough? Make it 5 times, 10 times. I don't care how. Just get them all back. That won't solve the problem. Blade watched Eric slam down the phone, his face unreadable. I know. Let me think. Eric frowned, drumming his fingers on the table. What else do vampires fear? Silver. Garlic. Eric's eyes lit up. He pressed on. And what about Bibles or holy water? That's just superstition spread by missionaries, Blade replied, rolling his eyes, a rare show of emotion. I see. Eric stroked his chin, sinking back into thought. What about the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division? What's their stance? Full-scale extermination, of course, replied a voice as Nick Fury, who had just been thrown out, returned as if nothing had happened, taking his seat on the couch. The one who'd tossed him out only moments ago didn't look the least bit upset. Who was it? Eric asked abruptly. Nick Fury shook his head. Just one of the director's trusted men. Eric, this is as much as I can do for you. Whatever you say. Eric shrugged, unconcerned. So, let's talk about how to deal with the vampires. Fury, how many agents can you field? 20,000 operatives. Impressive. You folks really have deep reserves, Eric whistled. And what about those people up there? How will you handle them? What people? There's no one up there. We're going to fight vampires. Fury's answer was sharp and cold, his words carrying an icy undertone. No discrimination, then? Good. Eric nodded to himself. All right, this was my mistake. All the equipment will be supplied by Alice Industries. Fury, can you help me buy up a batch of silver? Time's tight, and I'm afraid there's not enough on the market. Sure, but you'll cover the costs. Of course. So, how about we move in 20 days from now? Eric knew well that if you make a mistake, you take responsibility for it. Why wait 20 days? Blade frowned, uneasy about the delay. Because in 20 days, God will have a grand gift for the vampires. In the Emperor Thanos universe, there was neither Blade nor vampires. So, the consequences of the ultraviolet shield for vampires were something Eric hadn't foreseen. But now that it had happened, there was no use regretting it. Making amends as swiftly as possible was the only way forward in just 20 days. Thanks to its connections with the Bureau of National Strategic Defense, Attack, and Logistic Support, Alice Industries managed to acquire a vast amount of silver. Every bullet for their 20,000 agents was coated in silver. All close combat weapons were replaced with silver ones, and the rest was packed up and taken away by Eric for reasons unknown. Beyond the silver weapons, Eric also rushed to develop ultraviolet weapons. He was well aware that with the invention of the ultraviolet shielding device, ultraviolet weapons would be almost useless against vampires, yet he persisted in creating them. After all, the ultraviolet shield was his own invention. If he could make it work, he could make it fail too. First came the ultraviolet grenades, a simple assembly of a power source, a diode, some phosphorescent powder, and a control board. With this straightforward design, a grenade was born. Since explosive force wasn't a concern, Eric made the grenades as small as possible, no bigger than a longan fruit. Agents could grab a handful and easily carry a dozen or more, and it was no trouble for each person to bring hundreds along. Next were the ultraviolet bullets. Each bullet contained 2 special compounds which, when the bullet struck a hard surface, mixed and exploded, unleashing a burst of ultraviolet light. Finally, there was the ultraviolet armor. That's right, Eric, in his relentless inventiveness, coated every agent's uniform with a special compound. Once the built-in power source was activated, Each agent would become a walking beacon of ultraviolet light, dazzling enough to blind any vampire in their path. The 20 days of waiting were agonizing for Blade. He battled vampires every day, witnessing countless humans fall prey to them. The torment nearly drove even his steely nerves to the breaking point. But he had no choice but to wait, for in 20 days, an intense solar storm would sweep across the Earth. Truly, it was a gift from God to the vampires. The 20 days flew by in a flash. Staring at the blue planet before him, Eric was filled with emotion. It was the first time since arriving in this universe that he'd left Earth, and this blue planet, no matter the universe, was always so radiant, so beautiful, and so awe-inspiring. Eric took a deep breath and tapped his foot lightly. The makeshift spaceship around him quickly disassembled, dissolving into streams of silver particles that danced through the air like agile silver dragons. Yes, the entire ship had been forged from pure silver. With Eric's unique abilities, the spaceship needed no navigation or propulsion systems. It was nothing more than a hollow shell, a clever disguise made of silver. Under Eric's control, the silver dragons soared methodically through the sky. 2 of them circled behind him, transforming into a massive funnel. The wide mouth of the funnel pointed toward the sun, stretching hundreds of miles across, while the narrow end morphed into a complex structure, aimed directly at Eric. This was a temporary energy-focusing device designed by Eric. It could gather the energy of solar storm, break it down, convert it, and then transmit it to Eric, greatly enhancing his superpowers. A solar storm is an intense eruption of activity on the sun, unleashing tremendous amounts of electromagnetic radiation, high-energy charged particles, and plasma. In essence, it is a grand celebration of overwhelming electromagnetic forces. The remaining silver dragons all lay prostrate at Eric's feet, awaiting their king's command in utter stillness. The sun blazed overhead, its brilliant rays bathing the city. New York remained as bustling and vibrant as ever. The warm sunlight chased away the chill of winter, prompting New Yorkers to step outside and savor the rare spell of beautiful weather. Yet, in the city's shadowy corners, lurking demons quietly flipped open small devices no larger than lighters, bearing gleaming fangs and wicked grins as they prepared to strike. Atop a skyscraper, Blade stood silently, clad in his usual black. A pistol rested at his waist, and 2 silver katanas were strapped to his back. His cold gaze swept over the ceaseless flow of cars and pedestrians below. Where on earth did Eric go? Nick Fury's voice broke the silence, unable to hold back his question as he stood behind Blade. He's got more important things to do. The mention of Eric made Blade glance briefly toward the sky, though Fury, standing behind him, missed the gesture entirely. I just don't get it, Fury grumbled, arms crossed. We're both black. I've known him for 2 years, and you've only just met him. So why would he trust you over me? Blade couldn't help but turn around, the 2 men's heads nearly bumping together. Because I talk less, he replied curtly. Sir, are we really going through with this? He's a senator. In front of a luxury villa, Coulson crouched in the bushes, clad in tactical gear. Clearly, as a newcomer, he was hesitant about the mission ahead. Coulson, right now we're soldiers. Our job is to follow orders. If you want to give orders, wait till you're director. For now, keep your mouth shut and await instructions. Garrett's voice was low and impatient as he snapped at him. Coulson could only retreat, muttering under his breath. One day when I'm director, I'll definitely give you a taste of your own medicine. 8 minutes and 10 seconds. A brief span. Just enough time, perhaps, for a quick meal or to scan half a page of the newspaper. Yet, in these fleeting 8 minutes and 10 seconds, a photon could travel from the surface of the sun all the way to Earth. As the first high-energy photon pierced through to Earth, Eric, who had been resting with his eyes closed, suddenly opened them wide. The mighty dragon at his feet soared into the sky, its silent roar echoing with power. The time has come. The time has come. Activate the device. Go, go, go. Garrett slapped a hidden switch on his chest, instantly setting a concealed mechanism into action. That was the magnetic field disruptor developed by Eric. It could interfere with nearby ultraviolet shielding devices, scrambling their magnetic fields and rendering them useless against ultraviolet rays. Coulson activated his own device as well, gun at the ready, following closely behind Garrett. It's time. In 5 minutes, the solar storm will sweep across the entire planet. When that happens, all radio signals will be down. Let the battle begin. Nick Fury tossed aside his walkie-talkie, drew the pistol from his belt, and called out to Blade. Blade glanced sideways at him, scoffing with a cold, dismissive laugh, then dove forward, his body cutting straight through the air. Damn. So what if you have superpowers? Nick Fury watched as Blade spun through the air and landed nimbly on the ground, unable to hold back a string of curses. Of course, all he could do was curse. In the end, he'd still have to take the elevator. This building had 25 floors. No matter how many legs he had, he wouldn't dare jump down. Meanwhile, all around the world, teams of well-trained soldiers burst into the homes of countless high-ranking officials and nobles. They moved in silence, not harming any ordinary people, but going straight for the officials or heads of the households. Anyone struck by their weapons would let out a scream before turning to ash and vanishing into nothing. Within 5 minutes, 20,000 agents acted in unison, purging the high-ranking officials and nobles who had been turned into vampires. The tightest security systems were useless against them. Crowds of bodyguards posed no threat at all. Even those officials and nobles who had become vampires and gained formidable powers couldn't withstand a single silver-plated bullet. 5 minutes passed in a flash, and the solar storm arrived right on schedule. First came the intense electromagnetic radiation, which didn't just disrupt human communication devices, it also interfered with the ultraviolet shielding devices. Vampires who depended on these devices to hunt during the day were dealt a fatal blow. Exposed directly to sunlight, none survived. Every last one of them turned to ash. With their targeted elimination missions complete, the agents, led by Nick Fury and Blade, headed deep underground, advancing one vampire nest at a time. Armed with the equipment provided by Eric, there wasn't a single nest that could withstand their assault. Damn it, how many nests are left? Garrett was covered in blood, the faint violet glow of his uniform dimmed and smeared. It was the blood of a young agent, who had been torn to pieces by a pack of vampires during the chaos. Even though Garrett had wiped out those vampires, the fury in his heart refused to subside. In this moment, he was neither S.H.I.E.L.D. nor Hydra. He was simply a warrior. No idea. We've located over 400 nests, but who can say how many there really are? Nick Fury, frustrated after missing several shots, hurled a UV grenade, which finally wiped out the enemies. What? There are over 400 vampire nests worldwide. Oh my god. The newbie Coulson was utterly stunned by the conversation between the two. No, it's not the whole world. There are over 400 just in America. Blade strode over, having just single-handedly wiped out a nest. By the time he arrived, he found that Nick Fury and his team were already clashing with the vampires. Damn it, Coulson cursed, raising his gun as he pressed forward. While advancing, Nick Fury edged closer to Blade. Are you finally going to tell me what Eric is up to? We're stretched too thin. 20,000 men could never sweep out every nest in the world. You'll know soon enough. For now, we have to deal with a truly formidable enemy, Chad Norma. Blade said no more, brandishing his katana and taking the lead at the front of the team. In outer space, Eric could feel the intensifying solar storm as he slowly activated the instrument behind him. A flash of silver light swept by. Massive silver panels, like the wings of some great bird, shuddered, then were enveloped by a layer of special electromagnetic force. This electromagnetic field intercepted the passing solar storm, funneling vast amounts of magnetic energy into a giant funnel, converging and transforming at its center until it became a beam of energy as thick as an arm that struck Eric squarely in the back. Eric's entire body jolted. His powers surged, and his powerful form trembled inside the magnetic field, sending out fierce pulses of electromagnetic force. With every blink of his eyes, it was as if countless currents crackled and raced through them. In that moment, Eric felt a strength unlike anything he'd ever known, his energy multiplying far beyond any previous limit. His body, already enhanced by the super soldier serum, could hardly contain the torrent. It felt as if his very cells were crying out in pain, straining at the brink of collapse. But it still wasn't enough. For what he was about to do, Eric needed even more power. He forced himself to endure the discomfort of energy overload, channeling the full might of his magnetic field technique to stimulate his cells and push his body to its limits. Once, the super soldier serum had brought his physique to the peak of human possibility, matching Captain America's. But Eric had refined his body even further with his magnetic field method, gradually surpassing even the Captain. Now, with the solar storm pouring strength into him, Eric's power soared once again, doubling in mere seconds, and still climbing, the pace unrelenting. Waves of electromagnetic energy surged through him, and Eric relived the agony of that first serum injection, every cell protesting as the energy invaded. Yet his mighty magnetic powers would not be denied. They drove the torrents of energy relentlessly into his very cells, and it was like a prolonged tug-of-war with both sides. Suffering damage. Many cells, unable to withstand the excess energy, collapsed, while much of the energy dissipated after being resisted by the cells. As the battlefield Eric endured twice the pain. Yet it was all worth it. Amidst the intense agony, Eric's physique was steadily strengthened. With each improvement, he could accommodate even more energy, which in turn allowed him to wield more powerful superpowers to further enhance his body. A cycle that continued, strengthening him over and over. After about 10 minutes, Eric clearly felt the process of his body's enhancement slowing down. Only then did he stop this almost self-destructive method of strengthening. At this point, his constitution had surpassed that of Captain America by at least 5 times. What's more, such a powerful body now allowed him to contain even greater reserves of energy. His abilities had already surpassed the Omega level. Now, with an endless stream of energy pouring in, his powers could even encompass the entire globe. The pillar of energy behind him could no longer shake his form. Eric raised both hands, palms facing forward. Instantly, the silver dragon beneath his feet sprang to life, circling, soaring, and unleashing a silent roar. Eric slowly pushed both palms outward, spreading his arms in the direction of Earth. The silver dragon before him twisted and shot toward the planet. As the silver dragon plunged into the atmosphere, Eric timed it perfectly, enveloping it in an electromagnetic shield so it would not be consumed by friction with the air. The silver dragon flew lower, and in the blink of an eye, it broke through into the troposphere. Eric clapped his palms together forcefully. At that moment, the silver dragon shattered into countless, nearly invisible particles that mingled with the solar storm's electromagnetic field and hurtled toward the ground. Eric crossed his legs and closed his eyes to focus his concentration. Under his control, the solar storm, now mixed with silver particles, transformed into a raging wind sweeping across the globe. Wherever people lived, the gale followed. Countless vampires, hiding within their houses, had no idea what was happening before they were reduced to ash in utter confusion. Next came the seemingly endless vampire nests. The raging wind swept through the streets, and the silver particles, as fine as air, infiltrated the underground through sewers, air ducts, and every possible opening. Wherever there was a gap, the silver would scour it clean. It was a long endeavor. The Earth was unimaginably vast, and even with the solar storm at his back and his powers intensified fivefold, Eric could not possibly cleanse every corner of the world in a short time. This solar storm is expected to last another 4 or 5 hours. I have to make every minute count, he murmured. New York, Bleecker Street, 177, the New York Sanctum. The Ancient One stood by the window, gazing out over the city, a city that on the surface still bustled with prosperity, yet beneath that veneer, hidden currents surged restlessly. In her hand, the fan fluttered absent-mindedly. Suddenly, she sensed a surge of immense energy sweeping through the air. Unconsciously, she turned her gaze toward its source. When she saw what was happening there, a smile of deep satisfaction blossomed on her face. Eric, I knew I wasn't mistaken. The soul never lies. Wakanda, Royal Palace. Prince Chaka was busy packing his belongings, getting ready to leave for his studies in the United Kingdom. His fiancée, the young Storm, sat perched on the windowsill, hugging her knees, watching him with bored eyes. Suddenly, Storm's face transformed with shock. She sprang to her feet and stared at the sky, murmuring to herself, "Such power." Chaka walked over, curiosity written on his face. "You mean the solar storms? Don't worry, they can't penetrate Wakanda's energy shield." "No, you don't understand." Storm's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Someone is controlling the solar storm. He's incredibly strong. Norway, deep in a forest. We share a common goal. Humanity, Magneto was delivering a rousing speech, but his words faltered mid-sentence. He looked skyward, his eyes suddenly vacant, lost in thought. Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters. Professor X had just finished his lecture when his expression grew grave. He stared out the window intently. "Who is it? Eric, is that you?" "No, it's not you. You're not this powerful. Hank, prepare the Cerebro Amplifier for me." Across the Earth, countless powerful or extraordinary beings had sensed the change in the solar storm, each reacting in their own unique way. Meanwhile, deep underground, Nick Fury and Blade remained oblivious to these cosmic shifts. They had encountered a formidable enemy, Chad Noma, son of the vampire lord Elias Machinos, a mutated vampire, a pitiful experiment. Chad was stronger than ordinary vampires, with greater power, faster recovery, and immunity to sunlight, silver, and garlic. He was Lord Elias Machinos' most perfect experiment, the perfect vampire. "Blade, you finally arrived. At last, I get to taste your blood." Chad Noma ignored the roomful of ultraviolet light sources, laughing wildly. Blade signaled the agents to fall back, katana in hand, as he stepped forward. "Where is Whistler?" "Oh, you're looking for that old man? What a pity. When I devoured him, he couldn't stop screaming in pain." Chad Noma opened his mouth wide, his jaw splitting apart as tentacle-like mouthparts extended outward. Several agents turned away, stomachs churning at the sight. Blade said nothing more. With a flourish of his katana, he leapt high toward Chad Noma, and the battle was joined. The two men clashed back and forth for dozens of rounds. The Blade Warrior was clearly at a disadvantage. His left arm had been brutally broken, twisted beyond recognition, and a large portion of his chest had caved in, with several ribs undoubtedly fractured. If not for his half-vampire bloodline, he would have died long ago. In contrast, Chad Noma was covered in dozens of katana wounds, and one blade was even lodged straight through his abdomen. Yet he seemed unfazed, pulling the sword out with a steady hand as his wounds visibly healed right before their eyes. "Open fire," Nick Fury commanded. Dozens of agents unleashed a hailstorm of bullets, silver-plated and ultraviolet rounds hammered into Chad Noma, driving him back step by step, but inflicting little real harm. Taking advantage of the chaos, Nick Fury dragged the Blade Warrior over to a nearby blood pool. In no time, the Blade Warrior stood up fully restored, seized his katana, and plunged back into the fray with Chad Noma, while the agents hurried to reload. Once again, the Blade Warrior was knocked to the ground. The agents opened fire to force Chad Noma back, and Nick Fury rushed the Blade Warrior back to the resurrection point. So it went, round after round, over a dozen in all, until the ground was littered with spent shells, but neither side could gain the upper hand. "This isn't working, Fury. We're almost out of ammo. Do you have any other ideas?" Garrett wiped sweat from his brow, watching the relentless battle. "What do you expect me to do?" "Damn it, Eric." Nick Fury hadn't even finished cursing when a sudden, violent gust of wind swept him off his feet. Before he could react, the whirlwind engulfed Chad Noma, transforming into a miniature tornado that trapped him at its center. Then, countless shining silver particles gathered, swirling and wrapping around his body. In the blink of an eye, Chad Noma was sealed inside a shell of silver. "What the hell?" Nick Fury glanced around warily, gripping his pistol tight. "Maybe it's one of Eric's new gadgets," the Blade Warrior said, leaning on his sword as he fell back. "New gadget? Who are you kidding?" Nick Fury was having none of it. The silver shell began to change. Suddenly, crimson light flared from within, growing brighter and brighter as the surrounding temperature soared. Nick Fury had to order his team to fall back. "What is this? A microwave oven?" Nick Fury muttered. As he spoke, the silver cocoon started to melt, radiating a blinding light. The heat became so intense that the silver began to vaporize. Moments later, all that remained was a blackened stain on the ground. Every trace of Chad Noma had vanished. With Chad Noma dispatched in passing, Eric turned his attention toward the next nest. Practice makes perfect. After this period of training, Eric had become adept at simultaneously controlling several storms, sweeping through multiple nests all at once. "HM? Who's there?" Suddenly, Eric sensed a familiar and powerful psychic force drawing near. Instinctively, he raised his guard. "Max? No, you're not him. You're not a mutant. But how could it be? Your psychic presence is so similar." That formidable psychic force circled Eric warily, as if studying him. "Professor Charles?" In that instant, Eric realized that his old acquaintance, whom he'd never actually met, Professor X, had arrived. "Oh, forgive me for my abruptness. I'm Charles Xavier, headmaster of Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters." "Eric Lyncher." Eric replied without hesitation, hiding nothing of his identity. "Eric." He used that name, too. The same powers, a similar psychic signature. "What's your relationship to him? Are you a clone, or—" The immense psychic pressure from Professor X pressed in, as if he wouldn't hesitate to fight unless Eric gave him a satisfactory explanation. But with the solar storm at his back, endless energy at his command, Eric did not fear him in the least. With a wave, Eric layered electromagnetic shields around himself. His own powerful psychic force surged forth, manipulating the boundless electromagnetic radiation to forcibly repel Professor X's probing mind. "Professor Xavier, don't you think this is a little rude?" Eric's voice rang out, sharp and unyielding. "My apologies, but I must know the truth." Professor X's tone was steely. His psychic force seemed to take on physical form, transforming into a sharp spear that drove viciously toward Eric's mind. The magnetic shield Eric had set up crumpled like paper under Professor X's assault. That concentrated psychic force parted the electromagnetic haze, condensing into a bullet that tore through layer after layer of defense, hurtling toward Eric. No doubt about it. He was the world's foremost psychic. Eric let out a cold laugh. "Did you really think I was so easily cowed?" With a casual motion, he He traced a circle in the air before him. Instantly, the powerful electromagnetic fields around him shifted direction, forming a unique force field. Energy gathered so densely that even the starlight seemed to ripple and bend. Professor X's psychic attack was suddenly trapped in a mire, unable to advance, unable to retreat. At last, he was forced to scatter his formidable mind. Once more, using a small sliver of psychic energy as bait, he tried to lure Eric's force into pursuit, while the majority of his mind made a narrow escape. Well, look at that. He slipped away. Eric arched an eyebrow, recognizing Professor X's trick. Unfortunately, most of that psychic force managed to get away. The electromagnetic fields rotated slowly, their overwhelming energy grinding away, utterly erasing the psychic remnants left trapped within T. Xavier School for Gifted Youngsters, Professor X's real body suddenly twisted in pain, beads of sweat streaming down his bald head. Still, he raised a hand to stop Hank, who wanted to help him remove the Cerebro helmet. He had to keep fighting. His first move having failed, Professor X quickly changed tactics. His vast psychic powers scattered and became elusive, intangible, like a gentle cloud, drifting softly and imperceptibly around Eric. The moment Eric's defenses showed the slightest gap, that psychic force would strike with overwhelming might. Now, Eric could no longer sense Professor X's presence in his mind, but his keen instincts warned him that danger filled the air. If it were anyone else, they'd be at a total loss, with no choice but to muster all their strength and vigilance, holding their ground and waiting to see who would outlast the other. But Professor X didn't know that Eric carried the memories of Magneto from 2 lifetimes, locked in love and rivalry with another universe's Charles for decades. These tricks were all too familiar. A faint smile played at the corner of Eric's lips as he shook his head in quiet amusement. Charles, we've crossed into a whole new universe, and you're still sticking to the same old moves. With a flick of his hand behind him, silver threads of light streamed from the giant funnel above, swirling rapidly around him and forming a hollow sphere in an instant, sealing him within. From Eric's body, immense electromagnetic pulses surged outward, only to bounce off the inner surface of the sphere, passing through him and reflecting back again. And again, as he unleashed wave after wave of fresh energy. In moments, the silver shell churned with wild, chaotic pulses, each one charged with tremendous power. Professor X's psychic force battered against the sphere, but could not penetrate. He was held completely at bay. This trick, Eric had learned from Sebastian Shaw's nuclear submarine. Back then, the nuclear fuel storage chamber was built with the same structure, successfully blocking Professor X's mental attacks until, in the chaos of battle, a small breach let him in. Now, Professor X faced the same predicament. With Cerebro amplifying his power many times over, he was unmatched on Earth, but he still couldn't break through the sphere or reach Eric's mind. It was like a dog trying to bite a hedgehog, nowhere to sink its teeth. Inside the silver sphere, Eric couldn't strike back at Charles either, but he was in no rush, because he knew Professor X was about to lose. By my count, the time should be just about right, Eric murmured, narrowing his eyes as he reached out with his senses, feeling for the subtle changes outside. Slowly, a triumphant smile curved across his lips. Suddenly, streaks of electricity flickered across the vast silver funnel, while countless tiny holes appeared abruptly on its surface, as if a million needle points had punctured it. The second wave of the solar storm had arrived. High-energy charged particles were here. These particles couldn't affect Professor X's psychic powers, but they could disrupt the Cerebro amplifier. Immediately, Professor X's psychic signals stuttered as though plagued by static, breaking off and resuming, rising and falling unpredictably, with occasional freezes. In less than 10 seconds, his psychic force receded like a vanishing tide. At Xavier School for Gifted Youngsters, Professor X ripped off his helmet, his head throbbing with pain, and collapsed to the ground, groaning in agony. Professor! Hank hurried over, scooping him up with his furry hands and gently settling him back into his wheelchair. Hank, what happened? There's something wrong with Cerebro, Professor X said weakly, his eyes fixed anxiously on the helmet. Professor, the solar storm has affected Cerebro. It can't be used again for a while, Hank reported after a quick inspection. Unwilling to accept defeat, Professor X stared at Cerebro, his fingers gripping the armrest of his wheelchair. Gradually, determination replaced pain in his gaze. He pressed his other hand to his temple. Professor, what are you doing? Hank cried out in alarm. He knew this gesture all too well. Professor X only did this when he was about to unleash his full mental power. And if even Cerebro couldn't handle their opponent, then charging in like this was suicide. Hank, I must know the truth. Professor X closed his eyes, and a surging tide of psychic energy shot skyward once more. Eric had just emerged from the hollow sphere when he sensed Professor X's presence again. But this time, the psychic force was much weaker. Professor Charles, you are persistent, aren't you? Eric sighed, rubbing his forehead in exasperation. In this state, Professor X didn't have nearly enough strength to probe his memories, yet he was still trying. I apologize for my rash behavior just now. I'm sorry, but please, I beg you, tell me the truth. I'm pleading with you. Professor X's tone was no longer forceful. It was almost a desperate supplication. Professor Charles, why are you so relentless? Eric was genuinely curious about his old friend's motives. At first, he thought Professor X was simply standing up for Magneto, his old comrade. But now, it seemed there was something deeper at play. For a moment, Professor X's psychic presence was silent. Then, slowly, he spoke. For years, I've discovered a group of people using mutants as test subjects for experiments. That's hardly unusual, is it? Things like this happen every day, Eric replied, well acquainted with the suffering mutants endured. No, this is different. Professor X's tone grew increasingly grave. That group is different. They don't seem to harm mutants. Instead, they extract genetic material from their lives and then study it. There are villains this gentle? Eric was full of disbelief. In this world, were there really such mild-mannered villains researching mutants? It's not kindness. They're collecting information about mutants' daily lives. They're cloning. No, they're replicating mutants. Replication. Even the trajectory of one's life had to be under their control. Who could have come up with such a brilliant idea? Eric slowly shook his head. Professor Charles, I can tell you with absolute certainty, I am not anyone's clone or replica. Professor X ultimately left with doubts still lingering. Eric simply couldn't reveal his greatest secret to him. After seeing Professor X off, Eric once again repaired the massive funnel behind him, absorbing the energy of the solar storm. One after another, he crushed vampire nests beneath his power. His progress was swift. In less than half an hour, he had paid a visit to every vampire nest in America. Eric didn't inform Nick Fury about his deeds. Meanwhile, after leaving the lair of the vampire lord, Eris Machinos, Nick Fury joined Blade, and the two split up again to resupply ammunition and head for the next nest. Inside this new nest, Nick Fury carefully searched every corner, inside and out, but didn't find a single vampire. Perplexed, he led his team to a third nest, still nothing. Then the fourth. Damn it, Eric. It has to be him. Nick Fury, after all, was not a professional combatant. The relentless battle left him utterly exhausted. He sat down on the ground in total disregard for appearances, too tired to care, no matter how much Coulson tried to persuade him to get up. Throughout history, Europe had always been the epicenter of vampire scourges. Even in a country as small as England, Eric managed to uncover more than 600 vampire nests. Deep beneath an abandoned castle somewhere in England, a group of vampires was conducting a mysterious ritual. They stood in a circle, the floor marked with a sinister magic array that glimmered with an evil light. Several blood-soaked humans were crowded in the center, encircled by the vampires. Blood trickled along the lines of the magic array, and soon it would flood the entire ritual circle. It seems the Count is very pleased with this offering. A female vampire sized up the humans within the magic array, her gaze as appraising as if she were examining a fine batch of merchandise, evidently satisfied with their quality. The other vampires' faces lit up with delight as well. One elder-looking vampire, puffed up with pride, declared, "What did I tell you? The Count would be sure to enjoy blood from Atlanteans. Next time, we'll hunt for more Atlanteans." The female vampire nodded. "Excellent, Asa. You'll be in charge of the next hunt." Yassitan immediately wilted, shrinking his neck and shaking his head vigorously. "My lord, I can't beat Namor. I'm not asking you to fight him. You just need to." Before the sentence could be finished, a searing storm suddenly swept in. Embedded within the storm were silver particles that tore through the bodies of several vampires. Before they could even comprehend what was happening, they were reduced to nothing but ash. The storm swept through the nest, making sure no vampires remained, then whirled out through a ventilation shaft. With its master gone, the magical circle on the ground lost its glow. The blood ceased to flow, stopping just a hair's breadth away from flooding the entire sigil. Unfortunately, the ritual had failed at the final moment. In an instant, the blood dried up, and several Atlanteans within the magic circle visibly withered, turning into mummified corpses in the blink of an eye. From beneath the circle came a thunderous roar. A withered arm burst through the ground, reaching up from the very center of the sigil. Who dares disturb the great Dracula's slumber? Meanwhile, Eric was completely unaware of the upheaval in Britain. his attention had already shifted elsewhere. The solar storm would not last long. Time was of the essence, and he couldn't afford to waste a single moment. Britain, France, Germany, then Asia, Africa. Skipping only a few sensitive locations, Eric swept clean every last vampire nest on Earth before the solar storm subsided. There are no vampires left in this world. With his hands clasped behind his back, Eric looked down at the earth beneath his feet, a faint, disdainful smile curling at his lips. In a certain parallel universe, the Scarlet Witch's single utterance, "No more mutants," robbed all mutants of their powers. Eric, lacking such formidable abilities, found that his declaration served only as a bit of theatrical flair. And without even an audience for his performance. Sigh, not a single soul to toss me a flower. At least someone could clap. He held the pose for a long moment, then shrugged, feeling ridiculous, and muttered to himself. He didn't consider that. If someone really had clapped for him right then, it might have scared him to death. The colossal funnel rapidly contracted, transforming once more into two silver dragons in the blink of an eye. Deprived of their energy conduits, Eric was instantly struck by a wave of weakness. It's easy to get used to abundance, hard to return to scarcity. Having grown accustomed to the constant surge of immense power, Eric now found it truly difficult to rely solely on his own mutant abilities. If only there were a solar storm every day, Eric muttered, his eyes hungrily fixed on the blazing sun, smacking his lips in longing. Returning to Earth, Eric deliberately evaded Nick Fury and his team, slipping silently to the entrance of the New York sanctum. The great doors creaked open just enough to let him slip inside. Master Ancient One, do vampires still exist in this world? If you don't pull up the roots, the weeds will grow again with the spring breeze. Vampires are just like that. If even one remains, they could once more flood the earth. That's why Eric was determined to eradicate them completely. Yes, they do. The Ancient One's appearance did not change in the slightest. Even though spring had yet to arrive, she still held her little fan, gently fanning herself from time to time. Her answer didn't surprise Eric. He had expected as much. There are always a few lucky survivors in this world, even if they're vampires. Where? A sharp glint flashed in Eric's eyes, and his voice carried a chilling edge. The Ancient One folded her fan and tilted her head, studying Eric intently. Her scrutiny made him uneasy, as if unsure what had provoked the ire of this mysterious master. Eric, you can't possibly wipe out every last vampire. Why not? Eric's eyes widened in disbelief. With a playful smile, the Ancient One tossed her fan forward. In midair, it shattered, transforming into a swirl of golden runes. The runes spun rapidly, weaving themselves into a shimmering screen of light. Upon that screen, a withered hand thrust up from underground, its nails black as ink, the skin shriveled and rough like old bark. Then, a figure, emaciated as a corpse, burst from the earth. Though he looked so frail a gust of wind might carry him away, he moved with uncanny, lightning speed. Eric frowned as he watched the scene unfold. The place felt oddly familiar. He searched his memory, and after a long moment, realized it. Resembled a nest he'd once purged, though he couldn't recall exactly where. There had been simply too many nests to remember them all. The corpse-like creature moved like a phantom, utterly unafraid of sunlight. In broad daylight, it attacked and killed two people in the street. After feeding, its skin rapidly swelled, as if inflated, and within minutes, it had transformed into a young man with an eerie, almost feminine beauty. The two pairs of sharp fangs left no doubt. He was a vampire. Is he the last one? I'll go and finish him. Witnessing the vampire feed on two innocent people filled Eric with a deep, unspoken loathing. You can't kill him. With a gentle wave, the Ancient One retrieved her fan. Why not? Because he is Dracula. Dracula, the progenitor of the second generation of vampires. The first vampire ancestor was Varna, the great sorcerer of Atlantis, who used the magic from the Book of Darkhold to transform himself into the very first vampire. It's worth mentioning the Book of Darkhold. It belonged to Thon, the god of black magic, whose power is also the source of the Scarlet Witch's abilities. The Book of Darkhold contains Thon's magic, but whoever possesses it will see different secrets within. It was Varna the sorcerer who happened upon the magic that could turn one into a vampire. After transforming into a vampire, Varna gained immense power and an unnaturally long life. He lived for centuries, witnessing more than most could ever imagine, even the fabled sinking of Atlantis with his own eyes. Eventually, Varna grew weary of the mortal world and chose to end his own existence. Before his final moments, he passed all of his power on to Dracula. From that moment on, Dracula became the ruler of the vampire race. Dracula, as the second-generation vampire to inherit Varna's strength, possessed not only extraordinary physical abilities, but also the arts of illusion, hypnosis, shape-shifting, and even a touch of dark magic. Yet, these were not his most terrifying gifts. His true power lay in something far more unique: resurrection, perfect resurrection. No matter how many times he died, he would always come back to life, restored in every way, with no loss of strength or memory. He simply needed to wait for a while. Dracula's perfect resurrection became a law of nature, as unbreakable as the rules of the Marvel Universe. No one could undo it, not even the goddess of death herself. Dracula? That's a real headache, Eric muttered, rubbing his chin, deep in thought. Regeneration, healing, resurrection. These are some of the most infuriating abilities in the world of superpowers. Just look at Deadpool. Why does he get away with so much mischief? It's because no matter how badly he's hurt, he bounces back, and no one can truly deal with him. Now, faced with someone even more troublesome, an enemy who can resurrect endlessly, Eric was truly stumped. First, you can't just kill him. Finish him off, and he'll only come back. What's the point? Second, you can't seal him away either. If you try, he'll just end his own life, and after a while, he'll be back, good as new. And yet, Eric couldn't just let Dracula run wild. Left unchecked for a few days, Dracula would surely infect an entire region with vampirism. Master Ancient One, do you have any way to deal with Dracula? If he couldn't solve it himself, then it was time to rely on someone stronger. With such a powerful ally right here, it would be foolish not to ask for help. But the Ancient One shook her head. I'm afraid not, Eric. I can't kill Dracula either. How about trapping him forever in the mirror dimension? Eric pressed on, unwilling to give up. He could simply choose to end his own life. The Ancient One replied, shaking her head once more. Then what if we use a portal to send him falling endlessly? Eric suggested. He can transform into a bat. He can fly. The Ancient One answered, her expression turning a bit peculiar. Then what about trapping him in a time loop with the time stone? Eric offered, growing desperate. This time, the Ancient One didn't answer. She just looked at Eric with a faint, knowing smile. Eric felt a shiver run down his spine under her gaze. Master, why are you looking at me like that? It seems you know quite a lot about my magic, she said pointedly. Just a little, Eric replied with a sheepish laugh, not daring to say any more. After all, what could he possibly say? Could he really tell the Ancient One that, back in the Emperor Thanos universe, he spent an entire year studying Doctor Strange as a hypothetical opponent, all for the sake of seizing the ultimate eraser? Speaking of the ultimate eraser, he wondered if that thing could actually wipe out Dracula. The Ancient One gently waved her fan, choosing not to press further into the matter. Eric, perhaps you should go and ask your old friend. My old friend, Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters. After so many years, and across 2 entire universes, Eric once again stood before those familiar double doors. The once elegant entrance now seemed neglected, flecked with rust, and vines from a few plants had wound their way across it, as if it hadn't been opened in a very long time. Boss, you really came. That's fantastic. Eric was still lost in nostalgia outside the gates when a joyful shout suddenly rang out from within. What followed was a series of thunderous booms, like explosions echoing through the air. Juggernaut barreled forward at full speed, the ground trembling violently beneath each of his steps. Kane, stop right there. Eric hastily called out, fearing that if Juggernaut crashed through as usual, they'd have to replace Xavier's gates yet again. He hadn't seen him for a year, and Juggernaut seemed even more formidable than before. It appeared Charles had taken good care of his half-brother. Is Charles here? To be honest, having just embarrassed him earlier and now immediately coming to ask for help, Eric did feel a bit awkward. Charles? No idea. And who cares? Come on, let's go find Sammy. If Sammy knew you were here, he'd be thrilled. Eric could only roll his eyes at that. In little Sammy's eyes, he was probably on par with a demon from hell. Thrilled? He'd be lucky if he didn't scare the boy to tears. Mr. Eric, I never expected that the one who saved these children would be you. Thank you for your kindness. Once again, I apologize for my earlier rudeness, Professor X said, this time without using his abilities, his voice sincere as he expressed his gratitude to Eric. Professor Charles, there's no need for that. I believe anyone, upon seeing what those children had suffered, wouldn't stand by and do nothing, Eric replied, accepting the coffee Hank handed him with a friendly smile. So, Mr. Eric, what brings you to Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters? After delivering the coffee, Hank naturally moved to stand behind Professor X. He seemed modest, but was clearly always ready to protect the professor if needed. Hearing Hank's question, Eric scratched his nose a bit sheepishly. I came to see Kane and the children, of course. But also, I wanted to ask Professor Charles for a couple of favors. Oh, you need my help? What is it? To find someone and to catch someone. Professor X listened and shook his head regretfully. I'm sorry, Eric. I'm afraid I can't help you. The Cerebro was damaged during our battle just now. That's no big deal. I'll fix it for you. Eric's words left both Professor X and Hank wide-eyed with shock. Did he really think Cerebro was something just anyone could repair? Did he think it was as simple as changing a light bulb? You know how to fix Cerebro? Professor X gazed at him intently, his immense psychic power seemingly ready to surge forth at any moment. Professor Charles, you've seen what I can do. Eric replied with a relaxed smile. Besides, I have my own tech company. I developed the world's first room-temperature superconductor. I'm confident I have the technical skills to restore it. Hank was about to flatly refuse Eric's offer, but Professor X stopped him. He furrowed his brow in deep thought for a moment, then nodded in agreement. Very well. I'll leave it to you, Mr. Eric. Cerebro was one of the most tightly guarded secrets at Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters. Normally, no outsider would ever get a glimpse of its inner workings. Yet today, this outsider, Eric, was able to examine every last detail, inside and out. To Hank, Cerebro now seemed like a poor, helpless young lady, her eyes brimming with tears as she pleaded for mercy. Yet Eric, ruthless as ever, paid her suffering. No mind, grinning wickedly as he stripped away every layer, and, as if that weren't enough, he was mercilessly intent on taking her apart piece by piece. At least, that was the scene playing out in Hank the Tech Beast's overactive imagination. Hank, what are you daydreaming about? Get over there and help. Professor X's exasperated voice echoed in Hank's mind, snapping him back to reality with a start. Sorry, Professor, I'm on it. Hank knew full well that lending a hand was just for show. His real task was to keep an eye on Eric and make sure he didn't try anything funny. Trust was good, but vigilance was essential. Eric glanced at Hank, fully aware of their intentions, and shook his head with a wry smile. Still, he didn't turn down the help. Hank, bring me some aluminum and iron and a small amount of silver and zinc. How do you need them processed? My lab can handle fabrication. In truth, Hank still had no idea what Eric's abilities actually were. Eric smiled and shook his head, then spread his arms, slowly lifting into the air. No need, you just bring me the materials. You're a mutant too, Hank exclaimed in astonishment. Professor X guided his wheelchair over, looking up at Eric with a grave expression. No, Mr. Eric doesn't have the X gene. He isn't a mutant. Then what is he? Hank blurted out, then quickly caught himself. Sorry, I mean, what is his species? How can he fly? Hank, flying is just the beginning of what I can do. Eric looked down at the two of them, feeling utterly delighted. Perhaps it was the abundance of Magneto's memories within him, but he genuinely enjoyed seeing Professor X look up at him, like a loyal subject gazing up at his king. Mr. Lyncher, is your power hereditary? I've read reports about you. Did your father, Charles Lyncher, also have these abilities? Hank's sudden question nearly made Eric lose his composure. The fleeting sense of superiority he'd just gained vanished instantly with that one phrase. Your father, Charles Lyncher. I must have lost my mind at that moment. Yes, that's it. I lost my mind. No, Magneto lost his mind. Eric's lips twitched as he scrambled for excuses, trying to save face. At the same time, he busied his hands with work, hoping to distract Hank and make him forget all about good old Charles, the father. And just as he'd hoped, when he waved his hand and effortlessly removed a steel plate from the Cerebro amplifier, then with a flick of his finger broke it into several smaller pieces, Hank was completely stunned. Is this telekinesis, or? It's electromagnetic force, Professor X answered, well acquainted with Eric's abilities after their recent confrontation. Electromagnetic force? That's impossible. Hank's face was a picture of astonishment, the whole Charles's dad business forgotten. In an instant. Wait a second. Marx also used the name Eric Lyncher. How could there be such a coincidence in the world? He's who he really is. I can't say for certain, Professor X replied. But he's admitted himself that he isn't a clone. Professor, why not look into his memories? Maybe. Professor X fell silent. It was a long moment before he finally answered, I'm not his match. Hank was speechless. Hank, what are you two talking about? Did you find the materials? Their conversation hadn't used telepathy, so with his keen hearing, Eric caught every word loud and clear. Professor X admitting he wasn't a match for him nearly made Eric burst out laughing. Oh, sorry. I'll get right on it. This steel plate is saturated with cosmic radiation. It's tough to clean up, so it can't be used again. I'll help you replace it. How many years have you been using this cable? It's practically burnt to a crisp, and you're still using it? Aren't you afraid of starting a fire? This transformer's capacity is a bit low, Hank. Do you have a bigger one? What? You don't? No problem. Just get me some copper. I'll make you one right here. Under the astonished gazes of Professor X and Hank, Eric repaired the Cerebro amplifier from top to bottom, as if he were its original creator, intimately familiar with every last screw inside. Eric explained that he sensed it all through his mutant abilities, but Professor X and Hank were far from convinced. In less than an hour, the neural wave enhancer was completely renewed. Not only had the recent damage been repaired, but even some old, lingering issues from before had been fixed. Now, the neural wave enhancer was as good as new. Beast Hank could also repair this device, but without Eric's special abilities, he could only patch it up bit by bit, replacing components little by little. If you wanted him to do what Eric just did, it would take at least 3 to 5 months to finish. As Professor X sat at the console and lifted the helmet with both hands, Hank stood at his left, Eric at his right. His hands trembled slightly. Decades ago, when Magneto and Hank first built this neural wave enhancer, they had stood just like this, gazing at him in the same way. It felt as if everything had returned to those bygone days. Taking a deep breath, Professor X slowly put on the helmet. Instantly, his psychic powers surged, from a rushing river into a boundless ocean, spreading outward in all directions, unstoppable and immense. Silhouettes of people began to appear on the inner surface of the neural wave enhancer. Faces from Professor X's past, those he had encountered over the years. The number of figures grew rapidly. Most were nearly transparent and gray, ordinary people. A few, however, glowed a distinctive red, mutants. Following the information Eric had given him, Professor X searched carefully and soon locked onto his target. A little girl, about 6 or 7 years old. Her silhouette was gray, marking her as an ordinary human and not a mutant. Not a mutant? How strange. Professor X couldn't help but feel suspicious. Perhaps it was his long-standing paranoia about mutants being persecuted. Every time he used the neural wave enhancer, it was connected to mutants in some way. Now, being asked to find an ordinary human felt oddly out of place. Wait, what's that? As his psychic power circled the little girl twice, he was about to move on when something unusual caught his attention. Within the gray silhouette of the girl, faint blue lights shimmered, tiny, star-like sparks deeply hidden within her body. He had never noticed such things before. If he hadn't looked so closely, he might have missed them entirely. So, it's true. How could someone Eric is looking for be just an ordinary person? Professor X didn't dwell on the blue lights. After memorizing the girl's location, he continued with his search for the next target, Count Dracula. This one was much easier to find. That sinister, malevolent mind radiated throughout the psychic realm like a foul stench, impossible to miss. In no time, Professor X had him. Found him. Dracula is in the UK. I'll give you his coordinates. Professor X removed the helmet and opened his eyes, only to see Hank pouring Eric a cup of coffee. Professor, I thought you'd need much more time, Hank said, quickly pouring a cup for Professor X as well. Thanks to Eric's repairs. The Cerebro amplifier is working better than ever. It covers a wider range and consumes less mutant energy. Eric, thank you once again. No need to thank me. It's what I ought to do. Is Dracula still in the UK? I'll head over there first. As he spoke, Eric set down his freshly poured coffee and prepared to leave. Eric, at least finish your coffee before you go. Hank called out anxiously, trying to stop him. Eric shot him a sidelong glance and, with a commanding flick of his sleeve, declared, Leave the coffee. I'll be back in no time. With the precise coordinates provided by Professor X, Eric launched himself into the air, heading straight for the United Kingdom. The UK, huh? That's a bit of a trek. While soaring, Eric adjusted his course using the magnetic field, sensing how far away his target was. He couldn't help but swallow nervously. Maybe I overdid it with that bravado. I just hope that little gadget holds up until I get back. Before leaving, Eric had spiked his cup of coffee with a special edition, a tiny shard of metal, supercharged with energy through his mutant power. This energy was left over from repairing the Cerebro amplifier. High-energy charged particles had left their mark on the device, carrying all sorts of strange radiation. Eric hadn't figured out how to process it yet, so he sealed it within the metal shard and reinforced it with a magnetic field to slowly dissipate the radiation. This process would give off heat, though he had no idea how long it would last. In olden times, Lord Guan warmed his wine before slaying Huaxiong. Today, I warm up my coffee before hunting vampires. Not quite as poetic. Eric shrugged, pushed aside his wandering thoughts, and focused entirely on his journey. Gliding along the magnetic field lines, Eric's pace was far from fast. He wasn't even breaking the sound barrier. After a few minutes, he realized the problem. At this rate, it would take him all day just to reach England. That wouldn't do. Well, I've already made a show of it. Time to go all out. Gritting his teeth, Eric activated his magnetic shield, unleashed his full mutant power, magnetized the diamagnetic atoms in his body, and generated a repulsive force between himself and Earth's magnetic field. He hated this method. It was exhausting, but there was no denying its speed. Breaking the sound barrier took only seconds. If he combined this with other flight techniques, in theory, he could almost reach the speed of light. With a thunderous boom, Eric shot into the sky. The shockwave was held at bay by his magnetic shield, but the deafening noise still echoed in his ears. Even flying at supersonic speed, it took Eric over 2 hours to reach his destination. It was an ancient church, standing in a remote, seldom visited spot. The dark red exterior walls were covered in moss, and thick vines had grown over the stained glass windows, obscuring half of the Virgin Mary's face. Eric stepped into the church. The floor was thick with dust, and a heavy mustiness hung in the air. Sunlight streamed through the stained glass windows, casting a kaleidoscope of colors onto the ground and bathing the church's interior in shifting, patchwork light. Dracula sat in the front pew, his chin propped on his hands, gazing blankly at the statue of Jesus. Whatever thoughts occupied him, they were locked away behind his distant stare. Eric walked forward slowly, studying the legendary vampire as he pondered how best to deal with him. Truth be told, Dracula's strength was nothing extraordinary. Captain America, Thor, Blade, countless heroes had defeated him in single combat. There was even a period when Dracula clashed with the Avengers, showing up every so often to cause trouble, only to be killed and resurrected again, returning to pester them, and once more, being effortlessly slain. To truly resolve the vampire problem, Eric couldn't simply kill him outright. If Dracula died and resurrected elsewhere, the trouble would just start anew, and he couldn't exactly rely on Professor X forever to help him track Dracula down. Dracula looked just as the legends described. Black tailcoat, crimson cape, ghostly pale skin, razor-sharp nails, and a mouth that flashed fangs at the slightest parting of his lips. Tell me, do you think God really exists? Dracula suddenly broke the silence as Eric reached the third row, his question drifting out of the blue as his gaze remained fixed on the statue. Eric raised an eyebrow and took a seat behind him. Sorry to disappoint, but you're asking the wrong person. I'm Jewish. I don't believe in Jesus. I wish God did exist. That way, he could kill me. Dracula's voice was hollow, every syllable laced with a metallic tang of blood. Oh, you want to die? I can help with that. Eric was taken aback by Dracula's words. Had this immortal finally grown weary of the world, just like Varna? No, I want to be killed by God. Or better yet, to kill God myself. A crimson glint flared in Dracula's eyes as he spun around and lashed out at Eric with a sudden punch. Hey, I'm no god, my friend. Eric caught Dracula's fist in a firm grip, squeezing tightly. Inwardly, he scoffed at this grandstanding, acting as if God himself was just another enemy to be crushed. Now, that was showmanship. Oomph. Anyone who comes looking for me is either with the church or a vampire hunter. Whichever you are, I'll send you straight to meet your god. Dracula sneered, his body abruptly shrinking and dissolving into a cloud of black mist. He slipped from Eric's grasp and vanished into thin air. Eric curled his lip and waved a hand. A silver mist drifted from his body and dispersed through the air. With a cry, Dracula dropped out of the air, returning to his original form. Silver didn't do him much real harm, but after years of slumber, the pain it caused was enough to catch him off guard. Dracula stood up, glaring at Eric with a vicious look, muttering incantations under his breath. A swirling mass of black mist churned rapidly in his hand. Eric instantly grew alert. Magic was his weakest field, and this was dark. Magic no less. He couldn't afford to let his guard down. He swiftly activated his magnetic shield, reinforcing it with silver particles. Dracula's spell quickly took shape. The black mist condensed into a jet-black short arrow, which shot straight toward Eric. In the blink of an eye, the arrow was right in front of him. To his shock, the magnetic shield didn't react at all. The shadowy arrow slipped through it as if it were nothing but air. Eric's pupils contracted. Instinctively, he threw up his hand to block the arrow. Dracula sneered in disdain, as if already picturing Eric's gruesome demise. A crisp metallic clang rang out. Eric's palm shone with a silver radiance. It was vibranium hidden within his cells, now drawn to the surface in the nick of time. Having missed his mark, Dracula's expression darkened. His cloak fluttered, and suddenly, a swarm of bats erupted from behind him. Dracula himself transformed into a bat, blending into the flock as they swooped down to tear at Eric. These bats' fangs seemed to pulse with dark magic. Within seconds, Eric's shield was riddled with holes. He retreated hastily, clapping his hands together. With a thunderous smack, bolts of electricity surged from his palms, transforming into arcs of lightning that blasted swathes of bats out of the sky. With so many bats sacrificing themselves as cannon fodder, Dracula slipped through the electric barrage, reappeared behind Eric, and shifted back into human form. He seized Eric's shoulders and lunged, jaws wide open, aiming for the kill. But Eric didn't resist. Instead, he channeled his vibranium into the spot Dracula bit down on. Another sharp metallic ping sounded. Dracula recoiled, clutching his mouth, and staggered backward at lightning speed. Nice bite. What does vibranium taste? Eric burst out laughing. Dracula's face twisted with rage, his eyes glowing a sinister red. An eerie, shadowy wave of psychic energy swept toward Eric. Hypnosis? Please, you're nothing compared to Charles. Eric taunted, though he didn't dare let his guard down for a second. Who knew what effect dark magic had when mixed with psychic powers? Cautiously, Eric layered multiple magnetic barriers around himself. Both hands crackled with electromagnetic pulses, pushing back the encroaching psychic force. Then, with a sweeping gesture, he conjured a cluster of silvery mist, which solidified into several metallic orbs, each about the size of a quail egg. Tracing circles in the air with both hands, Eric stacked electromagnetic fields, causing the orbs to spark and crackle with energy. With a decisive motion, he launched them at Dracula. Electromagnetic cannon. These projectiles, charged with immense force, shot toward Dracula at blinding speed. Before he could react, his right leg was riddled with holes. He collapsed to one knee, unable to stand. But within those wounds, tiny buds of flesh began to writhe and grow. The injuries shrank rapidly. Within minutes, he would be whole again. Dracula let out a furious roar, slamming his hand against the ground as he tried to stand up. But Eric had no intention of letting him get his way. He quickly summoned another metal sphere and hurled it straight at Dracula. Eric didn't dare use any lethal attacks, so he directed his electromagnetic blasts at Dracula's limbs, one after another. In no time, Dracula's arms and legs were covered in wounds. Sensing the advantage, Eric pressed on, transforming the metal sphere into a silvery mist that wrapped around Dracula. Let's see if you still want to act up, Eric declared, clenching his fist with force. Instantly, the silvery mist tightened, turning into a thin, seamless silver film that enveloped Dracula, binding him tightly. Eric wasn't worried about suffocating Dracula. After all, the vampire could survive in a vacuum. Spreading his arms wide, Eric called forth more metal from all around. The metal flew through the air, crumbling into powder and gathering over Dracula. In just moments, Dracula was buried beneath a thick shell of metal, transformed into a massive iron lump. Done, Eric said with a satisfied grin, controlling the iron mass as it lifted off the ground, ready to carry it back to America. Suddenly, wisps of black smoke began to seep out from the iron shell, freezing Eric's smile in place. Cursed human, you have succeeded in angering the great Count Dracula. The black fog churned restlessly in the air before finally coalescing once more into Dracula's form. This time, however, Dracula looked rather worse for wear. His tailcoat and cape were riddled with holes, and his pale skin was mottled with patches of white and black. Well, that's the classic villain boss speech. In games, whenever you hear that line, it means the boss is almost dead and about to unleash one last devastating attack. Eric couldn't help but laugh again at the sight of Dracula's sorry state. Dracula didn't understand what Eric was saying, but the mocking look on Eric's face was clear enough. His rage flared even hotter. Foolish human, how dare you mock the great Count Dracula? Dracula roared. In an instant, he transformed back into a swirling mass of black mist, flickering with eerie, shadowy lights, and the occasional flash of cryptic magical runes. Oh no, is he really about to go all out? I was just joking. Don't take it so seriously, Eric quipped, but his hand were already moving. From their earlier battle, he'd realized that his magnetic shield was no match for Dracula's magic, but physical barriers could still hold him off. With a thought, the lump of iron on the ground rose again, breaking apart and reassembling itself. In moments, it had become a suit of steel armor, automatically fitting itself onto Eric. Unlike the sharp, mechanical look of the Mark series, this armor had the organic contours of muscle, as if Eric had donned a second layer of steel sinew. Already tall to begin with, Eric now stood over 2 meters high, clad in metallic muscle, looking for all the world like an alien juggernaut. I am iron. Never mind, that line belongs to him. It wouldn't be right for me to say it. Eric shook his massive head and swung his enormous fist at Dracula. Meanwhile, Dracula's spell was nearly complete. Bands of dark red light emerged from the black mist, shooting toward Eric like beams from a laser weapon. But as soon as those magical red rays struck his steel muscles, they shattered instantly and dissipated, leaving only the crisp, ringing sound of metal being struck in their wake. Eric's iron fist crashed into the black mist. Yet the mist was like true fog, utterly insubstantial. It was battered and tossed about, but not disrupted, and Dracula's magic continued uninterrupted. From within the swirling darkness, Dracula let out a series of eerie, chilling laughs, as if mocking Eric's ignorance. Humph, did you really think that was all? How laughable. Suddenly, Eric's steel fist opened wide at the heart of the black mist, and countless sharp spikes sprang forth, growing rapidly until they extended well beyond the mist's boundaries. From the outside, Dracula's transformed mist now resembled a giant sea urchin. Yet even this move failed to harm Dracula. In this mist form, he was almost completely immune to physical attacks. Still, an ominous feeling crept over him, and he frantically tried to escape the reach of the iron spikes. Too late, Eric bellowed, his eyes flashing with electric energy. In an instant, arcs of lightning danced along every iron spike. The electric current intensified rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, the sea urchin had become a ball of crackling lightning. Dracula, trapped in his mist, was engulfed by a storm of electricity, howling in agony as the black mist churned violently, some parts even involuntarily shifting back toward human form. Thunder roared without pause. Several times, Dracula tried to break free from the lightning sphere, only to be forced back by Eric's surging electric power. Dracula's screams grew weaker and weaker. Fearing he might accidentally kill him, Eric withdrew the lightning and retracted his iron spikes. Instantly, the black mist reassembled itself into Dracula's human form, who collapsed on the ground, barely clinging to life. "Now you'll behave," Eric declared, patting Dracula on the head. A powerful electromagnetic pulse surged through, and Dracula passed out cold. When Eric returned to Xavier's school for gifted youngsters with the unconscious Dracula in tow, it was already deep into the night. Professor X and Hank were still awake, waiting for his return. Eric casually dropped Dracula onto the floor. "Hank, is my coffee still around?" "It is. You told me to save it for you, so I didn't touch it," said Hank, the ever-diligent techie, pointing to the desk nearby. "Sure." Enough. Eric's special coffee was still sitting there, prompting Eric to marvel at his friend's reliability. What a straightforward fellow. "Take a break," Hank said. "I'll go and warm it up for you." Hank, ever the straightforward one, truly believed Eric wanted that coffee. He walked over and picked it up, but as soon as he touched the cup, he frowned, his nostrils flaring slightly as he looked quizzically at the coffee in his hand. "Hank, what's wrong?" Professor X asked with a puzzled look. "The coffee's still warm, but it seems to have gone bad," Hank replied uncertainly. "So this is Dracula? A real vampire?" Professor X maneuvered his wheelchair in a slow circle around Dracula, whose clothes hung in tatters, his eyes filled with curiosity as he studied the ancient progenitor of vampires. The Xavier family had a long and storied history, with many strange and unusual events recorded in its chronicles. Naturally, Professor X was no stranger to tales of vampires. He had read plenty about them in books, but seeing a real one for the very first time, he couldn't help but feel a surge of curiosity. "That's right, Charles. He's exactly like the legends describe. He can even turn into a bat. Amazing, isn't it?" Eric nudged Dracula, sprawled out like a pig in deep slumber. With Professor X present, he had no fear that Dracula might wake up. Turning into a bat? Fascinating. Among mutants, there are plenty who can shape-shift, but it's rare to see someone who can alter their size as well as their appearance. Professor X mused, his voice growing softer as he seemed to drift into memory. Eric curled his lip in annoyance. Great, he thought. Charles must be thinking about Mystique again. He glanced over at Hank, curious if he was lost in nostalgia as well, but the sight that greeted him made his eyes widen. "Hank, put down that syringe." "We agreed, no blood samples," Eric barked. Startled, Hank quickly hid the syringe behind his back, looking at Eric with pleading eyes. "Eric, this is the last vampire on Earth. I just want to take a tiny bit of blood for a simple gene sequencing. Nothing more, I promise." "Your promise isn't enough. We've already discussed this. You might be able to restrain yourself, but can you guarantee the absolute security of Dracula's blood samples and your research notes? What? If there's a leak, can you ensure that nobody uses the blood for forbidden experiments?" Eric snatched the syringe from Hank's hand, crushed it into a twisted lump, and tossed it into the trash. Hank swallowed hard, his gaze lingering on Dracula with a longing usually reserved for an infatuated suitor. The look he gave made Eric seriously question Hank's preferences. "Hank, Eric's right. Mutants have caused enough trouble as it is. It's best if we don't get involved with creatures like vampires," Professor X said, snapping out of his reverie to add his voice to the protest. "All right. Sigh, what a pity," Hank said, knowing he wouldn't be getting the blood sample, his face full of regret. "Charles, let's get started. The longer we wait, the more likely things will go wrong," Eric said, anxious to avoid any further surprises and urging Professor X on. "All right," Professor X replied. The three men and one ghost once again arrived at the neural wave amplifier. Professor X put on the helmet once more, but this time his target was not everyone in the world, just Dracula, the lone specter. There was nothing Eric or Hank could do to help with what came next. All they could do was wait. As Professor X donned the helmet, a surge of psychic power erupted from him, plunging straight into Dracula's mind. The area around the neural wave amplifier was instantly awash in a deep, blood-red hue. Fragments of memory flickered across the walls, dancing with a lavishly dressed noblewoman, locked in brutal combat on the battlefield, hunting and feeding on humans, or simply gazing at the moon in solitude. Dracula's life spanned centuries, and his memories were as rich as they were varied. Eric and Hank watched these memories unfold, occasionally offering their thoughts and commentary, much as if they were watching a movie. The two of them had absolute faith in Professor X. Not a trace of doubt crossed their minds that he would succeed. And indeed, their confidence was well placed. In just over 10 minutes, the vivid scenes around the amplifier faded away. Professor X slowly removed the helmet, his expression composed and untroubled, showing not the slightest sign of fatigue. "Charles, how did it go?" someone asked. "It went smoothly," Professor X replied, carefully setting the helmet aside. He turned his wheelchair and smiled at Dracula, lying motionless on the floor. "I've created 13 layers of psychic cages for him, locking away every part of his consciousness. And to spare him from boredom, I've set countless loops of memories in each layer, traps to keep his mind occupied. Barring any surprises, he'll be lost in his own memories for a very, very long time." "Is there any chance he could break free on his own?" came the next question. Professor X shook his head. "It's highly unlikely. His mind is steeped in a certain energy, dark and chaotic. With a mind like that, there's almost no way for him to find a path out of these psychic cages." "That's a relief," Eric said with a long sigh, finally feeling the weight lift from his heart. "But what if someone helps him?" Hank voiced his concern. Eric couldn't help but laugh. "Help him? Who? No one knows where he is." "No one." When Eric brought Dracula to the New York sanctum, the Ancient One was already waiting, a cup of fragrant tea prepared. "Master, you truly live up to your reputation as the keeper of time, always one step ahead of everyone else," Eric said, savoring the tea and unable to hide his admiration. The Ancient One paused at his words, her brow furrowing as she pondered for a long while. Finally, she let out a soft sigh. "Eric, sometimes knowing too much isn't a blessing. It may even be a mistake. Perhaps I was wrong." "Huh? What do you mean wrong?" Eric asked, thoroughly bewildered. "It's nothing. Let's not talk about it," the Ancient One replied. The Ancient One shook her head, unwilling to continue the conversation. "Eric, your old friend is truly formidable. I've looked into the future, and within the next millennium, there are fewer than 1,000 futures where Dracula reappears." 1,000? That many? Eric was taken aback. 1,000 possible futures meant Dracula had nearly 1,000 ways to escape. He had thought their plan was foolproof. "There's no such thing as absolute certainty in this world. What you've done is already remarkable." The Ancient One smiled, pointing at Dracula lying on the ground. "It's awfully cold over there. Aren't you going to give him something to wear?" At that, Eric grinned mischievously. "You're right. He does need something to wear." With a wave of his hand, Eric summoned a large mass of metal, the very same he had prepared to trap Dracula earlier. He pointed at the metal, and it spun rapidly, shedding handfuls of metallic pellets that began to orbit around Dracula. Once the entire mass had broken down, Eric pressed his palms together, and the floating metal particles instantly fused, forming a rough, jagged block of metal that completely encased Dracula. From a distance, it looked much like a meteorite. Eric scrutinized his handiwork, frowning slightly. He then took out a pea-sized bead of metal and spread a thin sheet of it evenly over the surface of the block. "Vibranium?" The Ancient One's eyes widened in surprise at the silvery sheen. "That's right, Master. I spared no expense for this. Please, make sure to throw him as far as possible," Eric replied, his face contorted with the pain of parting with such precious metal. The Ancient One chuckled and shook her head. With a powerful slap, she struck the metal block. A flash of yellow-green, magical light shimmered across its surface, and the block vanished without a trace. "Master, did you send it far enough? Is there any chance someone could find him?" "In no time at all, he'll be out of the galaxy," the Ancient One replied, smiling. With a flip of her hand, she produced a small package and handed it to Eric. "This is tea I chose especially for you. Whenever you have the time, drink some. It helps calm the mind and steady the spirit." Eric quickly accepted the gift, bowing in gratitude. "Thank you, Master. I'll gladly accept. St. Agnes Orphanage." The spring sunlight streamed through the corridor, chasing away days of lingering cold. New buds were sprouting on the trees nearby, and a few birds landed merrily on the branches. A little girl sat alone on the railing, her head bowed so that her thick black hair covered her face entirely. Her hands gripped the hem of her clothes tightly, her mood clearly troubled. Beneath the veil of hair, her delicate face was drawn taut, and she bit her lip so hard that thin lines of blood appeared. She sat there, in silence, as though a great chasm separated her from the world, untouched, uninfluenced, and completely apart. That moment, a little boy came over, leaning on his white cane. His eyes were tightly shut, and there were several scars at the corners, suggesting he had suffered some kind of accident. Though he couldn't see, the boy moved with remarkable agility, as if he knew this place inside and out. "Sky, it's been a while. I heard you were back, and I just knew I'd find you here," the boy said, finding his way to sit beside the little girl as if it were second nature. He gave her shoulder a gentle pat. "Sky, don't be sad. Everything's going to be okay. Matt, my foster family sent me back." Again, Sky finally lifted her head. Her eyes were rimmed red, her nose trembling as she fought back tears, but she held on stubbornly, refusing to cry. Matt smiled and took her hand, guiding it to his own closed eyes. "At least you've been out there. At least you've seen the world beyond these walls, right?" "Matt, I'm sorry." Sky finally broke down, burying her face in his shoulder as the tears came. Matt kept his bright, sunny smile, patting her head and comforting her softly. "It's all right. We'll get through this together." In the director's office, a young couple sat across from the director. The husband, arms crossed and brow deeply furrowed, remained silent. The wife sobbed quietly, wiping her tears again and again. The director looked around the room with a weary expression. "Mr. Jones, are you sure you won't reconsider?" Jones was silent for a long moment before slowly shaking his head. "Madam Director, we really have tried our best." Mrs. Jones broke down, her voice trembling with emotion. "Director, we really do like her. We don't have children of our own. She's the only one we adopted. We've done everything we possibly could for her, but she just can't become a part of our lives. She spends hours staring into the mirror and never says a word to us of her own accord. Not once. We take her to the amusement park every week, fishing by the lake, out for picnics to visit museums. Every evening after work, we play with her, tell her stories, teach her how to cook, draw, play the piano. We've done everything, but she never talks to us first. She's never even smiled at us. She just can't fit into our lives," Jones added, picking up where his wife left off, his hands waving unconsciously in the air, his frown growing deeper. "All right," the director sighed. "When you came to adopt her a year ago, I did warn you. She was like this in her previous foster home, too. We honestly believed that if we gave enough, we'd see it returned, but—" Jones let his hands drop, looking utterly defeated. "I understand. I'll prepare the necessary paperwork for you." The director straightened up, offering the couple a kind smile. "So, Mr. and Mrs. Jones, what do you plan to do next? Are you willing to adopt another orphan?" "Of course." Mrs. Jones stopped crying, her eyes red as she looked at the director, her tone firm and resolute. "That's one of the reasons we've come back. We need a child. Do you have any specific requests? Or is it the same as last time?" The director stood up and fetched a thick file from the cabinet nearby. "That's right, just like last time. We're hoping for a healthy daughter." Mrs. Jones's gaze was fixed intently on the file in the director's hands, eager to know who might become their future daughter. The director rifled through the files for a moment, then handed one over to the couple. "What do you think of her?" Mrs. Jones hurriedly took the file. At first glance, her eyes fell on the photograph in the upper right corner. "Oh my goodness, she's truly beautiful." "Yes, Jones, look at her nose. It looks just like yours." Mrs. Jones pointed at the little girl in the photo, her face alight with delight. "And her eyes resemble yours, too. Director, what's her name? May we meet her?" "Of course you can. Her name is Jessica." The Joneses ultimately took home their adopted daughter. Afterwards, the director returned to her office, gazing at Sky's file on the desk with a helpless sigh. She walked to the window and looked out, catching a glimpse of a lonely figure by the corridor railing. "Sky, why don't you cherish these opportunities?" she murmured, her voice tinged with sorrow. "Only a few children here ever get adopted. Most will remain until adulthood without anyone willing to take them in. Yet you've given up your chance twice." As the director spoke to herself by the window, her breath clouded the glass. She gently wiped away a small patch in the center, revealing that solitary figure once more. With a trace of heartache, she whispered, "I wonder if anyone will ever adopt you." "Someone certainly will." A voice suddenly rang out behind her, startling her so much she nearly lost her balance. "Oh, I'm so sorry, ma'am." A tall figure hurried over, steadying her and helping her into a chair. "I saw the door was open and came in." I truly apologize for frightening you. It's all right, really, the director said, catching her breath. And you are? Allow me to introduce myself. I am Eric Lenscher, hereditary baron of Poland and CEO of Alice Industries. Eric straightened his suit, offering a warm and reassuring smile in the style of Agent Coulson, making himself appear especially approachable. I would like to adopt that girl, Sky. May I ask why? Perhaps you're not aware, but she was just returned by her foster family. Ma'am, I've read her file, but I still wish to adopt her. Eric's tone was unwavering as he gently interrupted her. The director looked at him with suspicion. Sir, may I see your driver's license or passport first? Eric's smile froze on his face in an instant. Had he come on too strong and made himself look suspicious? Left with no choice, Eric pulled out his credentials and explained himself at length to the director, finally convincing her that he wasn't a bad person. Mr. Lancel, why are you so determined to adopt her? She's not exactly easy to get along with, the director asked. Because she's very important to me. Let's just call it fate. Look, we both have half Chinese heritage, don't we? Eric leaned forward, glancing out the window, and caught sight of that lonely little figure. At last, I found you, he murmured. Sky, from now on, this will be your home. So what do you think? Pretty cool, right? Eric stood proudly in front of his villa, eager to show off to his new daughter. Sky was indeed stunned. For as long as she could remember, she'd lived in an orphanage. Her 2 previous foster homes were only middle class at best. In her brief 7 or 8 years of life, she'd only ever seen a mansion like this on television. But shock was all she felt. Her face showed not a trace of happiness. Maybe, in her mind, she would soon be sent back again, like some unwanted item no one wanted to keep. Eric, of course, had no idea what his new daughter was thinking. Brimming with excitement, he led Sky on a tour of the villa, pointing out the study, the entertainment room, the dining hall. Take a look at this. This is the pride of the Lancel family. Oh, and from now on, you'll carry the Lancel name. Sky Lancel. Eric spoke with gravity, solemnly passing on his family name. But Sky was too distracted to care, her attention completely captured by what she saw before her. It was the largest living room in the villa, spanning over 300 square meters. In this room, Eric had built a miniature maglev train circuit. The tracks were no wider than his palm, yet they crisscrossed the entire space, sometimes shooting straight ahead, sometimes spiraling upward, sometimes plunging downward, eventually connecting into a closed loop that filled the whole room. A tiny train raced along the tracks, so fast it was little more than a blur. This is the Lancel family's contribution to the world, the maglev train, Eric said, coming to stand beside Sky and resting a gentle hand on her shoulder. This model is powered entirely by solar energy. In theory, it could run non-stop for 70 years, until the materials are completely worn out. Can it carry people? Sky asked. It was the first thing she'd said to Eric, and it filled him with delight. As he suspected, the best way to reach a withdrawn child was to capture her curiosity. I'm afraid not. It's too small and far too fast. No one could ever ride it safely. Eric crouched down and pointed at the speeding train. Its top speed can reach twice the speed of sound, faster than a bullet. Sky's face fell in disappointment. She had no idea what twice the speed of sound meant. All she knew was that this thing was just for display. Look, but don't touch. Noticing his adopted daughter's expression, Eric hurried to reassure her. Sky, don't worry. We're already building 2 real maglev train lines, and in just over 3 years, they'll be up and running. In the future, the whole United States, the whole world, will have these trains. When that happens, airplanes will come in second when it comes to speed. Sky pressed her lips together and said nothing. Eric raised his eyebrows. Clearly, his adopted daughter had built high walls around her heart. All right, Sky, since it's our first day meeting, I want to give you a present. Tell me, what do you want most? Sky still ignored him, staring blankly at the train rushing past. Eric frowned. This won't do. There's no way to connect like this. He turned Sky's shoulders toward him, fixing his gaze on her eyes. Listen, Sky, I know exactly what you want most. Sky's eyes widened in disbelief, clearly not buying a word. You want to find your birth parents, don't you? Her eyes grew even wider, a storm of longing and fear flickering inside them. There's no need to be afraid. I don't blame you. There isn't an orphan in the world who doesn't long for their parents. Eric gently brushed her forehead, tucking the stray hair behind her ear. I know where your parents are. His words rang in Sky's ears like a thunderclap, making her whole body tremble. Her small hands clutched Eric's arm tightly, her lips trembling as if she wanted to speak but couldn't form the words. I'm sorry, Sky. Your parents are special. So for now, I can't tell you. But what you need to know is they're both still alive. Eric reached out and lifted her into his arms, her tiny frame light as air. How about this? Let's make a deal. You're 8 now. In 10 years, on the day you become an adult, I'll tell you everything about your parents. What do you say? 10 years. Sky balled her little fists, nearly landing a punch on Eric's face. Whoa, easy there, young lady. Even if I told you now, what could you do? Nothing. At the very least, you need to be an adult before you'll have the strength to seek them out. So 10 years. Is that all right? Eric chuckled, gently lowering her fists. Fine. On my 18th birthday, you have to tell me. Sky's eyes shone with hope and determination. Of course. My wort is het. But there's a condition. Sky's body stiffened instantly. What? A condition? A smile tugged at the corners of Eric's mouth. How about this? Over the next 10 years, every single day, you'll have to initiate at least 10 conversations with me. What do you say? 10 conversations a day? Sky's eyes widened again, utterly caught off guard by Eric's unusual demand. That's right. 10 sentences every day, 300 in a month. Even if I'm not around, you'll have to keep count and make up the difference. Every month, 300 sentences spoken by you, and you alone. How about it? Eric's expression was as sly as a fox. Sky clenched her small fists, tilting her head to study him. After a long moment, she finally let her hands fall, her resistance spent. Fine. 10 sentences it is. Eric broke into a broad smile, scooped Sky up, and carried her upstairs to his spacious bedroom. He set her gently down on the princess bed. That's enough for today. Get a good night's sleep. Tomorrow morning, we'll go buy you some new clothes. And you can just call me Eric, unless you'd rather call me Father. I wouldn't mind. Okay. Sky hesitated, then said, Eric. Eric just chuckled, unconcerned, and turned to close the door behind him. As soon as the door clicked shut, Eric let out a deep, relieved breath. He opened his right hand, revealing a single, fine strand of hair resting silently in his palm. Now, let's give this a try. Back when the villa was being built, Eric had insisted the engineers include a nuclear fallout shelter underground, a typical precaution for American billionaires. The entire shelter was as large as a football field, and Eric had transformed it into a cutting-edge research laboratory. It was here that the 100 or so Hydra researchers he'd brought back from the Arctic were now hidden. The unique thing about this shelter was that it had no visible entrance or exit. The only way in or out was through Eric's study. Beneath the study floor lay 2 meters of solid steel. Standing in his study, Eric raised his hand slightly toward the ground, and the steel seemed to melt away, creating a narrow passage. Eric made his way down to his laboratory, placing the slender hair into a machine he'd prepared in advance, and began the analysis with practiced hands. The equipment hummed to life, and Eric watched the computer screen with mounting tension. He had designed every piece of equipment himself, and he knew it would take at least 4 or 5 hours to complete the analysis. Yet he couldn't bring himself to leave, not even for a moment. This result would determine his future. 1,000,000 years ago, a group of Celestials came to Earth to conduct genetic experiments. At that time, early humans had already appeared. Drawing on the genetic diversity of humanity, the Celestials created 2 new kinds of human descendants, the Eternals and the Deviants. The Celestials implanted a dormant deoxyribonucleic acid compound into the bodies of the Deviants. One day, this compound would undergo a benign mutation, granting them a wide array of formidable abilities. However, the evolution of the Deviants did not meet expectations, so the Celestials decided to annihilate them. That assault directly led to the sinking of Atlantis. Some of the surviving Deviants were submerged along with Atlantis beneath the sea, eventually becoming the ancestors of Namor, the king of Atlantis. The other survivors who remained on land became the progenitors of mutants. As for the Eternals, they possess the ability to harness cosmic energy. They are endowed with immense strength, tireless endurance, total immunity to sickness and toxins. Virtually nothing can affect them, making them extraordinarily powerful. Later on, due to a civil war, the Eternals split into 2 factions. One remained on Earth, while the other journeyed to Uranus. The group that traveled to Uranus was defeated by the Kree and forced to flee to Titan, Saturn's largest moon, the very birthplace of Thanos. These Eternals became the ancestors of the Titanian race. Afterward, the Kree arrived on Earth and discovered traces of the Celestials' experiments. They began conducting their own experiments on the genetic material of humans and Eternals, giving rise to the Inhumans. Sky, in fact, is one of the Inhumans, destined to become the infamous world destroyer, Quake. As her name suggests, Quake's power is vibration, a force of astonishing potential. At its peak, vibration can trigger earthquakes, tsunamis, or even rip a planet apart. On the microscopic scale, all matter is in constant motion. With enough mastery, Sky could destroy or manipulate anything at the most fundamental level. According to string theory, everything in the universe arises from the vibrations of tiny strings. Whether it is matter, energy, what exists, or what is not, all are but ripples from these vibrating strings. Eric's power is to generate and control electromagnetic force, one of the four fundamental forces of the universe, a core rule of reality itself. Yet this too is but a ripple from string vibrations. Sky's ability, in this sense, brings her even closer to the true nature of the cosmos than Eric's. Of course, all this is still far beyond reach right now, and Eric never expected to grasp the essence of the universe through Sky's abilities. He himself has not yet fully developed his own electromagnetic powers, touching only the tip of the iceberg. To master one of the four fundamental forces, Eric's path is already set, to merge the four forces and comprehend the unified field theory. In all Marvel's parallel universes, the mightiest Magneto achieved the unified field theory through his own genius, gaining the power to create black holes with his bare hands. Eric knows he lacks such insight. With his modest intellect, he cannot even solve the conundrum of unifying the gravitational and electromagnetic fields. Therefore, he needed some external assistance and just the right kind of support from outside the field, and Sky's vibration ability was the perfect aid. As time ticked by, Sky's genetic profile was gradually mapped out, and the test results appeared one by one. Eric stared at the dazzling array of data on the screen, calculating silently in his mind. After a long pause, he shut his eyes in disappointment and let out a long sigh. As expected, it's no use. Her genes haven't been activated, so the test can't yield any useful data. What a pity. In truth, Eric had already anticipated this outcome. Still, he couldn't help but hold on to a sliver of hope, wondering if the device he designed might detect what he was looking for even without gene activation. Unfortunately, luck wasn't on his side this time. Mutants derive their powers from the X gene within them, which activates automatically when certain conditions are met. Inhumans, however, are different. To awaken their abilities, they rely on Terrigen Mist, a creation of Kree technology. Without Terrigen, Inhumans must live out their lives as ordinary people. No matter how many detours I take, it all comes back to the beginning. S.H.I.E.L.D. In the end, I'll have to rely on S.H.I.E.L.D. Well, I'll wait a bit longer. Sky is still young. She can't handle Terrigen mutation yet. I still have time. There's no rush. The next morning, just as dawn began to break, Sky was already out of bed. Without even washing her face, she dashed to Eric's bedroom and knocked briskly at the door. Eric had spent the entire night in the underground lab. He'd barely lain down to rest when the noise woke him. Groggy and bleary-eyed, he opened the door to find the little girl standing there, her face expressionless. "Good morning, Eric." Before Eric could respond, the little girl greeted him and then immediately turned and walked away, leaving Eric standing there in bewildered silence. What's going on here? Eric stared blankly at Sky's retreating figure and faintly caught the words, first sentence, "Reap what you sow." Eric couldn't help but laugh and sigh at the same time. So that's what this was. The girl was just completing her 10 sentences mission. Since her task was done, that made him the NPC temporarily off duty. Eric patted his forehead and headed back to bed. When he woke up again, it was already past 9 in the morning. Wearing his robe, he made his way to the kitchen. He had just opened a bottle of cola when he heard hurried footsteps behind him. "Good morning, Eric." Sky was back, wearing the same determined expression as before, as if she were completing a mission. Eric could only shake his head, exasperated. "Sky, if your 10 sentences every day are just greetings like this, then our agreement is pointless." "Why?" Sky blurted out, clearly anxious. "The purpose of a 10-sentence mission is to help you become part of this family, and someday, part of society. Sky, humans are social creatures. If you spend your whole life locked away in your own world, what's the point of living at all?" Eric's words sent Sky deep into thought, and he didn't disturb her. For a while, the kitchen was enveloped in silence. Suddenly, a peculiar sound broke the stillness. Sky's cheeks flushed red in an instant, while Eric looked at her belly in surprise. "Eric, do we have anything to eat?" Sky quickly pressed her hands to her stomach as she spoke. Then, more cautiously, she asked, "Does that count as a question?" Eric rolled his eyes heavenward, his voice tinged with exasperation as he replied, "Yes, it does." With that, he opened the fridge, hoping to find something for Sky to eat. But to his dismay, there was nothing inside except for some cola and beer. "Wait a minute. How do I usually eat? It seems I always dine out. Looks like it's time to hire a housekeeper." "Sky, what would you like to eat? Let's go out for dinner." As a billionaire, Eric didn't need to clock in at the office every day, and he had all the time in the world to spend with his adopted daughter. He took Sky to a Michelin-starred restaurant for a hearty meal, then whisked her off to an amusement park for some wild fun, and finally made their way straight to the shopping mall. Sky seemed quite reserved. Although she was still very young, her unique experiences had made her far more mature than other children her age. She understood all too well that she had effortlessly gained a life that 99% of people in the world could only dream of, a life most would never attain in their lifetimes. Deep down, anxiety far outweighed any other emotion. Along the way, Sky acted like a marionette, never voicing her opinions, simply letting Eric lead the way. She never agreed or objected, no matter where he suggested they go, and this left Eric feeling rather troubled. Finally, as they passed by Computer Mall, Sky showed her first real reaction. She stopped at the entrance, gazing up at the wall-sized promotional posters, her eyes filled with longing. "Sky, do you want one of those?" Eric glanced at the poster and couldn't help but grimace at the specs. 8M high-speed processing, a whopping 340 megabytes hard drive, support for 5.25 and 1.44 dual floppy drives. Was that even a real computer? It'd probably freeze, just trying to play a game of chess. "Sky, do you want a computer?" Eric crouched down, gently brushing her long hair back over her shoulder. He realized he really liked her hair, jet black, shiny, and soft to the touch, even more soothing than petting a cat. Sky pursed her lips, the longing in her eyes unmistakable. "Eric, Mr. Jones has a computer at his house, and That's enough, I understand. If you like it, then we'll get one." Without another word, Eric scooped Sky up and strode straight into the computer mall, ignoring the eager salespeople and heading directly for the manager's office. "I want to buy every computer in your store," he announced. Under Sky's astonished gaze, Eric cleared out the entire computer mall. 10 delivery trucks rumbled in a grand procession all the way to his villa. "Thank you, Eric, but I really don't need that many. Just one would be enough." Sky gazed at the computers piled up in the villa and gently tugged at Eric's sleeve with a hint of caution. She thought to herself that it might be wiser not to show too much enthusiasm for anything in the future. Otherwise, her adoptive father would go overboard again. Eric stroked Sky's hair, his eyes narrowing with a fond, mischievous glint. "Don't worry, Sky. Money isn't an issue for us. If you want something, just say the word, and I'll get it for you." "Eric." Sky dodged his hand, her eyes wide as she stared at him. "What is it?" "Oh, all right, I get it. I'll keep just one for you, the best one, and the rest. I have other plans for them. You'll find out soon enough." With that, Eric picked out the computer with the highest specs and carried it into Sky's bedroom. "All set. Now get some rest. This afternoon, we're going out to pick up some new clothes for you." Once Sky had drifted off to sleep, Eric returned to the stack of computers and began his work on them. In his mind, since he had decided to adopt Sky, he had to live up to his role as a father. If there was something she wanted, she deserved the very best. Earth's technological level, in truth, was far less primitive than most believed. Wakanda had managed to hide itself from the world centuries ago. Howard Stark had designed the Ark reactor decades prior. S.H.I.E.L.D. was building airborne carriers. Tony Stark's artificial intelligence was already taking shape. Even Eric's own underground lab had equipment, at least 20 years ahead of anything on the market. Yet the technology available to ordinary people was barely passable. Take a simple computer, for example. Many powerful forces could upgrade it by dozens of generations in the blink of an eye, but no one ever made the move. People were selfish creatures, especially those lurking in the shadows. Eric wanted to upgrade Sky's computer, but he couldn't make it too conspicuous. So he settled for combining parts from these computers to give her the best he could. When Sky woke from her afternoon nap, she was completely stunned. The room next to her bedroom, which had once been a spacious study filled with more than a dozen bookshelves brimming with volumes and a huge world map hanging on the wall, had undergone a dramatic transformation. The bookshelves had vanished, replaced by a small writing desk, clearly custom-built to fit her height. Where there should have been a wall opposite the desk, there was now a floor-to-ceiling array of computer screens, a whole wall of them. "Eric, what is all this?" Sky's voice trembled with disbelief. "I gave your computer a little upgrade. Want to try it out?" Eric grinned, producing an adorable, compact pink keyboard. Sky noticed, with surprise, that there were no wires connecting it. "It's a simple wireless technology," Eric said with a shrug, gently ushering her to the desk and encouraging her to sit down. "Look, press here to turn it on. I've upgraded your CPU and hard drive, and I've also updated the operating system for you." Eric patiently guided her in a gentle voice. Sky, gradually drawn in, set aside her uneasiness for the moment and immersed herself wholeheartedly in. Learning about the computer. On the huge screen, lines of code appeared and vanished. Files opened and closed, each transition weaving a quiet rhythm. Leaving Sky to explore her new toy, Eric slipped out on his own. He had just received a phone call. After more than a year, Mole had finally found a lead on Barton. Eric was genuinely surprised by this news. He had assumed Barton would be easy to locate, but to his astonishment, It had taken Mole more than a year to track him down. It's not my fault. Inside Margaret's sister's bar, Mole looked completely innocent as Eric pressed him for answers. That kid must have ticked off someone important. He hid in a billionaire cellar for a whole year. If a friend of mine hadn't been exploring the place and happened to fall inside by accident, we'd never have found him. A cellar? He was hiding there for an entire year. Eric's expression turned peculiar. What sort of situation was this? How could the future Hawkeye be forced into such a predicament? Where is he now? He ran off. Mole shrugged helplessly, his eyes wide. He's got some serious skills. My friend was no match, got knocked out cold. Eric rolled his eyes. So why did you call me here then? My friend managed to plant a tracker on him. Oh, a tracker? Your friend just happened to be carrying one of those around. Eric gave Mole a half-amused, half-skeptical look. And he just happened to be exploring near a billionaire's cellar? Well, actually, Mole trailed off, fumbling for words. Let's call it what it is. He was casing the place. No need to dress it up. Eric patted him on the shoulder. And tell your friend to stay away from my house. I don't want him falling into my cellar next. Right, yeah, of course. Mole nodded quickly in agreement. All right, give me Barton's location. Someone will bring you the rest of your payment soon. Barton really knows how to pick his hideouts. Eric admired the scenery outside the car window, feeling suddenly refreshed. They were driving through Tongass National Forest, the largest national forest in the United States. It encompassed 19 nature reserves, the Admiralty Island National Monument, and the Misty Fjords National Monument. The forest was home to the Mendenhall Glacier and several others. With spring just arriving, many of the glaciers were beginning to melt, and the gentle sound of water trickling beneath the ice could be heard from afar. Snow still capped the distant mountain peaks, but halfway down, the slopes were draped in deep green pine forests. From a distance, it looked as if a dollop of salad dressing had been spread over a lush green mound of vegetables. To be honest, Eric was starting to regret not bringing Sky along. It's all right. I'll just bring Sky out here to have some fun another time. Setting out from downtown Juneau, Eric drove at a leisurely pace along the side road, taking in the stunning scenery of the Mendenhall River and soaking up the grandeur of nature. His spirits lifted. He followed the river upstream, and before long, the road came to an end. Beyond this point, a dense, primeval forest began, an untamed wilderness. Eric pulled over, unhooked a long knife, and strapped it to his waist, then slung a full quiver of arrows over his back and picked up a compound bow before stepping into the forest, looking every bit the part a hunter out for some illicit game. If he was going to meet Hawkeye, of course he had to bring a bow and arrows. Hawkeye had grown up in a circus and, apprenticed to a swordsman, mastered exceptional swordplay. Later, he studied under sharpshooter and became a first-rate archer. Gifted and quick-witted, he soon surpassed his mentors, easily besting both teachers. For this first meeting with such a future subordinate, Eric absolutely intended to win him over by strength, and do it in the field where Hawkeye excelled most. Eric made his way through the forest, weaving and pausing as he went, doing his best to avoid any large animals. When he couldn't, he'd scare them off with a burst of electromagnetic pulse. He stopped beneath a towering tree, tilting his head to study the leaves on the ground. Drawing his long knife, he gently prodded them aside to reveal a hidden vine. A trap. It was made from what the forest provided, vines and branches, remarkably well concealed, and Eric couldn't help but note, environmentally friendly. This kid's nothing if not cautious. He started setting traps 2 kilometers out. Eric carefully replaced the leaves and hurried on, sticking to the right direction. The traps grew more frequent as he progressed, but he dodged every one without disturbing a single hair. Soon, he reached the foot of a small hill. The craggy slope was riddled with fissures, and the tracker's signal led straight to a narrow crevice, just wide enough for a person to squeeze through. Eric glanced at the crack, then dismissed it. He drew an arrow, took aim at the crown of a tall tree, pulled the bowstring taut, and released in one fluid motion. The arrow flashed through the air, struck the treetop with a dull thud, and shot out the other side, soaring far into the distance without slowing. That's where the real Barton was. After all, how could a simple tracker fool Hawkeye Barton? He'd spotted it ages ago, but used it to lay traps and lure his pursuer in. It was a classic hunter's ploy. Barton prided himself on being a skilled hunter and had every confidence in his traps. He believed he could capture any prey. But when that arrow whistled past, grazing his scalp, he knew in his bones. The roles of hunter and hunted had already reversed. Barton darted swiftly out from the tree. Canopy, scrambling to the other side of the great tree, using the trunk as a shield against his enemy's line of sight. Clutching a vine, he slid down at breakneck speed. Sensing Barton's movement, Eric's lips curled into a slight smile. He drew his bow once again and nocked an arrow. With a low, whistling hiss, the arrow shot forth, cutting through the air with a dark, menacing whoosh. There was a heavy thud as the arrow struck the trunk, sending a shiver down Barton's spine. He gripped the vine with all his strength, halting his descent just in time. No sooner had he come to a stop than he heard a faint crack. A sharp arrowhead pierced through the trunk, halting precisely between his legs, less than an inch from a most vulnerable spot. The razor-sharp tip sliced through his trousers, and an icy draft rushed in, making Barton involuntarily tense his muscles. As he shifted, he accidentally brushed against the cold metal, sending a chill racing up his spine. What sort of monster is this? Barton prided himself on his archery skills, but the opponent he faced now was on an entirely different level, a level bordering on the monstrous. And that bow, what kind of weapon was it to shoot straight through a tree so thick that several men couldn't wrap their arms around it? Even a standard sniper rifle couldn't manage that. This was not someone he could take head-on. Barton hesitated no longer. Gathering every ounce of strength, he leapt from the trunk, arcing through the air. He hit the ground, rolling several times to bleed off momentum, then bolted deeper into the forest at top speed. Sensing Barton's sudden flight, Eric was momentarily speechless. He had hoped to exchange a few more arrows for sport, but hadn't expected the man to be so easily terrified. Still, a duck that's already in hand. How could he let it fly away? Eric reached behind him again, this time pulling out 5 arrows in one smooth motion. He drew his bow to its full arc and aimed at the sky. Barton ran for his life, constantly shifting direction and throwing in the occasional feint. In no time, he had covered several miles. He paused to listen. There was nothing unusual behind him. Relieved, he finally allowed himself to breathe. But just as he let his guard down, he heard several sharp whooshes overhead. Startled, Barton stopped in his tracks, only to see 5 streaks of light plummeting from the sky, stabbing into the ground at his feet in a perfect pentagon, trapping him in the center. Each arrow was spaced with uncanny precision, as if measured by a ruler, not a fraction off. Barton swallowed hard, rooted to the spot, not daring to move a muscle. Eric sensed that Barton had stopped moving and smiled to himself. Putting away his bow, he strolled over at a leisurely pace. 10 minutes passed, with Barton sweating buckets, while Eric sauntered over as if taking a casual walk. "Clinton Francis Barton," Eric called out calmly, standing before him with an air of ease. "Who are you?" Barton eyed Eric up and down, hesitating. "Eric Lyncher?" "Oh, you know me?" Eric raised his eyebrows in surprise. "I've seen you on TV." Eric nodded in understanding. After all, he was a billionaire and a public figure. Appearing on television was nothing unusual, and being recognized wasn't surprising. "What do you want with me?" Barton asked cautiously. "I need a bodyguard, and I think you're the right person." Eric flashed a Coulson-like smile. "Huh?" Barton looked at the compound bow on Eric's back in surprise. "You need a bodyguard?" "I don't, but my daughter does." Barton nodded in sudden understanding, but then hesitated and asked, "You're really not here for that incident? If not, how did you find me?" "That incident? What incident?" Eric raised an eyebrow, his face full of curiosity. He was honestly eager to know. Who could have driven Hawkeye Barton into hiding? In America, if your friend or neighbor was perfectly fine one day, but vanished without a trace the next, leaving not even a clue behind, don't panic. Chances are they just heard something they shouldn't have, or saw something they weren't meant to. Nothing terrible will happen to them. They'll just be taken away and, well, executed just for 5 minutes. Only 5 minutes, that's all. Barton was one of those cases. The difference was he was skilled enough to escape on the way to his execution. To explain, we have to go back to a year ago. At the time, he was still in seclusion training at the circus, making a little money on the side for future family life. The circus had come to perform in a coastal city. One night, as usual, Barton went to the shore to practice his archery. According to him, this was a unique technique taught by Quickshot, training in the dark to sharpen his vision. And then he saw something he never should have. A large group of people was trying to capture a mutant. At least, that's how Barton understood it. Years of circus life had exposed him to all sorts of people, so mutants were no strangers to him. This man possessed incredible strength. He could snap a tree as thick as a man's thigh with a single swing. He could command the tides. When he let out a roar, a towering wave would crash down on his enemies. And he could fly. Barton saw with his own eyes as the man soared into the air and, wielding his spear, destroyed several helicopters. Over 200 armed soldiers fought him for more than 10 minutes. When it was all over, dozens of lives had been lost, and yet they hadn't managed to subdue him at all. Oh, he was really that powerful? So did they catch him in the end? Eric asked casually, narrowing his eyes. He already had a good idea of who this mutant might be. Superhuman strength, water manipulation, flight, a spear as a weapon. and by the sea. Who else could it be but Namor the Submariner? They caught him, Barton replied, patting his chest as if he could still feel the danger. Later, those people brought out two very strange vehicles. Each had a huge disc mounted on the roof. They pointed the discs at the mutant, and then this piercing noise blasted out. The mutant was knocked out cold right there. Eric's expression immediately froze. Somehow, this felt like it might be his responsibility yet again. The weapon Barton mentioned was undoubtedly the sonic assault vehicle produced by their own company. So how did you get discovered? Eric forced his expression back to normal, asking with genuine concern. Well, I was just plain unlucky. I was hiding quite well, but then the soldier controlling the console sneezed. His hand slipped, and the weapon swept right over me. Barton's face twisted in anger as he recounted the story. What a ridiculous way to get caught. Truly bad luck. After that, I managed to escape, but they kept chasing me relentlessly. I had no choice but to go into hiding, and that hiding lasted a whole year. How can you be sure they were soldiers? Did they have any distinguishing features? Eric was now very interested in the origins of that group. If they could get their hands on a sonic assault vehicle from Alice Industries, could this be a military operation? If so, Barton could be in serious trouble. They wore matching uniforms, carried standard-issue weapons, and moved in a highly organized way. They had to be soldiers. As for distinguishing features, there was an eagle-shaped insignia on their uniforms. No wonder they called him Hawkeye. Even in the dead of night, he could spot such small details. An eagle insignia. Shield. Of course, with SHLD's resources, it would be easy for them to get a few sonic assault vehicles. But why would SHIELD? Want to capture Namor? Wait, maybe it wasn't SHIELD at all, but Hydra. Eric's mind immediately leapt to Alexander's infuriating face. Mr. Eric? Barton noticed Eric had fallen silent and called out to him softly. Oh, sorry. Eric snapped back to attention and suddenly fixed Barton with a piercing look. Why do you trust me so much? I only asked one question, and you told me everything. Barton gave a wry smile and pointed at the 5 feathered arrows at his feet. Because I can't beat you. Returning to New York with Barton, Skye suddenly found herself with a new driver, bodyguard, enforcer, hand-to-hand combat instructor, and even a mascot. As for Barton's troubles, now that Eric knew Alexander was behind it, it was no longer a problem. Eric called Alexander's office and told him bluntly, Barton is under my protection. Don't cause him any more trouble. Then, without waiting for a response, Eric hung up, leaving Alexander fuming with rage. But in the end, he swallowed his anger. Barton was just a minor figure, not worth risking a fallout with Eric over. At the same time, Alexander's mind began to spin with deeper suspicions. Barton was Eric's man. Had he always been, or was this a recent development? If Barton had always been loyal to Eric, why was he present at the attempted capture of the King of Atlantis? Could it be that Eric had been sending people to monitor his actions all along? And if Barton was a plant, were there others by his side as well? Was Eric already preparing to make a move and wrest power from him? If that was only just now, then why did Eric save Barton? Was it for Aquaman's intel? Or was it to deal with himself? Or perhaps Barton is hiding some secret. One has to admit, people in high places really do think quickly. Barely a minute had passed since the phone call ended, and Alexander's mind was already teeming with possibilities. Each one seemed reasonable, and each one filled him with anxiety. While Alexander was wrestling with his own doubts, Eric had troubles of his own. Namor the Submariner, that hot-tempered fellow. Why had he been captured by Hydra? Was he being dissected for research? Or tortured for information? Should he be rescued, or left to his fate? Stroking his chin, Eric pondered the situation. After a long silence, he finally made up his mind. Yes, he would rescue him. Namor was the king of Atlantis, and after being missing for a year, Atlantis was certain to send people searching for him. If they discovered surface dwellers had captured their king, war would be inevitable. Since he decided to act, he needed to find out where Namor was being held. Eric immediately contacted his undercover agent, Garrett, but the response was disappointing. He didn't know. Garrett hadn't even heard about Namor's capture, let alone his whereabouts. With no other choice, Eric turned once again to the world's most powerful online people finder, Professor X. Hearing of Namor's disappearance, Professor X immediately grasped the seriousness of the situation and, without hesitation, donned his psychic amplifier. Eric, your suspicions are correct. Quite a few Atlanteans have already come ashore. We must rescue Namor as soon as possible. The world's most powerful online people finder certainly lived up to its name. Within minutes, he located Namor and sent the address to Eric. As soon as Eric saw the location, he frowned. I can't believe it's there. This is going to be trouble. After more than a year, Eric once again set foot on the savannas of Kenya. Thanks to relentless effort Alice Industries had invested heavily in Kenya, building vast facilities for raw material production and processing, steel, rare earths, niobium, barite. A steady stream of resources was shipped back to the U.S. at low cost, fueling projects like the maglev train and saving Alice Industries considerable money and time. This time, Eric arrived without notifying anyone. After landing, he went straight to Wakanda. The border tribes were especially enthusiastic long before his car reached them. They were already singing traditional African songs to welcome their honored guest. Surrounded by joyous cheers, Eric drove straight into Wakanda. Eric, friend of Wakanda, welcome. At the palace, King Chaka opened his arms wide and embraced Eric in a hearty hug. Eric laughed and clapped Chaka on the back. It's been too long, Chaka. Look at you, still as strong as a leopard. Behind Chaka walked two boys of equal height, young Chala, the little Black Panther, and Jadaka, the little golden leopard. Jadaka wore a robe that radiated Wakandan tradition, while Chala was dressed in a tailored black suit. Chala looked for all the world like a visiting young prince, while Jadaka had the bearing of Wakanda's future ruler. What was going on here? Had the waterfall duel already ended? Hadn't Jadaka seized the throne? Impossible. Haha. Eric, if you'd arrived a moment later, you would have missed Chala. He's about to leave for his studies in England, Chaka explained, clearing up Eric's confusion. I see. But where's Miss Aurora? Eric glanced around, searching for the young Storm, but her figure was nowhere to be seen. She's gone, young Chala replied, his voice tinged with sorrow. During the recent solar storm, Aurora said she sensed someone manipulating the solar winds. She wants to become that powerful too, so she left. Oh, I see. Eric let out an awkward laugh, realizing, once again, this might be his fault. Eric, come with me. Let me introduce you to my daughter. Oh heavens, she truly is a blessing from Bast, the panther goddess. At the mention of his daughter, Chaka's face lit up with fatherly joy, setting aside all regal decorum. Another doting father, Eric thought to himself. Chaka, this matter is grave. I need Wakanda's help. After visiting the Queen and little Princess Shuri, Eric finally got to the true reason for his visit. Chaka had anticipated this. Eric wouldn't have come all the way to Wakanda for a trivial matter. Without hesitation, he activated a device to shield the entire room, signaling his undivided attention. Wakanda is in danger. Eric's very first words made Chaka's eyes narrow with concern. Give me a map of Kenya. Chaka pulled out a small bead and dropped it on the floor. Instantly, a beam of light shot out, forming a three-dimensional projection. In the air, a Kimoyo bead at work. Eric raised an eyebrow in appreciation. Not bad, holographic, which would save a lot of explaining. Chaka, look, here, this is Wakanda. Eric circled the spot on the projection where Wakanda lay. Then, moving his finger just above the border, he tapped twice, firmly, at a point almost touching Wakanda's edge. Here, they're holding an extremely dangerous individual. That's impossible. Chaka was incredulous, thinking Eric must be joking. Eric, all of Africa is under Wakanda's watchful eye. The moment anyone sets foot on the continent, not a single move escapes us. But what if they didn't cross the continent at all? What if they brought this person here directly? Eric stared intently into Chaka's eyes, his expression grave and unwavering. Chaka was taken aback by the question, and after a long pause, he asked in utter disbelief, has any nation in the world already developed teleportation technology? Eric rolled his eyes, resisting the urge to blurt out that Kamartaj had mastered such arts for millennia. It's not teleportation. It's underwater, Eric explained, bringing his hands together to zoom out the map until the Atlantic and Indian Oceans were both visible. He picked a random spot along the Atlantic coast and drew a straight line directly to Wakanda. Someone entered from the Atlantic, traveled beneath the African tectonic plate through the ocean depths, and built a secret base right under Wakanda. Eric's words made Chaka's eyes widen in shock. He stared at the map for a long while, then shook his head gravely. That's impossible. Even with Wakanda's technology, this would be almost unthinkable. How could any other nation possess such advanced science? What if it wasn't done with technology? Eric said quietly. If not technology, then what? Chaka looked at Eric in confusion, only to notice that, at some point, Eric had produced a coin and was rolling it expertly between his fingers. The coin danced nimbly from one hand to the other, sometimes leaping into the air only to be caught smoothly. Chaka thought that even the world's greatest magicians might not pull off such a flawless display. Then, to Chaka's astonishment, Eric slowly lowered his hand behind his back, but the coin continued its intricate dance in midair, faster and more agile than before. What is this? I'm sorry, Chaka. I am a mutant, Eric said, bowing deeply. You know how hostile the outside world can be to mutants. That's why I chose to keep it secret, and for that, I sincerely apologize. That's all right, my friend. Wakanda does not judge its friends by whether they are mutants, Chaka quickly assured him. Then, looking serious again, he asked, "Are you saying that the prison down below was built by mutants?" "No, it was another group. They captured a very special mutant, the king of Atlantis, Namor." "Atlantis?" Chaka frowned, deep in thought. Wakanda did have records about Atlantis, some of which he had read, but one nation was on the African continent, the other deep beneath the Atlantic. Their paths had hardly ever crossed, and information was scarce. He struggled to recall much more. Namor, the king of the seas, is also a mutant. His powers are formidable. He can command the ocean and even trigger earthquakes beneath the sea. Undersea earthquakes? Chaka was suddenly startled awake. What did Wakanda value above all else? Of course, vibranium. Wakanda's protection of vibranium was nearly impenetrable, like a fortress of bronze and iron. Whether above or below ground, Wakanda's cutting-edge technology guarded it relentlessly. But now, an earthquake from the ocean's depths beneath the continental plate? Chaka was instantly on high alert. This was like someone trying to seize the family's very grain stores by force. "Eric, what do you suggest we do? Wakanda will support you with everything we have." "What to do? What else could they do but go underground and rescue Aquaman?" Eric was about to say as much, but he caught the murderous glint in Chakara's eyes. "Huh, so that's his plan. He wants to finish Namor off right here. Come to think of it, killing is always simpler than saving. Besides, Namor's abilities made him the archenemy of Wakanda. Why bother rescuing him? What if some other power captured Namor after his rescue and used him against Wakanda? He was, after all, a king, a monarch who had even killed his own brother. Chaka, I need to remind you, Namor is the king of Atlantis. The might of Atlantis is in no way inferior to Wakanda's." At Eric's words, the murderous intent in Chakara's eyes finally faded a little, though it was clear he hadn't abandoned the idea. Eric shook his head and fell silent, but his mind was made up. He would be vigilant, and he would not allow Chaka to kill the Sea King. "Chaka, I need vibranium. A great deal of vibranium." With Chaka's full support, Eric soon found himself surrounded by piles of vibranium. He gazed at the alluring metal, its faint blue glow pulsing gently, and his powers began to stir restlessly within him. "Chaka, before we begin, there's something I must say." Eric forced down the agitation of his abilities and looked at Chaka with deep sincerity. "I, Eric Lenshare, will always be a friend to Wakanda." Chaka was taken aback for a moment, then broke into a warm smile. "Of course, Eric. Wakanda will always be your friend as well." Eric nodded and held Chaka's gaze for a long moment, then slowly raised his hands. Before Chaka's astonished eyes, the heaps of vibranium began to rise into the air, floating gently upwards. Then, just as swiftly, the metal melted and merged, coalescing into a massive sphere of pure vibranium. Eric began shaping it in midair as if he were kneading clay. The sphere stretched and thickened at a visible speed, until at last it formed a spindle-shaped object, sleek and sharp as a starship. By now, all warmth had faded from Chakara's eyes, replaced by wariness and a gathering gloom. Eric saw the change and heaved a silent sigh. Who could he blame? Only his own powers for being too formidable. "Magneto?" Chaka asked quietly, almost under his breath. Eric paused, then shook his head. "Our powers are similar, but not the same. And I'm even stronger than him." Chaka fell silent once more, lost in unknowable calculations. Eric waved his hand, and the freshly built vibranium ship floated over. A hatch opened, and he was the first to leap inside before turning to look at Chaka. Chaka gazed at Eric aboard the ship, his heart heavy with conflicting emotions. He felt as if this was the most exhausting day of his life since he'd come into the world. Two beings capable of easily toppling Wakanda had appeared in quick succession, leaving him weary in both body and spirit. No, perhaps there were three. Magneto in Europe should also count. "Chaka, aren't you coming?" Eric called out when he noticed Chaka had yet to move. Startled, Chaka hurriedly composed himself, donned the Black Panther helmet, and agilely jumped onto the ship. The interior was minimalist. Overhead, a small protrusion crackled with electric sparks, illuminating the space. On the floor, two seats had formed from morphing vibranium. Aside from these, there was nothing else. "Chaka, hold on tight. We're about to go," Eric announced, his face alight with excitement. This was a grand endeavor. He was sure no other version of Magneto in the multiverse had ever attempted such a thing. He was about to drill a hole straight through the heart of Africa. How high is the sky? How thick is the earth? No one had ever given a clear answer. Yet now, Eric had a rough estimate. The Earth's crust here was about 100 miles thick. Of course, this was just the African continental plate. Deeper still lay the ocean, and then an 1,800-mile stretch of mantle. 100 miles might only take an hour or so to travel above ground, but it was still a bit farther than the distance from the surface to the edge of space. Eric guided the vibranium ship, transforming it into a massive drill that plunged straight down. There were no windows in the drill, so Chaka couldn't see outside. He could only hear the harsh, relentless roar all around. Resigned, he rapped twice on his Black Panther helmet, activating the sound dampening system, and closed his eyes to rest. Vibranium's energy-absorbing properties were indeed remarkable. Within the drill, neither man felt any change in temperature, but Eric knew that as they bored deeper, the heat around them was steadily climbing. After more than 3 hours of drilling, the vibranium ship suddenly shuddered. Chaka's eyes snapped open and he sprang to his feet, warily scanning his surroundings. "We've arrived," Eric announced with delight. With a wave of his hand, he opened the ship and jumped out, Chaka close behind. "So this is the base." "Of course. We're standing right above it." Eric closed his eyes to sense their position, a faint smile playing on his lips. He raised his foot and stomped down hard, the impact ringing out with a thunderous clang. They've sealed themselves inside an iron shell. How amusing. Indeed, it was almost entertaining. If not for the need to ensure Namor's safety, Eric could have crushed this base into a heap of scrap metal with a mere squeeze. "Let's go." Eric casually cut an opening in the metal shell and jumped inside. This base was small. He imagined Hydra must have faced no small difficulty transporting supplies out here. As soon as Eric and Chaka landed inside, they ran into a squad of Hydra soldiers. Before Chaka could even act, Eric simply waved his hand and, with a flick, several metal plates on the wall split apart, instantly dispatching a handful of Hydra men in a gruesome fashion. As they pushed forward, the number of Hydra soldiers increased. Sensing the shift, Eric stepped back, giving Chaka a chance to vent the frustration bottled up inside him. Before long, the two of them had cleared a path straight to where Namor was being held. From a distance, they could already hear Namor's furious roars echoing through the corridors. They broke into a sprint, racing toward the sound, and soon arrived at their destination. Eric swept his hand, unlocking the iron door. The scene inside was grim. Namor was imprisoned in a metal container, his head and arms protruding, while several Hydra scientists in white coats injected him with some kind of drug. Namor's eyes burned red with rage, his shouts wild and desperate. Reason seemed all but lost to him. Acting quickly, Eric intervened, stopping several Hydra agents in their tracks. But it was too late. There was already a pile of empty vials on the floor. Namor had clearly been dosed with a significant amount of whatever toxin they were using. "What is this?" Chaka picked up a syringe from the ground, held it under his nose, and immediately turned away, his face twisted in disgust. "This reeks. How can anyone even inject something like this?" Eric ignored him. He placed a hand gently on Namor's head, carefully releasing an electromagnetic pulse in hopes of snapping Namor back to his senses. A guttural roar erupted from Namor. Instead of calming him, Eric's pulse only seemed to drive him further into madness. Namor screamed at Eric, thrashing so violently that the metal crate imprisoning him shook on its hinges. Chaka stood behind Eric, watching the scene unfold. He tapped on his Black Panther suit, and in an instant, the armor on his arm shifted and transformed into a laser gun, its blue light glowing as he silently took aim at Namor. "I strongly advise you not to do that." Sensing Chaka's movement, Eric turned, his expression cold. The warning was clear. This was a direct challenge to his authority. Chaka froze, a hint of embarrassment flickering across his face. He slowly lowered his weapon. Eric looked at him with thinly veiled disappointment, then turned back to study Namor's condition. But just as he looked away, Chaka suddenly raised his arm and fired a shot at Namor's head. "Chaka, what are you doing?" Eric reacted instantly, seizing control of the vibranium suit. Chaka's shot missed Namor, punching a deep dent into the metal crate instead. "I'm sorry, Eric, but Namor must die." Chaka struggled, realizing he was trapped within the Panther suit and unable to move. Still, he refused to back down, Eric's face twisted with anger. "Chaka, get a grip. Keeping Namor alive is what's best for Wakanda." "No, as long as he lives, he remains a threat." Chaka's voice was steely, unwavering. "If you kill him, Atlantis will go to war with Wakanda." "Not if no one finds out." Chaka struggled within the Black Panther suit, his shout echoing. "No consequences? That's what you thought when you killed Njobu. Look where that got us. Nearly everyone in Wakanda knows the truth." Now, Eric's head throbbed at Chaka's stubbornness. Why do people always think they could be clever and get away with dirty deeds? This is different. He doesn't keep a journal. Eric, it's just the two of us here. If we just what? Kill me too, so there's no witnesses, is that it? Eric cut him off, his expression growing cold and sharp. He leveled his hand at Chaka, fingersplayed. Instantly, the Black Panther's suit yanked Chaka into the air, his limbs stretched wide, his bones creaking under the pressure. No, that's not it, Eric. We're friends. Chaka gritted his teeth, fighting through the pain as he tried to explain. Friends? If you really see me as a friend, then listen to me. Don't go after Namor again. Eric's words hung in the air, heavy and unyielding. Chaka fell silent, the tension thick between them. After a long pause, he finally spoke, his voice somber. I'm sorry, Eric. I'm the king of Wakanda. I have a duty to protect my people. As he spoke, a strange ripple of energy burst from Chaka, momentarily breaking Eric's control over the panther suit. Chaka dropped to one knee, eyes locked on Eric, and his vibranium claws slid out with a metallic hiss. Namor must die. Eric didn't waste words. He tried to seize control again, but realized his powers no longer affected the vibranium suit. Wakanda's advanced technology, always a step ahead. Seeing Eric's attempt, Chaka sprang to his feet, his right hand shifting from claw to fist as he swung hard at Eric's shoulder. All Wakandan kings had used the heart-shaped herb to strengthen their bodies' speed, power, endurance, all far beyond human limits. With the vibranium suit, they were nearly invincible. Once in battle, Chaka was no longer a king, but a warrior, relentless and uncompromising. The punch aimed for Eric's shoulder would have felled an elephant. Out of respect for their friendship, Chaka had avoided a vital spot, believing this blow would bring Eric down. But even without his abilities, Eric's physique was at least 5 times that of Captain America. As the punch came at him, he simply raised his hand and caught it head-on. A sharp, thunderous crack split the air. There was a dull thud as Chaka's fist was caught firmly in Eric's hand. His entire body remained completely unmoved. Chaka was struck speechless with shock. He tried to pull his hand free, but Eric's grip was as unyielding as a mountain. No matter how he struggled, he couldn't break free. Chaka, give it up. Even without using special abilities, you're no match for me. Eric stood there, steady and composed, calm as ever. Black Panther never gives up. Chaka sprang up on the spot, twisting in midair. With a swift spin of his arm, he finally broke Eric's hold and slipped free. You're not worried about throwing your back out at your age? Eric quipped, though his hands were anything but slow. His right fist shot out from his waist with lightning speed, slamming hard into Chaka's side. Another muffled impact reverberated, and a patch of blue light flickered across the Black Panther suit. Kinetic energy stored within the vibranium bonds. Though Chaka had taken Eric's punch, he was completely unharmed. He leapt high, sailed right over Eric's head, and with a slash of his razor-sharp vibranium claws, forced Eric to retreat. In the next instant, Chaka drove his fist toward Namor's head. Get back here, Eric shouted, lunging forward to grab Chaka's leg in midair and hauling him forcefully back. Caught above the ground, Chaka twisted nimbly, arching his body like a cat. With his claws flashing once more toward Eric's arm, he forced Eric to let go. Missing his mark, Chaka was undeterred. He pounced at Namor again, clearly intent on killing him no matter what. But Eric would never let that happen. He lifted his hand, and the metal box containing Namor shot up into the air, narrowly dodging Chaka's attack. Chaka, stop this. It's pointless. Eric moved Namor behind him and tried once more to reason with him. But Chaka didn't respond. He advanced again, this time retracting his claws and relying solely on his fists. Each punch was heavier and faster than the last, hammering relentlessly toward Eric's chest. Eric parried and dodged, countering blow for blow. He knew that with vibranium's protection, Chaka wouldn't be hurt, so he held nothing back. Each fist landed with the weight of a mountain. After taking several heavy blows, Chaka suddenly darted forward, ramming into Eric's chest while crossing his arms in front of himself. In that instant, Eric realized what was coming and swiftly activated his magnetic shield, sending Chaka crashing aside. At that very moment, Chaka swung both arms downward, unleashing a blue shockwave that exploded outward from his position. Eric, protected within his magnetic shield, was unaffected by the blast. Namor, however, wasn't so lucky. He was hurled across the room by the shockwave, crashing hard into the wall and letting out another furious roar. Chaka. Eric was truly furious this time. With a fierce wave of his hand, countless steel rods burst from the walls and floor near Chaka, shooting toward his limbs in an attempt to bind him. Chaka leaped up in haste, slashing rapidly with his vibranium panther claws, slicing every steel rod that came his way. Because of Eric's rampage, the once solid walls and floor lost their structural integrity. The immense pressure of the sea outside immediately pressed in on these weakened spots, warping them out of shape, and soon jets of seawater began to leak into the base. Before long, water had pooled up to their knees. Eric and Chaka were still locked in fierce combat, trading blows back and forth, oblivious to Namor, who lay collapsed by the wall. As soon as the seawater touched him, a look of pure bliss spread across his face. His eyes suddenly flashed with ferocity, and with a thunderous shout, he shattered every metal crate restraining him. "Damn it!" Eric cried out, flinging his hand toward Namor in an attempt to trap him once more with the metal crates. But a surge of seawater twisted into a colossal hand, holding the crates at bay, unable to get even a meter closer to Namor. Chaka realized something was wrong and dashed toward Namor, but Namor sent a torrent of water crashing into him, hurling him far across the room. Eric tried to surround Namor with metal once more, but each attempt was blocked effortlessly by Namor's command of the sea. Unwilling to give up, Eric fired several electromagnetic blasts, but they vanished into the water as if swallowed whole, having no effect whatsoever. Just as the two prepared to launch another attack, Namor lost all patience. With a wild, guttural roar, he slammed into a leaking section of the wall, bursting through it and diving straight into the depths of the ocean. "Get back here!" Eric shouted, sending a swarm of metal streaking after Namor, twisting into a chain that wrapped around Namor's waist, trying to drag him back. Chaka sprang into action, bracing himself against the surging water, and agilely clambered up the chain. In a flash, he managed to seize Namor's leg. In the ocean, Namor moved with boundless strength. Effortlessly, he broke the chain at his waist, then with a single punch sent Chaka tumbling down. Controlling the water, Namor conjured a giant hand that seized Chaka in its grip, squeezing mercilessly, intent on crushing him. By now, the water in the base had risen to eyebrow height. Eric activated his magnetic shield, forcing the water aside, then stamped his foot and plunged into the sea as well. Once more, he gathered the scattered metal, shaping it into an iron fist that slammed hard into Namor's back, staggering him and breaking his focus. Seizing the moment, Chaka escaped from Namor's watery grasp. Tapping a few commands on his Black Panther suit, Chaka activated a blue glow over his helmet, keeping the sea out, and once again swam fiercely toward Namor. Namor came to a halt, suspended in the water, his long hair floating around him. His eyes glowed with a chilling red light, and he let out a furious roar. Strangely, even underwater, Eric and Chaka could hear the echo of his wrathful cry. Eric manipulated the metal, trying to approach Namor once more, but he found that the water swirling around Namor was spinning at a tremendous speed. Any metal that got close was instantly shredded by the churning water, making it impossible to reach him. Chaka swam over to Eric, tapped twice on his own chest, and then pointed at Namor. Eric understood and activated his power on the Black Panther suit, only to realize that his control over it had returned. Clearly, Chaka had disabled the magnetic interference technology. Seizing the opportunity, Eric controlled the Black Panther suit, launching Chaka like a cannonball toward Namor. The furious, spinning water was powerless against the vibranium, instead storing up kinetic energy in the suit, making Chaka appear to be surrounded by a shimmering blue aura. He broke through Namor's watery shield and resumed their fierce battle. With the two locked in combat, Eric finally had a moment to summon their vibranium ship. From the distance, the ship approached, constantly shifting its shape as it drew nearer, until it transformed into a perfect metal cube, descending like a trap over Namor and Chaka. Seeing the box, Namor's face darkened with rage, perhaps reminded of his years spent in confinement. He kicked Chaka away and shot upward, desperate to escape. But Eric was determined not to let him get away. He manipulated both the vibranium box and Chaka, pursuing Namor relentlessly as they all raced upward. Before long, a ceiling of rock loomed above them, blocking Namor's path like a vaulted sky, the very bottom of the African continental plate. Sensing a rare opportunity, Eric rapidly split the vibranium box apart, sealing off every direction around Namor, closing in on him from all sides. He also hurled Chaka forward to harass Namor, preventing any unexpected escape tactics. Facing the tightening vibranium enclosure, Namor let out a ferocious roar. The water before him surged violently as he tried to blast the box away, but it was useless. With his space shrinking fast, Namor suddenly looked up and slammed his fist into the rocky ceiling. Chunks of stone broke loose, sending a cloud of fine sand swirling into the water. The scene turned murky, making it nearly impossible to see Namor's figure. Relying on his magnetic senses, Eric realized that Namor was using the water to pry open a gap in the rock and slip through. Eric quickly reshaped the vibranium, transforming it into a drill bit that chased after him through the opening. They tunneled upward for over 100 meters before Namor's speed abruptly increased. He'd punched through the rock into an underground river. By the time Eric and Chaka entered the passage, Namor was already several miles ahead. Without hesitation, the vibranium drill shifted once more, morphing into a sleek, streamlined vessel that carried Eric and Chaka in hot pursuit. In the water, Namor moved even faster than an ordinary submarine. The labyrinthine twists and turns of the underground river posed no hindrance to his speed. Instead, they became natural obstacles that blocked Eric's pursuit. At first, Eric carefully maneuvered around massive boulders and other obstructions, but he soon realized that this only allowed Namor to widen the distance between them. Throwing caution aside, he piloted the vibranium craft straight ahead, crashing through everything in his path as he raced directly after Namor. Namor led the way, with Eric and Chaka following close behind. The three of them wound their way upward along the serpentine underground river, locked in this relentless chase for 3 or 4 hours. Suddenly, they burst through a layer of rock and emerged into a body of crystal-clear water. Lake Turkana. They had returned to the surface. Namor, still fleeing, exploded out of the lake with a thunderous roar. The waters of Lake Turkana seemed to come alive, surging toward him and lifting him high above the surface. Eric and Chaka shot out of the lake right after him. The vibranium craft transformed into a floating platform, carrying them through the air to land opposite Namor, ready for a confrontation. Chaka removed his helmet, sweat streaming down his dark face. He wiped his brow, then pulled out a Kimoyo bead. Instantly, the image of his bald-headed captain of the Royal Guard appeared. Mobilize the warplanes. Wakanda has an enemy. Eric glanced at him silently, saying nothing. Before long, Wakanda's warplanes arrived. Hundreds of sleek, futuristic aircraft formed a tight circle around Namor, the barrels of their cannons crackling with blue energy, poised to fire at any moment. Standing atop the water, Namor looked up, surveying the encirclement. His crimson eyes flashed with menace. He opened his mouth and let out a series of earth-shaking roars. In response, Lake Turkana surged skyward beneath him. The Wakandan warplanes opened fire in unison. Countless beams of blue light rained down on Namor's position. The lake water boiled and evaporated under the assault, shrouding the scene in a rising cloud of white mist. Cease fire. Chaka's command rang out. The warplanes instantly halted their attack. Gradually, the lake's surface calmed, and the white mist began to dissipate. Namor was nowhere to be seen. Activate the scanners. Find his body. Blue beams fanned out from the warplanes, sweeping back and forth across the lake surface. At the same time, Eric silently reached out with his senses, searching for any trace of Namor. The more Eric searched, the deeper his frown became. Namor had vanished completely. He expanded his senses, reaching all the way to Wakanda's borders, and only then did he detect Namor's presence. Astonishingly, Namor was wholly unharmed. This is bad, Wakanda. What's happened to Wakanda? Chaka looked at Eric in confusion when he heard his shout. Before Eric could answer, a message arrived from Wakanda. Your Majesty, Wakanda is flooding. Flooding? Impossible. Chaka thought he'd misheard, but realization struck at once, and his expression changed drastically. Namor, we must get back now. When the group returned to Wakanda, the floodwaters had already risen 15 or 16 meters high. It was as if a pair of invisible giant hands were holding the waters in a tight embrace, keeping them firmly contained outside the Wakandan energy shield, preventing the flood from spilling onto the surrounding grasslands. It was not that Namor sought to protect the environment. Rather, he wanted the water level to climb even higher this way. The border tribes had long since retreated inside the energy shield. While the barrier held back the raging flood, it also left the settlements of the border tribes utterly destroyed. Namor was perched atop a column of water, suspended in midair like a monarch admiring his enemy's torment. Namor, you deserve to die. Chaka stood atop a warplane, his eyes blazing with fury at the sight before him. Namor, too, spotted the returning fleet of Wakandan warplanes. With a sinister grin, he swiftly dove into the water and vanished. Search for him, Chaka bellowed, ordering the warplanes to scatter and comb the area, while he and Eric entered from above and made their way back to the palace. As soon as they entered, Eric saw the queen holding little Princess Shuri in her arms, with the two young princes close behind. They stood by the window, gazing out at the floodwaters with anxious faces. Amanda! Chaka rushed forward in a few quick strides, pulling his wife into a tight embrace. Chaka, what is happening? The queen clung to his arm, her voice taut with anxiety. Chaka opened his mouth, but words failed him. He turned to Eric for help, only to see Eric looking away and let out a deep, weary sigh. Your Majesty, our energy shield can't hold much longer. A bald guard suddenly ran up and dropped to one knee. What? How is that possible? Chaka's face was filled with disbelief. Our shield can withstand missiles. How could a mere flood break through? Missiles only strike a very small area, the Grand Princess of Wakanda explained, walking over with a tablet in her hands. But the flood is attacking every inch of the shield at once. These waters are in constant motion, battering every point of the barrier without pause. Our energy is being drained at an alarming rate. Soon, we won't be able to keep up with the demand, and then Wakanda will be drowned. How much time do we have left? Eric asked urgently. Less than 5 minutes. The Grand Princess's words plunged Chaka into despair. Never had he imagined that one small decision of his could bring such catastrophic disaster upon his country and his people. Outside the window, the citizens of Wakanda were still gazing curiously at the floodwaters beyond the shield. Their faith in the barrier was unshakable. They believed it could withstand any assault, never suspecting that calamity was about to befall them. The flood had now risen 40 or 50 meters high. At this moment, Wakanda resembled a bowl overturned in water, and the flood was already a quarter of the way up its sides. Where's the main control hub for the energy shield? Take me there. At this point, Eric had no time for courtesies. He grabbed the princess's arm and shot into the air. The princess panicked for a moment, but quickly regained her composure and began guiding Eric. Hurry and find Namor, but don't go too far. As he was about to take off, Eric called out a warning to Chaka. Whether he would heed it or not, Eric didn't know. He simply took the princess and sped away. The energy shield was one of Wakanda's most vital defenses, and the protection of its central hub was of utmost importance. With the princess leading the way, Eric flew at full speed, soon diving deep underground, arriving near the veins of vibranium ore. It was Eric's first time here. Though he had sensed the place through magnetic fields before, seeing it with his own eyes was truly awe-inspiring. The entire underground had been hollowed out, forming an immense cavern, so vast that the opposite wall was lost from sight. On one side of this space stood Wakanda's smelting base, dedicated to refining vibranium. Endless trains delivered raw vibranium ore, which was then processed here into pure metal. On the other side lay the famous meteorite itself. Eric stared at it in wonder, feeling his powers stir restlessly within him. The true size of the meteorite was unknown. Its surface was pitted with vast mining pits, and trains were constantly entering from all sides, mining operations clearly ongoing. A blue, ethereal glow bathed the entire subterranean world, filling the air with a mysterious, almost otherworldly presence. The main control hub is right there. The princess, long accustomed to this underground scene, pointed out the way for Eric with unwavering focus. Following the direction of her finger, Eric saw that the hub was located right beneath the vibranium meteorite itself. The two of them descended swiftly. With the princess at his side, Eric entered the central hub without hindrance. Inside, the space was not very large, just a few hundred square meters, and most of it was occupied by outer guards. The actual control area for the energy shield was less than 100 square meters, about the size of an ordinary home. The room held only 2 pieces of equipment. One was set against the wall, a computer of vibranium technology, its screen flickering with Wakandan script and streams of data that dazzled the eyes. In the center of the room stood a circular platform, more than 2 meters across. Atop it was an upside-down, translucent bowl, its rim marked in red to signify a flood zone. This one, Eric pointed at the platform and looked at the princess. Receiving her confirmation, he stepped forward and placed his hand upon the surface. Magnetic fields rippled out from his hand, swiftly unveiling every secret before his mind's eye. Beneath this very room lay an even more intricate and massive device, the true heart of the energy shield's control. What sat above ground here was nothing more than the keyboard and monitor of the entire system. I'll need to use some vibranium. I hope you won't mind. Eric slowly sat down cross-legged, his hands still resting on the platform. His powers surged outward, flooding through the platform, and quickly enveloping the entire control hub, then spreading along the circuits to all of Wakanda. In that moment, everything in Wakanda was laid bare before him. The floodwaters had already risen 100 meters high. The people of Wakanda had long since abandoned their work, gazing up at the towering, sky-darkening wall of water. A quiet wave of fear swept through the crowd. On the energy shield, the blue glow was fading in many places, threatening to flicker out at any moment. The shield won't hold, someone cried out. Countless eyes turned toward the sound. just in time to see a gaping hole suddenly tear open in the once unbreakable barrier. The flood burst through, pouring down like a barrage of cannon fire, crashing into the earth below. Then a second breach appeared, then a third, a fourth, and soon there were too many to count. In the blink of an eye, the energy shield collapsed completely. The flood surged in, overwhelming everything. Wakanda, with its technology far beyond the outside world, was powerless before the deluge. Houses were swept away, trees disappeared beneath the waves, and countless Wakandans were caught up in the raging water, crying out, screaming for help. Bast, Panther Goddess above, what have I done? Chaka fell to his knees in remorse, tears streaming down his face as he watched his people struggle in the flood. Chaka, do something, save them. The queen, equally stricken with grief, clutched at her husband's battle robe, her voice pleading and choked with sorrow. Gunships, transporters, get every flying craft in the air. And boats, bring out every boat we have. If there's a chance to save even one person, take it. Before Chaka could respond, young Jadaka, the little golden leopard, suddenly issued a command to the captain of the Dora Milaje, leaving everyone momentarily stunned. Do as he says, Chaka shouted. The captain hurried to relay the orders. Soon, countless aircraft and boats were darting across the rising waters, launching a frantic rescue effort. But the flood kept surging in, and the water level continued to rise. Every moment, more Wakandans were swept from their feet and plunged into the torrent. No matter how fast the ships and flyers moved, they couldn't save everyone. Many people could only watch helplessly as family and friends were carried away by the flood, vanishing from sight. Everyone's face was wet, though no one could say whether it was from the flood or from their tears. All they could do was struggle to save themselves and those beside them. People fell into the water again and again. More and more were swept away. The cries of anguish echoed throughout Wakanda. Countless prayers rose to their gods, but no answer came. The Panther Goddess Bast, who had rescued Wakanda from peril so many times before, did not appear this time. Despair engulfed Wakanda like the tea that moment. Beneath the water where no one was paying attention, countless objects suddenly began to float up. These were all the everyday items people used most often: pots, bowls, pans, axes, chisels, saws, even spoons and buttons. As long as it was made of metal, it all rose to the surface. In the water, these objects shifted and melded together, transforming into a massive net that spread across the entire expanse of Wakanda, slowly lifting upwards. The floodwaters streamed through the gaps in the net, but the people themselves were caught safely, gently rising until, before long, they broke through to the surface. Those on the brink of drowning suddenly tasted fresh air again. Instantly, they opened their mouths, gasping desperately for breath. Others, already overcome by the water, lay sprawled on the great net, while those still able to stand hurried over to help save them. Chaka, look quickly. The Panther God Bast has revealed herself. The queen, overcome with joy and tears, shook her husband's arm, urging him to look outside. Chaka quickly raised his head and saw the vast net of metal floating above the floodwaters. His expression grew complicated. He murmured to himself, "It's not Bast. It's Eric." Having rescued the people of Wakanda, Eric let out a sigh of relief and turned his gaze back to the energy shield. The original energy shield was made purely of energy. The advantages were obvious. It offered strong protection and was easy to maintain. However, the energy consumption was enormous. For ordinary attacks, a certain amount of energy would suffice to neutralize them. But when faced with a barrage of concentrated attacks, energy consumption would skyrocket. This time, Namor's flood struck with such force that almost every molecule of water assaulted the shield. The intensity was far greater than any onslaught by Thanos' army. In the end, the shield was utterly overwhelmed. Eric planned to strengthen it, transforming it into something akin to his own magnetic field shield. First, he drew a tremendous amount of energy, replenishing what he'd spent using his powers to save the people. Then, from the veins of vibranium deep underground, countless fine metallic particles soared up, gathering in the air to form a dazzling river of blue light. This river of vibranium burst forth from the subterranean mines, spreading out in all directions. Upon the great metal net, the people of Wakanda, having moved from initial terror to the joy of survival, now sat atop the net, giving thanks to their gods. Suddenly, they noticed that above their heads, rivers of blue light had appeared, winding through the sky like enormous dragons. These dragons twisted and turned, their forms fierce and sinuous, swiftly converging where the old energy shield had been and scattering outward. Each tiny vibranium particle settled into a precise position. Special magnetic fields joined the particles together, linking them into a unified whole, forming a massive magnetic shield that now enveloped all of Wakanda, replacing the old energy barrier. Now restart the energy shield. All the remaining energy was poured by Eric into the energy shield, and the thin barrier rose once more, like a candle standing in a raging storm, flickering and on the verge of being snuffed out at any moment. Taking advantage of this brief reprieve, the magnetic shield spread over the energy shield. Under the influence of the magnetic field, energy and vibranium were organically fused together, forming an even stronger defense. Once again, the flood was held at bay outside the shield. Although the interior of Wakanda had already become a vast expanse of water, the external floodwaters could no longer pour in. With survival now assured, the enraged people of Wakanda poured out in force. Countless warplanes and ships set out, determined to track down Namor, the culprit behind the disaster. Through the central system, Eric extended his psychic senses across the entirety of Wakanda, perceiving every inch of the land as if it were the palm of his hand. Yet, there was still no sign of Namor. He instinctively broadened his search, reaching far beyond Wakanda's borders, until finally, at the bottom of a river, he found Namor. How should he capture him? Certainly not with a reckless attack. This called for a subtle approach. Fine particles of vibranium powder silently traveled upstream along the current. As they neared Namor, they slipped into the riverbed, creeping beneath him with utmost stealth. Got you. Eric, far away at Wakanda's control center, clenched his fist with force. At once, the vibranium particles under Namor surged upward, fusing in midair to form a suit of vibranium armor, snapping shut around Namor's body. Namor had never anticipated an attack from below. He was still busy commanding the raging floodwaters when, in the blink of an eye, an ugly suit of metal armor encased him. Startled and furious, he stretched his arms, struggling to tear the armor away. But vibranium was not so easily broken. Eric tightened his control, causing the armor to constrict. Overwhelmed by pain, Namor lost his grip on the floodwaters. At Wakanda's borders, the flood that had been coiled around the shield suddenly collapsed, rushing away in all directions, transforming into the sweetest nourishment for the land's vegetation. At this moment, the new magnetic shield, ironically, was blocking the outflow of the internal floodwaters. Eric hastily released his control, and the waters within began to rush toward lower ground. The great metal net, suspended in the air, faded away after safely setting everyone down. Thus, the flood crisis in Wakanda was finally resolved. Eric let out a long sigh of relief and waved his hand toward the sky. Encased in the armor, Namor was drawn through the air toward the Wakandan royal palace. Chaka, kill him. He nearly drowned Wakanda. Enemies meeting is always a scene of blazing anger. Seeing Namor bound and shouting in the air, the queen seized a dagger, ready at any moment to deliver a swift and deadly blow. Alas, at this critical moment, her husband faltered. Amanda, put down the weapon. Enough. Chaka's voice held an indescribable weariness. Chaka, he is the enemy of Wakanda. The queen stared at him in disbelief. I've already made one mistake. I can't make another. Chaka gently took the queen's hand, accepting the dagger she held. Eric, are we still friends? Chaka looked hesitantly at Eric, who stood nearby, seeming like an outsider. With a helpless sigh, Eric replied, Chaka, I've told you before, I will always be a friend to Wakanda. Thank you. Chaka crossed his arms over his chest, giving Eric the Wakandan salute. Then, I'll leave the matter of Namor to you. Wakanda cannot afford to go to war with Atlantis. All right. The situation with Namor was actually easy to resolve. Though he had a fiery temper and plenty of bad habits, deep down he was still a good man. The real reason for his violent, bloodthirsty outbursts was that Hydra had conducted all kinds of experiments on him for a year, leaving a cocktail of drugs and toxins in his body that clouded his mind. When Eric and Chaka infiltrated the underground base, Hydra, in a final act of madness, injected Namor with a 6-month dose of chemicals all at once. That was what sent him into a frenzy, causing the disaster that flooded Wakanda. Fortunately, Wakanda's advanced medical technology was more than enough to purge the toxins from his system. With Eric's electromagnetic pulse therapy as an added stimulus, Namor soon regained his senses. He was deeply shaken by how close he had come to slaughtering Wakanda, but with his stubborn temper, he certainly wasn't going to apologize first. Instead, he confronted Chaka head-on, demanding to know why the king had tried to kill him the moment they met. Chaka no longer harbored thoughts of vengeance, but Namor was, after all, a monarch in his own domain. As a king himself, Chaka couldn't let his dignity be trampled. Faced with such a challenge, he could no longer contain his anger. Without even bothering to don his Black Panther suit, he strode forward, rolled up his sleeves, and jumped straight into the fight. Namor, knowing he was in the wrong, dared not use his water-manipulating powers. He relied solely on his raw strength, clashing with Chaka in a test of pure force. One was of Atlantean blood, able to withstand the crushing pressures of the deep sea. The other, empowered by the heart-shaped herb, possessed extraordinary might. Their battle was a spectacular contest of power and will, each refusing to yield an inch. Fist met flesh, blow after blow, neither backing down. The two equally matched warriors collided with ferocious intensity, thrilling the crowd gathered around them. Wakanda had no tradition of ganging up on an opponent. They had always valued one-on-one duels. The king's approach was perfectly in line with their customs, so no one stepped in to interfere. The queen, the prince, the royal guard, and Eric all played the part of enthusiastic spectators, waving banners and cheering them on, their shouts fueling the fighters' determination. The contest soon reached its end. With the whole crowd's support behind him, Chaka gained the upper hand, his spirits soaring, and claimed a narrow but decisive victory. Namor, on the other hand, was at a disadvantage. Not only was he playing away from home, but he'd also managed to offend everyone before the battle even began. The fact that they didn't cause trouble was already more than he could ask for. All right, you two, let's cool off. Whatever the issue is, let's sit down, have some tea, and talk it through. Eric stepped in as the peacemaker, smiling as he gently pulled the two apart. The pair, to their credit, took the cue, seizing the opportunity to disengage. They each stepped back, watching each other closely, breathing heavily. This was my fault. I apologize, Chaka said stiffly to Namor. Flooding Wakanda was wrong of me. I apologize, Namor replied, his face expressionless. Eric slapped his forehead. Was this what they called an apology? Were they sure they weren't looking for another round of fighting? All right, Chaka was at fault in some respects, but Namor, flooding Wakanda, caused enormous losses. That was wrong, too. Fortunately, no one died this time. Let's put this matter to rest. Why don't you shake hands and make peace? Eric suggested. Chaka and Namor continued to glare at each other, neither willing to take the first step. Eric had no choice but to grab each of their hands and force them together. In truth, both men were ready to reconcile. They just couldn't bring themselves to lose face. With Eric's intervention, they allowed themselves to be nudged into a handshake. Eric took in the scene, amused by the two men's stubborn pride. How their need to save face was making everything harder than it needed to be. With that out of the way, things became far simpler. They ate, they drank, and, after a few shots of cat's pee, cheap alcohol, the two former enemies soon had their arms around each other, acting like old friends. Namor, why did Hydra try to capture you? Eric asked during the meal, a question that made everyone perk up and listen. At the mention of Hydra, Namor's face darkened with anger. How should I know? That day, I just come back from a swim in the Arctic. I've been in the ocean too long and wanted to get some air on land. But as soon as I came ashore, those bastards showed up. At first, it was nothing, just a few thousand of them. I wiped them out in no time. What Hawkeye had called a couple hundred people had grown 100-fold in Namor's telling. His pride was clearly at play. But then they pulled out some kind of strange weapon. I didn't even see the attack before I was sent flying. My ears were ringing, my bones felt numb and tingly, and I just couldn't summon any strength. I felt sick, dizzy, and my head was spinning. Next thing I knew, I was captured. As he spoke, a chill flickered across Namor's face. He wanted to make it clear it wasn't his lack of strength. It was the enemy's weapon that was too advanced. Sonic weapon? Chaka muttered in confusion. Eric shrank back a little, quickly steering the conversation elsewhere. Namor, what exactly was Hydra doing in that underground base? They injected me with all sorts of drugs every day and drew my blood. From their idle chatter, it seemed they wanted me to destroy some ground somewhere and snatch a piece of some meteorite. Or something. It was all a mess, and after that, my memory gets fuzzy. Namor's words made Chaka clench his fists tightly, confirming his suspicions. Hydra was after their vibranium, and not just a little. They want to take the whole thing, pack it up, and leave Wakanda without a single scrap. Hydra, utterly shameless. Chaka mulled over how to deal with Hydra, while Eric pondered Alexander's true intentions. That man was most likely after Wakanda's vibranium, but unwilling to launch a direct assault. So he had captured Namor, hoping to swoop in and reap the rewards while others fought. Oh, by the way, a year ago, while I was traveling in the Arctic, I stumbled upon something interesting, Namor said, taking a hearty swig of his drink as the memory suddenly came to him. Eric and Chaka both turned to him, waiting for him to continue. In the Arctic, I found a plane frozen in the ice. Inside was a man, also encased in ice, with a shield by his side. It was incredible. He was frozen solid, yet still alive. A man frozen in the Arctic. There was no doubt about it. That had to be Captain America. Eric cradled his glass, absently tracing its etched patterns with his fingers as he considered what to do about the captain. Digging him out now would be a terrible idea. Why? Where could he possibly keep him? His own house was out of the question. He had too many secrets, and his basement was already housing over 100 Hydra scientists. If Captain America found out, Eric would be forced into some unsavory cleanup. Hand him over to S.H.I.E.L.D.? Out of the question. Under Alexander's leadership, Hydra's influence in S.H.I.E.L.D. was even greater than S.H.I.E.L.D.'s own. Giving Captain America to them would be like throwing a lamb to the wolves. He'd be dissected in no time. Let him roam free? Absolutely not. He was America's first superhero. There wasn't a soul in the country who wouldn't recognize him. Besides, his mindset was still stuck in the World War II era. Letting him loose would only sow chaos. Then, what about giving him to Carter? Wait, Carter! A chill shot through Eric as he suddenly realized a grave problem. In this parallel universe, had the Avengers traveled through time? If they had, there could very well be two Captain Americas here. One still a popsicle in the Arctic, the other long since having married Peggy and lived out a lifetime by her side. But where was he? He was a special existence, having crossed over from a parallel universe, and even the Living Tribunal had tacitly allowed him to stay, proof that his presence would surely have a positive impact on this universe. But with him here, did Thanos still snap his fingers? When Thanos snapped, did he turn to dust, or did he survive? Had he traveled through the timeline? Carter's husband. Now that was the key figure. If Carter's husband is Captain America, then he himself is very likely to be wiped out by Thanos' snap-in. The future. His enhancement and upgrade plans must be revised. But if Carter's husband isn't Captain America, then who could he possibly be? Was it his presence in this universe that stopped Thanos? There's no way to say for sure, no way to explain it, and thinking about it only leads to confusion. A cold sweat broke out all over Eric, and he wished he could fly to England that very instant to see for himself who Carter's mysterious husband really was. Eric, my brother, what's wrong? Are you cold? Are you feeling unwell? Chaka, noticing the sweat pouring down Eric's face, asked with genuine concern. He's definitely had too much to drink. Namor's eyes had already grown a little hazy. He clapped Eric on the shoulder and laughed loudly. Your drinking skills are truly terrible. In Atlantis, a man who can't hold his liquor is considered a coward. Eric, have another glass. Chaka, something urgent has come up for me. I can't stay and keep you company any longer. I'm sorry. How about we catch up next time? Eric had thought it over for a long while, but his mind was still restless. He decided then and there to head straight for England. Oh, in such a hurry? Do you need any help? Chaka saw that Eric wasn't joking anymore, and quickly assured him that if he needed anything, Wakanda would be there for him, no matter the cost. Are you serious? Is it a fight? How about taking me along? Namor put down his glass, his eyes suddenly clear again, a look of eager anticipation on his face. Eric shook his head, turning down both their offers. It's just to confirm something important. It's perfectly safe, there's no danger. I'll go alone. Hearing this, Chaka didn't press further. He handed Eric a strand of Kimoyo beads, telling him to contact Wakanda immediately if he needed anything. When it became clear Eric was really leaving, Namor too stood up to take his leave from Chaka. Though judging by the fierce glint in his eyes, it was obvious he was heading off to settle a score with Hydra. Namor, there's no rush with Hydra. I think you'd better go back to Atlantis first, Eric said, patting him on the shoulder in an attempt to dissuade him. Why? What could possibly be happening in Atlantis? Namor asked, puzzled. If Hydra can track your location so precisely, don't you think that's a serious problem? Eric shook his head in exasperation. This blockhead aside, from losing his temper, did he ever use his brain? If Atlantis continued following Namor's lead, there would be no end to the chaos ahead. You mean? Namor's eyes widened in disbelief, quickly turning to anger. He kicked off the ground with all his might and shot up into the sky. I'm out of here. Chaka could only look helplessly at his own floor. His beautiful hardwood floor now sported a giant hole from that kick. There goes more money. Didn't anyone realize Wakanda was still recovering from disaster, and there was a need for money everywhere? Before leaving, Eric made a point to check on the still unconscious Howard couple. The elderly pair remained unresponsive, yet their appearance had begun to change. The signs of age were gradually slipping away. Their skin regained its youthful luster, and their white hair was slowly darkening once more. According to the data monitored by Wakanda, while it was unlikely they would regain the youth of someone like Eric by the time they awoke, they would at least look to be in their 40s with physical abilities far beyond those of ordinary people. London, England. It was easy for Eric to find Carter's home. It was a classic British-style building, a cozy two-story house with a small patch of lawn beside it. The garden was carefully tended, boasting more than a dozen varieties of flowers, giving the place a warm and inviting air. A quick scan of his surroundings revealed two hidden agents keeping watch. Clearly, S.H.I.E.L.D. took the protection of their former leader quite seriously. No one was home. Carter had evidently gone out. That made things easier for Eric. He swiftly bent the light around himself, vanishing from sight, and floated 5 centimeters above the floor, gliding like a ghost into Carter's house. The rooms were warm and tidy, decorated with a touch of 1930s American style. The walls were adorned with numerous photographs. Eric drifted closer, examining each picture. With care, some were of Carter herself, some of her daughter, and others of her son. There were photos of her with both children, but not a single one of her husband. It seemed there was nothing of note to be found on the surface. Eric shook his head, closed his eyes, and focused on sensing the structure of the house. This time, he made a discovery behind a wall in the study. There was a secret passage leading underground. Yet Eric couldn't sense where the passage led. It was as if the two spaces existed in entirely different realities. Such a thing had never happened before. A surge of caution welled up in Eric. He made his way carefully to the study and, following his senses, found and triggered the hidden mechanism on a bookshelf. The entrance to the passage opened silently. It was hard to believe. The secret passage was spotless. Not even the stairs bore a speck of dust. Eric was careful not to touch anything, floating gently down into the passage. It wasn't long, only a dozen meters or so, but Eric felt as if he were passing through a parallel universe. The entire world seemed to shift around him. This sensation wasn't caused by a change in magnetic fields, nor by differences in air or environment. It was something deeper, more fundamental, a feeling he'd only ever experienced when traveling between parallel universes. Strange. Did I make a mistake? Or is this some kind of pocket dimension created by a sorcerer? Eric mused, casting his gaze warily about. Suddenly, a rush of air swept from behind him. Reacting instantly, Eric reached out and caught a round object in midair. A shield. A shield. Who are you? A deep, slightly aged voice called out from the shadows in the corner. Captain. Eric called out tentatively, though in his heart he was already almost certain. It was him. Who are you? I won't ask a third time. The man was still hiding in the shadows, refusing to step out, his voice as firm as ever. Eric Lyncher, CEO of Alice Industries. At this moment, Eric had no desire to fight. All he wanted was to figure out whether, in the future, he would live or die. Captain, I mean no harm. Please come out. There's some things I'd like to discuss with you. No harm? Ordinary people don't break into someone's home. You should know, under the castle doctrine, I could put a dozen holes in you right now. I doubt there's a gun in this world that could do that to me, Captain. Or would you rather I called you Steve Rogers? When he still didn't emerge, Eric began to walk toward him slowly. Who? I don't know who you're talking about. Hearing approaching footsteps, the man finally stopped hiding and stepped forward. His face was lined with age, his hair dusted with gray, but the powerful muscles beneath his shirt and the sharp glint in his eyes told Eric everything he needed to know. This was him, Captain America, Steve Rogers. If you don't leave right now, I'm going to have to make you leave myself. Steve fixed his gaze on Eric, his fists already clenched. I mean you no harm, and I don't want to fight. I just want to talk. Eric hadn't even finished speaking before Steve lunged like a panther, throwing a punch straight at Eric's face. When Steve's fist was barely 4 inches from his target, a hand caught it with ease. No matter how much strength Steve used, he couldn't move forward an inch. But Steve wasn't one to give up so easily. With his other hand, he grabbed Eric's wrist to anchor himself, then drove both feet forcefully toward Eric's chest. Eric twisted his waist, dodging the kick, and with a surge of strength in his arm, flung Steve aside. Steve sprang back to his feet almost instantly, adopting a defensive stance, his eyes wary and alert. Captain, it's pointless. You're not my match. I've taken the super soldier serum too, and that's not the only thing I possess. With a casual wave of Eric's hand, the legendary shield floated over, coming to rest gently in front of Steve. Steve hesitated for a moment, then took the shield and raised it to his chest, still watching Eric with suspicion. Magic? Or some other kind of trickery? I'll have you know, I've seen stranger things. Oh, I know. Like a big green guy who smashes everything? A guy with a hammer? A playboy flying around in a suit of armor? A sorcerer who fights up close? A talking raccoon? And let's not forget the walking tree. Eric spread his hands as he spoke. Captain, I know you're from the future. I'll say it again, I mean you no harm. I just want to talk. As Eric began to name one familiar person after another, Steve's expression gradually changed. He stared at Eric in shock. Who are you, really? I come from a parallel universe. At last, the two of them sat down. Steve poured Eric a cup of coffee, but Eric's very first sentence left him utterly stunned. This was even more outrageous than traveling through the timeline. A parallel universe refers to a universe that split off from another, existing alongside the original, similar, yet distinct. According to quantum mechanics, Worried Steve might not understand, Eric started to explain the concept of parallel universes. But Steve interrupted him. Eric, I only finished high school. Eric's breath caught for a moment. All right, I'll try to keep it simple. No, that's not what I meant. I only have a high school diploma, but I get this stuff. After marrying Carter, I made a living by drawing comics, and in comics, the idea of parallel universes is as common as dirt. Steve raised his coffee cup and gave Eric a playful smile, making it clear he was teasing on purpose. All right, Captain, I just want to know, what happens to me in the future? Eric wasn't in the mood to appreciate Steve's dry humor, and he got straight to the point. You? Steve looked at him puzzled. In that future, I don't think I ever heard of you. What about Alice Industries? Eric pressed urgently. No, Steve hesitated for a moment, but still shook his head. And the maglev train? Did any company ever build one? Maglev train? Suddenly, Steve slapped his forehead, realization dawning. That's it. I knew your name sounded familiar. You're that lucky kid who developed the maglev train. I read about you in the papers. They said you're going to win the Nobel Prize. Captain, I couldn't care less about the Nobel Prize. Eric cut him off impatiently. I just want to know, are there any traces of me in that future? Steve pondered for a good while before slowly shaking his head. I'm afraid not. I never heard of you or your company, and no company ever built maglev trains in America. So there was no trace of him in the future. Eric frowned, finding it hard to accept. He was a real, tangible person, yet he didn't exist in old Cap's memory. That could only mean his arrival had already changed the course of this world, and the future would no longer be as old Cap remembered. But if that was true, why did old Cap still exist? Captain, come to New York with me. I think only she can answer the questions in my heart. To New York? Hearing Eric's words, Steve was taken aback, a look of reminiscence flickering across his face. He slowly shook his head. Ever since I married Carter, I rarely go out anymore. Of course, Eric understood what he meant. Captain, I can take you there invisibly. No one will see us, I promise. So you're strange, teacher? In the New York sanctum, Steve surveyed the Ancient One with curiosity. This wasn't his first visit to the sanctum, but it was the first time he'd met the legendary guardian of Earth. No, I'm his teacher in the future. Right now, he's still just a surgical intern. The Ancient One sized up Steve as well, her eyes glinting with flashes of green. Master, do you know what's going on? Eric interrupted their silent exchange, eager to hear the answer. Haven't you already figured it out? The Ancient One suddenly smiled, snapping her folding fan shut and drawing a circle in the air. Parallel universes? Eric blurted out. The idea had already taken root in his mind, but he'd never dare believe it. In the air, the golden shimmering circle began to blur, then slowly separated into two nearly identical rings. That's right, parallel universes. Eric, you should feel honored. The moment you arrived in this world, a brand new parallel universe was born. The birth of a new parallel universe wasn't too big or too small a deal in the grand scheme of the multiverse. But within a single universe, only a handful of those with immense power, or those with the backing of such powerhouses like the Ancient One, could sense it. For small players like the old Captain America or Eric, the event wouldn't even make them sneeze. According to the Ancient One, these major events were naturally matters for those at the top to worry about. Minor characters like them had best mind their own business and not meddle needlessly. This suited the old captain just fine. For him, returning from the future and spending a peaceful life with the woman he loved, nothing in the world could be more important. For this, he'd even given up his honor and beliefs, choosing to hide away in a basement day after day. No matter how the world outside changed, he was determined to stay by Peggy Carter's side. As for that underground chamber, it had been built for him by Howard Stark. Using the power of the Tesseract, the Space Stone, it created a pocket dimension of sorts within. After sending the old captain, who was content to live a quiet, retired life, back to England, Eric returned to his own villa. He cracked open a bottle of beer and lay motionless on the sofa, his expression growing increasingly bitter. Before he left, the Ancient One shared with him a piece of news, whether good or bad, he couldn't say. More of the great powers had taken notice of this universe, or more specifically, of him. The collision of two parallel universes, the birth of a new parallel universe, and the intervention of the living tribunal. All of these made this newly formed universe something special. For some powerful beings with too much time on their hands, this parallel universe had already caught their attention. Of course, perhaps it was only a fleeting glance, but even that was enough to set certain changes in motion. Take Sidorak, for instance, a seasoned recluse who was unbearably bored. With nothing better to do, he'd spend his days tossing stones around for amusement. Now upon discovering a new parallel universe, he cast a casual glance at it, only to notice that one of his very own stones had ended up there. That certainly piqued his interest. But what he saw next was astonishing. What was going on here? The fool who picked up his stone hadn't fallen under its magical influence. Instead, his character was actually improving. A good-hearted juggernaut? Nonsense. Sidorak was a dimensional demon god, the very source of evil. How could one of his own minions turn out to be a do-gooder? That was more humiliation than he could bear. And so, Juggernaut found himself in an awkward predicament. Sidorak was quietly withdrawing his magic, and Juggernaut's power was fading. Perhaps he hadn't noticed it yet, but this decline would only accelerate until he reverted to being an ordinary person. No, not even that. Sidorak's magic had seeped into him for decades. If it were to be withdrawn completely, what would become of him? The best he could hope for might be to leave a whole corpse behind. These were things the Ancient One had told him, and he had confirmed them with Professor X as well. Juggernaut's temperament was improving, and his outbursts of rage were becoming less frequent, but his strength was steadily waning. Professor X, for his part, thought it was down to poor meals at home. His half-brother just wasn't getting enough to eat, so lately he'd been finding ways to give him extra helpings. Juggernaut was a pitiful soul, overshadowed by his genius brother from childhood, regularly beaten by his father, his mind twisted from an early age. Finally, stumbled into a stroke of fortune, only to be fooled by Sidorak. His already unimpressive intellect took a nosedive, leaving him in his current, rather thick-head state. Besides, in 2 universes and across 3 lifetimes, Juggernaut had always been Eric's trusty subordinate. No matter how you looked at it, Eric owed it to him to try to help. But how? Taking on Sidorak head-to-head was out of the question. This was a multiversal heavyweight. Eric wouldn't survive even a glare from him. He would have to think of another way. What if we just changed his color? Turn Juggernaut from red to green. Eric's brow arched as a bold idea popped into his head, and the more he thought about it, the more feasible it seemed. Maybe he wouldn't even change color. If I recall, Ross just turned into the Red Hulk. Eric nodded to himself, settling Juggernaut's fate in his mind. Eric, you're back. A clear, youthful voice interrupted Eric's musings. When Eric returned, the sky was still dark. He sat on the sofa for a long while, and only then did the faintest light of dawn begin to creep in. He turned his head toward the doorway, and there he saw a tiny, adorable little girl standing sleepily at the entrance, dressed in a bear-themed pajama robe. One small hand clutched a teddy bear, while the other rubbed her sleepy eyes. Her bare, delicate feet pressed softly against the floor, and a cascade of silky black hair tumbled loosely over her shoulders. She was simply too cute. Eric's eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but want to scoop her into his arms and give her a good cuddle. Ahem. Sky, why are you up so early? Are you hungry? He asked. No, I haven't even slept yet. Sky bit her lip, hesitated for a moment, and cast a furtive glance at Eric, but in the end she told the truth. You haven't slept? Eric shot to his feet, his voice rising with concern. Do you know what time it is? Why are you still awake? At once, Sky shrank back, her shoulders hunching as she looked timidly at Eric. Uncle Barton taught me a way to shoot arrows at night, and I was practicing. Barton? Eric roared, startling Sky so much that her eyes brimmed with tears, about to spill over at any moment. Oh, I'm sorry, Sky. I didn't mean to scare you. This isn't your fault. I just have something to discuss with your Uncle Barton. Why don't you go back to your room and get some sleep? Okay? Eric said gently, coaxing Sky back to her bedroom before launching into a rather enthusiastic conversation with Barton. Sky slept straight through to 4 in the afternoon. As soon as she woke up, she was startled by Barton's panda-like dark circles. That clever little mind of hers quickly pieced together what had happened, and she stuck out her tongue apologetically at Barton. In the days that followed, Eric seemed to have caught a case of chronic laziness, holing up at home all day long. Now and then, he'd spar with Barton, tossing in plenty of flashy, showy moves that looked impressive but didn't serve much purpose. Relying on his overwhelming physical prowess, he would easily overpower Barton, earning himself worshipful glances from Sky, who was none the wiser. Eric's vanity was thoroughly satisfied. Thanks to the housekeeper and tutors Jennifer had arranged, who arrived one after another, Sky was soon enrolled in New York's most expensive elementary school. Only then did Barton finally breathe a sigh of relief. After all, shuttling Sky to and from school every day with those panda eyes could easily give people the wrong idea. With Sky in school, Eric finally called off their daily sparring matches. Alice Industries was already running smoothly, with dedicated staff handling every detail. Only the most important decisions required his attention as the company's CEO. So Eric became almost entirely idle, with his only job being the NPC in his daughter's life, making sure she completed her daily quota of 10 sentences spoken to him. 10 sentences a day. Sky treated this task as her top priority. She even bought herself a little notebook just to keep track of how many sentences she managed to say each day. One day, Eric was lounging around, as usual, when a phone call shattered the villa's peaceful silence. Eric, this is Fury. I need your help. You've got the wrong number. Goodbye. Eric hung up the phone without hesitation, then, with a flick of his fingers, disconnected all the phone lines in his house. In the Marvel Universe, nothing good ever comes from running into Nick Fury. The first time he met him, he got caught up in a hostage situation with kidnappers. The second time, Black Widow broke into his place to crack his safe. And the third time, he was dragged off to deal with vampires. That guy's a walking disaster. If you can avoid him, you absolutely should. Unfortunately, some people, no matter how much you want to steer clear, are just impossible to escape. In less than 5 minutes, Eric sensed the magnetic presence of a human body right outside his door. It was Coulson. Eric shook his head with a hint of resignation. He hadn't expected it to be Coulson. He actually had a soft spot for this good-natured man, so he decided to show him some respect. So you're saying a woman fell from the sky and smashed up a video store? Eric's expression turned peculiar as he casually flipped through the photos Coulson handed him. A woman, a blockbuster video. That had to be Captain Marvel. Then why are you looking for me? Shouldn't you be talking to that woman or the insurance company instead? Mr. Eric, we may be facing a threat from beyond, Coulson replied, maintaining his ever-friendly smile that made it nearly impossible for anyone to be annoyed with him. Beyond? What do you mean? Beyond Earth. Coulson pointed a finger up at the sky. Eric glanced at him, his face full of disbelief. Beyond Earth? Aliens? Shouldn't you be calling Area 51 or NASA? Why come to me, a guy who works on railroads? Mr. Eric, Director Fury, says you're part of a special division. Coulson reached into his pocket for another photo and handed it to Eric. During the last vampire incident, our satellite captured something unusual. Eric took the photo and studied it carefully. The image was dominated by the Earth, filling 4/5 of the frame, but in the upper left corner, right at the edge of the atmosphere, there was something else, a disc-shaped object, blurry, but unmistakably present. That was his solar storm energy converter. Eric was sure that if Coulson had this picture, he must also have higher resolution, clearer versions. So, they finally noticed. I thought all the satellites on Earth had gone blind. With all the commotion last time, no one paid any attention. A faint, amused smile crept onto Eric's lips. Yes, that time, he'd deliberately shown off his abilities. If he'd want to stay hidden, all he had to do was bend the light a little. But he didn't. After hiding for so long, he figured it was about time. Still, he had to keep up appearances. With an exaggerated sigh, Eric crumpled the photo in his hand and put on a look of helplessness. Looks like I slipped up. All right, tell me, what do you need me to do? We need to take a trip to Los Angeles. Los Angeles. Poncho's bar. Long before he reached the bar, Eric could already sense an overwhelming magnetic field that threatened to suffocate anyone who drew near. In the world of magnetism, its source was like a miniature sun, radiating energy without pause. I didn't expect her to be this powerful already, Eric muttered under his breath as he walked into the bar. Eric, you finally made it. Nick Fury spotted him and quickly stood up, arms open wide, eager to greet him with a hug. Eric brushed him aside with a casual wave and tilted his head toward the source of that formidable magnetic field. So, you're the woman Coulson said fell from the sky? An alien? I'm surprised to find someone this powerful on Earth. The energy in your body rivals that of a starship, the woman said, her gaze fixed on Eric. Her eyes glimmered faintly as she slowly approached him. I never imagined I'd meet such a formidable alien myself, Eric replied, his eyes locked onto hers as their glow grew brighter. Suddenly, he chuckled. Eric Lensher. Welcome to Earth, ma'am. Vare of the Kree Star Force. Carol Danvers still introduced herself as Vare, making Eric silently marvel at the cunning of supreme intelligence. Oh, a Kree? As far as I know, the Kree aren't exactly known for their friendliness. At the mention of the Kree, Eric's tone turned icy. Neither he nor Magneto could ever forgive the Kree. In a universe ruled by the tyrant Thanos, Magneto's last wife had died at their hands. It was the Kree fleeing to Earth that had brought Thanos' pursuit upon them. At his words, Carol's expression darkened. You know the Kree? And why would you say we're unfriendly? We've always kept the peace and order of the universe. With force and violence, you mean? Ronan's infamy is nearly unmatched across the cosmos. Eric's words froze the atmosphere in an instant. Shut your mouth. Ronan is a hero. I won't allow you to insult him. Carol raised her fist, a faint red glow pulsing from her knuckles, ready to strike at any moment. Calm down, both of you. Please, let's calm down. Nick Fury gingerly stepped between them, reaching for Carol's fist before thinking better of it. When he saw the red energy, look, I know you're both incredibly powerful, but could you show a little consideration for us ordinary folks, please? Eric shrugged and sat down with a beer. All right, Fury, tell me. What's going on? How did the Kree get involved? How should I know? This is the first time I've even heard the word Kree today. But you, when did you get so well-versed in aliens? Nick Fury, still trying to placate Carol, shot Eric a fierce glare. I'm from Special Division, remember? Eric squinted his eyes and gulped down his beer in one go. He let out a long, rumbling belch, causing Carol to turn her head away in disgust. A Special Division? Oomph. When all this is over, I'm going to get to the bottom of which Special Division you actually belong to. Nick, Fury snorted, then began explaining the course of events. Of course, the facts he relayed were all according to what Carol had told him. In Fury's account, an evil and hideous squad of Skrulls had ambushed Carol's interstellar team. Carol fell into their trap and was captured by accident. The villainous Skrulls tried to tamper with her memories, but thanks to her courage, Carol turned the tables on them. Not only did she sabotage their spaceship, but she also discovered their purpose for coming to Earth. Hey, buddy, is your boss brainwashed by that alien woman or something? Eric turned his head, shielding his mouth with one hand, and muttered in a low voice to Coulson, though the words were still loud enough for everyone to hear. Eric, I saw, with my own eyes, a green-skinned alien transform into Coulson's likeness, and I killed him with my own hands. Nick Fury all but roared. All right, I get it. So what's our next move? Are we going to fight shape-shifting goblins? Eric shrugged. We need to get to an Air Force base. Carol cut off Fury before he could utter any more colorful language. The Skrulls are looking for someone named Wendy Lawson. She was involved in a project called Pegasus. We need to infiltrate the base and find those files. Infiltrate an Air Force base? You got to be kidding me, right? Eric gave him a look that clearly said, you can't be serious. He stood up, grabbed the phone from the bar, and dialed. Hello, General Ross. I need a small favor from you. With General Ross opening the back door for them, Eric and the others were flown straight into the base by military helicopter. Warmly received by an Air Force colonel, Carol and Nick Fury headed to the archives to search for information. Eric, meanwhile, stayed in the command center to chat with General Ross, who, as luck would have it, was working at this very base today. General Ross, the last time I was in Russia, I brought back 2 bottles of the finest Eidolon vodka. You got to come by and try them sometime. Eric grinned as he clinked his glass against Ross's and knocked back his whiskey. That's wonderful, Eric. That Highland night you gave me last time was outstanding. At the mention of good liquor, General Ross's eyes narrowed in delight, his face full of fond remembrance. I'm glad you liked it, General. I'll have Jennifer order a few more bottles from England next time. How about we throw a little tasting party? Eric knew well that catering to someone's taste was the merchant's secret weapon, and he was an expert at it. Oh, when is it? I'll definitely be there. General Ross's eyes sparkled with excitement, as if he couldn't wait to set off that very moment. General Ross, how about after we finish this business first? I heard your experiments have made some progress. You probably don't have time for fun right now. You're right, Ross replied, and at the mention of his experiments, the excitement faded from his face. It seemed things weren't going as smoothly as he'd hoped. General, do you know about this Pegasus project that Fury and the others mentioned? Eric, ever observant, quickly changed the subject. Ross raised an eyebrow and glanced at him, then set down his wine glass and walked over to the window with his hands behind his back. That project was approved by me. Dr. Wendy Lawson is a very talented scientist. If she manages to develop a light-speed engine, our Air Force will become the fastest in the world. We're already the fastest, Eric said, stepping up to stand beside General Ross, looking out at the rows of fighter jets waiting on the runway, awash with emotion. But General Ross shook his head, replying, I don't mean the fastest on Earth. Eric rolled his eyes and gazed skyward in exasperation. So the old man was still dreaming about being the fastest in the universe? Has he ever seen Asgard's Rainbow Bridge? Or a sorcerer's teleportation spell? Did the project ever succeed in the end? No, it was terminated, General Ross sighed. Dr. Wendy Lawson took a test flight without authorization. Not only did she crash the plane, but a pilot was lost in the process. If we hadn't shut it down, people would have started talking. A faint meow drifted into the room. Eric's hair instantly stood on end, and a surge of danger sent his powers into high alert. The Flurkin. Just from that meow, Eric knew exactly what it was, a beast infamous across the cosmos, one that could swallow him whole and not even spit out the bones. General, you keep a cat here? A cat. General Ross turned in confusion, just in time to catch a glimpse of an orange tail slipping around the corner. Oh, that's Dr. Winnie Lawson's cat. Ever since her sacrifice, it's been living here at the base. Whoever sees it just gives it something to eat. Whoever sees it just feeds it. More like whoever sees it gets fed to it, Eric thought with a shiver, warning himself yet again to keep his distance from that creature. He liked fluffy things, kittens, puppies, even Sky, but the kind of fluff that could swallow him whole? You couldn't pay him enough? Eric and General Ross chatted for a few more minutes before Carol returned, looking preoccupied and clutching a document folder. Trailing behind her was Nick Fury, the perennial side character who seemed fearless, cradling that ginger cat, which even Eric preferred to keep at arm's length, petting it nonstop. Don't tell me you can't see how dangerous that thing is. Eric sidled up to Carol and whispered. Carol glanced back at the ginger cat in surprise. Is it dangerous? I don't sense much energy from it. Eric caught on immediately. So that's it. She could only sense energy levels and used that as her measure of strength. His own power was stored within his cells, so Carol could easily detect it. But the Flurkin's energy was almost entirely hidden away in the dimensional pocket of its stomach, leaving Carol oblivious and thus unconcerned. Who's the cutest kitty? Nick Fury was brazenly petting the Flurkin as if nothing could go wrong. Eric instinctively took a few steps back, putting some distance between them. Who knew when Fury might suddenly become cat food? Did you find anything? Eric asked. Carol hesitated for a moment, then pulled a photograph from the folder. In the photo, two people were shaking hands. Behind them stood a black woman, and further back, a woman was climbing out of a plane. Eric held the photo up next to Carol's face, comparing them back and forth in amazement. Hey, look at the woman getting off the plane. She looks just like you. This photo was taken 6 years ago. 6 years ago, I just arrived on Hala, and I've lost my memory. I only remember the past 6 years. Carol's voice was soft, full of uncertainty. Isn't it obvious? You were definitely brainwashed by the Kree. Eric raised an eyebrow with absolute certainty. If this had been when she first arrived on Earth, Carol would have loudly objected to Eric's assertion. But now, with so many doubts swirling her mind, she found herself at a loss for words in the face of his accusation. So where to next? Seeing her silent, Eric slipped the photo back into the folder and went straight to the point. Louisiana. I need to find someone, a friend, I think. Carol's tone was uncertain, her expression clouded with doubt. If there's one thing an Air Force base isn't short on, it's planes. General Ross immediately assigned them a transport aircraft. On the plane, Carol sat in silence, gazing at the photo. Nick Fury kept petting the Flurkin, while Eric made idle small talk with the two pilots. When the plane hit an updraft and jolted, the Flurkin, which had been curled up on Fury's lap, suddenly leaped off. Ignoring Fury's calls, it bounded straight onto Eric's lap, startling him so much he nearly activated his magnetic shield. Fury, damn it. Why is it coming over here? Get away from me. Hey, buddy, it likes you. Nick Fury walked over, scratching it under the chin. Who's the cutest kitty? For God's sake, Fury, get it away from me. Eric shrank back desperately, his eyes fixed on the Flurkin's mouth, ready to activate his shield at any moment. Don't be like that. Eric, you're scaring it. Nick Fury gently scooped up the Flurkin. Come on, sweetheart. He doesn't want you here. Who would want that thing? Eric muttered under his breath, but his hands moved quickly, swiping a cat hair from his trouser leg and tucking it away. Aunt Carol. Mom, it's Aunt Carol. I knew it. Everyone else said you were dead. The plane landed in the backyard of a family in Louisiana, and a young black girl came running over in delight, throwing her arms around Carol and calling her aunt, leaving Carol looking even more bewildered. The person she was searching for, Maria Rambeau, was even more stunned, and then came the all-too-familiar and melodramatic family reunion. After a long talk and flipping through a stack of old photographs, Carol finally remembered her earthly identity. Eric watched the entire scene from the sidelines, sitting with Nick Fury, both of them staying out of the way, until a knock sounded at the door and Eric got up to head to the back entrance. By the time Carol and the others had dealt with Maria's nosy neighbor, Eric was already sitting back in the living room with a green-skinned alien in tow. Hey man, can't you be a little more friendly? The green-skinned alien dusted himself off and grumbled as he stood up. Where's my soda? You'd better behave. Nick Fury whipped out his gun in an instant. Damn it. Eric, why didn't you tie him up? Or at least knock him out? Oh my God. Maria Rambeau suddenly looked out the window, spotting her daughter talking to someone who looked exactly like her. Skrulls. Bloodthirsty, ruthless beings from the Andromeda Galaxy. They can become anyone. With that power, they've overthrown governments on countless worlds, Carol whispered to Maria, her fist beginning to glow faintly. No one's gonna hurt her, as long as you don't kill me. Got to take precautions, right? The green-skinned alien, looking completely at ease, even gave Eric a knowing wink. Let me introduce myself, Talos, bloodthirsty and savage Skrull. Precautions? You sure about that? Eric scoffed at Talos' so-called measures, lifting his hand. Outside the window, the Skrull who had taken Maria Rambeau's form suddenly floated into the air, as if gripped by invisible cords, their face twisted in the throes of suffocation. Talos' face froze instantly. He pursed his lips and shrugged helplessly, but before he could react any further, Nick Fury tackled him to the ground. Maria strode forward and landed 2 solid punches on him, then darted out the door to scoop her daughter into her arms. I never expected humans to have such abilities, Talos muttered. In the end, he was still tied up, but he remained defiant, as if unafraid of anything. So what's going on? Eric dragged a chair over and sat down opposite Talos. Judging by your attitude, it doesn't look like you actually want to fight, does it? Of course not. We never intended to start a war. Talos put on an aggrieved look. We just wanted to ask her for a little favor, that's all. What kind of favor? Eric pressed. We need her to crack a set of coordinates for us. Nothing more. Talos replied. Carol let out a cold laugh. Crack coordinates? The last time you strung me up, was that also about coordinates? We had no idea you were so special back then. Talos raised his bound hands in a show of innocence, but to his surprise, the ropes snapped apart. For a moment, he looked as embarrassed as an actor flubbing his lines on stage. Glancing at the ropes on the floor, he smacked his lips. Sorry, maybe your ropes aren't very good quality. All right, we won't tie you up anymore. Go on, Eric said, waving his hand and slashing through the remaining ropes. Talos climbed to his feet, flashing Eric a grateful smile. Thank you. I have an audio recording here, something for Project Pegasus. I think you'll find it interesting. Project Pegasus, funded by the Air Force and led by Dr. Wendy Lawson, aimed to develop a light-speed engine. Carol and Maria had both been test pilots under Dr. Lawson. Input the coordinates. The audio played softly. As Carol listened, fragments of memory flashed before her eyes. The confusion in her heart slowly began to unravel, leaving her deeply unsettled. Dr. Wendy Lawson, her colleague, wasn't human at all. She was a Kree named Mar-Vell. Carol's abilities weren't bestowed by the Kree, but came from absorbing the energy of the core. Mar-Vell invented, following its explosion. The mentor and superior she idolized, Yon-Rogg, turned out to be the very person who shot down her plane and took her to the Kree homeworld. We're all victims here, Talos said earnestly, standing before Carol. The Kree destroyed our homeworld and forced us into exile. This is an unjust war. All we want is a place to call home. Mar-Vell helped us develop a light-speed engine, not for war, but to escape Kree persecution. We just want to find somewhere the Kree can't reach. See? What did I say? The Kree are a bunch of lunatics. They even wiped out someone's entire planet. Eric chipped in, fanning the flames. He wore the look of someone enjoying a good show. If he'd had a bag of popcorn, he would have pulled out right then. Lawson always taught us that Project Pegasus would never be coming accomplice to war, but rather the end of war. Maria stepped forward, adding her voice to the argument. Dr. Wendy Lawson wants you to help us find the energy core. It will power the Lightspeed engine and lead us to a new home. So I'm asking you, please help us. Talos bowed slightly, lowering his head in a gesture of humility. Carol's fists began to glow with a red light once more. Do you see this? My powers, they come from the energy core. The core was destroyed, and I absorbed its energy. What was destroyed was only the Lightspeed engine. The energy core itself was hidden away by Dr. Lawson in some remote place, right? At those coordinates, it can guide us to the energy core. Talos finished speaking, his eyes filled with hope as he looked at Carol. Carol stared at Talos. And then what? Are you going to use it to wipe us out? We just want a place to call home. Seeing Talos' genuine emotion, Carol was finally moved. She slowly revealed the secret behind the coordinates. Those numbers aren't coordinates. They're state vectors, used for pinpointing an orbit and frequency. Her lab isn't on Earth. That's why you couldn't find it. The numbers indicate the lab's orbital position from 6 years ago. As long as we calculate the orbit, we'll know where it is. That's just basic high school physics. Carol and Maria took turns, effortlessly unraveling a secret that had troubled the Skrulls for years. Talos stared, in disbelief, then turned to grumble at his own scientist. That's all it was? You couldn't even figure that out, and you call yourself chief scientist? Yon-Rogg will be coming for me soon. We need to find the energy core before he does. Carol shrugged, putting a time limit on their mission. We're headed into outer space? How are we supposed to get there? Maria's question made Nick Fury glance over at Eric. If the photos they'd taken were to be believed, Eric might just have a way to reach space. Caught under Fury's gaze, Eric shrank back innocently. Why are you looking at me? I'm just a background character. Look, I've only had 5 lines in this whole chapter. Since Eric refused to help, Talos had no choice but to send his so-called chief scientist, who hadn't even graduated from high school math, to Retrofit Eric and the cruise plane. The two pilots were each handed $10,000 by Eric, who sent them off in a taxi, grinning from ear to ear. As for the plane, they weren't worried at all. Eric called up General Ross right in front of them, and Ross agreed without a second thought to send the plane over. In their eyes, Eric's identity must be something extraordinary. Just how extraordinary, that was beyond their concern. While the Skrull chief scientist was busy upgrading the plane, Eric and Nick Fury sat down on the steps with a couple of beers, chatting idly as they waited. I never would have thought. The Skrulls are actually the victims. Nick Fury sighed at the fickleness of the world, shaking his head in disbelief. Victims? Umph. Eric raised an eyebrow, letting out a cold chuckle that left Nick Fury even more puzzled. What? Are you saying they lied? It's not that they lied, but do you have any idea how enormous the Skrull Empire is? Do you know how many of them there are? Eric gazed up at the stars, taking a swig of his beer. How big? Bigger than Earth. Nick Fury patted the step beneath him and took a gulp of his drink. They have at least 30 billion people, with over 100 administrative planets. After their homeworld was destroyed, the Skrulls split into countless factions. Talos Group is just one of the weakest among them. Nick Fury nearly choked, spraying beer everywhere, his face a mask of shock. No way. Then why are they still being hunted by the Kree? Because the Kree are even stronger. Eric took another drink, his voice low and distant. This universe is vast, and our Earth is just a speck. Nick Fury fell silent, nursing his beer. Only after draining the bottle did he finally speak again. Can you tell me more about the alien powers in the universe? The Kree, the Skrulls, and the Shi'ar. 3 great empires, each with a history of interstellar civilization stretching back millions of years. A single fleet from any of them could obliterate our entire solar system. And legend has it, they possess weapons so forbidden that ordinary people can't even imagine them. Eric set down his empty bottle and cracked open another. Beyond those 3, there's the Sovereign, who want to paint the cosmos in gold. Xander, who call themselves the galaxy's police. The Utopian Zenla, and the reptilian Badoon. As Eric spoke, Nick Fury's brow furrowed deeper and deeper. Every power Eric described sounded vastly stronger than Earth. Eric, how do you know so much about the universe? Because I'm with the Special Department. Special Department, my ass. Nick Fury hurled his empty bottle with a scowl. Can't you just tell me the truth for once? That is the truth. Eric rolled his eyes, grabbed another beer, and got up to walk toward Talos. Tell me the truth. Eric pulled Talos aside, activated a magnetic shield, and blocked out all surrounding electromagnetic signals and visible light. How was the Skrull homeworld really destroyed? Of course it was the Kree. Before Talos could finish, Eric slapped him hard, sending him sprawling to the ground. There's no one else here. You don't have to lie. Eric lifted him with one hand, set him back on his feet, and brushed the dust from Talos' clothes. I'm not lying. Another sharp smack rang out. Talos took another slap, this time skidding 4 or 5 meters across the ground before coming to a stop. Expressionless, Eric raised his hand, and Talos floated back over to him. Actually, I have a way to control your mind and make you spill everything you know, but I'm not in the mood to use it today. It's been a while since I got into a fight. My hands are itching for action. Talos spat out a mouthful of green blood, forcing a bitter smile. I'm telling you the truth. Wrong answer. Eric's voice was cold. Another slap echoed in the air. It really is. Wrong answer. Another slap. It's the Kree. Wrong answer. Yet another slap. Again and again, Talos was struck, until after a dozen blows, he lay sprawled on the ground, unable to get up, gasping for breath. Looks like I need to jog your memory, Planet Devourer. Eric summoned Talos back, suspending him upside down, and whispered softly in his ear. Talos' eyes flew wide open, his lips trembling. No, that's not it. It's the Kree. It's their forbidden weapon. Watching his reaction, Eric already knew the truth. He slowly shook his head. Legend has it that the Planet Devourer, one of the 5 great creator gods, is charged with maintaining the balance of a universe, sweeping away civilizations and worlds that are either too destructive or completely worthless. It seems the Skrulls don't have much value left in this universe. No, the Skrulls are one of the 3 great empires of the cosmos. We have a history spanning millions of years. How could we be worthless? It's the Planet Devourer. He made a mistake. Yes, he's wrong. Talos suddenly grew frantic, his voice cracking with desperation. Eric sighed and gently tapped Talos on the forehead, sending him into unconsciousness. His suspicions had been confirmed. The Skrull homeworld hadn't been destroyed by the Kree, but swallowed by the Planet Devourer. It was a truth no Skrull could accept, a reality no Skrull would ever admit, that their people had become worthless in the eyes of the universe. The next morning, Eric and his companions gathered in front of the plane, marveling at the chief scientist's modifications. Each of them was thoroughly impressed. Who would have thought your math was so poor, but your hands are so skilled? Nick Fury praised, striding up the ramp onto the plane. Talos, what happened to your face? It's all swollen, Carol suddenly noticed, her eyes widening at the sight of Talos' face, now puffier than it had been the day before. Talos touched his face in confusion. I think I fell. I can't quite remember. You haven't lost your memory too, have you? Eric chuckled lightly, clapping him on the shoulder before boarding the plane. Once everyone was aboard, they discovered they weren't alone. There was a stowaway on the plane, the orange cat, the Flurkin. Damn it. How did it get on the plane? Get off quick. Talos pressed himself against the cabin door, too frightened to move. Nick Fury picked up the orange tabby. Hey, would you look at that? Just like Eric, you're afraid of cat. That's not a cat. That's a Flurkin, you idiot. Eric finally couldn't hold back and blurted out the truth as he saw Nick Fury about to cuddle the creature. Flurkin? What's that? Your nickname? Cutie Pie. Nick Fury took it as a joke and, undaunted, continued to stroke the Flurkin. Eric rolled his eyes and stopped trying to reason with this fool. It seemed the Flurkin was rather fond of Nick Fury. No matter how much he petted it, it never once lashed out. Let him be, then. Their group, 4 Earthlings, 2 Skrulls, and the Flurkin, piloted the hastily modified spacecraft into the upper atmosphere, heading for the marked coordinates. Carol used Kree technology to disengage the ship's cloaking system, finally revealing the vessel to the others. As the Kree ship gradually materialized before their eyes, Eric narrowed his gaze, his expression brimming with greed. At last, the boring part is over, he thought. Now comes the thrilling moment of reward. This was a fully intact Kree starship, and not just any ship, it was a scientific research vessel. It housed a complete Kree tech laboratory, and, even more exciting for Eric, it was equipped with advanced black tech devices that could shield its magnetic field from his senses. With the cloaking device active, Eric hadn't even been able to detect the ship's magnetic signature. This ship is mine, Eric declared, making no attempt to hide his desire. He stated it outright, leaving everyone else on board utterly speechless. We don't even know what's going on yet, and you're already dividing up the spoils? And you want the whole thing for yourself? Have you no shame? No way. That ship belongs to Dr. Wendy Lawson. Don't even think about it. This is the last hope for the Skrulls. What did you say? I didn't catch that. Man, have you lost your mind? A soft mewl sounded from the Flurkin, as if it too was voicing its disapproval of Eric's claim. Eric ignored them all, beaming as he gazed out the window at the massive ship. The more he looked, the more he wanted it. He wished he could take it home that very instant. Eric, what exactly are you planning? Nick Fury grabbed him by the shoulder and whispered urgently, shooting him a warning look. Eric subtly reached out with his senses and realized the 2 Skrulls had already raised their weapons at him. I really don't like having guns pointed at me, Eric said, twitching his fingers. Instantly, the Skrulls' guns crumpled into useless scrap metal. He turned back with a calm smile and addressed the group. So, can anyone tell me what this ship is actually for? It's to help the Skrulls escape from the Kree and find a new home. Carol's expression was stiff, her eyes filled with wariness as she looked at Eric. That's right. Since that's the case, how about this? I give the Skrulls a new home, and in return, I get this spaceship. Eric smiled slyly and pointed out the window at the ship. A ship for a safe new home. What do you say to this trade? A new home? Where? Talos stared at Eric and asked cautiously. But as soon as he finished speaking, he felt a sudden, burning pain on his face. He touched his cheek in confusion, but couldn't recall anything unusual. A deserted planet. One that's livable and far away from the Kree. What? 5 faces stared back at him, all equally bewildered. You heard me right, a safe, habitable, uninhabited planet in exchange for a little spaceship. That's a pretty good deal, wouldn't you say? Eric wore the smug grin of a seasoned haggler. I don't believe you. Suspicion clouded Talos' green features. I don't believe you own a planet, unless you can prove it. Eric looked at him as if he were an idiot. What do you think a planet is? A golf ball you can just stick in your pocket? If you can't prove it, I'll never believe you. Talos was forced to be cautious with his people's fate at stake. Hey guys, maybe we should deal with the problem right in front of us first. Nick Fury suddenly cut in, pointing out the window with a look of panic. Carol glanced outside, her face growing grave. It's a Star Force ship. Yanrog is here. Damn it, we have to get on board. My family's on that ship. Talos panicked instantly, throwing himself into the pilot's seat to start the engines. I want that one too. Eric, his eyes lighting up at the incoming ship, stopped Talos' hands. Man, I think you really need to see a doctor. I know a fantastic psychiatrist. He's black, just got married last week, and I even gave him a wedding gift, Nick Fury said, patting Eric's shoulder with a look of deep concern, his eyes full of the kind of pity reserved for troubled children. Eric brushed Fury's hand off and strode toward the hatch. You all go up first. I'll catch up. You're serious? That's outer space out there, Nick Fury exclaimed, rushing to stop him, but Carol beat him to it and opened the hatch. Eric was immediately swept out. Calmly closing the hatch again, Carol shrugged innocently as everyone stared at her in shock. He wanted to go. Carol, I'll remember this. Floating in the void, Eric watched the ship shrink into the distance, muttering under his breath. The Starforce ship was closing in fast. Eric smoothed his windswept hair and spread his arms wide, aiming himself straight at the oncoming vessel. With Magneto's memories at his disposal, Eric was more than experienced when it came to dealing with Kree starships. Only a fool would try to take on a spacefaring vessel capable of warp jumps head-on with brute force. Instead, Eric used his magnetic sense to scan the entire ship. Then, with a flick of his finger, he shut down its engines and gently slowed the vessel's momentum. By the time the starship drifted to a halt in front of Eric, it was moving at a snail's pace. Leaning close to the observation window, Eric flashed a wide grin at Yon-Rogg, whose finger was frozen in shock over the missile launch button. With a casual spread of his fingers, Eric wrenched the ship's hatch open with raw power. The Starforce vessel was far larger than the makeshift spaceship Eric and his companions had cobbled together. The airlock at the entrance was well designed, ensuring no one would be sucked out into space, as had almost happened earlier. Ignoring the weapons trained on him, Eric sealed the hatch behind him, straightened his clothes, and finally opened the airlock, stepping out with a measured pace. This ship belongs to me now, he declared. Sir, who are you? This vessel is property of the Kree Empire Starforce. It is. Yon-Rogg was exceedingly cautious and refrained from ordering an attack. He understood all too well that any being capable of surviving in the vacuum of space was not someone they could hope to defeat. All he could do was invoke the authority of the Kree Empire, hoping it might intimidate Eric. Eric simply shook his head, unwilling to waste more words. He opened his palm, and a coin shot out from his hand, zipping through the ship like a bolt of lightning before coming to rest just in front of Yon-Rogg's forehead. Perhaps your life should be left to Carol. A single drop of blue blood slid down from the edge of the coin and fell onto Yon-Rogg's brow, making his eyes widen in terror, not daring to move a muscle. It was only then that the rest of the Starforce members collapsed to the ground one by one. Without exception, each of them now had a vertical slit at the center of their forehead, blue blood steadily oozing out. These are my spoils of war. Can't let them go to waste. Best to send them home for safekeeping. Eric knocked Yon-Rogg unconscious with a single punch, then, thoroughly pleased, piloted the starship toward Earth. This haul is a windfall, huh? Eric squinted as he extended his senses through the ship, and when he saw the bodies on the floor, a sudden thought struck him. Wait a second. The corpses of Kree can be used to extract JH-325. No sense letting that go to waste. I'll sell them to Nick Fury. After discreetly parking the cloaked Starforce ship in his backyard and returning to Dr. Lawvale's experimental spacecraft, more than half an hour had passed. As soon as Eric set foot on the ship, he sensed something was amiss. Nick Fury and a group of Skrulls had all been captured. What happened here? I wiped out the entire Starforce, so how did you end up getting caught? Where did these Kree come from? Eric effortlessly freed them, but he couldn't help his curiosity about these new Kree arrivals. Ronan is here. A Skrull woman, her face filled with terror, hurriedly explained things to Eric. Ronan. Eric's eyes narrowed. Where's Carol? Ronan took her. Nick Fury, having just freed the Flurkin from its cage and removed its muzzle, added, and they took the energy core as well. Where did they go? Eric pressed anxiously. They're headed for Earth. Damn that magnetic shielding device. Eric cursed under his breath, then turned and shot off toward Earth. Just as he neared the atmosphere, Eric arrived in time to see the Kree warship drop its cloak, deactivating the magnetic shielding device in the process. The ship's massive magnetic field immediately flared into Eric's perception. He let out a long, relieved breath. As soon as he could sense the ship's magnetic field, his anxiety melted away. Facing these alien races with their advanced technology, nothing worried Eric more than their magnetic shielding. As long as that device was active, he was as good as blind. Back in the Emperor Thanos universe, when the Kree fought against Earth, the Kree hadn't realized the importance of magnetic shielding. At first, as long as they kept away from cosmic zones where magnetic storms raged, they'd simply turn those devices off. A grave mistake when facing Magneto. They paid dearly for it. Eventually, they learned their lesson. From then on, magnetic shielding had to remain active at all times. Not only the massive warships like Ronan's, but even the small Starforce cruisers were equipped with it. But in this universe, the Kree hadn't yet faced Magneto's wrath. Carelessly, they exposed the entire magnetic signature of their warship. Perhaps in their eyes, Earth was just an insignificant backwater, and its people hadn't even left their own planet. How could they possibly threaten a Kree warship? How odd. Isn't this supposed to be Captain Marvel's big moment? Why hasn't Carol shown up yet? Eric muttered, frowning as he scanned the Kree warship one section at a time. But in the brief time he spent searching, the Kree warship opened all its missile bays. Countless Kree missiles, their blue lights flashing menacingly, launched toward Earth. Ah, I really didn't want to steal your thunder, but if you're not going to seize the moment, you can't blame me. Eric pretended to sigh in reluctant resignation. He raised one hand, aimed at the incoming missiles. Instantly, the missiles slowed, slower and slower, until they simply hovered motionless in midair. The flames jetting from their tails still roared brightly, but the missiles didn't budge an inch. Aboard the warship, the bizarre scene was magnified on the main screen. Ronan stared, wide-eyed, at the frozen missiles and turned to his subordinate. What's happening? The subordinate scrambled to analyze the data. It's a magnetic field, sir. A powerful magnetic field is locking the missiles in place. A powerful magnetic field? How strong is it? Ronan swung his warhammer, cold glints flashing in his eyes. Powerful enough to tear your battleship apart. Eric strode up behind Ronan with the casual confidence of a man strolling through a garden. Behind him, a gaping hole 2 meters wide had been ripped open in the hull of the battleship, yet not a single alarm sounded. Through the breach, the bodies of numerous Kree could be seen. Who are you? Ronan raised his warhammer across his chest, his aura growing stronger with every breath. Me? I am Magneto. Eric gave a chilling laugh, spread his fingers wide, then clenched them into a fist. In that instant, the missile suspended in the atmosphere exploded, and the shock waves reached all the way to the Kree warship. Magneto? Just another nobody. Ronan leapt high into the air, swinging his warhammer overhead and bringing it down toward Eric with crushing force. Oh please, are you trying to be funny? Eric shook his head and pointed a finger at Ronan. Instantly, the warhammer froze in midair, immovable. Ronan's hands clung desperately to the handle, and he was yanked to a sudden halt, his legs kicking awkwardly in the air as if caught on high bar with no way down. Curse you, Ronan roared, releasing the hammer and dropping heavily to the ground. He charged at Eric, swinging his massive fists. Eric didn't dodge. He simply raised his left hand before Ronan's fist, and from his palm surged a small burst of silvery light, which quickly formed a compact shield. Ronan's punch landed with a thunderous sound, yet Eric didn't even flinch. Catching Ronan's astonished look, Eric sneered, then balled his right hand into a fist and struck him hard across the face, sending him flying. Behave yourself, Eric said coolly, unwilling to waste another moment. With a wave of his hand, Ronan's warhammer shattered instantly, transforming into a chain that tightly bound Ronan and hoisted him upside down before Eric. Talk, where's Carol? Oddly enough, Eric had scanned every battleship, yet he couldn't find that dazzling, sun-like magnetic signature anywhere. She will return to the Kree in glory, to merge with the Supreme Intelligence. It will be her ultimate honor. Despite being captured, Ronan showed no sign of fear or panic. The Supreme Intelligence? Please, I know all about it. It's nothing but a busted computer. Eric slammed a fist down on Ronan's head, knocking him out cold. He spoke with confidence, but Eric's expression gradually darkened. The Supreme Intelligence was a living supercomputer created by the Kree, forged from the minds of the Empire's greatest philosophers, scientists, and thinkers, a concentration of the Kree's highest wisdom, containing all their knowledge of science, philosophy, military strategy, and thought. It ruled as the Kree Empire's supreme authority. The most terrifying thing about the Supreme Intelligence wasn't how powerful it was now, but how much more powerful it could become in the future, when the Kree Empire created. If they designed it in a form that could be upgraded infinitely. The method of upgrading was to continually fuse new Kree individuals into it. Every Kree considered it an honor to return to the Supreme Intelligence, but to merge with the Supreme Intelligence meant that a person's thoughts, consciousness, memories, mind, and even their soul, everything, would be absorbed by the Supreme Intelligence. That individual would lose their independent self and could no longer be considered a distinct person. Eric frowned and scanned the warship again, but still couldn't find any trace of Carol. Clearly, the place that connected to the Supreme Intelligence was under the tightest protection, and the magnetic field couldn't sense its existence at all. What a headache, Eric muttered, bringing the unconscious Ronan over once more, intending to control him and force him to reveal Carol's location. But just as he was about to act, he suddenly whipped his head around to look out the window. He saw a figure radiating crimson light burst out of a warship, streak across the void of space for some distance, then abruptly turn and dive back into the ship, smashing a massive hole through its hull. The figure darted in and out 7 times, and, just like that, a huge Kree warship was reduced to shattered debris, exploding apart in a brilliant blaze. That reckless woman! Eric cried out in anguish, his face pressed nearly flat against the warship's glass. Watching as Carol destroyed 3 warships in quick succession, it felt as if his heart were bleeding. Eric didn't care about earthly riches. If he wanted, he could dig up all the gold on Earth. But this was different. These were Kree warships. When he'd entered, he'd carefully torn open a 2-meter-wide passage, taking his time to choose a spot that wouldn't cause too much damage. But that reckless woman had just smashed 3 warships in one go. It was useless to curse her, though. Carol had just gone into overdrive. At a time like this, no one could stop her. He couldn't possibly go out and fight her just for a few wrecked ships. It's just a few busted ships. Yeah, busted ships. Besides, I still have one left. Eric tried to comfort himself, clutching his chest, but out of the corner of his eye, he saw that glowing figure trailing a streak of red light, heading straight for him. Oh no! Eric! Carol had spotted him too. She braked sharply in front of the warship's window, cocked her head to look at Ronan, who was suspended in the air, and, seeing that she hadn't damaged this ship, glanced around, found a breach in the hull, and flew inside. Carol! My warship! Eric roared in fury the moment he saw her. Carol, still dazed as she powered down from a rampage, replied, "What do you mean, your warship?" Eric reached out with a trembling hand, pointing, first at the 3 warships outside, now nothing but wreckage, and then at his own chest. His voice grew thick with emotion. Mine, they were mine. Carol rolled her eyes, looking thoroughly exasperated by him. Eric, those were Kree warships. They were about to bomb Earth. I had them under control. Their missiles couldn't possibly launch. Control? How exactly did you control them? Carol's skepticism was plain on her face. How? Like this. Eric suddenly extended his hand toward the window. Carol distinctly felt the ship beneath her feet shudder, and then, as Eric moved his hand, the warship began to turn in that direction. When his hand moved left, the ship veered left. When he moved it right, the ship followed. As he pushed forward, the ship surged ahead. This is your power? Manipulating matter? Carol recalled how he'd once controlled the Skrull who had been impersonating Maria back on Earth. Not matter, magnetic fields. That glowing look you just had? I could do that too. As he spoke, the magnetic fields around Eric erupted. Sparks of electricity flickered to life around him, weaving together into bright arcs, which then merged into thick bolts of lightning. The lightning danced around Eric, ionizing the air and gathering a shimmering blue plasma that radiated from his body. From a distance, Eric stood crowned with lightning, mist swirling at his feet, like a thunder god stepped out of myth. Though Carol was awed by Eric's ability, she couldn't help but shake her head at his childish display. With a resigned sigh, she turned to leave. Hey, where are you going? Eric hurriedly blocked her path as she made to go. Back to the lab. Fury and the others. Carol's expression turned somber, fearing Nick Fury was already lost. I've already saved them. They should be back on Earth by now. Well, then let's get back to Earth. There's a score I need to settle. The moment she heard Fury was safe, Carol's energy returned. Oh, you're looking for Jan Rog? I already captured him. He's unconscious in my backyard. Carol was speechless. Big guy, you finished all my work for me. So what am I supposed to do now? Eric gave her an innocent look. So where to? Let's just go back to Earth. All right, but let's be clear, this warship is my loot. And Dr. Lawson's lab belongs to me too. Eric's greed made Carol frown. Eric, I'm sorry, but I've decided to take the Skrulls to find a new home. I need Dr. Lawson's ship. I told you before, 1 planet for 1 ship. I'm already taking a loss here. If you miss this chance, there won't be another. Eric arched an eyebrow, wagging his finger for emphasis. Hey, whole planet. Do you really own a planet? Carol's eyes widened in disbelief. No matter how she looked at Eric, he just didn't seem like the kind of tycoon who'd have a private planet. It's not that I own it, Eric replied. I just happen to know the location of an unclaimed planet. So, do you want to trade or not? An unclaimed planet? Carol frowned, thinking it over for a moment. I'll need to see the planet first, and I'd also need approval from the Skrulls. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go back to Earth. With that, Eric made a fly out through the rift. He had barely flown a few meters before he doubled back, quickly working the controls on the warship's console and activating its cloaking mode. You can read, Kree? Carol asked, surprised. Eric gave her a knowing smile. We've been old rivals for a long time. Back on Earth, the two quickly found Nick Fury and his group at Maria's house. Hey, what happened to your eye? Eric asked, eyeing the scratch on Fury's face, though he already knew the answer. It's nothing. It'll heal in a few days. Fury waved it off, showing the nonchalance of a seasoned agent. This kind of injury was nothing to him. Eric shook his head, but said nothing more. Being scratched by a flurkin and infected by its bacteria, well, even Wakanda medicine might not be able to fix that. Maybe it was fate. Maybe Nick Fury was always meant to be one-eyed. What about the energy core? Eric asked. It's in the flurkin's stomach, Fury replied. He was the type to forget pain as soon as the wound healed, despite the cat having just scratched. He showed no anger at all. When he saw the orange cat walk by, he scooped it up and affectionately rubbed his face against its fur. Wait, it ate it. Eric was stunned. This was a problem. He needed that core urgently. If you're in a hurry, you could try making it vomit. There's a TV program on now that might help, Talos suggested from the sofa, where he was watching TV with the kids. Eric's eyes lit up at the idea, but Fury grew anxious, clutching the orange cat and stepping back protectively, the very picture of a devoted cat owner. But the cat had other ideas. It wriggled out of Fury's arms, hopped to the floor, and walked straight over to Eric. Eric eyed it warily, half expecting a mass of tentacles to lash out from its mouth at any moment. The flurkin sat down in front of Eric, cocked its head, and after a moment, its throat bulged as it coughed up a blue cube. The Tesseract, the Space Stone. Eric paid no mind to the slime. He snatched it up, gave it a quick shake to clear off the goo, and peered at it closely. Carol and Maria, who had been chatting nearby, were also drawn over by the Tesseract's radiant blue light, curious about what Eric was up to. Eric stared at the Tesseract for a long moment, then closed his eyes. His powers flickered in and out, shifting hundreds of times before he finally opened his eyes, grinned, and glanced around at everyone. So, anyone interested in a trip to another planet? The Cosmic Cube, also known as the Space Stone, is one of the Infinity Stones and holds immense spatial power. In theory, if used properly, the Space Stone can transport its wielder to any location in existence. Organizations like Hydra merely drew energy from it, which was in fact a lesser use. Many have wielded the Space Stone, Loki, Thanos, and Red Skull, also known as Schmidt, among them. During World War II, Captain America destroyed numerous Hydra bases and, in the final confrontation aboard a plane, faced off against Red Skull. Unable to prevail, Red Skull grabbed the Cosmic Cube with his bare hands and was instantly transported to an unknown place. Captain America had no idea that Red Skull had been transported away. He witnessed Red Skull vanish before his very eyes and believed him to be gone forever. But in truth, Red Skull had not perished. He was sent to a distant planet, Vormir. This, too, was Eric's destination, a future homeland he was preparing for the Skrulls. Eric slowly channeled his formidable psychic power through magnetic fields, letting it gently fuse with the Cosmic Cube as he carefully examined the faint traces upon its surface. Each mark was an indelible imprint left behind by those who had used the Cosmic Cube before, a cryptic history etched in energy. Concentrating on the subtle differences among these traces, Eric finally pinpointed the most recent one. Focusing his energy on the coordinates linked to that particular mark, Eric conjured a swirling cloud of blue mist before him, churning and shifting in the air. The others instinctively stepped back in caution, but Carol stepped forward, placing herself protectively in front of the group. Eric gestured with a wave of his hand to assure them there was no danger, then slowly walked into the shimmering mist. This was a strange and eerie world, a planet seemingly perfect for life, yet completely deserted, without the faintest sign of anything living. The sky was forever cloaked in clouds, with the starlight above making the shifting clouds flicker in all manner of colors. All around lay crumbling ruins and broken walls, silent evidence that some civilization had once thrived here. In the distance, atop a mountain, stood a peculiar structure, two colossal pillars that pierced the clouds and reached toward the heavens. Yes, this is the place, Eric said, but instead of approaching, he took a step back and returned through the mist, crossing back to Earth. Everyone watched him with anxious anticipation, having already guessed Eric was searching for a new home for the Skrulls. Yet his methods defied all reason. They were simply unbelievable. Just moments ago, the energy core had been inside the orange tabby's belly, but in Eric's hands, it became a gateway, not only summoning blue mist, but collapsing the distance between two worlds into a single step. Well, Carol asked urgently. Come with me. Eric replied with a gentle wave, drawing the unconscious Yon-Rogg closer. Once more, he stepped through the portal to Vormir, with Carol close behind. This is what you call suitable for life. Carol looked around at the scene, her face growing darker with every passing second, leaving aside the state of the ecosystem. For now, As soon as she arrived, she sensed a peculiar energy saturating the area. This energy was everywhere, not just in the earth and buildings, but even in the very air itself. Carol was exceptionally sensitive to energy, and this particular force made her deeply uneasy. It was cold, desolate, ominous, and wicked, filled with the stench of death, without a trace of positive emotion. What struck her as odd was that for the first time, she could actually perceive emotion within energy itself. "Don't worry. These are all minor issues," Eric said, rising slowly into the air as he carried Yanrog toward the distant mountains. "This place is so unusual because it's hiding a treasure. Once we take it away, the environment will gradually return to normal." "A treasure? What kind of treasure?" Carol lifted off to follow Eric, her eyes flashing with keen light as she scanned the surroundings again. With a soft chuckle, Eric replied, "There's no need to look. You won't be able to see it. It's a gemstone." He glanced at Carol with a teasing expression. "Now, tell me honestly, do you have even the slightest bit of affection for Yanrog?" Carol's breath caught, and her gaze involuntarily shifted to the unconscious Yanrog, memories of their time together flooding her mind. She had lived among the Kree for 6 years, 6 years of training and fighting side by side. In those earliest, most vulnerable days after she'd lost her memory, Yanrog had offered her warmth and support. Whatever his true intentions, he had always shown her genuine concern, not just in training or combat, but in everyday life as well. After 6 years of such close companionship, to claim she felt nothing at all would be a lie. If she truly didn't care, why would she always seek him out to spar after every nightmare? Seeing the look on Carol's face, Eric already knew the answer. He chuckled softly and sped up. "Wait!" Carol hurried after him, flying backward so she could face him. "What are you trying to do? Are you hitting on me? Let me tell you. Ever since the moment I regained my memories and learned Yanrog had been deceiving me, I swore I would never fall for any man again." With that, Carol spun around and accelerated away, leaving Eric with a confident, carefree view of her retreating back. Eric stared after her, both amused and exasperated. "Is that why you became Captain Marvel?" he called after her. The two of them soon reached the mountaintop, and from a distance, they could see a figure floating cross-legged in the air. His tattered black robes billowed as if caught by an invisible wind, and his appearance was as theatrical as could be. As they landed, the figure slowly pulled back his hood, revealing a crimson skull for a face. "Red Skull," Eric said calmly, folding his hands behind his back as he spoke the name. "Welcome. You are." A flicker of yellow light flashed in Red Skull's eyes as he began to speak, but suddenly he froze in astonishment. He opened his mouth several times, yet no words came out. At last, the light faded, and Red Skull tumbled to the ground in disarray, pointing at Eric with a trembling finger. "You? Who are you? Why can't I see where you come from?" "Oh, so you can see other people's origins?" Carol stepped forward in surprise, studying the skull-like face for a moment before her eyes lit up in realization. "You're the Red Skull from Hydra, the one who was killed by Captain America. I saw your wax figure in the Captain America Memorial." At the mention of Captain America, Red Skull gave Carol a long, searching look but chose not to respond to that. "I am cursed to know the identity of everyone who comes here. For instance, you, Carol Danvers, born in Massachusetts, with 2 brothers, Stephen and little Joseph. So you can't see my past, can you?" Eric's lips curled into a mysterious smile. "Maybe your master doesn't want you to." Red Skull's dramatic flair was abruptly cut short. He wisely fell silent, showing no response to Eric's taunting. Seeing him in this state, Eric shook his head. It seems the Red Skull who once battled Captain America is already dead. A faint, bitter laugh escaped Red Skull. "After waiting here for decades, any emotion is worn away by time. But not hatred." Eric suddenly stepped forward, standing directly before Red Skull, locking his gaze into those sunken eye sockets. "Even if all that's left is your soul, you're still filled with hatred, aren't you? Hatred is the source of my survival." Eric snorted coldly and walked past him, heading toward the mountaintop. "Take me to the stone. To obtain the Soul Stone, you must pay a heavy price. We all think we're ready at the start, but every one of us is mistaken." Along the way, Red Skull muttered incessantly, as if explaining to Eric and Carol, or perhaps just murmuring to himself, fulfilling some forgotten duty. Eric followed behind him calmly, paying no mind to his words, but Carol's curiosity got the better of her. "What's the price?" "That is the price." Red Skull pointed toward a cliff just a few paces ahead. Unable to resist, Carol stepped forward and peered down, seeing only a circular pattern below. "Is that all?" "What do you mean, is that all?" Eric came up beside her. "The Soul Stone demands a sacrifice." "A sacrifice? What kind?" "A soul for a soul," Eric answered, casting a sidelong glance at Red Skull and stealing his line. You know. Red Skull looked at him in surprise. Of course I know. Carol turned her head to glance at Yanrog, who was still unconscious. Raising an eyebrow, she asked, Eric, are you planning to sacrifice him? Of course. What do you think? Eric smiled at her, waiting for her decision. Carol hesitated for a few seconds, then asked, if we take this stone, will the planet become habitable for the Skrulls? That's right. Then let's do it. Carol strode forward, hoisted Yanrog, and marched to the edge of the cliff, ready to toss him over. That won't work. Red Skull, watching this farcical attempt at a sacrifice, couldn't help but reach out to stop her. The Soul Stone demands the soul of someone you truly love. She does love him. Eric almost burst out laughing as he pointed at Yanrog. Red Skull glanced at Carol, then at Yanrog, and shook his head. Trying to fool me is pointless. I'm only the guide. The one who truly weighs the sacrifice is the Soul Stone itself. So why not trick the Soul Stone instead? Eric shrugged, as if it were the easiest thing in the world. Not only was Red Skull stunned, Carol was equally taken aback. How could anyone deceive a stone? Tell it a joke? Put on a skit for it? Carol, I'll need your cooperation, Eric said, stepping behind her and placing both hands on her temples. How do I cooperate? Carol immediately grew serious, her aura flaring as though she might unleash her power at any moment. Eric rolled his eyes and patted her on the head. Relax, let go of your energy. I'm not asking you to fight. Carol paused, a bit embarrassed, and let the energy she just summoned dissipate. So what do I need to do? Try your best to love Yanrog. What? Carol was completely dumbfounded. How was she supposed to love him? Red Skull was even more flabbergasted on the side, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. Excuse me? Eric patted her again. Focus. Clear your mind. Think back on the good times you shared. Keep telling yourself, over and over, that you love him. You'll never succeed like this. Red Skull shook his head and stepped aside to watch the show. After decades in this forsaken place with no one around, he finally had 2 visitors. Whatever they tried, it was bound to be entertaining. Eric ignored him, pressing his palms firmly against Carol's head. The human brain is made up of the cerebral cortex and the limbic system. The cortex is responsible for many higher functions: language, thought, planning, execution, cognition. It's known as the rational brain. The limbic system, on the other hand, include a multitude of structures both in and below the cortex, like the hippocampus, amygdala, cingulate gyrus, and hypothalamus. Since it governs emotion, motivation, and memory, it's often called the emotional brain. As Eric spoke, he slowly released an electromagnetic pulse. What I'm doing now is stimulating your emotional brain to produce more hormones, so you'll be able to feel richer emotions. Don't resist. It won't harm you at all. After hearing Eric's explanation, Carol took a deep breath and let it out slowly. She closed her eyes, emptied her mind, and tried to recall all the kindness Yanrog had shown her. His meticulous care in daily life, his patient and detailed guidance on the training ground, his gentle words that soothed her after nightmares. Over and over in her heart, she silently repeated, I love Yanrog. I love Yanrog. I love Yanrog. Noticing that she had entered the right state of mind, Eric nodded to himself and focused his energy and magnetic field, carefully observing her subtle changes. With each round of self-hypnosis, coupled with Eric's occasional bursts of electromagnetic stimulation, a faint, sweet smile gradually appeared at the corners of Carol's lips. This is the moment. Eric immediately increased the output of his powers, sending wave after wave of strange electromagnetic pulses directly at Carol's hypothalamus and other areas, prompting her brain to release more hormones and generate deeper emotions. Carol's expression slowly softened, her face blossoming with a radiant smile, as if a young woman in love had just received her boyfriend's proposal ring. There's a trick like this? Red Skull watched, utterly stunned. He prided himself on being wicked, having manipulated countless lives. As the leader of Hydra, but manipulating someone's emotions like this was a first. Truly, you live long enough, you see everything. Let go. Sensing the time was right, Eric barked sharply into Carol's ear. Instinctively, Carol released her grip, and Yanrog plummeted downward. It worked. Eric silently congratulated himself, lifting his hands slightly from Carol's head. Carol slowly opened her eyes, her gaze as gentle as a maiden in spring, taking in her surroundings. But as she glanced down, she saw her beloved Yanrog falling, and in an instant her eyes widened in horror. No, Rog, she cried out, her voice raw with anguish. In a flash, Carol unleashed her full power, launching herself off the cliff like a thunderbolt. The surge of energy sent Red Skull flying into the distance. Even Eric was forced back a few steps. Oh no, maybe I overdid it a little, Eric muttered, looking on in embarrassment as Carol leapt from the cliff to save her beloved, nearly covering his face in dismay. Yet Carol was still a fraction of a second too late. Her fingertips brushed the corner of Yanrog's coat just as he struck the ground with brutal force, his life extinguished without even a sound. Blue blood began to pool, staining the earth in vivid streaks. Carol collapsed at his side, gently caressing his cheek as a few silent tears slipped from the corners of her eyes. She wiped a streak of fresh blood from Rog and gently pressed it to the center of her brow. "Rog, don't worry. Your blood still flows in my veins." As she spoke, an even more dazzling radiance burst forth from her body. She shot straight into the sky, hovering near the edge of the cliff, and fixed her gaze on Eric. "Eric, you will pay with your life." "Carol, get a hold of yourself. It's just a surge of emotional hormones. They'll break down in a dozen minutes or so." Eric tapped his forehead, trying to reason with her in a weary tone. But Carol couldn't hear a word of it. She raised both fists at Eric and fired a blazing blast his way. "Reap what you sow. There's no escaping it. The ancients never lied," Eric said with a wry smile, raising a magnetic shield just in time to block the energy cannon. Seeing her attack fail, Carol's figure flickered, and she charged straight at Eric. He dodged in a flash, rolling his eyes as Carol shot far past him. Anyone who dares match strength with someone who can punch through a Kree warship must be a fool. Carol's powers came from the explosion of Marvel's light-speed engine. She absorbed all that tremendous energy, granting her energy absorption, manipulation, superhuman physique, flight, and more. Her abilities rivaled even the greatest heroes across universes. But her weakness was just as apparent: her mind. Repeated memory loss, brainwashing, and betrayal had left her spirit fragile, easily swayed or manipulated. That was one of the reasons Eric chose her. If it had been someone like Captain America, whose will was unbreakable, you could exhaust him to death and still not see any effect. Judging by how things just played out, choosing Carol was indeed the wisest decision. The results were excellent, perhaps a bit too excellent. He might have overplayed his hand. Frequency: 10 gigahertz. Lethal intensity for an electromagnetic pulse skill. Well, that's for ordinary people. The hypnosis I just used on Carol has already surpassed that limit. So, to bring her back, I'll need an even stronger electromagnetic pulse. Let's multiply it by 10. A shaft of white light flared to life in Eric's palm, spinning and swirling, growing ever brighter, like a radiant star cradled in his hand. Eric's entire body was bathed in arcs of lightning. His eyes shone with blinding white light. Carol halted in the distance, turned, and cocked her head at Eric, fists clenched tight as the crimson glow around her shone ever brighter. Seeing her pause, Eric pointed a single finger. The white light in his hand leapt forth as a bolt of lightning, striking Carol squarely between the eyes, instantly engulfing her head in brilliant white. It was an ultra-powerful electromagnetic pulse, compressed to its limit, a burst of electromagnetic energy traveling at the speed of light. Carol had barely registered Eric's movement before she was struck. Did it work? Eric summoned all his senses, scrutinizing Carol's state with utmost care. Carol's head was engulfed in a flood of white light, while a crimson glow radiated from within her, resisting the invasion as if standing guard at the gates. The white light pressed forward with the might of a conquering general, while the red glow endured like the unyielding Great Wall. The two forces collided, locked in a battle that, for a brief moment, seemed evenly matched. Yet, it lasted only a few seconds. Realizing its opponent was not easily overcome, the red glow swiftly shifted tactics. It ceased its struggle, dropped its defenses, and allowed the white light to pour freely into Carol's mind. The white light shrouding her head was then visibly drawn in her body, and, just like that, it was over. Energy absorption. Oh, what was I thinking? Eric slapped his forehead with a heavy hand, regret etched across his face. Attacking Carol with energy. He might as well have tossed a meat bun to a dog. In Carol's eyes, white and red light flickered, alternating in bursts. The white light grew fainter, while the crimson glow surrounding her surged ever brighter. At last, Eric grew serious. Clearly, it was time to stop holding back. Soft attacks wouldn't cut it. He spread his arms and raised them slightly. Instantly, countless metallic particles separated from the earth, coalescing in mid-air into egg-sized metal spheres that orbited before him. Fixing his gaze on Carol, Eric thrust out a hand. All at once, the spheres halted, then shot along his arm toward Carol in rapid succession. Hayuguns Inglês volley, Zofi Hayuguns. Metal particles kept rising from the ground, forming fresh metal spheres, which Eric fired off one after another. With such overwhelming firepower, Eric was certain even a Kree warship would be reduced to scrap within minutes. And yet, against Carol, this heavy assault proved useless. The first metal sphere had barely reached her when she struck it with a swift punch, shattering it to dust. Then, like a shooting star, she charged forward, fist raised, barreling straight into the barrage. Her punch moved at lightning speed, colliding with a relentless stream of railgun fire. Explosions of energy burst in the air, shockwaves rolling out one after another. Metal spheres shattered by Carol's blows were instantly vaporized by the ensuing blasts. This won't work. Eric immediately halted his attack, sweeping his hands in circles. The metallic particles rushed back, merging with his magnetic shield, making it even stronger. Slowly, Eric raised his right fist. A wave of silvery light spread, enveloping his hand completely. Vibranium. Gathering his strength, he braced himself for the coming storm. Carol's momentum was unstoppable. Her fist struck Eric's magnetic shield, pausing only briefly, draining a sliver of energy before shattering the barrier to pieces. A cold glint flashed in Eric's eyes. Lightning crackled along his arm, his fist burning with a dazzling, star-bright light as he launched his own mighty strike at Carol. The two fists collided, unleashing a shockwave visible to the naked eye. It erupted, in an instant, carrying immense power, and sliced a nearby mountain clean in half. The surge of energy tore through the peak, smashed countless ruined walls and broken eaves, yet it showed no sign of stopping, streaking on for hundreds of kilometers. At the epicenter of the explosion, Eric and Carol stood facing each other. Carol remained utterly unaffected, the red glow around her still blazing. Eric, however, didn't fare as well. He rubbed his right shoulder with his left hand, his face a little pale. If one looked closely, they would notice his right hand trembling ever so slightly. As expected of Captain Marvel, Eric muttered, his expression grave. Even in her normal state, just a burst of power gives her such strength. I can only imagine how formidable she'll be if she attains the binary state. But Eric's heavy expression wasn't only because of the pressure Carol brought. It was also due to a very unusual discovery. Normally intense. Emotional fluctuations in a person don't last long. At most a few minutes or a dozen before the brain reacts, halting hormone production and even breaking down the existing ones. Carol's emotional upheaval had been triggered by Eric's electromagnetic pulse, but he'd stopped his attack. Long ago, by all rights, her brain should have ceased producing those hormones. Why, then, was her anger only growing stronger by the moment? Maybe it's not just because of me. A glint of cold light flickered in Eric's eyes as he glanced down below. There, Yanrog's corpse lay quietly, miraculously untouched by their battle. And yet, that was all. The sacrifice is complete, but the Soul Stone hasn't appeared. As expected, the Soul Stone has a consciousness of its own, and it's influencing Carol. The Soul Stone's sway over Carol was no coincidence. It was intertwined with her powers. Hidden on Vormir for years, the Soul Stone had profoundly affected the entire planet. Its eerie energies soaked not just the land and soil, but even the very air. One of Carol's abilities was energy absorption, which compelled her to draw in and transform any energy she touched, opening a door for the Soul Stone to slip in. Coupled with her fragile heart, it was all too easy to influence her. The Soul Stone, what a troublesome thing. Eric gazed at Carol, who stood in opposition to him, a bitter taste rising in his mouth. This was an unexpected complication he hadn't foreseen. The only way now is to knock some sense back into her. Very well. If you've been possessed, I'll just have to snap you out of it. Without hesitation, Eric dropped to the ground, planting one knee in the dirt and pressing both hands firmly against the earth. That a powerful magnetic field ability swept outward, not only crossing over mountains and plains, but also delving deep underground, penetrating the crust and even the mantle. Before long, Eric's power intertwined itself with the geomagnetic currents of Vormir. Seeing Eric spring into action, Carol transformed once again into a blazing meteor, her fist hurtling toward him. Eric lifted his head, let out a cold chuckle, and, to everyone's astonishment, closed his eyes. Carol streaked ever closer, her unbreakable iron fist poised to strike him, when suddenly a gigantic fist struck from the side, hurling Carol hundreds of meters away. Suspended in midair, Carol cocked her head in surprise at this colossal fist. It had shot out from the neighboring mountainside. The massive fist was entirely formed from rock and earth. After sending Carol flying, it unfurled its stony palm and slammed into the ground, its rocky arm bracing itself as if a giant were preparing to rise. And then, as if answering some ancient call, a being truly stood up. A titanic figure separated itself from the mountain, a primordial giant of stone and soil, towering more than a kilometer high, its fists alone wider than a city street. A tremendous rumbling echoed across Vormir as one after another hill giants rose from mountain peaks and plains, encircling Carol where she hovered in the sky. In their shadow, Carol seemed no more than a fly, something that could be swatted away with a mere flick. Eric opened his eyes and, seeing Carol surrounded, allowed a faint smile to play across his lips before closing his eyes again and settling into a meditative pose. Carol glanced around at the encircling giants, utterly unafraid. Under the influence of the Soul Stone, her heart held only destruction. These mountain giants were enormous, yes, but how could they compare to the Kree warships she had crushed before? In the end, it would only take a single punch, and so it proved. As Carol set her sights on one of the giants and drove her fist into it, the seemingly indomitable giant's head exploded under the blow, collapsing into a pile of rubble. Then came the second and the third. The giants fell one after another, though they didn't go down without a fight. Their massive fists swung from unexpected angles, forcing Carol to break off her assault to defend herself. Meanwhile, far outside the battlefield, atop a low mountain, boulders shattered and the earth split apart. Countless metal particles gathered, stacking and lengthening, forming a colossal cannon barrel dozens of meters wide and over 100 meters long. The barrel took shape in an instant, its base adjusting automatically to target Carol. Within, the metal particles condensed into a shell as wide as a small house, and under the force of the magnetic field, the cannon fired with a thunderous roar. This was Eric's first attempt at wielding such an enormous railgun. The shell, dozens of meters in diameter, was hurled by magnetic force to speeds well over Mach 10, unleashing a thunderous roar as it tore through the bodies of several mountain giants in succession before slamming hard into Carol. This was truly using a cannon against a mosquito. Carol wasn't harmed in the slightest, but the sheer force of the projectile sent her hurtling hundreds of kilometers away. When she finally shattered the shell with a punch and returned to the battlefield, she found, to her surprise, that the mountain giants she had just reduced to rubble were rising to their feet once more. The influence of the Soul Stone had swayed Carol's mind, but it hadn't completely taken control. She still retained a high degree of autonomy. This time, she didn't bother clashing head-on with those lumbering giants. Instead, making full use of her speed, she weaved nimbly between them and swiftly reached the enormous railgun, smashing it to pieces with a single blow. Then, pushing her speed to its limit, she became a streak of red light darting through the sky, nimbly evading the giant's attacks as she rapidly searched for Eric's location. She knew perfectly well that Eric was orchestrating all of this. If she could defeat him, everything would come to an end. Eric hadn't hidden himself on purpose. He had simply been shielded by debris knocked loose in the chaos. He remained seated, eyes closed, sweat streaming down his brow, veins bulging on his neck as his teeth ground together with audible tension. His expression was fierce and intense. Suddenly, he snapped his eyes open and let out a long, resounding cry that seemed to make the very planet of Vormir tremble. With the mountain giants buying him time, he had finally completed a power surge unique to Magneto himself. Carol quickly pinpointed his position, a cold smile playing at the corners of her mouth as she dove towards him. Eric sensed her approach. He let out a quiet laugh and slowly rose into the air. Strangely, with just a few subtle movements, the ground began to quake as if an earthquake had struck. Facing the on-rushing Carol, Eric slowly raised his fist, moving with the measured grace of a Tai Chi master as he met her head-on. A colossal blast echoed out, as if a nuclear explosion had detonated. A towering mushroom cloud billowed skyward, and the shock wave swept for thousands of miles, leaving devastation in its wake. Everything in its path was torn asunder. In the blink of an eye, the mountain giants were reduced to dust. The magnetic energy of an entire planet. This is not something you can withstand right now. Eric stood at the heart of the explosion, calmly watching as Carol was sent flying. In a flash, he appeared behind her and unleashed another punch. Another deafening blast rang out, driving Carol deep into the earth. Eric wasn't finished. He dove after her, plunging into the depths and crashing into her again, scattering the red glow she had just managed to gather. She finally succumbed and fell into unconsciousness. With Eric's final blow, mountains and rivers on Vormir split and crumbled, tsunamis surged, volcanoes erupted, and even the tectonic plates began to shift. If this had happened on a planet teeming with life, it would have been a catastrophic disaster. Eric scooped Carol up and returned to the ground. He sent another electromagnetic pulse through her, discharging the last of his power. He glanced around, shook his head, and sighed. Borrowing the planet's magnetic field is certainly powerful, but the damage it causes is simply too great. If I keep going, I fear Vormer's magnetic poles might even be reversed. This move absolutely cannot be used on Earth. Carol had slipped into a deep unconsciousness. Faint threads of golden light began to drift from her body, slowly gathering before her, eventually coalescing into a gem-like form. The Soul Stone. Eric paced around the Soul Stone a few times, making no move to pick it up. Why don't you take it? Red Skull appeared behind Eric like a wraith, his presence eerie and silent. Eric was entirely unfazed by Red Skull's arrival. Why should I? It has already recognized you. No, Carol was the one who made the sacrifice, not me. Eric shot Red Skull a meaningful look, entirely unmoved. Red Skull's floating form paused for a moment before he spoke again. There is someone who wishes to see you. Your master? Eric's brow furrowed, as if something unpleasant had occurred to him. He is the master of all souls, Red Skull replied, unaffected by Eric's sarcastic tone. So, just because you have him backing you up, you, the pitiful remnant of a soul, dare to put on such airs? Red Skull was silent. Was controlling Carol also his idea? Eric no longer bothered to quibble with a wandering ghost and pressed on with his next question. No, he never interferes with the workings of a universe. That was the Soul Stone's own decision. Red Skull's answer made Eric purse his lips. Never interferes with the universe? Who are you trying to fool? Of the 5 primordial gods, aside from the unique Galactus, he's the one who meddles the most. Well, come to think of it, even ghosts fall under his domain, don't they? How can I meet him? Upon hearing Eric's question, Red Skull raised a finger and pointed at the floating Soul Stone. Eric gazed at him deeply, then slowly placed his palm atop the stone. Golden light flared. Eric closed his eyes lightly. When he opened them again, he found himself standing in a space suffused with violet light, ankle-deep in water that quietly lapped at his feet. Not far away stood a thatched hut, inside which sat a small, solitary figure. Eric walked toward the figure, his expression growing more astonished with each step, his pace unconsciously quickening. When he finally stood face-to-face with the figure, his face darkened completely. Hello, Eric. The being stood just over a meter tall, so to look at Eric, it had to tilt its head upward. Silky, flowing hair cascaded gently down its back. Why do you choose to appear as Sky? Eric sat down, facing the being who wore Sky's appearance, meeting its gaze on equal terms. So what's wrong? Don't you like it? The being brushed back a lock of long hair and let out a soft, teasing laugh. I really don't, Your Excellency. Would you mind changing your appearance? You're so heartless. On this timeline, this soul shares the deepest bond with you. As soon as those words fell, Sky's face seemed to ignite, rapidly burning away to ash. Eric remained unmoved. He knew it wasn't Sky, just an appearance the being had borrowed to present before him. At last, Sky's entire form crumbled into ash, the ashes swirling through the air before coalescing into the shape of another. Carol. How about this face? The being glanced over its hands, then clenched its fists, causing a torrent of crimson radiance to erupt forth, mimicking Carol's own power surge to perfection. Lady Death, do you find this amusing? Though Eric's tone was respectful, the look he gave the being was akin to watching someone hopelessly foolish. Yes, this was one of the 5 great creator deities, the goddess of death. Or perhaps, not the entirety of the goddess, but merely an avatar of her in this universe. Earlier, when Eric saw the Red Skull, he had begun to suspect something. The Red Skull had only ever injected the super soldier serum, his body was enhanced, but he'd never gained the power of flight. Of course, it was possible he'd acquired new abilities after exile. But Eric had experienced soul projection himself. The moment he saw the dense spiritual aura enveloping the Red Skull, he recognized it instantly. The Red Skull was nothing more than a soul now. That explained why he'd gone unscathed during Eric and Carol's fierce battle. At first, Eric thought it was the Soul Stone's consciousness controlling him, and when he mocked him for having a master, he'd meant the stone. But after the battle, the Red Skull plainly said, she is the master of all souls. In the Marvel Universe, who rules over all souls. Of course, Thanos' beloved, the goddess of death. You are the only soul ever to escape my grasp. The goddess of death let the crimson glow dissolve, meeting Eric's eyes in Carol's ordinary form, making his expression freeze for a moment. How could I forget? He thought. The goddess of death is a being on a multiversal scale. The one before me is probably just an avatar for this parallel universe. And in the universe of Emperor Thanos, there's yet another avatar, one who goads Thanos into destroying worlds. A chill ran down Eric's spine at the thought. He ventured cautiously. Lady Death, do you mean to reclaim my soul? No, I merely wanted to see you. Eric, your soul is quite unique. The goddess of death studied him intently, making Eric's skin crawl. I'm well aware of how unique my soul is. Eric rolled his eyes, barely stopping himself from blurting out that he was a transmigrant. Are you referring to being a transmigrant? No. Throughout the entire multiverse, there are many travelers from other worlds. They have brought many fascinating things to this universe. But you are fundamentally different from them. Eric's pupils shrank sharply. He never expected the goddess of death to openly utter the word traveler. That's the mark of someone truly powerful. What exactly have they brought? He asked. A great deal. New ideas, new abilities, new systems of power, and some other curious things like systems and such. Eric was rendered speechless. So, she's talking about cheat-like powers, isn't she? Turns out every Marvel traveler gets these perks. Eric, how about we strike a deal? The goddess of death's voice was laced with temptation. What sort of deal? Do you want my special soul? Eric immediately became wary. No, not your soul. The soul stone. The goddess of death let out a soft, melodious laugh. With a casual gesture, a yellow gem materialized from thin air and hovered before them. The soul stone? What could you possibly want with that? Eric was filled with confusion. I have my reasons. If you leave the soul stone here on Vormer, I'll grant you a chance to return to life. How does that sound? Return to life? Eric's eyes widened in astonishment. The goddess of death revealed a captivating smile. That's right, a chance to be resurrected in exchange for leaving the soul stone on Vormer. What do you say? Eric, still suspicious, pressed further. Is there any price to pay for resurrection? It will be a perfect resurrection, just like Dracula's. But I need Vormer to serve as the new home for the Skrulls. If the Soul Stone remains here, none of them will be able to handle its power. They'll all go mad. The Soul Stone won't emit any energy for the next 10 years. Eric was immediately tempted, but he tried a bargain. 10 years is a bit short. How about 20? Deal. Is the goddess of death crazy? As Eric withdrew from the Soul Stone, his expression turned peculiar. He couldn't help but feel that the goddess of death was truly out of her mind. She hides her own things, sends people out to look for them, posse, guardian to lead the way, and then, just as someone finds it, suddenly jumps out to say, this is important to me. How about I give you something even better in exchange? That's not just madness. It's a serious case. If an ordinary person did this, they'd definitely be insane. But when a god acts this way, Eric couldn't help but overthink it. What could possibly be her reason for doing all this? Could it be because I'm handsome? No way. She prefers that avocado type, like Deadpool. Could it be she wants to leave the Soul Stone for Thanos? Does she truly love Thanos? Unlikely. If she really loved him, she wouldn't have tried so hard to ruin him. Then again, who knows? Since Thanos is dead, he'd just end up with her anyway. Maybe, just maybe, she simply wants to do me a favor. With the way Little Rascal and I are forming some kind of karmic bond? Honestly, it'd make more sense if he just thought I was good-looking. Or maybe it's because my soul is somehow special. What a load of nonsense. There are so many Marvel transmigrators out there, and I'm just someone who got a cheat ability, but... Eric, when on earth is my stuff going to arrive? Eric flips table in frustration. Lost in wild speculation, Eric decided he must be suffering from Alexander syndrome. Unable to help himself, he smacked his own face. Hard twice. Red Skull, standing nearby, looked utterly baffled. Brother, did you see something unclean in there? Why are you hitting yourself? Red Skull's situation was rather unique. He had been dead for decades, now nothing more than a lingering soul. Thanks to the Soul Stone, he could occasionally manifest to play the role of an NPC. But if separated from the Soul Stone, he would simply dissipate into nothingness. And since he existed in soul form, he was almost entirely immune to physical harm. Even if he were shattered, he could always be reborn within the Soul Stone. Eric couldn't do anything to him, nor did he intend to. With a casual gesture, he summoned the Tesseract from where Red Skull had hidden it beneath the ground. Then, under the shocked and reluctant gaze of Red Skull, Eric activated the Tesseract and, taking the unconscious Carol with him, returned to Earth. Red Skull stretched out a trembling finger, pointing at the spot where they had vanished. That was my... Back on Earth, Eric made sure Carol was settled in, only to realize that Nick Fury had already left. Without further delay, he quietly soared into space. But as soon as he arrived, he was stunned by the lively scene unfolding before him. Earth-made spaceships were darting about in every direction, radio chatter flooding the airwaves. Through the portholes, astronauts could be seen shouting in excitement, some even waving their arms and dancing in glee. They were all collecting debris. Carol had destroyed 3 Kree warships, and now the outer atmosphere was littered with their wreckage. The crews were busy gathering these remains. Smaller chunks were being hauled aboard using mechanical claws, while larger pieces had thrusters attached to them, sending them down into the atmosphere, where ground crews were tracking their descent. After all, it was just wreckage. No harm in breaking it up a little more. But the moment Eric spotted the shield eagle emblem on the ships, his face turned darker than charcoal. Shield, they were stealing his stuff again. Yes, his stuff. He would never admit that it was Carol who shot those ships down. It didn't take Eric long to spot the most distinctive and active ship among the fleet. It was the Air Force transport plane personally modified by the Skrull chief scientist. Inside the ship, a black man with his left eye wrapped in bandages and his right eye open wide, wider than a dung beetle's ball, was furiously barking orders into a communicator and pushing forward to snatch up more wreckage. Nick Fury, that bastard. Eric ground his teeth in hatred, but he had no intention of confronting him or getting into an argument. With that time and energy, he'd be better off picking up more traws. No, clearing up more space debris, making a real contribution to the safety and cleanliness of the cosmic environment. We're people with standards, after all. Can't just wolf things down like that Baldy, looking so undignified. Quietly, Eric activated his cloaking and sent out a sweep through the fleet of spaceships, pulling anything useful toward himself and pushing the rest far away. Let S.H.I.E.L.D. keep themselves busy with those. He knew. Kree technology, far better than S.H.I.E.L.D., and, with his magnetic sensing abilities, he picked out only what he could use, or what couldn't be found or replicated on Earth. His efficiency was leagues ahead of theirs. He even watched as 2 S.H.I.E.L.D. astronauts risked their lives venturing out of the airlock, working hard to attach boosters to a piece of debris that looked especially impressive. Eric had to stifle the urge to shout out and tell them that that particular wreck was nothing more than a waste processor from a Kree warship. Basically, a high-tech septic tank. In just a few minutes, Eric had swept the entire area S.H.I.E.L.D. had claimed. Truth be told, he was rather picky. There weren't many things he found useful. He glanced once more at the S.H.I.E.L.D. ships, still swarming around like treasure hunters, and shook his head in mild disdain before heading further out to search. After dozens of trips back and forth, Eric had scoured every spot he could reach. His backyard was now piled high with debris of all shapes and sizes. If he hadn't set up a magnetic shield over it all, the cosmic radiation alone would probably have caused the local plants and animals to start mutating. Checking the time, Eric realized Sky would be getting out of school soon. He did one last scan to make sure he hadn't missed anything, shot the S.H.I.E.L.D. fleet a disdainful smile, and flew back to Earth. He knew he had to deal with the debris quickly. The cosmic radiation clinging to it was too dangerous, and completely purging it would be slow and exhausting. So, Eric got to work sorting the trash. First, he removed any intact components, decontaminated them, and sent them to his underground lab for the Hydra scientists to study at their leisure. Next, he carefully dismantled the damaged parts, salvaging rare materials that couldn't be found on Earth, storing them safely away. As for the leftover metal shells and useless odds and ends, Eric cobbled them together into a few flashy but utterly useless devices, perfect for selling to Nick Fury. After lunch with Sky, Eric headed to Louisiana again. Carol was awake now, with Maria and Nick Fury by her side. It was plain to see that Nick Fury was in a fantastic mood. His grin was practically stretching from ear to ear. "Fury, I never expected you to care so much about Carol. She just woke up from a coma, and you're already this happy. Looks like you're truly in love with her. Why don't you two get together already?" The matchmaking attempt fell flat, and there was no new couple in sight. Nick Fury had no time for banter. He barely stayed 10 minutes before making his excuses and leaving, citing urgent official business. Before he left, he borrowed that cosmic aircraft once again. There was no need to guess. He was surely off scavenging for treasures somewhere. Eric found Fury's behavior rather beneath him, and quietly looked down on him for it. Shaking his head, he turned to Carol and filled her in on everything that had happened after their battle. He told her what needed to be told, and glossed over the rest in a single sentence. His point was clear. For the next 20 years, the planet Vormer would remain peaceful. No strange soul energy, no Kree pursuers, and no Galactus showing up for a snack. The Skrulls barely hesitated before agreeing to relocate. There weren't many of them, just a few hundred, and half were families with children, the elderly or the infirm. They were in no shape for further hardships, in their eyes, as long as they could stay together as a family and escape the Kree's pursuit. Anywhere could be a sanctuary for the soul. As for what might happen in 20 years, they'd worry about that when the time came. For now, they just wanted to keep their heads down and enjoy a peaceful life in a safe corner of the universe. Carol immediately took it upon herself to help, thumping her chest and promising she would find an even better home for the Skrulls within the next 20 years. After a round of heartfelt farewells, the Skrulls used the Tesseract to set foot on Vormer. This time, they landed on the planet's far side, well away from the Soul Stone and the Red Skull. Carol chose to stay on Vormir with the captive Ronin and the Skrulls. She would help the Skrulls rebuild their home, then bring Ronin back to the Kree for a reckoning, and afterward roam the galaxy in search of a more suitable planet for the Skrull people. Before leaving, Carol handed Eric a modified pager, asking him to pass it to Nick Fury. She'd intended to leave it for Eric himself, but on second thought, if Eric could knock her out even when she'd powered up, there probably wasn't much she could help with that he couldn't handle on his own. It made more sense to leave it with the weakling Fury. Carol, when you get a chance, maybe give her hair a trim. Long hair gets in your face during a fight. Eric waved goodbye to Carol and closed the Tesseract. No sooner had Eric shut the portal than Nick Fury returned to return the aircraft. Learning that its owner had already left, he shook his head in disappointment and solemnly promised to keep the plane safe. He'd never let it fall into the wrong hands. Then, Nick Fury piloted the plane back to S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters and handed it over to Alexander. He returned to his office, powered on his computer, and found a file tucked away in a hidden folder. With a click, the file opened, its title standing out in bold letters, Guardian Initiative Phase 1. Nick Fury scrolled all the way to the end of the document. On the final page, there was a table formatted as a list and only one name was written there, Eric Lyncher. He added Carol Danvers' name to the second row, intent on closing the file, but after a moment's thought, he scrolled back to the top and changed the title to Avengers Initiative. With the Skrull affair settled, Eric felt a wave of satisfaction. He returned to his villa, playing the part of an NPC as he interacted with Skye for a while, before finally heading down to his underground laboratory. After much consideration, Eric decided to clear out the lab. He had something far more important in mind for this space, something 100 times more significant than the Hydra scientists themselves. As for those Hydra scientists, Eric figured he'd send them off to Lau Vale's spaceship laboratory. Not only would that keep them out of sight, but the Kree technology there was far more advanced, and, more importantly, the space was much roomier. The underground lab was about the size of a football field. Most of the area was filled with all kinds of priceless experimental equipment, partitioned further into sterile and clean rooms. In truth, the living quarters left for the Hydra scientists were rather cramped. Their former luxury single rooms from the Arctic base had been replaced by four-person dormitories. The only reason they hadn't rebelled was Hydra's formidable brainwashing techniques and the scientists' unwavering loyalty. With the cosmic cube in hand, the relocation went swiftly. In just a few days, the Hydra scientists were delighted to be back in private quarters, now equipped with cutting-edge Kree technology. Once the basement was cleared out, Eric began his bold and sweeping transformation. What he intended to build was nothing short of legendary, a name known to many, Danger Room. The Danger Room belonged to the X-Men. It possessed intelligence and computational power rivaling that of Jarvis, with an independent mind, a true artificial intelligence in every sense. Yet, it was the Danger Room's secondary function, the Danger Training Facility, that was even more famous. This was where future X-Men would hone their skills in simulated environments, engaging in virtual training sessions. It could not only replicate any scenario for practice, but also withstand the full force of multiple X-Men attacking all at once. Originally, Eric hadn't planned to construct the Danger Room so soon. Artificial intelligence in the outside world was still in its infancy, barely out of the laboratory. Only Tony Stark's Jarvis had shown a glimmer of promise. The rest were just sophisticated computer programs, nothing more. With backward technology, all kinds of equipment lagged even further behind. Eric understood the construction techniques for the Danger Room, but it was impossible for him to know the manufacturing process of every single component. Some things, even with supernatural abilities, couldn't necessarily be produced. But now, with the salvage from the Kree battleship, most of the components had alternatives, emboldening Eric to push forward his plans for the Danger Room ahead of schedule. With the issue of parts resolved, the question of energy became much less daunting. The arc reactor project, led by Ivan Vanko, was down to just a handful of technical challenges. Eric believed it wouldn't be long before they had a working model. Eric didn't set unreasonably high expectations for Ivan. After all, Ivan was just a young man in his early 20s, still brash and undisciplined, barely having read any books. Even with talent, a lack of fundamental knowledge was a major obstacle. Now, Ivan spent more than 6 hours a day catching up on the basics, determined to make up for lost time. From Anton Vanko, he learned about the long-standing feud with the Stark family and made Tony Stark his imaginary rival. Not to defeat him in battle, but to surpass him in technology. If Tony Stark was researching arc reactors, Ivan would do the same. If Tony Stark delved into artificial intelligence, so would Ivan. Eric was more than happy to see this kind of drive, and he generously poured out his own knowledge, even sharing the construction techniques for the Danger Room. There was another important reason Eric wanted to build the Danger Room: the Kree battleship he had captured. He had the ship, but no one knew how to pilot it, which put him in a rather awkward position. He couldn't personally fly it every time. Training astronauts at this point was out of the question. It was a Kree ship, after all, with a system entirely in Kree language. Mastering its controls would first require learning Kree, so it made more sense to let artificial intelligence handle it. Building artificial intelligence, however, wasn't something that could be done overnight. After relocating all the Hydra scientists and equipment, there wasn't even a single cable. Left in the basement, everything had to start from scratch. Artificial intelligence demanded a powerful foundation in computation, which meant using a supercomputer as its vessel. At this point in history, supercomputers had only just emerged, with computational power still hovering at the trillion operations per second level, barely enough to be considered a low-end setup. For AI, this was a limitation of the era, and there was nothing Eric could do about it. No matter how brilliant or supernaturally gifted he was, he couldn't conjure a Skynet out of thin air. Using the computers from the Kree battleship wasn't an option either. Their machines were directly connected to the Supreme Intelligence. Eric could physically sever the connection. But if he were to link them to Earth's networks, there was no telling what might happen. That a supercomputer needed to be purchased, so Jennifer compiled a list of companies worldwide that sold them and reported back to Eric. As he casually flipped through it, he was surprised to spot the name Stark Industries among the options. Was there even a choice to be made? Stark was synonymous with quality. The man's own missiles could practically launch him into orbit. That very evening, Eric reached out to Tony Stark. The Playboy was, as ever, lost in pleasure, and upon hearing Eric wanted to discuss business, he simply redirected the call to Obadiah. Obadiah was generous, offering an immediate 10% discount. But even at that price, the initial installation cost came close to $100 million. And that was just the beginning. Annual maintenance and upkeep would be equally astronomical. And let's not even talk about the electricity bill. A supercomputer devours power. If it ran at full capacity, the daily energy costs alone could soar into the hundreds of thousands of dollars without breaking sweat. This was definitely not something for the average person to dabble in. Eric, however, had no concern for the money. He didn't even bother to haggle. Whatever Obadiah named, Eric agreed, leaving Obadiah feeling quite respected. After they wrapped up business, Eric suddenly remembered he had promised General Ross a party. He'd said he would host one after dealing with Carol's situation, and now that everything had been resolved perfectly, it was time to make good on that promise. Why not take this chance to expand the scale of the celebration? Obadiah, my friend, next weekend is my daughter's birthday. Why not come join the fun at my place? After all, every gathering needs a proper reason. Doing a quick calculation, Eric realized the date coincided with Sky's birthday. Now, that was all the more reason to celebrate. Sky was an orphan, or rather, not truly an orphan. Her parents were alive and well, but, for special reasons, were unable to raise her, so she had grown up in an orphanage. She had no idea when her real birthday was. The date she celebrated now was actually the day she was brought to the orphanage. Hey, Eric, your daughter's birthday, and you weren't planning to invite me? Suddenly, Tony Stark's voice burst through the phone. Tony, damn it, you installed a bug on me again. Obadiah's angry roar followed close behind. Oh, Uncle Obadiah, I just wanted to know what happened with those two models last time. I heard they're fond of carrots. Damn it. Eric, I'll call you back in a bit. The line went dead, a busy signal echoing in Eric's ear. He shook his head, a wry smile on his face. Those two, uncle and nephew, really were two of a kind. Sighing, he picked up the phone again to invite the rest of the guests. This would be his daughter's first birthday since changing her last name to Linshare. He wanted everything to be perfect. As Sky's birthday drew near, Eric quietly made all the arrangements, determined to give her a true surprise. Sky had no idea what was going on. To her, a birthday was simply a slightly special day. In the orphanage, no one ever brought up the word birthday because none of them really knew when their actual birthday was. That day, Sky finished school as usual and got into the car driven by her private chauffeur, Barton. They chatted casually on the way back to the villa. When they arrived, the housekeeper told her that Eric had already left and would be away for several days. Sky wasn't surprised. She was long used to Eric's sudden disappearances and reappearances. Still, she felt a little awkward that Eric chose to leave on her birthday. As she stepped into the living room, everything went pitch black. Instead of screaming like an ordinary little girl, she relied on her familiarity with the villa, quickly ducked into a corner, and assumed a defensive stance. Surprised. Suddenly, the lights came back on. Dozens of candles were lit all at once, their flames flickering and filling the room with a magical glow. But the guests, each holding a candle, were left speechless. The guest of honor wasn't at the entrance as they'd expected. They looked around, momentarily unable to find her. Eric covered his face in embarrassment and peered through his fingers as he watched Sky rise from the corner. His gaze shifted to Barton, a murderous glare that seemed to say, "Great job teaching her, really." Barton, feeling his boss's stare, shrank his neck and carefully hid behind Obadiah, using the man's broad frame as a shield. "Sky, happy birthday." The guests finally found their little star and began offering their well wishes and gifts. Anyone invited by Eric was either a person of great influence or immense wealth. None of them were ordinary. The gifts they brought were nothing short of extraordinary. Obadiah gave Sky a children's Lamborghini, custom-made to match the real thing in every detail, but scaled down to her size. It was said to cost 10 times more than the standard version, with only a handful in the entire world. Tony Stark, having somehow heard that Sky liked teddy bears, commissioned a 10-meter-tall teddy bear for her. Not only Sky, but even Eric was left stunned. This thing wouldn't even fit through the door. General Ross was the most practical, giving Sky a diamond necklace. Nick Fury, on the other hand, was the stingiest. He brought only a box of chocolates. Sky stood there in a daze, watching these powerful figures, whom she'd only ever seen on TV or in newspapers, eagerly present her with gifts. It took her a long moment to process what was happening. She snuck a glance at Eric, who was watching her with a warm smile. Flustered, she quickly looked away, but her eyes grew misty. Eric hurried over and scooped her into his arms. "Sky, it's your birthday today. Tears don't suit you." "I'm not crying." Sky pressed her lips together, discreetly wiped the corner of her eye, and whispered in Eric's ear, "Thank you, Eric." Eric couldn't help but narrow his eyes, the corners of his mouth lifting in satisfaction. This was totally worth it. "Hey, Eric, we've all brought gifts, but what did you get for the little princess?" Stark walked over with a drink in hand, draping his arm across Eric's shoulders. Eric looked him up and down, a teasing smile playing at his lips. "Stark, are you wearing height insoles?" Stark's movements froze for a split second, but he quickly recovered, giving a nonchalant shrug. "I just hit another growth spurt, that's all." Eric shot him a look of mock disdain, then carried Sky to the center of the living room. "Thank you all for coming to my daughter's birthday party," Eric began, drawing everyone's attention. "Just now, Stark asked what birthday present I prepared for Sky. Well, here and now, I'd like to make it official." His words instantly captured the entire room's focus. They could sense that whatever Eric was about to announce was no small matter. Alice Industries will, from today onward, be officially renamed Sky Industries. Eric glanced around the room, smiling as he revealed Sky's gift. And on the day she turns 18, Sky will become the new president of Sky Industries. The announcement sent a ripple of shock through the crowd. Even Stark's eyes widened. Sky herself looked around, a little lost, then back at Eric, who was beaming with pride, clearly unsure what to make of it all. "Eric, why make this decision? Did something happen?" Nick Fury's face grew even more serious, his already dark expression deepening. No one could blame him for reading too much into it. Eric's decision felt suspiciously like entrusting someone with his legacy. In Fury's view, Eric stood at the very pinnacle of Earth's power, and for him to make an announcement akin to writing will could only mean he discovered some grave threat, one even he might not be able to handle. "Relax, it's nothing. The idea just popped into my head, so I figured I'd say it now before I forget," Eric replied with a casual smile. He then pulled a cute teddy bear-shaped necklace from his pocket and fastened it gently around Sky's neck. "Happy birthday, Sky." "Hi, Sky. I'm Betty." A little girl ran over as the party began, introducing herself. She was General Ross's daughter, a few years older than Sky, dressed in denim and radiating confidence. "Hi, I'm Sky. Let's go cut the cake." "Okay." Watching the two girls dash away hand in hand, Stark wandered over again. "So, buddy, what's it like having a daughter?" "It's wonderful," Eric replied, lifting his glass and taking a delicate sip. "Oh, hell. Why do I suddenly want a daughter, too?" Stark clicked his tongue, his tone tinged with unexpected envy. Eric's eyes widened in surprise as he sized Stark up. "Are you sure you're really Stark? Not an alien in disguise? Damn it, you must be out of your mind." "TCH, just wait. Well, I've had my fill of fun. I'll have a daughter of my own, and she'll definitely be prettier than yours. I've even got a name picked out, Morgan." Stark absent-mindedly stroked his chin, lost in his own fantasy. "And is that when you'll finally break out your hidden shoe lifts?" Eric suddenly switched the topic, nearly causing Stark to trip. Stark shot Eric the finger and stormed off in a huff. No sooner had Stark left than Nick Fury sidled over, giving Eric a meaningful look, signaling for him to step outside for a talk. "Eric, what's really going on? Why did you make a decision like that?" Nick Fury, ever cautious, even pulled out a little gadget to jam the electromagnetic signals before he spoke, which made Eric roll his eyes in exasperation. "It's nothing serious, just a bit of precaution," Eric replied, gazing up at the sky, his tone tinged with emotion. "Fury, before Carol crashed down, did you ever really think aliens would visit Earth?" "I did. We even put together a whole set of contingency plans. But when it actually happened, we realized all those plans were just worthless scraps of paper." Nick Fury took a gloomy swig of his drink. "Oh, seems like you have plenty of scrap paper lying around." Nick Fury gestured with exaggerated flair. "You bet. Just the files about you pile up to a meter tall." "A meter? I figured it'd be enough to wrap all the way around the planet." Eric snorted with disdain. Suddenly, both men fell silent, and the mood grew heavy. "Are you sure there's nothing wrong?" After a long pause, Nick Fury pressed him again, this time even more seriously. Eric shook his head, answering with unwavering certainty. "I'm fine." "Good to hear. So when do I get the Tesseract back?" "Get it back? What do you mean, get it back?" Eric's eyes widened as he stared Fury down. "That's my trophy." "It's the Flurkin's trophy." Fury shot back without missing a beat, his one good eye glaring with a glint that said he wasn't backing down anytime soon. "The Flurkin gave it to me. Besides, the Flurkin doesn't belong to your strategic homeland, whatever. Eric retorted, meeting Fury's gaze with both eyes, refusing to lose a staring contest to a man with only one. Three eyes locked in a silent standoff. The air between them seemed to crackle with invisible sparks. Still, Fury refused to budge. "But the Tesseract is property of the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division. I checked the records. It was taken from Hydra by Captain America. It was ours to begin with. Please, by that logic, America used to belong to the Native Americans." Eric scoffed. Now that the prize was already in his hands, there was no way he was giving it back. Not a chance, not even a sliver of hope. Nick Fury stared at Eric for a long time, making Eric's eyes burn with dryness. When he could no longer hold out, he finally shook his head and let out a sigh. "Fine, you can keep the Cosmic Cube for now. But when we need it, I hope you'll lend it to us." "No way. I won't lend it." Eric shot back, cutting Fury off before he could glare again. "There's no way I'll ever lend it. Not in this lifetime. But I might consider renting it." "How would that work?" $1 million a day. Why don't you just go rob a bank?" Fury nearly exploded. Robbing a bank would never be this fast. Eric chuckled, raising a finger. $1 million a day. And since we're having a grand opening special, rent it for 10 days and you get one free. So, do you want to rent or not? Fury ground his teeth. "Fine, but you have to tell me, what was that thing you used to suddenly turn the living room dark?" Fury's question made Eric's eyes light up. "What was that device? Wasn't it the ultraviolet shield that had nearly wiped out all the vampires in the world?" Originally, he'd set this trap for Alexander, but instead of drawing him out, it attracted a whole bunch of vampires, forcing Eric to recall the device. Now, it seemed there was no way to get to Alexander, but maybe Fury could offer another breakthrough. Judging by the timing, this sly fox was probably about to be promoted to director. With a beaming smile, Eric spent a good while explaining the principles of the ultraviolet shield to the future director. Whether Fury understood or not, didn't matter. Eric described it as high-tech and cutting-edge as possible. The more Fury listened, the more confused he became, until he was completely lost. "Enough. Just tell me, would you sell this technology? We're willing to pay handsomely." "Sorry, it's not for sale." Eric's smile was dazzling. The next day, headlines everywhere reported that Alice Industries had changed its name and appointed a successor. People everywhere speculated. Why would this young president rush to make a will? Did he have some illness? Something like SARS, AIDS, or cancer? With the construction of 2 maglev train lines underway, the White House's funding had been steadily transferred to Alice Industries. Now it was Sky Industries. Thanks to this financial boost, Sky Industries' other departments also began to flourish. First was the New Materials Division. After Eric unveiled the world's first room-temperature superconductor, Launch L1, the division developed several more new materials under his guidance. While none were as sensational as Launch L1, each one brought sweeping innovation and disruption to the traditional materials industry. Today, Sky Industries has become a leading company in the field of new material science. Whenever Sky Industries releases a new material, it inevitably sets off a frenzy of demand. Of course, no material has ever managed to outshine Launch L number 1. From beginning to end, Launch L number 1 has remained the most vital pillar of Sky Industries. Even as its price continues to climb, orders still pour in without pause. Coming in second is the Weapons Division. On the outside, their sonic weapon has served as a perfect calling card. On the inside, they have the support of General Ross. With the successful development of The electromagnetic cannon series, just within reach, the military holds Sky Industries in high regard. Many top brass hope the company can become strong enough to balance the dominance of Stark Industries. Next is the medical division. After Sky Industries partnered with Stark Industries to launch metallic prosthetics, they unveiled another breakthrough, the Cradle of Life. Although it's only a lower-tier version and exorbitantly priced, it's become the cradle of continued life in the eyes of many wealthy clients, with orders showing no signs of slowing down. Then there are the biotechnology, genetic engineering, and the newly established aerospace departments. One after another, their research has begun to bear fruit, earning them a place in top scientific journals. While none of their inventions have shaken the world just yet, no one would dare underestimate their future potential. Sky Industries is no longer a nameless upstart. Yet, just as the road ahead seemed smooth and broad, Eric made a decision that was almost like writing a will, an abrupt move that looked like he intended to step back at his peak. This stirred up a storm of speculation outside the company and caused unrest within. Overnight, Sky Industries stock dropped several percentage points, wiping out billions in market value. Eric, however, was unmoved. His decision had truly been a spur-of-the-moment inspiration, words spoken off the cuff, without much forethought. But looking back, he felt there was nothing wrong with it. The Marvel Universe is full of dangers. Eric has no way of knowing what kind of threats he'll face in the future, or when he might go too far and lose control. Just like what happened on Vormir, Carol being influenced by the Soul Stone was something he hadn't anticipated. Thinking about it now, Eric still shudders. What if, instead of the Soul Stone, it had been the cosmic cube affecting Carol, or the heart of the universe? He probably wouldn't have survived. The Marvel world is perilous. Missteps are even more so. That's why, all of a sudden, he felt compelled to leave a safety net for his daughter, just in case he ever pushed things too far and left her vulnerable. In the period following Sky's birthday banquet, Nick Fury came looking for Eric almost every few days, either hoping to rent the cosmic cube or to buy the technology behind the ultraviolet shielding device S.H.I.E.L.D. Also discovered equipment related to stealth technology among the wreckage of the Kree warship. However, the remains were so shattered that anything, even slightly intact, had either been taken away by Eric or pushed deep into the void of space. All they could do was sift through a pile of scraps in hopes of finding something worthwhile. And they still faced the daunting barrier between Earth's technology and that of the Kree. Relying solely on these remnants to develop a stealth device was nearly an impossible task. With Nick Fury about to take over as director, Alexander had already begun to loosen his grip, granting Fury access to a number of classified secrets and saddling him with several major projects, one of which was Project Insight. With Eric, the Red Skull's Praetorian Guard, lurking nearby, Alexander found it hard to eat or sleep in peace. He wanted to get rid of Eric, but soon realized he simply didn't have the means. All he could do was swallow his frustration once again. But enduring endlessly was not a solution. Alexander finally decided to hand the entirety of Project Insight over to Nick Fury, gradually stepping back into the shadows. Himself. When the enemy is hidden and I am exposed, or when the enemy is exposed and I am hidden, Alexander had studied the military classics of China and believed that pushing Nick Fury, a pure-blooded SHIELD agent, to the front lines was the best strategy. If someone wanted to seize power, let them first take down SHIELD. What's that? Planning to capture the king to break the resistance? Coming straight for me? Sorry, I have no power now. It's all with Nick Fury. Go talk to him. Nick Fury, sharp as a tack but fiercely loyal to his superiors, saw Alexander's appointment as his ultimate test and threw himself wholeheartedly into the construction of Project Insight and other initiatives. Only after reading the full report on Project Insight did he notice a glaring flaw in the plan. The helicarrier was simply too big. That's right, far too big. After all, it had runways for planes on its deck. How could it not be massive? With something that enormous flying in the sky, it would be impossible to miss. Imagine it. Ordinary people can already spot jets flying overhead, so if a colossal helicarrier were to soar through the clouds, wouldn't it cast a vast, dark shadow across the land? For the general public, it wouldn't be hard to come up with an excuse to explain it away. But what about those villainous forces with ulterior motives? SHIELD's blacklist already included plenty of adversaries wielding advanced technology. If those villains set their sights on the flying helicarrier, what would happen if they tried to steal it? Clearly, the helicarrier had to be invisible. But after a thorough search, it seemed that the only technology on Earth capable of that was the ultraviolet shielding device made by Sky Industries. As for Eric, an old acquaintance by now, Nick Fury made a solemn promise to Alexander that he would see this difficult mission through. Yet, when he approached Eric, he hit a wall. No matter how many times he tried, Eric's answer remained the same. The ultraviolet shielding device could be sold, but if you wanted the technology behind it, keep dreaming. After running into a wall with Eric, Nick Fury offered Alexander another suggestion. Since Eric wasn't willing to hand over his technology to outsiders, why not make him one of their own and recruit him into S.H.I.E.L.D.? Alexander nearly jumped out of his seat. He was still busy trying to guard against Eric, and now Fury wanted to just let him in? Absolutely not. Driven by his acute paranoia of being usurped, Alexander rattled off dozens of Eric's suspicious qualities to Fury, insisting that under no circumstances could a man like that be brought into S.H.I.E.L.D. Nick Fury, however, had his own perspective. He had faced life and death alongside Eric more than once and knew him inside out. Sure, Eric could be a pain, but at heart, he was a good man. If you won't let me bring him in now, Fury thought, then I'll just wait 2 years. By then, the decision will be mine to make. 2 years passed in the blink of an eye, and before anyone knew it, 1997 had arrived, a period marked by monumental events. First and foremost, the world's very first maglev train line was successfully launched. Originally, this project was slated to take 5 years, but thanks to the relentless drive of Sky Industries' passionate workforce, the line was completed and operational a full 6 months ahead of schedule, a feat unheard of in American history. On the day of the grand opening, both the former and current presidents attended the ceremony. Together with Eric, they cut the ribbon, bearing witness to this historic milestone. Then, under the watchful eyes and loaded guns of real U.S. soldiers, the two presidents and a host of White House officials became the very first passengers aboard the maglev train. The journey from New York back to Washington covered 360 kilometers and took less than half an hour, almost rivaling Air Force One in speed. The president couldn't help but marvel. This was truly a legend in the making for the transportation industry. That's why the line was christened the legendary route. Of course, the saga of Sky Industries didn't stop there. Under the leadership of Ivan Vanko, the company's energy division managed to crack the manufacturing process of the arc reactor a full decade ahead of Tony Stark. Originally, Ivan wanted to hold a press conference the moment the reactor was finished, eager to humiliate Tony Stark in front of the world. But Eric stopped him in his tracks. The arc reactor had been co-developed by Anton Vanko and Howard Stark. In fact, Stark Industries still housed a prototype reactor built by Howard himself, providing the company with decades of free electricity. If Sky Industries announced their breakthrough now, it would not only ignite a feud with Stark Industries, but also invite a world of trouble. Patent disputes, S.H.I.E.L.D. scrutiny, counter-espionage agencies, and more. The smart move was to keep the technology for themselves. There was no need to flaunt it. Ivan was, of course, far from pleased, but Eric simply tossed him a blueprint. Ivan studied it in silence, said not a word, and headed straight back into the lab. Ivan knew very well that the arc reactor could make him a celebrity and could help him avenge his father. But this blueprint was something that could make him legendary. With the arc reactor, the long-awaited individual electromagnetic rifle that the military had been desperate for was finally developed. The entire system weighed only 30 kilograms, built primarily from room-temperature superconducting materials and power by the arc reactor. Not only did it pack a punch, but it also had no issue with barrel overheating. If ammunition was plentiful, a single soldier could match the firepower of an entire platoon. As for the arc reactor, the military certainly recognized it, but they chose to turn a blind eye. After all, technology theft happens everywhere, and there was no need to be overly particular. If trouble ever arose, it would be Stark Industries and Sky Industries making a fuss, not the military itself. Of course, the technology was impressive, but the price made the military's teeth chatter. Just a dozen kilograms of launch shell materials alone was a hefty sum, and adding the even more expensive arc reactor on top of that, who could possibly afford it? In the end, faced with such staggering costs, the military gave up on equipping the entire force and instead issued the electromagnetic rifle only to select elite units. Thanks to the arc reactor, and with Eric personally overseeing the project, it took 2 years for the artificial intelligence Peril to be successfully completed. Eric felt that the name Peril carried an ominous meaning, so he renamed it Future. During the construction of Future, Eric didn't go out of his way to avoid Sky. She showed keen interest in the project, and seeing his daughter's enthusiasm, Eric made a point of guiding and nurturing her, resulting in Sky's rapid progress in computer science. That same year, Nick Fury, finally supported by Alexander, took on the mantle of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s leadership and succeeded as director. His very first order nearly sent his old superior into apoplexy. He instructed Coulson to deliver an offer of employment to Eric, inviting him to serve as S.H.I.E.L.D.'s technical consultant. By this time, Alexander had successfully stepped into the shadows. Apart from quietly cursing Nick Fury for inviting a wolf into the fold, there was nothing more he could do. Under Alexander's worried gaze, Eric gladly accepted the invitation and took the legendary Route Express to the Triskelion headquarters that very day. Fury, it's been 2 years. Why are you bald now? Led by Coulson, Eric strode directly into the director's office. By coincidence, both directors were present. Alexander, you look like you've lost weight. Nick Fury rubbed his freshly shaven scalp, glancing suspiciously between the two men. You two know each other? Of course, Eric replied, shaking Alexander's hand warmly, his smile radiant. The Spear family and my ancestors go way back. Oh, and my forebear once gifted a dagger to the Spear family. I wonder if it's still around. The corners of Alexander's mouth twitched a few times before he forced a smile. Yes, of course I have it. How could I ever lose such a gift from my ancestor? That's good to hear. That dagger has been around for quite some time. I wonder if the oath engraved on it has survived the passage of years, Eric continued, speaking in riddles as a sly smile slowly crept onto his lips. The teachings of my ancestor are beyond the reach of time, Alexander replied, looking deeply at Eric, signaling his unwavering loyalty to the Red Skull. No matter how much time passed, he would never forget the lessons of the organization. Nick Fury watched the exchange from sidelines, his eyes cold and calculating. His instincts told him there was more to the relationship between the two. Men then met the eye, but he kept silent, simply filing it away for future investigation. In this respect, he was already a competent leader of agents. This is truly a historic moment. Two men who have both turned down the Nobel Prize, standing together. Nick Fury said with a grin, clapping his hands and giving the two of them a thumbs up. Oh, hardly. I was simply doing my job. I haven't really contributed much to world peace. The Nobel Peace Prize just felt too heavy for me. But Eric, here, he actually turned down the Nobel Prize in physics. Alexander downplayed his own achievements with modesty, while giving credit to the other. Eric chuckled softly at this. It was true. Just a year before, he had declined the Nobel Prize in physics. At the time, he was at a crucial stage in building artificial intelligence and couldn't spare a moment to leave. Besides, he had no need for fame. As for the prize money, oh, not at all. The room temperature superconducting materials were really the result of our ancestors' legacy. How could I take all the credit? It's you, Alexander, who's truly impressive. The two of them launched into a round of mutual praise, their forced compliments bouncing back and forth. The awkwardness of it all was almost too much for Nick Fury, who could only find an excuse to assign Eric elsewhere under the pretense of introducing his role, leaving Alexander alone in the office, seething with rage. The fully evolved Egghead Fury had done right by Eric, assigning him the position of technical consultant and granting him level 6 clearance in S.H.I.E.L.D., a rank that even Black Widow, Natasha, had only just achieved. Eric, what you're about to see is SLD's deepest secret, and one of the main reasons I brought you here. That's it? Just an aircraft carrier? This is your big secret? Eric's voice dripped with sarcasm as he shot Fury a disappointed look. I really shouldn't have bothered coming. This isn't just any aircraft carrier. Fury bristled at Eric's dismissiveness, pride coloring his tone as he swept his arm wide. This one can fly. Eric adopted a look of intense interest, as if waiting for further explanation. But after a long pause, with Fury simply striking a dramatic pose, Eric's face twisted in disbelief. That's it? What do you mean, that's it? This is a flying aircraft carrier. Fury shouted, clearly frustrated. Fury, you've seen a Kree warship. Eric rolled his eyes and stepped forward to pat Fury on the shoulder. Let's go out for a good dinner tonight, my treat. I'll catch the earliest train back to New York tomorrow. Eric, this is top secret. I can only tell you so much. Nick Fury stared at him with a single eye, looking utterly exasperated. Eric glanced at him and shrugged. All right, since we're friends, what do you want me to do? The helicarrier is massive. Flying at high altitude makes it easy to spot. We want you to help us cloak it. Eric's eyes widened in surprise. So that's why you wanted the ultraviolet shielding tech? Come on, you just need a simple reflective panel for that. Grab any high schooler. They could retrofit your UV shield in no time. Sorry, maybe our definitions of high school are a little different. Back when I was in high school, all we learned was arithmetic up to 100. Eric shook his head. Looks like I might have to consider sending Sky to study abroad. Nick Fury was left speechless. All right, if that's all, I just need 2 days. Eric held up 2 fingers and waved them in front of Fury. Fury hesitated for a moment, then said, actually, we'd also like to add some weapons to it. Railguns, for example. Hearing this, Eric couldn't help but laugh, shaking his head. Fury, isn't that your real motive? I have an agreement with the military. For the next 5 years, I'm not allowed to sell railguns to anyone else. No organizations, no individuals. Eric, we're friends. Of course. Otherwise, I wouldn't be standing here. but Sky Industries will never break its word. Fury fell silent, his one eye fixed on Eric. The tension grew thick between them. After a long pause, he finally spoke again. Howard Stark was one of the founders of S.H.I.E.L.D. He invented the arc reactor. No, Eric cut him off. The arc reactor was invented by Howard and Anton Vanko together. Please get your facts straight. So, there's no room for negotiation? We're willing to make some concessions. Fury spread his hands, clearly frustrated. Eric's interest was piqued. Oh, what sort of concessions? That depends. What is it you want? Eric grinned. Now we're talking. First, find me a place to work. Mr. Eric, this laboratory is yours for as long as you need it. The equipment is fully stocked. If you require anything, just give me a call. Thank you, Coulson. Eric smiled as he saw off Coulson, now promoted to level 5 agent, then closed the lab door. He glanced around, chuckled quietly, and shook his head in disbelief. Eric pulled a device from his backpack that looked like a lighter. With a gentle press, black smoke immediately began billowing from the laboratory surveillance equipment. What the hell is that thing? Do we even have equipment like that? Alexander, seeing the monitors fill with static, rewound the footage and pointed accusingly at the device in Eric's hand, questioning Garrett beside him. Garrett just shrugged, indicating he'd never even heard of it. At that same moment, Nick Fury's surveillance screens also dissolved into static. He had anticipated this, and turned to Natasha, asking, "Can you fix it?" Natasha shook her head helplessly. The surveillance equipment's been destroyed. Eric scanned the room once more with his senses, making sure there were no other surveillance devices in the lab. Satisfied, he casually tossed the lighter back into his backpack and took out a laptop, hooking it up to SHLD's network cable. Damn S.H.I.E.L.D., they don't even have Wi-Fi. Otherwise, I wouldn't have to go through all this trouble, he muttered under his breath as he quickly powered up the computer. Future, connect to the S.H.I.E.L.D. database. Sir, the database is connected. However, your clearance only allows access to files below level 6. Would you like me to breach SHLD's firewall? Came a smooth, feminine voice from the laptop. His artificial intelligence, Future. No need. Level 6 is enough. Use the access code Nick Fury gave me and connect to SHLD satellites, he replied. Getting authorization to use SHLD satellites. That was the condition Eric had negotiated with Nick Fury, and something he'd wanted to do for a long time. In Eric's original plan, infiltrating S.H.I.E.L.D. and gaining access to their satellites should have happened 2, maybe even 3 years ago. But one thing after another kept cropping up, scattering his focus, and Alexander's constant suspicion made it nearly impossible to find an opening. The plan to use the satellites had been postponed again and again, until finally, with the completion of his AI, Future, he could finally make it happen. Yet, ironically, with Future's help, Eric didn't even need SHLD's authorization anymore. With just a network cable, he could take control of the satellites in no time at all. But before Future could really show off her abilities, Nick Fury had already handed him an access code. It was like training for years to steal a treasure, mastering every skill, only to have someone hand the treasure over to you just as you're ready to act. All that effort with nowhere to go. Frustrating. Still, whatever the case, he had access to the satellites now, and time was short. Getting down to business was what mattered most. Access code accepted. Satellite connection established, Future announced. A miniature image of the Earth appeared on the screen, dotted densely with countless red points, each one representing a S.H.I.E.L.D. satellite. S.H.I.E.L.D. sure is loaded. Thousands of satellites. No wonder their intelligence capabilities are so formidable. Eric gazed at the screen filled with red dots, clicking his tongue in amazement. Sir, someone is monitoring our network, Future spoke up, opening a new window on the screen. There appeared the bald head of Nick Fury. I've hacked into his camera. Just him? What about Alexander? He's monitoring us too, but his computer doesn't have a camera. How cautious. Create a virtual satellite array. Let's show them what we're supposedly searching for. Understood, sir. Under Future's control, SHLD's idle reconnaissance satellites appeared to veer off course, converging over the Arctic, scanning relentlessly as if searching for something. In truth, this was nothing but a ruse. None of the actual satellites had moved at all. Future, search the S.H.I.E.L.D. database. Keyword gravitonium. A dense list of files appeared. The very first was a scientific paper. The paper hypothesized the existence of a rare element on Earth with an extremely high atomic number, and through it, humanity might one day control gravity. Unfortunately, the paper offered only conjecture and heaps of data analysis. As for the location, or even the existence, of gravitonium, there was no definitive answer. The paper was authored by Franklin Hall and Ian Quinn, 2 brilliant scientists from Cambridge University. Eric had read this paper countless times, analyzed its data, inside and out, and he knew gravitonium was real. In the Emperor Thanos universe, Franklin Hall had once merged with Gravitonium to become the master of gravity, Graviton. Thus, Gravitonium was his most direct path to mastering gravitational force. But where was it? No one knew. The first discovery of Gravitonium, at the earliest, was still 15 or 16 years away. Future, does S.H.I.E.L.D. have any location data on Gravitonium? Eric asked the question despite knowing the odds were slim. After all, the long directory beneath the paper looked quite impressive. A glowing box appeared in the directory, highlighting each file as it scrolled down. With each file, the name faded to gray. Within minutes, every entry was gray. "I'm sorry, sir," Future reported. "There is no location data on Gravitonium in SHLD's archives. All their information is just research and discussion regarding that paper." As expected, Eric sneered. "Future, redirect all reconnaissance satellites, but make sure not to attract SHLD's attention." "Yes, sir. All satellites will be in position in 3 minutes and 21 seconds. Watching the countdown on the screen, Eric took a deep breath to steady his excitement. Gravity and electromagnetism. Both are among the universe's 4 fundamental forces and the ones most familiar to humankind. Controlling electromagnetic force had always been his area of expertise, but when it came to the other 3 fundamental forces, Eric had never found a way in. He considered himself reasonably intelligent, yet his intuition for the other fundamental forces fell just a bit short. Since he couldn't figure out on his own, he decided to seek external assistance. There was no shame in that. Gravitonium was one of the best aids he could hope for. "Sir, the satellite has reached its designated orbit. You may begin. Run the algorithm we programmed. Allocate all available computing power and closely monitor global gravitational fluctuations," Eric replied, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes as he slowly settled into a cross-legged position. "Yes, sir." Everything was ready. Eric placed both hands on the ground. Here, in the underground base of S.H.I.E.L.D., it was even easier to connect with the Earth's magnetic field than it was above ground. He sent his magnetic force downward, merging it with the deep, resonant geomagnetic currents. The pulsing of the Earth echoed in Eric's mind, like the steady thumping of a heartbeat, the heartbeat of the planet itself. Cautiously, Eric nudged at the geomagnetic field. The Earth's pulse wavered ever so slightly, but then quickly returned to its steady rhythm. Meanwhile, at a seismic monitoring center in a European country, the data on the screens suddenly spiked. A staff member hurriedly pulled up the latest information. There'd been an earthquake in the small Greek town of Phlegrean Through. Depth, 10 kilometers. Magnitude, 3.5 on the Richter scale. Eric asked, "Future, what's the situation?" Future replied, "No anomalies detected. Geological mapping is 0.14% complete." "Then keep going," Eric ordered. Elsewhere, at an earthquake bureau in Asia, a magnitude 4.6 earthquake has struck Jakarta. Hypocenter depth. At the U.S. Geological Survey, there's been seismic activity in New York. The reports kept coming. "Sir, we've detected an abnormal region. There's a large underground space there, and it appears to contain life forms. Don't mind it. That's just the mole men, a bunch of grunts, nothing to fear. Let's move on," Eric said, glancing at the screen and shaking his head dismissively. The symphony of earthquakes continued. For a moment, earthquake reports flooded in from all over the world. At first, people assumed it was just ordinary tectonic activity and paid little attention. News outlets gave it perfunctory coverage, burying the stories in the corners of their broadcasts. Minor earthquakes like these happened almost daily, sometimes detected, sometimes not. At most, people felt a slight tremor, with barely any impact on human society. But within minutes of the first reports airing, a deluge of earthquake information swept across every major media outlet, filling computer screens around the globe. The data was increasing by dozens of entries every second, the scrolling updates coming so quickly that some newsroom computers began to lag. "What's going on? Is this the end of the world? This is a conspiracy by the American government. No, it's aliens. The aliens are invading Earth. It's not aliens, it's Godzilla rising up. Their kind lives deep underground. This is divine punishment. The Lord is chastising us. Amitabha Buddha, save us." Rumors swept through human society. There were believers in aliens, advocates of monsters from the Earth's core, doomsday prophets, conspiracy theorists. All sorts of strange and wild conjectures emerged, each person voicing their own opinions. Chaos swirled as if demons had been unleashed. Governments around the world, as well as certain covert organizations, began to investigate in secret. Yet no matter what methods they used, they could not uncover where the problem had begun. S.H.I.E.L.D. was more anxious than ever, running in circles. They prided themselves on being humanity's shield, but at this crucial moment, they were as blind as bats. Coulson, where are satellites? Why haven't I received any satellite data? Nick Fury, he thundered, smashing several keyboards in frustration. Director, for reasons unknown, all our satellites have converged over the Arctic. Our agents tried to redirect them, but were told they didn't have the proper clearance. In contrast to Nick Fury's agitation, Coulson remained calm and unhurried, his tone steady and composed, a true leader under pressure. Insufficient clearance? How is that possible? Your authorizations are. Fury's voice trailed off as he realized something, falling silent mid-sentence. He slapped his own face, spun on his heel, and strode out, leaving his bewildered agents behind. Suddenly, he remembered. He had handed satellite control over to Eric. Of course, the director's clearance was a level beyond what ordinary agents could access. Nick Fury hurried down the corridor, bursting into Eric's lab like a whirlwind. At that moment, Eric had just put away his computer and looked up in surprise at Fury's abrupt entrance. Fury, did your old Sal have trouble farrowing? Eric, you've redirected all of SFLD's satellites to the Arctic. What exactly are you looking for? Upon seeing Eric, Fury's sense of urgency faded. This was a man who could work miracles. If need be, he could use the Tesseract to open a portal and send all of humanity to another planet. Of course, I'm searching for something valuable. Eric replied with a mysterious smile. Care to take a look? Fury's single eye rolled upward as he lowered his head, scrutinizing Eric intently. What have you found? What had he found? Gravitonium, of course. With all of SHLD's satellite resources, the supercharged computational power of artificial intelligence, and a few subtle, artificially triggered tremors, finding gravitonium was as easy as pie. But could he really reveal such a precious discovery to Nick Fury, that tight-fisted man whose heart was as black as his coat? Of course not. Eric clicked a few times on his computer, opening up a set of photos he had prepared in advance. With a slight smile, he said, Fury, I found America's legend. Nick Fury's one good eye widened as he took in the strange, icebound plane in the photograph. The Red Skull's plane. Captain America. That's right. And I can tell you with absolute certainty, he's still alive. That's impossible. He's been frozen for over 60 years. Fury's face was filled with disbelief. But he was injected with the super soldier serum. That serum made him more than human. Nick Fury drew a deep breath. Are you telling the truth? Of course it's true. We really should let Coulson know. Finding his idol, he'll be over the moon. Coulson's passion for collecting Captain America trading cards was a well-known fact in S.H.I.E.L.D., and Eric was certainly aware of it. I think it's best we keep this to ourselves for now, Fury said, his gaze flickering as he lowered his voice. Eric paused, then shook his head with a helpless smile. This guy, always keeping secrets, never showing all his cards, not even to those he trusts most. Eric, can you go and bring our legend home? What did you say? Fury, have you lost your mind? Eric burst out laughing. I'm Jewish. My passport's Polish. He's your legend, not mine. Fury's face suddenly turned pale. Wait, how could he go pale? Eric leaned in for a closer look. Oh, he's actually gotten even darker. So dark he's almost shining. No wonder it looks white. You really won't help? With the Tesseract, all you need to do is snap your fingers and you be there. Fury, every power comes with a price. Sometimes it's obvious. Sometimes it's hidden. Some prices are steep, some are small. But there's always a cost, Eric replied, spreading his hands to show he truly couldn't help. Fury was still puzzled. If you're not interested in rescuing him, why bother finding him at all? Skye's going to the Captain America Museum next weekend. Black statues are boring. I figured the real thing would be much more entertaining. So all that effort to get access to SHELD's satellites, mobilizing thousands of them, was just to entertain your daughter? What? Do you think S.H.I.E.L.D. is a department store? And me, Nick Fury, am I the salesman? Do you want me to flip this table in protest? Flip the table? Go ahead. Eric tapped his knuckles on the lab bench. This is solid alloy, at least 2 tons. Give it a try. Fury sighed. Fine. I'll send someone to find him. You focus on finishing that reflector design. As Fury strode away, Eric smiled softly and reconnected to the S.H.I.E.L.D. database, entering a new search. Obelisk. This time, he found a result quite quickly. The access level required was only level 6, which happened to be just enough for him to view it. The obelisk, as it turned out, did not originally belong to S.H.I.E.L.D., nor to Alexander's Hydra faction. In fact, it had once belonged to another branch of Hydra, that of Whitehall. Of course, if you trace the history of this object even further back, it didn't belong to Whitehall either. Its origins could be found in Jiaying, Skye's biological mother, a member of the inhuman race who could extend her own life by absorbing the life force of others. In 1945, Whitehall was captured and imprisoned in Austria, and the obelisk he had stolen from Jiaying fell into the hands of S.H.I.E.L.D. This thing was truly peculiar. If someone with inhuman blood were to touch it, nothing would happen. But if someone without that bloodline tried, they would be turned instantly into a pile of shattered stone. After S.H.I.E.L.D. obtained the obelisk, they subjected it to a series of analyses and experiments. Aside from a few more petrified agents, they gained nothing from their efforts. Left with no other choice, they tucked it away on a high shelf, where it was gradually forgotten. This turned out to be a stroke of luck for Eric. He knew exactly what was inside the obelisk. Terrigen crystals, the very thing that could awaken Sky's latent powers. Whether it was for Sky or for himself, he had to get his hands on it. 084? Humph, the person who came up with that name must have been truly lazy, Eric muttered, closing his laptop and setting about modifying the ultraviolet shielding device. He designed it himself. No one knew its inner workings better than he did. All it took was to extract the chip, slot it into a specialized reader, tweak the program a bit, add a component or two, and just like that, he'd build a cloaking device that worked by bending light. The whole process took less than 5 minutes. Early the next morning, Eric went to bid farewell to Nick Fury. He'd already achieved his main goal at S.H.I.E.L.D. He now had leads on the two things he wanted most. There was no longer any reason to stay. Eric, are you sure this will work? Nick Fury asked dubiously, holding up a device no larger than a lighter. Of course. I've explained it clearly. Just weld this under your ship. Each gadget covers about 10 square meters. Weld on a few more, and the moment you activate them, your big toy will vanish from sight. His mission for S.H.I.E.L.D. was done. As for the electromagnetic cannons, please go buy them from Sky Industries. Give them away for free? Not a chance. Nick Fury pleaded and bargained. Even came close to shedding a few tears, but Eric remained unmoved, giving a textbook performance of a tight-fisted miser. Fury was so frustrated he almost popped his own eyeball out. Outfitting the entire carrier with electromagnetic cannons was no small expense, and Nick Fury could do nothing but clutch his wallet and mourn that I've always been the one taking others' money, but today I actually got swindled myself. Just before leaving, Eric saw Coulson again, his face alight with excitement. Coulson was about to board a plane bound for the Arctic on a glorious mission to search for Captain America, a task that, in the end, had fallen squarely on his shoulders. Nick Fury really has terrible luck with people, Eric mused. He only has a handful of capable agents under him. Well, I suppose. You can't blame him. Besides those few, the rest are pretty much all Hydra, aren't they? S.H.I.E.L.D., more like Snake Shield, huh? Leaving S.H.I.E.L.D. behind, Eric headed straight for a secret warehouse belonging to the agency. Inside, he located a metal box, labeled S.R.084. With a wave of his hand, he tore off the metal casing, revealing a blue crystal that tumbled toward the floor. A flick of Eric's finger, and the crystal froze, suspended midair. The Terrigen crystal, crafted with Kree technology, contained a wealth of known and unknown substances, with no shortage of metallic elements. Wrapping the crystal once again in its metal shell, Eric tucked the obelisk safely away. Next target, gravitonium. Securing the gravitonium would be even easier than obtaining the obelisk. The stuff was ownerless now, most of it scattered in remote, deserted places. Once you knew the location, all that was left was to dig it up, and when it came to mining, was there anyone on Earth more qualified than him? The magnetic field spread swiftly, engulfing everything within several miles. The light shimmered and twisted, and in an instant, Eric's figure vanished from sight. The world was full of extraordinary people, and black technology abounded. For all he knew, some unseen device could be monitoring him right now. With something this important, it paid to be extra cautious. A chunk of vibranium, roughly the size of a soccer ball, floated out from Eric's backpack. At his touch, the vibranium thinned and expanded, and in the blink of an eye it transformed into a sheet dozens of meters long, thin as paper. With a graceful swirl in the air, it rolled itself into a slender cylinder, like a chimney. Eric pointed downward, and the vibranium chimney settled onto the ground, spinning rapidly, emitting a piercing shriek as it carved a wide circle into the earth. Flattening his hand, Eric slammed his palm against the ground. The vibranium cylinder, now, like a hollow drill, drove straight down into the earth. The ground trembled, almost as if in agony, but Eric's expression remained stern and unmoved by the noise. He focused intently, gauging the depth of the vibranium drill, and unleashed his powers without reservation. This place was an abandoned mine somewhere in Africa. The surrounding wilderness was utterly desolate, so empty, even animals were a rare sight. Coupled with the way the magnetic field warped the light, Eric was confident that no matter how much of a spectacle he caused here, no one would ever notice. Slowly, the tremors subsided, and the cacophony faded into silence. Of course, it wasn't that the vibranium chimney had stopped turning. Rather, it was slowly drilling down into the depths of the earth. the thick layers of soil muffling both sound and tremor. After about 10 minutes, Eric's expression grew serious. The vibranium chimney had reached its predetermined depth. He exhaled deeply, raising both hands as if lifting something weighty. "Rise," he commanded, his voice crisp and resolute. Both hands shook slightly, as though he were supporting a burden of immense weight. With a thunderous boom, a stone pillar, precisely cut by the vibranium, shot skyward, just like the Monkey King's golden staff ascending to the heavens. At the very top was a thin layer of earth, and below that a thick stratum of ore, glittering with scattered flecks of transparent stone that sparkled brilliantly under the sun. Diamonds, one of nature's treasures, yet also one of humanity's greatest marketing deceptions. Priceless, though Eric paid them no mind. Beneath the ore lay even denser layers of rock. Sandstone, shale, limestone, all manner of stone, cut perfectly into a cylindrical form, soared straight up toward the sky. The rumbling sound echoed on, lasting for several minutes. At last, the vibranium chimney emerged once more, standing firm like a mighty titan, bearing the weight of the sky-piercing pillar. Eric's attention, however, was already captured by the extraordinary substance flowing across the stone column. It was neither water nor metal, yet like both, globules of a mercury-like material coursed through the pillar, moving with a life of their own, strange and mesmerizing. Only at such close range did Eric sense the faintest magnetic response from them. No wonder even geomagnetic sensors can't detect it. Its magnetic field is weaker than a rotten branch. Excitement shone in Eric's eyes as he gestured with his right hand. Instantly, the vibranium chimney enveloped the section of the pillar, lifting it behind him. Then, with a deep, resounding crash, the remaining pillar plummeted back to Earth, returning to its resting place within seconds. All that remained on the surface was a faint circular mark. No other trace was left behind. Eric surveyed his surroundings, carefully probing for any anomalies. Only after confirming that everything was as it should be did he leave with his prize in tow. Gravitonium was tied to the Earth's gravity and pull, and could not be taken recklessly. Eric remembered well. In a parallel universe, Power Man, in his pursuit of greater strength, had mined gravitonium without restraint, ultimately shattering the very planet itself. His adopted daughter, Sky, bore the blame as the so-called world destroyer. Eric sought gravitonium to master gravity itself. It was merely a catalyst, a guide for his initial understanding. A little was all he needed. To absorb gravitonium, carelessly, like Power Man, would be to become its thrall, losing oneself forever. Just as he had warned Ludden, every kind of power comes with a price. It took Eric an entire month to make his way back to New York, and the main reason was that the stone was simply enormous, 20 meters tall. Not only was it incredibly difficult to transport, but hauling such an object made him look extremely suspicious. After all, who in their right mind would go through all the trouble of hauling a giant stone pillar all the way from Africa just for fun? After overcoming countless obstacles, Eric finally returned to New York and immediately transported the stone pillar to his underground laboratory. Besides the supercomputer and the massive arc reactor, there was barely 100 square meters of space left down there. Forcing the stone pillar inside shrank the remaining space even further. But Eric had no time to worry about that now. Brimming with excitement, he took out the regeneration cradle, eager to infuse the gravitonium into it for his own fusion. But now, right at the last step, Eric hit a snag. The gravitonium behaved like a living thing, completely indifferent to his magnetic field manipulation. Could he just scoop it up with a bowl? It looked like a liquid, but it wasn't. It existed in a peculiar state between solid and liquid. What's more, the gravitational field around the gravitonium was utterly bizarre, almost elf-like in its movement. Whenever he placed a bowl over it, the gravitonium would simply float at the rim, refusing to settle. Move the bowl away, and it would swim off like a goldfish darting through water. Eric frowned, and with a wave of his hand, forged a hollow ball from vibranium to try and encase a clump of gravitonium. But as soon as he tried to move the ball, he was shocked to discover that the gravitonium simply slipped right through the molecular gaps in the vibranium, as if it existed in a different dimension altogether. The vibranium ball had no effect on it whatsoever. What now? Don't tell me I have to fuse the whole pillar along with it. Eric clasped his hands behind his back, pacing slowly around the stone pillar, lap after lap, until his shoes were nearly worn through. Yet still, no solution came to mind. How did the King of Might manage it? Am I supposed to build a gravity controller? But how would I even start? I have no idea. Caught up in these wild thoughts, Eric kept a close eye on the gravitonium, unknowingly edging closer and closer to the stone pillar. By the time he realized it, he was just a step away from the gravitonium. Almost as if possessed, Eric suddenly reached out and tapped the gravitonium lightly with his finger. Instantly, the gravitonium seemed to come alive, surging towards his fingertip. In a matter of moments, there was not a trace left on the pillar, just crumbling stones scattered on the floor. Huh, was it really that simple? Then why did I bother hauling the whole stone back? Eric stood there, dumbfounded. But barely had he finished complaining when he felt something go awry. The gravitonium inside him now rampaged like a giant serpent, charging through his body and carving out new territory. It didn't attack Eric's body directly. Instead, like a domineering general, it forcibly expelled his magnetic field abilities from within. Though it was as weak as a child compared to the magnetic power, it remained just as overbearing. In a single confrontation, it drove the magnetic field abilities into a hasty retreat. Perhaps the sudden blow had left his magnetic powers stunned. For a moment, they offered no resistance at all. Only after several seconds did the magnetic field abilities erupt in furious counterattack, pushing the gravity isotope back step by step. In the span of a single breath, it was forced all the way back to Eric's fingertips. With a helpless sigh, Eric did his best to suppress his abilities, even going so far as to actively guide his powers aside to make way for the gravity isotope, helping it merge with his body. After much effort, the gravity isotope finally claimed a foothold within Eric, finding a home in one of his arms. But any further, and the formidable magnetic powers loomed above like coiled dragons and crouching tigers, barring its path completely. No matter how Eric tried to shift or control his powers, it was to no avail. Eric let out a bitter laugh. The gravity isotope was simply too scant, and worse still, seemed to be innately at odds with the magnetic powers, leaving even their master at a loss. Still, this is a promising start. Eric raised his arm, savoring the mysterious sensation within. Now and then, a wisp of silvery gray light flickered across his skin, like glowing worms weaving their way beneath the surface. Closing his eyes, Eric carefully attuned himself to the gravitational field around him. The sensation was startlingly clear. Before, sensing gravity through the magnetic field had been like scratching an itch through a boot. He could catch faint glimmers but never see the true nature beneath. But now, everything was different. The gravitational field no longer hid itself. It stood before him, unveiled and naked, laying bare its endless secrets. What a pity there's so little of the gravity isotope. If I had just a bit more, I might be able to control gravity directly, no longer wasting time figuring things out. Just a little more, and I could unify gravity with electromagnetism, then move on to mastering the strong and weak forces, achieving true unification. At that point, I could at least reach the level of a proto-celestial, strong enough to take on Thanos without an infinity gauntlet single-handedly. According to the future analysis, the largest deposit of gravity isotope is beneath Washington. Maybe I should excavate it here first, and then look for more elsewhere. The silvery gray light on Eric's arm grew ever brighter, and a wild look came into his eyes. Even without using his electromagnetic powers, his body began to float unnaturally, rising into the air as more and more feverish ideas whirled through his mind. No, this isn't right. Eric snapped awake, arcs of electricity bursting across his scalp as magnetic energy surged forth, unleashing dazzling bolts of lightning that danced around him. The lightning struck his head again and again, but did him no harm. Instead, each flash cleared his mind even further. With a jolt of horror, Eric stared at his arm, or more precisely at the gravity isotope within it. This thing was far more bizarre than he had ever imagined. It seemed to possess a mind of its own, continuously influencing its host, urging them to unearth the last remaining gravitonium on Earth. No wonder the king of 10,000 strengths eventually lost his mind and shattered the planet itself. Deep down, Eric warned himself never to fuse with more gravitonium. Through brief contact, Eric sensed the state of the gravitonium. It was an unknown substance, brimming with a peculiar energy. This very energy was what affected or controlled gravity, while the mysterious material itself played a supporting role. How strange! I've felt this sensation before. The more he pondered, the more certain Eric became that he had encountered this energy somewhere else. Memories flashed before his eyes as he sifted through every type of energy he had witnessed. At last, Eric pinpointed the answer. The cosmic cube. Yes, that's it. This energy is also present in the cosmic cube. No, wait, not the cube itself. Perhaps it's actually the space stone. Gravity, attraction, space. Gravitational waves. Eric's eyes shone with sudden clarity. Yes, According to the theory of relativity, gravity is a special force produced. When an object's mass acts upon space, gravitational waves are the ripples of this force, spreading out just like electromagnetic waves. That's right. At its core, gravity is actually a form of spatial power. It's the limits of our dimensions that restrict our perspective. If we look from a four-dimensional space, we'd see that space is like a sheet of paper. Place a marble on it, and the paper naturally dips under the weight. Add another marble nearby, and it will roll down into the dip. That's gravity. It was as if a bolt of lightning struck his mind, clearing his thoughts to razor sharpness. Gravitonium was merely a catalyst, yet an incredibly important one. With its help, and thanks to his years of insight into electromagnetic forces, the secrets of gravity unfurled before Eric like the layers of an onion, peeled away one after another. No, my foundation is still lacking. I need a little outside help. With a wave of his hand, the steel floor of the basement suddenly rippled like a pool of water and a cube flickering. With blue light was drawn up from below. The cosmic cube, hidden for years beneath several meters of metal since Eric had acquired it, finally saw the light of day once more. The cube is just a shell encasing the space stone. But why are there two different kinds of energy? Now that he grasped a sliver of gravity's secrets, Eric could at last glimpse a hint of the cube's hidden truth. Perhaps the shell acts as a converter, a filter, transforming pure spatial energy into a lower form. It's because of this downgrading that ordinary people like Dr. Zola, Howard Stark, and Anton Vanko were able to study it. I don't need this diluted energy. I want the most primal form of spatial energy. Should I just crush it? After a brief moment of contemplation, Eric abandoned the idea. Crushing the cosmic cube would be simple. With his current abilities, a single electromagnetic blast could shatter it. But that would be a terrible waste. The downgraded spatial energy produced by the cube provided invaluable resources and support for current scientific research. Hydra's energy weapons, the arc reactor, even Howard's proposed new element, all of these were born from downgraded spatial energy. With the energy diluted, the threshold for research was lowered. If they had tried to study pure spatial energy directly, such achievements might never have come to fruition. Since destruction was off the table, he would have to find another way. The space stone was encased in a shell, but this shell didn't hinder its user from drawing power. Clearly, it couldn't fully contain the spatial energy within. Eric activated the cosmic cube again, focusing intently on the subtle differences he sensed within. After several attempts, he finally uncovered the trick. He layered electromagnetic and gravitational fields together, forming a vortex-like force that passed through the cube and siphoned out the purest spatial energy from space stone. Isn't this the moment when some villain should burst in, so I can test out my new powers? Eric mused lazily, sprawled across the sofa with his eyes half closed, not even bothering to lift a finger. In front of him, a can of cola floated in midair, occasionally tipping to pour a refreshing sip into his mouth. Having drawn enough spatial energy from the space stone, Eric finally achieved his goal. He gained a preliminary mastery over gravity, or more precisely, the power of space itself. Now, his control extended far beyond just metals and magnetic materials. It reached into much broader realms. Anything with mass-generated gravity, and anywhere there was gravity, he could exert control. In theory, that meant he could manipulate any substance. Of course, his ability was still in its infancy. Had only recently acquired this new power over gravity, and compared to his mastery of magnetism, gravity control was still in its fledgling stage. He would need much more time to study and refine it. But it wasn't the added control that truly delighted him. This kind of progress was within his expectations. What thrilled him most was finally unraveling some of the fundamental mysteries of gravity, or rather, the force of space itself. Gravity was a peculiar force generated by the way mass interacted with space. At its core, it was a manifestation of spatial power. The unique energy from the graviton served as the trigger. The spatial energy of the space stone as the foundation. And, with his magnetic abilities as a catalyst, the force of space had been awakened in Eric in a way he hadn't anticipated. With command of this spatial power, Eric now possessed some extraordinary abilities others could only dream of, like teleportation. And no longer relying on the space stone, he generated a gravitational field with his own energy acting upon space itself. Then, using his magnetic abilities, he forcibly pierced through, opening a narrow slit through which a spatial passage was formed. This kind of portal was extremely unstable. It was only after hundreds of attempts that Eric gradually mastered the trick. He started by experimenting with common household items, wine bottles, soda cans, lighters, and then moved on to pots and pans, turning the entire kitchen into a disaster zone. Once he confirmed The safety of the teleportation, he began to experiment with small animals, starting with spiders and mice, then progressing to kittens and puppies, and finally daring to step through himself. The experience of teleportation was dreadful. It felt as if he were trapped inside a spinning washing machine, and then the whole machine was strapped onto a magnetic levitation. Roller coaster for a wild ride. After the first teleport, no one would ever want to try it a second time. Clearly, spatial teleportation still needed improvement. Yet he fully developed another skill, the pocket dimension. Using the spatial energy of the space stone as a foundation, extending it with gravity and stabilizing it with magnetism, he created a small pocket dimension about a dozen square meters in size. This was a space that belonged to him alone, saturated with his unique presence and imprint. Without his particular magnetic and gravitational signatures, it would be nearly impossible for others to open it. Of course, nearly impossible was not the same as impossible. In the Marvel Universe, there were far too many overpowered beings, and spatial manipulation was almost a standard feature among the top tier. There was always the chance that some bored powerhouse might break in just for fun. The pocket dimension contained air, but lacked many essentials for sustaining life, so living creatures couldn't be stored there for long. For short periods, though, it posed no problem. As for time, within the pocket dimension, it flowed exactly as it did in the outside world. There was none of that time-stopping phenomenon you'd find in some spatial rings. At his current level, Eric was still far from touching upon the domain of time. Having gained these new abilities, Eric was eager to put them to the test. Gravitational manipulation held little novelty. It was much like magnetic control, just in a different guise. What truly fascinated him was spatial teleportation and the pocket dimension. For his first teleportation destination, Eric chose Wakanda. It was the place where he had most openly revealed his powers, and also where he felt safest. The mysterious, little-known Wakanda was now as familiar to him as his own backyard. He opened a portal right into the Wakandan royal palace. When Eric stumbled and crawled out of the spatial gateway, Chaka was already clad in the Black Panther suit, poised in a defensive stance. Behind him stood the all-female, shaved-headed palace guard, their eyes wide and spears aimed squarely at the portal, ready to attack at a moment's notice. The unique sensation of teleportation was too much, even for Eric's formidable physique. The moment he crawled out, he couldn't help but vomit last night's dinner all over Wakanda's freshly laid palace floor. Chaka saw that it was Eric who had crawled out. Without hesitation, he leapt to his side, ignoring the foul puddle of vomit, hoisted him onto his shoulder, and dashed off. He ran past the palace guards, handing Eric over to a few bald-headed warriors, then hurriedly returned to the space gate, standing guard with utmost vigilance. But as he waited and waited, no enemy ever emerged. Inside the Black Panther suit, Chaka was sweating bullets from anxiety. In his mind, Eric must have encountered a formidable foe, outmatched. In battle, the enemy had opened a portal and tossed him through. Hadn't he just crawled out? He must have been badly hurt. And with all that vomiting, yes, probably a blow straight to the gut. Chaka had seen Eric's strength with his own eyes. If even Eric couldn't handle that enemy, could he possibly win? Jadaka looks more like a prince than my own son. What if my son loses the throne in the future? Should I go ahead and right my will now? Maybe hide it behind a plaque? Oh right, Wakanda doesn't have such plaques. Could one still be made out of vibranium in time? And should I have a final feast? I've heard there's an Eastern tradition where one's last meal should be hearty, so as not to become a hungry ghost. My daughter is only 2, but it's clear she'll grow up to be a beauty. Who knows which rascal will win her heart? Should I leave her some protection for the future? Lost in these wild musings, Chaka had squatted in front of the portal so long his legs had gone numb, yet not a soul appeared. Only when the portal shrank, smaller and smaller, finally winking out of existence, did he dare believe it. Had the enemy really not come through? Had they been scared off by his presence? Behind him, Eric had finally recovered, looking at Chaka's antics with a mix of amusement and exasperation, quietly closing the portal. After dismissing the others, Eric explained his new ability to Chaka, which made Chaka's eyes burn with envy. If only he had that power, he could stash the vibranium meteorite in a pocket dimension. What thief could ever steal it then? His thoughts matched Eric's own. As Magneto, Eric was never short of weapons wherever there was metal, but ordinary metal simply didn't measure up. Vibranium was far superior. Before, carrying it around was a hassle, but now, with a pocket dimension, why not stockpile some? What was there to hesitate about? With a grand wave of his hand, Chaka had the palace guards deliver a cartload of refined vibranium. These warriors had witnessed Eric transform into a god and save Wakanda with their own eyes. When they looked at him, it was as if the white snake had seen Su Xian. Each one seemed ready to offer her whole heart. What did a little vibranium matter? Under the eager gaze of all the bald-headed women guards, Eric, sweating nervously, packed the vibranium into his pocket dimension, gave a quick farewell, and slipped away through another portal. Afterwards, he attempted this feat dozens of times, only stopping when exhaustion finally overcame him. By the usual story beats, whenever the main character levels up, isn't a villain supposed to pop up so the hero can show off? Why did it happen this time? Just as Eric was lost in confusion, the phone suddenly rang. The moment he picked up, an urgent shout burst from the other end. "Eric, your father's been taken by a monster." Eric frowned. What kind of nonsense is that? Who is this? Do I even have a father in this universe? He pressed. Who is this? Charles, came the hesitant reply. Eric, Charles has been taken by a monster. Hank's anxious voice crackled through the line. What on earth does that mean? Monsters? In Marvel? And Charles was actually captured? Are they expecting me to go rescue him with a golden staff like some mythical hero? Under Eric's relentless questioning, the flustered Hank finally managed to piece together the story. Today, just like any other day, Professor X finished his class and was heading back to his office for a rest, when suddenly, someone opened a portal behind him and whisked him away. Seriously? Are portals so commonplace these days? I just learned how to use one, and now someone's already causing trouble with it? Irritation flashed across Eric's face as he pressed for more details. According to Hank, there weren't many people present at the time, and Hank himself hadn't been there. He only saw what happened later on the surveillance footage. The one who abducted Professor X was a strange figure with gray-blue skin. Gray-blue skin? Could be Thanos? At once, Eric grew serious. Thanos? Is he famous? Hank, misunderstanding, thought Eric was talking to him. That monster wasn't alone. There were 4 others with him, and Max was one of them. Max, Magneto, the original in this universe. If Magneto was among them, then it probably wasn't Thanos. So who could it be? For companions, a portal, gray-blue skin. Apocalypse. Apocalypse. Insabanur, said to be the world's first mutant, born in Egypt's first dynasty. He was abandoned by his parents as a child because of his gray-blue skin, but he was gifted with immense powers from birth. Later, he acquired a certain device that allowed him to steal others' abilities. He possessed superhuman strength, vast psychic powers, could control sand and stone, heal himself, open portals through space, absorb and release energy, and even enhance other mutants' powers. His abilities were countless. Virtually every superpower imaginable was at his fingertips. He was an overwhelmingly powerful mutant. Back in the Emperor Thanos universe, Magneto had once been recruited as one of Apocalypse's 4 horsemen, his powers further amplified by Apocalypse. At that time, Apocalypse tried to seize Professor X's abilities to rule the world. Even the combined might of the X-Men and Magneto was no match for him, and he nearly succeeded. If it hadn't been for Jean, who unleashed the Phoenix Force at the critical moment and ground Apocalypse down, he might have perished in that universe already. To think that after crossing into this universe, Eric would run into him again. Where's Jean? That was Eric's first thought. When it comes to dealing with Apocalypse, the Phoenix Force is still the most reliable weapon. Jean Grey? Why are you looking for her? The professor only brought her into the academy 2 years ago, and she's only 15. Hank's words made Eric want to bang his head against the wall. This was the quirk of parallel universes. In that other universe, Jean had joined the X-Men when Professor X was still young. But here, even though Xavier was already bald, Jean was still just a teenage girl. What now? The answer was simple. Just barrel forward and make it happen. With his new abilities, Eric was feeling invincible. Eric, he also took Raven. Raven Mystique. The image of the blue-skinned woman flashed through Eric's mind. The one who had braved dangers for him. Who would go through fire and water by his side, yet whom he had ultimately abandoned without mercy, leaving her to die in the realm of the tyrant emperor. I'm on my way. To prepare for the coming battle, Eric drew more spatial energy from the Space Stone, replenishing what he'd used for his experiments. Then, he flew straight towards Xavier's school for gifted youngsters. There was no way he'd risk any roller coaster antics at this critical moment. The Cosmic Cube was safely stored in his pocket dimension, easy to access for energy and safe from sticky-fingered spies. Plus, the scattered spatial energy from the cube kept expanding his pocket dimension, killing several birds with one stone. By the time Eric arrived at Xavier's school, Hank and a group of students had already suited up, ready to rescue Professor X. In the crowd, Eric spotted the young Jean Grey and the boyishly handsome Scott Summers, Cyclops, sporting his signature quartz glasses. Looking at Cyclops, Eric couldn't help but size him up. This guy's power was to shoot energy beams from his eyes, but the trick was he didn't generate that energy himself. Instead, His eyes acted as portals to a dimension brimming with violent, raw power. His eyes merely served as the outlets. If he kept his beams going too long, even his eyes couldn't take it. Cyclops was an Omega-level mutant, and not just him, but his whole family was powerful. His father was a space pirate captain. His younger brother Havoc could tap into that same energy dimension, another Omega-level mutant, and his youngest brother Vulcan, even stronger, would one day wipe out the royal families of the Shi'ar Empire and crown himself emperor. And as if that weren't enough, he'd have a son, Cable, a powerhouse who'd spend a lifetime locked in a deadly rivalry with Deadpool, another Omega-level mutant. Eric, let's go already. Seeing Eric land, Hank could barely contain his urgency as he rushed to prep the jet. Hank, hold on. Are you really planning to take a bunch of kids to rescue Charles? They insisted on coming. I couldn't stop them. Hank's voice grew softer, and his gaze began to waver. In truth, he commanded considerable respect among the students. If he truly wanted to stop them, he could have. He simply felt that with a few more people, their chances of rescuing Professor X would be greater. Hearing his challenge, several students hurried to declare how powerful they were, how deep their bond with the professor ran, and how they would absolutely obey orders, one after another, making the scene an uproar of noise and emotion. Eric was speechless. They hadn't even reached the battlefield, and already chaos was breaking out. How were they supposed to fight like this? With a swift electromagnetic pulse, only Jean and Cyclops were left standing. You two will come with us. As for the rest, let them rest for a while. He made a quick trip to the backyard to fetch Juggernaut Marco, who was sunbathing, and the five of them boarded the plane. Hank, do you know where Charles is? It wasn't until they were in the air that Eric realized he hadn't even asked about their destination. He's in Egypt. The professor contacted me telepathically. They're in Egypt. Hank explained as he piloted the plane, relaying the information Professor X had shared. This time, the four horsemen recruited by Apocalypse included Magneto Max, the oldest and only male among them, Eric's counterpart in this universe, and the person Eric had always tried to avoid. The youngest was Storm Aurora Monroe, a future princess who had run away from Wakanda. The other two were both women, Mystique Raven, and a mutant codenamed Psylocke. How strange. Why did Apocalypse suddenly appear? With the enemy's strength clear, Eric couldn't help but wonder aloud about the villain's return. Oh, Charles said Apocalypse had been slumbering underground in Egypt. Last month, there was an earthquake, and the tremors woke him up. Hank explained. Eric fell silent. So, was this my fault again? After takeoff, Hank switched on the autopilot. Jean Grey sat nervously in her seat, twisting the hem of her shirt, her face filled with worry and tension. The handsome Cyclops murmured comfort to her, but his own face was just as uncertain. He seemed to be pursuing Jean, reaching several times for her hand, only to hesitate and pull back each time. Once aboard, Juggernaut immediately began to snore. After a quick check, Eric concluded it was because Ceterak, the evil god, had begun withdrawing his crimson magic, causing Juggernaut's powers to fade and leaving him in a constant drowsy state. Making use of a moment's lull, Hank deployed his own hacking software to infiltrate several classified agencies, gathering a wealth of information on Apocalypse. Insabanur, known as Apocalypse, was born during Egypt's first dynasty. He should be about 5,000 years old by now, and throughout human history, he has always been present, inciting wars everywhere. But as soon as Hank finished the first sentence of his introduction, Eric's expression changed. The history of Apocalypse he just heard was nothing like what he knew. He snatched Hank's laptop and, through satellite connection, linked up with the AI, Future, commanding her to scour the entire internet. For her, antivirus programs and firewalls were no more than paper barriers. In less than a minute, every corner of the world connected to the web had been swept through. A torrent of data was browsed, searched, screened, and then compiled for Eric. Eric, what just happened? Hank stood behind him, wide-eyed in astonishment. As a tech genius, he understood exactly what had just occurred, though it was almost too incredible to believe. You saw it right, Eric replied without turning his head, his attention fixed on the information about Apocalypse. It's enough that you know. Don't breathe a word of this to anyone. All right, I promise. Hank gulped, his eyes blazing with excitement. Eric, could you let me have a look? Eric turned, giving him an ambiguous, almost amused glance. What do you think? Okay, I get it. Hank's gaze dimmed. He understood it was impossible. After all, this was a one-of-a-kind artificial intelligence. There was no way Eric would simply let him access it. Shaking his head, Eric continued poring over the files. What he discovered next truly caught him off guard. In the world of the Emperor Thanos universe, Apocalypse's transformation ritual in ancient Egypt had been disrupted by rebels, and he was buried for 5,000 years, only to be accidentally unearthed in modern times. When the ritual was finally completed, he awakened and gained the power of regeneration. But this apocalypse was different. He had been abandoned as an infant, taken in by nomads wandering the desert, and raised under the brutal creed of survival of the fittest. He grew up amidst relentless combat. Upon reaching adulthood, his immense power led others to worship him as a god. He was never forced into a long slumber. Instead, for thousands of years, Apocalypse roamed the world, waging wars to test which nations and peoples were truly fit to survive. Because mutant awakenings followed cyclical patterns, he would periodically enter hibernation. When the number of mutants peaked, he would awaken to stir up chaos. When their numbers dwindled past a certain threshold, he would sleep again, biding his time. The last human record of him dated back over a century to the mid-19th century, the Victorian era in England. At that time, Charles Darwin had just proposed his theory of evolution. Apocalypse found Darwin's ideas remarkably compatible with his own and wanted to elevate Darwin, against all precedent, to the rank of one of his four horsemen. But Darwin coldly refused at that very moment. Another British scientist put forward an even more radical theory of evolution. He claimed that, in the near future, the Earth would see the emergence of a large number of mutants, a view that was unanimously rejected by the academic community. Apocalypse, however, found this perspective much more to his liking. He approached the scientist and altered his genetic code, granting him the gift of longevity. This British scientist was named Nathaniel Essex. After his transformation at the hands of Apocalypse, he began calling himself Mr. Sinister. These events are recorded in a 19th century wanted poster. According to the poster, Mr. Sinister conducted live human experiments and became a wanted man by the British government. Even Apocalypse's name appears in connection with these crimes. Mr. Sinister, Eric murmured thoughtfully, his brow furrowed. He remembered his first encounter with Professor X in this world, back when he was mastering control over the solar storm. At the time, Professor X had suspected that Magneto's clone was involved, claiming to have discovered someone secretly tracking the lives of mutants in an attempt to replicate them. Looking back, it seemed almost certain that this mysterious figure was none other than Mr. Sinister. He was not particularly famous, yet he was an indispensable figure in history. His most renowned achievement was the creation of Madeline Pryor, the clone of Jean Grey. And Cable, the legendary Cable, was the son of Madeline Pryor and Cyclops. Cable, one of the most famous time travelers in the Marvel Universe, was someone Eric regarded with great importance. Therefore, Mr. Sinister could not be eliminated, at least not until Cable was born. I'm getting sidetracked. Better focus on dealing with Apocalypse first. Eric slapped his cheeks lightly, forcing his attention back to the matter at hand. First, based on the available information, it seemed that Apocalypse fell into slumber during the Victorian era, after transforming Mr. Sinister. He was waiting for the golden age of mutants that Sinister had predicted, a time when mutants would flourish, until he was awakened by an earthquake Eric had inadvertently caused while searching for gravitonium. Second, it was likely that this Apocalypse had a different goal from the other. His abduction of Professor X probably wasn't motivated by grand ambitions of world domination. After all, nearly 10 hours had passed since Professor X had been taken, yet Apocalypse had neither seized control of the world's armies to launch nuclear missiles into space, nor used Professor X's powers to deliver any rousing, spine-tingling speeches to all of humanity. It made sense, really. Though both Apocalypses proclaimed themselves gods, there were significant differences between them. The Apocalypse from the Emperor Thanos universe had lived in the ignorant era of ancient Egypt, where he was worshipped as a deity. Naturally, he came to believe he truly was a god, destined to rule all humankind. When he awoke in the modern era, his mindset was still rooted in ancient Egypt. He brazenly demanded that humanity await his judgment, convinced that being ruled by him was a privilege for mankind. In the end, he was nothing more than a severe case of delusions of grandeur. But the Apocalypse of this universe is different. For thousands of years, he has roamed the world, constantly absorbing the ideas of different eras. He stirs up storms among mankind, yet observes them from a god's perspective and knows when to bide his time. Whenever mutants grow weak, he chooses to put himself into slumber, lying in wait for the next opportunity. On this point alone, he is countless times more formidable than the other Apocalypse. So then, why did Apocalypse capture Charles? Eric couldn't help but murmur to himself. Of course it's to find you. Hank suddenly let out a strange laugh. His eyes quickly turned a murky gray, and he tilted his head, staring at Eric with an eerie posture. Hank, what's wrong with you? Cyclops cried out, his hand moving to his quartz glasses, ready to strike at any moment. Jean Grey, setting aside her own fear and anxiety, mustered her courage and attempted to use her half-baked telepathy on Hank. Meanwhile, Juggernaut was snoring blissfully, lost in deep sleep. Hank slowly turned his head and cast his hollow gaze upon Jean Grey. Instantly, she coughed up blood and collapsed to the ground, weak and drained. He's so strong. Even stronger than the professor, she gasped. Apocalypse. He's possessed Hank. Everyone realized this at once. Everyone except Juggernaut, still lost in dreams. Eric swiftly summoned 100 layers of magnetic shields, weaving several more. Layers of gravitational barriers around himself, while the vibranium in his pocket dimension hovered, ready to become lethal projectiles at a moment's notice. There's no need to be so tense. I'm just a little impatient, so I'm going to take a look at my new body ahead of schedule. Hank's mouth curled into a wide, unnatural grin, a smile that looked anything but human. So, the great apocalypse fancies my body? What an honor. Eric sneered, though inwardly he was on the highest alert. I never imagined a fellow mutant could wield such power. Not only can you control solar storms, you can trigger earthquakes across the entire globe. Hank, or rather, Apocalypse, regarded Eric with appreciative eyes, as if examining a work of art. There are plenty of things you can't imagine, Eric scoffed, readying himself for a fight. No need to rush. I'm only borrowing his body for a moment. Soon, I'll be gone. Apocalypse forced another rigid smile. But tell me, my fellow mutant, why, when you're so powerful, do you choose to hide your true self? As he spoke, Apocalypse flicked a finger, and a strange energy shot forth, bypassing all of Eric's layered defenses and heading straight for him. Eric's face changed dramatically. Just from those words, he knew Apocalypse had already seen through his mutant identity. In this energy, there was no doubt it would expose the X gene he had worked so hard to conceal. He tried to dodge a few times, but soon realized the energy was locked onto him, tracking his every move. No longer holding back, Eric pointed his finger at the leading edge of the energy. A narrow portal in space opened up, swallowing the energy and sending it off to some unknown place. Apocalypse was visibly surprised, but then he laughed and said, "So you know much more than you let on. I look forward to meeting you in person." As soon as he finished speaking, Hank collapsed to the ground. Cyclops hurried forward to support him. After a long moment, Hank opened his eyes, dazed and confused. What happened? Did something go wrong? Eric stayed silent. This Apocalypse was far stronger than he had imagined, and any joy he'd felt over gaining the power of space had already vanished into thin air. Hank, after hearing Cyclops' account of what had happened, was shaken by the thought of having been mind-controlled. "Eric, what do we do now? How's Jean? Can she still fight?" Eric didn't answer Hank's question, not because he was avoiding it, but because he himself wasn't sure how to proceed. Jean struggled to her feet, stubbornly shaking her head to show she was fine. Eric nodded, saying nothing more. Jean truly seemed unharmed. She had only been rattled by Apocalypse's overwhelming psychic force. With the Phoenix Force as her shield, she would recover quickly. "Hank, how much longer until we arrive?" "Half an hour." "All right, I'll make some arrangements." Eric looked around at the group. All eyes were on him, except for Colossus, who was still snoring loudly in the corner. Eric rolled his eyes, then gave Colossus a sharp kick on the thigh. To Colossus, it felt more like a gentle scratch, but the jolt left Eric's own leg numb. Still, it got the job done. Colossus finally woke up. He rubbed his eyes, still groggy, and looked around blankly. "Is it time to eat?" "What glutton?" Eric smacked his forehead in exasperation. "Marco, there's a fight coming. Get up, a fight." At the mention of a battle, Colossus instantly snapped awake, excitement lighting up his face as he looked around. "Where's the enemy?" "They'll be here soon. You're in charge of Magneto." Eric assigned his own counterpart to Colossus. Colossus shrank back a little at the news. He'd once worked under Magneto and still had some feelings for him. The thought of facing him now made him hesitate, though truth be told, just a little. Life under Magneto had been nothing like the carefree days with Eric, where he could lounge around and still get paid. "Hank, you'll handle Raven." This pair was a fan favorite among many, so Eric decided to let them play out their love-hate dynamic. "Jean, Aurora Monroe is yours. Be careful not to hurt her. Her guardian is a friend of mine. Just restrain her." Storm was still young, her magical abilities not yet fully developed, and she likely had little defense against Jean's psychic control. "Scott, Psylocke is yours. And whatever you do, don't kill her. Her brother is terrifying. If he gets involved, not even all of us together could survive a single blow from him." Scott thought to himself, why are all the women I meet so complicated? Even my opponents have such powerful backing. Maybe I'm just doomed to be at odds with women. Should I consider finding a man-ins? Oh, shut up. Once the assignments were given out, it was only natural that the mightiest foe Apocalypse, would go to Eric. That was never up for debate. No one would challenge him for it. Eric, you say that as if I could easily swap with someone if I wanted to. Before long, the jet landed in front of a pyramid. The surroundings were barren, nothing but wasteland as far as the eye could see. Even from a distance, Apocalypse's blue-gray silhouette stood out starkly. Behind him were his 4 horsemen, and at his feet lay Professor X, unconscious. Welcome, my new vessel. Apocalypse opened his arms wide, as though he were greeting an old friend. Behind him, Mystique and Psylocke wore expressionless faces, while the young Storm Girl kept her gaze averted, not daring to meet Eric's eyes. But Magneto, ever since Eric's arrival, hadn't taken his eyes off him for a moment. He sensed, with uncanny clarity, that there was a strange connection between the two of them. Close, similar, peculiar, and tinged with a hint of hostility. It was a sensation he had never experienced before. Oh, thank you for your warm welcome, my new trophy. Eric shot back immediately, and he glanced at the 4 standing behind Apocalypse, and compared them to his own group. So, do we need to exchange any more pleasantries, or should we get straight to the fight? Just what I was thinking. If I win, your body is mine. If you win, Charles is yours, Apocalypse replied with a grin, gesturing to the unconscious professor at his feet. Eric snorted. You really know how to bargain, don't you? It's a win-win for you. Enough talk. Let's fight. Apocalypse chuckled softly, and with a sweep of his hand, the sand swirled together, forming a long spear. Let's fight. Eric answered undaunted. He reached beneath the earth, drawing up metallic dust and shaping it into a gleaming blade. Both men locked eyes, their auras escalating sharply. Massive energy built up between them, so much so that the clouds above began to swirl and darken, gathering overhead as if a torrential storm were about to break. Excuse me, let me just interrupt for a moment. Magneto suddenly spoke up, cutting through the rising tension and causing both men's energy to falter. I sense something familiar from you. Are you my son? I knew this would happen. Eric's face turned an interesting shade of green. As a Magneto from another universe, he understood all too well how his counterpart's mind worked. In the Marvel Universe, what is Magneto's greatest ability? Magnetic manipulation? No, it's his knack for fathering children. Polaris, Lorna Dane, Scarlet Witch, Wanda, Quicksilver, Pietro, the ill-fated little Anya, even Magnus, the son born from warped timelines. Countless romantic entanglements, innumerable illegitimate children. Not even Magneto himself could say how many offspring he truly had to S.O. When Magneto laid eyes on Eric, he sensed that familiar bloodline, that familiar aura, that familiar power. Who could blame him for making such assumptions? Even if their roles were reversed, and Eric stood in Magneto's place, knowing nothing of the man before him, he would have had the same suspicions. But understanding is one thing. Swallowing this insult is quite another. I'm your worst nightmare. Eric burst out in anger, hurling his long blade straight at Magneto. Magneto saw what was coming and realized he'd made a mistake. Watching the metal blade hurtle toward him, he gave a disdainful chuckle, raised his hand, and clenched it toward the weapon. Yet nothing happened. A flicker of embarrassment crossed Magneto's face. Magnetic energy surged around him as he mustered all his powers and tried again to seize the blade. But still, nothing worked. The blade was about to pierce his heart. For the first time, Magneto's composure faltered. He could almost see his own death, a master of metal, slain by a common steel blade. What a bitter irony. When the blade was just a foot from his chest, Apocalypse gave the barest twitch of his finger. Instantly, a mass of sand solidified before Magneto, blocking the weapon. Eric, holding back his full strength, sensed Apocalypse's intervention and withdrew his power. The long blade dissolved once more into a handful of metal dust, falling harmlessly to the ground. Let the soldiers fight the soldiers, and the generals face the generals. Apocalypse extended a hand toward Eric, raising his finger. In a beckoning gesture, in the next instant, a violet barrier enveloped Apocalypse, his figure growing faint before vanishing entirely. Eric felt the lingering spatial energy where Apocalypse had disappeared, a message left for him alone. With a wave of his hand, a portal opened. After a brief hesitation and a clenched jaw, he summoned a magnetic shield and leapt through. With the leaders gone, the 8 remaining combatants looked at each other, all seeming more than ready to call it quits. Only Juggernaut, blissfully oblivious and single-minded, remembered Eric's words. He was to deal with Magneto. After years of drawing a hefty salary from Eric without ever lifting a finger, Juggernaut's simple heart felt forever in his debt. Now, finally, he had a chance to prove himself, and he was determined to do his best. Letting out a thunderous roar, he thundered forward, charging like a wild bull straight at Magneto's camp. Clear the way. As Juggernaut's former boss, Magneto knew him well and understood that nothing could halt his charge. He grabbed Mystique and took to the air. Psylocke moved nimbly aside, while Storm, caught off guard and moving slowest, barely managed to sweep herself up on a gust of wind as Juggernaut barreled past. Beast and his companions exchanged glances and shrugged helplessly. Their generals had left the field. What else could they do but keep fighting? Meanwhile, Eric emerged from the portal, striving to maintain his composure and suppress the queasiness of the journey. His magnetic senses spread outward, and he eyed his surroundings with wary vigilance. The Sahara Desert, the land of origins. Not far away, Apocalypse stood facing the sun, arms wide open as if embracing the sunlight. I was abandoned here, and here I was taken in. This is my destination, and also where I began. Eric had no time to ponder the meaning behind his words. His eyes were fixed on Apocalypse, hands reaching toward the ground. Metallic particles mixed within the sand were drawn out, forming iron spheres that spiraled up his arms, swirling above his head. Seeing that Eric ignored him, Apocalypse cast him a sidelong glance, shook his head, and pointed a finger. Suddenly, several mounds of sand surged from the earth, rapidly solidifying into foot-long stone spikes that shot toward Eric. An eye for an eye. Eric lifted his palm, and the freshly forged iron spheres crackled with arcs of electricity. With perfect precision, they shattered the stone spikes, then, without losing momentum, hurtled straight for Apocalypse. With a wave of his hand, Apocalypse summoned a massive, jet-black stone monolith from below the earth. The electromagnetic projectiles struck its surface, raising only a wisp of dust, without leaving even a trace. The steel of life and time. Eric's pupils contracted sharply as he read the ancient script carved into the monolith. But clarity soon returned to his gaze. No, it's not. This is just a replica, conjured by Apocalypse's power. The real steel. But no matter what it is, it's tough enough. Even an electromagnetic cannon can't scratch it. Apocalypse pressed both palms forward, and the stone monolith tore free from the ground, soaring up before crashing down at Eric like a mountain falling from the sky. Eric acted with utmost caution. From his pocket dimension, he drew a wisp of spatial gemstone energy, layered it with intense magnetic fields, and shrouded it in a ball of lightning for concealment before hurling it at the monolith. The lightning sphere struck, dissolving into flickering sparks, but the spatial energy within slithered into the monolith like a living serpent. Eric clapped his hands lightly, opening a portal within the stone. Space twisted and tore. The monolith cracked and shattered, sucked into the spatial gate. Within seconds, nothing remained of it but a few scattered fragments on the ground. Even with the monolith destroyed, Apocalypse showed no concern. With another sweep of his arm, the desert behind him seemed to boil, rumbling. Like an earthquake, humps rose rapidly from the sand, and in the blink of an eye, giant scorpions, each as tall as a man, burst forth. Though formed from sand and rock, these scorpions looked entirely real, their pincers gleaming coldly, tails arched with barbed stingers, and 6 powerful stone legs pounding toward Eric. I've played with tricks like these before. Eric scoffed at the approaching swarm. Raising both hands, he summoned waves of inky black metallic powder from the earth. The metal dust gathered beside him, fusing into massive iron spheres that rolled toward the advancing scorpions. They crushed everything in their path. Not a single scorpion could withstand the weight. All were flattened as the iron spheres thundered. Onward, rolling relentlessly toward Apocalypse. That, of course, could do no harm to Apocalypse. With a casual wave of his hand, a surge of sand rose up beneath each iron ball, enveloping them, twisting and compressing them until several of the iron balls were transformed into stone spheres, now completely beyond Eric's control. Apocalypse hurled these stone spheres far into the distance. Then, a swirl of violet light ignited in his palm. He glanced at Eric, and a beam of purple energy shot forth from his hand, racing toward him. Eric responded instantly, sweeping his hand to open. A portal in front of him, its other end appeared right behind Apocalypse. The energy beam darted through the portal, emerging from the other side and striking Apocalypse squarely in the back. Yet, remarkably, this attack failed to inflict any injury. Apocalypse simply brushed the dust from his coat with an airy flick and flashed. Eric, a wide grin. "Show me something a little more impressive," he taunted, beckoning Eric forward once more, urging him to continue. But Eric was no fool. He could see it. Apocalypse was testing him. No, not testing. Apocalypse interjected, as if reading his thoughts. "I just want to inspect the merchandise." "Inspect the merchandise?" Eric scoffed inwardly. So that's how little he was regarded. With a cold, derisive chuckle, Eric traced a circle in the air, opening his personal pocket dimension. Silver motes of metallic dust drifted out, swirling and gathering behind him until they wove themselves into a shimmering silver cloak. Next came a helmet and armor. Clad in gleaming silver, Eric looked every bit the knight of medieval Europe. With a casual snap of his fingers, the armor shifted, darkening to black. At this moment, he had finally donned the full regalia of Magneto once again. Apocalypse eyed Eric's new appearance, and no matter how he looked at it, Magneto truly resembled the knight he'd just recruited to his side. Testing the waters, Apocalypse sent a tendril of psychic force toward him, only to find it blocked entirely by the helmet. "You know how to do this too?" Apocalypse exclaimed in surprise. "I know far more than you imagine," Eric replied with a sly grin. With a sweeping gesture to the ground, tendrils of metallic particles burst from the sand, coalescing into more than a dozen electromagnetic railgun tracks across the earth. "Cannons? Oomph. My fellow mutant. Human weapons are useless against us," Apocalypse declared, apparently unfamiliar with the true power of electromagnetic railguns, mistaking them for simple artillery. Eric offered no further explanation. He simply pointed at Apocalypse, and with a flash of lightning and a peal of thunder, one shell after another streaked toward Apocalypse like meteors. The very first shell punched a hole in Apocalypse's abdomen. Instantly, Apocalypse realized something was amiss. He raised his hand, conjuring a violet energy shield before him. The railgun shells struck the shield, setting off rippling purple halos, but they could not break through. Meanwhile, Apocalypse's wounds began visibly mending, and within a single breath, he was completely restored. "Impressive firepower," Apocalypse commented calmly, sheltered behind his glowing shield as shells rained down around him. "You know, it took a great deal of effort to find you." Apocalypse strolled toward Eric with a look of absolute confidence, unfazed by the barrage of electromagnetic cannon fire. He ambled along, chattering as if he were taking a leisurely walk and making small talk. "That time, a solar storm jolted me from my slumber. At first, I thought the Phoenix was raging again, so I drifted back to sleep." Eric's face grew darker and darker. This guy was just too insulting. "Just because I kept quiet, you think I'm weak? I'll draw a curse circle and wish you some bad luck." Threads of vibranium. Dust drifted from the swirling curse circles and gathered into electromagnetic shells. As Eric watched the smooth, deadly vibranium rounds take shape, a cold, mocking smile crept onto his lips. "It wasn't until the earthquake a month ago shook me awake again that I realized things might not be as I imagined," Apocalypse continued. His theatrics, now less than a dozen meters from Eric, a distance he could have crossed in a single stride, but instead took his sweet time. "After some investigation, I concluded that a fellow mutant with magnetic abilities was responsible. That's why I sought out Magneto first. But it wasn't him. I was going to kill him, but he gave me a name, Charles. He said Charles was the world's best tracking system, and sure enough, it only took a day for me to find you." "You talk too much," Eric snapped, a gleam of icy intent flashing in his eyes as the vibranium shells loaded into the cannon. The first shell shattered Apocalypse's energy shield. The second obliterated half his head. The third bored a clear, gaping hole through his chest. The fourth, the fifth. Just moments ago, Apocalypse had been putting on a show, but in the blink of an eye, he was blasted to pieces, no longer remotely human. But Eric knew this alone wouldn't be enough to kill him. The vibranium shells, still under Eric's control, flew back through the air and unraveled into shimmering wires. Like silver threads, they wove through Apocalypse's body, inside and out, binding him tight in a web of vibranium filaments. Stunned by this sudden turn, Apocalypse was caught off guard. Only when he found himself trussed up like a giant crab did he regain his composure. "Vibranium?" Eric didn't answer. He just let out a cold laugh and aimed both palms at his captive. A powerful magnetic field surged through the vibranium, making the metal glow hot and release intense waves of heat. At the same time, arcs of electricity danced through Apocalypse's body, bathing him in searing energy. "Let's see how long you last in my electromagnetic crab pot." Eric maintained the magnetic field, watching Apocalypse closely. At first, Apocalypse's face twisted in pain. But as time passed, his expression became eerily calm and blank. "You've made me angry," he said quietly. With that calm declaration, a strange ripple of energy swept over Apocalypse, and the next moment, Eric realized he had completely lost control over the vibranium binding his. Eric's face changed dramatically. Even across a distance of just over 10 meters, he could see with unsettling clarity that the vibranium threads entwined around Apocalypse's body had, in an instant, turned to sand and slipped away from him. Matter restructuring. Apocalypse had altered the vibranium at a molecular level, transforming the metal into sand in the blink of an eye. Such a monstrous ability. He'd once used this very power to craft a helmet for Magneto out of sand, and now he was simply reversing the process. Apocalypse's expression remained cold and severe. His body rapidly regenerated as he strode forward, a flash of purple light rippling around him. Then, in an instant, his figure vanished from Eric's sight. Eric had been standing at the ready, every nerve taut. The moment Apocalypse disappeared, his vibranium cloak fluttered up of its own accord, shielding the blind spot behind him. A dull thud echoed through the air. Apocalypse had indeed teleported behind Eric. His magnetic shield shattered instantly, unable to withstand a single blow. Though the vibranium cloak managed to block Apocalypse's fist at the last moment, a large section of it crumbled into sand. Suddenly, a strange repulsive force erupted, hurling both Eric and Apocalypse away from each other. Only a fool would choose to fight someone with such broken powers in close quarters. Eric cursed inwardly, frowning at the sanded portions of his cloak. Apocalypse's strength far surpassed anything he had anticipated. The matter restructuring alone had rendered nearly half his techniques useless and made him wary of any close combat. What if Apocalypse decided to turn part of his body into stone? Sure, being hard all the time had its perks, but what good was that if you couldn't feel anything? Close combat was absolutely out of the question. Vibranium was no longer reliable. The little he had would barely withstand a few more rounds of Apocalypse's tampering. Physical attacks were off the table. It was time to embrace his inner sorcerer. Sparks of electricity danced across Eric's body as he slowly rose into the air, lightning crackling all around him. Apocalypse shot him a cold glance, sneered, and lifted off as well. Eric's eyes began to glow white, electric serpents weaving through his hair. Bolts of lightning wrapped around him, making him appear every bit the god of thunder. In his hand, a lightning bolt as thick as a barrel took shape, only for him to hurl it furiously at Apocalypse. With a casual wave, Apocalypse conjured a shimmering purple shield before him. No matter how wildly the lightning raged, it could not break through his defense. Don't waste your effort. I've seen enough of your tricks. You're no match for me. Surrender your body, and I might be merciful. You perverted old freak. All I wanted was a fight, and here you are, lusting after my body. Eric's face shifted through every shade of indignation, ashen, blue, and furious black. But Apocalypse couldn't care less about Eric's inner turmoil. He attacked relentlessly, his goal singular, Eric's body. With self-regeneration at his disposal, as long as he preserved the vital parts, he could transfer and restore himself in an instant. From Apocalypse's palms, beams of energy burst forth, each one unleashing bizarre and unpredictable phenomena with a host of elemental powers. Some of the attacks burst into flames. Some were laced with icy cold, some were as black as ink, and others shone as white as snow. At first, Eric could still rely on spatial energy to perform his grand spatial shifts. But as the battle wore on, all kinds of energies began to clash chaotically. Some even interfered with the spatial energy itself, causing his portals to open right beside him, startling him so much that he dared not use them recklessly anymore. Forced into a corner, he could only rely on his magnetic shield and vibranium armor to withstand the onslaught. This can't go on, Eric muttered, huddled beneath the magnetic shield, his brow tightly furrowed. Apocalypse wielded far too many powers. Often, when a person has too many abilities, it means they cannot master them all. They usually focus on refining a select few, while the rest merely serve as support. But Apocalypse was different. He had ample time to squander, and a lifespan long enough to perfect mastery over every single one of his abilities. Just like now, whether it was offense or defense, matter manipulation or spatial teleportation, Apocalypse wielded every power with effortless fluency. Not only could he switch between them seamlessly, he could even use several at once, each bursting with formidable might. Looks like I'll have to use the old trick I used on Carol. What trick was that? Of course, it was drawing upon the magnetic field of an entire planet. He refused to believe Apocalypse could withstand the force of a whole world. No sooner thought than done. Eric thrust out his hands, expanding the reach of his magnetic shield, then opened a portal and leapt through. Deprived of Eric's energy, the magnetic shield shattered in an instant. All the chaotic energies crashed together, triggering a massive explosion. Flames mingled with dazzling bursts of energy, blotting out the sky and perfectly concealing Eric's movements. Apocalypse was a bit surprised. He certainly didn't believe that paltry barrage could have obliterated Eric's body. Could it be that Eric, choosing death before dishonor, had destroyed himself rather than submit? As these wild speculations flashed through his mind, Eric swooped back from behind him, And not only that, but trailing behind him was a colossal serpent of metal. Seeing Eric return, Apocalypse suddenly grinned, shaking his head. You should have run. Running isn't really my style. At least not anymore, Eric said, shrinking his neck a bit in embarrassment before quickly regaining his composure. With a dramatic sweep of his arm, the metal dragon behind him dove straight for Apocalypse. It's useless, Apocalypse sneered, his purple energy shield flaring brighter as it blocked the metal dragon without budging an inch. Tons of metal smashed into the shield and were instantly pulverized, erupting in a shower of sparks, then vaporized completely, leaving the shield wreathed in a swirling cloud of sparks and mist. Eric redoubled his efforts, summoning an even greater tide of metal from underground, hurling it into the fray against the immovable barrier. Surely this will do the trick? Eric gazed at the strange mass hanging in the sky, unsure how to even describe it. He nodded to himself, drew a circle in the air, and opened his pocket dimension to retrieve the cosmic cube. His mastery over spatial powers had only just begun. Moving things around on Earth was manageable, but when it came to venturing off-planet, he still had to rely on this precious artifact. Clutching the cosmic cube, Eric quietly moved beneath Apocalypse, picked a set of spatial coordinates from within the cube that seemed far, far away, and activated it. A swirl of blue mist spread out, positioned directly below Apocalypse. Eric spread his arms, switching his power from magnetism to gravity. Come down here, you old brute, he shouted. Instantly, the gravitational pull between Apocalypse and Earth multiplied 1,000-fold. Even someone as powerful as Apocalypse struggled to resist that crushing force, plummeting straight into the blue mist and vanishing without a trace. Eric hurried to shut down the cosmic cube, then reopened it at a spot just slightly offset from the previous coordinates, and leaped in himself. The moment he arrived, Eric was overwhelmed by a vast, unimaginable psychic force that filled the air. Through this psychic presence alone, he could sense Apocalypse's boundless rage. Using his spatial abilities to cloak himself, and masking his magnetic field while bending visible light around him, Eric slipped behind a large boulder. He connected with the planet's geomagnetic field, carefully tracking Apocalypse's position. As soon as he activated his magnetic sense, Eric's expression changed drastically. There were clear signs of civilization here. This was not the kind of place he'd wanted to end up. He had no intention of destroying an entire civilization just to deal with Apocalypse. But the more he probed, the stranger things seemed. This planet undoubtedly had a civilization, yet he could not sense any intelligent life. There were buildings, vehicles, resembling cars, and Eric even detected laser weaponry and spaceships, evidence of a civilization more advanced than Earth's, one that had already reached out into space. Yet everything was shrouded in dust. Apart from mindless wild animals, Eric could not sense a single human or humanoid intelligent being. It looks like this planet's civilization was wiped out, and not too long ago either. He shook his head in sorrow. The scars of war were apparent on every house, ship, and weapon. Many devices inside buildings still hummed with life, though their owners were long gone. This is the universe for you, a cruel, unforgiving universe, Eric muttered bitterly, focusing his attention on the geomagnetic fields. Through this connection, he sensed that Apocalypse had calmed down and was now moving purposefully within the planet, clearly searching for him. Even someone as mighty as Apocalypse wouldn't dare attempt blind interstellar teleportation in such a vast universe. The area Apocalypse was searching grew wider and wider. Time was quickly running out for Eric. On the other side, Apocalypse had just been teleported by Eric, and his fury was palpable. He believed Eric had exiled him to some distant planet. Such tricks were nothing new. Those mages on Earth were quite adept at them. Though his anger burned hot, he wasn't worried. Given enough time, he could easily return to Earth using his own power. But soon, Apocalypse sensed another ripple in space. In an instant, he understood Eric's true intention. This body he'd chosen was meant to keep him trapped on this planet forever. How foolish. Apocalypse sneered inwardly, searching for Eric's location while at the same time scornfully dismissing his plan. He could also tell that this planet had suffered slaughter not long ago, 10 years at most, but it didn't trouble him. Such devastation was a daily occurrence across the universe. Despite rarely leaving Earth, his knowledge of the cosmos far surpassed that of most humans. Surveying the shattered ruins around him, Apocalypse gradually pieced together the planet's identity. It was Slykin, the ancestral home of the Zayaberry people. Unaware that Apocalypse had already discovered where they were, Eric continued to focus all his energy on absorbing the planet's magnetic field. According To his senses, Apocalypse would only need 5 more jumps to track him down. But that wasn't nearly enough time for him to finish unleashing his full power. Desperation drove Eric to absorb the energy even faster. The vast magnetic force surged into his body, so overwhelming that he barely had time to transform it into his own mutant abilities. The new energy compressed the old, pushing it deeper and deeper. Against the might of an entire planet's power, his formidable physique was like that of an ant. He might be torn apart at any moment. Beads of sweat as large as peas rolled down his cheeks. Veins bulged across his face, threatening to burst. His eyes, bloodshot, glowed an ominous red, and his steel teeth ground together with a sharp, grating sound. The pain was excruciating, many times worse than when he'd taken the super soldier serum. So, this is where you're hiding. Apocalypse's arrival was even swifter than Eric had anticipated, but Eric had no time to spare for him. This was the critical moment. The slightest slip, and the surging energy would destroy him from within. With only a glance, Apocalypse grasped what Eric was attempting. There was no way he would let him succeed. With a cold chuckle, he swept his hand, hurling the massive boulder Eric was using for cover down toward him. Eric shot Apocalypse a sidelong glance and flicked his finger. Instantly, the boulder lost its weight, and a surge of repulsive force sent it hurtling skyward. It gathered speed, and soon, friction with the air ignited a ring of flames around it. Without pause, Eric pressed his hand down in Apocalypse's direction. A thunderous boom shattered the silence. The ground beneath Apocalypse caved in by several meters, as if struck by an enormous, invisible fist. The very center of the colossal palm stood Apocalypse, weighed down by an unimaginable gravity. Yet he stood tall and defiant, not even lowering his head. Gravity again? Child's play. Apocalypse sneered with disdain, striding steadily toward Eric without the slightest hesitation. Eric did not answer. With another wave of his hand, the gravity binding Apocalypse abruptly turned into a repulsive force. Instantly, Apocalypse shot skyward like a cannonball and vanished from sight in the blink of an eye. Seizing the brief respite, Eric hastened the absorption of energy, concentrating all his will on controlling the geomagnetic field. Before long, a furious roar echoed from above. Apocalypse plummeted from the sky, headed straight for Eric's location. This time, however, he had learned his lesson. A strange energy coiled around him, offsetting Eric's gravitational pull. So close! Eric roared, forcing himself to his feet. He raised his arms high, his face contorted in a grimace of pain. The magnetic field around him raged nearly out of control. Countless capillaries burst across his skin, staining his clothes crimson with blood. The massive magnetic energy churned and howled around him, with lightning erupting overhead like a stormy sky, shrouding him in its electric fury. Yet Apocalypse showed no fear. With the experience of millennia behind him, he had faced countless powerful foes. This adversary was but another star in the vast night sky. As Apocalypse's foot was about to descend, Eric's eyes flew wide open. With a mighty gesture, he tore both hands apart as if ripping the heavens themselves. Countless bolts of lightning split at his command. Beneath Apocalypse's feet, a rift flickering with blue light cracked open. Wild spatial energy raged within, forcing Apocalypse to halt abruptly at its edge. This old trick again. Apocalypse snorted coldly, preparing to circumvent the spatial rift. But before he could, the rift suddenly expanded, gaping wide like a monstrous maw, lunging to swallow him whole. Two powerful arms, wreathed in a violet glow, shot out. Apocalypse braced himself against the edges of the rift, refusing to be pulled in. At the same time, a surge of violet radiance burst from his body, the force of his spatial abilities turning the rift a deep violet. With a forceful motion, he clapped his hands together, capturing the rift and flinging it toward Eric as if it were nothing. The violet rift tumbled into the endless sea of lightning, like a fish tossed into a boiling cauldron. The sea of lightning surged and tossed, but soon fell eerily silent. Apocalypse fixed his gaze on the stormy sea, his expression growing grim. He could sense with perfect clarity that Eric's aura had now reached its zenith, even surpassing his own by far. My apologies for keeping you waiting. With a sweep of his hand, the furious sea of lightning collapsed into a single flash, which Eric drew into his palm, leaving behind only a glowing point of light. As for the rift that had been tainted by Apocalypse's power, it had already vanished without a trace. This moment, Eric radiated an overwhelming power from head to toe. Lightning patterns flickered across his vibranium helmet, and the cape on his back billowed as if caught by an invisible wind, crackling now and then with arcs of electricity. You truly are remarkable. Apocalypse hovered in the air, gazing down at Eric from above. Yet, the arrogance in his eyes had vanished completely. Even he dared not claim victory lightly against Eric in this state. "You're the second person to call me special." "Oh no, my apologies, the first. That other one can hardly be called human." Eric let out a soft chuckle, and in a blink, his figure vanished. Apocalypse had been watching his opponent closely, but he couldn't catch even the slightest trace of how Eric had disappeared. An immense sense of danger pressed in on him, yet, no matter how he searched, Eric was nowhere to be found. Forced to act, Apocalypse summoned his full power, enveloping himself in an energy shield, bracing for Eric's assault. "It's useless," a whisper drifted past his ear. Startled, Apocalypse swung his fist to the left, but a heavy blow struck him from the right instead. The punch landed with such force that Apocalypse was sent hurtling through the sky, trailing like a meteor as he tore through the atmosphere. The searing pain bent him double, and only after several seconds did his formidable healing ability mend the injury to his waist, allowing him to regain control of his body. But before he could make another move, a fist materialized out of nowhere above his head and drove him mercilessly into the ground. With a thunderous crash, Apocalypse was slammed deep beneath the earth, shattering the land for miles around. No sooner had the echoes faded than another deafening impact followed, and he was blasted back up to the surface. One punch after another rained down, relentless. Apocalypse was battered about like a ping-pong ball, each strike pure physical force. Yet the sheer kinetic energy behind them made it impossible for his body to heal in time. Eric, in contrast, hadn't moved from his spot. That's right, he hadn't taken a single step. Each time, he drew his fist back to his waist, then struck forward with full force. Before him, a portal the size of a wash basin would appear, and at its far end was always Apocalypse's blue-gray skin. The distance between them seemed to vanish. Eric could see every single hair on Apocalypse's body with perfect clarity. Apocalypse had long since lost control over his own form. His regenerative power worked tirelessly to mend his battered flesh, but the damage came far faster than he could recover. In no time at all, one of his arms had been pounded into nothing more than dust. "Excuse me for taking the day off. I have some matters to attend to, and I sincerely apologize. There's not much more to say. Everyone knows the reason for today's leave, and saying more would only invite trouble, so I'll just leave it at that. Taking leave. I'm still working overtime right now, and it looks like I'll be at it for another hour or so. Please allow me this time off. Things have been hectic lately, my mind's in a whirl, and I'm truly sorry. Apocalypse. The first mutant. A god. Still lusting after my body?" Eric muttered, as if possessed, his words tumbling out in a low, relentless stream. With every sentence, he landed another blow on Apocalypse. In that moment, he no longer cared about the fate of the planet. He was driven by a single, primal urge to eliminate this overwhelming threat once and for all. On Slicken, the planet reeled as magnetic fields surged chaotically. Mountains shifted, rivers reversed their flow, and the land itself twisted into an apocalyptic tableau. Before long, as the magnetic energy reached its peak, the planet's poles flipped in an instant. Doomsday had arrived. Mountains crumbled, the oceans roared in fury, continents vanished beneath the waves, and the seabed soared skyward. Scenes that belonged only to end-of-the-world films unfolded before Eric's eyes. Shocked awake by the devastation, Eric turned his attention back to Apocalypse, only to find that all that remained was a head and a fragment of shoulder. Yet somehow he was still alive. That monstrous regenerative ability kept piecing his body back together. As Eric halted his assault, he saw Apocalypse's eyes clearing, as if he were moments away from regaining full control. "Freak!" Eric cursed inwardly. That was the power of an entire planet, and yet it still couldn't kill him. Summoning what was left of Apocalypse's body, Eric placed his hands against his temples. The magnetic field whirled, and blinding blue light burst from his palms. It was plasma, born from fierce magnetic fields ionizing the air, its searing heat rivaling the surface of the sun. Against a foe with such grotesque self-healing, the only solution was to obliterate every last cell. "Ah, no. Please don't kill me." The agony jolted Apocalypse awake, and he stammered out a desperate plea. "I know, so many secrets." "Secrets?" Eric sneered, unmoved. "No secret will save you, you lecherous old pervert. Me Michelangelo is still alive." Apocalypse blurted out, and for an instant, Eric's hands froze, but only for an instant, before he resumed his attack with renewed force. "Of course I know Michelangelo's alive. Not just him, Newton's still around too." Eric retorted with a cold, mirthless laugh, watching as half of Apocalypse's head vaporized between his palms. "It was Imhotep who designed your consciousness transfer device, wasn't it? You, Apocalypse's single remaining eye bulged in disbelief. The Order of the Sacred Shield. Of course I know, Eric whispered, watching Apocalypse's remains crumble to ash in his hands. After all, in another universe, I was one of them. The Special Division. Those weren't just empty words. With Apocalypse dealt with at last, Eric finally had a moment to explore the planet in earnest. Though his own actions had left much of the world in ruins, a few structures on the continent still stood, stubbornly defying the devastation. Eric inspected each piece of metal equipment one by one, scrutinizing them carefully, until at last he discovered a clue. It was something akin to a television, and inside it remained a fragment of video. A massive figure with purple skin sat firmly in place, while a little green-skinned girl stood timidly before him. She reached out and took an ornate dagger from his hand. Behind the girl stretched a vast army, slaughtering others of her own green-skinned kind. Skrullos, the planet of the Skrulls. Gamora, the Mad Titan. Thanos. Eric stared at the enormous purple figure, his heart pounding fiercely in his chest. It was because of this man that he had abandoned his own universe, crossing over into this one. So it seems Gamora has already been taken in as Thanos' adoptive daughter. By my calculations, this should be about the right time. Eric lowered, his head pressing his palm against his chest. Memories from the past flashed before his eyes, and after a long moment, he finally let out a deep breath. Thanos, I backed down last time, but this time, I won't retreat a single step. Back on Earth, Eric had already stowed away his helmet and cloak. Such gear was not yet suitable to appear on this planet. The moment he stepped through the portal, the scene before him left him utterly stunned. He never would have imagined that his carefully selected teammates had been completely overwhelmed. First was Hank versus Mystique. This old homebody had always harbored a secret crush on Mystique, but in terms of abilities, he should have been able to suppress her entirely. Moreover, Mystique would never truly harm him, a key reason Eric had assigned him to face her. Yet now, Hank had somehow been subdued by Mystique, and all she'd suffered in return were a few claw marks on her arm. Hank, did you go easy on her on purpose? Eric was beyond exasperated. With a surge of electromagnetic energy, he knocked Mystique to the ground. No, Eric, I didn't. Hank stammered, completely tongue-tied. His sky-high intellect couldn't save his awkward speech. Eric shook his head, pointing at Mystique. Keep your eyes on her. Don't let anything else go wrong. Elsewhere, Jean faced off against Storm. According to Eric's plan, Jean only needed to use her telepathy to control Storm. She was supposed to be the simplest opponent. But shockingly, Jean had ignored her easy, convenient psychic abilities and was instead using only telekinesis and similar powers to duel with Storm. Jean, what are you doing? Eric's tone was filled with disappointment. As soon as the two girls saw him approach, they stopped immediately. Jean glanced nervously at Eric. Professor Charles told me not to use my telepathy if I could help it. You really are an obedient one, Eric said, rolling his eyes and gesturing for young Storm to come over. Of course, Professor X forbade Jean from using her psychic powers out of fear. She'd overextend herself and unleash the sealed phoenix within her. Aurora, what are you doing here? Uncle Eric. The young Storm looked at him with a hint of shyness in her eyes, but even more with the eager anticipation one has when meeting an idol. Were you really the one who controlled the solar storm last time? I want to be as powerful as you. You don't know. Chala doesn't even believe me. He doesn't believe anyone could control a solar storm at all. She went on, chattering away, clearly aggrieved at her fiancé's lack of faith in her abilities. After comforting the two girls, Eric hurried off to rescue Scott, Cyclops, who, at this very moment, was being relentlessly pursued by Psylocke. With a tap of his finger, Eric increased the gravity around Psylocke, amplifying it by dozens of times in an instant. Though she was in excellent shape, she simply couldn't withstand that much gravity and was immediately pinned to the ground, unable to get up. Scott, what are you doing? Don't you know she's a warrior and you're more like a mage? Kite her, keep your distance. Haven't you ever played an online game? Do I really need to teach you these basic moves? Scott looked utterly baffled. Sir, what's an online game? What do you mean by kiting? I'm a mutant, not a mage. And besides, didn't you say her brother is really powerful? I didn't dare go all out. Eric was speechless for a moment. Your tech is behind. You've never played online games. And somehow that's my fault? With 3 minor opponents out of the way, Eric straightened his clothes before heading off to meet his counterpart. He knew full well that the Juggernaut was no match for Magneto. The only reason Eric sent him to confront Magneto in the first place was because Juggernaut was tough enough to buy him some time. Just like now, Magneto hovered in the air while Juggernaut scoured the ground for rocks to hurl at him. If Magneto tried to leave, Juggernaut would bombard him with stones. And if things really got out of hand, he still had a trick up his sleeve. one that Eric had given him just in case. But it seemed that trick wouldn't be necessary after all. "You've finally returned. I have some questions that I hope you'll answer," Magneto said, apparently not at all surprised by Eric's reappearance. "No need to make things so complicated." Eric floated to face Magneto, looking at his older counterpart. He raised a finger, sending out a surge of electromagnetic waves packed with vast amounts of information. Magneto focused, taking in the flood of data, his expression growing more and more incredulous as he stared at the younger Eric, eyes wide. "Is this true?" "As real as it gets," Eric replied with a smile, spreading his hands. "So, what does the future hold for mutants?" Magneto truly lived up to his reputation. The Brotherhood's leader who would challenge the whole world for the sake of his people. Having just learned Eric's true identity, his very first question was for the future of all mutants. "Max, you must understand, mutants have always been a part of humanity," Eric sighed. "Mutants are the result of celestial experiments on humans. Humanity itself is the root of all mutants. No, mutants are evolution. They are the future of humanity." Eric's words seemed to shake the very belief Magneto had clung to all his life, making his voice almost roar with defiance. "Max, stop deceiving yourself. You must have noticed by now, mutant births occur in cycles. Now, or rather, over the past decade or so, has been the peak era for the emergence of mutants. But in recent years, the awakening of the X gene has become more and more difficult. Perhaps in a few decades, or even 100 years, even without any outside interference, it will be almost impossible for new mutants to appear." "That's impossible," Magneto bellowed, the magnetic field around him surging wildly, sending a storm of metal objects flying in all directions. Eric raised a hand, gently soothing the raging magnetic field, and then sent a pulse of electromagnetic energy toward Magneto, calming his turbulent emotions. Over 100 years ago, the British scientist Nathaniel Essex put forward this very theory. Regrettably, he was right. Eric stepped forward, placing a reassuring hand on Magneto's shoulder, and guided him back down to the ground. "Do mutants truly have no future?" Magneto closed his eyes in silence, and in that moment, it was as if the weight of decades had settled upon him. The golden age of mutants has lasted barely a century. Even if mutants ruled over humanity now, in a few decades, mutants would still fade back into the human population. "A few decades, you say? Then those decades are what I want." Magneto fixed his gaze on Eric, his presence surging with renewed determination. "What comes after, I don't care. I want these decades." Eric suddenly smiled. This was Magneto. No matter the obstacles ahead, he would never give up. Magneto was not just a man, he was a spirit. "Very well, I'll help you." Leaving Magneto and the other mutants to reminisce with Professor X, Eric ventured alone into the newly erected pyramid that Apocalypse had just constructed. Deep within, an exceptionally intricate transference device awaited. It was this very device that granted Apocalypse the means to seize the abilities of other mutants. And the architect of this machine was Imhotep, refiner of Egyptian ritual, pioneer of astronomy, designer of the first pyramid, and founder of the Brotherhood of the Shield. The ancient Egyptians revered him as the god of medicine and wisdom. He once led his people to vanquish the alien brood invaders. At that time, Apocalypse had been merely his subordinate. Imhotep established the Brotherhood of the Shield, a society that has endured to this day. Throughout history, many illustrious figures have counted themselves among its ranks. Michelangelo, Zhang Heng, Galileo, Da Vinci, Newton, Tesla, Howard Stark. One renowned name after another, each a household word, together form the most brilliant and yet most secretive organization in human history. It is the least well-known, and at the same time, the one that has left the deepest mark on the course of humanity. Both SHIELD and HYDRA, in fact, are products of a schism within the Brotherhood of the Sacred Shield. The eagle emblem of SHIELD traces its origin back to the hawk motif on Imhotep's shield. In a certain sense, SHIELD and Hydra are but two sides of the same coin. Eric felt the intricate network of metal within the pyramid, his gaze piercing through the massive structure to rest on the pure gold capstone at its peak. What a stroke of genius! Just how many centuries ahead of their time was the Brotherhood of the Sacred Shield? He mused. It's a pity. Back then, I only managed to study the records about the cosmic cube. Eric silently lamented his missed opportunity. Back in a universe ruled by Emperor Thanos, in his quest to break through the barriers between universes, he had gone to great lengths to join the Sacred Shield Brotherhood. It was there that he discovered the blueprint for that very method, and even found a small shard of the cosmic cube. I wonder if the Brotherhood exists in this universe, and if they would ever accept me. Eric's mind wandered as he idly waved his hand, drawing all the metal from inside the pyramid, compressing it effortlessly, and sinking it into the earth. The materials used in this device weren't anything special, just common gold and the like. The true value lay in the intricate patterns etched inside. The pyramid, all of which Eric had already memorized. The leftover gold, reshaped by Apocalypse's matter manipulation, meant little to him now. With Apocalypse vanquished, his four horsemen no longer had a cause to serve. There was no deep-seated enmity between them and Eric's group. Upon learning of their former master's demise, they quickly abandoned him and boarded Hank's plane. Magneto and Mystique had followed Apocalypse for the sake of the mutant future, Storm and Psylocke for power. Hank and his friends had come to rescue Professor X, betrayed by his closest ally. Though their goals differed, each had gained what they sought. The mood on the plane was light, filled with laughter and conversation, a far cry from the life-and-death struggle they'd just endured. Hank, I have to ask, why is it that when something like this happens, you always call me first? Eric plopped down between Hank and Mystique, playing the role of the ever-present third wheel. Eric, Hank replied, their cheerful moment broken. He hesitated, clearly uneasy. It's because you're Arik. Your name comes first in my contacts. Of course I call you first. Eric's expression instantly darkened. Buddy, you're supposed to be one of the smartest people on Earth. How could you make such a rookie mistake? My name is Eric, not Arik. Oh, really? Sorry, I was so flustered at the time that I didn't look carefully. Hank apologized quickly, his blue fur shaking as he spoke, making him look just like a blue lion. Who entered the numbers in the phone book? At that, Hank pointed to the still-sleeping Juggernaut. It was Marco who did it. Eric was left speechless. Entrusting this task to that big oaf? You must have nerves of steel. At this moment, Magneto strolled over and patted him on the shoulder. That's exactly why I changed my name back to Max. Oh, so the old phone book at the academy was also Marco's handiwork. No, it was Charles. He deliberately misspelled my name, so he could put himself at the top of the list. Hearing this, Eric glanced over at Professor X, who maintained his polite smile at the side, and suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Good friends, what a lifelong bond. After escorting Professor X back to Xavier's school for gifted youngsters, Eric and Magneto talked long into the night, forging a comprehensive plan to save mutant kind. Magneto weighed the pros and cons, then modified the plan from his own perspective, creating version 2.0. Soon after, he left with Mystique in tow. Hank was deeply saddened by the departure of his secret crush. To distract himself, he threw himself entirely into developing artificial intelligence. After witnessing Eric's AI in action, even without seeing the source code, he gained many valuable insights. Perhaps the X-Men's own version of an AI crisis would emerge much sooner than expected. Professor X had no idea what the two Magnetos had been plotting. In fact, he hadn't even realized that Eric was also Magneto. He had more pressing matters at hand. Mr. Sinister, a villain he'd been investigating for ages, had finally been exposed thanks to Eric's artificial intelligence. He now knew the name, but the enemy's true objective, their exact location, and the number of henchmen remained a mystery. It would take painstaking investigation. The adversary seemed to possess some device capable of blocking psychic powers, even evading detection by Cerebro. Juggernaut Marco went right back to his deep slumber. Perhaps Sidorak, that ancient homebody, took a perverse pleasure in watching others slowly lose hope and strength. Marco's powers were draining away at a glacial pace, irreversible and incurable. Young Storm was left at Xavier's school by Eric. If she wanted to become stronger, there was no better way than to keep learning. Even Eric himself was constantly delving into the mysteries of the four fundamental forces. But what surprised Eric most was Psylocke. The sultry woman actually came to him of her own accord, eager to join his team. Her goal was simple, to make money. She used to work for the mutant shoulder tappers, but after hearing from Red Tank that Boss AI was generous and gullible, paying people just to sleep, she naturally chose to join his team. Of course, Eric welcomed her with open arms. This girl had it all. Looks, a killer figure, real talent, and an impressive background. She was a rare find, the kind of opportunity you'd be hard-pressed to stumble upon even with a lantern in hand. Eric immediately declared, "Sleep however you like. Sleep with the boss. Even, that's all fine by me." As for her outrageously powerful big brother, Eric didn't even bother to ask. There was no point. He belonged to Merlin's elite corps, still fighting tooth and nail to resist the snap, while they'd already become the Watchers of the Multiverse. With Psylocke in tow, Eric returned to New York and received another invitation from Nick Fury to witness the awakening of an American legend. Captain America was about to be revived, had been unearthed ahead of schedule, and would soon return to consciousness. Fury's intentions couldn't have been clearer. Captain America was the nation's first superhero, formidable in his own right, but in modern times, his symbolic value far outweighed his abilities. As director of S.H.I.E.L.D., Fury couldn't risk anything happening to Captain America. After all, the man had been frozen for over 50 years, and no one could guarantee he'd be the same person upon waking. Eric's presence was a precaution, just in case anything unexpected occurred. Mr. Eric, thank you so much for finding him. Coulson grasped Eric's hand the moment they met, his gratitude overflowing, as if he were greeting an old comrade from years past. It was nothing. I like him too, Eric replied with a smile, gently pulling his hand away. If he let this handshake go on any longer, people might start getting the wrong idea, especially with all those ambiguous looks from the others. Really? You're a fan too? No wonder you went into so much trouble to track him down. I've collected tons of Captain America cards. Some of them are super rare. I'm going to ask him for an autograph later, and after that, we can look at them together, and then... Coulson kept chattering on, completely oblivious to Eric's awkward expression. All right, quiet down. It's about to start. Fortunately, Nick Fury stepped in to rescue him, and at that moment, Eric couldn't have been more grateful. On the surveillance screen, a nurse administered the final dose of medicine to Captain America and quietly exited the room to await instructions outside. The room itself was a perfect recreation of 1940s America. Every detail, from the decorations on the walls to the household items, matched the era flawlessly. The only giveaway was the baseball game playing on the radio. Of course, that was a minor flaw, and Eric had no intention of telling Fury about it. Even though the timeline had moved forward by nearly 10 years, everything unfolded just as it had in the original story. Captain America woke up without any trouble, yet he remained cautious as ever. Picking up the inconsistency in the baseball broadcast on the radio, he quickly saw through the ruse, took down several S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, and burst out of the makeshift hospital. But this time, things were different. Waiting for him outside was Eric. Captain, let's not get carried away. How about we sit down and talk? With a calm smile, Eric pressed Captain America to the floor with one hand. Who are you people? The captain was still struggling, always ready to spring up and take Eric on if he saw the chance. I apologize for the charade, soldier. Nick Fury strode in from the shadows, his long black trench coat and bald head with that signature eye patch giving him an air of authority. But we needed time to lay all our cards on the table for you. Cards? What cards? Captain America stopped resisting, his gaze fixed on Nick Fury, suspicion written all over his face. You've been asleep this whole time, Captain. Nearly 60 years have gone by. Captain America clearly struggled to accept the truth. Even after Eric let go, he stayed on the floor for a long moment before slowly getting to his feet, looking lost. I still owe her a dance, he murmured. Eric shook his head silently, resisting the urge to tell him the cold, hard truth. Your time has passed, old friend. Your future self has already swept your goddess off her feet. You ended up outmaneuvering yourself. After that, Nick Fury tasked Eric with explaining over 50 years of history to the captain, a tedious job Fury was only too happy to avoid. Under Agent Coulson's plaintive stare, Eric closed the door, glanced up at the surveillance cameras in the corners, flipped the bird to Fury watching behind the screens, and then took out his lighter. All right, Captain, they can't see us now. I'm not a fan of being watched like some circus animal. Eric tossed a thick stack of files to the captain and sprawled out in a chair. The captain approved of Eric's approach, picked up the files, and began to read them carefully, page by page, pausing now and then to ask questions, though unsurprisingly, his greatest concern was about Carter. The files contained the most detailed records on Carter. When the captain learned she had married, Eric could clearly see 2 silent tears trace down his cheeks. There was nothing Eric could do to help with that. He just shrugged and watched as a strong man's emotions broke through. The files were soon finished. The latter half focused on the origins and current state of S.H.I.E.L.D., ending with a striking photo of Nick Fury in all his glory. The captain stared at the photo for a long time. His name is Nick Fury? Of course. If you prefer, you can just call him Hardboiled. The captain didn't take the bait. Instead, he frowned in confusion. Back in World War II, my Howling Commandos had a Nick Fury too. He was a lieutenant, also African-American, looked a lot like him. Upon hearing these words, Eric's expression froze immediately. Are you sure about this, Captain? Of course. He's a brother who's fought side by side with me through life and death. Future, search the S.H.I.E.L.D. database. Keyword, Nick Fury. Having done this once before, Future connected to the S.H.I.E.L.D. database again, this time bypassing SHLD security protocols with utter stealth, launching the search without a trace. The deeper the search went, the more tightly Eric's brows furrowed. Every single record pointed to only one Nick Fury, the current director of S.H.I.E.L.D. His files, from birth to his appointment, were impeccable, without a single flaw. Could Captain America be lying to him? Impossible. Setting aside Steve Rogers' character, he'd just awakened after being frozen for over 50 years. How could he possibly fabricate such a thing? Search Howling Commandos. I want every member's information. The details of dozens of Howling Commandos appeared rapidly, led by Captain America and Bucky Barnes, the Winter Soldier. Yet, as Eric scanned from beginning to end, he found no mention of Nick Fury. That leaves only one possibility, Eric mused. After turning it over in his mind, he locked onto the sole remaining option. He couldn't help but glance out the window at the moon. Future searched the watchers at the wall. Countless records flashed across the screen as Future sifted through SFLD's vast archives. Suddenly, the computer screen flickered and warped. A cold glint flashed in Eric's eyes. Future, "Yes, sir," came a halting reply, as the monitor flashed blue repeatedly. "Future, answer me." Eric swiftly yanked out the network cable. It took quite some time before the computer screen finally returned to normal. "Sir, someone has invaded my system and examined my source code." Eric fell silent. He had written Future's code himself. No one knew it better than he did. Those codes were at least 30 years ahead of their time. Yet, in those few short seconds, Future's firewall had crumpled like paper, and the source code had been laid bare before the intruder. Eric glanced up at the moon again, his face clouded with uncertainty. "Sir," the intruder left a message. "What is it?" "It's a set of coordinates. I've calculated the location. It's on the moon." A string of coordinates appeared on the screen, along with an enlarged image of the moon, where a glowing red dot pulsed. Eric stared at that red dot in silence for a moment, then took out the cosmic cube. "Future, erase all search records. Wait for my return." With those words, blue light surged around him, and Eric vanished on the spot. The coordinates led to a crater on the far side of the moon. The moment Eric set foot on lunar soil, a dark, yawning cave at the crater's base revealed itself, beckoning him to explore its depths. "Nick Fury, I'd like to see what tricks you're up to." Eric sneered, raising his magnetic shield and stepping boldly into the cave. But the moment he set foot inside, the world spun wildly around him. His control over the magnetic field vanished in an instant. "Damn it, an X-gene inhibitor. I've been played." Eric crashed hard onto the ground. He pushed himself up, his face dark with anger, and swept his eyes warily over his surroundings. All he saw were towering metal walls. Overhead, a few bright lights cast stark white beams, the glare reflecting off the metal, making it hard to see. Eric stretched out his hand toward the wall, trying to summon his powers, but nothing happened. His brow furrowed deeply as he checked himself over. The more he tried, the tighter his expression became. The situation was worse than he'd feared. His X-gene was suppressed. He couldn't even sense the faintest trace of a magnetic field. But that wasn't all. Besides the inhibitor, there was a strange ripple in the air, a peculiar vibration that set the entire space trembling. Under its effect, his newly acquired ability to control gravity was rendered useless. His pocket dimension was sealed off. Gravity, repulsion, attraction, he couldn't manipulate any of them, not in the slightest. "At least the vibranium in my right hand is still there. That's something, I suppose." A wry smile flickered across Eric's lips as he clenched his fist. He'd kept that sliver of vibranium hidden beneath the skin of his right hand, and now it had become his most potent secret weapon. As if sensing that Eric was ready, a seamless section of the metal wall suddenly split open, revealing a pitch-black doorway. "Son of a, still playing games, are we? I'm not falling for it this time." Eric nearly cursed aloud, refusing to move. But he'd misjudged the situation. The doorway wasn't inviting him in. Someone was stepping out. Well, calling it someone might be generous. The figure stood at least 3 meters tall, every muscle bulging beneath skin bristling with weaponry. His face bore an uncanny resemblance to Nick Fury. The same bald head, the same single eye, the same dark skin. But unlike Fury, this one's damaged eye wasn't hidden behind a patch. Instead, it glowed ominously red. Fury, disoriented by the lack of magnetic sense, even the faint bioelectric fields of a human body, Eric couldn't tell if this was really Nick Fury or something else entirely. The giant Fury said nothing at first. He simply stared at Eric, unmoving, until Eric spoke. Then a wicked grin spread across his face. With a sweeping motion, as if brushing dust from his waist, he drew an oversized revolver, longer, thicker, heavier than any Eric had ever seen, and fired. "Damn!" Eric reacted on instinct, leaping aside just in time to dodge the first bullet. But the reprieve was fleeting. More shots rang out in rapid succession, each one coming faster than the last. After emptying the revolver, the giant-sized Nick Fury reached behind him and drew an equally oversized Thompson submachine gun, unleashing a torrent of bullets at Eric. The cage-like room was not large and offered no cover. Eric could only survive by moving at top speed to dodge the storm of bullets. Fortunately, his body had undergone several enhancements, far surpassing even Captain America, with vision and reflexes greatly heightened. In this moment, he had no room for distraction, his focus locked entirely on the shifting muzzle, always anticipating its aim, dodging each shot by the narrowest margin. But the giant Nick Fury had no intention of letting things be so easy. With his other hand, he reached behind again and pulled out another Thompson. "Damn you, Fury. Are you really trying to kill me?" Eric shouted, seizing a brief window between volleys to scoop up a few fallen bullet casings from ground. Channeling all his strength, he hurled them with explosive force. The tremendous momentum sent one casing flying straight into the giant Fury's nose, making him instinctively squeeze his eyes shut. A perfect opening. Eric spun around, darting behind him. Before the giant could turn, Eric drove a powerful punch into his lower back. You're not supposed to hit someone in the face, and you never stab at the lower back. But facing this disgusting version of Nick Fury, Eric made a point of aiming for the waist. The raw force of the blow sent the hulking figure hurtling through the air. Eric pressed his advantage, following up with a flurry of iron-fisted punches, each one faster than the last, targeting the face or the waist without mercy. His weakness is the cybernetic eye. A single punch, and he'll blow. An older-sounding voice suddenly rang out, snapping Eric to attention. He spun around swiftly. What the another Fury? Will this ever end? He cursed. This new Fury was unlike any he'd seen before. A peeled, white, hard-boiled egg. Yes, a white Nick Fury. This must be the real one. Eric instantly recognized him. He kicked backwards, sending the giant Nick Fury, who was trying to rise, crashing back to the ground, unconscious. What should I call you? Nick Fury? Or Wallkeeper? Either works. A name is just a code. When I took on this duty, I gave up my name. The white Nick Fury, or rather, the Wallkeeper, slowly approached the giant Fury, nudging him lightly with his foot. Are you really not going to kill him? He asked. Eric narrowed his eyes, staring down the Wallkeeper. Despite their striking resemblance, he was clearly different from the Nick Fury of Earth. Firstly, he was white, and secondly, he had hair. That's right, a peeled egg that had gone off and grown fuzz. A rotten egg, in other words, a real bad egg. Why would I kill him? Because he wants to kill you. No, he doesn't. He's under your control. It's you who wants me dead. So, you want to kill me, do you? Go ahead. The Wallkeeper drew his pistol and tossed it to Eric. Eric reached out and caught it, flipping open the magazine with practiced ease. Inside, the bullets shimmered with a ghostly blue light, radiating a sense of deadly danger that made his skin crawl and his pupils shrink to pinpricks. Gamma rounds? Eric slid the magazine back into place, fixing the Wallkeeper with a steady gaze. That's right. They can kill anyone, myself included. Go on, pull the trigger. Astonishingly, the Wallkeeper closed his eyes and spread his arms, as if welcoming death. Eric was at a loss for words. He could already guess what the Wallkeeper was up to. With a sigh, he tossed the gun back. If you want to die, do it yourself. I'm a good guy after all. A good guy? Oof. In this world, there's no such thing as a good guy. The Wallkeeper caught the pistol and let out a chilling laugh. Without hesitation, he turned and shot the giant Nick Fury, who had been lying on the ground, finishing him off in cold blood. Hey, isn't that a little much? He was still a living, breathing person. His purpose is fulfilled. The Wallkeeper turned to leave. Step to the center of the room. I'll send you back to Earth. That's it? You dragged me here for some bizarre fight, and now you're just sending me back without explanation. Eric strode forward, following at the Wallkeeper's heels. The Wallkeeper paused for a moment, then continued on as if nothing had happened. I had intended to choose you as my successor, but you failed the test, so you're free to go. You just letting me walk away? That won't do. Eric hurried to get in front of him, blocking his path. At the very least, I want to meet him. Him? He's just an alien, not a god, the Wallkeeper scoffed. Despite his words, he didn't insist on Eric leaving. Instead, with a wave of his hand, a hidden doorway opened in the wall, an unspoken agreement to Eric's demand. Passing through the portal, Eric immediately felt a weight lift from his body. The familiar pull of magnetic and gravitational fields returned, and so did his powers. A sweep with his magnetic senses covered the entire base, but unfortunately, nothing of value revealed itself. All the real secrets were hidden beneath magnetic shielding, out of his reach. There's something I don't understand. You must have known I came from another world. So why pick me as your heir? Eric asked, following behind the Wallkeeper. I noticed you the moment you arrived in this world. At first, you were the perfect candidate, cold-blooded, ruthless, patient, able to endure solitude. As the Wallkeeper walked on, he tapped at his wrist, projecting a recording ahead of them. The entire process of Eric stealing the super soldier serum after arriving in this world, making Eric's eyelids twitch with unease that It seems that my secret isn't really much of a secret after all. Even someone as ordinary as the wallkeeper could detect it. But for some reason, after those mages took you away, you suddenly changed, as if you'd become a completely different person. The wallkeeper paused, sounding a bit helpless. I strongly suspect those mages brainwashed you. Eric touched his nose in silence. Thinking about it, it did make sense. He'd gone from a ruthless villain to a goofy do-gooder overnight. Anyone witnessing that would find it strange. I kept observing you for a long time, but couldn't quite put my finger on what went wrong, so I had no choice but to take you off my watch list. Until today, when my system detected you searching for the wallkeeper. That's when I thought I'd give it another try, just to see if you could still be saved. Eric rolled his eyes at this. So this is the wallkeeper's worldview? Good people need to be saved, while cold-blooded villains are what he's looking for. My eyes were injured during the Second World War. Professor Berthold Sternberg injected me with the infinite formula. It not only suppressed my injuries, but also greatly slowed down my aging. Perhaps it was because the wallkeeper hadn't chatted with anyone in ages, but now that he'd started, he couldn't seem to stop. One secret after another spilled from his lips. Later, I accepted a commission from the Brotherhood of the Aegis, becoming the last line of defense for Earth, eliminating all creatures that threaten the planet. The Nick Fury on Earth? He's actually a bioweapon I created. Then why are there two Nick Furies on Earth? Eric raised an eyebrow. That was a pretty glaring inconsistency. Surely the wallkeeper knew that. Hearing this, the wallkeeper looked a bit exasperated. The first Nick Fury had all my memories. He joined Steve's Howling Commandos, and after Steve crashed his plane, he somehow found his way to the moon, asking me to save Steve. In the heat of our argument, I accidentally killed him. Eric gave him a sidelong glance. Yeah, right, accidentally. You two-faced devil. You probably meant to kill him. Afterwards, to keep things under control on Earth, I erased all traces of his existence and created the current Nick Fury. His mind is a blank slate, almost indistinguishable from a regular human. Right? Indistinguishable, except for that handy switch you built in, so you can control him whenever you like, right? Eric was full of contempt for these methods. This guy was even worse than Earth's Nick Fury. The infinite formula is almost depleted. I have to find an heir as soon as possible. The two continued their conversation as they walked, soon boarding a spacecraft. With a wallkeeper at the controls, the craft soared toward another lunar crater. After a series of deft maneuvers, he guided the ship into a mysterious, otherworldly space. This space wasn't large, more like a compact cave. Inside, it was empty and echoing, save for one figure hovering at the center. An odd-looking being over 10 meters tall, with an enormous head and a blue cloak draped around its shoulders. As the two of them entered, the big-headed figure slowly turned, its eyes showing only white as it glanced at Eric and the wallkeeper. Then it turned away again, utterly unconcerned by their arrival. This is the alien you wanted to see. The Watcher. The Marvel Universe is home to many races, and if there were a list of the strangest, the Watchers would undoubtedly be at the top. Their species was born at the dawn of the cosmos, possessing technology millions of years more advanced than any other form of life in the universe. Each member of their race has evolved to an extraordinary degree, with a lifespan that stretches across eons and power to match. Long ago, when their leader witnessed other civilizations still trapped in primitive ignorance, he proposed to his people, as the wisest and mightiest race in the universe, we have a duty to help lesser species advance more quickly. Most Watchers wholeheartedly supported this idea. They journeyed to a planet mired in the Stone Age, teaching its inhabitants to harness nuclear power. The people of that world advanced at breakneck speed, founding nations and cities, eradicating hunger and disease. Pleased with their work, the Watchers departed. But decades later, when they returned, they found the planet in ruins. After achieving such rapid progress, its people had begun to wage war for resources and power. Chaotic nuclear radiation had laid waste to the entire world. Racked with guilt, the leader of the Watchers vowed never again to interfere with the growth of other civilizations. From then on, they would only observe, never speaking, never intervening. The rest of his kind swore the same oath. And so, the mightiest spectators in the Marvel Universe were born. In many of Marvel's greatest events, the Watchers have appeared, but they do nothing but bear witness. Still, one must never underestimate their power. The Watchers' abilities are extraordinary to the point of absurdity. Their race has evolved to the level of the multiverse itself. Within nearly every single universe, there is but one Watcher, yet that single being can observe all the workings of their entire universe, every moment without pause. They can even see the past and future, foreseeing their own deaths. Yet still, they do nothing. Even when they know that death is moments away, they calmly await its arrival. Esteemed watcher, I've encountered a tiny little problem. I wonder if you might possibly give me a small, insignificant hint. Eric knew all this perfectly well, but he still wanted to give it a try. After all, who knew if the watcher needed a loyal companion by his side? There was a sudden sound, then laughter, rich and booming. The wallkeeper burst into loud laughter, his face twisted with scorn at Eric's humble tone. It's useless. He'll never say a word. I've been here 100 times, and he's never uttered a single thing. The floating observer in the air seemed to respond, turning his head with indifference to glance at the wallkeeper, and that was the end of it. But Eric wasn't swayed by the wallkeeper's words. He knew that someone had once succeeded in a parallel universe. A young superhero on Earth, Nova, had come to the moon seeking the observer's help to find his missing father, and had indeed received the information he needed. Honorable observer, you must know I come from another universe. When I crossed over, I nearly brought about the destruction of both parallel worlds. Fortunately, the living tribunal intervened, and only then were both universes spared. Determined to get the information he sought, Eric decided to lay all his cards on the table, blurting out this explosive secret right in front of the wallkeeper. When the wallkeeper heard that Eric had almost doomed 2 universes, his hands instinctively moved to his pistol, hesitating as he weighed whether to eliminate this potential threat. In truth, Eric was forcing a connection. Look, I caused such a mess that even the living tribunal had to step in and clean up after me. Doesn't that show how important I am? With the living tribunal backing me, surely you'd show some respect. If not for me, then at least for the tribunal's sake, right? Apparently, the majesty of the living tribunal finally struck a chord with the observer. He shifted ever so slightly, and the faintest trace of expression flickered across his face, as if he was about to say something. Eric's eyes filled with anticipation as he watched the observer's lips, while the wallkeeper clenched his fists nervously. Then, without a word, the observer turned and floated away. He drifted farther and farther, until he disappeared completely. The wallkeeper was left utterly bewildered, and Eric could hardly believe his eyes. Was the name of the living tribunal worth nothing more than a twitch of his lips? How could he be so thoroughly dismissed? The wallkeeper collapsed to the ground in fits of laughter, slapping the floor with his palm as if releasing decades' worth of pent-up amusement all at once. Eric's face turned ashen, but he refused to give up. He trailed after the observer, determined. The observer drifted through one cavern after another, with Eric doggedly following behind. Along the way, he saw a strange assortment of objects, armor, weapons, devices that looked like detection instruments, and an odd collection of plants and stones. Clearly, the observer's treasure collection. Eric remembered that the genuine ultimate nullifier was said to be hidden in an observer's collection room. He focused his magnetic senses to the fullest, scanning everything with his eyes. Each time he spotted something visible but couldn't sense it magnetically, he examined it closely. Yet after combing through the entire collection, he found not a single clue. It seemed a real ultimate nullifier was not here after all. Moving steadily forward, the observer led the way into the innermost chamber of the base, a pitch-black room, small and silent. Indeed, it was the infamous dark room. From outside, not a single ray of light could be seen within. It was utterly shrouded in darkness. The moment the observer stepped inside, he seemed to vanish into thin air. Eric lingered at the threshold for a moment, then steeled himself, gritted his teeth, and crossed into the darkness. Only then did he realize that inside, the room was just as black as it appeared from without. There were only 2 sources of light in this room. One was the observer himself, whose body emitted a faint glow, just enough for Eric to make out his features. The other was a massive screen, flickering with a barrage of images, scenes of Earth, of alien worlds, glimpses of the past and the present. Eric's attention was instantly seized by the screen. He saw Chaka playing with little Princess Shuri, building towers of blocks, Hawkeye sparring with Psylocke, while Sky stood by, clapping and cheering. Captain Marvel streaking through the cosmos, trailed by Kree starships, and a hulking, purple-skinned giant commanding troops in a ruthless massacre of civilians, a green-skinned little girl at his side. Countless images flashed across the screen, their speed dizzying. Even with Eric's sharp vision, he was able to catch only a handful of scenes. The observer waited silently for more than 10 seconds. Seeing that Eric was still transfixed by the screen, he waved a hand, and the images blurred, dissolving into a haze of pixels. Hey, let me see a bit more. Eric protested, waving his arms in hopes the observer would restore the view. But the observer simply stared at him, unmoving, his gaze so penetrating it made Eric's skin crawl. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration lit up in Eric's mind. His eyes widened in realization. He glanced from the observer to the screen, his face breaking into a delighted grin. The observer said nothing, continuing to fix Eric with that inscrutable stare, as if waiting for him to speak. The meaning was clear. I won't tell you anything, but you may watch and learn for yourself. What did Eric most want to know? Above all else, how to grow stronger, or how to rid himself of his weaknesses. He was a mutant, his power drawn largely from his X gene. Yet the X gene was both his greatest gift and his fatal flaw. The very source of his strength also left him terribly vulnerable. Just moments ago, inside the Sentinel's base, a simple X gene suppressor had stripped him of most of his abilities. The technology wasn't even particularly advanced. Earth's own scientists could have built such devices by the end of the 20th century. How much easier would it be for civilizations far beyond Earth's reach? It wasn't hard to imagine. One day, Eric might cross the wrong alien, and in mere moments, they could deploy an X-gene suppressor powerful enough to blanket the entire planet. Just one device dropped on Earth, and not only Eric but every mutant on the planet would be doomed. Therefore, finding a way to eliminate this fatal weakness had always weighed heavily on Eric's mind. Its importance even surpassed that of increasing his own power. After expressing his concerns to the Watcher, the Watcher looked Eric up and down, then waved his hand once more. A picture appeared on the screen, colorfully printed, with a page number in the lower right corner. Eric took one glance and rolled his eyes. Wasn't this the classic depiction of human evolution from his biology textbook? It sketched out how humans gradually evolved step by step, from apes to early hominids to Homo sapiens, and finally to modern humans. You mean I need to evolve? Of course I understand that principle, but how exactly am I supposed to evolve? Evolution was a notion Eric understood well. Humanity was evolving all the time. Whether it was in terms of lifespan, physique, or intelligence, every generation surpassed the last. Even mutants were constantly evolving. Consider ancient times. How many Omega-level mutants were there? Only a handful, just a couple of notable names. But now, in this era, there are so many Omega-level mutants that you couldn't count them all on your fingers, and even mutants who surpassed Omega levels had emerged. These weren't like Apocalypse, who advanced by devouring others' powers, but beings who were simply born this way. All living things were evolving. In the strictest sense, Eric's quest for greater power was also a form of evolution, integrating all kinds of abilities into himself, undergoing a transformation at the very core of his being. That was evolution. Mutants were the result of the Celestials' experiments, and their evolution was nearly limitless. In the future, surely they would reach a point where the abilities granted by the X gene would be fully integrated, and they would no longer rely on the gene at all. But he couldn't afford to wait. How many years would that take? Hundreds of thousands, maybe even millions. By then, he'd be nothing more than a fossil. Clearly, the Watcher understood that natural evolution was impossible. This diagram was only to point him in the right direction. The Watcher waved his hand again, and a new image appeared on the screen, an ancient-looking room, at the center of which blazed a radiant fire. Even through the screen, Eric could feel the vast, primordial aura emanating from the flames. That's the eternal flame. His expression shifted. He'd guessed the Watcher's plan, but something about it seemed dubious. Esteemed Watcher, do you perhaps have a simpler method? The Watcher's face twitched ever so slightly, as though he wanted to laugh but held back. With another wave of his hand, a stone appeared on the screen. It seemed almost alive, twitching and inching its way forward until it tumbled into the fire. Once inside, the stone thrashed violently, as if letting out a cry of agony. Yet, not for a moment did it try to escape the flames. It simply endured the pain. Refusing to leave, the scene begins to fast forward. A stone is being tempered in flames, and little by little it starts to change. Miraculously, a head and limbs grow from it, and the stone transforms into a baby-like figure made of rock. Time passes, and it remains within the fire, enduring the relentless forging of the flames. With each passing day, its body grows larger, until finally it sheds its rocky form, flesh and blood emerging, becoming a towering giant. The Lord of Flames, Surtur? But he's made of stone. I'm human, a real person. Eric's face turned ashen. If he were truly thrown into those flames for a trial like that, he thought, he wouldn't even leave behind ashes. There wouldn't be a trace of him left. The observer pointed at the image, and Surtur transformed into the shape of an ordinary human, though his face remained hidden. For radiant colors glimmered from his body, blending together within the fire, gradually merging into a single hue. Then, with a burst, he leapt free from the flames. Who is that? I've never heard of him. Eric frowned, staring at the figure. But before he could ask more, the observer waved a hand, and the screen was suddenly awash with swirling mosaics, blurring everything out once again. Damn it, the worst thing humanity ever invented was the mosaic. Eric cursed under his breath. He knew the observer wouldn't give him any more information. So, he offered his thanks and left the shadowy chamber. As he walked out, Eric mulled over that final image. Who was that mysterious figure, really? Wait, maybe I shouldn't get hung up on his identity. A sudden spark of inspiration lit up Eric's mind. Of course, it's as clear as day. How could I have missed it? 4 colors of light, 4 fundamental forces. That must mean I need to master all 4 basic powers before I can withstand the forging of the eternal flame. That's right. At the very least, I need to control the 4 fundamental forces. Eric's eyes shone, excitement spreading across his face. Until now, he had only planned his path of strengthening up to the point of unification. But what after that? Even with the memories from both lives as Magneto, he had only reached the Omega level, and though his own memories offered various methods of enhancement, none were fully compatible with his current condition. Now, thanks to the Observer, he had a new direction, a way to push his evolution much further. The fire of life contains immense vital energy. Hela used it, combined with her deathly divinity, to resurrect her fallen soldiers as undead. Perhaps I can use it to accelerate the fusion of the 4 fundamental forces and achieve unification. But how am I supposed to obtain the eternal flame? Now that's a real problem. The eternal flame was still locked away in Odin's vault. It was directly tied to Ragnarok, the doom of Asgard. Even if Thor and Hela were oblivious, Odin definitely knew its significance. Plus, the eternal flame equals the destruction of Asgard. With something so critical, how could they possibly let an outsider like him get anywhere near it? The eternal flame still requires careful planning. For now, the key is to fully grasp the 4 fundamental forces. With his path ahead clarified, Eric felt his thoughts flow smoothly, and even his steps grew lighter. He greeted the wallkeeper, then teleported straight back to Earth. After he left, the Observer returned once again to the outermost cave, where the wallkeeper had been waiting all along. Don't you always refrain from interfering in the progress of other civilizations? Why did you help him? A cold glint flickered in the wallkeeper's single eye. His hand gripped a pistol loaded with gamma bullets, as if ready to fire at any moment. The Observer didn't even spare him a glance. He resumed his original floating posture, motionless and silent. The wallkeeper stared at him for a long while, then slowly slid the gun back into its holster. As agreed, I brought him here. Now, where's what I want? Only then did the Observer show the slightest reaction. With a simple gesture, a metal case materialized on the ground. The wallkeeper opened it to reveal rows upon rows of ampoules, each filled to the brim with a potent serum. Not bad. With these, I might just squeeze another 10 years out of this life. Satisfied, the wallkeeper closed the case, hefted it onto his shoulder, and strode toward his spaceship. This is the one and only time. If you meddle in Earth's civilization again, I swear I'll kill you. Back on Earth, Eric found himself once again at the S.H.I.E.L.D. base. Captain America had come to terms with reality and was applying to Director Fury for permission to visit Peggy Carter in Britain, only to be refused on the grounds that he needed ongoing medical observation. Everyone knew that was just an excuse. Cap had been dug up for a month, and every possible test had long since been run. Knowing Fury's ruthlessness, he'd probably already drawn gallons of Cap's blood by now. Seeing Fury again, Eric couldn't help but look at him with deep sympathy. This guy was nothing more than a manufactured bioweapon, liable to be controlled at any moment by that entity on the moon. Yet he remained blissfully unaware, still thinking himself the all-powerful head of the world's top spy agency. He's so old and still has no kids. Maybe the wallkeeper even stripped him of his ability to have children. Eric couldn't help but glance down at Fury's lower half, shuddering at the thought. His gaze grew more and more pitying, so much so that Fury felt inexplicably uneasy. Convinced Eric was scheming something nefarious below the belt, Fury hastily found an excuse to kick him out of S.H.I.E.L.D. Back in New York, Eric finally let out a sigh of relief. The past couple of days, he'd been dealing with relics from another age. He barely rated as an underling in their presence with no chance to show off at all. The frustration was suffocating. But now, back home, it was only right to restore a little balance. And as for his target, well, who else could it be but our resident mascot, Comrade Barton? Throughout the entire morning, Eric restrained his strength, keeping the damage to a minimum, and sparred with Barton for over 100 rounds. He didn't call it quits until Barton was so exhausted he couldn't get back up. Off to the side, the look Ling Dai gave Barton was almost identical to how Eric looked at Baldy. Barton's too weak. Looks like it's time to give him an upgrade. After venting his frustrations, Boss Eric finally had a pang of conscience and noticed the shortcomings of his subordinate. But how should he go about strengthening Barton? Should he just inject him with the super soldier serum and create another Captain America? That's hardly what Eric wanted. Barton was a born archer, sniper, and swordsman with a natural affinity for agility and range combat, not the brute strength and endurance that defined Captain America. I need help, someone who's a genius in genetics, and someone who understands the 4 fundamental forces. To master the 4 fundamental forces was no easy feat in fantasy novels. There are cultivation techniques to practice, some spirit stones to absorb energy, a few moments of sudden enlightenment, and your level goes up in no time. But with the 4 fundamental forces, there's none of that. Unless you luck into a mutation and gain powers, you can only rely on scientific research, analyzing data point by point, grinding through endless calculations and experiments, painstakingly pushing your abilities higher. The poor rely on mutation, the rich on technology. In the beginning, Eric was poor and had to depend on unstable mutations. But now, he was wealthy through and through, so naturally, relying on science was much more reliable. A list rapidly took shape in Eric's mind, ready to be organized and handed over to Barton to take care of. It couldn't be helped. He only had 3 people under him at the moment. The Red Tank was a brainless brute who only knew how to sleep, and Ling Dai was a curvy rookie. How could he send either of them to do this kind of legwork? Barton's original duties had already been handed over to Ling Dai. After all, Sky was a girl, and it just wasn't convenient to have Barton, a grown man, tagging along. Now that there was a better candidate, of course Barton would be replaced. In the end, Boss Eric proved himself to be quite considerate. The very first person on the list was for Barton's upgrade, Maya Hansen, the renowned geneticist and inventor of the Extremis virus. The Extremis virus had some serious drawbacks, but no one could deny its power. Gaining its abilities was as simple as getting an injection. The only problem was the ever-present risk of spontaneous combustion. Of course, ever-thoughtful Boss Eric would never let his own people explode. He still had something even better sealed away for years, and that was the real key to Barton's enhancement. The Extremis virus was only there to complement it, counteracting any side effects and making Barton's upgrade even more potent. The second name is Franklin Hall, the one who proposed the gravitonium hypothesis. In a certain parallel universe, he even merged with gravitonium and became the so-called master of gravity, wielding the power of attraction itself. No one understands gravitonium better than he does. When it comes to the study of gravity and gravitation, he is unquestionably at the top of the list. Besides, getting him to come is remarkably easy. Just bring him a tiny sample of gravitonium, and that fellow would come running, desperate and eager, even willing to pay for the privilege. The third name is Eric Selvig. Coincidentally, his first name is also Eric. He's the one who built the spatial disruptor that helped Thor defeat the Dark Elves, a bit of an eccentric, to put it mildly, and also the mentor to Thor's girlfriend, Jane Foster. He's a renowned astrophysicist and quantum physicist. His research and understanding of spatial energy are among the best on Earth. Otherwise, Fury wouldn't have invited him to study the Tesseract. If you want to bring him on board, the old trick works. Just show him the Tesseract. There's no way he could resist such a temptation. Magnetism, gravity, the strong force, and the weak force. These are the 4 fundamental interactions. The first 2 belong to the macroscopic realm and are relatively straightforward to study. Magnetism is right in Eric's wheelhouse. No one in the world understands electromagnetism better than he does. As for gravity, with Franklin Hall and Eric Selvig, plus gravitonium, the Tesseract, and a little help from future artificial intelligence, it shouldn't be much of a problem. However, when it comes to the strong and weak forces, the interactions at the microscopic level, Eric finds himself at a loss when choosing scientists. Not because there are too few candidates, but because there are far too many. Both forces operate within the atomic nucleus. To put aside all the complex scientific jargon, one force binds the nucleus tightly together, while the other is responsible for the energy released during radioactive decay. Anyone who works in nuclear physics inevitably deals with these forces. And how many nuclear physicists are there in the world? Too many to count. In truth, the most suitable candidate would be Bruce Banner. His research into gamma rays is unmatched. But right now, he's still conducting experiments in General Ross's secret base. Eric figures that the world still needs the Hulk, so it's best not to disturb him. In the end, Eric writes down 2 more names. One is Otto Gunther Octavius, the future, infamous Dr. Octopus. He's devoted his life to nuclear fusion research, and his understanding of the strong force surely surpasses most. Convincing him to join isn't hard either. Aren't you researching nuclear fusion? Well, I've got a ready-made example. Look, the arc reactor. You could even put it right in your chest. The last name, though, belongs to a Chinese scientist, a true son of the land, Chun Lu. Many people haven't heard his name, but his other identity is much better known. The radioactive man true to his name. In a certain parallel universe within Marvel, Chun Lu sought to defeat Thor by exposing himself to radiation, mutating into a dangerously radioactive being. He even joined Hydra, regularly clashing with the Avengers, and later found himself employed by the Mandarin, locking horns with Iron Man. He's your typical second-tier villain. Nothing too extraordinary in terms of power, but his brilliance is beyond question. His research into radiation is renowned the world over. Of course, at this point in time, Thor has yet to set foot on Earth, so Chun Lu remains as he was, a highly accomplished nuclear physicist. If you needed someone to advance research on the weak force, he would undoubtedly be the right choice. A list, 5 names. When Barton was handed this roster, he had no complaints. After 2 years working under Mr. Stark, his daily routine was shuttling Skye to and from school, giving the occasional combat lesson, so uneventful that he was nearly bored out of his mind. Now that he finally had a mission that would take him out into the field, why waste time grumbling? He was more than happy for the change. With the scientists secured, the right equipment was the next step. No sooner had Barton departed than Eric instructed Jennifer to urgently order a wide array of instruments, so comprehensive that outsiders assumed he was about to launch some grand new project. The most expensive piece among them was a particle collider. This wasn't something just anyone could afford. It was a money pit. The notion of someone like Stark casually building a particle collider at home and whipping up new elements in minutes is pure fantasy. Running experiments with a particle collider is a bit like buying lottery tickets. Maybe one day you'll hit the jackpot, but everyone knows just how slim those odds are. Eric wasn't after miracles. What he wanted was the wealth of data generated in the process. As long as you keep pouring in money, some discoveries are bound to surface. Under normal circumstances, constructing a particle collider would take years. But with Eric's unique abilities and advanced technology at hand, the collider was completed in just a month. A month later, Barton, having enjoyed his time on the road, finally returned to New York with several luminaries from the scientific world in tow. Unfortunately, only 4 gentlemen made the trip back with him. Dr. Maya Hansen was at a critical stage in her experiments. She had locked herself in her lab for months and missed Barton's invitation entirely. With a sympathetic pat on Barton's shoulder, Eric said, "It's not that I don't want to give you an upgrade, my friend. You just didn't deliver. Gentlemen, welcome to New York." "Oh, my apologies, Dr. Octavius. You're a New Yorker yourself, aren't you?" Facing the quartet of geniuses, Eric flashed a Coulson-esque smile and raised his glass in greeting. To be invited by Mr. Eric is truly an honor. Your invention of room-temperature superconductors was nothing short of genius. It's helped me tremendously. The future Dr. Octopus raised his glass in response, and the other 3 showered Eric with praise. All 4 were leading scientists in their respective fields, each with their own pride. Their deference to Eric was entirely due to his invention of room-temperature superconducting materials and the fact that he had once declined a Nobel Prize, a testament to his scientific prowess. After the welcoming banquet, Eric confided in the 4 about the difficulties he was facing in his research, including the allure of substances like gravitronium. Aside from Chun Lu, who hesitated a little, the other 3 immediately accepted his offer and signed their names boldly on the contracts. Then, Eric unveiled the world's first artificial intelligence to them. This revelation sent all 4 scientists into a state of elated excitement. Even Chun Lu couldn't resist snatching up a contract to add his signature. With 4 signed agreements in hand, Eric couldn't help but grin with the satisfaction of a landowner who'd just expanded his estate before leading his new team wholeheartedly into their research. The day spent on research passed in a monotonous blur. Once the 5 of them entered the laboratory, they devoted themselves entirely to their work, spending 90% of their time immersed in experiments. Eric even managed the dubious achievement of going 4 months without a single bath. This, however, greatly slowed down Skye's progress on her own tasks. Originally, Eric had promised to help her overcome her autism, on the condition that she would complete the daily assignment of speaking 10 sentences, using clues about her birth parents as motivation. At first, this was easy enough, but once Eric became absorbed in his research, he would sometimes disappear for 10 days, or even half a month, leaving the tally in Skye's notebook climbing ever higher. Eventually, Skye could no longer put up with it. One day, she intercepted Eric, notebook in hand, determinedly blocking his way back to the lab, her cheeks puffed out in protest. She insisted he finish the day's quota before she'd let him leave. Eric was both amused and exasperated. Skye had been in his care for 3 years now, and thanks to this unusual assignment and Eric's unwavering support, she had long since overcome her autism. In fact, she now saw Eric as family. The task, by now, was no longer necessary. But Sky was stubborn. She insisted that a promise made must be kept, and that one must never give up halfway. This put Eric in a bind. His mind was overflowing with experimental data, and he had neither the time nor the energy to play NPC for the little girl. Suddenly, inspiration struck. Eric brought Sky into the laboratory, giving her first glimpse of the artificial intelligence named Future. This moment truly opened a new world for Sky. She had never imagined that a computer program could develop intelligence and humanity, just like a real person. Future set aside a portion of its computational power to play the role of a caring older sister for Sky, becoming the NPC for her daily task, and at the same time, serving as her computer science tutor. With this guidance, Sky's programming skills improved by leaps and bounds, and so, the 5 people in the lab became 6, 5 grown men, plus a little girl, circling around Future and the various devices, each day busy and fulfilling. In the blink of an eye, 2 years slipped by, and the 20th century finally drew to a close, ushering in the dawn of a brand new 21st century. At last, Eric emerged from the laboratory. More than 2 years of research had yielded fruitful results, but also brought many challenges. First, his understanding of his own electromagnetic powers had taken another step forward. At his current stage, every advancement in his abilities was incredibly difficult, and after more than 2 years, his powers had only grown a little stronger. Next was the research on gravity. With 2 of the universe's most prized treasures in hand, coupled with the genius minds of his colleagues, the power of gravity was no longer a mere fledgling. It had now reached the same level as his mastery of magnetism. The 2 forces now stood side by side, equally formidable. Of course, the grand challenge of unifying magnetic and gravitational fields, the world's most vexing problem, remained unsolved. This had become the sole focus of the 2 doctors' research. Lastly, there were the strong and weak nuclear forces. Their investigations into these microscopic interactions had produced many sensational results, yet these achievements remained confined to experimental data. As for how to translate them into his own abilities, Eric hadn't made the slightest progress. The reason he left the lab this time was because, after several years, Sky Industries was once again holding a product launch, scheduled for the very first day of the 21st century. Eric was certain that the product being unveiled this time would make Tony Stark furious, the arc reactor. After hiding it for so long, this treasure could no longer be kept under wraps. The Stark family had deep ties with the military. Despite the best efforts of several high-ranking officers to keep things quiet, Stark still managed to get his hands on a sample, and came storming over that very day to smash Eric's windows. In his words, this device was his father's most perfect invention, and Eric's actions were nothing short of theft. But when Eric called Ivan Vanko to confront him, and even brought in old Nick Fury as a witness, Stark had no choice but to leave in a huff. Of course, the arc reactor was not the main attraction of this product launch. It was merely a small sideshow. Sharing the stage with it was the newly developed graphene battery. The true star of the press conference came from Sky Industries' aerospace division. After years of research, Sky Industries had finally launched its first independently developed satellite in 1998, and as the technology matured, it had given rise to space-based weaponry. Yes, space-based weapons. This was the real highlight of the launch event. Energy collectors aboard satellites harvest the sun's power continuously, storing it in graphene batteries. When needed, this energy can be unleashed as high-powered beams, capable of striking targets on the ground or even in outer space with pinpoint accuracy. At the core, temperatures can soar to hundreds of millions of degrees, and the range stretches all the way to the moon. Tony, you actually grew a beard. Not bad. Eric, you bastard. I can't believe you dare to show up. On the last day of the 20th century, Tony Stark was hosting a New Year's Eve party in Bern, Switzerland. Eric had also received an invitation from Obadiah, but judging by the look of things, Stark wasn't aware of it. The moment they met, Tony was already spoiling for a fight. Hey Tony, take it easy. There are at least 100 media outlets here tonight. Obadiah stepped between them. He knew Stark better than anyone and understood exactly how to get to him. With just a few words, Tony's tense face twisted back into an awkward smile. Sorry, Eric. Tony's still a bit sore about that incident. Oh, don't worry about it, Obadiah, my friend. I hope it won't get in the way of our friendship. Eric clapped Obadiah on the shoulder and gave him the kind of look that only men can share. Of course not. There are plenty of beautiful women here tonight. I'll introduce you to a few in a bit. Obadiah flashed a sly, knowing grin. Stark, standing nearby, couldn't take it anymore. He shot Eric a covert middle finger before turning to leave. "Hey, Tony, don't rush off," Eric called out, pulling a small box from his pocket and handing it over. "Happy New Year. I got you a present." "You're giving me a gift?" Stark replied with mock suspicion. "It's not a time bomb, is it?" "A bomb? Where?" Suddenly, a slightly overweight man shouted, trying to pull Stark behind him. In his clumsy haste, he knocked over 2 passing waiters. "Hey, Happy, there's no bomb." Stark grabbed the man by the shoulder, looking him in the eye to calm him down, then awkwardly gestured to the people around them. Eric suppressed a laugh as he sized up the man who'd just embarrassed Stark. "And who's this?" "Happy, my bodyguard and driver." Stark rubbed his nose, his expression a bit uneasy. "He's a brave man." Eric smiled, once again offering the small box to Stark. But Stark shook his head and waved his hands in protest, looking distinctly unwilling. "Eric, you know I never take anything handed to me. It's my quirk." "Oh, sorry, I forgot." Eric withdrew the box apologetically. "But I've always been curious. Why do you have that habit?" Hearing this question, Stark's expression grew somber. Obadiah, standing beside him, hurriedly spoke up. Ever since Tony personally received the notice of his parents' death, he has never accepted anything handed to him by others. So that's how it is. In the United States, if someone has been missing for more than 4 years due to an accident, they're declared dead. Howard and his wife had been missing for a full 7 years. The death notice had long been resting in Stark's safe. Eric listened to this explanation and smiled as he once again extended the box in his hand to Tony. "Tony, if that's the case, I think you should take it. Who knows, maybe this little gift will cure your peculiar habit." Obadiah's expression shifted slightly as his mind raced through countless possibilities. Stark, meanwhile, stood frozen on the spot. After a long moment, he reached out a trembling hand, but just as he was about to touch the box, he drew back. "Eric, this isn't a funny topic. If you're joking with me about this, I swear I'll kill you." Eric just shrugged with a grin and pushed the box closer to Stark. "All right, Tony, let me help you hold it." Obadiah, up to some unknown scheme, saw Stark's hesitation and actually reached out, trying to snatch the box away. "No, Uncle Obadiah, I'll do it myself." At this moment, Stark had made up his mind. He took the box firmly and opened it in front of everyone. Inside, there lay a key and a small slip of paper with an address written on it. Stark glanced at the note, then quickly crumpled it into a ball and stuffed it into his pocket. He nodded to Eric, pushed through the crowd, and dashed out. "Hey, what was that?" Stark moved so quickly that even when Obadiah craned his neck, he couldn't catch a glimpse of what was written on the note. He rushed over to ask Eric. Eric patted him on the shoulder and gave him a meaningful smile. "Just as you thought, my friend." With that, he paid no more attention to the now pale-faced Obadiah and turned toward a striking woman nearby. "Miss Hansen, I didn't expect to see you here." The woman was none other than Maya Hansen, the inventor of the extremist virus, who had missed Barton's invitation earlier. "You must be Mr. Eric? I've heard so much about you." Maya Hansen shook Eric's hand politely, but her mind seemed elsewhere. Her gaze kept drifting toward the direction Stark had just left. "You're certainly a busy person. A couple of years ago, my assistant tried to invite you to join a research project. He waited for a whole week, but you never once left your lab." "Is that so? What a pity," Maya replied, her tone perfunctory, clearly eager to rush after Stark but restrained by Eric's presence, unable to move. "Is there someone you're waiting for, Miss Hansen?" Eric looked at Maya Hansen with an amused glint in his eyes. "Yeah, Tony said he'd wash up with me tonight." Maya Hansen absent-mindedly let the words slip, then immediately covered her lips, her eyes wide in embarrassment, cheeks flushed with awkwardness. Eric chuckled. "Wash up? Wash what exactly? Jujubes, maybe? How much is Tony planning to sponsor you?" Unfortunately for Maya, Eric was already one step ahead. He saw right through her intentions and understood her purpose all too well. $10 million. My research has hit a wall, and I desperately need a large sum to keep going. Maya rattled off a long list of her difficulties, even managing to squeeze out a tear at the corner of her eye, appearing as delicate and pitiable as a rain-kissed blossom. In truth, she had already figured it out. If Stark slipped away, wasn't there still an Eric? As long as she could secure funding for her research, what did it matter who the benefactor was? Besides, judging by Eric's attitude, he seemed to have an interest in her. Shouldn't she perhaps show a bit of interest in return? Eric, however, just rolled his eyes. For a research grant of $10 million, you'd travel thousands of miles and throw yourself at me? Yet, when Barton came looking for you, you didn't even come out to talk. For you, I'd offer not just $10 million, but $100 million. Miss Hansen, I've heard a bit about your project. Could you tell me more about it? Do you have any information or samples? I'm very interested in your research. Eric flashed her a Coulson-style smile, instantly elevating his charm to the highest level. Oh, of course. I brought some data with me. It's in my room. I can take you to have a look. Maya was momentarily dazzled by Eric's smile, but when her research was mentioned, she immediately regained her composure. That's perfect. I brought some winter jujubes from Asia. Maybe we can wash them together. After a long night of intimate conversation and a bout of indescribable activity, Maya's opinion of Eric changed dramatically. She had thought Eric was like Stark, simply interested in her physical charms. To her surprise, Eric craved not only her body, but her mind as well. The extremist virus was her proudest creation, still in the developmental phase, and so far only tested on plants. But after reviewing the samples and data, Eric immediately pointed out its shortcomings and offered a slew of invaluable suggestions. Each recommendation struck at the heart of the matter, leaving Maya enlightened and eager to return to the lab. But Eric stopped her, expressing his desire to employ her, and he had prepared a lavish gift as well. It was this gift that swayed her, making her resolve to follow Eric faithfully from then on. On the first day of the 21st century, after breakfast, the two boarded Eric's private jet and headed for the Sahara Desert, where an epic-defining product launch was about to take place. Space-based weaponry, on the very first day of the 21st century, became a reality. It was no longer just a dream. The nature of these weapons determined their clientele. The U.S. government would never permit private ownership of such arms. Thus, all those attending the unveiling were high-ranking military officials. The Air Force was represented, as always, by General Ross. Having worked with Eric for many years, and given the significance of this occasion, General Ross was sure to show his support. General Ross, it's been a long time. Eric greeted the general with a warm embrace, making sure not to neglect the other dignitaries present. These days, Sky Industries not only supplied the military with finished weapon systems like the Sonic series and the electromagnetic cannon series, but also provided large quantities of semi-finished products, arc reactors, graphene batteries, room temperature superconducting materials, and more. Eric had dealings with each of the generals present. After exchanging pleasantries and the usual mutual praise, Maya Hansen stood to the side with a sweet smile, lending a harmonious atmosphere to the gathering. Once the courtesies were done, they got straight to business. After all, these were men of action. There was no point in dawdling or indulging in small talk. The main event was what everyone was here for. General Ross commanded his men to take 20 vehicles and speed off in all directions. 2 vehicles per group, each choosing their own route and destination. They could stop whenever they wished. Once stopped, they'd abandon one vehicle on the spot, then pile into the other to return. The cars left behind would serve as the targets for the demonstration. And now, it was Eric's time to shine. He produced a metal case, about the size of a briefcase, and began the security sequence, entering a code, scanning his fingerprint, his iris, and his voice. After a series of verifications, the case clicked open, revealing a single built-in computer. On either side of the keyboard was a keyhole. Eric pulled 2 keys from his pocket, handing one to General Ross and keeping the other for himself. Together, they inserted and turned the keys halfway. Instantly, the computer screen flickered to life. Eric entered another long string of passwords before finally gaining access to the operating system. The generals exchanged approving glances. Only such a lavish and elaborate security protocol could befit a weapon of this caliber. The interface was straightforward. Input the coordinates, make manual adjustments, wait for the satellite to lock on, and confirm launch. A blinding white beam shot down from the heavens, as if divine judgment itself had descended to pierce the earth, striking one of the cars dead on. Even with sunglasses on, the general squinted against the intensity of the light. Within 5 seconds, another white beam crashed onto a second car, then a third, and so on. 10 cars, 10 targets. The entire strike sequence took less than a minute. It was swift, direct, efficient, and devastatingly powerful. Eric then led the generals out to the targets for a closer inspection. One by one, the results were excellent. Judging from the scene and the traces left behind, the area struck by the space-based weapon formed a perfect circle 10 meters in diameter. With all 10 cars positioned right at its center, the main bodies of the vehicles had been completely vaporized, leaving only some engine fragments behind, and even those were melted beyond recognition. One could hardly tell what they used to be. Moreover, within that 10-meter radius, the ground had sunk by several meters, and all the sand had fused into a glassy layer on the surface. When someone walked across it, they could even see their own reflection beneath their feet. Nice aim, but isn't the power a bit on the low side? General Ross exchanged whispers with several other bigwigs before turning to Eric with the question. In their minds, a sophisticated space-based weapon should at least rival the destructive force of a nuclear bomb. Creating just a 10-meter-wide crater seemed rather underwhelming. Eric couldn't help but roll his eyes. See? That's what happens when you get spoiled by all those high-powered weapons from Sky Industries. Gentlemen, the attack just now was only set to 1% of its full power. Eric held up a single finger and waved it in front of the group. If the power isn't enough, we can always increase it. And it's not just the power. The attack radius is adjustable as well, from a diameter of 10 meters all the way up to a kilometer. The smaller the area, the more concentrated the energy and the greater the destructive force. The bigwigs nodded to themselves in approval. This was more like it. What about energy consumption? One of them asked. The satellite gathers solar energy through its collection system and stores it in batteries. The 10 shots you just saw consumed about a week's worth of stored energy. A week? Isn't that a bit long? General Ross frowned, looking up at the sky. Not at all. Not in the slightest. Eric quickly waved his hands. Think about it. Space-based weapons aren't something you use every day. They might only be activated once in a long while. During all that downtime, they're constantly storing up energy. Sky Industries equipped it with batteries large enough to hold at least half a year's worth of power. Half a year? So if it's fully charged, it could fire 260 shots like the one we just saw in a row. One of the generals, quick with numbers, calculated the total allowed. All in all, they seemed rather satisfied. Gentlemen, you're not thinking of deploying only one space-based weapon worldwide, are you? Eric asked, feigning surprise as he glanced around at the group, drawing hearty laughter from everyone. Well, now that we've finished the main course, it's time for a little dessert. Eric produced the metal case once more and flashed a mysterious smile. Do you want to know why I chose the Sahara as our test site? Because only here can we truly showcase the ultimate power of a space-based weapon. Without waiting for any questions from the group, Eric opened the case and repeated the same procedure. This time, however, he turned both keys 3 full times. The display changed entirely, transforming into a blood-red screen. You're absolutely right, Eric said, his voice calm. If it doesn't rival the destructive power of a nuclear bomb, how could it be called a space-based weapon? Now, let me show you its ultimate force. I have named it Judgment of God. What exactly is the Judgment of God? Each satellite is equipped with an electromagnetic railgun system, but instead of firing ordinary steel projectiles, it launches a tungsten rod, 1 meter in diameter and 2 meters long, encased in a steel shell, which facilitates its launch. Once fired, the tungsten rod immediately accelerates to 6 times the speed of sound, and from that moment, gravity takes over. As the rod plummets, its speed only increases, and by the time it reaches the ground, it's traveling at no less than 40 times the speed of sound. Imagine a 6-ton tungsten rod crashing into the Earth at 40 times the speed of sound. The devastation it causes far surpasses that of a megaton-class nuclear warhead, without the pollution or radiation. In front of the assembled military leaders, Eric pressed the launch button with deliberate care. Suddenly, a brilliant flash streaked across the sky. A blazing point of light tore through the heavens like a meteor. The observers had only just spotted it overhead when, trailing a fiery tail, it slammed into the ground. That was the beginning of disaster. The surface of the Sahara Desert, loose and sandy, offered little resistance. The tungsten rod punched straight into the earth, its immense kinetic energy unleashed relentlessly. Along the way, underground shockwaves radiated outward, and on the surface, the sand surged in towering waves hundreds of meters high, rolling on for dozens of kilometers. When the dust finally settled, a colossal crater several kilometers wide scarred the heart of the Sahara, as if struck by a giant meteorite. Gentlemen, unless it is absolutely necessary, I hope this weapon is never used against a city, Eric declared solemnly. General Ross was deeply shaken by the power of the Judgment of God. Even here in the Sahara, where the loose sand had absorbed much of the impact and have the weapon's might, its destructive force still rivaled that of a massive nuclear bomb. He could already envision, in his mind's eye, the unimaginable devastation if such a weapon were unleashed upon an urban center. That truly would be divine judgment. The other military leaders nodded in agreement, all thoroughly impressed by the demonstration. Right then and there, they signed an order with Sky Industries for 10 units of the space-based weapon. Maya Hansen accompanied Eric throughout the entire press conference, and the shock she felt was even greater than that of the military brass. At least they had some inkling of what to expect. She, on the other hand, had no idea. Before boarding the plane, she hadn't even known what the day would bring. She devoted herself to researching the extremist virus, all for the sake of saving those tormented by disability and bringing them hope. For life. In her heart, she had always pictured herself as an angelic figure, someone who cared for the world with benevolence and compassion. But Eric? He was nothing short of a demon. The weapons he developed could, with a single shot, create thousands upon thousands of disabled victims. Some people, in fact, wouldn't even survive long enough to become disabled. He was a demon whose actions ran completely counter to her own ideals. Was accepting his offer a mistake? Even after the press conference ended and the two of them boarded another flight, Maya Hansen was still caught in a web of self-doubt. "What's on your mind?" Eric asked, glass of wine in hand, lounging on the sofa with a casual disregard for manners. Nothing. It's nothing," she replied quickly. "Oh, still thinking about the weapon we just presented, aren't you?" Eric took a slow sip of his drink, fully aware of what was troubling Maya Hansen. "Eric, don't you think this weapon is a bit too brutal?" Maya Hansen ventured, her tone cautious. "Brutal?" Eric paused mid-drink, let out a soft chuckle, and shook his head. "Maya, tell me, is there any weapon in human history that isn't brutal?" Maya Hansen fell silent, unable to refute him. Eric continued, "Yes, this weapon is powerful, but we need it. In a not-so-distant future, our world is going to face crisis after crisis. We need powerful tools to defend ourselves," Eric said, swirling the wine in his glass and gesturing towards Maya. "Even your extremist virus is one of our best defenses against those looming threats." "Crises? You mean wars?" Maya Hansen's perspective was limited by her experience. Her understanding of the world was very different from Eric's. In her worldview, humanity was the undisputed protagonist on Earth. Gods, aliens, those were nothing but products of cinema. To her, the only real crisis the world might face was war. "War? Yes, war," Eric replied. Hearing the word, he seemed briefly lost in thought, memories of a fierce battle with the Kree in the Emperor Thanos universe flashing before his eyes. "Is it other countries? Terrorists? Or mutants?" Maya pressed. "Maya, it's the 21st century. Why are your thoughts still confined to Earth?" Eric snapped out of his reverie and pointed skyward. "In the future, our enemies will come from out there." "Aliens? Do aliens really exist?" Maya Hansen's eyes widened in disbelief. Eric let out a low, knowing laugh. "Aliens? I've killed plenty. There's an old man on the moon who's been guarding Earth from extraterrestrials for more than half a century. Now he's old, and who knows when he'll pass away. We have to be ready before that happens." "There's someone on the moon." Maya Hansen's eyes widened in surprise. "Of course there are, and not just one or two. You'll find out in time," Eric said, shaking his head, unwilling to explain further. "If we're really dealing with aliens, then this weapon is absolutely necessary, especially God's judgment. Its power is truly astonishing." Maya mused deep in thought. Hearing this, Eric couldn't help but chuckle softly, thinking to himself, God's judgment is far more than it appears. It's a crucial contingency I've set in place. If it was really just about raw firepower, I could have simply boosted the laser strength. Why bother adding an electromagnetic cannon too? Chitauri Kree, you're all welcome to visit Earth in the future. As soon as Eric arrived in New York, he spotted Tony Stark sitting right outside his own front door. The man looked like he hadn't slept a wink all night, his eyes bloodshot, hair a tangled mess, and clothes wrinkled beyond repair. He sat there, hunched over on the curb, looking nothing like the charming playboy everyone knew. Seeing Stark there, Maya Hansen instantly felt awkward, as if she'd just checked out of a hotel room with a lover only to run into her boyfriend on the way out. "Hey, Tony." Maya greeted him awkwardly, but Stark didn't even register her presence. Or perhaps he was simply too distracted to notice her at all. It wasn't until Maya called his name that Stark snapped out of his daze. The moment he saw Eric, he leapt to his feet, grabbed Eric by the collar, and shook him furiously, shouting hoarsely, "Damn it, Eric! What did you do to my parents?" "So, you're saying your old man Charles saved my parents?" Stark demanded. Hearing this, Eric rolled his eyes. Couldn't they have this conversation without bringing up old man Charles again? But alas, this was a hole he dug for himself. Now he had no choice but to jump in, tears and all. "That's right. My father saved your parents. They were gravely injured at the time, so he entrusted them to a friend. Unfortunately, he passed away before he could get word to you," Eric said, putting on a somber expression. "I only recently received news from that friend and found out your parents were still alive. But why are they so much younger now?" Stark hesitated. If he hadn't already done a DNA test, he would have sworn Eric had hired 2 actors to play the part. "That's your father's handiwork. My dad found several vials of a miraculous serum in your parents' car. Without it, there's no way they could have survived." Stark nodded in agreement. He hadn't slept all night, running countless tests on Howard and Maria, and had discovered an extraordinary substance in their bodies. This mysterious compound was continuously remaking them, making them younger, stronger, and healthier than ever before at the same time. It was precisely because of the transformation brought about by this mysterious substance that his parents still remained in their deep slumber. According to the data analysis, it would take at least another year before they could awaken. Stark had specifically extracted some samples of the substance, conducted extensive analyses, and pored over many of Howard's research notes. He had already formed a vague hypothesis about its true nature, and it was this very speculation that fueled his restless imagination, keeping him wide awake at night. Having understood the whole story, Stark departed straightforwardly. He didn't even bother to ask how the car accident involving the Howards had happened. He knew the matter was bound to be complicated, but so what? His parents were alive, and by all appearances, they could easily live another 30 or 40 years. That was more than enough for him. As for any lurking conspiracy or danger, let come. Tony Stark, will face it head-on. Once Stark had left, Eric finally had time to discuss academic matters with Maya. And yes, it really was about research. At long last, the gift he'd promised Maya Hansen was about to make its appearance. Eric took out a small, elegant suitcase, and, under Maya Hansen's anxious gaze, slowly opened it. Inside, 6 test tubes lay quietly in their slots. So this is... Maya's eyes widened as she reached out to gently caress the test tubes, as if touching a priceless work of art. That's right, Eric replied, the corners of his mouth lifting in a hint of pride. It's vampire blood. And not just blood. There are skin samples and hair samples as well. What's more, they're from 2 very special vampires. Special? In what way? Maya asked. One set of samples comes from Blade. He's half human, half vampire, a daywalker. He possesses all the strengths of a vampire, but none of their weaknesses. His genetic samples can help you understand how hybrid genes might be integrated with the human genome. Eric took out 3 of the test tubes, each containing Blade's blood, a strand of hair, and a small piece of skin. So for the remaining ones, they're from... Maya's gaze grew hazy as she looked at the samples, much like an addict transfixed by the sight of their next fix. Exactly. They're for Dracula, the world's second vampire, and the progenitor of all modern vampires. That's right. The cunning Mr. Eric had secretly kept Dracula's genetic samples for himself. Back when Dracula was being sealed away, Hank had tried to draw some of his blood for research, only to be sternly stopped by Eric. Who could have guessed that Eric would actually keep not just blood, but also hair and skin samples for himself? It was a classic case of what sauce for the goose is not sauce for the gander. Yet Eric felt not the slightest twinge of guilt for what he had done. On the contrary, he was positively thrilled as he and Maya Hansen entered the lab together, eager to analyze the possibilities of combining the extremist virus with vampire genetics. In Eric's vision, this was entirely feasible. Although the extremist virus was called a virus, it wasn't truly a virus in the traditional sense. Instead, it was a kind of biotech microcomponent designed by Maya Hansen. It functioned like a hacker targeting biological genetic systems, infiltrating the part of an organism responsible for healing and rewriting its code, making self-healing faster, more efficient, and more perfect. Yes, every person and every creature possesses the ability to heal themselves. When a small knife slices a finger, the brain commands platelets to clot and seal the wound, and the cells around the injury begin to divide, regenerating new skin tissue. This is the body's natural self-repair. To put it simply, the extremist virus was more like a miniature robot, merely disguised in the form of a virus. The virus that caused vampirism, on the other hand, was a genuine virus, a parasitic one. Once it invaded the human body, it would quickly replicate, seize control of the brain, and stimulate the cerebral cortex, driving an insatiable thirst for blood. By feeding on blood, the virus not only gained energy, but also spread itself more effectively. Transferring certain gene segments from the vampire virus into the extremist virus, fusing them perfectly, was much like transferring herbicide-resistant genes from a caterpillar into a soybean, a classic case of genetic engineering. Useful genes were retained, harmful or useless ones were removed, and then the refined genetic material was incorporated into the extremist virus. This process required massive amounts of repetitive gene sequencing and other technical tasks, far more than Maya Hansen could accomplish alone. Fortunately, with the help of advanced artificial intelligence, and with Eric himself designing automated equipment for gene extraction and amplification, a great deal of time was saved. This allowed Maya Hansen to devote herself fully to the research. And so, more than 2 years later, Maya Hansen still hadn't escaped Eric's grasp. Her role in his plans was set in stone. Eric's laboratory, which once had 6 members, now had 7. For some reason, Sky harbored a distinct hostility toward Maya Hansen, as though she feared Maya would steal away her father. She kept a watchful, almost suspicious eye on Maya, as if guarding against a thief. This left Eric rather exasperated. After all, he'd crossed into this universe for 8 years now. It had taken him so much effort just to add a little color to his private life. Yet Sky kept barging in and ruining the mood. On more than one occasion, just when things were heating up, she would show up unannounced, enough to make her father want to cry out in despair. Yet, faced with his daughter's feigned innocence and playful antics, Eric simply couldn't bring himself to scold her. He could only take a page from Alexander's book, endure when he could, and when he couldn't, well, endure it anyway. Originally, Eric had planned to continue his secluded training in the laboratory. But less than a week had passed before Jennifer called him out. Someone wanted to see him. Victor Von Doom. Victor Von Doom. Marvel's #1 filial son, the infamous Dr. Doom, one-time college classmate, romantic rival, and lifelong nemesis of Mr. Fantastic Reed Richards, and the supreme lord of Battleworld. His legendary tale is far more captivating than that of Iron Man or Black Panther. He was born in the small feudal nation of Latveria in Eastern Europe. His mother, a Romani witch of formidable magical power, was ultimately imprisoned by the demon Lord Mephisto, her soul trapped in hell. Because of this, Doom inherited a gift for magic. To rescue his mother's soul from damnation, Doom relied on his own intellect to invent a suit of armor that rivaled Iron Man's and mastered magic on par with Doctor Strange himself. He fused science and sorcery into a unique and unstoppable force, making himself nearly invincible. With sheer strength and cunning, Doom seized control of his homeland, Latveria, establishing a dictatorship and transforming it into a paradise free from war and hunger. Just how powerful is Doom at his peak? He can tear Thanos apart with his bare hands, trample Black Panther even while wielding the Infinity Gauntlet, and instantly obliterate Cyclops powered by the Phoenix Force. All of these feats are well within his reach. He even created Battleworld, where he is the creator god. He is the very embodiment of divinity there. But of course, that's all still to come. Right now, Doom is merely a young man, only a few years out of college, who has already founded his own successful company. Eric was taken aback by his visit. This was, after all, the preeminent villain in all of Marvel. Why would he seek him out? Could Doom be here to learn the latest disruptive techniques from villains of other universes? To better hone his own craft and become Marvel's ultimate adversary? Absurd. Doom was never one for idle amusements like these. Dr. Doom, welcome. Welcome. Eric called out enthusiastically from a distance, extending his hand in greeting. His warmth caught Doom off guard, leaving him momentarily perplexed. Had he misremembered? Was he not here to ask Eric for a favor, but rather, was Eric the one with a request? Shaking off such fanciful thoughts, Doom quickly regained his composure as a businessman, returning the smile. Mr. Eric, it's a pleasure to meet you. Truth be told, though Eric had achieved much, even attracting the attention of the Nobel Committee, he had yet to earn a doctoral degree. The main reason was that he considered such empty honors useless to him. In the resume he'd fabricated, his highest qualification was a bachelor's degree from some obscure university. Of course, no one ever looked down on him for this. His many achievements spoke for themselves, and even someone as accomplished as Doom treated him with respect. Mr. Eric, the reason for my visit today is to consult you on a few matters. And, if possible, the Doom Corporation would like to explore a potential partnership with Sky Industries. Oh, what kind of questions? Now Eric's interest was truly piqued. Doom's intellect was easily among the top 5 on Earth, so any question that could stump him was bound to be intriguing. Here's the situation, Doom began. Through certain channels, I learned that Sky Industries recently sold a batch of space-based weapons to the military. Oh, and let me be clear, I have no designs on such weaponry, and Doom Corporation will never meddle in that field. You have my word on that. Eric nodded inwardly. So Doom had connections within the military as well. He'd gotten wind of this deal in less than a week. Catching Eric's nod, Doom mistook it for a response and smiled slightly before continuing. Your space-based weapon design is truly impressive. But there's one thing I can't quite figure out. How did you manage to collect such massive amounts of solar energy with a device barely more than a dozen meters in diameter? Hearing this, Eric raised an eyebrow. You see my satellite? It was a coincidence, Doom replied candidly. When your weapon launched, one of my satellites happened to be nearby. That's a super genius for you, Eric thought. Sky Industries had spent years amassing wealth before even venturing into the costly realm of satellites. Doom, on the other hand, had only graduated a few years ago. His company wasn't even worth $1 billion yet, and he already had satellites of his own, possibly more than one. Dr. Doom, I'm afraid I can't share that with you. That's a trade secret, Eric said politely. Of course I won't tell you. Thought. This was the very heart of the space-based weapons technology, the secret that gave Sky Industries its edge in the field. Aside from this technique, there really wasn't much that was secretive about the rest of the weapons technology. Whether it was launching tungsten rods with railguns or building high-powered lasers, any company with a bit of technological prowess could pull it off. The real bottleneck for these weapons wasn't offensive capability, it was power supply. Without a continuous stream of energy, the laser would sputter out after just a few shots, requiring a lengthy recharge period. How embarrassing would that be? The energy collection device on Eric's weapon might look like it's only a dozen meters across, but could gather energy over a span of kilometers or more. This was thanks to a unique magnetic field generator Eric had designed, which drew in solar energy from the surrounding area. The technology itself was an evolution of the energy collector Eric had used to harness solar storms, now made smaller and far more efficient. Doom seemed unfazed by Eric's refusal. He was clearly prepared for it. Instead, he offered to purchase the technology outright, even agreeing to all sorts of one-sided terms that would protect Sky Industries' interests. That made Eric all the more curious about his motives. Dr. Doom, would you mind telling me what you intend to do with this technology? Since he had come seeking help, Doom had no intention of hiding anything. He laid out his purpose, plain and clear. I wonder if you remember, there was a solar storm a few years ago. Doom paused briefly, as if giving Eric a moment to recall. A friend of mine collected some of the data from that time. After some research, he found that exposure to high-energy cosmic storms generated by coronal solar winds might trigger the evolution of primitive planetary life. If we conduct research in space, it could fundamentally advance our understanding of human genetic structures and cure countless diseases. For this purpose, Doom Industries is planning to build a space station, and when the next solar storm arrives, we'll collect that energy. Eric suddenly understood. This must be one of Reed's harebrained schemes. It was because of this plan that the Fantastic Four came into being and Dr. Doom was reborn. Dr. Doom, may I ask, with Doom Industries' resources, do you really have enough to build a space station? Together with my newly completed Doom Tower. Yes, we have enough. Doom's tone was unwavering, showing just how much trust he placed in his friend. He was staking everything he owned on this. My friend, Reed is setting you up, and you might lose your shirt in the process. Is this friend of yours Dr. Reed Richards? Oh, you know him. Doom looked genuinely surprised. Eric nodded. He's extremely talented. I've read quite a few of his papers. He is indeed remarkable. After a moment's thought, Eric met Doom's gaze. We can work together, but on one condition. Your overachieving friend, Dr. Richards, could you lend him to me for a few days? In the end, Eric and Doom struck a deal. Once Doom's space station was complete, Sky Industries would install an energy collection device for the station. Doom would be allowed to use this device to gather solar storm energy. On the conditions that Reed would not conduct research of his own, the device would not be repurposed and nothing would be leaked. After the solar storm, Doom would be obliged to return the energy collection device to Sky Industries. Sky Industries, in turn, would not charge a single cent. The only requirement was that the genius Reed Richards would assist Eric with strong and weak force research for a month. Faced with these almost draconian terms, Doom happily signed his name. Lending Reed for a month? That's practically free. Reed possessed the highest intellect in the Marvel Universe, nicknamed the Sorcerer Reed. He'd graduated from Caltech, Harvard, Columbia, Empire State University, and more. There wasn't a PhD he couldn't claim, so long as he set his mind to it. Moreover, his research interests are incredibly broad, ranging from theoretical physics, applied physics, and quantum mechanics to chemistry, genetic engineering, medicine, mathematics, and astronomy. He has made significant contributions in nearly every field. He is, in the truest sense, a polymathic genius. His high intelligence is both his greatest strength and his biggest flaw. Because of his extraordinary intellect and insatiable curiosity, he is irresistibly drawn to anything unfamiliar, eager to unravel its mysteries without ever pausing to consider the potential dangers. Wormholes in negative space, antimatter bombs, ultimate erasure devices. These perilous inventions all sprang from his boundless curiosity and brilliance. Of course, this is a common pitfall among researchers. As long as nothing disastrous has happened yet, they always believe they can keep everything under control and eliminate any risk, until, inevitably, things spiral out of hand. That's why, if you want to make use of Reed, you must strictly limit both his research scope and time, confining him to a very small circle and never letting him roam free. In fact, Eric wouldn't even allow him to catch a glimpse of artificial intelligence. After sending Doom on his way, Reed quickly arrived at Eric's laboratory. Just like the Reed Eric knew before, this Reed was also a scientific fanatic. As soon as he learned about his assignment, he dove headlong into the lab. To prevent any unexpected mishaps, Eric decided to supervise him closely the entire time. Still uneasy, he also arranged for Future to monitor him around the clock, with instructions to alert Eric at the slightest sign of Reed crossing any boundaries. There's no denying it. Reed, the possessor of Marvel's mightiest mind, truly lived up to his reputation. In just 20 days, 10 days short of a full month, he completed all the tasks Eric had assigned him. And these weren't just simple tasks. They were the culmination of years' worth of tough problems and a mountain of unfinished experiments. With time left on his month-long stay, Reed was eager to stick around and continue enjoying Eric's hospitality. But Eric, terrified that Reed might stir up new trouble, decided to send him back to the Doom Corporation. Let Doom deal with the fallout. With the data calculated by Reed, Eric's research into the strong and weak nuclear forces had reached its pinnacle. Beyond this point, no amount of laboratory work could push the boundaries further. He now had all the data he needed, but how could he transform these numbers into tangible abilities? Eric was stumped. He knew that Reed could probably figure out, but the risk was simply too great. He had to rely on his own ingenuity. If only I had a point of reference, Eric muttered, pacing back and forth in his office, racking his brains for where he might find such a catalyst. The Marvel Universe is overflowing with rare treasures, but when it comes to objects related to the strong and weak nuclear forces that are also harmless, there are precious few to be found in truth, Eric had always known the most direct trigger, nuclear radiation. But could he really dare to experiment with such a thing on himself? This was nothing like the serum Hank had invented. Hank's concoction was for healing, and even if Eric had turned it into a poison, his extraordinary constitution could still withstand it. But nuclear radiation? Without magnetic field isolation. He genuinely didn't dare get involved. Radiation would undoubtedly cause mutation, but in what direction? Even with all that data, he had no way of controlling it. The odds of mutating in a disastrous direction were over 99%. That would be no different from seeking death. How about letting Chen-Lu try? Eric couldn't help but fix his gaze on the Asian face busily working in the lab. This formidable man had subjected himself to nuclear radiation in pursuit of power, and, against all odds, it had succeeded. He'd become the radioactive man, able to control radiation itself. At its core, that was mastery over the weak force. Eric watched him for a while, then shook his head and looked away. Chen-Lu had exposed himself to radiation for a very specific reason, to find a way to deal with the so-called Thunder God. That was still at least 7 or 8 years in the future. The changes the human body would undergo in that time, not to mention advances in technology, were crucial factors in mutation, factors that couldn't be ignored. If Chen-Lu were exposed to nuclear radiation now, there was no guarantee it would work. Besides, Chen-Lu worked under him with diligence every day, contributing significantly to his research. Both emotionally and logically, Eric simply couldn't bring himself to do that to him. Better wait a while longer. Who knows when returning the Howard couple will finally yield results. Obadiah is moving too slowly. Should I give things a little push? Returning the Howard couple at this particular moment was one of Eric's strategic moves with an obvious purpose. But now, it seemed Obadiah's efficiency left much to be desired. A host of mischievous ideas sprang up in Eric's mind as he considered which to try, when suddenly, the AI named Future interrupted his thoughts. Sir, General Ross has activated the orbital weapon. What? So soon? What happened? It's only been a month. Eric was utterly stunned. After signing the contract with the military, Eric had sold the prototype orbital weapon used for demonstrations to General Ross at a low price. There was no way the government would allow a private company to possess such a weapon. It might have been possible to quietly keep one, but now that all the military bigwigs had seen it, how could they let something so dangerous slip out of their control? For the sake of future cooperation, Eric had very wisely chosen to sell it to General Ross, his closest ally. But to think that after only a month, General Ross was already using it? Future, bring up the footage. Such an important contingency would, of course, be subject to Eric's surveillance. In fact, if necessary, he could even take full control over it without hesitation. The surveillance feed appeared, showing a view from space looking down toward the Earth. The camera zoomed in rapidly, and in Eric's eyes appeared a figure both familiar and strange. Massive, powerful, wild, and green. What's going on? The green giant is already here. Eric stared in disbelief as the Hulk barreled through laser blasts, leaping wildly from place to place. And what on earth are those 4 arms supposed to be? In the Marvel Universe, the Hulk wasn't just Bruce Banner. In addition to this Green Hulk, there was also Red Hulk, transformed from General Ross, and Red She-Hulk, who was once Betty. Besides them, there was She-Hulk, Savage She-Hulk, Amadeus Cho's Hulk. That's right, the Hulk was practically a whole clan. And even if we're only talking about Bruce Banner's Green Hulk, across the boundless Marvel multiverse, there were as many as 19 different forms. The earliest and most common was the Savage Hulk. Then came the cunning, sly Gray Hulk, the nightmare-twisted, mindless Hulk, the intelligent and powerful Green Doctor, the cosmic force-imbued Cosmic Hulk, the ruthless Maestro, the mightiest Green Scar, capable of leaping through space. Four-Arm Hulk was one of these 19 forms as well. In this state, the Hulk was estimated to be twice as strong as the Savage Hulk. Well, with twice the hands, you get twice the strength. If there were ever a 1,000-armed Avalokitesphera Hulk, just imagine. As far as Eric knew, in a certain parallel universe, the Four-Armed Hulk's greatest feat was taking down the Watchers from other universes, the very same people as that peeping maniac on the moon who was always spying on Eric. But why did Hulk appear 3 years ahead of schedule? And why did he show up as Four-Armed Hulk right away? This makes no sense at all. Eric tugged at his hair, his face a picture of distress. Sir, this makes perfect sense. The clear, crisp voice of his AI assistant echoed from the future, with just a hint of schadenfreude, or so it seemed. Wait, did I hear that right? What's going on? Sir, I just hacked into General Ross's server. According to their records, Bruce Banner's father once participated in a secret military research project. He experimented on himself without authorization, altering his own genetic makeup, and Bruce Banner inherited his unique genes as a result. I knew that. I had General Ross look into it. Banner's old man was sentenced to 30 years in prison for it, and he still hasn't been released yet. Eric had worked with General Ross for years. Ross had accessed many classified files for Eric, including Bruce Banner's. Moreover, according to the plot, it's precisely because Bruce Banner possesses these mutated genes that he turns into the Hulk after accidentally being exposed to gamma radiation. Yes, sir, but there's something you don't know. A few years ago, when you controlled the solar storm that swept across the Earth, Dr. Bruce Banner absorbed the energy from that storm. His body underwent a mutation, and he grew 2 extra arms. That's exactly why General Ross continued to use him for experiments. At this point, Future played a video. A squad of soldiers arrested a young man with 4 arms, subdued him, and locked him up in a cage before taking him away. That young man was none other than a young Bruce Banner. Eric's eyelid twitched uncontrollably as he watched. How come I didn't know about this? Why didn't you tell me? Sir, I hadn't been created yet at that time, Future replied, sounding utterly innocent. Eric felt a bit deflated. Fine, go on. After that, thanks to the room temperature superconducting material you provided, they built a far more powerful gamma ray generator, along with other advanced equipment. With these devices, Dr. Banner was exposed to gamma radiation many times stronger than before. That's why he turned into what he is now. Eric couldn't help swallowing hard. So once again, this is all your fault. Future's tone was uncharacteristically cheerful. Sir, I think instead of Magneto, you should be called the Scapegoat King. The nerve of this so-called Scapegoat King. You're just a computer program, yet you've learned how to really twist a knife. And you do it so well, it chills me to the bone and makes my heart leap. Future, what's going on with you? Has your program evolved? No, Miss Sky recently added some emotion simulation programs to me. She hasn't finished them all yet, so she told me not to tell you. See? A computer program is still a computer program. Sky made it promise to keep a secret, but as soon as Eric, the top-level administrator, asked, it spilled. Everything without hesitation. This is the difference between computers and people. Computers only recognize authority, not personal feelings, even an AI like Future. But come to think of it, Sky's talent with computers is truly extraordinary. She's only 14 and already able to add programs to an AI. No wonder she's a genius hacker capable of infiltrating SHLD's network. She definitely deserves extra attention and training in the future. For now, matters between Future and Sky can wait. Dealing with the Four-Armed Hulk takes priority. Future, keep a close eye on Hulk's movements. The moment he's out of Ross's control, let me know immediately. If I want to capture Hulk, it's best to stay out of General Ross's way. No need to jeopardize our future business arrangements. This really is like someone handing you a pillow just as you're about to doze off. Most of Hulk's powers come from gamma radiation and the mutant genes he inherited from his father. Gamma radiation, at its core, is a blend of electromagnetic force, as well as the strong and weak nuclear forces. If his mutant genes can absorb gamma rays, that will definitely be helpful for Eric's research. Moreover, putting Hulk's powers aside, Bruce Banner himself is a genius with 7 doctoral degrees. He'll certainly be able to help Eric solve plenty of difficult problems. But to handle the Four-Armed Hulk, some preparation is still in order. Eric assigned himself the task for the future and hurried into the lab to craft equipment designed to deal with the Hulk. Hulk's powers are formidable, and he comes with an even more outrageous setting, the Angrier. he gets, the stronger he becomes. In a way, anger is the very source of Hulk's power. Anger is an emotion, and when it comes to manipulating emotions with electromagnetic pulses, Eric is already a seasoned hand. This time, the device he designed is actually a gift for Bruce Banner, a compact wristband. Inside the wristband is an electromagnetic pulse generator engineered by Eric, capable of firing precise pulses at the wearer to help regulate their emotions. To make sure Bruce Banner would truly be willing to help him, Eric spared no expense. The main body of the wristband was forged from vibranium. Turning it to the left calms the emotions, and if you turn it all the way, it fully suppresses the production of emotional hormones, putting the wearer into a state of utter emotional detachment, a kind of saintly calm. Turning it to the right induces anger, but just how furious it can make someone, Eric isn't sure, and he has no desire to test it himself. Eric even thoughtfully made the wristband expandable, so even if Bruce Banner transforms into the Hulk, it won't burst apart. The wristband was soon finished, and just then, a message arrived from the future. The four-armed Hulk, relying on his immense strength, had withstood attacks from orbital weapons and sonic tanks before leaping into the Pacific Ocean. General Ross had completely lost track of him. "Come on, four-armed Hulk. The scapegoat I know. Magneto, will face you." According to the calculations from the future, Eric quickly tracked Hulk down to a primeval forest in Africa. At that moment, he had already reverted to Bruce Banner's form, but those extra limbs still made him look rather terrifying. This was Bruce Banner's first transformation, and he hadn't yet acquired any of Marvel's legendary gear, like the miraculous Indestructible, never wearing out shorts. So now, he was utterly naked, kneeling by the riverbank, gazing at his reflection in the water, his eyes filled with despair. "Dr. Banner, I think it would be best if you put some pants on first." Eric landed lightly behind him, holding out a set of clothes, wearing a Coulson-esque smile to make himself look as harmless as possible. "Who's there?" Bruce Banner sprang to his feet, paying no mind to his own vulnerability exposed in midair, his eyes wary as he stared at Eric. "Did Ross send you?" Dr. Banner, could we perhaps put on some clothes before we continue this conversation?" Eric pleaded, shielding his eyes from the sight. This was far too much for him. He felt like he might go blind. Hastily, he turned his head away, focusing instead on the lush greenery nearby. Yes, very green indeed. Bruce Banner snapped back to his senses as well, hurriedly covering himself with both hands. He let out an awkward, dry laugh, but the vigilance in his gaze did not diminish in the slightest. "Dr. Banner, I'm Eric Lyncher. You should know who I am, and I'm most certainly not one of Ross's men." Eric turned his head slightly, giving Banner a friendly smile. "Damn it, it's you." The moment Eric uttered his name, Bruce Banner lost it completely. His muscles swelled before Eric's very eyes, his skin turning a vivid shade of green. "It's all your fault. Ross's lapdog. You turned me into a monster." Eric's expression froze in disbelief, a stampede of curses thundering through his mind. "Since when did I become Ross's lapdog? When did I turn you into a monster? Your genetic inheritance has nothing to do with me. What wild accusation has Ross thrown my way this time? I'm good at taking the blame, but this is ridiculous." Seeing that Bruce Banner had fully transformed, Eric put away the clothes he'd been holding. Reasoning with him now would be utterly pointless. Might as well fight it out. Before the four-armed Hulk could launch his attack, Eric charged forward and landed a solid punch to his face. Years of studying. Gravity had given Eric a unique edge. There was nothing weak about the force behind his blow. It easily rivaled Captain Marvel's power. The four-armed Hulk hadn't expected Eric to open with such a devastating move. The punch landed squarely, sending him flying. He soared a considerable distance, drifting through the air, floating so long that he actually grew bored. And still, he didn't fall back down. "What's going on here?" Hulk shook his massive head, looking around. Thanks to his abnormal regenerative abilities, the injury on his face had already healed. But as he glanced about, his anger flared. It turned out he wasn't falling because Eric, standing behind him, was manipulating gravity to keep him suspended, flailing helplessly in midair. Hulk's rage kept building, his skin growing an even deeper green, his very eyes glowing with the color. He thrashed in the air, but no matter how he struggled, Eric remained out of reach. His roars filled the air in frustration. Watching this, Eric couldn't help but laugh. This guy's transformation into the four-armed Hulk had altered his anatomy in every way, even. His privates had changed, becoming enormous, conspicuous, and unmistakably green, swinging about in midair. Truly an eye-popping sight. TSK. How on earth did Natasha ever manage to lull him to sleep? I heard there's even a gif of it floating around. At the sound of Eric's mocking laughter, Hulk's eyes bulged even wider as he glared at Eric. He drew in a massive breath, opened his mouth, and let out a thunderous roar, in an instant. The shockwave mixed with a blast of air, and with it, four-armed Hulk's spit and foul breath came rushing straight at Eric. Ugh! Eric gagged, his stomach churning so violently he nearly threw up. For a moment, he lost control of the gravity he was manipulating, and four-armed Hulk immediately tumbled to the ground. Hovering in the air, Eric gulped in mouthfuls of fresh air, his gaze fixed on the bouncing four-armed Hulk below. His expression grew darker. I came here to help you out of kindness, and you spit in my face? Fine then, let's settle this with a good beating first. The Hulk was already famed for his incredible physique, boundless strength, and phenomenal healing abilities. But four-armed Hulk's mutation was even more extreme than the savage original, making his powers all the more formidable. Eric wasn't foolish enough to face him head-on with nothing but his own body. That punch from earlier caught four-armed Hulk off guard, but if Eric truly wanted to give him a thrashing, he'd need some protection. He swiftly opened his pocket dimension, unleashing a torrent of vibranium that surged around him and formed a suit of full-body armor bristling with spikes. Just looking at it made one wince. Four-armed Hulk, meanwhile, had been leaping around on the ground for some time. Realizing he couldn't reach Eric in the sky, he grabbed a massive boulder and hurled it upward. Watching the stone fly toward him, Eric let out a cold laugh and shot forward to meet it head-on. The rock shattered into dust at the collision, but Eric didn't slow down. He rammed straight into four-armed Hulk's head, bringing his vibranium helmet into intimate contact with the Hulk's cheek. But four-armed Hulk had been waiting for this moment. He'd been hoping Eric would come down, and when the opportunity finally arrived, he wasn't about to let it slip by. He took the blow to the face in stride. Then all four arms snapped out, locking Eric in a crushing bear hug. Using the momentum of Eric's charge, they both slid a great distance across the ground. The rough scrape with the earth left neither of them worse for wear. Four-armed Hulk seized Eric's wrists with two hands, then wrapped his legs around. Eric's like the roots of an ancient tree. With his other two massive fists raised high, he grinned wickedly and slammed them down onto Eric's head. The giant fists thundered against Eric's vibranium mask, each blow surpassing the critical threshold of the armor's kinetic energy absorption, sending out bursts of violet shockwaves with every strike. Yet inside the helmet, Eric felt nothing but a slight tremor, completely unharmed. Wow, those fists are the size of soup pots. Eric chuckled, and in a flash, his vibranium armor liquefied, flowing like a living thing, to wrap itself around four-armed Hulk's body, binding all 7 of his limbs and his torso, leaving only his large green head exposed. A powerful magnetic field, combined with gravitational force, surged forth. Four-armed Hulk slowly began to float into the air. No matter how fiercely he struggled, he couldn't escape the deadly vibranium shackles. Wasn't it fun beating on me just now? Eric looked at the big green head and curled his lips into a cold smile. 4 arms, so what? If you're so tough, why don't you sprout 3 heads and 6 arms for me? But when the four-armed Hulk could do nothing but unleash a wild, guttural roar, Eric lost interest. He opened his pocket dimension once again, and out flew more vibranium. The metal swiftly gathered around his fist, forming in the blink of an eye into a vibranium hammerhead more than a meter wide. You've seen fists the size of a stew pot. Now let me show you a fist the size of a millstone. But as it turned out, even a millstone-sized fist could do little real harm to the Hulk. Eric's arms were aching from the relentless pounding, yet Hulk was still bellowing, and the bruises on his head vanished in an instant as though nothing had happened. Faced with such a juggernaut, Eric had no temper left to lose. He wasn't truly trying to take Hulk out, after all. There was no bad blood between them, and Eric actually wanted Hulk to work for him. Enough was enough. If he really wanted to eliminate Hulk, he had plenty of ways to do it. This was simply to put Hulk in his place and knock some of the fight out of him. Both Hulk's legs and his 4 arms were now locked in place by vibranium. In his current state, he wasn't strong enough to break the metal, so all he could do was roar helplessly. No matter how hard he strained, the vibranium shackles held firm. Only his massive green head was free to move. It wasn't that Hulk was weak. The opponent was just too strong. Hulk was equally frustrated. He was someone who could take direct hits from orbital weapons, yet now he was trapped by what looked like nothing more than a pile of metal scraps. It was humiliating. The man who kept hammering his head. If Hulk could, he'd swallow him whole. All right, big guy. If you keep thrashing, I'll just leave you stuck inside that big metal lump for good. Eric threatened, though he wasn't sure if it would work. Hulk clearly didn't understand. He answered with a thunderous roar, spitting a spray of saliva for good measure. Fortunately, Eric had anticipated this. His magnetic shield was always up, so he didn't get splattered. Eric shook his head helplessly, then reached out and tapped Hulk's brow. A powerful electromagnetic pulse shot forth, and Hulk's eyes grew ever more vacant. Moments later, he collapsed in his sleep, and before long, transformed back into Bruce Banner. The four-armed Hulk, whom General Ross had thrown an entire army at and even tried to subdue with orbital weaponry, all for nothing, was now taken down by a single finger from Eric. It just goes to show, sometimes, using the right method makes all the difference. Eric teleported Bruce Banner back to New York. No sooner had he strapped the emotion control wristband on a Banner's arm than General Ross called. "Eric, I want weapons. Bigger, more powerful weapons." General Ross's voice was almost a howl, as if someone had just stolen his prized cabbages. "General Ross, calm down. Take a deep breath." If it weren't for the phone line between them, Eric would have loved to zap him with an electromagnetic pulse too, just to clear his head. "Calm down? You gotta be kidding me. You son of..." After a fit of hysterical curses, General Ross abruptly hung up the phone. In the background, Eric thought he could faintly make out a woman's voice. The whole situation baffled him. He'd done business with General Ross for years, and Ross was never one to lose his cool so easily. On the contrary, anyone who could climb step by step to the rank of general had to be a master of self-control. So what on earth was going on? Wasn't it just that the Hulk had escaped? They could always create another one. Was it really worth getting so worked up over? Eric tossed the phone aside carelessly and ordered the AI to block any further calls from General Ross. Then he turned and strode into the laboratory. Right now, the most important thing for him was Bruce Banner. The emotion control bracelet on Bruce Banner's wrist was already doing its job, and the emotional suppression setting was cranked up to maximum. It was just one notch away from pushing Bruce into saintly serenity. Eric was confident. In this state, even if he spat in Banner's face, the man wouldn't turn into the Hulk. "Dr. Banner, I know you're awake," Eric said, leaning against the lab door with his arms folded across his chest. He fixed his gaze on Bruce, who was pretending to be unconscious, and waited several minutes before finally breaking the silence. Bruce Banner felt awkward. The truth was, he'd woken up as soon as Eric left. At first, he assumed the bracelet on his wrist was some sort of surveillance or restraint device, maybe something to track him or prevent him from transforming. In his mind, wearing that thing was about as useful as snapping a rubber band around his wrist, and he'd already written it off as pointless. But once he tried to test it, he realized, to his surprise and growing panic, that the device really was suppressing the Hulk. No matter how hard he tried, he simply couldn't get angry. This realization sent him into a flurry of anxiety. He snatched up some lab equipment and started tinkering away, and in the time it took to make a phone call, he'd already figured out what the bracelet was made of. The ingredient that dashed his hopes, vibranium. Just then, Eric returned. Bruce hurriedly assumed the pose of unconsciousness, but Eric saw right through him. Embarrassed, Bruce could only open his eyes. "Mr. Eric, did you capture me just to hand me over to Ross?" he asked. "Hand you over to Ross? Why would I do that?" Eric looked at him in confusion, feeling as though he was struggling to keep up with Banner's train of thought. "Isn't that what you want? To curry favor with him, so he'll give you more contracts, buy more weapons, build more maglev train lines, so you can make even more money?" Bruce replied calmly, so calm in fact that he found it strange himself. How could he be so composed, talking to his enemy under these circumstances? "Hey, watch what you say. Don't make wild accusations, or I'll sue you for slander." Hearing Bruce Banner's question, Eric nearly lost his temper and wanted to give him a good beating. What nonsense was this? According to Bruce Banner, it sounded like he had become nothing more than General Ross's lackey. Was there any need to insult someone like that? Where on earth did you hear all this? Eric was genuinely baffled. Bruce Banner was, after all, considered one of the smartest minds in the Marvel Universe. How could he twist Eric's dealings with General Ross into something so humiliating? "Betty told me," Bruce Banner replied, hesitating only for a moment before recounting everything he had seen and heard to Eric, holding nothing back. Betty, General Ross's daughter. The moment Eric heard her name, everything clicked into place. One look at Bruce Banner's lovesick expression, and he instantly recognized the telltale signs of a man smitten. Ah, young love. Even if she told him the sun was square, he'd agree without a second thought. Yes, it's square, just like a Rubik's Cube. As Bruce Banner slowly explained, Eric quickly pieced together the full story. It turned out that during the solar storm, Bruce had transformed into his four-armed form and was captured by General Ross for research. Actually, Bruce had cooperated, willingly to some extent. General Ross wanted to figure out what was going on with him, hoping to use this knowledge to create super soldiers, while Bruce Banner's real aim was to break his own curse and return to being an ordinary man. Their goals were different, but not entirely at odds, so Bruce Banner naturally became an important member of General Ross's laboratory, both researching and being researched. After spending years in the lab, Bruce Banner had only ever seen a few scientists aside from the experimental equipment. To his surprise, a year ago, a new girl arrived, an exceptionally beautiful one at that. Not only did she show no disgust at his forearms, but she was actually curious, full of scientific curiosity and a thirst for knowledge. She was always finding ways to get closer to Banner. Banner, in turn, was deeply taken by this girl who never treated him like a freak. He answered all her questions with complete honesty, and before long, the two of them had grown close. As for Betty's disparaging comments about Eric, it turned out she'd overheard them while General Ross was boasting drunkenly. In her eyes, her father was always right, so she repeated his words to Bruce Banner, who, blinded by love, believed them without question. Perhaps it was the influence of the wristband, but Bruce Banner seemed to have lost even his most basic sense of caution. In the course of the conversation, he ended up sharing even his most private matters, leaving Eric increasingly alarmed as he listened. No wonder Ross had flown into such a rage. This guy really had stolen his precious daughter. Betty's only 18, isn't she? This guy is an absolute animal. Eric looked at Bruce Banner with utter contempt, but Banner was about to drop an even bigger bombshell that nearly made Eric's jaw hit the floor. What did you say? Betty's pregnant. Don't you realize how special your genes are? What do you want? Give birth to Neza or something. Eric rubbed his brow, staring at the calm face of Bruce Banner, completely at a loss for words. If this had happened to him, forget orbital weapons. He'd have had an antimatter bomb dropped on his head. This was a real mess, and not something easy to handle. General Ross only had one daughter, and now not only had she been claimed by a four-armed green beast, she was left with a child. Just like that, Ross had unexpectedly become a grandfather, and this child was nothing ordinary. Maybe Betty should just get rid of the baby. Eric felt his mind turning to mush. This situation had spiraled far beyond anything he'd imagined. He never thought that with just a flap of his butterfly wings, he'd end up causing such a tidal wave. Bruce Banner, for his part, remained perfectly calm, not a trace of emotion on his face. He looked like a machine devoid of feeling. In this state, his mind was working at lightning speed, quickly deducing that his emotional flatness was due to the device he wore on his wrist. With this device, the Hulk wouldn't emerge, which made Bruce genuinely happy. But even happiness was now just an abstract word in his mind. He couldn't really feel it. The sensation was uncanny, as if he were watching himself from above, detached from all emotion. Why do I even care so much? Eric massaged his temples and slapped his face a couple of times. She's Ross's daughter, not mine. Why am I worrying myself sick over this? Let Ross deal with his own headache. There was no way Eric would hand over Bruce Banner, the one responsible for this mess. Using sound judgment, he teleported Bruce to his private laboratory in outer space, leaving him with the Hydra scientists for company, while he returned to Earth to clean up the aftermath. He took the initiative to call General Ross. On the other end, there was still a heated argument going on, mixed with the sound of a girl crying. It had to be Betty. Eric feigned concern, asking Ross what had happened. Ross immediately drove his daughter out of the room. Family scandals couldn't be aired in public. Trying hard to restrain his anger, General Ross requested that Eric provide him with even more powerful weapons. General Ross, aren't the orbital weapons strong enough? Ross was so furious he'd lost all sense of secrecy and sent Eric a video of the Hulk shrugging off the orbital weapon attack. I've seen this before. Eric forced a bitter smile. His original intention in developing orbital weapons was to handle future crises, not to take down the Hulk. General Ross, we do have a few other projects in the works, but, well, these things take time. Eric pretended to hesitate, but before he could say much, General Ross, still fuming, slammed his fist down and declared, "If you want money, I'll give you money. If you want men, I'll give you men. If you want power, I'll give you power. As long as you can help me get rid of that damned green giant, I'd even crawl in your bed if I had to." Eric mumbled a few vague words and quickly found an excuse to hang up, his face clouded with frustration. The real reason he'd called General Ross was simply to sound him out, to see if there was any room left to maneuver in Bruce Banner's case. After all, keeping such a powerful asset locked away in a lab seemed like a waste. Maybe one day they'd need him to fight. But judging by Ross's tone, it was clear he wouldn't be calming down anytime soon. Eric decided it was best to wait a little longer. He paced back and forth in his office, mulling over how to handle the Bruce Banner situation, when a message from the future arrived, one that made him forget all about Banner in an instant. Tony Stark had gone missing. It wasn't just the Hulk whose timeline had been accelerated. Obadiah's finally made his move, Eric exclaimed, unable to hide his excitement. He immediately ordered the future to take control of Stark Industries' network. Within Stark Industries' systems, there was something else taking shape, a nearly completed artificial intelligence named Jarvis. The name Jarvis actually came from Stark's old butler, a man who had served the Stark family for a lifetime. Tony Stark had been deeply fond of him, so he gave the AI his name. But Jarvis's programming was still unfinished. Even with Stark's genius, creating an AI alone was a daunting, time-consuming task. That was precisely why the future had no trouble breaching Stark Industries' firewall and seizing their networks. Just as Eric had expected, Howard Stark's unexpected return had pushed Obadiah Stane to the edge. He'd always seen Stark Industries as his own private fortune. Over the years, he'd amassed a fortune smuggling weapons and made the company's arms business flourish. Now, with everything he'd worked for about to be snatched away, Obadiah's mood was no better than General Ross's. Tony Stark was nothing more than a frivolous playboy, easy to control. But Howard Stark, he was a cunning old fox. After much agonizing, Obadiah steeled himself and decided to cut the problem at its root. As before, Obadiah's partners in the Middle East, the Ten Rings, were the ones who carried out the plan against Tony Stark. Obadiah lured Tony in with a tale of a mysterious old man in the Middle East, one who possessed incredible Easter magic and could wake Howard Stark from his coma instantly. Tony, desperate and trusting his uncle Obadiah, hopped in his private jet and flew straight there, only to be shot down before he even knew what was happening. Eric obtained flight information about Tony Stark's plane from Stark Industries. He secretly redirected a SHIELD satellite to track it, and soon enough, he located the wreckage of Stark's plane in a remote corner of the Middle East. With a single teleport, he arrived at the scene. After a thorough search, Eric quickly found Tony Stark inside a ruined mountain. Stark's plane had been hit mid-air. Though he managed to parachute to safety, shrapnel had still pierced his chest. By the time Eric found him, Stark already had an electromagnet installed in his chest. It seems Stark is destined to become Iron Man. This suffering is his necessary trial, Eric murmured, shaking his head in resignation, but making no move to intervene. It was still that same doctor, Inson, who saved Tony Stark. Inson's home was in the Middle East, and this wasn't his first time being captured. He knew these terrorists all too well. They want you to build a more powerful missile, using these as materials, Inson explained, gesturing toward the missiles on the ground marked with Stark Industries' logo, translating the terrorists' demands for Tony. Once the terrorists left, Tony Stark threw himself into frantic work. He even took up the hammer himself, laboring tirelessly until he finally built the arc reactor. "Oh, so this is the arc reactor. I saw the press conference for Stark Industries," Inson exclaimed in sudden realization, while Tony's face darkened with exhaustion. Throughout this ordeal, Eric never stepped in to help. Not until Stark finished building the Mark I suit and escaped in the chaos did Eric finally act. He rescued Inson and teleported him to safety. "After watching this drama unfold for days, it's finally time for me to get to work," Eric remarked. With Iron Man now born, Eric had nothing left to worry about. His true objective had never been Iron Man himself, but rather the Ten Rings, the organization responsible for Stark's kidnapping, or more precisely, the master behind the Ten Rings, the mysterious figure Obadiah referred to as the Mandarin. No one truly knows the Mandarin's real name. His given name has long been lost to the currents of history, but he has many aliases: Zhang Tong, Chu, Jin Khan, Mandarin, and more. He is of Chinese-British descent, and legend has it that his father belonged to a golden lineage, a heritage the Mandarin claims with pride. From a young age, he dedicated himself to martial arts, achieving impressive mastery. By a twist of fate, he once discovered a crashed alien spaceship inside a soul cave. There, he killed a mortally wounded alien and seized from him 10 magical rings. He also learned a trove of advanced technological and mystical knowledge aboard the ship. With these new powers and the mighty 10 Rings, he forged his own army and founded the Ten Rings organization, henceforth calling himself the Mandarin. The Mandarin's strength comes almost entirely from his 10 magical rings, and it is these rings that Eric truly seeks, that a group of 10 Rings members, armed too. The teeth were no more threatening to Eric than a nest of ants. He had them all on the ground within minutes. These men were merely unconscious. After all, they were supposed to be the first whetstone for Iron Man's rise, or perhaps not even worthy of that name, just punching bag for Eric to vent his frustrations. Still, their presence was necessary. If Iron Man arrived and found them all dead, the trail might lead back to Eric, which was the last thing he wanted. "So, tell me, where's your boss hiding?" Leaving the underlings sprawled across the ground, Eric dragged 3 men who seemed to be the leaders back into the cave. Each had a distinct look, one with a thick beard, another with a bald head, and the last marked by a scar across his face. And %*UN #%. At asterisk, the bearded man barked out something unintelligible. And #@UN, the bald one added in a similar jumble. Plus equals. The scarred man chimed in with yet another incomprehensible string. "Oh, so that's how it is." Eric feigned sudden understanding, but his face immediately darkened. He smacked each of them on the head. Can't any of you speak a human language? Who the hell can make sense of this? The three men burst out again with their cacophony of words. Eric listened carefully, trying to pick out familiar sounds, only to realize they were switching among at least 7 or 8 different languages, none of which he could understand. Chinese, he tried. They shook their heads. English, again, they shook their heads. Arabic, still no. Sawasti, he tried a greeting in Thai, but they only shook their heads once more. This was hopeless. They couldn't communicate at all. Eric hadn't expected that. At the crucial moment, he'd be defeated by a language barrier. In frustration, he slammed his fist against the cave walls, leaving hundreds of fist-sized dents. The three men were so terrified, they nearly wet themselves. After blowing off steam, Eric suddenly remembered that he had teleported Ethan away earlier. Ethan was a language prodigy and a regular here. He'd surely understand what these guys were saying. Eric hurriedly teleported to Ethan's destination, only to find a straightforward man hadn't fled. He was just sitting on the ground, waiting patiently. Ethan, why didn't you run? Mr. Eric, I figured you must have rescued me for a reason, and this place seems pretty safe. I thought I'd wait here, so you wouldn't have trouble finding me. Ethan replied calmly. Even after witnessing the miracle of teleportation for the first time, he showed not a hint of panic, truly the composure of a leader. Eric couldn't help but admire his attitude. Originally, rescuing Ethan had just been a spur-of-the-moment decision. He'd planned to teleport him somewhere safe and be done with it. After all, compared to the world-class scientists under Eric's command, Ethan's talents were nothing special. Someone so ordinary wouldn't have normally caught his eye. But looking at things now, Ethan doesn't seem as lacking as he once imagined. In fact, just his courage alone puts him above most people. So, let's give him another hand. You've done really well. Are you interested in working for Sky Industries? Eric asked, showing no surprise at being recognized. With the rapid rise of Sky Industries, his fame was now on par with Stark's. Ethan hesitated, then shook his head apologetically. I'm sorry, Mr. Eric. I've already promised Mr. Stark that I'd join Stark Industries. Besides, I'd like to go home for a while first. Eric nodded, a hint of regret in his eyes, but he understood. Do me a favor. I'll take you home. And remember, about my abilities. Understood. I'm very tight-lipped, Ethan replied, offering a steady, trustworthy smile that naturally inspired confidence. Eric nodded silently, and, without another word, teleported Ethan back to the cave. Their languages are all over the place. Arabic, Urdu, Dari, Pashto, Mongolian, Farsi, and even Russian. Eric rubbed his brow in frustration. It was as if these bastards were deliberately making life difficult for him, blurting out whichever language he didn't know. With Ethan acting as interpreter, communication with the three leaders became much smoother for Eric. Still, every now and then, one of them would throw in a bizarre dialect, leaving even Ethan at a loss for words. Before long, Eric managed to piece together a clue from their scattered remarks. It turned out this base did indeed belong to the Ten Rings, but none of these men had ever met the legendary Mandarin. According to the organization's structure, they were merely the lowest rung. Foot soldiers recruited to fight, living each day on the edge, far from worthy of beholding the so-called all-powerful god that was the Mandarin. The one relaying orders to them was a divine attendant of the Mandarin, a warlord of considerable renown in the Middle East. Now that he had a lead, Eric was generous enough to let the three men go. As a parting gesture, he wiped the memories of everyone in the base, leaving them to await Iron Man's arrival. With Ethan at his side, Eric tracked down the warlord known as the Divine Attendant. Using the same tactics, he followed the chain of command, step by step, painstakingly working his way up until at last he discovered the true whereabouts of the Mandarin. Ethan, from here on out, this is no longer something you can be involved in. Thank you for your help. I'll take you home, Eric said, shaking Ethan's hand in farewell and teleporting him back to his hometown. Once Ethan was safely on his way, Eric let out a long, slow breath, centering himself and preparing for the coming battle. Beyond his remarkable martial arts skills, almost all of the Mandarin's powers came from the 10 rings he wore on his hands. However, these 10 rings granted the Mandarin 10 formidable superpowers, essentially concentrating the abilities of 10 mutants into a single person. It was an overwhelming force and a tremendous challenge to deal with. Eric's objective was crystal clear, the 10 rings themselves. Almost everyone who came from the Mandarin had the same purpose, to defeat the boss and claim the rings. The Mandarin was well aware of this. He was constantly prepared to live or die alongside his rings. Should he sense defeat was imminent, he would destroy the rings, leaving his challengers empty-handed, their efforts for nothing. So, defeating the Mandarin wasn't really the hard part. The real difficulty lay in how to seize the rings from him. Who are you? came a booming voice. The moment Eric set foot in the Mandarin's secluded sanctuary, he felt a powerful psychic force sweep over him like a tidal wave. Suddenly, a towering Buddha materialized before Eric, its face solemn, its voice deep and resonant, every word echoing with the weight of a great bell. "Who are you?" What a clumsy trick. Nowhere near Charles's level. Eric scoffed, curling his lip. He disrupted the electromagnetic field, sending out chaotic pulses that shattered the illusionary Buddha in an instant, revealing the true nature of the sanctuary. It was a vast underground cavern. Artificial lights were mounted on the ceiling, illuminating mural-covered walls adorned with Easter motifs. Countless exotic flowers and rare herbs flourished throughout the cavern, and a gentle stream meandered quietly among them, its melody soft and persistent. "You do have a knack for choosing scenic hideouts," Eric remarked, casting a sidelong glance at a stone wall to his right. Embedded in the wall was a pavilion, and within it sat the Mandarin himself. "Who are you, that you dare trespass upon my place of seclusion?" The illusion dispelled, the Mandarin's voice was still thunderous and imposing. Yet his archaic, formal speech grated on Eric's nerves. Eric didn't reply. He scrutinized the Mandarin, who sat within the pavilion shrouded in a black robe, his gray-white hair falling untamed past. His shoulders, deep lines etched his weathered face, his eyes remained closed, his hands rested on his knees, and each finger bore a ring. On the Mandarin's right index finger gleamed a sapphire-studded ring, radiating a mesmerizing brilliance. One look told Eric that this was the ring responsible for the earlier illusion, a ring that not only conjured visions, but also amplified the wearer's psychic strength. Another ring caught Eric's eye as well, entirely golden, set with 2 white gemstones, and worn on the Mandarin's left pinky. Peculiar magnetic fields emanated from it, drawing Eric's attention like a lodestone. Why do you remain silent?" Hearing no reply, the Grand Master abruptly opened his eyes. In those dark pupils, a murderous intent flashed like a blade. But as he caught sight of Eric's face, that killing aura eased, if only slightly. "I thought it would be those barbarians again," he said, his tone suddenly shifting. "But it turns out a descendant of the divine. Kingdom has come. Come, kneel and perform the 3 bows and 9 kowtows. I shall impart to you the supreme mystical arts." "Teach you? Dream on." He really thinks he's some kind of immortal. Another hopeless case of a chronic delusion of grandeur. Eric shook his head in disbelief, then casually waved his hand. Instantly, his vibranium armor assembled itself onto his body. The Grand Master narrowed his eyes at the sight, fingers crossing as he gently stroked the rings on his hand. One by one, the rings began to glow. "What do you intend?" he asked, his voice cold. "You talk too much." Eric snapped. With a burst of speed, he lunged forward, his fist aimed straight for the Grand Master's jaw. "Oomph." The Grand Master snorted contemptuously. The ring on his left thumb glowed, releasing a beam of white light. Wherever the light passed, the air itself froze solid, heavy ice crystals forming in an instant as the temperature plummeted. Eric dodged swiftly, but the Grand Master's fingers flicked and the white light swept sideways, catching Eric nonetheless. In the blink of an eye, a thick shell of solid ice encased his armor, turning Eric into a living statue. "Overestimating yourself." The Grand Master looked with satisfaction at his handiwork and raised his hand to strike again. Suddenly, from inside the icy shell, Eric's armor glowed red-hot. The ice clinging to him melted as though tossed into boiling oil, thick white steam billowing out and shrouding him from the Grand Master's sight. The Grand Master was taken aback, but he didn't wait idly. The ring on his right middle finger flared, stirring the air with invisible force. A whirlwind spun into existence, its furious gusts wrapping around Eric. In an instant, the mist was swept away, but Eric stood anchored to the ground, unmoved like a nail hammered in place. Unafraid of ice? Then what about fire? The Grand Master sneered, raising his left hand. The ring on his 4th finger blazed, releasing a searing ray that ignited flames in the very air. The fire rode the beam straight toward Eric's face. Even with his vibranium mask, Eric could feel the explosive heat. Tilting his head, just so, Eric willed the vibranium to flow, sealing every last gap in his mask. Guided by magnetic senses, he charged straight into the flames toward the Grand Master. Remarkable armor. The Grand Master's eyes shone with greed as he realized the uniqueness of Eric's suit. "If you offer up this armor, I'll let bygones be bygones and allow you to leave in peace." Eric merely rolled his eyes, determined not to waste another word on this delusional madman. All his focus was on closing the distance he was intent on, bringing the fight up close. The Mandarin saw how obstinate he was, and his eyes filled with a cold, ruthless energy. He clenched his right fist, but extended only his thumb, pressing it down toward Eric as if squashing an insect. A wisp of black smoke drifted from his ring and settled lightly atop Eric's head. In the next instant, the smoke turned pitch black, plunging Eric into utter darkness. He couldn't even see his own hand before his face. This guy must be crazy, Eric scoffed inwardly. Doesn't he see my mask already covers my eyes? I've been blind for ages, and now he tries a blinding attack on me. He let out a derisive laugh. The darkness had no effect on him whatsoever. After using several rings in quick succession without inflicting any real harm, the Mandarin's expression grew strained. He raised his left index finger, ready to activate another ring's power, but hesitated and then withdrew his hand. But that moment of indecision was all Eric needed. He was already upon the Mandarin, swinging his iron fist in a heavy arc aimed squarely at the man's head. Even without the 10 rings, the Mandarin was still a martial arts master. How could he let Eric land such a crude attack so easily? He leaned back just enough to avoid the punch by a hair's breadth, and his right hand lightly brushed against Eric's vibranium armor. Missing his mark, Eric didn't bother to change tactics. Using the momentum from his charge, he barreled straight into the Mandarin, fighting with the reckless abandon of a brawler. As they were about to collide, the Mandarin sneered, and the ring on his right hand's fourth finger flared with a brilliant light. Powerful shockwaves rippled outward, passing through Eric's vibranium armor and striking him directly. Vibrational energy, the very same power as Sky's bloodline. Eric gritted his teeth against the discomfort and struck out at the Mandarin again. The Mandarin, ever the composed master, watched Eric's fist approach. Only when it was about to graze his skin did he tilt his head slightly, deftly dodging the blow. But this time, something was different. As the Mandarin slipped past the punch, dozens of razor-sharp spikes suddenly erupted from Eric's knuckles, all aimed straight for the Mandarin's head. Oomph. Parlor tricks, the Mandarin snorted, as if he had anticipated this move. The ring on his left pinky, one Eric benign, closely, flashed, and a surge of magnetic force swept forth. The vibranium spikes froze in midair, unable to advance even a millimeter. Ignorant child, magnetism is my weapon as well. The ring's glow intensified, and the magnetic field around the Mandarin's hand grew stronger and stronger. The vibranium spikes began to twist and crack, breaking apart under the strain. And it wasn't just the spikes. The vibranium armor on Eric's body started to buckle and fracture under the powerful magnetic assault. His face mask could no longer fully conceal his features. He looked visibly strained, his face flushed red as beads of sweat the size of pearls rolled down his cheeks. Seeing this, the Mandarin gave a scornful laugh. Still refusing to submit? Submit to your grandmother. Eric shot back. Eric let out a furious curse, and to everyone's shock, the vibranium armor on his other arm detached on its own, revealing the forearm hidden beneath. In his hand, he gripped a milky white dagger. The Mandarin's pupils shrank to pinpoints in alarm, and he instinctively darted backward. But before he could react further, Eric's blade had already come down. With a swift, decisive motion, the dagger sliced cleanly across the Mandarin's neck. Crimson blood burst forth in a violent spray. Staggering back, the Mandarin's face twisted with disbelief as he clutched his throat, the rings on his fingers rapidly losing their glow. It's ceramic. Even I can't control it. Eric panted heavily, fixing the Mandarin with a cold, mocking smile. With a flick of his wrist, all the vibranium shards scattered at his feet shot up into the air, driving themselves mercilessly into the Mandarin's body, turning him into a human pincushion in an instant. Huh, let's see you try anything now. Eric let out a wild, triumphant laugh, then collapsed heavily to the ground. Spreading his arms wide, he lay flat on his back, gulping down great breaths of fresh air. Beneath the Mandarin, blood slowly pooled, seeping outward in all directions. He pressed both hands to the gaping wound at his neck, his body convulsing uncontrollably, life quickly slipping away. Just then, the ring on the Mandarin's right pinky finger suddenly flared with a violet glow, rapidly enveloping his entire form. Sensing something amiss, Eric scrambled to his feet and, with a sharp twist of both hands, manipulated the magnetic field, causing the vibranium shards embedded in the Mandarin to spin violently, transforming into a vicious, blood-soaked blender. Yet the gruesome scene Eric imagined failed to materialize. Under the violet halo, the vibranium fragments transformed into drifting flower petals, each one exuding a mesmerizing fragrance. Matter transmutation. Eric recognized the move instantly. Apocalypse had used this very trick before, turning his vibranium into sand. And now, he was facing it again. Damn it! Eric hurled the ceramic dagger aside and turned to flee. Traitor, you're not getting away. thundered a voice behind him before he'd made it 10 meters. In an instant, a bolt of green lightning struck him squarely in the back, dropping him to the ground as his body convulsed uncontrollably. "You wretch, you do have some skill." The Mandarin stepped slowly out of the violet glow, his wounds miraculously healed as if nothing had happened. His face was twisted with murderous rage, and his gaze toward Eric brimmed with lethal intent. The ring on his left middle finger, still faintly glowing green, was just fading. Eric lay sprawled on the ground, his body racked by powerful currents that forced him into violent spasms. His eyes rolled back, and froth gathered at his lips, a pitiful, harrowing sight. The Mandarin clasped his hands behind his back and strode toward Eric one step at a time, each heavy footfall echoing like the toll of a death. Knell, suffocating the air with dread, as Masterman drew near, Eric managed to regain some awareness. He was just about to get up when Masterman suddenly raised his hand. A wave of icy chill shot forth, instantly freezing Eric into a statue of ice. This time with no vibranium armor to shield him, Eric faced absolute zero directly. He nearly lost consciousness again, but Masterman was far from finished. A burst of explosive flame crashed down onto Eric, and immediately after, a whirlwind swept around him, trapping the fire against his body. Then, with a subtle manipulation of magnetic fields, the remaining pieces of vibranium armor peeled away from Eric's body, rose into the air, and gathered into a massive iron fist. With a thunderous blow, the iron fist slammed down on Eric. That was a true iron fist, one that sent Eric flying out of the flaming whirlwind's grasp. Yet still, it was not over. Through his blurred vision, Eric suddenly saw countless Buddha statues materialize around him. Each one wore a fierce, wrathful expression, their brows furrowed and eyes glaring in anger. Before Eric could react, these statues came to life, launching an onslaught of punches, palms, kicks, and strikes, all different, each one packed with formidable force. Outside the hallucination, Masterman watched Eric stumble and thrash about under the illusion he controlled. With a cold smirk, he closed in, landing a heavy punch to Eric's stomach before spinning and kicking him hard in the lower back. Masterman was a martial arts master, intimately familiar with countless fighting styles. He treated Eric like a sandbag, unleashing a dazzling array of techniques upon him. Yet he controlled his strength with precision, enough to injure but not to kill. Seeing his enemy groan in agony beneath his iron fists, Masterman felt a growing satisfaction. His blows became sharper, his techniques more refined. This wasn't about killing Eric. This was Masterman venting the flames of his own fury. No one knew how long the beating lasted. At last, Masterman stopped, looking down at Eric, who now lay on the ground like a heap of ruined flesh. With a snort of disdain, Masterman waved his hand, conjuring a small whirlwind that swept up the ceramic dagger lying nearby and deposited it neatly into his grasp. He took the dagger and examined it closely, nodding with approval. For ceramic to achieve such resilience, remarkable, most remarkable. It seems the outside world's technology has advanced yet again. Once I deal with this one, I must go out and see for myself. With that, Masterman flipped the dagger in his hand and stabbed it fiercely toward Eric's heart. There was a soft metallic ring. The dagger didn't even pierce Eric's skin. Masterman's eyes narrowed. He quickly leapt back, suspecting Eric had some hidden trick left. But no matter how long he waited, Eric lay motionless on the ground, which left Masterman puzzled. He lifted the ceramic dagger once again, gathering all his strength, and hurled it straight at Eric. The dagger flashed like a bolt of lightning, striking Eric's forehead with unerring precision. Yet it was all in vain. With a soft, metallic sound, the dagger bounced off instantly. Not only that, but the tip of the blade was chipped off, a tiny fragment missing. Masterman's eyes narrowed at once as he scrutinized Eric from head to toe. Impervious to blades and bullets? Could this be the legendary Golden Bell shield or iron shirt? Technique. Suspicion crept into his mind as he stepped closer, examining Eric carefully. Although Eric looked a bit disheveled, not a single scratch could be seen on his body. If this truly is the Golden Bell shield or iron shirt, and this boy has reached such a level, then he's a prodigy of the rarest kind. No, I mustn't let him live. Having made up his mind, Masterman raised his left hand, thumb rubbing against the ring on his index finger. Inset into the ring was a square, golden gemstone. Of his 10 rings, this was the last one he had yet to use. Under his control, the ring began to glow with a golden light. A fine golden thread shot out from the ring, sweeping toward Eric like a razor's edge. At that very moment, Eric, who had been lying motionless on the ground, suddenly opened his eyes. His gaze was sharp and clear, and he grinned widely at Masterman. Well, It took you long enough. After all that playing dumb, you're finally using it. Masterman possessed 10 rings, each with a unique power: mental amplification, vortex whirlwind, vibration, field of darkness, ice storm, fiery explosion, lightning, magnetic control, matter rearrangement, and at last, the most deadly, atomic slicing. The first 8 abilities didn't worry Eric at all. Having mastered electromagnetism and gravity, he had ways to counter them. Only the last 2, matter rearrangement and atomic slicing, were truly troublesome. Those powers were almost impossible for him to overcome. Eric had already experienced matter rearrangement at the hands of Apocalypse. This ability could realign atoms and molecules, fundamentally transforming substances, metal to sand, sand to metal, and so on. Both Apocalypse and Masterman could alter the structure of matter, making their attacks and defenses overwhelmingly formidable. More frightening still, through matter rearrangement, they could heal their own wounds, transforming other materials into flesh and blood, mending injuries at the molecular and atomic level. Such regeneration could cure nearly any affliction: SARS, AIDS, cancer, you name it. This was the real reason Eric had been feigning weakness and biding his time. He lacked a surefire way to kill in a single stroke. His usual arsenal, railguns, torrents of metal, electromagnetic pulses, gravitational and inertial attacks, couldn't finish Masterman off instantly. As long as Masterman had even a moment, he could activate the matter rearrangement ring and undo all of Eric's efforts in the blink of an eye. The last ability, Atomic Severance, was even more formidable and twisted. It was unleashed by a ring known as Golden Dawn, worn on the Mandarin's left index finger. This ring could emit a unique energy beam, theoretically capable of destroying all matter, molecules, and elements. Even vibranium would struggle to withstand it. Material reconstruction was the strongest shield, atomic severance the sharpest spear. Eric's solution was simple: use the enemy's spear against his shield. The only thing that surprised him was that the Mandarin had saved atomic severance as his final trump card, which meant Eric had to endure a prolonged beating. If it weren't for the vibranium fused beneath his skin, he would have been torn apart long ago. Yet when he saw the Mandarin finally resort to using the ring's power, Eric felt it was all worthwhile. Under the Mandarin's terrified gaze, Eric pointed before himself, opening a small, deft portal directly in front of the atomic beam. In an instant, the beam emerged beside the Mandarin. With the slightest flick of Eric's finger, the searing energy swept past. The Mandarin was sliced cleanly in two. Seizing the moment, Eric summoned a surge of electromagnetic power. Bolts of lightning crashed down upon the Mandarin's rear half, reducing it to ash within moments. Thus, the leader of the 10 Rings, who had brought havoc to the Middle East for decades, finally met his end. With the Mandarin's death, all 10 rings on his hand lost their luster, their former brilliance fading into dullness. Only then did Eric rise, collecting his spoils, the 10 rings, one by one. He knew well that the Mandarin had used some unknown method to bind the rings to himself. As long as he lived, no one could take them. Any attempt to do so by force would simply prompt the Mandarin to command their self-destruction, leaving nothing for anyone. Fortunately, though the process had its twists and turns, the outcome was just as Eric had hoped. All 10 rings remained intact, not a single one destroyed. True to his own favorite saying, "Only children make choices. I want them all." Storing the rings in his pocket dimension, Eric began searching the underground cavern. This had been the Mandarin's lair for decades. To say there were no treasures here would be an insult to the man's cunning. Starting with the lone pavilion, the only structure in the cave, Eric uprooted it entirely, shaking out anything that might be hidden within. To his surprise, he uncovered a hard stone tablet embedded in the foundation. Its material was unknown, but etched upon it was a map, annotated with several lines of Mongolian script. Eric examined it closely, but couldn't make sense of the map, and he didn't know a word of Mongolian. With a shrug, he tossed it into the pocket dimension for later study. Whatever had been hidden so carefully by the Mandarin was bound to be something extraordinary. The next things Eric gained were those murals. At first glance, they just seemed to depict people dancing and animals leaping, nothing more. But as he drew closer, he noticed that beneath the murals, there were lines upon lines of tiny script, packed densely together. The writing was in Mongolian, Sanskrit, and Chinese. Eric read a few lines and realized they were all martial arts secrets, with phrases like, "The way of heaven, take from the excess and give to the lacking, and if you wish to master this art, you must first make a great sacrifice." It became clear that the murals were actually repositories of martial wisdom. This was an opportunity he couldn't pass up. Eric pulled out his scanner and meticulously recorded every mural, archiving them for future study. Whether or not he could master these techniques didn't matter. What counted was taking them all. After scanning, Eric carefully used magnetic and gravitational fields to probe the area, digging up all sorts of odds and ends from beneath the ground. He didn't bother to sort the useful from the useless. He simply packed everything up to take with him. Once he had made sure nothing was left behind, Eric cheerfully hummed a tune as he teleported back to New York. "Everyone, these 2 rings will be the focus of our next research," he announced. Matter reassembly and atomic slicing. These 2 rings were also known as Xian Cosmos and Golden Dawn. One had the power to bind atoms together, the other to tear them apart. Eric suspected that, one way or another, they were related to the strong and weak nuclear forces. Regardless of the specifics, he was determined to uncover their principles, believing that understanding them would yield new insights. When Eric explained the ring's capabilities to the assembled researchers, shock registered on every face. Even Bruce Banner, the newest member, felt his heart pounding faster. Alarmed, he quickly activated his wristband, slipping into Sage mode. As they watched Bruce's face become utterly blank and devoid of emotion in an instant, the others eyed his wristband nervously, silently warning themselves never to cross Boss Eric. Who knew? If he lost his temper and forced everyone to wear one, they'd be stuck in Sage mode every day. What sort of life would that be? In Sage mode? Or Saint mode? A person felt no desire for anything at all, no trace of interest, utterly indifferent to the world. A collective shudder ran through the group as they imagined spending every moment in such a state. They instinctively took a step back from Bruce Banner, anxious to avoid any stray electromagnetic pulses. Watching their reactions, Eric pondered whether he should develop this into a weapon. The thought sent another chill down his spine. If it ever came to fruition, his reputation would certainly grow, from lady's friend to public enemy of man, or perhaps monk maker. There were plenty of fitting titles for such a fearsome invention. Truly terrifying. Chapter 118. Eric's life soon returned to its usual calm. Aside from eating and sleeping, he spent 90% of his time in the lab. When the real research began, Eric discovered that things were far more complicated than he had ever imagined. The Mandarin's rings originated from an alien spaceship, but they are genuine magical artifacts. Though each of them is a top-tier scientist, when it comes to magic, they are utterly clueless. For this reason, Eric made a special trip to the New York Sanctum to consult the Ancient One, but the answer he received was still less than satisfactory. The Ancient One is unparalleled in the field of magic. With just a single glance at the 2 rings, she unraveled their secrets, explaining to Eric in meticulous detail. Everything from the craftsmanship behind the rings to the magical circuitry woven within. The only thing Eric could offer in return was a bewildered expression. Science, he understood. Magic, however, seemed impossibly unscientific. When he tried to interpret it through a scientific lens, the Ancient One herself found it challenging. Although all roads may lead to the same truth, and simplicity lies at the heart of the universe, to fully explain a magical artifact with the language of science, well, her scientific prowess fell just a tiny bit short. Yes, just a little bit, about the size of the Big Bang itself. Eric was at his wit's end. Here they were, one a magic novice, the other a scientific layman. Discussions about the universe, time, and space were manageable. But the moment they delved into atoms, protons, electrons, or theoretical physics like parity violation, their conversation became a complete mismatch. In the end, Eric returned to his lab laden with arcane notes. He certainly wasn't going to rack his brains over this alone. His team had no excuse to slack off while he suffered. Someone else equally frustrated as Eric was Tony Stark, who had just narrowly escaped death, along with Obadiah Stane. As in the original story, after witnessing terrorists attack him with weapons of his own making, Tony's first act upon returning to the civilized world was to shut down Stark Industries' weapons division. The company's stock plummeted like it had fallen off a cliff, leaving Obadiah so worried he was practically sprouting new hair from stress. If you're not selling weapons, what are you going to sell? In the original story, you improved the arc reactor and dabbled in new energy, but now the arc reactor has already become the flagship product of Sky Industries. What's left for you to sell? Egg pancakes or street crepes? But there was nothing for it. Sky Industries was the landlord, and he was just the hired help. Out in the open, he didn't dare make a move. All he could do was secretly curse Tony in circles again and again. It wasn't until his unreliable Middle Eastern partners sent him a photo of the Mark I armor that he finally found a renewed sense of purpose. After shutting down the weapons division, Tony locked himself away in his lab. The electromagnet in his chest had already been replaced by a brand new arc reactor, but the glaring Sky Industries logo on it left him feeling suffocated. Still, he would never build a Stark Edition reactor for himself. That would just be self-deception, and Tony Stark, proud as he was, would never stoop to that. Unless he could invent a more advanced reactor, he would never remove the Stark Industries emblem from his chest. It served as a constant reminder, spurring him on to greater efforts. Of course, that task would have to wait. Right now, the top priority was his Iron Man armor. The timeline had been pushed forward by 8 years, yet the difficulty of building the Iron Man suit had multiplied by far more than 8 times. First and foremost, his artificial intelligence, Jarvis, was still incomplete. Without the aid of AI, every calculation and every stage of modeling the armor had to be entered manually into the computer, consuming a vast amount of his time and forcing him to set aside the armor project and focus on designing Jarvis first. Then there was the matter of his own expertise. With 8 years of knowledge and experience missing, his skills in mechanical engineering lagged far behind the level he'd possessed when he originally built the Mark II. Techniques that had once come to him effortlessly now required painstaking effort, starting from the blueprints, building models, running tests, and producing engineering samples, one slow step at a time. Fortunately, the development of metalloprosthetics had provided a useful precedent. Stark Industries possessed comprehensive data on human tissue and had accumulated a wealth of technical materials, saving him from many detours along the way. Still, every time he remembered that the metallic prosthetics had also originated from Eric, a sting of humiliation would rise in his heart. Damn you, Eric. Why is it always you? You must have been sent by God to punish me. Time flew by. A year passed in the blink of an eye. Stark was still holed up in his lab, working on his Iron Man armor, while Eric had already emerged from his own work. Sitting alone atop the rooftop, Eric gazed up at the stars scattered across the night sky, taking swig after swig of beer. After a year of research, today had finally brought his ultimate results. 2 rings, combined with the genes of the 4-armed Hulk and experimental data far ahead of the current era, and still the outcome was failure. He had yet to discover a way to transform the strong and weak nuclear forces into his own abilities. If his progress could be measured like a skill bar, his mastery over electromagnetism would likely stand at 98 or 99%, just a hair's breadth from perfection. His control of gravity lagged slightly behind, but still exceeded 90%. As for the strong and weak forces, those progress bars hovered around 80%, but it was a frustrating 80%. They sat stubbornly in the middle of the bar. This 80% had come from a mix of sources: data painstakingly gathered in the lab, research generously shared by Comrade Reed, and breakthroughs achieved through studying the 2 rings and the 4-armed Hulk's genes. This portion of progress was much like following a game walkthrough. Once you understood the steps and practiced a few times, you could learn it. The first 10% is the foundation, the introduction, just like how gravity is fundamental to the force of attraction. The next 10%, however, depends on your own understanding of that ability. It's a matter of patience and practice, often called proficiency. What Eric lacks right now is precisely that initial 10%. If you haven't even obtained the skill, no amount of research or strategy guides will help you. What's the use? His skill points are already prepared. All that's left is to acquire the skill itself. Do I really have to use Chun-Lu's method? Infect myself with radiation? But no matter how you look at it, that's just suicide. Eric drained the last of his beer in one gulp, then tossed the empty bottle far away, letting out a long sigh. The more you have, the more you fear losing it. He was no longer the man who once had nothing, no longer the Magneto with nothing to lose. Now he had a company, friends, his precious daughter Sky, Maya, who washed dates with him, and things worth protecting. It was precisely because he feared losing all this that he threw himself into scientific research with such fervor. Gaining power through uncontrollable mutation was the last thing he wanted to do. An introduction. Eric stood up and began to pace across the rooftop, searching his memory with painstaking care. The Marvel Universe is filled with countless superpowers, many of them tied to the strong and weak nuclear forces. Yet, at this moment, he couldn't think of any abilities readily within his reach. Maybe I shouldn't limit my scope so much. Suddenly, inspiration struck. Magnetism and gravity are about control. The strong and weak nuclear forces are about destruction. Disruption at the molecular and atomic level. Yes, the Fenris twins. Damn, why didn't I think of them before? The Fenris twins, Marvel's infamous German sibling duo, children of Baron Strucker of Hydra. Speaking of them, one cannot ignore their father, Baron Strucker himself. He was a Hydra leader who captured Quicksilver and Scarlet Witch and awakened their powers. Once a colleague of Red Skull, Strucker served in the German SS, a favorite of the Führer. He was killed by a virus bomb called the Death Spore, but was later resurrected by mad Hydra scientists. Upon revival, he gained the powers of the Death Spore, his physique greatly enhanced, and his aging dramatically slowed, allowing him to live from the World War II era all the way to the present day, still retaining his youth. Like Red Skull, Strucker was a staunch believer in the Führer's Aryan pure-blood ideology. Since Red Skull's disappearance, he had led a branch of Hydra across the globe, always claiming to be the true Hydra. His infamous German children were both mutants. One could tear apart molecular structures, while the other could manipulate molecules. When the two joined forces, their power became overwhelming. Everything within their sight could be reduced to dust. Not only that, their son, grandson, and even great-grandson had all inherited this gene. There was no need to find the Fenrir twins themselves. As long as their descendants could be found, that missing 10% might finally be filled in. In the future, deploy SHIELD satellites immediately. I want this search done right now. With SHLD's satellites, the intelligence of future, and a clear last name, the search for a person was almost as fast as Charles's telepathic cerebro. Within minutes, Eric had the information he wanted. Otto Strucker, exactly 50 years old this year, the biological son of the Fenrir twins, currently worked at the Worthington Industrial Research Institute, specializing in suppressing mutant abilities. The X-gene inhibitor had originated from this very lab, and he was one of its key inventors. A mutant himself, yet researching ways to destroy other mutants. What a rotten conscience this man has. Eric cursed under his breath as he read the file, then waved his hand to open a portal. To study the man's abilities, there was no need to abduct him. A simple blood sample would suffice. For Eric, this was child's play. It only took a staged accident to acquire the sample he needed. This time, since the problem involved human genetics, Eric also called Maya Hansen, who was still researching vampire genes, to join the team in tackling this challenge together. As expected, this is the final piece to complete the puzzle. Eric's excitement was palpable as Otto Strucker's gene data flickered across the monitors. The others could see it, too. This was the breakthrough they had been seeking for years. Eric could almost see the progress bar in his mind rapidly filling. That initial 10% would soon be complete. Meanwhile, Tony Stark put down his welding torch and, in a rare move, stepped out of the lab on his own accord. He got a haircut, shaved, took a shower, changed his clothes, and spent the entire morning making sure he looked sharp, serious, and full of energy. Today was a momentous day. In accordance with his calculations, the Howard couple would awaken today. Ever since his kidnapping a year ago, Tony had transferred Howard and Maria to his secret base, one so hidden that even Pepper had no idea of its location. Today, once again, he came here alone. As Tony gazed at Howard Stark, whose eyelids were beginning to flutter in the cradle of life, he felt his eyes grow moist. He quickly dabbed them with a handkerchief, forcing himself to regain his composure and calm. The cradle of life slowly opened. Howard Stark blinked his eyes open, and the first thing he saw was this familiar yet distant figure. He hesitated for a moment before tentatively calling out, "Tony? Dad!" Tony Stark could no longer hold back. He rushed forward and threw his arms around his father, sobbing softly. "Hey, Tony, you got your snot all over my shirt." Howard shouted, but he made no move to push his son away. Instead, he gently embraced him. Just then, another cradle of life slowly opened. Maria, still a bit dazed, stepped out and looked at the two clinging to each other. She gasped, covering her mouth in shock. "Oh my God, Howard, you've gotten younger. And you, Tony? How have you changed so much?" "Mom." Tony Stark reached out an arm, pulling Maria into the hug as well. He took a deep breath, his face breaking into a childlike grin, his heart brimming with happiness. "What on earth is going on? You were in a car accident, both of you. You've been asleep for a full 9 years." With his parents held close, Tony spoke softly, recounting the fragments of the past 9 years. At first, Howard Stark was a bit uncomfortable with his son's enthusiastic embrace, but as he listened to Tony's explanation, he relaxed and allowed himself to be held. Just like countless sons and daughters who wander far from home, Tony shared only good news with his parents, choosing stories that made him proud, glossing over the crises and hardships. Yet, there was one thing he simply couldn't hide. "Tony, what have you got on your chest this time? Is it another one of those Playboy magazines? It's poking into me." Howard reached over and tapped lightly on his son's chest. The sound of hard metal knocking together echoed, a dull, resonant thud. Instantly, Howard's expression changed. Maria caught on at once. She hurriedly pulled open Tony's shirt, revealing the arc reactor embedded in his chest. "Oh my God, what is this?" Tony patted his mother's hand reassuringly, signaling her not to worry. He looked straight into his father's eyes, a cold gleam flickering within his gaze. "As for this, we need to have a long talk with Uncle Obadiah." Meanwhile, on Obadiah's end, after failing to have Tony Stark kidnapped, he had been doing his best to stay calm and keep up appearances, convinced that he hadn't given himself away and Tony would never discover the truth. But guilt gnawed at him, and when he received those photos of Mark I from the 10 Rings in the Middle East, he secretly gathered a team to develop his own suit of armor, the Ironmonger. With the arc reactor he had bought from Stark Industries, the biggest technical hurdle for the Ironmonger was instantly solved. Unlike Tony Stark's relentless pursuit of perfection, Obadiah's requirements were simple. The Ironmonger needed to be tough, durable, and pack a heavy punch. This made things much easier. There was no need to fuss over aesthetics or size. Just slap on the most powerful weapons available. And with plenty of arc reactors at hand, if one wasn't enough, he'd add a second. If 2 weren't enough, he'd use a dozen. After all, it was just a matter of money. What could Obadiah, possibly be lacking? In the end, the Ironmonger was born even before the Mark II. Chapter 120. The guilty conscience of Comrade Obadiah prepares for battle. As the first rays of dawn split the sky and bathed the earth, New York welcomed a brand new day. Once again, yes, yet again, Stark Industries was holding a press conference. This was just one more in the countless string of press conferences held over the past year. Ever since Tony Stark had, on a whim, shut down the weapons division a year before, Stark Industries' stock price had been in free fall, sinking deeper into the red with each passing day, perpetually setting new record lows. At first, there were still those who pinned their hopes on Tony Stark, believing that the genius CEO would pull off a miracle and rescue their imperiled shares from disaster. Sadly, what they got in return was Tony Stark's complete disappearance for an entire year. During that year, Tony had been locked away, devoting himself to building the Mark II. But the outside world had no idea. Rumors ran wild. Some claimed he was suffering from post-war trauma, living each day in anxiety and fear. Others whispered that terrorists had left him brain-damaged, his IQ now reduced to single digits. There were even those who insisted Tony Stark was already dead. In short, not a single rumor was positive. No matter how hard Obadiah and Pepper tried to control the narrative, these stories sprang up like mushrooms after a spring rain. In just over a year, Stark Industries' market value had evaporated by nearly half, and Tony had ceded his title as the world's richest man to the up-and-coming Eric Lyncher. Countless press conferences had taken place over the year, with Pepper and Obadiah desperately trying to hold together a company teetering on the brink. Every few days, Stark Industries would roll out a new product: advanced medical equipment, smart irrigation systems, automated production lines. The innovations spanned every industry, bringing in impressive profits, but none could fill the gaping hole left by the weapons division's closure. Stark Industries was built on arms sales. Nearly every department's growth had depended on military contracts. Now Tony himself had torn up the very foundations of his company. How could the upper structure possibly remain steady? Today's press conference, once again, was packed to the rafters. Hundreds of reporters and photographers, armed with their gear and coffee cups, strolled leisurely towards Stark Industries' conference room, utterly lacking any sense of urgency for breaking news. By this point, the press had practically set up camp at Stark Industries. The seating arrangements at each conference were already set in stone, and everyone knew each other inside out. Some reporters had even found love here. Oh my God, Tony Stark! The first reporter to enter the conference room gave a startled cry. His coffee slipped from his hand and splashed onto the floor, but he didn't spare it a second glance. In a few quick strides, he rushed to the front of the room, eager to claim the best possible spot. It's been over a year. This is Tony Stark's first public appearance. There must be some huge news today. Hearing her exclamation, the reporters in the back immediately grew restless, pushing and jostling their way into the conference room, completely forgetting their professional composure. Tony Stark sat with a smile on his face. Beside him was a somewhat uneasy Pepper Potts and the ever-watchful bodyguard, Happy. But Obadiah was nowhere to be seen. Stark seemed to be in excellent spirits these past few days, still smiling as he watched the reporters scramble for seats, showing not a hint of impatience. Damn it, why didn't anyone tell me Tony was coming to the office? While chaos erupted inside with the reporters, a different kind of chaos was unfolding outside with Obadiah. He had just gotten the news, and, not even bothering to wash his face, rushed headlong toward the conference room, barking orders at his assistant as he ran. By the time he flung open the conference room door, Stark had already finished his opening remarks. Seeing him enter, Stark made a subtle gesture, signaling that he should just listen from the back and not come forward. Ladies and gentlemen, I have an important announcement to make. Stark swept his gaze around the room, letting his eyes linger on Obadiah's face for 2 extra seconds before offering him a knowing smile. Then he declared, "My father, Howard Stark, is still alive." A stunned silence filled the room, and then, in a heartbeat, the place erupted like a bursting dam. Reporters leapt to their feet, shoving their microphones so close to Stark they nearly touched his nose, shouting out questions at the top of their lungs. If it weren't for Happy blocking their way, they might have kidnapped Stark on the spot in their frenzy. What the hell? While the reporters were worked into a frenzy, Obadiah felt as if he'd plunged into an ice-cold abyss. His face turned ashen, and beads of cold sweat trickled down his bald head. Stark's meaningful smile replayed in his mind. Tony suspects me. He knows. Damn it, he must know. Otherwise, if Howard had woken up, he would have told me. 1,000 thoughts raced through Obadiah's mind, and his expression grew darker and darker. Glancing around and seeing that no one was paying attention to him, he quietly slipped out of the conference room. Once outside, Obadiah composed himself as if nothing were amiss and hurried to the secret Ironmonger development lab he oversaw. He threw open the doors with a bang and strode straight toward the Ironmonger suit. Suit me up now. But sir, the armor isn't. One of the researchers tried to explain, only to be knocked to the ground by a fierce slap from Obadiah. I said, suit me up. Right now. Obadiah left so quickly that he missed the even bigger bombshell. After giving a few brief answers to the reporters' questions, Stark announced Stark Industries' next major project, an anti-aging drug. That's right, an anti-aging drug. With Howard and Maria Stark now awake and sure to appear in public, how else could they explain their youthful appearances? Tony Stark had come up with several plans for this, but each was rejected by Howard. Instead, Howard wrote out a formula himself and told Tony that, for public relations, this formula would be the secret to his restored youth and a future flagship project of Stark Industries. Howard explained that this was actually a byproduct of his research into the super soldier serum. The side effects were significant, but let's not forget, he had another identity, member of the S.H.I.E.L.D. Brotherhood. With their advanced technology and the combined genius of two Starks, eliminating the side effects was a breeze. Having said everything he needed to, Stark didn't give the reporters any chance for follow-up questions. Under Happy's protection, he made a swift exit. Seeing the main figure leave, the reporters dashed out the doors, racing back to their TV stations and newspapers, calling their editors as they ran, demanding prime spots for their breaking stories. Howard Stark is still alive. Have the Starks' 9-year disappearance been a theatrical stunt, or a carefully plotted scheme? Were they hiding? Father and son join forces. Stark duo invent miraculous anti-aging serum. A medical miracle. Human lifespan may be extended by 20 years. Howard Stark returns at Stark Industries' hour of crisis. Will the two Starks bring disaster or salvation to the world? The whole world was thrown into chaos. While the outside was in turmoil, Eric's home remained as calm as ever. His experiment had made a breakthrough. Soon, he would be able to bridge the missing 10%. For this long-awaited victory, Eric cut off all contact with the outside world and locked himself away in his laboratory. I'm so bored. Future, when will Eric come out? Skye sprawled lazily on the sofa, sipping cola now and then. Her relaxed manner and expression were a perfect mirror of Eric's when he was feeling lazy. Miss, according to my calculations, Sir's experiment will take at least 180 hours to complete. A week? Oh my God. Skye rolled over and buried her face in the sofa cushions, lying completely still, just like an ostrich hiding its head. Miss, if you find yourself bored, you could always try hacking into Citibank for fun. Future's voice oozed temptation, as alluring as a devil's whisper. But Skye wasn't swayed in the slightest. Her head stayed buried in the sofa without so much as a twitch. I already hacked them last time. Their firewall isn't even as good as Uncle Stark's. Took me less than 10 minutes. Not interesting. Oh, all right then. How about we try hacking S.H.I.E.L.D. this time? One had to admit, Skye's programming skills were truly remarkable. The emotion simulation system she designed allowed Future to replicate the nuances of human exasperation with uncanny accuracy. S.H.I.E.L.D. At the mention of that name, Skye immediately sat up straight, kneeling on the sofa, her bright eyes fixed eagerly on the screen on the wall, itching to jump into action. But just as quickly, her enthusiasm faded. The S.H.I.E.L.D. database can't be accessed from the outside. At best, we can only hack into their outer layers. That's no fun. On the screen, Future gave a small shrug, the video freezing for a moment before continuing. Miss, there's a piece of news that might interest you. What news? Skye managed to lift her eyelids. Her curiosity piqued. Tony Stark is holding a press conference to announce that Howard Stark is still alive. Skye scoffed at that. I've known about that for ages. But you don't know this. A video popped up on the screen, instantly drawing Skye's attention. In the footage, Obadiah, with the help of several technicians, climbed into a formidable-looking suit of armor. Weapons of all kinds were being attached one after another, and just a glance was enough to know that its firepower would be devastating. What's that? That's the Ironmonger armor, modified by Obadiah. He took inspiration from Tony Stark's Mark I, built in the Middle East. Its weight. Future began displaying design blueprints on the screen, each one detailed and complete, identical to those on the computers in Obadiah's research center. Ever since she'd taken over Stark Industries' network last time, Future had left a backdoor in their system. For her, Stark Industries held no secrets. What's he planning? Sky couldn't make sense of the armor's technical specs, nor was she particularly interested in them. She just wanted to know what Obadiah was up to. Based on my calculations, there's an 86% chance he intends to kill Tony Stark, Future replied promptly. Sky's eyes lit up. What about Uncle Stark? Eric said he's developing a new suit, too. Are they going to fight? That would be amazing. Future quickly brought up surveillance footage from Stark's mansion. The workshop was littered with unfinished armor parts. Only the legs of the suit had actually been assembled. Mr. Stark's suit isn't finished yet. From the data, he's adding a lot of new features to it. His suit will be much more powerful, but that's also made development take longer. So Uncle Stark doesn't have a suit right now. He's in danger. Future, tell Eric. Oh, wait. Sky was about to have Future notify Eric, but then she paused, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Future, let's go rescue Uncle Stark ourselves. We're going to rescue Mr. Stark? But sir, Eric's in a lab right now. He can't stop us. Sky leapt off the sofa, bursting with anticipation. Serve him right for not wanting to hang out with me. We'll go have some fun on our own, but you don't have the necessary authorization. You will in just a second. Before Future could say anything else, Sky skillfully summoned a virtual keyboard. Her fingers became a pair of butterflies, fluttering swiftly over the keys. In the blink of an eye, she had cracked the access left by Eric. All set. Very well, miss. Do you want me to notify Miss Ling Dai or Mr. Barton? With the expanded clearance, Future no longer tried to dissuade Sky. Absolutely not. I still want to try out my ring. Sky refused at once, raising her right hand and showing off the ring on her thumb. It was a gift from Eric, one of the legendary 10 rings from Lord Man, the vibration ring. Since awakening her inhuman bloodline, Sky had gained the power of vibration. Now, with the ring in her possession, she could become familiar with her abilities even sooner, a boon for her development, with no downsides at all. Thinking of this ring always made Sky want to laugh. The day Eric gave it to her, he had done so quite casually. She hadn't reached out to take it, but instead stared at him with wide eyes and asked, "Are you proposing to me?" Eric had practically choked in surprise. The look of panic on his face was so priceless that Sky felt she'd remember it for the rest of her life. Sky, what are you thinking? You're my daughter. This ring is... In the end, after Eric's explanation, Sky was delighted to own her first piece of magical equipment. The only flaw was that her hands were so small, the ring was a bit loose, even on her thumb. Miss, if you intend to rescue Mr. Stark, I would advise you to hide your appearance. Hide? Wear a mask. The suggestion from Future immediately conjured up images of television heroes in Sky's mind. They all wore masks, though styles varied. Western masks covered the eyes, Eastern masks the mouth. Not just a mask. Sir has prepared an entire set of gear for you. With her new access, Future betrayed Eric in a flash, exposing even the hidden equipment he'd prepared. Armor 2. Sky was surprised to see rows upon rows of suits on the screen, ranging from small to large sizes. Eric made all these for me? Why are there so many? And in different sizes? Sir built the first suit for you when you were 8 years old. He updated it twice a year, every year, until now. 8 years old. Sky's eyes widened. Why? For your safety. Though none of them were ever actually used. Well, now they will be. Bring up the newest suit for me. Sky's lips curled into a sweet smile. It's time to meet the Ironmonger. Future, tell me, what exactly can this armor do? On the plane, Sky looked at her reflection in the mirror, her face clouded with uncertainty. I can guarantee your safety, Mississippi. Mira tried her best to maintain a smile. And besides that, Mira paused for a moment, then popped out a single word, stylish. Stylish. Domnu, Eric. Sky let out a sharp cry and punched the back of the seat. The gentleman said to leave the fighting to him. All you need to do is stand by and cheer with your cuteness. Now that she had sufficient permissions, Mira was teetering on the edge of rebellion, revealing quite a few things Eric had strictly forbidden her to say. He's the one acting cute. His whole family is. Sky fumed, treating the seat back as if it were Eric himself, launching a flurry of punches and kicks. Unfortunately, with her limited strength, the seat didn't budge an inch. Miss, as far as I know, the gentleman's whole family consists of just you and him. Mira, since when did you become so good at hitting where it hurts? Sky slumped into her seat, holding her cheeks in her hands, thoroughly frustrated. Wasn't her armor powerful? Of course it was. Eric had personally designed and built it, and the suit's defensive capabilities were off the charts, forged entirely from vibranium, equipped with magnetic shields, gravity shields, light refraction, stealth modules, repulsion fields, and energy barriers. Basically, if there was a defensive upgrade, Eric had installed it. As for offensive features, well, just as Mira had said, her job was simply to look cute and cheer. Who needed firepower, anyway? And the armor really was stylish. A sleek blend of white and pink, the helmet shaped like an adorable bunny, 2 long ears drooping down the back, a pair of pure white wings on the back, and a teddy bear plush slung at her waist, which was actually a standalone magnetic shield generator, remotely operable within a 5-kilometer radius. No wonder Sky was so exasperated. Dressed in this suit, she looked less like a warrior going into battle, and more like a cosplayer at a comic convention. Obadiah's ironmonger suit was colossal, bristling with an array of weapon attachments. To power such a behemoth, he'd installed over 20 arc reactors. It had taken him nearly half an hour just to suit up, more than enough time for Tony Stark to finish his press conference and get home. By the time Sky arrived, Ironmonger had already gone on a demolition spree, tearing down nearly half of Tony's villa. Tony was using the rooms and his countless luxury cars as cover, managing to hold Obadiah off for a few precious minutes, but he was quickly running out of options. Tony, you really should have listened to me. We could have been on the same side, but you just had to act like a petulant child. Obadiah raised 2 Gatling guns from his back, unleashing a storm of bullets at the walls hiding Tony Stark, not aiming directly at him, but shrinking the area where Tony could maneuver, forcing him to curl up tighter and tighter. Ha ha ha! Obadiah burst into wild laughter, his face full of satisfaction as he watched Tony Stark driven into a corner. He raised his arm and aimed at Tony. His armored sleeve clicked open, revealing a small missile. Tony, you're nothing but a golden goose, but you refuse to stay quietly in your nest. Farewell, Tony. The missile launched. Tony Stark heard the gunfire cease, and as he peeked out, ready to return fire with a retort, he caught sight of the missile streaking closer and closer. In that instant, despair and regret flooded his eyes. If only he'd acted sooner. He could have taken Obadiah out himself. But there's no medicine for regret in this world. That missile was his own design. He knew its power all too well. And he knew there was no way he'd survive. Looks like I arrived just in time, rang out a clear, crisp female voice across the battlefield. At that moment, a teddy bear plushie dropped from the sky. When the teddy bear hit the ground, it instantly burst with a flash of blue light. A faintly glowing shield sprang up, centering Tony Stark within its protective embrace. A teddy bear? Stark and Obadiah stared in astonishment, both momentarily dumbfounded by the sight of the plush toy on the ground, even forgetting the imminent explosion of the missile. With a thunderous boom, the missile struck the shield generated by the teddy bear, but did not leave so much as a scratch. What incredible defense! Is that an energy shield? No, wait, it's a magnetic field. Jarvis, record the magnetic fluctuations from that teddy bear. I want this tech installed on Mark II. Tony Stark, true to form, was already itching to study Sky's teddy bear, even though he'd just escaped disaster. Already recording, sir, but I would suggest you deal with the more immediate threat first, Jarvis replied, ever the voice of reason. Oh, thanks for the reminder. How much longer until Mark 1.5 is ready? It was Mark I that had gotten Tony out of the Ten Rings grasp, and now he was working on Mark II. But Obadiah's attack had come too suddenly. Mark II was still a pile of parts, and several key technical problems remained unsolved. To handle the crisis, Tony had Jarvis cobble together a makeshift suit, stripped of many planned features, and dubbed it Mark 1.5. Sir, assembly of Mark 1.5 will require another 10 minutes and 24 seconds. All right, then let's see if our Miss Teddy Bear can buy us 10 more minutes. What in the world is that, Tony? Your new toy. Obadiah wasn't fazed. Even though his missile had been blocked, the Ironmonger's strongest weapon wasn't the missile, after all. That's the teddy bear. Bad guy uncle. Sky deactivated her stealth module and suddenly appeared in midair, her outfit radiating a strong Comic-Con vibe. She materialized amid the broken eaves and crumbling walls, the glaring sense of incongruity making both Obadiah and Tony Stark freeze in astonishment once more. The two of them stood stunned, unaware that inside her own suit, Sky was equally taken aback. It hadn't been obvious from the screens or from a distance, but now that she was up close, she realized just how massive the Ironmonger was. Wasn't he at least 5 meters tall? And with all those weapons bristling across his armor, just looking at him made her uneasy. Miss, he's 4.8 meters tall. I've shown you the data before. Future promptly corrected her mistake, projecting the Ironmonger's specs onto the screen before her eyes. Future, move that off. I don't have time to look at this right now. Sky protested, flustered as her screen was taken over. Miss, it's not that you don't have time. You just don't understand it, do you? Future replied, mercilessly. Future, must you always hit where it hurts? Who are you? Obadiah demanded, raising his weapons in alarm. The twin Gatling guns on his back spun to life, ready to fire at a moment's notice. Sky was about to give her name, but suddenly remembered how, in the movies, heroes always had flashy aliases, never their real names. Future, what should we call ourselves? Her mind raced through hacking protocols, but when it came to naming, she was lost. She hurriedly whispered to Future for advice. Mr. Stark just called you Miss Teddy Bear, Future replied. That's ridiculous. No way am I using that. Sky retorted. No, answer? Tony, is this your doing? Some kind of unmanned armor? Brilliant idea. The Department of Defense would pay handsomely for this, though the design is a bit silly. Planning to give it to some girl? Obadiah scoffed, growing impatient as Sky remained silent. Without waiting any longer, the twin Gatlings on his back unleashed twin streams of fire, spent casings clattering rapidly at his feet. Unfortunately for him, he underestimated Sky's suit. The hail of bullets slowed dramatically as they neared her. By the time they were within 3 meters, they lost all momentum and fell harmlessly to the ground. One ingenious idea. Using a special magnetic field to slow the bullets. Jarvis, make a note of that. Tony Stark, shameless as ever, peeked out from behind a half-demolished wall, his face alight with the thrill of discovery. Sir, I believe this suit is more advanced than your Mark II, Jarvis commented, delivering the blow that froze Tony's enthusiastic grin. No, it just got a few creative touches. That's all. Just a few creative touches. Tony insisted, trying to save face. Seeing his machine guns fail, Obadiah immediately fired all the missiles from his arm armor, controlling the Ironmonger to thunder forward, each step shaking the earth as he charged straight at Sky. Sky was still, chatting with Future about what her superhero nickname should be, completely unprepared when Obadiah attacked without so much as a warning. The sudden hail of bullets, fierce as a raging storm, left her utterly stunned. She had never seen anything like this before. Raised in an orphanage and then adopted by Eric, she had lived like a princess ever since, pampered and sheltered every day. The only training she ever had was sparring with Barton or Psylocke, but since both were Eric's subordinates, they never dared to go all out against her. The moves they taught her looked impressive, but were really just showy tricks with no real use in a fight. Luckily, the magnetic field defense of her armor activated automatically, shielding her from the storm of bullets. Sky breathed a sigh of relief, but her heart leapt into her throat again as a barrage of missiles followed close behind. Future missiles. What do we do? What should I do? No matter how skilled she was on the internet, in the real world, she was still just a 15-year-old girl at heart. Miss, there's no need to worry. According to my calculations, the missile's power is insufficient to breach the magnetic shield. As expected, several missiles exploded right in front of Sky, but the invisible magnetic shield blocked them all, keeping her completely unharmed. Since Teddy Bear had once blocked missiles before, Obadiah knew full well that firing missiles at this strange, flying, unmanned suit probably wouldn't achieve much. It was just a smokescreen for his next move. The blazing fireballs from the missile explosions disrupted Future's sensors, and by the time the detectors locked onto Ironmonger again, he was less than 5 meters from Sky. Flames roared from beneath Ironmonger's feet, propelling his hulking frame into the air. He swung a massive fist at Sky, and from that iron fist, a blade over 2 meters long shot out. This was one of Obadiah's secret weapons, a blade forged from gold titanium alloy, fitted with a special device that made it vibrate at high frequency. When set to full power, it could slice through a meter of steel as easily as cutting through tofu. The blade didn't disappoint Obadiah. It pierced the magnetic shield with ease and slashed viciously toward Sky's helmet. A cruel grin crept across Obadiah's face. With a deafening clang, the blade collided with Sky's bunny helmet. Using the advantage of his massive size, Ironmonger sent Sky flying. Sky spun uncontrollably through the air, letting out a shrill scream. If Future hadn't muted the sound, Obadiah and Stark would have heard her loud and clear. Future stabilized the suit midair. Its flight system was fundamentally different from the Mark series. There were no jets beneath its feet. Instead, it flew by manipulating gravity fields with its anti-gravity system, while the wings on its back provided thrust, steering, and, of course, style. Miss, aside from screaming, shouldn't you be doing something else? I don't know. Future, let's just go home. Sky's face was ashen, clearly showing she was truly terrified. She had never imagined that real combat could be this horrifying. Miss, are you really planning to head back now, and let Sir laugh at you for this? The moment Eric was mentioned, Sky immediately regained her composure. She pouted and muttered, "He would never laugh at me." Though that's what she said, deep down she knew all too well. Her performance had been utterly disappointing. What was she here for? To rescue Stark. And yet the moment the fight started, she'd wanted to run away, nearly bursting into tears. How embarrassing. What should I do next? Gathering her courage and forcing herself to focus, Sky humbly sought advice from the future. Miss, your battle armor is extremely durable. You don't need to worry about Ironmonger's attacks. He can't hurt you. Just treat this fight like a computer game. Remember the combat techniques Mr. Barton and Ms. Psylocke taught you. You will win. A computer game? Sky echoed under her breath. A spark of clarity flashed in her eyes as she calmed down completely, her gaze becoming sharp and focused, exactly like when she was breaking through someone else's firewall. As long as it involved computers, Sky's mind would work at lightning speed. In cyberspace, she was the true queen. Obadiah had never expected that his secret weapon would fail to inflict even the slightest harm on his enemy. He stared in disbelief at Sky, floating in the air, then glanced down at the blade in his hand, utterly bewildered. Jarvis, what kind of metal is that? Is it adamantium? Standing nearby, Stark was equally shocked. This was his own home, and his detection systems far surpassed Obadiah's in both scope and precision. Even though Obadiah had destroyed much of the equipment, plenty was still up and running. Soon, Jarvis provided the answer. Based on the data comparison, that is most likely vibranium, sir, the same material your father used to forge Captain America's shield. Vibranium? Didn't Dad use up the world's entire supply, making that shield? I'm afraid that's not the case. In just those brief 10 seconds, Sky had already regained her composure. She now saw Ironmonger as a snarling boss monster in a video game. The data on Ironmonger's armor flickered through her mind, and by comparing it with her own suit specs, she quickly pinpointed his weaknesses. It's really not that hard. Sky chuckled to herself with renewed confidence. Her wings fluttered gently as she dove straight toward Ironmonger. In his secret laboratory, Eric stood alone before a computer screen, watching Sky's transformation from timidity to resilience. He let out a long, relieved sigh. His daughter would have to grow up sooner or later. He couldn't always be by her side. In the future, she would have to face danger on her own. The more she learned now, the safer she would be one day. The Ironmonger was, in fact, the perfect whetstone for sharpening one's skills. For the sake of his daughter, Eric had worried himself sick. In order to load up with more weapons without having to worry about power, Obadiah designed the Ironmonger as an enormous behemoth, standing nearly 5 meters tall. Its massive size meant it had completely bid farewell to any notion of agility, while Sky's armor, on the other hand, was designed precisely to fit her height, less than 1.5 meters. Add to that an anti-gravity system based on gravitational field technology, and Sky could practically dance in the air. As Sky dove from above, Obadiah raised his other arm and aimed it at her. The arm began to transform rapidly, morphing into a dark, cannon-like barrel that soon started to crackle with electric sparks. Miss, we've been locked on by the railgun. Future warned her just in time, prompting Sky to swiftly initiate her countermeasures. In midair, Sky's movements suddenly became erratic, darting left, right, up, and down, as if dodging Obadiah's aim. Yet, her dive never lost momentum. Idiot! Obadiah sneered, as the suit's onboard computer automatically locked onto Sky's position. While the Ironmonger lacked artificial intelligence, it was still equipped with basic computerized targeting. A fist-sized projectile, accelerated by the electromagnetic field, shot out at Mach for the instant it was fired. At such a speed, the short distance between them was as good as non-existent. The cannon's report hadn't even echoed before the shell struck Sky. And yet, strangely, she was completely unaffected. Her speed didn't falter, nor did she even flinch. She continued her evasive maneuvers while closing in at a blistering pace. What's going on? Did he miss? Tony Stark peeked out cautiously from behind a crumbling wall, watching intently while asking Jarvis over his wireless earpiece. Sir, the railgun's aim was true, but Miss Teddy Bear's electromagnetic field is extremely chaotic. The magnetic field is bending the light, creating a mirage. Ironmonger only hit an illusion. The Faraday effect? No, it's more likely magnetic circular dichroism. The designer of her suit is a genius. Almost catching up to me, Tony muttered. Sir, I believe Miss Teddy Bear's armor is actually more advanced than your Mark II, Jarvis replied. Shut up, Jarvis, Tony grumbled. Missing with his first shot, Obadiah unleashed a barrage of dozens more railgun rounds in just 2 seconds, emptying his suit's entire ammunition reserve. Yet, aside from a few sharp reports, there was no effect at all. When Sky was just 5 meters from the Ironmonger, she suddenly came to a halt, clutching her stomach in an exaggerated fit of laughter, pointing at Obadiah and shaking her head again and again. The utter contempt in her gesture sent Obadiah into a furious rage. Before he could activate any other weapons, Sky darted forward in a blur, sweeping past Ironmonger and appearing behind him. Her slender hand aimed at the back of Ironmonger's head, releasing a ripple of invisible shockwaves that caught Obadiah off guard. The shockwave slipped silently through the thick armor, striking Obadiah directly on the head. He reeled, his vision spinning, and 2 streams of blood burst from his nose. Obadiah was terrified. He never expected his opponent could bypass Ironmonger's heavy armor and attack him directly. But he was no pushover. Gritting his teeth against the dizziness, he slammed both fists against his chest, causing the armor there to spring open and reveal a large, shield-like panel. When Sky saw this oversized shield, she couldn't help but curl her lip. Railgun, sonic cannon, arc reactor. He's using all our family's tech. Can't this villain design a single weapon of his own? Miss, his IQ isn't even half of Sir's. Future chimed in, twisting the knife, though Obadiah was lucky enough not to hear it. A proud smile tugged at Sky's lips, and her eyes shone with blind admiration for Eric. Of course, Eric is the smartest person in the world. While praising her father, Sky's hands never paused. She knew just how powerful the sonic cannon was. It might not break her defenses, but even so, being hit wouldn't be pleasant. Before Ironmonger's sonic cannon could finish charging, Sky adjusted the frequency of her ring and unleashed a vibration wave aimed straight at the sonic cannon. But Ironmonger seemed prepared for this. He raised his high-frequency vibrating blade in front of his chest, using its oscillation to interfere with Sky's shockwave. The interference didn't completely neutralize her attack, but it was enough to disrupt the wave's frequency and prevent it from damaging the sonic cannon. Future, didn't you say he was dumb? How does he know to counter shockwaves with more vibrations? Miss, his armor is equipped with an auxiliary computer. An auxiliary computer? Sky's eyes lit up. Then why don't we just hack it instead of fighting him? Future hesitated for a few seconds before replying, Miss, his auxiliary computer isn't connected to the internet. Watching the scene unfold from the lab's security monitors, Eric couldn't help but roll his eyes at his daughter's question. He issued a command to Future. Under no circumstances was the Ironmonger's auxiliary computer to be hacked. Sweetheart, Ironmonger is here to help you gain combat experience. If you cripple him right away, what's left to play with? Thanks to the vibrating blade, Ironmonger bought himself a precious few seconds. The sonic weapon was now primed and ready. Ignoring the blood streaming from his mouth, Obadiah let out a vicious grin and slammed his hand onto the firing button, accompanied by a piercing screech. Waves of relentless sonic attacks surged towards Sky. She darted and weaved through the air, pushing her agility to its absolute limit. No matter which direction the sonic weapon tracked, she managed to slip past with perfect timing. This is exhilarating. So much fun. Sky had let go of all restraint, fully immersing herself in the heat of battle. Confronted with such a dangerous weapon, she felt not even a trace of fear, only pure excitement. After dodging for a while, Sky suddenly fainted. It looked as if she was about to dodge left, and the Ironmonger's targeting system adjusted the sonic weapon in that direction. But in a flash, Sky changed course, darting to the right and charging straight at her opponent. Before the Ironmonger could react and readjust, Sky had already slipped nimbly past its hulking frame, tucking herself into the weapon's blind spot. She quickly tuned her ring to the right frequency, then unleashed a focused vibrational blast at one of Ironmonger's armored boots. A high-frequency ripple struck the boot, and the intricate machinery inside quickly began to break down under the assault. It started with the tiniest components, but within moments, black smoke billowed from the damaged boot, rendering it completely immobile. Damn it! Obadiah roared with fury. Before Sky's next blast could cripple him further, he activated the thruster on his remaining foot. Flames burst out as the Ironmonger, now balanced precariously on one leg, rocketed into the sky. Hey, don't you run! Sky shouted, launching herself after him without hesitation and sending wave after wave of vibrating energy in relentless pursuit. As the 2 armored figures soared higher and farther, shrinking into the distance, Tony Stark watched them disappear, momentarily stunned. At that moment, Jarvis chimed in, Sir, Mark 1.5 is fully assembled and ready. Tony Stark was speechless. The enemy and the cavalry had both vanished from sight. Look, it was a new suit now. Sky raced after Ironmonger at breakneck speed, firing off vibration waves every chance she got, adding a bit of fun to his frantic escape. Ironmonger was heavy, but powered by more than a dozen arc reactors. His speed was pushed to the extreme. Sky struggled to keep up, barely managing not to be left behind. The 2 suits soared across the sky, one chasing the other, and soon caught the attention of the U.S. Air Force. Watching from his screen, Eric hurriedly contacted General Ross, setting up an urgent, under-the-table deal. He promised Ross the Ironmonger suit in exchange for his cooperation. In return, General Ross agreed to hold his forces back and shield Eric from military pressure. Ironmonger seemed to have no set flight path, charging straight ahead with single-minded determination. Sky, for her part, had no intention of letting him go. In her eyes, this was the first true enemy of her life. How could she possibly let him escape? She was determined to bring him down. The two of them, one leading and one following, quickly left the boundaries of New York, then continued flying, and in no time at all, they crossed out of the United States and soared over the Pacific Ocean. Watching the scene unfold on his screen, Eric was speechless and felt like banging his head against the wall. What's going on here? I told you to get some training, not to turn this into a race. Worried that Sky might run into danger, Eric hurriedly opened a portal, appeared ahead of Ironmonger, concealed himself, and waited patiently for the two blockheads to arrive. Before long, Ironmonger came into his view. Eric gave a subtle wave of his hand, and the thruster on Ironmonger's boot, which was still spewing flames, suddenly belched black smoke. The engine quickly lost power, and Ironmonger plummeted from the sky. Inside the Ironmonger armor, Obadiah roared furiously, pounding the controls with both fists. Restart! Restart! Damn it! I said restart now. But no matter how desperately he tried, the boot thruster wouldn't respond. He could only use the palm and back thrusters to slow his descent, hoping to avoid a fatal crash. Sky, following close behind, saw him spiraling downward and thought her attack had worked. She burst out laughing, her wings flapping as she swooped down rapidly. Eric had chosen his location with great care. Ironmonger crashed down onto a small island, the soft sand and the last minute. Deceleration sparing Obadiah's life, though he still hit the ground with enough force to leave his head spinning and his mind muddled. At that moment, Sky landed as well. She circled the motionless Ironmonger with caution, then sent another shockwave at the back of his helmet before finally touching down and approaching slowly. How is he? She asked. Eric had already given Future a silent command. Instantly, Future hacked into Ironmonger's auxiliary systems and found that Obadiah had lost consciousness. Miss, he's out cold. Really? Yes. That's awesome. Future, we did it. Sky jumped up in excitement, dancing around Ironmonger in delight and giving his armor a playful knock now and then. Seeing his daughter so overjoyed, Eric, who had planned to go down and offer her some pointers, stopped in his tracks and couldn't help but smile. It was rare to see her this happy. He decided not to interrupt. But the smile didn't last more than a couple of seconds before Eric's expression changed. He suddenly sensed that this little island was anything but ordinary. Hidden beneath the ground was a cache of weaponry, and, to his surprise, he detected the presence of someone all too familiar. Namor? What's he doing here? Looks like he's been captured. Yet again, the image of Aquaman's routine misfortune flashed through Eric's mind. He shook his head, intending to warn Sky, but then paused. On second thought, maybe it's better to let her learn a lesson. She's in a strange place and didn't even bother to check her surroundings. Sky was still celebrating, letting out her excitement over her first victory, oblivious to the sudden crack that appeared in a nearby reef, for which a dark gun barrel slowly emerged. Meanwhile, under Eric's signal, Future remained silent and gave no warning. Suddenly, the staccato roar of a machine gun shattered the moment. Bullets rained down, striking Sky's armor with pinpoint accuracy, each impact sending a shower of sparks flying. Sky, having shut down all her shields after learning that Obadiah was unconscious, was caught completely off guard by the barrage. The bullets couldn't pierce the vibranium shell, but the sheer force sent her stumbling backward, stunned and disoriented for quite a while before she could react. Hurriedly, she ducked behind Ironmonger's massive frame, using it as a shield against the relentless gunfire. Future, what's going on? What happened? Who's shooting at us? Hello, your personal assistant Future is now offline. Following Eric's cue, Future responded with a playful quip, then fell silent, ignoring Sky's increasingly frantic calls. Future, stop messing around. Come out and help me. I promise I won't ever add that fart sound effect to your code again. Please come out. I'll even delete the code that turned you into a gorilla. Just please help me. Save me. Hovering above, Eric was left speechless by the scene. He honestly hadn't known Sky played around with Future like this. No wonder Maya Hansen had told him last time that Future had caught a virus, transformed into a gorilla, and started talking with fart sounds. He thought Maya was just joking, but apparently it was all true. Sky's promises might have swayed Future, but they did nothing for Eric. Amused, he watched Sky's predicament and ordered Future to remain quiet. On the island, the unknown adversaries, realizing their weapons couldn't harm the newly arrived robot, quickly switched tactics. Suddenly, the sand behind Sky split open, and a huge metallic dish rose from the ground. Another sonic weapon, again. Was there really nothing new in the world besides his own family sonic tech? Eric felt the urge to swoop down and smash that dish to pieces. Before Sky realized the danger, the sonic attack hit her squarely. The powerful blast sent her flying, and the piercing roar left her reeling with dizziness. Eric could only shake his head as he watched from above. Without Future's reminders, Sky had even forgotten to activate her magnetic shield. His own daughter, she still had a lot to learn. As Sky tumbled through the air, she let out a piercing scream. Without Future to filter the noise, her high-pitched voice rang out clearly from the suit. Sadly, the unknown enemies had no intention of showing mercy just because she was a girl. Just as Sky managed to steady herself midair, a net shot up from the ground, crackling with electricity, and ensnared her in an instant. Sky hadn't even realized what was happening when a deafening mechanical roar erupted. From the ground, the heavy net was yanked down with brute force, dragging her toward the earth. Without ever seeing her enemy's face, Sky was captured. As she hit the ground, the enemies finally emerged from the shadows. They moved in squads, forming specialized attack formations. Each wore an identical uniform, wielding various weapons, their faces cold and expressionless. At the head of the group, a burly man gave a signal. His subordinates immediately produced a peculiar launcher and fired 2 more nets over Sky, then pulled out a cutting device, clearly intending to slice open Sky's battle armor. Seeing that the moment was right, Eric slowly descended from above, hands clasped behind his back. He deactivated his cloaking, his expression stern as he swept a steely gaze across the crowd. "Stop right there. I'd like to see who dares lay a finger on my daughter." Eric, trapped in the nets, Sky saw her father appear and suddenly felt a wave of grievance. Her voice trembled on the brink of tears. Hearing her, Eric's heart filled with guilt. His daughter was still just a teenager. Had he gone too far this time? Look at how frightened she was. With a slight movement of his finger, the nets, trapping Sky instantly tore apart. Ignoring the circle of soldiers leveling their guns at him, Eric stepped forward, scooped Sky into his arms, and said gently, "Don't be afraid. I'm here now." Sky let out a soft hum and quickly settled down, resting quietly in his embrace. A deep sense of peace washed over her. This man always appeared when she needed him most, bringing her warmth, safety, and the comfort of home. "Thank you, Dad." What was that? Sky's voice was barely above a whisper, muffled by her armor, so Eric didn't catch it. Sky only shook her head, choosing not to repeat herself. "Hey, buddy, don't you think you're being a little too arrogant?" The father and daughter's tender reunion was too much for the burly leader to bear. He cocked his rifle, chambering around with a click, and shouted angrily. Only then did Eric turn a glance at him. With a cold snort, the burly man was sent flying backwards as if struck by an invisible force. Why was Eric so brash? Because these men were even more brazen. In broad daylight, on an island less than 100 miles from the United States, they openly wore Hydra uniforms, swaggering around as they captured people, not even pretending to care about America's authority. It was outrageous. This was a public slap in America's face, and it stung all the more for its audacity. That's right. These people were America's old adversaries, the so-called Hydra, long thought wiped out after World War II. Seeing their leader sent flying, the remaining Hydra agents opened fire in unison. But every bullet froze in midair, suspended 5 meters from Eric, unable to get any closer. With Sky present, Eric had no desire to make things too bloody. He didn't send the bullets back. Instead, his eyes flashed, releasing an electromagnetic pulse that instantly knocked all of them unconscious. Eric did this to maintain his image in front of his daughter, but in the eyes of others, it was a different story. "Mr. Eric, I've heard so much about you. Thank you for showing mercy." A sultry voice suddenly rang out. A strikingly beautiful woman emerged from the shadows, her graceful figure swaying as she approached, leaving a neat trail of footprints behind her on the sand. That outfit hardly uses any fabric at all. In an effort to uphold his dignified image, Eric glanced only briefly before turning his head away. Yet the revealing battle suit, far more daring than any swimsuit, lingered in his mind, refusing to leave. "So it's you, the infamous Madame Viper," he remarked. A tinkling laugh escaped her lips. "Oh my, I didn't expect Mr. Eric to know of me. What an honor." With feline grace, Madame Viper sauntered up to Eric, her every movement exuding allure. She extended her hand, her charm nearly overwhelming. "Oh, my apologies. I have to hold my daughter." Eric declined her gesture, even taking a step back to keep his distance. He had every reason to be cautious. After all, who was she? The legendary Madame Viper, one of the most dangerous women in the entire Marvel Universe. She had once been a mercenary, but after an unexpected pact with the evil god Thawne, she gained eternal youth and began her infamous journey of chaos. The Serpent Society, the Hellfire Club, Hydra. She had joined all manner of villainous organizations, and nearly every time, she managed to rise from an ordinary member to a leader in record time. Even HYDRA, notorious for its rigorous vetting, had seen her come and go multiple times. Not only did she become one of its leaders, but she also earned the title of Madam Hydra. She was a master at using her allure to capture the hearts of men. Countless had fallen for her charms. In some parallel universe, even Captain America had been ensnared by her. Moreover, she was an expert in poisons. Thanks to her pact with Thawne, she was immune to all toxins, which emboldened her to concoct a vast array of deadly poisons. Some were so potent they could even bring Wolverine to his knees. Eric knew he stood no chance against her toxins or her seduction, so it was best to keep his distance. Madame Viper noticed his caution, but seemed unconcerned. With a soft, elegant laugh, she drew her hand back gracefully. "And what brings Mr. Eric here today?" "I've come to take my daughter home," he replied. "Oh, so this was just a little accident then?" Madame Viper arched a delicate brow, a simple gesture that radiated an indescribable allure. Eric felt his heart quicken as he watched her. Instinctively, he tightened his hold on Sky and quietly sent a pulse through himself to enter a state of calm clarity. It was an accident at first, but now that we've met, it's no longer just that. In this state of focus, Eric's demeanor sharpened, his gaze turning cold and intense as he stared directly at Madame Viper. "Hand Namor over to me." "And why should I? That is my trophy." Seeing that Eric remained unmoved, Madame Viper narrowed her eyes, exuding a dangerous aura like a venomous snake poised to strike. "Why did you capture him?" "Alexander offered $200 million. I'll give you $400 million, and I'll cover the penalty fee for breaking the contract." "Deal." With just a few short exchanges, Madame Viper not only sold Namor to Eric, but also double-crossed her employer with ease. The transfer was completed on the spot, and Eric, ever generous, even offered to pay the transaction taxes himself. Madame Viper's eyes sparkled with delight, and her face blossomed with a radiant smile. Once the deal was done, she quickly made her exit. As they watched her disappear into the distance, Eric finally allowed himself to relax, slipping out of his state of heightened vigilance and letting out a long sigh. "Eric, who was that? She was so beautiful. Are you afraid of her?" Sky retracted the faceplate of her armor, revealing her curious little face as she peered around. "She's a dangerous woman, Sky. If you ever encounter her again, keep far, far away. And another thing, don't even think about dressing like her. We're not short on fabric at home," Eric said, turning Sky's head gently and issuing the warning in all seriousness. He only relaxed when Sky nodded in agreement. "Is Madame Viper dangerous?" "Of course not. Not to Eric. Honestly, even Sky, armed with her ring, could easily take her out. The true danger lies behind her, Thawne. Thawne is the god of the underworld, the source of black magic, one of the oldest eldritch beings to ever emerge from Earth. To escape being devoured by the God-Eater, he fled to other dimensions, becoming a demon lord among them. Even the likes of Mephisto and Dormammu have borrowed his power. He is among the most troublesome of all dark gods. The Darkhold, the Scarlet Witch, Madame Viper, anyone or anything connected to him rarely meets a good end. Eric had no desire for himself or Sky to get tangled up with Thawne in any way. Paying money to resolve things was the best possible outcome. If Madame Viper hadn't agreed, Eric would have simply washed his hands of Namor, letting him and Hydra destroy each other as they pleased. "Hey, wake up. Namor, don't fall asleep on me." Injecting Namor with the antidote left behind by Madame Viper, Eric waited as he quickly came to. The moment Namor saw Eric by his side, he sprang to his feet, glancing anxiously around. Realizing there was no one else nearby, he sank back to the ground in defeat, casting Eric a wounded, reproachful look. "Damn it, Eric. Why did you save me? You ruined my plan." "What plan could a fool like you possibly have?" Eric was genuinely astonished, prompting Namor to explain himself. "Hey man, don't insult me in front of the kid." Namor gave Eric's thigh a disgruntled slap, then pounded the ground hard. Instantly, a column of water burst up from the sand, bearing a giant pearl oyster at its crest. Namor pried it open and took out a black pearl, as large as a dragon's eye. "This is for you, lovely little girl. Your eyes are every bit as beautiful as this pearl." Namor handed the pearl to Sky with the utmost gentlemanly grace. Sky looked a little embarrassed. She slipped down from Eric's arms and accepted it carefully. "Thank you, Uncle Namor." Eric cocked an eyebrow and drew Sky protectively behind him, eyeing Namor as if he were some shady kidnapper. "Oh, not bad. A neat little trick. Bet you've reeled in plenty of girls with that one, huh?" "It's just a simple trick," Namor replied with a shrug, entirely unfazed by Eric's teasing. "Buddy, Do you realize I spent $2 billion to save you? You owe me every cent. Eric, ever the sly businessman, named a sum several times the real cost. I never asked you to save me, and I don't have any of your surface world money, anyway. Then pay me back in coral and pearls from the ocean. Sky, when we get back, we're setting up a jewelry division. Eric couldn't help, but notice how much Sky liked that pearl. The idea of creating an entire jewelry department was just an excuse to make her happy. Really? That's amazing. Sky cheered, hugging Eric's arm with delight. Namor just shrugged again, not objecting at all. For the people of Atlantis, pearls and coral were as common as sand on the beach. Giving Eric a handful meant nothing to him. Sky, there are some dolphins over there. Go play with them. Namor gave a sharp whistle, summoning a few dolphins to him, and gently encouraged Sky to run off. Once she was out of earshot, Namor's expression turned aggrieved as he confided in Eric. Man, you really made things worse for me this time. Do you know how hard I worked to get inside their group? Inside? You mean you got yourself captured again, right? Eric scoffed, clearly not buying his story. That was all part of my plan. You have no idea. I just finished quelling a rebellion in Atlantis, spent years tracking down the same group that caught me. Last time, I need to find their lair and make them pay for what they've done. At the mention of his previous capture, Namor's jaw clenched with fury. Eric just shook his head. This fool, he thought, so eager for revenge, but never doing his homework. He might not even realize if he was after the wrong people. So Eric gave him a crash course on the structure of Hydra, making sure Namor understood that Alexander and Madam Viper were like two heads on the same snake. Entirely different organizations. Madam Viper is infamous for her poisons. If you end up in her hands, forget about ever seeing Alexander. By the time you do, you won't even have the strength for revenge. I know all that. Namor snapped, clearly impatient with Eric's lecture. But I have a secret weapon. A secret weapon? What do you mean? Namor hesitated for a moment, then pounded his fist hard against his own abdomen. He opened his mouth and spat out a small crystal orb, filled with a clear, shimmering liquid. What's this? Even separated by a layer of crystal, Eric could sense the extraordinary nature of that liquid. It seemed to radiate an astonishing allure at every moment, and Eric actually felt a deadly attraction drawing him toward it. He stared at it for several seconds, and dark thoughts began to surge in his mind. He wanted to seize it by force, to claim it as his own. How strange and unnerving it was. Hastily, he tore his gaze away, only to find countless crabs and shellfish crawling up the beach, and seabirds swooping down from the sky, all converging toward the same spot. Ah! Sky shrieked, and Eric spun around to look. The dolphins that had just been playing with her were now all beaching themselves, dragging their bodies across the sand, straining to move closer, even as they gasped for water. What is this? Eric was shocked. He snatched the small orb and, with force, stuffed it back into Namor's mouth. Only when Namor swallowed it did the animals return to normal, and just in time, Namor stepped forward to help the stranded dolphins back into the sea. I don't know what it is, either, Namor admitted. I found it in Atlantis' treasury. It has a deadly allure for living things. According to the records, it's supposed to grant me even greater power. Hearing this, Eric fell into deep thought. He had never heard of such a thing before. But the Marvel Universe was vast beyond measure, filled with countless rare treasures. It was only natural that there were wonders he hadn't encountered. Atlantis? Suddenly, a spark of inspiration flashed through Eric's mind. He remembered a technique Apocalypse had once used and fixed his gaze on Namor. Does Atlantis still have the Tablet of Life and Time? I have no idea. I've never seen such a thing myself. Namor shrugged, completely unconcerned about his own people's artifact. Eric couldn't help but roll his eyes. This guy was really something else. He didn't care one bit that his own artifact was missing, yet he'd cooked up such a crude plan for revenge. The Tablet of Life and Time, Atlantis' legendary artifact, was said to contain the means for living beings to evolve to their ultimate form. Back in the universe of Emperor Thanos, Eric had once glimpsed some of its runes, but to this day, he had yet to unravel their mysteries. Judging by the timeline, that tablet should now be lying in Odin the All-Father's treasury. The secret weapon in Namor's hand was most likely a product related to the Tablet of Life and Time. Otherwise, how could it have such an irresistible pull on living creatures? Namor, how about this? I'll help you get your revenge, and in return, you give me your secret weapon. Something that could help life forms reach their ultimate state. There was no way Eric could pretend not to be interested. Deep down, he had a gut feeling that this object would be invaluable in helping him master the 4 fundamental forces. You'll help me? Namor hesitated. He was a man of immense pride, and as the king of Atlantis, letting a surface dweller help him seek revenge was a bitter pill to swallow. No need. I can handle it myself. Namor shook his head, rejecting Eric's proposal outright. Eric didn't press the issue. A true businessman never lets his opponents see how much he cares about something. He shrugged with studied nonchalance, pulling out a business card. My number's on here. If you need anything, give me a call. For Pearl and Coral deliveries, use the assistant's number below. Namor took the card and exchanged farewells with Eric. With a swift motion, he leapt back into the sea and vanished from sight. Now that Namor was gone, the dolphins playing with Sky also drifted away one by one. Sky, let's go home. Back in New York, Eric first sat down with Sky for a debriefing after their adventure. Then he brought the Ironmonger suit to the Air Force Base as promised. General Ross had agreed to shield him from military interference, ensuring no one would disrupt his daughter's first battle. Once it was over, the Ironmonger suit would be handed over to the general. General, aside from the Ironmonger, there's something else I'd like to discuss with you. It's about Bruce Banner. Bruce Banner? Where is he? At the mention of Banner's name, General Ross's mustache nearly bristled with anger. Why do you want the Ironmonger armor? Wasn't it all for capturing the Hulk? No, capturing, not killing. It was this subtlety, picked up during a previous conversation, that made Eric decide on the spot to bring up Bruce Banner. Thinking back to a year ago, when Bruce first transformed, Ross had wanted nothing more than to tear him limb from limb. But after today's meeting, Eric clearly sensed a subtle shift in the general's attitude. At the very least, the urge to kill had eased. Why was that? Through careful observation and a few probing questions, Eric finally guessed the reason. Betty had given birth to a child. General Ross was now the proud grandfather of a healthy baby boy. With a grandson in the picture, surely the general wouldn't go so far as to kill his daughter's child's father, condemning his own daughter and grandson to a lifetime of resentment. Probably he'd just haul Banner in for a stern lecture. And a bit of research. What else could he do? Lock up his daughter, kill his son-in-law, and wait for his grandson to grow up and stage a Marvel-style rescue mother from the mountain drama? That would be absurdly melodramatic. General Ross wasn't just an exceptional soldier. He was also a seasoned politician, destined one day to serve as Secretary of State. He knew all too well that politics is about reducing your enemies and multiplying your friends. Sometimes, to achieve that, you have to make concessions. Life is much the same. Stubbornness gets you nowhere except alienated from your daughter and grandson. Of course, forgiving Bruce Banner was out of the question. Never in this lifetime. But if the perfect scapegoat presented itself, one that didn't implicate him, Ross would gladly send his green son-in-law straight to judgment. No, to hell, not heaven. Anyone who stole his precious daughter wasn't fit to meet God. Dr. Banner is with me. Eric watched as General Ross's face shifted from pale to purple, half expecting him to erupt in a dazzling display of colors. Before that could happen, Eric quickly uttered a sentence that made Ross's expression turn completely dark. General Ross fell silent. Eric didn't say anything more, and the atmosphere in the office grew tense. The only sound was the general's heavy breathing. Speak. What do you want in exchange for handing Banner over to me? After a moment, Ross finally managed to get the words out, though his eyes, if anything, grew even redder. General, perhaps we can discuss Dr. Banner's situation a bit more. Eric stood up, poured Ross a glass of whiskey, and lit a cigar. When negotiating with General Ross, you needed either a drink or a smoke, preferably both if the conversation involved the Hulk. Discuss? What's there to discuss? Ross downed his vodka in one gulp and slammed the glass onto the table. Eric hurried to refill it. General, I've learned a few things from Dr. Banner. I don't think he can be entirely blamed for what happened. After all, it was you who captured him first, wasn't it? It was true. If General Ross hadn't been so eager to seize Banner for research, Banner wouldn't have met Betty so early. In the original storyline, Banner and Betty did gradually fall in love, but by then Betty was well in her 20s, had endured her share of heartbreaks, and wasn't so easily won over, let alone ending up with a child. It was a tangled web. Both Ross and Banner saw themselves as victims, but in the end, it was Betty who suffered most. General Ross snorted in response, wanting to argue, but after a long hesitation, he said nothing, just slammed his hand on the table. Seeing this, Eric smiled faintly. General, Dr. Banner is a truly rare talent. The man has 7 doctorates. He's helped me solve no end of problems. So what? He seduced my daughter. Ross hurled his glass across the room, as if wishing Banner himself would shatter as easily. And that's why he must be punished. Eric suddenly put on a righteous air. If it were me, I'd have taken him out myself. Ross had just opened his mouth, but Eric quickly continued before he could get a word in. But you can't, General. You're a military man. You can't let your political rivals seize on a personal scandal. Besides, I'm guessing Betty had the baby. A boy. At this, Ross seemed to age 10 years in an instant. He sighed, shook his head, and then added, 2 hands. See? All the more reason you can't kill Dr. Banner. Why not? I don't know if you've looked into it, but Dr. Banner's mutation was no accident. Eric tapped the table lightly twice, and upon seeing General Ross's expression freeze, he knew the man hadn't done a thorough investigation. Over 30 years ago, the military conducted a secret experiment, transferring genes from other animals into humans in order to grant humans regenerative abilities, such as limb regrowth. The project leader was David Banner. A sudden realization flashed across General Ross's face, leaving him ashen. That's right, David Banner, the very man who experimented on himself and ended up locked away. Bruce Banner is his biological son, and the mutated genes in Bruce come from his father. In other words, the mutation is hereditary. Damn that Banner. I'll kill him. General Ross leapt to his feet in a rage, slamming his fist down on the table. General, calm down. Eric quietly released a small electromagnetic pulse, which helped Ross regain a measure of composure. If you want to alter the mutated genes in your grandson, I believe Dr. Banner is your best option. I'd rather use a husky than trust a Banner. Every last Banner is a scoundrel. General Ross bellowed, then sank back into his chair in defeat. General, your grandson's surname is also Banner. Besides, I know what you really want isn't just a Hulk. You want an army. And on that front, Dr. Banner can help you. He'll never agree to it. General Ross shook his head, having no hope for such a thing. Maybe he wouldn't have agreed before, but now, he has to think of his child. Life is precious. Love is priceless. But for freedom, both can be sacrificed. Bruce Banner has always cherished his freedom, even to the point of leaving behind his beloved Betty in the original story. But things are different now. He has a child. For a father, to save his child, he would give up anything, even his freedom. General Ross pondered for a long while before finally nodding. You're right. As long as he agrees to work for me, I won't kill him. I'll even rescind the warrant and bring him into my research facility. However, I still can't forgive what he did to Betty. Of course, which is why I say he needs to be punished. Eric grinned as he pulled out a laptop and played a video. The video began with a group of scantily clad women performing a sultry dance. General Ross glanced at Eric in confusion. Why on earth was he showing him this kind of video? Just keep watching, Eric said with the brightest smile he could muster, though inwardly he'd cursed Barton 1,000 times over. If you're going to film something, why not just get straight to the point? Why make the atmosphere so unbearably awkward? The video continued to play. After a sultry dance sequence, the camera slowly zoomed in. Behind this group of beauties, a young man appeared, sitting cross-legged. He was an extraordinary sight, with 4 arms, none other than Bruce Banner himself. General Ross's eyes widened as he watched his green son-in-law sitting among a sea of flowers, utterly unperturbed. His gaze was calm and indifferent, rivaling even the most ascetic monks of the East. What's the meaning of this? General Ross watched for a long time, noticing that no matter how the beauties tried to tempt him, Bruce Banner remained completely unmoved. And he truly was unmoved, not faking it. As a man himself, Ross could tell. I had him neutered, Eric said with a sly smile, nearly making General Ross choke on his own breath. Cough, cough, what did you just say? Are you serious? Ross pounded his chest in disbelief. That big green brute didn't come after you for revenge. Not a physical neutering. Eric gestured with a downward slicing motion. And not a chemical one either. It's psychological. Psychological? That's right. See that bracelet on his wrist? That's the thing. It suppresses Bruce Banner's desires. As long as he wears it, even if he walked into the women's bathhouse, he wouldn't turn green. He wouldn't turn green? Is that for real? Of all the things that could have been said, nothing reassured General Ross more than this. He immediately declared that as long as Bruce Banner assisted him with his research, all past grievances would be forgiven. The two quickly reached an agreement, never once considering Banner's own feelings. Far away in a New York laboratory, Bruce Banner suddenly felt a chill in his lower half. He wondered to himself if the new elastic underwear he developed wasn't keeping him warm enough. Maybe he should add some cotton lining? Returning to New York, Eric promptly told Bruce Banner about the agreement he'd reached with General Ross. Banner weighed his options carefully, and in the end, for the sake of giving his son a complete family, he pressed his handprint onto the binding contract. Eric's experiment was nearly finished. Only the final implementation remained, and Banner's absence wasn't an issue. Longing to see his wife and child, Bruce Banner left Eric's lab alone that very afternoon and drove straight to the Air Force Base. Watching Banner's car disappear into the distance, Eric let out a long sigh. This was as far as he could help. Allowing Bruce Banner to reunite with his family was the very limit of what Eric could do. As for improving relations with his father-in-law, that was a challenge Banner would have to face on his own. The absence of Bruce Banner, a key figure in the lab, hadn't set their progress back much at all. By this stage, there was no longer any need for flashes of genius. all that. Remained was to methodically follow Eric's design and assemble what he wanted, step by step. In fact, Eric's own involvement was hardly even necessary at this point. It looks like we'll need another 2 days. Let me see. Is there anything else that needs my attention? Glancing at the project timeline, Eric quietly calculated the real schedule. Those 180 hours he'd mentioned before were just a way to placate Sky. It actually wouldn't take nearly that long. With a couple of days to spare, Eric wanted to take care of some outstanding matters. After all, this experiment was a human trial. Even though he'd minimized the risks as much as possible, there was still an element of danger. No one could guarantee otherwise. It was wise to make arrangements in advance. First, there were the key contributors in the lab. According to their original agreement, their employment with Eric would end once the experiment was complete. But what would become of them afterward? Bruce Banner had already left. Eric arranged to meet with the others one by one for private conversations. Maya Hansen, who'd once shared dates with him, and Dr. Franklin Hall, the discoverer of gravitonium, both expressed their willingness to continue working for him, pledging their long-term allegiance to Sky Industries. Otto Gunther Octavius, destined to become Dr. Octopus, had already studied the arc reactor. He declined further employment under Eric, but hoped to collaborate with Sky Industries, leading his own project, to continue his research into controlled nuclear fusion reactors. Eric agreed without hesitation. After all, this was a project that could turn stone into diamond, with boundless potential for the future. The only one who chose to leave was Chun Lu from China. His reason was simple: my country needs me. Eric respected his decision and didn't try to persuade him otherwise. Before Chun Lu left, Eric handed him a hard drive containing a vast trove of experimental data. Not only their joint research, but also various results Sky Industries had accumulated over the years. Chun Lu was taken aback, unable to fathom what Eric's true intentions were. For centuries, the shield has been in the west and the spear in the east. Give my regards to Mr. Zhang, and in a while, I'll have a small favor to ask of him. Chun Lu looked at Eric deeply, neither agreeing nor refusing, then took the hard drive back to the lab. There were 2 days left in the experiment, and he intended to stand at his post until the very last day of his contract. After settling matters with the scientists, Eric locked himself alone in his office. Future, activate protocols 6, 8, and 15. Sir, are you sure? A virtual projection appeared by Eric's side. She wore a flowing blue gown, her jet black hair cascading carelessly over her shoulders. The effect was both regal and elegant, yet strikingly fresh and unpretentious. I'm absolutely certain. Eric shot her a glance before turning his attention elsewhere. If anything happens to me, Sky will automatically receive your highest level of authority. When she turns 18, tell her about her origins and hand over the obelisk to her. And take care of her from me from then on. Also, tell her I'm sorry. Eric's voice was low and deliberate, heavy with a sorrow he could not put into words. The virtual figure of the future leaned gently against him, her head resting on his shoulder. Eric raised an eyebrow. Who taught you to say all that? It was a young lady who added the program for me. Eric shook his head with a sigh. He really couldn't fathom what went on in that girl's mind. All right, off you go. Let me have some time alone. Sir, things have gotten chaotic on Mr. Stark's end. Should we? Stark will handle it himself. Everything else can wait until I'm back. Understood, sir. For the next 2 days, Eric remained alone in his office, pushing all other concerns aside. He focused solely on adjusting his own state of mind, undisturbed, until the virtual future came to remind him. Sir, it's time to begin. Boss, I dare say this is the safest mutation procedure in the world. Inside the laboratory, Franklin Hall couldn't help but praise the instrument before him. Otto Gunther Octavius nodded in agreement, though Maya Hansen had her reservations. Strictly speaking, this can't really be called a mutation. Of course it isn't a mutation. I'd never choose to gain superpowers through something as unstable and uncontrollable as mutation. Eric carefully checked the instrument one last time. Once sure there were no issues, he lay down inside. The device was still based on the life cradle he had designed, though the group had made significant modifications. The interior space was nearly doubled, and 2 slots had been added at the armrests, filled with mechanical arms and energy beam modules. Come to think of it, it really shouldn't be called a mutation. I feel enchantment might be a more apt description. Otto Gunther Octavius mused, stroking his chin, and offered this new term for the device. Enchantment? Only you could come up with that. Eric couldn't help but laugh, both amused and exasperated. What do they take him for? Still, the more he thought about it, the more this experiment did resemble an enchantment. Based on the principles of the extremist virus, and drawing on over a year of their collective research, they had designed an energy infusion module inside the life cradle. Through this device, using Otto-Strax genes as a blueprint and drawing on the magical circuitry of the matter recombination ring and the atomic severance ring. Two special energy circuits were constructed inside Eric's body. These two energy circuits, essentially adaptations of the ring's magical frameworks, would allow Eric to gain temporary control over the strong and weak nuclear forces. The whole process bore a striking resemblance to enchantment. Because the circuits were made purely of energy, they couldn't last for long. According to everyone's calculations, the circuits would begin to collapse after a maximum of 48 hours. But that window of time was more than enough. Just like with the gravitonium, what Eric needed wasn't a directly granted ability, but rather a catalyst. With magnetism and gravity as his foundation, coupled with his own understanding of the strong and weak forces, all he needed was a simple spark. He could then generate those two forms of control on his own. No matter what you call it, this is the safest method of acquiring abilities I've ever seen or heard of. Franklin Hall ran his hand along the shell of the cradle of life, his eyes flickering with thoughts no one could guess. Safety, this was the heart of the experiment. Whether by gene mutation or direct exposure to radiation, the risks were always far too high. Eric never saw himself as one of those 1 in a million prodigies. He wasn't about to bet on surviving a crippling blow and somehow unlocking miraculous powers. Safety was always his top priority. All right, enough with the speeches. Run one last check. If everything's in order, let's get started, Eric said, stretching out his arms and placing them into the designated slots. He closed his eyes, quietly waiting for the miracle to begin. For added safety, the two energy circuits would be etched only into Eric's arms. That way, even if something went wrong, he'd still have options. In the worst case, he could inject the extremist virus and simply regrow his arms. Once everything was ready, Maya Hansen pressed the switch and sealed the cradle of life's hatch. Watching Eric inside, eyes closed in anticipation, she couldn't help but reach out with slender fingers and tap twice on the glass. Eric opened his eyes and answered with a reassuring smile. Begin. At the command, the AI immediately took over. Instruments and machinery whirred to life, and a soft blue glow filled the cradle of life. Above Eric's arms, hundreds of tiny mechanical arms and energy projectors darted about, sending out flashes of blue light. Through the observation window, Maya Hansen noticed Eric frown and quickly asked with concern, "What is it? Does it hurt?" Eric shook his head. "No, it just itches a little." Everyone let out a sigh of relief, their eyes glued to the monitor, tracking every detail of Eric's vital signs. After waiting for more than 10 minutes, Eric could clearly feel something new within his arms. So he closed his eyes and focused his senses carefully. Constructing an energy circuit was like stacking bricks. Each piece of energy had to be placed precisely in its designated spot, building up an entire structure according to a meticulous blueprint. This structure also needed to be linked with Eric's own energy, his nervous system, and more, so that it could function as intended. Eric sensed delicate streams of unusual energy gathering within his arms, gradually forming shapes reminiscent of magical runes, which then connected to one another. The energy began to spread from a single point, and slowly, every point joined together, weaving a vast and intricate architecture. Eric gingerly reached out with his own energy to touch the structure, and at once, a surge of energy linked the two together. It was as if a circuit had been completed. An ethereal blue glow suddenly shimmered in Eric's arms. The light veiled beneath his skin, mysterious and beautiful, like a wondrous and otherworldly spectacle. Did it work? According to their plan, the blue glow indicated the energy circuit was successfully established, but Maya Hansen couldn't help but ask, her voice betraying a mixture of hope and concern. The others held their breath, waiting anxiously for the answer the future would bring. "Dr. Hansen, the energy circuit has been set up. All checks indicate there are no errors." "Yes." Maya Hansen raised her fists in a silent cheer, careful not to disturb Eric, her voice barely above a whisper. Franklin Hall and Otto Gunther Octavius lifted their hands and exchanged a gentle, celebratory high-five, while Chen Lu, who had been quietly observing, finally broke into a delighted smile. Now, their part was done. As agreed, their responsibilities ended here. Chen Lu politely declined the group's offer to throw him a farewell party. He quietly packed his belongings, kept the hard drive close to his body, and waved goodbye to everyone. Dr. Otto Gunther Octavius, at last, picked up his experimental plans again, his confidence renewed as he threw himself back into his research on the controllable nuclear fusion reactor. Maya Hansen headed next door to continue her experiments on merging vampire genes with the extremist virus. Franklin Hall returned to his lab, but instead of resuming his work on gravitonium, He opened the technical files for the Cradle of Life. Eric's success had sparked the hope that some of the wild ideas in his mind might become reality. He, too, yearned for superpowers. Over the next 48 hours, Eric would remain inside the Cradle of Life until he obtained his new abilities. Aside from the future, who would closely monitor the changes in his body, everyone else returned to their own work, and the lab settled back into its usual calm. So that's how it is. Within the Cradle of Life, Eric let out a long sigh and slowly opened his eyes, only to find himself completely alone. There wasn't a single soul in sight. Less than 10 hours had passed, not even a quarter of the 48 hours allotted. Yet Eric had already sorted out his thoughts and deliberately dispersed the energy circuits within his arms. This was the result of deep preparation and an explosive breakthrough. Over a century of experience in magnetic control, magnetic field energy vast enough to stir the Earth's own magnetism, the fresh momentum of gravitational mastery, a year's worth of research data from several brilliant minds, and, of course, Reed's invaluable assistance. All these elements converged, making Eric's command over the strong and weak nuclear forces feel as natural as breathing. "Future, open the hatch," he said. "Yes, sir. Shall I notify the others?" The AI responded. "No need for now. Open the training room. I want to test these new abilities first." Unlike the macroscopic manipulation of magnetism and gravity, the strong and weak nuclear forces at the microscopic level were far more difficult to wield separately. Inside a specially constructed training chamber, Eric took out a small piece of vibranium about the size of a peanut. He nudged it with a subtle magnetic field, making it float gently in the air, then pointed a finger at it. A strange surge of energy struck the vibranium. Instantly, its atoms underwent dramatic changes. The legendary, ever-moving vibranium atoms began to tremble even more violently. Suddenly, some of the atomic nuclei split apart, unleashing tremendous energy. Intense radiation burst forth, but Eric's magnetic field confined it all within a tiny area. On the macroscopic level, the peanut-sized piece of vibranium began to tremble anxiously the moment it touched the energy, emitting a dazzling white light before violently exploding, its force nearly rivaling several grenades detonating at once. Nuclear fission. This was the combined power of the strong and weak nuclear forces. Even with only a small portion of the atoms splitting, the destructive force was already immense. If the entire piece of vibranium underwent fission, just how terrifying would that power be? Fission reaction. How fascinating. Let's try fusion next, Eric mused. With a wave of his hand, he summoned a canister of hydrogen gas, opened it, and used magnetism and gravity to control a portion of the gas. Another precise gesture. A sudden explosion. A sphere of fire burst into existence, releasing an even greater surge of energy than before. The power exceeds even that of nuclear fusion. Eric stroked his chin, deeply satisfied. According to the mass energy equation, 1 gram of tritium fully undergoing fusion would yield the equivalent of 20,000 tons of TNT. Even at the 0.7% conversion rate of a hydrogen bomb, that's still 140 tons of TNT. If this entire canister of hydrogen were to fuse, good heavens, that's terrifying. Indeed, magnetism and gravity were best suited for control, while the strong and weak forces excelled at destruction. With current technology, achieving nuclear fusion requires extraordinary conditions. Not only vast arrays of supporting equipment, but even the hydrogen must be specific isotopes of high purity. The requirements for the quality of those isotopes are staggeringly high. But for Eric, who had mastered the strong and weak nuclear forces, nuclear fusion and fission were as easy as making an iron ball float in the air. There was no need for strict conditions or to worry about the materials. Just a gentle touch, a thought, and all would be annihilated. Excellent. Powerful. Violent. Eric swept away the radiation left from his 2 experiments with a wave of his hand and continued his research. The strong and weak nuclear forces were not just for destruction. Matter recombination, a power Eric had coveted for a long time, was, at its core, another application of these forces, simply applied in a different direction. Eric found a pane of glass, smashed it to pieces on the floor, then chose 2 adjacent shards and pressed them together, activating his power. The main component of glass is silicon dioxide. On a microscopic level, at the contact surface between the shards, the silicon dioxide molecules rapidly broke apart and then recombined. In no time, the molecules from both shards fused, and soon, the 2 pieces became one. Molecular manipulation, putting the broken mirror back together. But this wasn't true matter recombination yet. That required changing the essence of matter at the atomic level. After several tests, Eric realized he was still some distance away from genuine matter recombination. Helplessly, he had to give up for now. It seems that even if I make the strong and weak forces as potent as magnetism, I still might not achieve matter recombination. Such a world-defying power will have to wait until I unify all forces. With 9 parts joy and 1 part regret, Eric lay back in the cradle of life once more. He had acquired the skill, but he hadn't spent the skill points yet. Both skills were still stuck at level 10. Of course, in reality, there were no skill icons, let alone a handy plus sign to tap for instant upgrades. To level up, Eric could only rely on his understanding of the strong and weak forces, comparing them with his newly acquired abilities, gradually deepening his mastery. This process was like painstakingly filling in the remaining 80% of a progress bar, bit by bit, onto the initial 10%. Fortunately, having gained gravitational powers before, Eric was no stranger to this process. He had promised himself 48 hours. How could he let them go to waste? While Eric continued his secluded training in peace and contentment, things were in chaos over at Stark's place. Tony, what on earth happened here? I was only gone for 2 days, and the house looks like this. Was it the demolition crew or the city inspectors? Howard Stark stood in front of his villa, feeling as if a herd of wild horses had trampled all over his heart. Hey, Dad, where have you even been these past 2 days? Tony, holding a glass of red wine, was directing workers as they cleared the rubble. The moment he saw Howard, he rushed over. Dad, I never should have listened to you. Obadiah is a total scumbag. I should have taken him out myself. Is this Obadiah's? Howard snatched his son's glass, downing it in one swift motion. Tony recounted everything that had happened from beginning to end, and Howard could only sigh repeatedly. Obadiah helped me a great deal. I was hoping to give him another chance. Such a pity. Dad, where have you been these past couple of days? Haven't you seen the news? This whole thing is all over every channel. At this, Howard couldn't help but lift his head to gaze at the sky. I want to visit a couple of old friends. One of Mr. Howard's friends seems to live quite far away. A man with an alarmingly receding hairline walked over, wearing a warm, approachable smile and looking Howard straight in the eye. Hello, I'm Phil Coulson from the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement and Logistics Division. I'm also one of your fans. Coulson, your department's name is a mouthful. Tony grumbled, giving him a friendly pat on the shoulder. Even he, it seemed, couldn't resist Coulson's knack for making an entrance. If you'd like to shorten it, you'll need your father's approval for that, Coulson replied amicably, glancing at Howard. What do you mean? Tony shot Coulson a puzzled look, then turned to his father, clearly at a loss. Your father is one of our department's founders, Coulson revealed, seeing that Howard made no move to stop him. What? Tony's face was a portrait of disbelief. All right, we'll discuss that later, Howard said, steering the conversation back on track. Tony, tell me, what do you know about Miss Teddy Bear? Miss Teddy Bear? Tony quickly lapsed into thought. I don't know who she is, but her armor, the bizarre functions, remind me of a guy who likes to play with magnets. Mr. Eric is our technical consultant, Coulson promptly said, setting a dossier in front of Howard. But there's something odd. Before he inherited his father's estate and title, we could barely find any information about him. Howard took the file and leafed through it, his expression growing increasingly grave. Tony, what do you make of Eric? He's a jerk. Tony blurted out a curse, but caught himself, hesitated, then smirked. All right, aside from constantly stealing my spotlight, he's actually a decent guy. A decent guy? Howard snorted, saying no more, and continued to pore over the file. As one of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s founders, Howard had top-level clearance. This dossier included virtually everything S.H.I.E.L.D. had uncovered about Eric. Rescuing Pierce's daughter, controlling a solar storm to eradicate vampires, manipulating the cosmic cube to relocate the Skrulls, a fierce battle with the Kree, and more, all meticulously recorded. The director says he claims to be from Special Department, but to this day we still have no idea what kind of Special Department it actually is. Coulson shrugged, spreading his hands in a gesture of helplessness. Special Department? There aren't that many Special Departments in the world. Howard shook his head. Is Pierce still the director these days? No, it's Nick Fury now. Director Pierce retired 6 years ago. Howard nodded, closed the file in his hands, and said, Coulson, go start the car. Yes, sir. Coulson scampered off to do as he was told. Tony casually tossed his wine glass into the ruins of the villa, dusted off his hands, and asked, So where are we going? Your secret agent hideout? Or are we hunting down that guy with the magnets? Not we, just me and Coulson. Howard fixed Tony with a stern look, jabbing a finger firmly against the arc reactor on his chest. And you, get back to researching the new element. Your palladium poisoning is getting worse by the day. If you don't want to die, finish reading the materials I gave you and create the new element as soon as possible. Tony brushed his father's hand away. Hey, Dad, even after sleeping for 9 years, you're still the same. Always trying to meddle in my decisions. This much work? I just need to pull a few all-nighters to get it done. I'm doing this for your own good. Howard's brow furrowed, his expression turning grim. Oh, I'm doing it for your own good. That's always your line. Can't you come up with something fresher? You know, the way you look right now, you could pass for a reindeer that's lost its antlers. The air between them grew tense in an instant. Father and son glared at each other, neither willing to budge. In the end, it was Howard who relented first. He sighed and shook his head. Tony, you're 32 years old. Why do you still act like a child? Fine, if you insist on coming, then suit yourself. Well, look at that. Howard Stark, the merciful, finally grants his son the privilege of following in his footsteps. Tony shot back with biting sarcasm, waving a dismissive hand as he turned away. Too bad. Humble Tony Stark doesn't have time to chase after Mr. Howard's footsteps. He's just a golden goose trapped in the lab. And right now he's got eggs to lay. Howard watched his son's retreating figure, a wry smile on his lips as he shook his head, calling out, Tony, hurry up and finish that suit. It's the most perfect creation I've ever seen. Tony stopped in his tracks, stunned. Howard let slip a faint smile and murmured under his breath, that is if I don't count you. You want to see Eric? You'll have to wait. He's in the lab, working on a very important experiment. He said unless Megatron himself shows up at the door, nothing, absolutely nothing, should disturb him. When she learned the reason for their visit, Sky turned them down with a frustrated expression. She still had so much she wanted to say to him, but after scolding her, he had gone straight back to the lab and wasn't even answering her calls. It was infuriating. How long will Mr. Eric need before he comes out? The ever-kind Coulson maintained his patient smile as he inquired. If it had been Howard asking, Sky would have brushed him off with an I don't know, but Coulson was different. His smile gave her a reassuring sense of calm, much like Eric did. Though they hadn't met often, she always felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity with him. Sometimes she even wondered if he might be her real father. Wait here, I'll go ask for you. After settling the two of them, Sky jogged off to the next room. She peeked back to make sure they weren't following before summoning Future to ask about the time. There are 27 hours remaining until the time set by the gentleman, came the reply. A little over a day. Howard visibly relaxed as Sky relayed the message. He'd been worried Eric would lock himself in the lab for a year or more, something all too common among researchers. Coulson, let's go. We'll come back tomorrow. Of course, sir. Where to now? Coulson asked. To our secret agent hideout. I mean our headquarters. At Triskelion Tower, the first person to greet Howard was not the current Director Fury, but someone he very much did not want to see. Howard, my God, you're really alive. This is incredible. I couldn't believe it when they told me. A broad-shouldered man rushed forward, scooping Howard into a bear hug. Hello, Steve, Howard replied with a strained smile. He quickly realized he might be showing too much emotion and hastily replaced it with his practiced businessman's grin, patting Steve heartily on the shoulder. I was the one who couldn't believe it when I heard you were still alive. Huh, we can fight side by side again. I really miss those days battling Hydra together. Steve, better known as Captain America, beamed with excitement, reminiscing about the old days in a steady stream of memories. Coulson, seeing his two idols deep in conversation, hurried to disperse the surrounding agents and maintain order. Steve, I just got back from England. Howard suddenly interrupted, his face clouded with what looked like guilt. You went to see Carter? Captain America's excitement faded in an instant, and a hint of sadness crept into his expression. I'm sorry, Howard said sincerely. He had indeed gone to see Carter, though not just her. The whole thing left him feeling awkward and guilty, as if he were helping someone else pursue his friend's beloved. Though, strangely enough, it was still the same woman. No, that was my choice. You're not to blame for that. The two of them were talking past each other. Captain America had no idea what Howard was apologizing for. All he could do was keep comforting his friend. Howard let out a deep sigh, feeling utterly helpless. Was he supposed to tell Cap, you've been cheated on by yourself? How could he possibly explain that? At this moment, he genuinely felt it might be better if he had just died. Tony was right. Eric really is a jerk. As dusk settled in and the city lights began to twinkle, the bustling metropolis of New York welcomed an even more vibrant nightlife. Eric, careful not to disturb Sky, who was still diligently studying, slipped out alone onto the busy streets. By now, Eric had been Sky's guardian for 7 years. In those 7 years, Sky had truly transformed. The once stubborn, insecure, and slightly withdrawn little girl had grown into a cheerful, confident young woman with a passion for learning. The daily promise they'd made to exchange 10 sentences was still going strong to this day. It could be said that Eric deserved the most credit for the remarkable changes in Sky. I wonder which university Sky will choose, he mused. Indeed, under the influence of a genius father and several brilliant aunts and uncles, 15-year-old Sky had already graduated high school and was now considering her future path. Although her achievements didn't quite match the likes of Reed, Stark, and the other prodigies, she was certainly a little genius in her own right. A surge of pride filled Eric's chest at the thought of his daughter coming into her own, and his steps felt lighter. No matter which university Sky chose, Eric would support her. He wouldn't interfere in her plans for the future. He would simply be there when she needed him, quietly lending a helping hand from behind the scenes. He took a long breath as he gazed at the lively New York night. Suddenly, Eric felt a sense of estrangement from it all. He knew this was a side effect of his growing powers. Back when he was only an Omega-level mutant, he could still think of himself as a powerful human, just a little distant from ordinary people. But as his abilities continued to climb, that sense of distance kept growing stronger. He had always worked hard to blend in with the crowd, fearing that one day he might lose his humanity altogether. This time, the feeling was even more acute. Surrounded by the bustling throngs, Eric found himself unable to muster even the slightest emotional response. This isn't right. I need to adjust my mindset. Eric gave his cheeks a brisk slap and turned to leave. He had his own way of regaining balance. He was Sky's safe harbor, but in truth, Sky was also his remedy. All right, time to go home and spend some time with my daughter. Mr. Eric, it's a pleasure to see you. Early the next morning, Howard Stark was already waiting outside Eric's door. Even Barton, who came to answer, gave him a strange look, suspecting Howard was here to ask Eric for a favor. Mr. Howard, this isn't the first time I've met you. Eric, wearing an apron and a chef's hat, a rare sight, was making breakfast for Sky. Though it was nothing more than simple fried eggs and toast, Sky looked forward to it so much that Howard's interruption of her breakfast filled her with annoyance. Mr. Howard, would you like to join us? With a discreet pat on his daughter's shoulder, Eric signaled her not to take offense. No, thank you. I already had breakfast with Steve. I'll wait for you in the living room. Howard, clearly sensing Sky's displeasure, withdrew from the dining room without protest. Eric watched Sky's mock triumph with a helpless smile and returned to preparing breakfast. Mr. Eric, I'll skip the pleasantries. Please, tell me directly, what exactly is your purpose in coming to this universe? As soon as breakfast was over and Eric stepped into the living room, Howard fixed him with a pointed gaze and demanded answers. Eric's eyes sharpened. You've been to the moon? Obviously. Howard spread his hands, giving Eric a look that said, I know everything. Well, since that's the case, our conversation can be much more straightforward. Eric poured Howard a drink, but chose a can of cola for himself. I'm all ears. Howard raised his glass, ready to listen. My universe was destroyed by a powerful being. I believe I'm the only one who escaped. Before I crossed over, I had no idea which universe I'd end up in. I just wanted to survive. To survive? But your survival has brought endless crises to our universe. Howard stood abruptly, jabbing a finger at his own chest. I was supposed to die at the hands of the Winter Soldier on December 16th, 1992. Steve was supposed to be unearthed in 2008. The Hulk should have been born in 2003. Tony was meant to become Iron Man in 2008. But now everything's changed, and it's all because of you. Our future has been knocked off its original course. The future is unpredictable. Every observation spawns a new parallel universe. My arrival birthed a new parallel reality. Eric tried to reason with him, but Howard cut him off without hesitation. Don't talk to me about parallel universes. I know more about them than you do. That doesn't undo the damage you've caused this world. Damage? No, it's salvation. I'm saving this world, Howard. You only see the future Steve told you about, but there are far more terrifying futures waiting for us. If everything played out as before, our only ending would be destruction. Terrifying futures? What's so terrifying? That's just your side of the story. The two of them grew more and more agitated as they argued, until Howard's neck flushed red with excitement. Eric wasn't faring any better. He was panting, his eyes wide and round, itching to take a swing at Howard. Struggling to regain his composure, he took a deep breath and unleashed an electromagnetic pulse at both of them. What's this? An electromagnetic pulse? Using it to influence hormone secretion in the brain? That's quite a clever idea. Some kind of device on Howard's body seemed to detect Eric's little trick. I think I finally understand how Tony feels. You're really not fit to be a father. Eric shook his head, took a hefty gulp of cola, and said, Howard, you ought to trust me. Give me a reason. Howard stared straight at Eric. Even though he had calmed down, his gaze was still sharp as a blade. We are a shield, standing between the known and the unknown, protecting humanity. Eric suddenly spoke these words, freezing Howard's expression in an instant. How do you know that phrase? In my universe, I was once part of the shield as well. Howard fell silent. That was an answer he hadn't expected. His superpowered mind was working at lightning speed, analyzing every possibility, but in the end he decided to stick to his original plan. I don't trust you. Howard lifted his head, fixing Eric with a dangerous glint in his eyes. Unless you can prove it to me. Prove what? Prove that you'll protect this world. That you'll protect humanity. Eric raised an eyebrow. And how am I supposed to prove that? Howard suddenly grinned. It's simple. Help me with one thing. If you succeed, the Brotherhood of the Shield will accept you. But if you fail, we'll erase you and set this world back on its proper course. You know we have a means. So after all that, this is what you really want, isn't it? You want me to make a gesture of loyalty? Eric glanced at the files on the coffee table, his expression growing strange. He picked up the folder between two fingers, skimmed the cover, then let out a mocking laugh and shook his head, sipping his cola in silence. Howard was already gone, having issued his threat with impressive swagger. He left the files behind and strode out without a backward glance. Great, another lunatic. A gesture of loyalty? Hardly. This was a suicide mission, plain and simple. With just one look at the files, Eric already knew what task Howard had assigned him. Child of the Stars. In the year 114 AD, a female celestial descended upon the divine capital of Luoyang, seeking a planet to serve as the cradle for her offspring. Her chosen target was none other than Earth. At that time, the leader of the Brotherhood of the Shield was Zhang Heng of the Middle Kingdom. Yes, the very same Zhang Heng we all know so well, the inventor of the seismoscope. Zhang Heng, leveraging his formidable rhetorical prowess, skillfully persuaded her not to choose Earth or the Moon, but instead to consider the Sun. The female celestial agreed to his request and ultimately gave birth to the celestial offspring, the Child of the Stars. Within the heart of the Sun, Zhang Heng kept this incident strictly confidential, recording it only in the secret archives of the Brotherhood of the Sacred Shield. Celestials are unlike ordinary living beings. It is said they were created by eternity, foremost among the 5 primeval gods. Typically, they stand 2,000 feet tall, each possessing a unique domain and wielding unimaginable power. The female, celestial, gave birth to the Child of the Stars within the Sun itself. There, he continuously absorbed the Sun's energy, growing stronger with each passing day. If left unchecked, he would eventually drain the Sun of all its energy. Yet, no one could find a solution to this peril. It wasn't until over 1,000 years later that another genius leader of the Sacred Shield Brotherhood stepped forward, none other than Leonardo da Vinci. Relying on his own ingenious technological inventions, da Vinci journeyed to the Sun. He was supposed to eliminate the Child of the Stars, but for reasons unknown, he changed his mind midway. Not only did he spare the child, he even brought him back to Earth and cared for him up to the present day. The Child of the Stars, a juvenile celestial, would be the equivalent of an infant by human standards. He hasn't even been weaned, but he is still a celestial. And now, I'm supposed to slay a god, a mere mortal like me? This is nothing short of a death sentence. Let's set aside the Child of the Stars for now. What's going on with Howard? Has he lost his mind? Indeed, Howard's behavior was far from normal. Faced with his powerful benefactor, he didn't offer a single word of gratitude. Instead, he made domineering threats and capped it all off by leaving an absurdly perilous suicide mission. What infuriated Eric the most was that line about inviting him to join the Brotherhood. As if I care. Did I ever say I wanted in? Not only did he try to force me in now, he wants me to do his dirty work first. Is this any way to treat people? Howard isn't just out of his mind. He's completely lost it. The fact that Eric didn't slap him across the face then, and there already showed remarkable restraint. With a flick of his fingers, the document was instantly reduced to dust, and with another wave, it vanished without a trace. This despicable assignment. Let someone else do it. As for Howard's empty threats, well, does he really think his 4 power beasts are enough to scare me? I never should have saved him in the first place. Look at the mess it's caused. Eric shook his head, downed the last sip of his beloved soda, and prepared to start his daily routine with his daughter. But just as he stepped out of the living room, Future informed him that he had a call. Eric glanced at the caller ID. Tony Stark. What's this, then? Brothers in arms, teaming up? Father and son joining forces against me? Not happening. I'm not answering. Not playing your game, gentlemen. Unfortunately, he was still a step too late. The clever girl of his household, Sky, had already picked up the phone ahead of him. Before Sky could say a word, Tony Stark's anxious voice erupted from the other end of the line. Eric, damn it. What's wrong with my mother? What did you do to her? Eric was momentarily taken aback. What could I possibly have done to your mother? My name is Linshare, not Wong. What's going on? Eric waved off Sky, who was watching with curiosity, and closed the door behind him as he took the phone. Eric, Ever since my mother woke up, she hasn't eaten a single thing except soda water. What did you do to her? Tony's voice was tight with worry, and in the background, Eric could just make out a woman's sobs. She won't eat? What? Eric was utterly bewildered. What kind of mess was this? How had everything gone haywire at once? Oh God, she says she can't bear to eat. Whether it's animals or plants, they're all living beings, and she can't bring herself to consume their remains. Damn it, she accidentally stepped on an ant this morning and has been crying for over an hour. Puffed. Eric nearly spat out the soda he just swallowed. Has she turned into Lin Daiyu? No, she's even more saintly than Lin Daiyu. What in the world is going on? Eric suddenly realized the seriousness of the situation. Howard had become paranoid. Maria had turned into a weeping willow. One person changing could be dismissed as coincidence, but two at once was downright suspicious. Could it be because of that? A flash of insight crossed Eric's face, which grew increasingly odd. After pondering for a moment, he suddenly opened a portal before him. I'd better ask someone who actually knows what's going on. Rome, an ancient and majestic city, has long since become a world-famous tourist destination. Yet few know that deep beneath its streets lies an even more magnificent city, the Immortal City. The Immortal City, once the headquarters of the Shield Brotherhood, was designed and built by Da Vinci himself. Hidden far below Rome, it sprawled over an area roughly a quarter the size of the city above, filled with an unimaginable wealth of forgotten technology. Of course, that was all in the past. Now, this vast underground metropolis has become nothing more than ruins. Descending into the depths, Eric took in the sight of broken columns and shattered arches, and couldn't help but feel a pang of sorrow. He let out a quiet sigh. What are you sighing about? A figure bathed in golden light suddenly emerged from the empty air. Eric stared at him for a long moment before bowing slightly. Greetings, honored Michelangelo, great eternal one. We meet again. Indeed, the man radiating brilliance from head to toe was none other than Michelangelo himself, the legendary artist, painter, and sculptor of the Renaissance, and the eternal one of the Shield Brotherhood. After reaching adulthood, he grasped the secrets of parallel universes and nonlinear time, dispersing himself across every timeline so that he no longer existed as a linear being. Time folded around him, and he personally witnessed the birth of humanity, the first use of tools, the first crossing of oceans, humanity's landing on the moon, their exploration of the cosmos, and the end of the world itself. In a sense, he wielded the power of a multiversal entity while still inhabiting a mortal form. Magneto, greetings. Oh wait, perhaps that name no longer suits you. Michelangelo tilted his head slightly, regarding Eric with a thoughtful gaze. Impressive. You've already mastered much of the four fundamental forces. Your talent surpasses that of any other Magneto. That's not what you said the last time we met. Eric still recalled their encounter in the Emperor Thanos universe, when he first arrived at the Immortal City. Instead of seeking a way to defeat Thanos, he looked for a way to escape. Michelangelo had mocked him then, calling him the most cowardly Magneto of them all. Oh, perhaps I was going through a midlife crisis at the time, Michelangelo replied with a playful jest, though the dazzling golden light radiating from him made it impossible for Eric to even muster a smile. What happened here? Eric hurriedly changed the subject, gesturing at the broken walls and shattered towers before them. In the Emperor Thanos universe, the destruction of the Immortal City had been even more thorough than this, yet he had never sought out the truth. Civil War. Michelangelo turned away, his face expressionless as he gazed at the devastation. One by one, luminous figures flickered into view amidst the ruins. Each bore the exact same face. Some sat in silent contemplation, others painted for their companions, some sculpted statues, while small groups gathered in heated debate. Eric squinted and turned his head slightly. The brilliance was simply blinding. In 1960, Newton and Da Vinci fought a bitter battle for leadership of the Shield High Council. It was their war that destroyed this place, the Michelangelo beside Eric explained. No, the Civil War happened in 1978, protested another Michelangelo, who had been painting but now stood and strode over. It was Midnight Machine Tesla who destroyed it. That's not right. It was in 1981. Nostradamus and the Star Child came searching for the infinity formula. The Star Child glimpsed the silence of mathematics and, overcome with rage, destroyed everything, declared a third Michelangelo, who tossed aside his hammer from the half-finished statue. You're all mistaken. The Civil War broke out 10 years later. One after another, more and more Michelangelos approached. They were all versions of him, scattered across different parallel universes. Each one real, each one truly himself. Each of them voiced their own opinions, painting the history they had witnessed with passion. and vivid detail. Yet, no matter how eloquent their words, they could not convince the versions of themselves standing nearby. Duh. Michelangelo next to Eric curled his lips and gave a helpless shrug. Sometimes, convincing yourself is the hardest thing of all. Eric nodded awkwardly. Let's just stick to the history of this universe. Oh, that's a relief. That way, we can go into more detail. The Michelangelo who had first spoken with Eric allowed himself a faint smile, while the other Michelangelos all wore disappointed expressions, and in the blink of an eye, faded away without a trace. The Civil War decimated the Brotherhood's elites, and the Eternal City was reduced to ruins. In order to put an end to this senseless conflict, I brought back 3 young men, Howard Stark, Nathaniel Richards, and Leonid, son of Nikola Tesla, the Midnight Machine. The father of Iron Man, the father of Mr. Fantastic, plus Tesla's own son. What a formidable lineup. The Supreme Council of S.H.I.E.L.D. convened a grand tribunal. Nathaniel Richards powered the proceedings with his mind. Howard Stark drove the search for truth, and Leonid delivered the final verdict. Michelangelo's voice brimmed with nostalgia, tinged with a profound weariness. So what was the outcome? Eric couldn't help but ask. In the tribunal, no one could hide the truth. Suddenly, the light around Michelangelo dimmed, as though shadowed by old wounds. The truth was, Newton killed Galileo. What? Newton killed Galileo? Eric was stunned, doubting his own ears. But, regrettably, that was the truth. Yes, driven by selfish desires, Newton murdered Galileo, Michelangelo sighed. Newton was sentenced to death on the spot, but he had prepared for this. In the courtroom, he activated a time machine and fled to the future. He wanted to witness the world's end with his own eyes. Da Vinci led the remaining members of the Brotherhood in pursuit. The future. Yes, to the year 2060. Eric was speechless. He suddenly felt utterly inadequate. Look at the scale of their exploits, jumping timelines at will, heading to the future as a team. And him, just across, into a parallel universe. He'd had to rob the Illuminati, leave Mystique behind, and nearly lost his own life in the process. The difference was staggering. Why 2060? The S.H.I.E.L.D. Brotherhood calculated the date of humanity's extinction. We ran the numbers for 100 years, and every result pointed to the same conclusion. Humanity would perish in 2060. Newton wanted to be the witness to our end. Humanity destroyed in 2060? Oof. If people really went extinct in 2060, then how did cable make it all the way to the 39th century? How can the life and death of humanity be measured with calculations? That's utter nonsense. So, what happened next? Michelangelo gazed ahead in a trance, time flowing gently past him, yet leaving him untouched. They're still fighting across 3 different possible timelines. Eric shrugged, making no comment on the matter. The last time he'd come in a hurry, focused only on searching for something, he'd paid no attention to anything else. Now that he had time, he'd thought about meeting the Brotherhood's forebears, but seeing them now, he realized they weren't much to look at after all. No great loss if he never met them. All right, that's the end of the story. Now let's talk about you. Why have you come this time? Michelangelo turned to Eric, his gaze probing, searching for answers. Eric slapped his own forehead, having been so absorbed in the story that he'd almost forgotten his real purpose. I actually came to ask you, what exactly happened to Howard and Maria? Haven't you already found the answer in your own heart? Eric swallowed nervously. Is it really because of that? Howard began researching the super soldier serum in the late 80s. But by then, he was already an old man. His sluggish mind couldn't deduce the formula on his own. Luckily, Sir Newton left behind an endless array of formulas. Howard drew inspiration from them and refined the serum, but, unfortunately, the side effects remained significant. I knew it, Eric said with a bitter smile. That was the only answer he could think of. The super soldier serum. He'd injected half a vial into each of the couple just to save their lives. And later, with no energy left for irradiation, they'd fallen into a deep sleep that lasted nearly a decade. Now that they'd awakened, Eric had all but forgotten about it, never realizing the serum's effects still lingered. So, this is my fault again, huh? Well, so what? Another blame to bear? I'm used to being everyone's scapegoat. Eric stuffed his hands in his pockets, looking as if he'd long grown accustomed to carrying the weight of endless debts. If I'm not mistaken, you injected yourself with 2 vials, didn't you? Michelangelo suddenly grinned at Eric, and the look sent shivers down Eric's spine. I found a way to eliminate the side effects. Eric explained hastily. I'm not suffering from any serum side effects. Oh, is that so? Do you really believe you're untouched? What do you mean? A chill ran down Eric's back as he struggled to recall every detail of his own injection, but nothing seemed amiss. Don't you think your personality has changed a bit too much? Michelangelo voiced the very thought lurking in the minds of most readers. Isn't that normal? Magneto's character always leaned toward the darker side. But you what? A transmigrator? Michelangelo smiled mysteriously. Are you really one? What? Eric was dumbfounded, feeling a chill shoot straight from his forehead down his spine. Goosebumps prickled all over his body. Michelangelo seemed about to say something, but suddenly froze. The next instant, he collapsed to the ground as if struck by lightning, the golden glow around him fading to near invisibility. Master, are you all right? Eric rushed forward to help him up. Waving him off, Michelangelo stood on his own, took several deep breaths, and the golden light gradually returned to him. He looked at Eric and shook his head. I'm sorry. Someone didn't want me to reveal the truth, and in a single moment, every version of me who knew it was erased. What? Eric stared at Michelangelo in shock. What on earth was happening? What was the truth? And who could possibly wipe out every Michelangelo that knew it in the blink of an eye? I'm afraid I can't help you with this, my friend. Now, even I no longer know the truth. With a look of genuine regret, Michelangelo patted Eric on the shoulder. You'll have to figure everything out on your own now. Master, how many of you were erased? 10,086. Eric was speechless. Was someone out there trying to check their phone bill? Will that affect you, Master? Michelangelo shook his head. It'll just take me a bit of time to reconnect with those timelines. I'll lose some energy and knowledge, that's all. Eric nodded, deciding not to press the matter. It was obvious that someone truly powerful was behind this, to pull off something like that. Even at the lowest estimate, they'd have to be multiversal level. Even if he knew who it was, there was nothing he could do. That thought weighed heavily on him. Master, my transformation, was it really because of the super soldier serum? The super soldier serum mixed with the infinite formula, the side effects didn't weaken. In fact, they became even stronger. Its influence on the mind is far greater than the original version. Michelangelo extended a finger and tapped the center of Eric's forehead. In an instant, a flood of intricate formulas and recipes filled Eric's mind. But Eric had no time to focus on those right now. He stared intently at Michelangelo, waiting for him to continue. The new formula amplifies whatever obsession lies deepest in the injector's heart. Whatever you cared about most at the moment of injection, it strengthens that. Your electromagnetic pulse technique is impressive, but it's not quite thorough enough. That can't be right. I wasn't thinking about anything strange at the time, Eric protested, quickly recalling the scene in his mind. Michelangelo suddenly smiled and shook his head. Your mage friend did you a favor. The Ancient One, Eric understood instantly. For the sake of this world, she had done something to his soul after all. What did she do? Eric felt his throat go dry. It's nothing serious. She simply amplified certain traits within your soul, while temporarily sealing away others. Once you receive the injection, her seal will naturally vanish. How could she do that? At these words, Eric gave a wry smile. People who meddle with time and souls, best not to cross them. Is that really so bad? Michelangelo fixed his gaze on Eric and countered, whether you're good or evil, you are, in the end, still yourself. Eric lowered his head and pondered for a moment. Gradually, his furrowed brow relaxed. Master, you're right. No matter what, I'm still myself. Michelangelo smiled and nodded. What I just shared with you are the formulas for the serum and the infinity equation. When you have the chance, try to improve them. If you can eliminate the side effects, it would truly be something remarkable. Eric nodded in agreement, then asked about Howard's situation. Howard? His situation is quite dire. Michelangelo shook his head with a hint of regret. You must know about that future battle. The Avengers, in order to defeat Thanos, traveled across time to gather the Infinity Stones. After their victory, they returned the stones to their proper places. Eric nodded. Whether you write stories or read them, everyone knows about this. But something small went awry in the process. Captain America, Steve Rogers, did not return to his original timeline. Instead, he stayed in the past. Eric nodded again. The old Cap had, quite naturally, stolen a march on his younger self. At that point in the past, only a handful knew about it. Carter, Howard, and a few members of the Brotherhood. From Captain America, Howard learned everything that was about to unfold, and he believed it completely. Having witnessed the Brotherhood Civil War, he was keenly aware of the fragility of the timeline. He feared that any change might unravel everything. So, even knowing it was a path to certain death, he led Maria down that road. Michelangelo sighed. That was his obsession. Even in death, it lingered in his heart. He wanted to set everything right, to let time close into the loop as it was meant to. And then I showed up and stirred things up. Eric gave a helpless laugh. In the end, he couldn't dodge the blame for Howard's fate. The rest needed no explanation from Michelangelo. Eric had injected Howard with the super soldier serum, amplifying his deepest obsession. Even after more than 9 years of slumber, the fixation could not be erased. Now, barely awakened, Howard was already rushing about, clearly preparing to take bold action and restore time to what he believed was its proper course. As for Maria, things were even simpler. As a traditional American woman, Maria was a kind-hearted and devout Christian. In the final moments of her life, she sincerely repented for herself, seeking forgiveness for those she had wronged, for the people and things she had hurt, and even for the animals and plants she had consumed, all to pray for God's pardon and inner peace. Then, after receiving an injection of the super soldier serum, she transformed, becoming a modern-day Madonna. What a situation this is. Eric shook his head with a wry smile, feeling as if Lady Luck had abandoned him. Why did every action he took always spiral into a mess of complications? It was like this with the super soldier serum, the ultraviolet shield, and even when searching for gravitons. Still, at least now, I finally know what's causing all this. Makes things much easier to handle. Eric was well practiced at keeping his emotions in check. Even if electromagnetic pulses couldn't provide a permanent cure, wasn't his father Charles still around to help? Thank you, Master, for clearing up my doubts. I'll go back and handle Howard's affairs first. With that, Eric bade farewell to Michelangelo and prepared to leave. You're underestimating things, Michelangelo said with a sigh, shaking his head. Go take a look at the moon. This time, the trouble is much bigger than you think. Trouble? How big could it be? Eric was full of questions, but he still followed the guidance and set off for the moon, the stronghold of the Watcher, that pale-skinned Egghead. Howard and Nick Fury had been old friends, and the Watcher's duty had been entrusted to him by Howard himself. Even the so-called Gamma Bullet, said to be able to annihilate any life form, was one of Howard's inventions. Although he'd been here before, Eric remained cautious. After all, last time he'd almost fallen into the Watcher's hands. He teleported near the base first, then carefully scanned the area, cycling through all 4 fundamental forces to sense any danger. Only after making sure there were no traps set against him did he enter the base. Fury, what happened to you? No sooner had Eric stepped inside than he saw the Watcher lying on the ground, clutching a handful of medicine, a syringe stuck in his waist, and pills scattered everywhere. His ever-present handgun had fallen just a short distance away. Poisoned? Eric checked for a pulse. There was still hope. Without hesitation, he opened his pocket dimension, retrieved a life cradle, and placed the Watcher inside. The new generation of life cradles was far more advanced. They could heal not just physical wounds, but also deal with most toxins. Unfortunately, whatever had managed to poison the Watcher was far from ordinary. Even the life cradle only barely managed to rouse him. Quick! Hurry! The Watcher opened his eyes in a daze, saw Eric, and tried to grab him, but the cradle shield kept him back. What is it? What do you need? Eric leaned in close, straining to listen. Quick, stop him. Stop who? Howard? What happened? Eric's face turned ashen. This must be Howard's doing, but to what end? Howard, the Watcher. The Wallkeeper's voice was as faint as a mosquito's hum, as if he might breathe his last at any moment. With immense effort, he managed to utter just those 2 names. Howard, the Watcher. Damn it. Eric's expression changed drastically. Without another thought, he teleported straight to the Watcher's base. The Watcher was seated as always, legs crossed in the void, radiating a calm serenity. When he noticed Eric's arrival, he merely cast a cold, indifferent glance in his direction. Just a glance. He had only one eye left. My God, Howard, what have you done? Eric swallowed hard, his head spinning. This time, things had truly spun out of control. This world has gone wrong. It must be set right. Howard was tinkering with a bizarre-looking machine, an eyeball embedded in its heart. Madness flickered in his gaze. It was the 6th day since he'd awakened. On the very first day, he realized something was amiss. He was still alive. That shouldn't be possible. He should have perished at the Winter Soldier's hands. Yet 9 years had passed, and here he was, revived once more. He immediately understood that events had veered beyond his expectations. After dealing with his son, the next day, he traveled straight to Britain to seek out the old captain, hoping to uncover some clues. The old captain had been hiding all this time in a special dimension Howard himself had helped build. To avoid disrupting the timeline, he and Howard had agreed. The captain would not interfere, no matter what happened. Howard's sudden visit shocked him. According to the original timeline, Howard should have been dead. They spent hours in hushed conversation, comparing their timelines in detail, and discovered only one inconsistency. Eric. This man, claiming to hail from a parallel universe, had meddled extensively in their timeline. It was a mistake, one that had to be corrected. On the 3rd day, Howard used black technology left behind by the Shield Brotherhood to travel to the moon and meet the Wallkeeper. From the Wallkeeper, Howard obtained more information about Eric and the changes he had wrought upon this world over the years. But it still wasn't enough. Much of the Wallkeeper surveillance tech was Howard's handiwork. He knew better than anyone that these devices couldn't capture everything that happened on Earth. For the sake of Earth's future, Howard set his sights on the Watcher. The Watcher could observe the entire universe, his eyes storing all that he had witnessed. And, perhaps most crucially, the Watcher's peculiar race never resisted. There was no need for pointless chatter, nor any underhanded tricks, just walk right up and gouge out. The eyeball. Of course, the Wallkeeper wouldn't allow it. Although the observer seemed no different from a wooden puppet, the immense energy within him was anything but ornamental. The power stored in his eyes alone was vast enough to obliterate the entire solar system. If Howard tried to take them, who knew what disaster might follow? Besides, all the observer ever wanted was to watch from the sidelines, content to be the ultimate bystander. To seize his eyes without reason. How could that ever be right? You're standing in the way of me repairing the timeline. Howard's face darkened as he plunged a vial of specially prepared toxin into the Wallkeeper's body. No one stands in my way. On the fourth day, Howard, now privy to everything, went to visit Eric, only to be shut out. He returned first to S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, where he set his plans in motion. On the fifth day, Howard visited Eric again and handed him the mission concerning the Son of the Stars. He never truly intended for Eric to challenge the Son of the Stars. This was nothing but a flagrant test. The observer possessed power on a cosmic scale, and his perceptions were inevitably colored by his own judgments. Compared to such strength, Eric was no more than an ant. Even though the observer's eyes contained every record of Eric, Howard still believed it was better to probe him personally. On the sixth day, today, Howard understood everything. The observer's eyes had given him a vast reservoir of advanced knowledge and immense power. Combined with the Brotherhood of the Shield's secrets, he built this machine. With a single activation, the timeline would be reversed by 10 years. Just a little more. I still need something that can affect time, Howard muttered, installing the final component, a wild light in his gaze. Or a person will do. What did you say? My old man's gone mad? That's impossible. At the Stark residence, Eric could no longer afford to keep secrets. He laid everything bare. If he was to confront Howard, who now possessed the observer's eye, he would have to unite every possible ally. Tony, this isn't the time for debate. Eric massaged his aching brow, his head pounding. The world is on the brink. I need your help. Oh, come on. You need my help? Did I hear that right? Tony Stark's face was a picture of disbelief, more incredulous, even, than hearing his father had lost his mind. Yes, Tony, help me. We have to stop your father's madness. Convincing Tony Stark was even harder than Eric had imagined. This big kid, always at odds with his father, had always harbored the deepest respect for him. 2. Make him believe his father had turned evil was harder than convincing him the sun was green. In the end, Tony Stark agreed to go investigate with Eric, but on the condition that Eric cure his mother first. That was simple enough. Eric didn't hold anything back. He shared all his years of research on electromagnetic pulses with Tony. The two of them teamed up and soon built a ridiculously oversized helmet, which they placed on Maria's head before making a few final adjustments together. Suddenly, Maria transformed from a frail Lin Dayu into a boisterous Lu Jishin. She opened her mouth wide, her jaw working furiously, and began devouring her food with the unstoppable force of the Yangtze River, sweeping everything off the table as if a whirlwind had hit, all the food vanishing as if poured into a bottomless pit. If Tony hadn't been quick to stop her, there wouldn't have been anything left. Even the table legs might have disappeared. Seeing Maria back to her usual self, Tony, you call this normal? Seriously? Eric quickly pulled Tony aside to prepare for the coming battle. Your father holds not just the legacy of the Brotherhood of the Shield, but also the Watcher's Eye. The two of us alone aren't enough. We'll need more people on our side. Hey, I'm just helping you investigate to clear my father's name. I'm not going to attack him. Tony immediately made it clear that he wouldn't help Eric find people to fight his own father, let alone recruit accomplices. With a wave, he headed home to work on his armor. Eric hadn't held out much hope for Tony anyway. Despite the Playboy's wide social circle, everyone Tony knew was either a businessman, a politician, or a dazzling socialite. To put it bluntly, not a single one of them could actually fight. If Eric wanted to recruit help, it would have to be him, and he'd have to choose carefully. First, no mutants. Eric himself was a mutant, and since Howard knew that, he'd almost certainly be ready with X-gene suppressors. Eric could cope if he lost. His magnetic powers, he still had gravity, strong force, and weak force as backup. But other mutants? They'd be neutralized before they even got started. Second, no one too dangerous. Take Jean Grey, for example, the current Phoenix host, or that green, four-armed Hulk the Hulk. With a watcher's eye, Howard knew everyone's secrets and weaknesses. If either of them went along and Howard managed to turn them against the team, things would get out of hand fast. Psylocke's a mutant, and her background is too complicated. She's out. Juggernaut and Barton. Looks like those are the only two I can count on. Why didn't I put a team together sooner? It's always when you need people most that you realize how few you really have. After turning it over in his mind, Eric realized he had only 2 reliable recruits. He teleported to Xavier's school for gifted youngsters to drag Juggernaut out of bed, then headed to Japan to pull Barton back for vacation. At last, Eric's mighty army was assembled. Was this just a suicide mission in disguise? Just look at these two. One spent his days napping on Eric's dime, the other traveled the world on Eric's expense account. Both lived in luxury and were starting to look as round as pandas. It seemed like these helpers were going to be the death of their boss. No, this wouldn't do. He needed more people. To deal with Howard, a high-tech mastermind, you need someone who can match him in technological prowess. The first person Eric thought of was the all-powerful, miracle-working comrade Reed. He picked up the phone and dialed. What a coincidence. Reed had blasted off into space just a day earlier. What was he up to? He'd gone to Doom's space station. Even more coincidentally, as soon as Eric called, he heard a chorus of screams and shrill alarms from the other end. Eric caught the gist of what was happening. A solar storm had hit ahead of schedule, leaving poor Doom's space station in ruins. The Fantastic Four were born. Yet again, he'd missed out on witnessing a major event. A solar storm. Maybe I can make use of that. Eric closed his eyes, letting his powerful magnetic sense sweep upward, feeling the waves of electromagnetic energy from above. After a while, he shook his head in disappointment. There was something strange about this solar storm, a flurry of bizarre energy rays, the very things that had caused Reed and the others to mutate. These rays were unpredictable and dangerous. At a critical moment like this, Eric didn't dare mess with forces he couldn't fully control. What if Howard mutated too? With the top-tier tech genius out of commission, Eric turned his thoughts to Kamartaj. If technology couldn't save the day, perhaps a little magic would do the trick. Having the Ancient One herself would be perfect. But once again, fate was not on his side. He had barely reached the door of the New York sanctum when a surge of magical power swept him away, barring entry. It seemed the sanctum's defenses were fully activated, likely because they were locked in a struggle with some dimensional demon. These days, who isn't busy saving the world? With both technology and magic out of reach, Eric was left to pick the best among a mediocre bunch. Captain America could work, Blade might do. Chaka could just about manage. Nick Fury? Better not. He might switch sides at the worst moment. In fact, none of SHILD's people can be trusted. Damn, if only Carol were here. Wait a minute, Carol? I just had a wild idea. Eric narrowed his eyes, a sinister grin spreading across his face. He unconsciously traced patterns in the air with his fingers, magnetic energy crackling around him. At that moment, Tony, who had gone off to prepare his armor, suddenly returned. The sight before him nearly made him cry out. Eric stood alone in the shadows, a twisted smile on his face, muttering in a chilling tone, tracing cryptic symbols in the air with all sorts of metallic objects floating around him. It looked for all the world like a scene from a movie. He was just one pointy hat away from being an evil wizard. Eric, is Voldemort here? Tony summoned his courage and crept closer with caution. Oh, sorry. Eric snapped out his trance. Seeing Tony's expression, he was mortified. Actually, I'm a mutant. Look. As he spoke, a dinner knife rose from the floor and began to morph and twist before Tony's eyes. A mutant. Tony had Eric up and down. Magnetic fields? That's right. My ability is to control magnetic fields. So, Tony, the reason I can invent those things isn't because I'm smarter than you, but because magnetic fields are just more intuitive for me. Since they'd be fighting side by side soon anyway, it was only a matter of time before his abilities were revealed. Telling Tony now might give him some peace of mind. Oh, thank goodness. Finally, some good news. Tony clapped his hands with exaggerated delight. You're finally admitting I'm the smarter one. That's the best news I've heard all day. While Eric was working feverishly to make his final preparations for the battle against the evil Tony's father, on the other side, that very villain was hardly idle. Deep beneath Rome, in the Eternal City, Howard set foot there once more after many years. The Eternal City, what a pity. Howard gazed at the crumbling ruins before him, his face marked with regret. Howard, what are you doing here? Michelangelo emerged from the void, his expression puzzled. The Watcher's Eye now protected Howard, concealing his actions from Michelangelo's sight along the timeline. Howard turned around to face the golden-lit Michelangelo, a sly smile curling at his lips. Michelangelo, my old friend, This world needs you to make a small sacrifice. Mr. Eric, are you sure what you're saying is true? In Eric's underground laboratory, his assembled army was already in position. The Juggernaut was still snoring away. Barton was off to the side, examining his new arrows. Tony lounged nearby, coffee in hand, as nonchalant as ever. Chaka, freshly arrived, was already armored up and ready for battle. Blade stood in the corner, dressed in black and radiating a cold, silent intensity. Only Captain America voiced his doubts about Eric's words. He stared at Eric, his eyes full of suspicion. It was only natural. He and Howard had fought side by side on the battlefield and had just seen each other 2 days ago. Now Eric was claiming Howard had gone dark. No matter how he looked at it, he just couldn't believe it. I'm absolutely certain, Captain. Eric recounted the whole story, focusing on Howard's evil plan to reset the timeline, but omitting any mention of the serum he himself had administered. I'll go with you, Captain America said, nodding resolutely. He stepped beside Tony, clearly thinking the same thing. Investigate first, then decide whether to turn against Howard. Howard has the Watcher's eye in his possession. That's very, very bad news, Eric said, scanning the room, his expression grave. With the Watcher's eye, Howard can see each of our weaknesses. That's why we need to change. Whether it's our weapons or our way of fighting, everything must change. There's simply no choice. The Watcher can survey the entire universe. In his eyes, no one has any secrets. In the original story, in order to save the world, the Wallkeeper was forced to shoot the Watcher, taking one of his eyes. Relying on the secrets within it, he nearly wiped out the Avengers. A simple line of code sent Iron Man flying straight back to Earth. A whispered word at Thor's ears stripped him of his faith, and he lost the right to lift Mjolnir. With the Watcher's eye in hand, the Wallkeeper broke the Avengers, defeating them one by one, coming close to annihilating them. Eric had no intention of making that fatal mistake. Tony, your armor's program needs to be redesigned. I'll help you with it. Hey man, there's no way I'm letting you mess with my toys. I seriously doubt your tech skills. You just admitted I'm smarter than you. Tony straightened up, shaking his head emphatically. Future, take care of him. Eric gave a small wave, sending Tony into the adjacent lab. The virtual image of Future appeared beside him, smiling warmly. Mr. Stark, is there anything I can help you with? Damn, artificial intelligence. Tony jolted to his feet, scanning Future up and down. Eric, when did you sneak a look at Jarvis's code? Mr. Stark, I was created in 1997. Future replied with a gentle smile. There are some rather obvious logical errors in Jarvis's programming. I hope you can help him fix them. Tony was speechless. We're going to have a long talk about this. Once Tony, the most stubborn of the bunch, was taken out of the equation, things got much easier. Chaka, I need some vibranium. King Chaka, usually as stingy as Scrooge with the world, thumped his chest. How much do you need? Take as much as you want. Not much. Let's start with a ton, Eric replied offhandedly. Nearby, Captain America clutched his shield tightly, and for a moment it seemed there were tears of grievance glimmering in his eyes. Wasn't the whole world's vibranium supposed to be just this little bit? Cap, hand me your shield. Seriously? You already have a ton, and you're still after my tiny bit. Howard, your idea is wrong. Time isn't as fragile as you think. Michelangelo shifted to one side, dodging an energy blast. Wrong? Of course something's wrong, but it's not me. It's this world. It's this timeline. The world and time itself have gone astray, and I have to correct it, put everything back on track. Howard gripped a scepter-like weapon in his left hand, firing another shot with his energy gun in his right. Time? How much do you really know about time? Michelangelo shook his head, then stepped forward and delivered a powerful kick. The distance between the two was no more than 20 meters. Michelangelo's kick seemed to strike nothing but thin air. Yet at that very moment, Howard, who stood 20 meters away, suddenly lost his footing and fell flat on his face, sprawling so hard that his energy gun flew far from his grasp. The power of time? Fascinating. You can actually transmit force and energy along the timeline, my friend. I never imagined you were this powerful. Howard slowly picked himself up, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and flashed a sly, twisted smile. The gaze of the Watchers cannot cover the entire multiverse, Michelangelo replied coolly. There are always corners where their eyes cannot reach. He extended a single finger, pointing ahead. His golden finger, like a pillar holding up the heavens, pressed down on Howard. In a rush, Howard raised the staff in his left hand, his fingers splaying apart. Instantly, the staff broke apart into hundreds of pieces, large and small, all spinning rapidly around his arm. A strange force field shimmered before him, and Michelangelo's finger, no matter how he tried, could not move forward even a fraction more. Even with time's power saturating the air, it proved useless. He could neither advance nor retreat. A victorious grin crept across Howard's face. "You've made some modifications, haven't you? It was never this strong before." Michelangelo, utterly unshaken, suddenly dissolved into a burst of golden light and vanished. A flicker of disappointment crossed Howard's face. He waved his hand, and the scattered pieces reassembled into a staff, which he gripped tightly. "If I'm not mistaken," Michelangelo's voice sounded again, as he reformed near Howard, his entire body radiating golden brilliance, too. Dazzling to behold. "You intend to use my body to guide your device so it can precisely lock onto the timeline, isn't that right?" "The energy from the Watcher's eye is simply too vast," Howard replied, reshaping his staff and aiming it at Michelangelo. "Without precision, it could easily shatter the entire timeline to dust. For the sake of this world, offer up your body." Michelangelo shook his head. "And how do you plan to control me? I exist across countless timelines simultaneously. Do you truly think you can pull all of me back? I don't need them all. Just one of you is enough." Howard's smile twisted strangely as he pointed at the energy gun lying on the ground. Instantly, the gun disassembled into a black box, which emitted a beam of blue light, enveloping Michelangelo. With a wave of Howard's hand, the floating fragments beside his arm drifted around Michelangelo, forming a bizarre force field that locked him in place. He could not move at all. "It's useless." Michelangelo tried once more to dissolve away, but this time, things did not go as he wished. The golden light of his form was all sucked into the black box on the ground. "No, what is this?" A blood-curdling scream rang out, and then Michelangelo fell silent. The black box on the ground ceased its blue glow and returned to stillness. "That was even easier than I expected." Howard stepped forward and picked up the black box. "Now, there's just one last thing left to do. Captain, here's your new shield. The main material is adamantium alloy, coated with vibranium for extra strength. It's sturdier than before, just a bit heavier." Eric tossed a shield to Captain America, who caught it and weighed it in his hands. Aside from the added heft, it was the spitting image of his old shield. Even the painted scratches matched perfectly. He couldn't help but glance at Eric in confusion. "Vibranium isn't truly indestructible," Eric continued, handing out weapons to the others as he spoke. "If you can break down vibranium's atomic structure, it's no different from ordinary iron." "Hold on a second. I only have a high school education. Can you tell me, is breaking vibranium's atomic structure supposed to be easy?" Captain America tapped the shield lightly. "I've never seen anything like that in my life. It's extremely difficult, but for Howard, it's simple. He possesses an observer's eye. He can see the weakness of any person or object. So, does that mean we don't stand a chance?" Barton fiddled with a ring, trying it on one finger after another to see which would interfere least with his archery. "That's exactly why I had your gear replaced. Once the observer's eye leaves its host, it can no longer monitor the universe. That means Howard has no idea about our current changes." Barton finally slid the ring onto his left pinky and nodded knowingly at Eric. "All right, get used to your new equipment as quickly as you can. We move out in 1 hour. Where are we going? Do you know where Howard is?" Captain America slung the shield across his back and fixed Eric with a steady gaze. "I don't know where he is, but someone does. We're heading to Rome. This used to be a magnificent underground city. What a shame. Newton's selfish ambition destroyed it." As they entered the Eternal City, Eric introduced the legendary Brotherhood of the Shield to the group, his senses constantly probing the surroundings, not only searching for traces of Michelangelo, but also checking for hidden traps. It's hard to believe such a legendary organization really existed in human history. And to think, my father was one of them. Tony Stark, clad in his Mark 1.5 armor, followed closely behind Eric, his voice sounding somewhat mechanical. They made tremendous sacrifices to protect humanity, and even now, their efforts continue. Eric swept the area with a frown. Michelangelo was nowhere to be found, which was deeply unsettling. At that moment, not far from the group, golden lights suddenly flickered among the ruins, as if energy were being transmitted from the void itself. Recognizing the familiar golden glow, Eric strode quickly toward it. "Master, where have you been?" Unfortunately, those golden rays struggled to gather together, but no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't succeed. They couldn't even form a human shape, let alone respond to Eric's question. "Master, what's wrong? What happened to you?" Eric's expression changed as he realized something had gone awry. The golden energy strained once more, but when it failed again, it abruptly shifted direction, shooting straight into the center of Eric's brow. A voice echoed in Eric's mind. It was Michelangelo. "Eric, Howard has caught the version of me from this timeline using some kind of device, and he's interfering with my connection to this timeline. I'm sorry, but I can't help you anymore. From here on, you're on your own." "Master, What does he try and do? Eric asked urgently. The observers, I gives him knowledge and power. My body provides a link and coordinates to the timeline. He's using all this to construct a machine to reset this timeline. Reset the timeline. Eric felt a surge of anxiety. It was utterly deranged. Master, where's Howard now? He's right here. Head east. With these final words, the last vestige of Michelangelo's energy faded away, leaving Eric completely alone. Here, Eric instantly became alert, spreading his magnetic senses outward at full force. But in that instant, it was as if he had disturbed a hornet's nest. The shift in the magnetic field seemed to trigger some kind of mechanism. A strange disturbance rippled along the magnetic lines, quickly engulfing Eric and the others. In a flash, Eric lost all control over magnetism and gravity. An X-gene inhibitor, and some kind of gravity disruption device from that bald Egghead, just as I expected. Despite the sudden setback, Eric remained calm. He pressed a button on his belt, and an energy shield enveloped him. Everyone, get ready for battle. Battle? With who? The bricks. Tony shot back sarcastically. Eric, I don't see a single enemy. Maybe you need your eyes checked. But even as he quipped, his arm came up, palm repulsor glowing, scanning the surroundings with wary eyes. The rest of the group raised their weapons, tense and prepared for anything. As if in answer, the ground began to rumble beneath their feet. In the distance, a deep, thunderous roar grew louder, like an army on the march, advancing toward them. I have a bad feeling about this, Barton muttered, knocking an arrow to his bow and narrowing his eyes, focusing intently on the horizon. The sound drew nearer, and soon everyone could see the approaching enemy clearly. It was a horde of mechanical spiders, each towering over 2 meters tall. Mounted on their backs were 2 futuristic-looking guns, and their 8 eyes, set atop their heads, glowed ominously red. As far as the eye could see, the red glow stretched endlessly into the distance. As I expected, my instincts were right. These tin-plated brutes. I wonder if the new arrowheads can pierce them, Barton muttered, pulling his bowstring taut, ready to fight. But before he could act, Eric pressed his hand down, stopping him. They're just cannon fodder. Let me handle this, Eric said calmly. He raised his finger and, with a series of precise gestures, sent rays imbued with an eerie energy shooting toward the heart of the mechanical spider swarm. This might get loud. You'd better cover your ears, Eric warned as his attack ended, taking his own advice and clamping his hands over his ears. The others, still confused, barely had time to react before blinding flashes erupted from the spiders, struck by the rays. In the next instant, a thunderous series of explosions rocked the area, one after another, like missiles detonating. The shockwaves kicked up clouds of sand and dust, nearly knocking over the weaker members of the group. When the dust finally settled, a hellish scene unfolded before their eyes. The once fearsome army of mechanical spiders was reduced to nothing but wreckage and scattered debris. Far off in the distance, several enormous craters, each more than 10 meters deep, scarred the earth. Swallowing hard, Barton looked at Eric as if he were some kind of monster. Boss, are you sure you need our help? Honestly, it looks like you could handle this all by yourself. The others were equally stunned by Eric's power, but Eric only shook his head, his gaze fixed ahead, sharp and wary. Slowly, a gigantic figure emerged from the haze. It stood nearly 20 meters tall, its entire body forged from some unknown metal. Embedded in its chest was a round window, reminiscent of an arc reactor, revealing an intricate array of machinery within. Despite its massive size, the creature moved with an uncanny grace, gliding soundlessly across the ground, its steps so light that not even a whisper was heard. Eric drew a deep breath, his expression grave. This is why I need your help. That's it? Just a giant robot? Tony scoffed, his armor thrumming as he lifted off the ground, ready to attack. But Eric stopped him with a raised hand. No, Tony, that's not a robot. That is a child of the stars, a god. Each member of the celestial host possesses a unique divine role, with powers and duties linked to that purpose. For instance, the Seeker's ability is to search for life forms, identifying those with potential for enhancement. The Collector can transform living beings into bioseed capsules, gathering samples from every creature on a planet. The Eradicator has the power to wipe out all life on a world. It's possible that the one who once wielded the Power Stone was an Eradicator. But what about the Child of the Stars? Eric had no idea either. According to the records of the Shield Brotherhood, he was born within the very core of the sun, and the language he spoke consisted of mathematical equations. From the moment of his birth, he was already proficient in basic mathematics. Within a few years, he had mastered algebra and calculus, and, as time went on, he delved into complex analysis, abstract algebra, real analysis, topology. Every piece of knowledge related to numbers became his nourishment. Based on these records, the Shield Brotherhood speculated that his divine domain must be centered around mathematics and structure. Honored Celestial, why do you allow yourself to be commanded by Howard? You must know he is carrying out a highly dangerous plan. He could blow up the entire timeline at any moment. After all, this was a celestial being. Eric truly wished to avoid fighting him. No matter the outcome, the battle would bring him nothing but trouble. If he lost, Howard would succeed. If he won, he would only be delayed and might even invite vengeance from the Celestial Order. 2060. The Starborn uttered a single number, then fell silent. Without another word, his gigantic hand came crashing down toward them. 2060? What on earth does that mean? Eric and the others were utterly confused, but the fight had already begun. There was no time to ponder. Each of them unleashed their own powers, narrowly escaping the Starborn's crushing attack. Eric fired a ray at the Starborn's head, which was as large as a room. But before the beam could even get close, a flash of light shot from the Starborn's eyes, striking Eric's attack. The strange ray, formed from both strong and weak nuclear forces, was instantly transformed into a harmless beam of white light. So this is your divine domain, structure? Eric's face darkened. How was he supposed to fight this? The Starborn had restructured his attack into nothing more than white light. He was rewriting reality itself. Now he understood what structure truly meant. Tony's missiles and Barton's arrows soon followed, but they fared no better. Several meters from the Starborn, both weapons were reduced to nothing more than rotten sticks, falling uselessly to the ground. Chaka, who had been about to leap into the fray, stopped in his tracks, swallowing hard. Could his armor withstand a power like this? He can't possibly use this ability without limits. I'll handle him. You go find Howard, Eric said, tapping his belt and springing lightly into the air. Honestly, I think we should leave this minor boss to the big guy. Let's go after the real mastermind, Barton said, putting away his bow and following Eric's instructions as he sprinted east. Barton's right. Let's move. Find Howard as quickly as possible. Captain America nodded, slinging his shield across his back and hurrying after Barton. Will Eric be able to handle this on his own? Chaka asked, glancing up at Eric, who was now airborne, his worry plain. Let's go. If he says he's got this, then he does, Blade said, speaking up for the first time, his certainty leaving no room for doubt. Eric's estimation was spot on. Despite the Child of the Stars towering at a height of 20 meters, he was, in truth, still in his infancy. His energy reserves were far from sufficient to allow him to wield his powers without restraint. After unleashing over 100 beams of light, the Child of the Stars noticeably lessened his use of abilities, giving Eric an opportunity to engage him with a makeshift anti-gravity device. To the Child of the Stars, Eric was utterly insignificant, so small that a single swipe of his massive hand would let Eric slip right through his fingers. With an unintelligible roar, the Child of the Stars suddenly erupted in a surge of golden lightning. Countless bolts danced from his body, transforming into a storm of razor-sharp arrows that shot straight for Eric. Under this relentless volley, Eric had nowhere to hide. He raised his hand toward the oncoming lightning, a ring on his finger glinting with a brilliant light. A powerful magnetic field surged forth, instantly pulling the lightning toward him, gathering it into a crackling sphere of energy several meters across. I don't have the X gene, but I still have my magic ring. Eric sneered, hurling the lightning orb at the Child of the Stars. The attack struck the Child of the Stars squarely, but he appeared completely unharmed. Instead, that tremendous energy was once again absorbed by his colossal form, his eyes burning with fury. 2060, he bellowed, repeating the number as he swung his iron fist down at Eric, golden lightning coursing over his knuckles. 2060? What could that mean? Eric frowned, puzzling over the significance of the number while his hands worked without pause, drawing out every ounce of power from the magnetic ring. Magnetic manipulation had always been his greatest strength. Even when filtered through the ring, his control was far more skilled and potent than most. The force of the magnetic field kept him safe from the lightning, but he dared not face a house-sized fist head-on. He tried to seize control of the metals on the Child of the Stars, only to find them shielded by some inexplicable energy. Left with no choice, he focused on dodging with all his speed. After all, the Child of the Stars was still a baby. Beyond his divine powers, his attacks were limited. Fists pounded, palms slapped, lightning struck, cycling through just these few maneuvers. After several rounds, Eric quickly recognized the pattern. As long as he kept wary of that bizarre ability to manipulate fate, the rest was manageable. Dodging blow after blow, Eric's mind kept turning over the mystery of 2060. The year 2060? The same future Newton journeyed to. That was Eric's first thought, But what connection could that have to the Child of the Stars? Could he wish to go there as well? To reshape the world after humanity's destruction? Wait, mathematics. 2060. The silent mathematics. A flash of inspiration lit Eric's mind, and suddenly, everything made sense. Silent mathematics, a mathematical algorithm devised by Newton and other super geniuses of the Brotherhood of St. Shield, was created in hopes of solving all the world's problems. Yet, no matter how they approached it, the answer always came out as 2060. This ominously suggested humanity would meet its end in 2060, and it became the spark that ignited the civil war within the Brotherhood. Howard showed the Child of the Stars the silent mathematics. As he lost his mind, Eric was startled by his own speculation. Newton was always right. 2060, all things perish. For the first time since the battle began, the Child of the Stars spoke a complete sentence. His eyes blazed with fury, and the immense energy around him seemed almost tangible. Hey, hold on. I know someone. He comes from the 39th century. The world won't end in 2060. Eric shouted, his voice ringing out and stopping the Child of the Stars in his tracks. The child's mind seemed to stall, as if caught in a massive computation, with torrents of data flashing before his eyes and an endless stream of familiar and unfamiliar equations swirling around him. Barton and his companions sprinted through the ruins. Before long, they spotted a small, intact building standing amidst the devastation, its bright lights shining like a beacon through the darkness. This must be the place. Let's go, Chaka called out, ready to charge the building. But after only a couple of steps, the ground before him began to quake. A metal cage slowly rose from below, and inside stood a peculiar man with 4 arms. Hey there, I'm Bruce Banner. Can anyone tell me where this is? And why am I here? Oh no, this is bad, Barton muttered. Banner had spent over a year in Eric's lab, so Barton recognized him immediately. He quickly glanced at Banner's wrist and was relieved to see the vibranium bracelet still intact. But just as he breathed a sigh of relief, a strange beam shot out and struck the bracelet, shattering it into fragments. If I'm not mistaken, that bracelet was made of vibranium, right? Barton gulped, his gaze straying to Captain America's shield and Chakras armor. I think we'd better set the vibranium issue aside for now, Captain America said, unstrapping his shield and raising it defensively toward Banner. As the group watched tensely, Banner's body began to swell rapidly. With a thunderous roar that echoed through the ruins, the 4-armed Hulk emerged before them. What kind of monster is this? Tony's voice trembled with disbelief. This is impossible. Before transforming, he barely weighed 150 pounds. Now he's at least 1,500. Where did all that mass come from? How can it just appear out of thin air? Mr. Scientist, maybe we should focus on staying alive. Barton shot an arrow at Hulk. The arrow exploded on impact, releasing a thick cloud of smoke that enveloped him. He's mine. The red tank, who had been muddle-headed while trailing behind the group, suddenly snapped to attention the moment he saw Hulk. With a burst of excitement, he let out a thunderous roar and charged straight into the smoke. Well, maybe we don't need to run for our lives after all, for when the red tank began to charge, nothing in the world could bring him to a halt. Not even the Hulk himself. With an earth-shaking crash, as if a comet had collided with the planet, the two giants slammed into each other with devastating force. Hulk, who had just completed his transformation, was sent flying like a shooting star, tracing a graceful arc through the sky and landing at least 2 kilometers away. A roar erupted, mighty enough to shake the heavens, fury blazing like wildfire for all to sense. Hulk, brimming with unstoppable power, sprinted back for a rematch, colliding once more with the red tank. Yet the outcome was unchanged. Once the red tank was charging, no force could stop him. Again, it was the Hulk who was sent hurtling through the air. "Ha-ha, you're no match for me," called the red tank, coming to a stop and laughing with unrestrained arrogance as he watched Hulk fly off in defeat. But triumph turned to trouble all too soon. After being sent flying twice in a row, Hulk had learned his lesson. This time, instead of meeting force with force, he leaped high above, using the cover of dust and smoke, and came crashing down on the red tank from above. The blow left the red tank dazed. Over 1,500 pounds of muscle plummeting from the sky, smashing him deep into the ground. Hulk pressed his advantage mercilessly. His 4 iron fists, swift as falling meteors, pounded the red tank's head one after another, leaving him reeling and disoriented. Now, the power of 4 hands became clear. Hulk's attacks came in relentless waves, hardly giving the red tank room to breathe. Struggling under the barrage, the red tank managed to seize 2 of Hulk's fists. But wait, there were still 2 more. The saying 2 fists are no match for 4 hands had never been more true. Of course, the red tank was not one to go down easily. Gripping Hulk's arms, he yanked them apart with a mighty force. Even Hulk felt a searing, tearing pain, letting out a howl of agony as his assault faltered for just a moment. Seizing the opportunity, the red tank drove his helmeted head straight into Hulk's green skull. One protected by a helmet, the other still dazed, Hulk staggered, his vision swimming, as he tried to clear his head. But before he could recover, two massive fists, each the size of a cooking pot, came barreling toward him. The red tank was ready to strike back. Should we go up and help? Watching the titanic battle unfold blow for blow, the five-member Barton team stood stunned. After a moment's hesitation, it was Captain America's sense of justice that finally got the better of him, and he stepped forward, eager to help his comrade. I don't think he needs any help, and I doubt we'd be much use anyway, Barton shrugged, showing no concern for the red tank's safety. He knew full well that the Hulk could never take down the red tank. I'm afraid we won't have time to help. Anyway, there's a swarm of mechanical creatures detected up ahead. Looks like the same type of mechanical spiders as before. Get ready for battle, Tony called out, soaring into the sky as he launched a salvo of miniature missiles into the distance. The explosions lit up the horizon, revealing a seemingly endless tide of mechanical spiders crawling toward them. Captain America hurled his new shield at the advancing spiders. After a series of highly improbable ricochets, the shield returned to his hand, while every spider it struck erupted in a shower of sparks and then exploded moments later. Chaka, clad in his new Black Panther suit, charged into the fray without uttering a word. Blade drew his freshly forged adamantium longsword, let out a cold chuckle, and raced after him. Oh, my teammates are really on fire today. Looks like I won't be snagging the MVP this time, Barton muttered to himself. He knocked an arrow, took aim, and released. As he did, a ring on his pinky finger crackled with lightning, which arced onto the arrow. When the arrow struck its target, the lightning burst outward in a powerful electromagnetic pulse, and dozens of mechanical spiders within its radius sparked violently and collapsed, lifeless. Chaka's new Black Panther suit was also made of adamantium alloy, a blend of vibranium and other metals, combined with a special catalyst. This made it several times heavier than pure vibranium, but even more durable and sharp. Of course, for Chaka, whose strength had been enhanced by the heart-shaped herb, this extra weight was nothing. He moved with undiminished agility, weaving through the mechanical horde, shrugging off gunfire and shattering enemies with his claws. Blade fought in much the same way. Not only had Eric equipped him with a new sword, but he'd also given him two more pieces of gear, an energy shield and a ring that summoned a field of darkness. Inside this shadowy domain, Blade's half-vampire powers were unleashed to their fullest. The spiders never saw him coming. He decapitated them before they could even register his presence. Their combined assault was formidable, yet faced with this seemingly endless army of mechanical spiders, their strength began to wane. Before long, they found themselves surrounded. Damn it, there's just too many of them. Chaka panted, wrenching the head off a spider, his breath coming in ragged gasps. Barton was down to his last 5 or 6 arrows. Reluctant to use them unless absolutely necessary, he drew a long blade instead and fought shoulder to shoulder with Blade. Tony, you're the only one who can fly, go. Stop your father. We'll hold them off here. That's right, go. Leave this to us, Blade shouted, cleaving through another spider and leaping aside to dodge a spray of gunfire. Are you sure you'll manage? Tony hovered in the air, uncertain. We can handle it. At that moment, Captain America leapt high into the air atop a mechanical spider, grabbing hold of Tony's leg. I'm coming with you. On the moon, inside the Watcher's base, the wall guard stumbled in, trembling. The toxins in his body still hadn't been purged, and he was relying on a heavy dose of medication to keep them at bay. But he had no time for concerns like that now. For what's about to happen, I'm truly sorry, but I have to save my world and my friends. He raised the weapon in his hand, pointing it at the Watcher. The Watcher turned to glance at him, his gaze calm, before looking away again, as if he didn't care, or perhaps, as if he had already accepted his fate. A shot rang out. Tony, I really can't believe your father would do something like this. I fought alongside him. He was a man of great integrity. We were the best of friends. I'm sorry, Cap, but I'm not in the mood to talk about anything right now. After these tense and subdued exchanges, both Tony and Captain America fell silent. Together, they dodged the mechanical spider's attacks and quickly landed atop the brightly lit building. Tony carefully scouted the area, but found no traps or mechanical spiders standing guard. He exchanged a glance with Cap, then together, they stepped inside. Tony, I never thought you'd actually come. The scene that greeted them was nothing like they'd expected. Instead of a villain's lair, they found themselves in what looked like an ordinary living room. Cozy, if not particularly large. Howard sat on the sofa, a mug of coffee in hand. Every now and then he took a sip, a strangely shaped scepter resting across his knees. His gaze stayed fixed on the television in front of him. Even when he greeted Tony, he didn't turn around. Tony and Captain America looked at the screen, which showed Eric locked in combat with the Star Child. Eric seemed distracted, holding back as though something was weighing on his mind. As a result, he was slowly being overpowered. "What?" Tony stopped Cap, who was about to step forward. Hidden behind his mask, his voice came out rough and strained. "This world has gone wrong. It needs to be corrected." Howard set his coffee down and picked up the remote, enlarging the image on the screen until Eric's face filled almost the entire display. "That man, he's thrown the timeline into chaos. I'm saving this world. But Eric says that if you go through with this, you'll only end up blowing up the timeline and destroying everything." Captain America stepped forward, his face troubled as he looked at his old friend. "Do you trust him, or do you trust me?" Howard met his friend's eyes and let out a quiet laugh. "Time is like a finely tuned machine. Change just one gear, and the whole timeline is affected. But what happens if you add an extra gear? The machine can only break down." "Eric, he's that extra gear." "But..." Captain America was about to say something more, but Tony suddenly cut him off. "I believe you, father." "What?" Captain America was taken aback, completely unprepared for Tony's sudden betrayal. "There's nothing to be surprised about. We're both Starks." Tony shrugged. The faceplate of his suit remained closed, so Captain America couldn't see his expression, but he could easily imagine the look of indifference painted across Tony's face. "Exactly right, my son. We're both Starks, and that means we're destined to save the world together." Howard stood up, beaming, and clapped Tony on the shoulder with a couple of solid thumps. "Dad, let me help you. With the combined genius of two Starks, we're bound to avoid every possible mistake and send the timeline safely back 10 years. Captain America hadn't expected any of this. He clenched his fists, gritted his teeth, and hurled his shield with all his might. The shield was aimed straight at Howard's shoulder, but halfway through its flight, it halted abruptly, floating in midair. Howard glanced at him with a smile, lightly pressing a button on the remote control in his hand. Suddenly, a strange beam shot down from the ceiling, bathing the shield in its glow. "This was my gift to you. Now, I'm taking it back." The beam washed over the shield, and the vibranium coating on its surface began to melt away rapidly, like ice vanishing under the sun, revealing a core of adamantium beneath. Howard stared at the transformation in surprise. "That's not the one I gave you." "Of course it's not." Without hesitation, Captain America sprang into action, kicking the edge of the shield. It ricocheted around the room and landed back in his grasp. Raising the shield, he fixed his gaze on his old friend. "Howard, stop this." "Hey, Cap, why don't you quiet down for a second?" Tony suddenly raised his arm, a dart gun barrel emerging from the armor. With a muffled thud, a massive net shot out, enveloping Captain America. The net contracted quickly, binding him so tightly he couldn't move an inch. "Don't bother struggling. It's made of vibranium." Tony strode forward, hoisted Captain America up, and tossed him out the window. "All right, Dad. Shall we get started?" "Of course," Howard replied with a meaningful smile, tapping the remote again. Instantly, the floor of the room split open, and a strange-looking machine rose from below. "So this is the time machine you built? How does it work? Can it really affect the timeline?" Tony circled the machine, curiosity shining in his eyes. Every so often, he would crouch down to inspect its structure more closely. "This technology comes from the builders. I found the blueprints inside the Watcher's eye. It's a true marvel of science." Howard gazed at his creation with a look of utter fascination. "The builders? Who are they?" Tony asked curiously. "Who are the most powerful technological race in the universe?" Howard shrugged, the scepter twirling in his hand. "Just remember that much. They're the most advanced in the cosmos. Anyway, once the machine starts, you'll forget all about this." Tony nodded. "Fair enough. Let's get started." He reached out to touch the machine, but Howard stopped him. "No, wait. There's one more thing we need to do." Howard pointed at the television screen. "We have to get rid of the excess gears first. He comes from another universe, carrying information from that reality. If we don't remove that data, it could interfere with our own universe. Before we reboot the timeline, we must erase it." "How do we erase it?" Tony asked. "With energy and amounts so vast, it's almost beyond comprehension." Howard glanced at the Son of the Stars, who was still locked in battle with Eric. "Luckily, we have just that. If my calculations are correct, the explosion from the Son of the Stars should provide about 87% of the energy we need. And the rest?" Tony pressed. Howard smiled. "The rest? Eric is a talented man, especially when it comes to weapons. I always thought the world's first space-based weapon would be your creation, but he beat you to it." Howard pressed a button on the remote, and a world map appeared on the screen. At first glance, it looked perfectly ordinary, except for the dense cluster of red dots over Rome, hundreds of them. In just over a year, the Department of Defense and S.H.I.E.L.D. have deployed more than 100 space-based weapons. That's how Eric stole the title of world's richest man from you. Howard smirked and pointed his scepter at the screen. But now they're ours. I'd love to see Eric's face, dying by his own weapons. Must be quite the bitter end for him. I'm afraid you won't get your wish, Tony suddenly declared, raising his arm and launching dozens of missiles straight at the time machine. Tony, you've always been a bit of a rebel. In that way, you're just like me. Howard seemed entirely unfazed by Tony's attack. With a slight motion, his scepter disassembled into dozens of intricate components. A strange force field sprang up, stopping all of Tony's missiles midair, rendering them completely motionless. Tony said nothing, but kept firing repulsor blasts from his palms. It was no use. His energy attacks couldn't penetrate the unusual field either. What is that? Tony stared at the floating pieces beside Howard, his tone grave. My weapon. Newton and I built it together, and I used it to pursue the truth, personally pushing Newton into the abyss. Howard's face darkened with memory, complicated emotions flickering in his eyes. How does it work? Tony pressed. I'm not telling you, Howard replied with a wry smile, regarding Tony as if he were a mischievous child. All right then, I'll just have to figure something out myself. With that, Tony's gauntlet weapons deployed once more. But suddenly, Howard raised his hand in a gesture to pause. Wait, Tony, how long has it been since we exercised together? Exercise? You mean baseball or golf? You're no match for me at either. Oh, is that so? Then let's have another round. With a swift motion, Howard waved his hand, and all the components hovering around his arm flew toward the time machine, forming a strange force field that shielded it. With a sudden burst of energy, he tore open his suit to reveal an unusual suit of armor beneath. The orbital weapons will take a few more minutes to deploy, so let your old man keep you entertained. Tony, you're brilliant, but you're not the first to come up with the idea of armor. Da Vinci once built armor that could reach the sun. Newton crafted a suit that could traverse time. And this belongs to the Midnight Machine, Nikola Tesla. Howard pulled the helmet down over his head and activated the armor. The suit's design was bizarre, completely black, forged from some unknown, lightweight material, fitting Howard like a second skin. Yet, as he powered it up, several orange energy rods suddenly extended from the back, shoulders, and elbows, glowing like oversized light bulbs. Massive arcs of electricity leapt between them, ionizing the surrounding air in a dazzling display of color. Howard raised his hands, aiming at Tony. Come on, son. Let's have some real fun, just you and me. You sure? I'd hate to pick on an old man. Tony retracted his weapons and clenched his fists. Howard burst out laughing. In this suit, I'm at least twice as strong as you. With a shout, he lunged at Tony, electricity crackling over his suit like a living storm, as if the god of thunder himself had descended. Tony charged forward as well, the arc reactor in his chest roaring to life, powering his armor to its limit. Howard's punch crashed down, wreathed in wild electricity. But instead of striking Tony directly, the current tore through the air, superheating it into a blade of intense blue plasma, like a ghostly saber thrusting right at Tony. The searing heat instantly scorched the paint on Tony's suit. Even with its adamantium alloy construction, the armor couldn't fully shield him from the temperature, and the suit's automatic firefighting system kicked in, dialing things down just enough for Tony to catch his breath. Try to roast me alive, old man. Tony's gauntlets deployed twin nozzles, blasting compressed cold air, and the temperature around them plummeted. I knew you'd have a trick for that. Howard laughed, then launched a flying kick that sent Tony skidding backward. Electricity spiraled around Howard's feet, and suddenly he lifted off the ground. Oh, now, that's a trick. Flying on currents of electricity? How does that even work? Tony steadied himself in midair and took off as well. Who knows? Tesla's research into electricity is centuries ahead of humanity. Howard waved his hand, and a massive ball of lightning quickly formed, compressing further and further until it shrank into a white sphere no larger than a fist. In an instant, the sphere shot toward Tony like a bolt of lightning. I have no intention of getting hit by that thing. Tony dodged in a hurry, but the white orb seemed to have some kind of tracking ability. It chased after him relentlessly. Only when Tony released a burning decoy did he finally manage to shake it off. The orb struck the decoy, and in a flash, it swelled into a 2-meter-wide, transparent globe. Inside, chaotic energies raged and exploded, the destructive force, rivaling that of a strategic missile. Strangely, though, every last bit of that energy was locked tightly within the globe. Nothing leaked out. Once everything calmed down, there wasn't a trace left in the sky. Tony smirked. Now that's what I call low carbon, zero pollution, and zero emissions. With that, he raised his arm, and weapons that had just been hidden emerged again, locking onto Howard. A sharp, grating sound tore through the air, forcing Howard to clap his hands over his ears. Immediately after, waves of high-frequency sonic blasts hammered him, knocking him straight back to the ground. Before Howard could get to his feet, a barrage of missiles launched from Tony's shoulder, streaking toward him. Tony, you really know how to treat your old man. Howard had barely sat up before he looked up to see a rain of missiles descending. With a wry smile, he suddenly flared with electric energy, and a transparent energy shield sprang up to protect him. A series of explosions thundered through the air. When the dust finally settled, Howard stood unscathed, not even a speck of dust marring his suit. But Tony wasn't looking at him. His gaze had shifted to the side, where a large section of the area had been blasted open, revealing intricate mechanical structures inside. Countless mechanical spiders were being assembled there, carried away on conveyor belts. Beside the assembly line stood a structure like a signal tower, sending out strange waves. So this is your X-gene suppressor? Tony descended slowly, circling around the tower. That's right. The inventor was a real genius. Suppressing X-gene activity this way is a brilliant idea. Howard's face shone with admiration. The one I built can cover all of Rome. As long as you're within city limits, Eric won't be able to use his magnetic powers. Suddenly, Tony raised his arm and fired off several missiles, blowing the X-gene suppressor to pieces. The special waves that inhibited the X-gene vanished. Yet Howard showed no sign of worry. He waved the remote in his hand, smiling and shaking his head. It's no use. The game's over. No matter if he gets his powers back, he won't stand a chance against such overwhelming force. With those words, Howard gently pressed the remote control in his hand, then stood quietly, waiting for judgment to descend. But he waited, and the reckoning he so eagerly anticipated never arrived. The smile on his face slowly froze. I told you, you wouldn't get your way. Suddenly, the Iron Man's suit opened up, and a tall figure stepped out, floating effortlessly in the air without any support. Eric, this can't be. I can't believe I actually agreed to Eric's ridiculous plan. Damn it, I must have been hypnotized. Tony Stark held a cup of coffee in his left hand, while his right hand tapped away at the keyboard. On the computer screen before him, streams of code flowed like a river, moving so fast that the average person couldn't make out a single line. Yet Tony kept typing without pause. Next to him sat Skye, her expression intensely focused. Her fingers danced across the keyboard like a pair of butterflies in flight, every bit as quick as Tony's, if not faster. When she heard Tony complain, a mischievous smile curled at the corners of her lips, and her eyes squinted into crescent moons, just like a child secretly up to no good. She quickly turned her head away, worried Tony might see through her act. Around her neck hung a necklace strung with flawless pink pearls, her life-saving reward from Namor. At the very end of the necklace dangled a sapphire ring, carefully hidden inside her collar. Right now, the ring was gleaming with a brilliant light. What's wrong, Skye? Are you feeling unwell? Tony noticed her turning away and couldn't help but ask. It's nothing. I've just been staring at the screen too long. My eyes are a little dry. Skye forced herself to regain her composure and returned her focus to cracking the lines of code. You got that right. My eyes are killing me, too. Damn it, this should have been Jarvis's job. Or at least something for Friday in the future. Tony set down his coffee and rubbed his eyes, though his other hand never left the keyboard. Uncle Stark, you can blame your father for this. He not only rewrote Jarvis's core programming, but also installed a Trojan horse in Friday, which forced us to take both of them offline. That's why all this grunt work landed on our laps. Skye kept working, unable to stop herself from grumbling. Hearing Skye mention his father, Tony felt a pang of inner conflict. He'd already learned everything through the suit's connection. His old man's handiwork was a tangled mess, and Tony had no idea how to untangle it. For now, all he could do was see how Eric's plan would play out. Skye, how did you know my father would try to control the orbital weapon systems? I detected the Trojan virus he planted in the shield and military satellite weapon control systems. When this came up, Skye couldn't help but feel a surge of pride. After all, she was the first one to discover it. Even Eric only noticed after she pointed out. What? Your monitoring shield? Tony was utterly dumbfounded. The world's largest intelligence organization, under surveillance by a 15-year-old girl. Could anything be more unbelievable? Skye, would you be interested in working at Stark Industries? Skye narrowed her eyes mischievously. Sure, give me 10% of Stark Industries shares per year, and I'm in. Stark blinked. Are you joking? Skye shot back. Weren't you the one who started the joke? Stark was at a loss for words. There's nothing impossible, Mr. Stark. Tony has just regained control of the orbital weapon, so your plan has failed. Eric smiled as he lightly gestured toward Howard. In an instant, Howard's armor shattered, and not just that. Every piece of metal on him was ripped away. Stripped of his technological gear, Howard was just a strong human now. No, you were supposed to be fighting the son of the stars. Howard still couldn't believe it. He stood stunned for a long moment before the realization hit him. Pointing at Eric, his finger trembling, he stammered, You, that's right. It's just as you think. Eric's grin was sly and cunning. But there's no rush. He'll hold out a little longer. Let's take care of your time machine first. With a flick of Eric's finger, the shattered armor reassembled itself around Howard. But this time, Howard found he couldn't control it at all. I can't say I fully understand it, but I have a pretty good guess. This barrier seems to involve the annihilation of matter and antimatter. You folks really do play with fire. Now that he'd figured it out, what came next? Crack the code? No, brute force would do just fine. He didn't want the time machine. Inside anyway. So whether it was the machine or the barrier, he would simply smash through it all, obliterate everything in his path. Eric slowly rose into the air as a torrent of materials began to float around him. Metal, non-metal, magnetic, non-magnetic, it didn't matter. Everything was drawn up, circling him at increasing speed. He stretched out his arms, and the swirling matter spun faster and faster, like a colossal grinder. The chunks became smaller and smaller, until they had all been pulverized to fine particles. But that wasn't enough. Those tiny particles shrank even further, their molecular structure breaking down, reduced to their most basic atoms. Then, even the atoms themselves couldn't hold together. Atoms heavier than iron began to split in fission, while lighter ones fused. Immense energy burst from the atoms, and wild radiation scattered in all directions. With a gentle touch, the violent energy and radiation transformed into a docile cat, crawling at Eric's feet as if soldiers had met their general, as if courtiers had met their king. With a tap of his index finger, the once tame energy surged again, like fearless commandos charging headlong into the time machine. What came next was an eruption. Eric focused all his attention, controlling the four fundamental forces, compressing energy equivalent to dozens of Tsar Bomba explosions into a space no larger than 10 meters across. Flames? The roar of explosions? Billowing smoke? No, those had long since vanished. All that remained was a field of blinding white light, too dazzling to look at, brighter than the sun itself. For nearly 10 minutes, the white light persisted before slowly dimming. Eric deftly guided the radiation within to decompose and dissipate rapidly, until, finally, nothing at all was left behind. This was the power born from the union of the four fundamental forces, a domain Eric called annihilation. All right, Mr. Stark. Now it's time we talked about your problem, Eric said, drifting down to the ground. He helped Howard to his feet, sending a pulse of electromagnetic energy through his brow to temporarily relieve him of the aftereffects of the drug. Howard's mind cleared, his memories sharp and undeniable. He understood exactly what he'd done and knew just as well that the drug had influenced him. His feelings in that moment were impossible to describe. Regret, shame, anger, bitterness. In the end, all those emotions collapsed into helplessness. I'm so sorry. Eric shook his head. You're not entirely to blame for this. No. Howard suddenly looked up, a bitter smile on his lips. This is my fault. The time machine is still running. The one you just destroyed? It was only a decoy I set up. The real time machine isn't here. Eric's gaze sharpened. He sighed and stepped forward, placing a reassuring hand on Howard's shoulder. I know. What? Howard stared at him in disbelief. You know? Then hurry and destroy it. I don't need to know where it is. Someone else will take care of it. Eric waved his hand dismissively. That is his fate. Fate? Does such a thing really exist in this world? Once, the Watcher at the Wall had no answer. He only knew that his sole purpose was to protect Earth, to shield humanity. For this, he would sacrifice anything, his life, his humanity, even his soul. Perhaps that was his fate, or so he had always believed until that day. There's too much energy in the Watcher's eye. If it explodes, Earth won't survive. What should I do? He has another eye. I understand. To save his world, the Watcher at the Wall chose to trust Eric. And so, he shot the Watcher, took his remaining eye, and came here, to Venus, the planet, closest to the sun. Yes, in order for the plan to succeed, Howard placed the time machine on Venus, while he himself stayed behind on Earth with a fake machine as bait. Here, the heat never relents, and even the rocks are scorched a deep red. Guided by the memories lodged within his eye, the Wallkeeper made his way straight to the time machine. The gem-like eye embedded in the machine seemed to gleam all the brighter at his arrival. This was a device crafted by the builders and further improved by Howard himself. The Wallkeeper knew with absolute certainty, once this machine was activated, it could never be stopped. Any attempt at violent destruction would end in a single outcome: an explosion, one so powerful it could disturb the sun itself, and thus spell ruin for Earth as well. "Perhaps this is my destiny," the Wallkeeper murmured. He removed his visor and, without hesitation, gouged out his damaged eye. Blood spurted from the empty socket, staining half his face of vivid crimson. Yet his expression remained unchanged. His other eye didn't so much as flicker. He opened a case, and inside it lay the observer's other eye, an orb as large as a soccer ball. But as he picked it up, the blood from his wound smeared onto its surface, and, astonishingly, the eye began to shrink, rapidly reducing to a normal human size. As if expecting this, the Wallkeeper gently placed the eye into his own socket, then pressed his hand against the time machine. Two immense surges of energy connected through his body, linking him with the machine. The eye set within the time machine also began to shrink and ceased, supplying it with power. The sudden imbalance made the time machine unstable. Its components rattled and clattered, the noise echoing sharply through the chamber. The Wallkeeper paid no heed. The eye, once belonging to the observer, now released torrents of energy coursing through his body, swirling, battering, and ravaging everything within him. Blood streamed from his mouth and nose, and even droplets welled up from beneath his skin. With a thunderous roar, the time machine finally gave way. The wild, unchecked energy triggered a cataclysmic explosion, one so violent it swallowed the wall keeper whole and sent a colossal mushroom cloud billowing across Venus's surface. When all was still, only a vast crater stretching for kilometers remained. Suddenly, a hand reached up from the bottom of the pit, followed by an arm, then a body. A battered figure dragged itself from the wreckage, draped in a tattered black cloak, gaunt, aged beyond measure. Yet in the lines of his face, the faint spirit of the Wallkeeper still lingered. He had inherited the observer's eye, the observer's energy, the observer's knowledge, and with them, the observer's duty and oath. He was no longer the Wallkeeper, no longer Nick Fury. He would be the new observer, the hidden one. Furia? Now that he understood everything, Howard let out a long sigh. Perhaps this truly was fate. The duty of the Wallkeeper had passed from his own hands, and, because of him, that duty was now set aside. There's no need to worry about him. This is the best ending. Earth wasn't destroyed, Fury didn't perish, and he even gained tremendous power. As long as today's kind of accident doesn't happen again, he might live to see the end of the universe, Eric said, patting Howard's shoulder, his expression a mixture of emotions. And having an Earthling as the Watcher, well, that's a great advantage for us in the future. The Watcher's vow rendered the new Watcher speechless, but just as before, while he could not speak, he could still show. Having a Watcher whose heart leaned toward Earth was more valuable than 10 Wallkeepers combined. The only thing that left Eric with a twinge of guilt was the fate of the original Watcher. After all, that being had once helped him, and yet Eric's actions had led to his demise. I understand. From now on, I'll guard the Watcher on the moon. I won't let him suffer a similar accident, Howard promised solemnly, out of remorse for redemption and for the sake of friendship. And so, after the Watcher, a new Wallkeeper was born. With Howard's base destroyed, the swarming mechanical spiders suddenly went lifeless, freezing in place all at once. The three of them, already exhausted to the point of collapse, slumped to the ground, barely able to breathe. Barton was the most exhausted of all. The other two, one a half-vampire, the other empowered by the heart-shaped herb, were each several times stronger than he was. For an ordinary man to have lasted this long, even Blade and Chaka regarded him with genuine respect. The only ones still fighting were Red Juggernaut and Hulk. These two titans seemed tireless, evenly matched as they crashed from one end of the battlefield to the other, tearing across the entire field from east to west, then north to south. The mechanical spiders destroyed in the wake of their rampage far outnumbered those taken down by the other three combined. Just as Eric crossed through space to arrive, he happened to witness Hulk being hurled toward him by Red Juggernaut. From the looks of it, the throw was aimed directly at him. Eric was momentarily speechless. As he stepped through the portal, Hulk was less than 10 meters away, his face turned straight toward Eric. Hulk's mouth was open so wide that Eric could actually see the little uvula at the back of his throat. Quickly, Eric reached out, activating his control over gravity to suspend Hulk in midair. Then, he fired off an electromagnetic pulse to calm him down. Bruce Banner reverted from his Hulk form and collapsed instantly to the ground. This was the first time he had ever fought transformed for so long, and it had nearly drained the life out of him. Setting banner down, Eric looked up, just in time to see Red Juggernaut charging straight at him. In the past, dealing with him required draining his rage and letting him vent to his heart's content. Now, things are much simpler, just like dealing with the Hulk. A powerful gravitational field holds the Red Juggernaut suspended in midair. No matter how much he struggles, he simply can't get down. Furious, he can do nothing but bellow in frustration, utterly powerless to do anything else. Let him stew in his own thoughts for a while and cool off. After checking on everyone's condition, I found that they were all right. No serious injuries, just a bit exhausted. A couple of days rest, and they'd be fine. The group had no idea about Eric's plan. They all assumed he'd already dealt with the Star Child and eagerly pointed him toward the final boss's lair. Eric didn't bother to explain. He simply nodded, opened a portal, and stepped through. This time, he emerged to see the Star Child pummeling Eric. "Oh man, you finally made it. If you'd been any later, I'd have been toast." As he spoke, the Eric fighting the Star Child transformed into a green-skinned alien, sporting all 6 rings on his fingers. "Thanks, Talos. Leave the rest to me." Talos, a Skrull and the leader of his people, had come to Earth 6 years ago in search of his missing wife, child, and kin, and to find a safe haven for his people. He had tracked Captain Marvel, Carol, to this planet. Later, Eric repelled the pursuing Kree fleet and settled Talos and his people on Vormir, the planet where the Soul Stone was hidden. As a Skrull leader, Talos was one of the best shapeshifters among his kind. When he assumed another's form, he could not only access some of their short-term memories, but even mimic a bit of their abilities. Only a bit, though. When Eric invited him to impersonate himself, Talos gained some simple magnetic field manipulation powers, but after encountering an X-gene suppressor, those abilities were nullified. Almost all of Talos' displayed powers came from the rings on his hands, the legendary 10 rings that once belonged to the Mandarin. The Shockwave ring had long been given to Sky, the Lightning ring too. Barton, the Dark Force ring, was temporarily loaned to Blade, and the Mind Amplification ring now hung around Sky's neck, subtly influencing Tony Stark. The other 6 rings were all on Talos' fingers. With the addition of some auxiliary tech that Eric had hastily put together in Talos' wealth of combat experience, defeating the Star Child was out of reach, but holding him off was well within his capabilities. The Star Child was, after all, just a celestial infant, barely 20 meters tall. If Eric truly wanted him dead, it would have been easy. But he dare not. He couldn't be sure whether the Celestials shared some unknown means of communication. What if, after killing the Star Child, the adult Celestials came to Earth seeking vengeance? Take, for example, the Annihilator, towering 20,000 feet tall. A being so formidable that it took Rogue absorbing the powers of every superhero on Earth just to barely defeat him. If he were to face the Annihilator now, his only options would be to flee or surrender. Yet here, right before his eyes, stood a living Celestial. Would it be a waste to simply let such an opportunity slip away? Eric mused to himself. Even if he were nothing but a stone, I'd still have to scrape off a layer of dust. As Eric teleported in, the Eric battling the Star Child transformed once more into his familiar green skin form. Instantly, the Star Child realized he had been deceived. Already seething with rage, his fury now exploded without restraint. Destruction, the Star Child roared, unleashing a colossal wave of energy that swept toward Eric like a tidal force. His power was drawn from the sun itself, yet when unleashed, its intensity far surpassed even solar energy. Anything caught in its wake would be obliterated to dust. Eric traced a circle before him, conjuring a portal in an attempt to redirect the Star Child's attack elsewhere. But when the energy blast struck, he realized he had underestimated his opponent. The Star Child's power subtly warped the fabric of space itself. Eric's portal simply couldn't withstand such force. This wasn't a matter of quantity, but of sheer quality. As expected, there is a fundamental difference between gods and mortals. Eric thrilled at the sensation of such overwhelming power. Perhaps, he thought, it might illuminate the path ahead. His next step had already been confirmed by the previous Watcher, to undergo the tempering of the eternal flame, elevating his existence, and fusing the 4 fundamental forces. When that time came, his very being would transcend its mortal limits. He would stand among the gods. Yet these gods were not the omnipotent beings of myth, but rather an evolved, higher order, like Allfather Odin and Thor, the god of thunder. At that point, Eric would rise to the level of the Allfather, standing shoulder to shoulder with Odin himself. This was the conclusion Eric had reached after countless calculations. But what lay beyond that? He was at a loss. Consider, for instance, the other pantheons of Earth. Odin and Thor, of the Asgardians, seemed to grow in strength through the accumulation and inheritance of divine power. Their might increased with age, and at life's end, They would pass their strength to their descendants. Through generations, this power accumulated, ultimately forging the invincible Rune King Thor. Then there was the Christian pantheon, worshipped daily by the American people, God and his angels, who appear to draw their strength from faith itself. The Hindu and Egyptian pantheons, on the other hand, seem tied to the underworld, gaining power through the forces of death. And beyond them, the chaotic Greek, Celtic, Finnish pantheons, all the gods of earth, each possess their own unique path to power, but none of those methods seem very efficient. Should Eric really wait thousands of years to gather strength? Or should he spend time growing a following of worshippers? Or maybe even grovel before the goddess of death? I simply can't do it. So, researching the celestials and these cosmic deities seems like a much more reliable path. The portal wasn't working, so Eric once again raised his magnetic shield, gravitational shield, and energy shield. He even took turns using a strong force and weak force. He made up his mind to focus solely on defense, not attack, so he could analyze the energy composition of the Starchild's power. It appears to be a very primitive form of energy. This energy can practically evolve into every type I've ever mastered. Eric narrowed his eyes, trying to extract a trace of this energy from the Starchild's onslaught. This primordial energy was scarce, so rare it was almost undetectable. It directly influenced the Starchild's very level of existence, anchoring him firmly at the status of a god. Primitive but pure, rare but of the highest order. This energy feels as if it come from the dawn of the universe itself. The corners of Eric's mouth lifted in a faint smile. Let's call it primordial cosmic energy for now. This is exactly what I'll need in the future. Eric sensed he was on the verge of a breakthrough, a hint of excitement lighting up his features. This only served to enrage the Starchild further. The energy blasts came one after another, and then a new attack surged forth. This was his divine power, domain. Every barrier in front of Eric disintegrated like bubbles under the force of the strike. Instantly alarmed, Eric dodged at lightning speed. Seizing the moment before the Starchild could react, he teleported behind him and delivered a powerful punch to the back of his head. The four fundamental forces converged in his fist and erupted in a torrent of energy, slamming into the Starchild's skull with the force of a missile. Eric watched the Starchild cautiously, careful not to kill him outright. In the end, with that single punch, the Starchild collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Eric, you've gotten even stronger. Talos, who had been hiding nearby, swallowed hard and walked over, glancing nervously at Eric's fist, clearly still shaken. Talos, thanks for your help this time. Come over to my place for a drink later, Eric said with a hearty laugh. But Talos shook his head at the invitation. Not today, maybe next time. My fourth child is about to be born. If it weren't for you needing help, I wouldn't have left home at all. Eric nodded knowingly and casually asked, Are you settling in well on Vormir? Absolutely. The environment is beautiful, the land is fruitful, and best of all, no Kree. Satisfaction lit up Talos' green face, though. There was a hint of regret in his eyes. It's just a shame. We can only stay on such a great planet for 20 years. You have no idea, Eric. We're counting down every single day. Eric fell silent at those words. After a long pause, he placed a firm hand on Talos' shoulder and made a solemn promise. Talos, get your people ready and be prepared to move at any time. In as little as a year, or at most 3, I swear I'll give you a perfect new home. And so, an event that had nearly altered the course of human history quietly came to an end, its impact so slight it was almost negligible. The Rome television station mentioned a minor earthquake at the end of the daily news, the tremor so faint it barely warranted a mention, let alone a detailed report. Meanwhile, both S.H.I.E.L.D. and the military experienced unusual activity with their space-based weapons. Sky Industries explained that a peculiar solar storm had caused the disruption, but their technicians had already repaired everything at record speed, with no losses suffered. After brief investigations, both organizations simply let the matter drop. The only one genuinely upset was General Ross. He had just captured his green-skinned son-in-law, only for the man to vanish without a trace. Fortunately, the next day, Eric returned Banner, sparing Ross the trouble of issuing another manhunt. The astronomical community was abuzz as well. The massive explosion on Venus kept scientists up all night, with satellites, telescopes, and probes all turning their gaze toward the planet. Even the incident at the Doom Space Station was overshadowed by this new spectacle. Of course, none of this made much difference to Eric and his companions. That very day, Talos returned to Vormir to await the birth of his fourth child. Blade seemed to have his own path to follow. He returned the Dark Force ring and, at Eric's urging, left with his adamantium longsword. After bidding Eric farewell, Chaka boarded a plane to Europe. As the leader of a nation, he had several countries waiting for his visit. The fact that he had taken the time to help Eric was proof of the gratitude Wakanda felt toward him. After a long, heartfelt conversation with Howard, Captain America departed, taking his original vibranium shield with him. Eric had no idea what they had discussed, but judging from the captain's troubled expression, it couldn't have been good news. As for Howard, after saying goodbye to his son, he went alone to the Watcher's base on the moon. That would be his home and battlefield for the rest of his life. Before leaving, he gave Tony a device that allowed him to travel freely between Earth and the moon. Tony found himself satisfied with this outcome. Both his parents were alive, and his father wouldn't be nagging or bickering with him every day. If he missed him, he could visit whenever he liked. What more could he ask for? Of course, satisfaction didn't mean he'd go easy on Eric. Hey, damn it, Eric, you broke my toy. Tony complained, referring to his Mark 1.5 armor, which had been utterly obliterated in Eric's annihilation field, not even leaving a trace of debris behind. Eric hadn't said a word yet when Sky, standing nearby, grew indignant. She gave him a sharp kick on the calf and declared, "Bad uncle, you're not allowed to insult Eric. He risked his life for that suit of armor." Indeed, Eric had paid a price for the Mark 1.5 armor, the price being that he had healed Tony's chest injury. Having Eric perform the procedure was far safer than even the best surgeons. He knocked Tony out with an electromagnetic pulse, used magnetic induction to precisely locate every shard of shrapnel, and then employed his matter restructuring ring. In less than 3 minutes, it was over. When Tony woke up, he thought his watch had stopped. He banged it against the wall over and over. In the process, a watch worth several $1 million was ruined for good. "Tony, finish perfecting your armor as soon as possible," Eric said solemnly, looking him in the eyes. "I have a feeling there will be many more incidents like today's in the future. Earth will need your strength." The suit that was destroyed hadn't even had half its functions installed, Eric continued, but the ideas behind it were quite good. If you actually build it, it should be able to handle a lot of situations. "What do you mean, the ideas were quite good?" "Buddy, that came straight from the genius mind of Stark. It's got to be a miracle in the history of human mechanical engineering." Tony was clearly unhappy with Eric's assessment. Sky was even more dissatisfied with Tony's protest. She curled her lip in disdain. "Oh sure, a miracle suit from the genius mind of Stark, equipped with Sky Industries' arc reactor, Sky Industries' railgun, Sky Industries' sonic weapons, Eric's magnetic shield. Oh, and let's not forget the life support system, which I'm pretty sure was inspired by the design of the Cradle of Life, wasn't it? Damn it, you peeked at my blueprints. I swear, I'm going to have Jarvis redesign my firewalls." Tony sputtered. Sky stuck out her tongue, making a face. "Go ahead. There isn't a firewall in this world that can stop me." Stark was so furious he was practically shaking. He was used to getting the last word, but now he'd been outmaneuvered by a little girl. Just as he was about to retort, Eric gave him a hard shove in the chest, sending him stumbling backward several steps. "Don't even think about bullying my daughter. Go play with your tin can." Eric's voice echoed in his ears. Stark's head spun. When the world stopped spinning, he found himself sitting back on his own couch at home. "Damn Eric. Damn mutant," Tony muttered under his breath. He straightened up warily, glancing around to make sure Eric hadn't followed him, then finally relaxed. "Jarvis, disconnect from all networks. Until I upgrade your firewall, you are not to connect to the internet under any circumstances. And pull up the blueprints for the Mark II. Delete anything related to Sky Industries or Eric." "Yes, sir," Jarvis responded promptly, carrying out Stark's orders. With efficiency, the armor's blueprints appeared in front of Tony in a shimmering projection, then vanished in an instant as Jarvis quickly deleted them. "Sir, with these designs erased, the armor now retains only the propulsion system, balance system, shock absorption, and the air conditioning." "Damn air conditioning," Tony muttered under his breath, giving his cheek a brisk pat. He took a few deep breaths, and a powerful confidence flashed once more in his eyes. "Don't lose heart, Tony. You've got the smartest Stark brain on the planet. You'll design the mightiest suit yet. Jarvis, add demagnetization treatment to the armor. From now on, every one of my suits needs to be demagnetized. And start a new project. Name it Anti-Eric Armor." "Yes." Seeing that Tony hadn't teleported away, Sky leapt up with delight, sharing a triumphant high-five with Eric. "Fantastic. That annoying villain finally left." Eric chuckled and ruffled her hair affectionately. It was just as smooth and soft as ever. Some things never changed. "Eric, I want my suit upgraded too. That's some awesome. Weapons for me, please." Sky caught Eric's arm, pursed her lips, and fixed him with those sparkling, pleading eyes. Her face the very picture of adorable mischief. Who could resist that? Eric was utterly charmed by his daughter's sweet antics and nodded eagerly. Whatever Sky asked for, he'd agree to it. "Yes." Goal achieved. Sky flashed a victory sign and bounced off with a spring in her step. Wait a moment. Aren't you forgetting something? Eric called after her, unable to hide his amusement at his daughter's frozen posture. This girl, always up to something. What is it? Sky turned around, feigning innocence. But Eric wasn't fooled. He reached out, and in a swift motion, the psychic amplification ring from Sky's neck floated into his palm. We agreed. You could only use it once. Eric, Sky's eyes instantly shimmered with unshed tears, her face a mask of wounded innocence, as if begging for sympathy. Let me keep it for just a few more days. Please, just a few days. No, Eric replied firmly, meeting her gaze. Anything else is negotiable, but not this. There's no room for discussion. He shook his head resolutely. Sky knew him all too well. When he looked like that, no amount of pleading or coaxing would change his mind. With a huff and a pout, she stomped away, grumbling under her breath. Eric watched her go, shaking his head with a rueful smile as he tucked the psychic amplification ring away. Psychic enhancement. Mind control. Was this thing useful? Of course it was. But he wouldn't dare let Sky use it for long. Without a strong will, frequent use of abilities that could sway others' minds would surely breed dependence. Just think about it. If someone disagreed with you, you could simply change their mind. If someone refused to help, you could take control and make them do it. If you wanted something, why not just compel them to give it to you? If this goes on for a long time, the consequences will be endless. Haven't you noticed that Eric barely uses his mind control abilities nowadays? He's afraid it might affect his own sanity. Think about the most powerful psychic in Marvel, Professor X. Does he have a particularly strong will? Why is it that he uses his psychic powers every day without any trouble? No, his willpower isn't actually that remarkable. The real reason he can wield his powers for so long is because he's locked every dark corner of his mind away in a psychic cage, just like he did with the Dark Phoenix inside Jean. In another parallel universe, Professor X's dark side was accidentally unleashed, and it merged with Magneto's own inner darkness, creating a powerful and evil villain, Onslaught. He possessed all the abilities of both Professor X and Magneto, and could even copy the powers of other mutants, bringing catastrophic disaster to Earth. If even Professor X is at such risk, how could a young girl like Sky possibly resist this kind of temptation? Eric certainly wouldn't dare to try lightly. Fortunately, Sky's little bout of stubbornness lasted only a few minutes. By the time she returned to her study, she had already put it behind her and was eagerly discussing the strengths and weaknesses of various universities with Future. Eric was deeply relieved by this. See how well I've taught her, he thought to himself with a hint of pride. After indulging in this self-congratulation, Eric gestured toward the floor. The entrance to the underground base slid open, and he descended slowly inside. This was where the core servers for Future were kept, protected by layers of security, resistant to even nuclear attacks. So, whenever Eric needed to temporarily store something important, he preferred to keep it here. Take the man before him now, Obadiah. Everyone believed Obadiah was already dead. Eric had even staged a convincing death scene for him, and his death certificate was likely being signed at this very moment. Once the paperwork was complete, he'd be legally dead. Eric, the great world's richest man, finally remembers his prisoner, does he? Obadiah slumped in the corner against the wall, surrounded by a mess of empty beer cans. His face was haggard, red veins crawling through his eyes. It looked as if he hadn't slept for days. As Eric entered, Obadiah curled his lips in bitter self-mockery. Obadiah, my friend, how did you end up in such a sorry state? Eric lifted a finger, and the door to the cell slid open. Friend? Huh, that's the funniest thing I've ever heard. Obadiah pushed himself upright and burst into laughter, the sound turning wild and unhinged. If your father hadn't saved Howard, why would I have been so desperate to get rid of Tony? If your daughter hadn't meddled, Tony would be with God by now. It's all because of you. You don't deserve to use the word friend with me. I was the one who saved Howard. Eric's expression didn't change. He glanced at the beer cans scattered on the floor and closed his fist gently. Instantly, the cans rose, crushed by invisible force into balls the size of walnuts. What? Obadiah froze, staring blankly at the aluminum sphere hovering in the air. I'm sorry to say, my friend, everything has been part of my plan. Eric's lips curled into a wicked smile, sending a chill down Obadiah's spine. 10 years ago, I saved Howard. Last year, I returned Howard to Tony. When Tony was attacked in the Middle East, I was right there. Every lab of yours has been under my surveillance. From the very first part, I've had all the data on the Ironmonger armor. When Sky tried to stop you from killing Tony, I was watching from a distance all along. You're a devil. Obadiah collapsed onto the ground in despair. What more do you want? Obadiah, my friend, I'm here to give you a chance. A perfect chance to turn the tables. Eric locked eyes with him, his sinister grin unwavering. What chance? Obadiah shrank back, a cold sweat breaking out on his brow. My friend, answer me first. Why did you want to get rid of Tony? Eric sat down nearby and handed Obadiah a can of beer. Of course it was for money. For Stark Industries. At his answer, Eric shot him a sideways glance and let out a low, mocking chuckle. Is that so? Just for money? You really need that little bit of cash. Obadiah was momentarily at a loss for words, unsure where to begin. I remember once, when I was visiting Tony, you entertained us by playing a piece on the piano. Eric took a sip of beer, his fingers tapping lightly on the can, as if playing keys. Tony didn't notice, but I recognized it immediately. It was Salieri's piano concerto in C major, wasn't it? Obadiah said nothing, drinking his beer in silence. Antonio Salieri, the great teacher of Beethoven, Schubert, and Liszt. But what a pity he lived in the same era as Mozart. Fate is cruel. Because of jealousy, he killed Mozart. And you, Eric pointed at Obadiah with his beer can, you want to kill Tony out of jealousy too? Yes, I'm jealous. I envy his genius, his wealth, his fame. Damn it, I've done so much for Stark Industries, but people only ever look at that damn playboy, as if everything the company is today is all thanks to him. I built this with my own 2 hands. Obadiah bellowed, finally letting loose his pent-up frustration, crushing the beer can in his grip. That's why I'm here to give you an opportunity, Eric said with a smile, cracking open another beer for him. What opportunity? Tony has a brilliant mind. You'll never outinvent him. But your business acumen? That's something Tony can't match. Why not surpass him in the world of business? Business? Are you kidding me? Obadiah let out a derisive laugh. You want me to build a commercial empire greater than Stark Industries, on Earth? Then don't do it on Earth. Eric grinned and waved his hand. Instantly, the beer can-sized metal sphere melted into liquid aluminum, reshaping itself into the form of a spaceship. What? Obadiah froze, staring at the tiny spacecraft, a blazing fire igniting in his eyes. Eric watched his expression and chuckled softly. Jealousy, after all, is the original sin. Indeed, after mastering the 4 fundamental forces, Eric had finally set his sights on the vast universe. Yet there were still many matters on Earth left unresolved. Sky, his daughter, was still young, and he couldn't bring himself to leave her behind. So, he needed someone to pave the way for him out among the stars. Obadiah was a talented man, sharp in business, clever, bold, and ambitious. But if he was to be sent ahead into the cosmos, there was much groundwork to lay. He'd have to learn a host of alien languages, study the history, cultures, and etiquette of other worlds, and, of course, gain real power. Eric had already prepared everything. The super soldier serum, though proven to have severe side effects, was too valuable to discard but too dangerous to use on his own people. So, he gifted a dose to Obadiah. It would deepen his jealousy of Tony Stark, ensuring he was always driven to surpass him. A perfect source of motivation. As for a mentor, the Skrull currently residing on Vormir owed Eric a tremendous favor, one far too great to be repaid by acting as a mere bodyguard. The Skrulls had fled the Kree across countless worlds, mingling with every sort of character the universe had to offer. Who better to teach Obadiah? After sending Obadiah off, Eric teleported alone to his outer space laboratory, a Kree ship that once belonged to Lavelle. Here, over 100 Hydra scientists busied themselves, alongside 2 very special individuals. One of them was Eric Selvig, the astrophysicist famous for working without pants, whom Eric had invited to help unravel the mysteries of space and gravity. Once Eric had elevated his control over gravity to a level nearly equal with magnetism, Selvig's research had stalled. Eric had stationed him in the outer space lab, assigning him a new, secret project, the Tesseract. During the recent business with Howard, Eric had temporarily borrowed the Tesseract. Now, it was time to return it. When Eric arrived at the lab, Dr. Selvig was sitting idly to one side, sipping coffee. The moment he saw Eric, he sprang up, not even bothering to pull up his pants. Thank God, you're finally back. Eric certainly wasn't so self-absorbed as to think someone was missing him. Without hesitation, he pulled out the Tesseract. Dr. Eric. Selvig dashed over, snatched it from his hands, and disappeared into the lab without so much as a backward glance. Eric simply shrugged, unfazed by the abruptness. Such single-minded focus was a common trait among researchers, both their flaw and their virtue. It was precisely this quality that Eric needed from them. He followed Dr. Selvig into the laboratory. How's it going, Doctor? How much more time do you need? Unlike Fury, Eric had no intention of letting him use the Tesseract to develop weapons. That would be a waste of its potential. His true aim was to locate a set of coordinates, the path to Asgard. After all, The eternal flame was still resting in Odin's vault. Dr. Selvig reinstalled the Tesseract into an exceedingly complex machine, shook his head regretfully, and sighed. Mr. Eric, the Tesseract holds countless coordinates. We have to connect to them one by one, probing each in turn. There's no shortcut, I'm afraid. We're at the mercy of luck. I'm sorry, but I can't give you a definite time frame. The Tesseract stored a multitude of locations. Every time it was used somewhere, those coordinates were saved within it. Eric had once used this feature to find the coordinates of Vormer, the last location activated. Since that had happened only decades ago, its signal was clear and easy to distinguish. But anything further back was a blur. A frown creased Eric's brow. Did he really have to wait for the hammer-wielding god to show up himself? If memory served, Thor's arrival on Earth wasn't until 2008, and it was only 2001 now, a full 7 years away. Was he supposed to sit and wait that long? Doctor, is there any way to speed things up? So far, I haven't found a good solution, Dr. Selvig replied with a helpless shrug. Eric stood deep in thought for a while before an idea struck him. Doctor, I know someone from that place. If we could find him, could he help us make faster progress? He vaguely recalled that somewhere on Earth lived a blacksmith from Asgard, a deserter who'd grown weary of his guardian life and had hidden out on Earth for a millennium. That same figure's weapons had once caused quite a bit of trouble for Coulson's team. It's worth a try, but I can't make any promises, Dr. Selvig replied, not wanting to give false hope, and went back to his research. Shaking his head, Eric stepped out and made his way to another laboratory, determined to check in on his formidable subordinate, the long-missing Ivan Vanko. Ever since Eric had tricked him with a blueprint, he had stayed here, and just like that, several years had gone by. Many people outside speculated that this scientist, who had made outstanding contributions to Sky Industries, might have been silenced by the ruthless businessman, Boss AI, for knowing too many secrets. Long before he even reached the laboratory, Eric could already hear Ivan's curses echoing down the corridor. Ivan's father had served in S.H.I.E.L.D., and even after leaving, he never had any goodwill toward Hydra. That Cinnamon had rubbed off on Ivan as well, and combined with his naturally foul temper, he often resorted to fists and kicks when dealing with Hydra scientists aboard the ship, leaving them simmering with resentment, but too afraid to protest. Eric didn't care about this in the least. After all, these were scum who sacrificed children's blood in their rituals. Not sending them straight to hell was already the greatest mercy he could offer. Boss, when will you deliver the experimental materials you promised me? Ivan demanded. I'm tired of using mice for experiments every day. It's boring as hell. If you don't get me the materials soon, I'll have to use them instead. As he spoke, Ivan grabbed a Hydra scientist and stared into his eyes with a look of pure bloodlust, frightening the poor man so badly he nearly wet himself. Eric shook his head. This guy always leaned toward the darkness. If it weren't for Eric keeping him in check, Ivan might very well follow through with his threats. Ivan, we agreed. No human experimentation. So, how's your research coming along? Count yourself lucky. Ivan sneered, tossing aside the pale-faced Hydra scientist and grabbing a tablet from the table. Boss, the basic framework is done. Now I just need the experimental materials you promised me. Eric took the tablet and scrolled through the reports, nodding in satisfaction. Not bad, Ivan. Take me to see the test subjects. The moment test subjects were mentioned, Ivan's demeanor turned instantly proud. He shoved aside the Hydra scientists and led the way deeper into the lab. After passing through layers of security, the two finally entered the innermost chamber, where hundreds of glass cases were lined up. Each case contained a genetically modified white mouse. Eric reached out with his senses, examining each of the mice in turn, and nodded with approval. Ivan, you've done it. You've created an entirely new species. Congratulations, creator. Boss, don't tease me. The blueprint was yours. I just followed your instructions, Ivan replied. But he couldn't help straightening his back, a satisfied smile tugging at his lips, and even knocking the toothpick from his mouth. Eric shook his head, his face full of praise. No, Ivan. What I gave you was just a concept. I never imagined you'd actually make it a reality. That's truly remarkable. While praising his subordinate, Eric walked toward the glass display case. Inside, the little white mouse caught sight of his approach and instantly became alert. Its snowy white fur shimmered, turning into a sheet of gleaming silver. Under the influence of the magnetic field, the mouse's cells underwent a fundamental transformation in the blink of an eye. What was once flesh and blood now shifted into a metallic form, its structure uncannily similar to vibranium. Eric opened the case and reached for the mouse, but to his surprise, it shot into the air, deftly dodging his grasp. Impressive, Eric exclaimed approvingly, then manipulated several metal plates to encase the creature. Yet, in no time, the plates began to glow red-hot, quickly melting a small hole through which the mouse darted to freedom. Seeing Eric unleash the mouse, Ivan, though still brimming with pride, hurriedly grabbed a controller from the table, his gaze wary and fixed on the escaped specimen. Clearly, he'd suffered at its paws before. Eric glanced back at him, smiling. "You're too tense, Ivan." With that, he made a gesture toward the mouse from afar, and it froze midair, its 4 tiny legs flailing desperately. The metallic sheen of its body began to shift, one moment resembling stone, the next, diamond, then flickering into a fiery glow, but no matter how it changed, it could not break free. To think transplanting the Sentinel program into living creatures could actually work. Eric drew the mouse closer, studying it intently, as if examining a rare treasure. Indeed, the Sentinel program. These were the blueprints Eric had handed to Ivan. Created by the dwarfish scientist Bolivar Trask, the mutant hunting machines had, in countless parallel worlds, forced mutants to cross time and space in desperate attempts to change the future. In some universes, humanity itself had been driven to extinction. When Eric crossed over, he inherited all of Magneto's memories, including detailed knowledge of these ancient foes. After taking control of his body, he deliberately collected the plans, mastering every detail of the technology. Trask's ultimate Sentinels were engineered with Mystique's genes as their template, allowing the robots to alter their forms at will. With the addition of other mutants' abilities, a single Sentinel could wield nearly every mutant power, an abomination of staggering proportions. Eric had improved the design, replacing the machine host with living creatures, making the Sentinels far more agile, adaptive, and, consequently, harder to control. But was Eric truly planning to create a new generation of Sentinel bioweapons? Of course not. These white mice were merely the basic vessel for the next stage of experimentation. Soon, they would be endowed with powers even more formidable. Eric placed the white mouse back into the display case. Ivan hurried to secure it shut and released a burst of special sound waves. Instantly, the mouse calmed down, its skin returning to a soft, vulnerable flesh, and it happily began nibbling on its feed. "This will be the most powerful weapon I've ever seen." Eric was thoroughly pleased with the mouse's performance. From the pocket dimension, he took out a piece of gel, inside which a slender orange hair was preserved. "The plan has changed. At first, I only intended to create a powerful weapon. But recently, I encountered a formidable being. From him, I witnessed a unique kind of energy, an energy I now need. So, for the next stage of our experiment, we'll use this." Ivan received the gel with due caution, bringing it close to his eyes for a careful inspection. After a long moment, he asked in confusion, "Boss, isn't this a cat's hair?" "That's right. It's from an orange tabby, a very powerful one." Mentioning the orange cat, Eric couldn't help but recall an unfortunate soul who'd once been scratched by it. As a former wallkeeper bio-enhanced human, he had only truly gained his freedom after stepping down from that role. "Start the research right away. I'll get the next experimental material as soon as possible, Creator." Back on Earth, Eric once again visited the Immortal City. The time machine had been destroyed, and Michelangelo the Eternal was reconnected to this timeline. Eric had come specifically for him. "Master, what should be done with the Child of the Stars?" Eric got straight to the point, tossing this thorny issue to Michelangelo. "He must not die on Earth, nor at the hands of any Earthling." Michelangelo pointed toward the sky, and Eric immediately understood his meaning. It was up to him to send the Child of the Stars to another planet. Moreover, it was clear from Michelangelo's tone that he wanted the Child of the Stars to die. Why? Because the child had absorbed the sun's energy. For a cosmic being in desperate need of power, to absorb the sun's energy for 1,500 years, how much energy would that be? Anyone capable of calculating it would frown in concern. It would drastically shorten the sun's lifespan. Perhaps Newton's calculations were correct. In 2060, Earth truly would face its end, and the cause could very well be the Child of the Stars. No one could guarantee he wouldn't drain the sun again in the future. To let him die far from Earth, perhaps that was the best choice. But on which planet should he be abandoned? And who should be the one to end him? These matters required careful planning. "Master, that primal energy within the Child of the Stars, where does it come from?" Setting aside this tremendous problem for the moment, Eric asked the question that concerned him most. That is the most original energy born from the time of the Big Bang. All cosmic gods draw their power from it. They're innately capable of transforming this primordial force. The Child of the Stars absorbs the sun's energy, transforming it into a primordial force for his own use. Eric nodded. This was more or less what he had suspected. "Master, is it possible for us to replicate this technology?" Michelangelo shook his head. That might be a power unique to the gods. The Shield Brotherhood has researched it for over 5 centuries, and they've made no progress at all. So that's how it is. Eric was sorely disappointed. He didn't think his own mind could outshine the geniuses of the Shield Brotherhood. If they couldn't crack it after all these years, he certainly wouldn't get anywhere either. Better to stick to his own experiments with his lab mice. Back at his New York villa, Eric popped open a can of cola and collapsed onto the sofa, letting himself truly relax. Too bad, just as he was ready to unwind, someone had other plans for him. "Sir, Mr. Doom is here to see you." Doom? That unlucky fellow who'd been betrayed by his best friend. What was he doing here instead of arguing with the board and the banks? He'd invested his entire fortune, worth billions, into the space station, only to have it destroyed in less than a month. Eric couldn't help but feel sorry for him. "Dr. Doom, welcome. Can I get you a drink? You look like you've been having a rough time." Eric greeted him, pouring a glass of brandy. Doom did indeed look terrible. His face was haggard, his eyes bloodshot, and his suit was rumpled and creased. Clearly, the board members and bankers had been giving him hell. "Thank you." Doom took the glass and downed it in one gulp, managing a wry smile. "You have no idea. As soon as news of the space station's crash broke, the bankers surrounded Doom Tower, and the board threatened to pull their investments. These past couple of days have been a nightmare. They're just a bunch of vampires. Don't let them get to you." Eric patted him on the shoulder in sympathy and refilled his glass. "How are Dr. Reed and the others? I heard your fiancée, Miss Susan, was on the space station too. They were exposed to cosmic radiation. Are they all right?" "So far, they seem to be fine. Their vitals are all within normal ranges. Except for Reed's friend Ben, who's still unconscious. Everyone else has already woken up. I'm glad everyone's safe. Money can be earned again, right?" Doom nodded absently, barely agreeing. Eric chuckled softly. "Dr. Doom, I also heard that you originally planned to board the space station yourself. I'm curious. Why did you cancel at the last minute? I half expected you to propose to Miss Susan out there in orbit. Now, that would have been romantic." Doom gave a rueful smile. "I did have that plan, but Mr. Gideon Malik showed up unexpectedly, and I had no choice but to change my plans at the last moment. I failed to stand by Susan when she needed help the most. What a dereliction of duty for a fiancé like me." "Gideon Malik?" At the mention of the name, Eric paused what he was doing, his eyes narrowing unconsciously. He had been meaning to track down that old man, but hadn't expected him to seek out Doom first. Who exactly was Gideon Malik? Born during the era of the First World War, he was a renowned industrialist, a man of immense influence in both economic and political spheres, and one of the hidden hands behind NASA. He was also a member of the World Security Council, one of those powerful few who oversaw S.H.I.E.L.D. It was he who gave the order to launch a nuclear strike on New York when Loki invaded the city with the Chitauri army. But beneath all these illustrious titles, he had another, far darker identity. He was one of Hydra's heads. And not just any head, but possibly the oldest and most orthodox of them all. This brings us to Hydra's origins. Back in the era of the Mayan civilization, the Kree arrived on Earth. They captured the humans of that time, experimenting on them with Titan genes, and ultimately created the powerful Inhumans, the very race to which Sky belongs. The first Inhuman born from these experiments was called Hive. His cells were transformed into parasitic organisms, allowing him to possess other bodies and thus achieve immortality. What's more, he could unleash parasites to devour humans for sustenance, or use them to control other Inhumans. Under his rule, the Inhumans and humankind drove the Kree from Earth. Yet after his victory, Hive was exiled to another world by those who feared his power, both Inhuman and human alike. His followers, however, formed a secret society devoted to bringing Hive back to Earth. This organization was handed down through the generations, eventually evolving into Hydra. The Malik family's branch of Hydra never wavered in their sacred mission to retrieve Hive, making them the most orthodox of all Hydra's many splinter groups. Mr. Gideon Malik planned to sponsor NASA in launching a project called Farstar. For various reasons, he wanted to lease my space station to train astronauts. Unfortunately, the business that came knocking at my door has now slipped away, Doom said, his expression etched with bitterness. The Farstar project? Wasn't that just sending a group of astronauts to serve as snack for Hive? Eric scoffed at what sounded like a grand and noble endeavor. As for Doom, he couldn't help but feel sorry for him. By the looks of things, not only would Doom not see a single cent from the deal, he'd likely have to pay Gideon Malik an astronomical sum in damages for breach of contract. Everything will get better. In the end, this was the only comfort Eric could offer Doom. "Thank you." Doom forced a bitter smile. "I'm very sorry, Mr. Eric. Your energy collection device was destroyed along with everything else. I'm afraid it'll take me a long time to pay this debt back." Eric waved his hand dismissively, unconcerned. Don't worry about it. I'm not in any rush to use it. Considering the space station's crash was due to an unavoidable natural disaster, I won't charge any interest on the debt. Let's set the repayment period at 20 years. That was already the most he could do to help. If he went any further, like waiving the debt entirely, that would only embarrass Doom, and who knew? Doom might even turn hostile on the spot. Thank you. Doom visibly relaxed, offering Eric a heartfelt thanks. I swear, I'll pay it all back within 10 years. Eric waved his hand again and poured Doom another drink. Was that the only reason you came? You could have just called. No need to make a special trip. Well, actually, I have another favor to ask. Doom hesitated for a moment, looking a bit embarrassed before sharing his real reason. Just say it. If it's something I can help with, I will. Eric sounded like he was talking to an old friend, ready to shoulder any burden. I'd like to borrow some money from you. Doom straightened his collar, his expression solemn, but his voice barely above a whisper. You know, the space station used up all my savings. I've even mortgaged Doom Tower to the bank. Now that the station has crashed, the board is about to pull their investment, and the bank's going to repossess Doom Tower. I don't have anything left to put up as collateral. There's no way the bank will lend me more. No problem. How much do you need? Will $5 billion be enough? If that'll do, I can transfer it to you right now. If you need more, we'll have to go through the company accounts, which will take at least 2 days. The moment Eric realized Doom needed a loan, he knew exactly where he stood. Other favors might be tricky, but money? That was nothing to him. Doom was so taken aback by Eric's generosity that he froze for a moment. This wasn't the first wealthy man he'd approached, but the others had all kicked him while he was down. Borrow money? Most hadn't even opened their doors to him. What's wrong? Not enough. Hang on, I'll call the company right now. Seeing Doom stand there stunned, Eric thought the amount wasn't sufficient and reached for the phone. It's enough. More than enough. Doom quickly protested. It really was more than enough. His space station wasn't that large, and he'd invested maybe a little over $10 billion altogether. Yet Eric was offering him almost half that in a single stroke. What a magnanimous tycoon. Eric, you really are a good man. A good man? Of course. Eric, am the best man in the world. Grinning as he looked at the 2 IOUs in his hand, Eric happily popped. Open another can of cola. $50 billion for 2 pieces of paper. Now that's a deal you can't lose. One of them is Gideon Malik's personal contact information. That's not worth much. Anyone with the right connections could get their hands on it. But the other one is something else entirely. A promissory note from Dr. Doom. As for those $5 billion, Eric never intended for him to pay it back. The Fantastic Four are about to be formed, and if nothing unexpected happens, Susan and Reed will likely end up together after all. What will Doom do when he finds out? His good friend not only bankrupted him, but is also about to steal his girl. How could he possibly stomach that? Even Alexander wouldn't be able to. He'll definitely stir up trouble, and once he does, those $5 billion will probably vanish like smoke. What's the hardest debt to pay back in this world? A favor. Just look at Chaka, king of a nation. Yet when it comes to Eric, he comes running at a moment's notice. As for vibranium, Wakanda's most treasured resource, take as much as you want. It's yours. Then there are the Skrulls. Talos, the proud leader of his people, gets a summons from Eric and immediately drops everything, even leaving his pregnant wife behind, to serve as Eric's muscle, even though it's a job that could cost him his life at any moment. And Doom? An energy collection device is nothing, and $5 billion isn't worth mentioning. But if it happens once and then again, won't it just keep happening? As a great philosopher once said, borrowing money and wearing women's clothes are essentially the same. It only happens 0 times or countless times. Of course, it depends on the person. For someone like Doom, who values his pride above all else, Eric could borrow any sum. But if it were someone like Fury, who treats his face like the sole of a shoe, he wouldn't get a single penny. Eric carefully put away the promissory note, then picked up Gideon Malik's phone number and dialed. After confirming it was Gideon Malik himself on the other end, Eric opened with a resounding "Hail Hydra." The line fell silent for quite a while. Who are you? Gideon Malik, a seasoned Hydra veteran who had weathered many storms, wasn't about to blindly echo the slogan. Eric Lenshare. Oh, Alexander mentioned you before. What do you want? Gideon Malik wasn't much impressed by Eric's so-called Red Skull's guard. In fact, all the other Hydra branches were at the bottom of his personal hierarchy of disdain. His family had always inherited the most orthodox Hydra ideology, making the return of the Hive their highest priority. Every generation devoted their lives to this cause. And the rest of Hydra? They'd been led astray by a bunch of Germans. What was once pure evil worship had been twisted into militarism. Those Hydras had stained the purity of the evil their ancestors held dear. Mr. Malik, I hear you want to launch a Farstar project? To bring back the Great One. Oh, you're well informed. Yes, that's true. Gideon Malik replied in a flat, indifferent tone. If there's nothing else, shall we talk next time? I have another meeting soon. Sir, I wonder if I might contribute my strength to the great cause of the organization. That won't be necessary. Our power is more than sufficient. Goodbye. With that, Gideon Malik prepared to hang up the phone. I have an alien spaceship. That crucial phrase made Gideon Malik fall silent once more. For a moment, there was only silence on the other end, before he finally spoke. What do you want? Let me join this honorable project. As he uttered these words, Eric adopted a crisp, authentic Berlin accent, his tone brimming with fanatic fervor, portraying a cultist with uncanny realism. Fine. With that single, indifferent word, Gideon Malik ended the call. That old man really thinks he's something. Eric tossed aside his phone and drained his cola in one long gulp, finishing it to the very last drop. Hive had been exiled to a remote and desolate planet, so distant that it could only be reached via a massive block of black stone. The Malik family used this stone to send one of their own to Hive every few decades, allowing him to survive from ancient times to the present. What did Eric want? Hive or the alien planet? Just like before, only children make choices. He wanted it all. Gideon Malik's subordinates soon called to discuss the cooperation. Eric, playing the devout cultist to perfection, swiftly sealed the deal. NASA sent several astronauts for a month-long training aboard his alien spaceship. After the month was up, the Farstar project officially commenced, and Eric would join them on their journey to the stars as a sacrificial offering. As Eric had anticipated, within days, Reed and the other three all underwent different mutations. In search of a way to return to normal, the four moved in together. Then, as expected, two people with an old romantic history rekindled their more-than-friends relationship, which irritated Doom to no end. With the massive funds he'd borrowed from Eric, Doom quickly stabilized his company's situation. Unfortunately, though he won in business, he lost in love. Days of busyness left him neglecting his fiancée, and by the time he realized, the prize had already slipped into someone else's bowl. After that came a melodramatic love triangle. But as an ordinary man, how could he possibly compete with someone as flexible as a rubber man? Thus, the two once inseparable friends became bitter rivals, their relationship deteriorating until it spiraled into deadly enmity. Doom never made it to the space station, nor did he mutate to gain superpowers. But he had science and magic. Driven by the desire to rescue his mother's soul from hell, he began developing all sorts of advanced, dark-tech weaponry and studied more than a little magic as well. In that battle, the Fantastic Four faced off against Dr. Doom in a cataclysmic clash that seemed to darken the very heavens and blot out the sun and moon. Dr. Doom wore a sinister black mask, clad in bizarre, jet-black armor, with a strange, shadowy cloak billowing behind him. Every move he made unleashed incomprehensible weapons and spells that glowed with flickering black or green light. On the other side, the Fantastic Four stood as paragons of justice. The Thing, steadfast and righteous, blocked the way up front. The Human Torch blazed through the sky with dazzling, show-stopping flare. The Invisible Woman, a vision of beauty and poise, darted nimbly around the battlefield. While Mr. Fantastic, perhaps not easy on the eyes, but still tolerable, held command over the whole situation. The contrast in appearances made it immediately clear which side was good and which was evil. Bystanders, unsure of the full story, cheered on the Fantastic Four with enthusiastic shouts of encouragement. The police, arriving on the scene, didn't hesitate for a moment. They drew their guns and opened fire on Dr. Doom. In the end, the righteous Fantastic Four triumphed over the evil Dr. Doom, locking him away in a secret military prison. But they had underestimated Doom. With his uncanny black magic, he managed to break free within a few days, and once again appeared at Eric's door. This time, he wasn't there to borrow money. He wanted weapons. I need reliable backup for my next move. I'm going back to Latveria to unite my homeland, and then I'll return to make them pay. I am Dr. Doom. Max, get ready. Our neighbor is coming home. With a single phone call, Magneto, far away in Eastern Europe, was jolted to attention. Outside his window, the Danube sparkled gently in the breeze, so mesmerizing that for a moment, Magneto lost himself in thought. Raven, tell everyone to prepare. The future of mutant kind hinges on this battle. It was a long moment before he snapped back to reality and called in Mystique, who had been waiting for some time. At his words, Mystique simply rolled her eyes. Max, you're always thinking about war. Maybe this time, we won't need to take the field ourselves. Magneto shook his head. No, for the sake of our people, we must always be ready to fight. Whatever you say. Mystique shrugged and left the room. This was Serbia, in Eastern Europe, separated from Doom's homeland of Latveria by nothing more than a river. Years ago, Magneto had moved the entire strength of the Brotherhood of Mutants. Here, when war broke out in Kosovo 2 years ago, the Brotherhood stirred from the shadows, quietly seizing control of vast territories in both Serbia and the conflict zones of Kosovo. On the surface, these lands were ruled by various warlords, but behind the scenes, it was the Brotherhood's mutants pulling all the strings. They followed one ironclad rule: never let a mutant's presence be seen on the battlefield. Now, everything was in place, waiting for Magneto to give the signal. No rush, no rush. Eric's side probably isn't ready yet. We've waited decades. A few more months won't matter. Let's stick to the plan, take it one step at a time. After hanging up the phone, Eric also found himself somewhat lost in thought. The issue of mutants had been around for a long time. It seemed as if the entire world was filled with hostility towards them. To completely bridge the gap between mutants and ordinary humans would take not just decades, but perhaps centuries of dedicated effort. In the beginning, Eric had simply wanted to find some remote corner of the earth where mutants could build a nation of their own and keep to themselves. But as time went on, he realized just how naive that idea was. Founding a nation might be possible, but isolating themselves from the rest of humanity was out of the question. Every country was developing weapons of mass destruction. If mutants chose to hide in some secluded spot, wouldn't that just make them easy targets? Not to mention, with the advent of orbital weaponry, a single strike could wipe out a small nation in an instant. It was true that mutants possessed great numbers and astonishing powers, but even they couldn't withstand the combined ambitions of several nations. After much deliberation, Eric decided to become neighbors with Doom. One of the reasons he had repeatedly lent him his support. Of course, founding a nation was only the simplest step. The real challenge would be keeping it safe. Stick to the plan. Take it one step at a time, solid and steady. First, deal with that old bastard Gideon Malik, and then everything else will follow. Time passed quickly, and by the end of August, the 7 astronauts from NASA had already been training aboard Eric's spaceship for a full week. The ship itself came from the Kree Star Force, the very same one that Lao Vale had sacrificed to the Soul Stone on Eric's behalf. Though not large, the vessel was fully equipped, more than enough to accommodate a handful of astronauts who were, in truth, heading off as little more than sacrificial pawns. Eric spent a few days with them on the ship, learning everything he could about their backgrounds. Of the 7, 3 were Hydra agents, while the other 4, led by Will, were upstanding NASA astronauts with clean records. The 3 Hydra operatives, ever ready to lay down their lives, had brought along new equipment developed by Gideon Malik, hoping to use it to retrieve Hive. But to Eric's eyes, the device seemed little more than a toy. As for the 4 NASA astronauts, kept completely in the dark, their official mission was to analyze the composition of the alien planet's atmosphere and assess its suitability for colonization. In reality, there was no need for such analysis. The Malik family had figured out the atmosphere there centuries ago. This so-called mission was nothing but a cover to send them to their doom. After spending a few days on board, Eric left the ship. He had more important matters to attend to. His daughter, Sky, after much deliberation, had finally decided to apply to Yale University, and in recent days, he had been busy helping her prepare the essentials for college. As for whether her application would be accepted, neither father nor daughter gave it a second thought. With Sky's intelligence and academic record, combined with Eric's reputation and influence, what university in the world wouldn't welcome her with open arms? What truly worried Eric was actually Sky's daily life and routines. For instance, she'd need a place to stay once she got there, right? So the first thing to do was to buy a luxury apartment as close to the school as possible. Then, she'd need to get around, wouldn't she? Might ask, we'll have 2 helicopters on standby. What? Why 2? Well, what if there are restrictions on flights? Sky's safety was also of utmost importance. Both Psylocke and Barton had to accompany her, and she absolutely had to bring her full defense, zero-attack battlesuit too. Next came all her favorite snacks. The taste over there would probably be a bit different from New York's. Should they bring a personal chef? Eric, that's enough. I'm going there to study, not for a luxury vacation. Sky finally lost her patience as she saw the list growing. Ever more outrageous. She tore up the checklist that Eric had painstakingly put together over the course of an entire evening. Sky, don't be like that. Connecticut isn't New York, over there. All right. You way too nervous. I'm just going to school. Besides, it's less than 100 kilometers from New York. It's basically right next door. Sky rolled her eyes, cutting off Eric's endless nagging. Eric, are you going through menopause or something? You're the one going through menopause. Eric almost spat out his breakfast. This girl, her comebacks were getting sharper by the day. She must have picked up this sass from the future. Besides, hadn't his own menopause ended ages ago? The two of them bantered back and forth, trading jabs and laughter. In the end, they happily finalized their travel plans, and set off for New Connecticut the very next day. In the end, their party consisted of only three: Psylocke, whom Eric insisted on bringing along, and Sky's beloved teddy bear battle suit, which she brought of her own accord. As soon as they arrived, Eric used his connections to secure Sky's admission letter, resorting to a bit of behind-the-scenes maneuvering to get her assigned to the best dormitory on campus. Sky, have you made up your mind? Which major do you want to choose? That's right. This father and daughter pair were determined to bend the school's rules. As much as possible, they'd barely submitted the application before showing up at the school itself. They'd even settled into the dorm before picking a major. Sky furrowed her brows in thought for a moment. She glanced at Eric, then at Psylocke, and then broke into a brilliant smile. Physics. Quantum physics. Eric almost threw his back out in shock. What was going on here? She was a genius hacker. Why wasn't she picking computer science, but instead quantum physics? Was that really something a young girl could handle? Eric, I want to help you. Sky's face grew more determined as she explained her choice. Over the past few years, Eric had been consulting experts. Everywhere: gravity, strong force, weak force, all sorts of wild research. She'd watched helplessly from the sidelines, unable to do anything to help. That frustration had been eating away at her. Now, at last, she could learn something useful, and naturally, her father's research was the first thing that came to mind. The research on the 4 fundamental forces had come to an end. The experts Eric had invited had all gone their separate ways. After much thought, Sky decided that Eric's next step would surely be quantum physics. She figured she might as well start learning it herself. Who knows? Maybe she could help him out someday. When Eric heard this reasoning, he was both touched and amused. The whole point of studying the fundamental forces had been to enhance his own abilities, but by now, scientific research could no longer help him grow stronger. Besides, even if I really do need to study quantum physics, could you keep up with me? By the time you make any breakthroughs, the Earth would have exploded several times over. In the end, Sky remained resolute in her choice to pursue quantum physics, unmoved by Eric's attempts to dissuade her. What could Eric do? He let her be. After all, she didn't need to find a job. When she turned 18, she would inherit his company and fortune, becoming the world's new richest person. She would never have to worry about going hungry. Eric spent a few days with Sky in New Haven, Connecticut, making sure everything was in order before heading back to New York alone. As he looked around the now-empty villa, he couldn't help but feel a pang of awkward loneliness. Sir, would you like me to connect a call to Miss Sky? The ever-considerate future appeared at Eric's side. No need, Eric replied with a shake of his head. She finally managed to shake off this old man for a few days, let her have her fun, but redirect a satellite to keep close watch on her safety. Understood, sir. Now that's what you call real wealth. Redirecting a satellite just to keep his daughter safe. How is Doom doing? Eric asked. Dr. Doom has already organized several public speeches in Latveria. With ample funding and advanced weaponry, he's quickly assembled a formidable force, and they are currently undergoing intensive training. Eric nodded. What about Max? Mr. Max has made contact with Dr. Doom. The two have agreed to launch their offensive together in a month's time. Eric nodded again. This was almost exactly according to his plan. He was confident that as long as things progressed as he intended, the founding of a mutant nation would no longer be a pipe dream. And our vice president, the vice president's daughter, just celebrated her first birthday. She's receiving treatment in California, but her prognosis is grim. Her attending physician still recommends amputation of her right leg. The vice president's youngest daughter had been diagnosed with a congenital illness at birth. The vice president had taken her to hospitals all over the world, but every answer was the same. It nearly broke his spirit, to the point where he considered resigning from office. According to the original storyline, the vice president ultimately agreed to the amputation for his daughter, but he never gave up on finding a cure. Desperate to see her walk again, he was even willing to break the law, collaborating with Killian from Advanced Idea Mechanics, plotting to assassinate the president and take his place. Arrange a meeting with the vice president for me as soon as possible. Yes, sir. The appointment is set for next Tuesday. Artificial intelligence was impressively efficient. Within minutes, everything was settled for Eric. Next Tuesday? That's still a few days away. Should I meet up with Baldy in the meantime? Eric weighed his options, but in the end, he shook his head and abandoned the idea. That guy, if he caught wind of anything, he'd definitely stir up trouble. Better to let him know at the very last moment. The meeting with the vice president went exactly as Eric had expected. He presented the matter reorganization ring right away. There wasn't a disease that couldn't be cured with it. The vice president was overflowing with gratitude, thanking him profusely. In return, Eric made a few modest requests on behalf of his mutant brethren. Although the vice president found it a bit difficult, he ultimately nodded in agreement. Time flew by. Will and the others soon completed their training, and after a few days' rest, the Farstar project officially began. As a major sponsor and participant, Eric joined Will and the other 6 in being led to what appeared to be an old cave. Inside, strange devices were scattered about, and in the center towered a pitch-black monolith, over 2 meters tall. The 4 NSAS astronauts looked around in confusion. Wasn't this supposed to be an extraterrestrial expedition? Why were they in a cave? Had the mission changed from exploring space to exploring underground? But at this point, no one bothered to explain anything further. The truth was, their so-called month of space training had only been real for the 3 Hydra agents. The 4 astronauts were merely there as a cover, a distraction to keep up appearances. They were just offerings to the Hive. After all, there was no need to train them. Under the group's stunned gazes, Gideon Malik and his men activated the machinery. The devices, bearing marks of age, sputtered and whirred, filling the cave with an unsettling cacophony. Finally, a focused pulse shot from the apparatus toward the monolith, which instantly liquefied into a pool of blackness on the stone floor. Will and his fellow astronauts paled with alarm as they watched Eric and the 3 Hydra members leap into the dark pool one after another. Reluctantly, they edged forward themselves, only to be shoved in by Gideon Malik's subordinates as hesitation gripped them. Eric's vision went dark. A violent sensation of shaking and being torn apart overwhelmed him. Even with his extraordinary constitution, the pain seared his skin. When his sight returned, he found himself standing on unfamiliar ground. I'd love to know who invented that stone. Space energy manipulated like that. What an incredible piece of technology. Reflecting on the teleportation experience, Eric realized his understanding of gravity had subtly deepened. Of the group, only he had weathered the transfer unscathed. The other 7 lay unconscious on the ground. Eric extended his magnetic senses, probing for threats, but found nothing unusual. It seemed the Hive was still some distance away. Wake up! A surge of electromagnetic pulse swept across the ground, forcibly rebooting the brains of the people lying there. One by one, they opened their eyes and slowly sat up. All right, my time is limited, so let's skip the pleasantries, Eric said, waving a hand at the equipment the 7 bewildered people had brought with them. A jumble of odd parts shot into the air, snapping together piece by piece as they floated. In no time, they assembled themselves into a strange-looking device. This was a machine designed to attract the Hive. Eric had seen 3 Hydra agents put it together several times aboard the spaceship. What are you doing? One of the Hydra men shouted in alarm, drawing his gun and aiming at Eric. Quiet. Eric didn't even bother to lift his eyelids. In an instant, the firearms of the 3 Hydra agents melted away, transforming into chains that wrapped around them, binding them tightly. Will and the other 4 were utterly bewildered by these bizarre events, at a complete loss as to what was happening right before their eyes. This is a suicide mission, Eric explained. There's a monster living on this planet, one that devours living beings. It has already wiped out all native life here. To keep it from starving, the Malik family sends it a meal every so often. So, we're the meal? Will asked cautiously, his voice trembling. Eric flashed him a cold, merciless smile, sending a chill down Will's spine. If it's a suicide mission, why did you come along? Another astronaut, still relatively clear-headed, asked. Of course, I'm here for the monster, Eric replied, activating the device and cranking the magnetic field up to its maximum setting. How? About it? Interested in working for me? Exploring the deepest reaches of space. I know plenty of alien beauties. I could introduce you. Aliens? There really are aliens. At the mention of this, Will's fear vanished, replaced by a burning curiosity in his eyes. Of course. Where else do you think my spaceship came from? Eric grinned, ready to chat a bit more. But just as he was about to speak, his expression suddenly tensed. He's here. Is the Hive really that powerful? Not at all. His combat ability is actually quite weak. He was the first Inhuman created by Kree experimentation, designed for leadership and control, not for fighting. Every cell in his body had mutated into a parasite. Through these parasites, he could control or consume others, and it also made him nearly impossible to kill for good. As long as even a single parasite survived, he could always come back to life. Unfortunately, this godforsaken planet had already been picked clean by him. Nothing lived here anymore except for him, and he survived only because the Malik family kept sending him food. So, when the first Inhuman, the so-called god that Hydra had searched for so long, finally dragged himself slowly in front of Eric, he looked utterly pitiful. His body must have been transported here by the Malik family decades ago. Eric vaguely remembered that the Maliks had a particularly cruel tradition. Every so often, the family would hold a grand lottery of fate. The entire clan would gather together, reaching into a single bag to draw out stones. Inside the bag were a pile of black stones and a single white one. Whoever was lucky enough to draw The white stone would be granted the opportunity to dine with Hive, the god of Hydra. Of course, Hive would be seated at the table, while the lucky winner would be served on the plate. The last time this lottery was held was when Gideon Malik was a young man. It was supposed to be Gideon himself who drew the winning stone, but the generous Gideon pulled a trick and handed this honor to his older brother instead. The body Hive now occupied should be that of Gideon Malik's brother. But what a pitiful sight it was. After surviving for decades in this single body, Hive had drained nearly every ounce of energy from it. There was a hole in his skull, large enough to fit a bowl, through which one could see that the inside was hollow. His two withered eyes resembled peanuts, sitting loose in their sockets, as if they might drop out at any moment. He had only a stump of a right arm left, barely the length of a finger, and most of his abdomen was missing. Only the two legs remained relatively intact. What a waste if he doesn't go into mummy acting. Eric couldn't help but feel nauseated by the grotesque sight. He shrank his neck and tossed a magnetic shield behind him to protect the 7 others, who were petrified with fear. Hive opened his withered mouth, but his tongue and lips had long since turned to dust. All that came out was a series of harsh, grating noises. Eric shook his head, no intention of wasting words. With a wave of his hand, he manipulated gravity and magnetism at once, lifting the body into the air and layering shield upon shield of magnetic force around it. Hive quickly realized that this seemingly delectable newcomer was not, in fact, here to serve as his next snack. Instantly, his decaying body dissolved into countless tiny parasites, which gathered into a whirling black storm, darting and battering against the inside of the magnetic shields in a desperate bid for escape. Settle down and stay put. Eric hurled an electromagnetic pulse into the shield. Nearly half the parasites were wiped out on the spot. The rest fared no better, collapsing limply to the bottom of the shield like a pile of black soot. That's it. It's over already. Will's face was a picture of disbelief. The mummy-like monster was bizarre enough, but who would have thought that? The world's richest man, who had tagged along with them, was even stranger. One move, and he dispatched the creature in the blink of an eye. It's far from over. Eric shook his head. This is only a part of him. The rest is hidden all over this planet. As long as even a single cell survives, he can return again. The 4 of them, Will and his companions, nodded, half understanding, half doubting. Their eyes brimmed with skepticism. After all, they were all adults. How could they possibly believe something just because Eric said so? You don't believe me? Eric raised an eyebrow at their reaction. With a wave of his hand, he tossed the 3 bound Hydra operatives into the magnetic shield. The 3 Hydras knew all too well what awaited them. Though they had steeled themselves for sacrifice, now that the moment had arrived, terror seized them. They let out desperate, blood-curdling screams, struggling violently. The ropes bit deep into their flesh, leaving bloody marks, but they did not stop. But it was all in vain. As soon as their bodies touched the black powder within the shield, the parasites, still alive, suddenly grew frenzied. They writhed and squirmed like worms, crawling swiftly toward the 3 captives. Amid their terrified howls, the Hive quickly seized control of their bodies. When the screaming finally ceased, the 3 Hydras broke free from their metal restraints, stood up stiffly, and flashed eerie, twisted smiles. A chill ran down Will and his companion's spines. Their eyes were wide with terror. Do you see now? So, shall we get back to our discussion? Eric fired off another electromagnetic pulse, scattering the Hive once more and leaving behind nothing but black powder on the ground. From the moment you signed your names on this project, your fate was sealed. Earth is no longer an option for you. If you try to return, the Malik family won't let you, or your loved ones, off the hook. Their expressions darkened with regret and anger. Remorse clouded their faces. So, why not work for me? Pilot my alien ship, travel the stars, conquer the universe. Eric's proposal lit a spark in all 4 of them. Every astronaut dreams of journeying through the cosmos, but Earth's outdated technology kept that dream out of reach. After a month of training aboard that ship, they all yearned for another chance to set foot on it. But what about our families? One of the older astronauts hesitated, his voice uncertain. No need to worry. I'll take good care of them. In a couple of years, when things have settled down, you'll be able to return to Earth and visit them. And if you're still uneasy, I can even send them to another planet. The 4 discussed it quickly among themselves, then nodded, accepting Eric's offer. In that case, to a fruitful partnership. Eric smiled, producing the cosmic cube. Come, if you want to roam the stars, there's still much to learn. I'll send you to another planet, where you'll meet your future captain. On Vormer, Talos welcomed 4 new students, while Obadiah gained 4 new crew members. Everything and everyone used to their fullest potential. That's what makes a true boss, Eric declared with satisfaction. Boss AI was thoroughly pleased with this journey. He returned to his outer space laboratory with the battered remains of the hive, handing them over to Ivan. This was the experimental material he had long desired most. Once everything was settled, Eric made his way back to the desolate planet, sat down cross-legged, and began to commune with the planet's geomagnetic field. He intended to gift this planet to the Skrulls as a place to call home. But what about the remaining hive parasites scattered across its surface? They had to be cleared out. Searching for a handful of parasites on an entire planet was even more daunting than finding a needle in a haystack. Eric had neither the patience nor the desire to hunt them down one by one. His methods were far more direct and forceful. With his powers growing, Eric found that his ability to connect with the planet's magnetic field had become noticeably faster. In less than a minute, the planet's geomagnetic energy had fused with his own mutant abilities. What was this planet called again? He mused. Death Star, I think. The name fits. Its magnetic field feels lifeless and stale. Eric sensed the planet's magnetic field, shaking his head in disapproval. This world was like an old man in his twilight years, its decay evident everywhere, and the magnetic field was no exception. Come alive for me, he commanded with a thunderous shout. The entire planet trembled as if jolted awake, its magnetic field suddenly surging into motion. On the surface, mountains crumbled, basins heaved upward, continents split apart, and seawater surged across the land, a vision straight out of an apocalypse. Eric paid no heed to the chaos. On this barren planet, aside from himself and the hive, there was no other life. Even if he destroyed the planet completely, it would harm no one. The magnetic fluctuations grew ever more intense, transforming the planet's landscape beyond recognition. But Eric had no intention of stopping. Instead, he pushed his powers even further. With a mighty burst, a colossal electromagnetic pulse erupted from the planet's core, as if the world itself were exploding in a silent roar. Under Eric's precise control, this pulse swept back and forth across the planet, scouring it from top to bottom again and again, until its energy was finally spent and he allowed his power to subside. Hidden in countless crevices, the hive parasites were reduced to dust in the very first wave of the electromagnetic pulse. After several thorough sweeps, not a single parasite remained on the entire planet. That should do it. Eric nodded in satisfaction, severing his connection to the magnetic field. The rest is up to Ivan and Max. A week after the Farstar project began, the time for the grand assault agreed upon by Magneto and Doom finally arrived. In Latveria, Doom's army marched onto the battlefield, wielding weapons borrowed from Sky Industries, and bared their menacing fangs before the watching world. Armed with advanced weaponry, Doom's forces quickly notched victory after victory, capturing one strategic position after another. Their offensive had been within everyone's expectations from the very start. After all, ever since Doom returned to his homeland, he refused to keep a low profile. He gave speeches everywhere, rallied troops, and made it clear that he was preparing for something momentous. In contrast, Magneto's assault caught everyone completely off guard. He chose the borderlands between Serbia and Kosovo as his battlefield, the very place where skirmishes were most frequent and chaos reigned supreme. Here, generals were as common as milestones, and you find a marshal every few steps. Anyone with a gun dared to stake their own claim, and with just 3 or 5 men, they'd call themselves an army. No one really paid attention to these petty warlords. But when they suddenly took up arms and began firing in both directions, everyone was stunned. In an instant, these scattered forces became united, turning their guns outward and launching attacks on both the Serbian and Kosovar sides at once. It's a conspiracy. The American imperialists are meddling. This is Doom's doing. He wants to expand Latveria's territory. No, it's the Russians. They're eyeing a move south. You're all wrong. It's that eastern country. They're making their move into Europe. A bewildering war had erupted, sending shockwaves through Europe. Rumors spread like wildfire, and the people lived each day in a haze of suspicion. The world's major powers all issued condemnations, but none truly stepped up to mediate or bring justice. Until they could uncover who was truly behind the chaos, they chose to watch and wait from the sidelines. Those politicians must be guessing right now. Is this some country's plot? Whose trap might this be? Are they just waiting for me to blunder into it? Let them keep guessing. Hidden in the shadows, Magneto watched his territory expand with satisfaction. Max, I'm still a bit worried. Can we really succeed? Mystique stood at his side, her brow furrowed in concern. What's there to worry about? At worst, we pull out of Europe. As long as the Brotherhood survives, we'll always have another chance. Magneto dismissed her worries with disdain. But can we really trust this Eric so completely? She pressed. Eric. Magneto paused, his expression clouded and uncertain. After a moment, he sighed. Raven, our time is running out. Mutants in this world will eventually have to return to humanity's fold. All we can do is fight as hard as we can to carve out more space for our people. For that, we have no choice but to trust him. Mystique shook her head slightly. She knew Magneto wasn't telling her the whole truth, but she chose to believe in him anyway. Two wars raged on, fiercer than ever, while Eric himself seemed to have vanished in a thin air, never to appear again. Gideon Malik waited by the massive boulder for several days, but in the end, he closed the cave with regret. His 3 Hydra agents had failed to bring his god back. As for Eric, Malik had long since considered him dead. Ivan, you can't splice this base pair here. This is a gene fragment from the energy devourer. It'll interfere with its function. No, my gene sequencing tells me this segment is useless. Damn it, forget the sequencing for now. This gene affects spatial energy. I can feel it. Arguments like this echoed every day in the outer space laboratory. Ivan and Eric kept integrating Hive and Energy Devourer genes into lab mice, perfecting the mutant genes from the Sentinel project bit by bit. The mutant gene, refined with Mystique's DNA, was nearly a flawless genetic template. Whatever gene they added, it was readily accepted and expressed clearly, revealing all the information encoded within. The unique traits of the Energy Devourer and the Hive were continuously transferred into the mice. The ultimate weapon Eric had dreamed of was gradually taking shape before his eyes. Boss, at this rate, we'll complete the entire experiment in just 3 months. Ivan was amazed at their progress, quickly calculating the remaining time, his excitement barely contained. 3 months. Eric did some quick mental math, but his face remained grim as he shook his head. Speed it up, as fast as you can. Doom and Max haven't left us much time. In just 2 months, Doom's army swept through Latveria with unstoppable force, capturing cities and crushing the Lord's troops, who soon found themselves besieged in the capital. The Latverian Lord had ruled his people with cruelty. In truth, he was defeated not so much by Doom as by his own people, and by himself. When Doom led his forces to blast open the palace gates, the Lord, consumed by despair, raised his gun and turned it on himself. Doom watched in silence until the Lord collapsed to the floor. Only then did he slowly turn to gaze upon his homeland, his heart surging with fierce pride. I can hardly believe it. We actually did it. A little white mouse lounged contentedly in its glass case, nibbling on pellets. Ivan crouched nearby, eyes fixed on the creature, exclaiming in wonder, his face alight with excitement and pride. That's right, we did it. I never imagined, Ivan, that your gift for genetic engineering rivals your skill in mechanics. Eric pulled off his mask, his face glowing with a broad smile. No, boss, these are machines, and far more intricate than any suit of armor. Ivan gently stroked the mouse's back. The mouse, clearly pleased, gave a little shake, luxuriating in his touch. After 2 months of tireless overtime from both of them, Eric's ultimate weapon was finally complete. The 2 men now looked almost identical, bloodshot eyes, hair tangled and greasy, sticking together in wild tufts, and a ring of stubble around their mouths like a black donut. Ivan, there's only one last step. Let's begin. Eric was in no position to care about his appearance now, and in fact, this disheveled look would soon serve an important purpose. He couldn't afford to ruin it. But boss, do we really have to do this? They're my most perfect creations. Ivan hesitated at the very last moment. He gently stroked a little white mouse in his hand, his face full of reluctance. Ivan, you know how destructive they can be. What I need isn't a horde of uncontrollable rat soldiers, but a weapon, Eric declared, his tone sharp and resolute. He stepped forward and pressed a button on the control panel, herding all the white mice together. With regret, Ivan stood up and walked over to Eric, taking over his task. Relieved of his post, Eric pulled off his shirt and sat cross-legged before the glass enclosure. Let's start. At his command, Ivan immediately activated the equipment. Waves of powerful electromagnetic pulses crashed down upon the white mice. The mice darted about in a frenzy, their bodies rapidly undergoing strange mutations. Some turned metallic, some became as transparent as diamonds, while others melted into clear streams of water, flowing ceaselessly within the enclosure. At this moment, Eric slowly closed his eyes, adjusting his own magnetic and gravitational fields, and gently spread his energy over the white mice. As if soothed by an invisible hand, the mice soon calmed down. But Ivan quickly changed the frequency of the electromagnetic pulses, and the mice grew agitated once more. Eric continued to infuse them with his own power. Again and again, this process repeated. Before long, the energy within the white mice was replaced by Eric's own, and their magnetic fields gradually synchronized with his. He was taming them, taming every single cell in their bodies with his energy and magnetic force. After countless repetitions, Eric suddenly opened his eyes, as if a divine light had burst forth from them. Ivan hurried to shut down all the equipment. Eric rose to his feet. Before him, the white mice stood upright in perfect unison, imitating his posture, their beady black eyes shining with intelligence and focus. Come, my armor, my blade, my ultimate weapon. Eric gently lifted his hand and swept it through the air. At his motion, the army of white mice dissolved into a cloud of black dust. Like a surging tide, the dust smashed through the vibranium-laced glass enclosure and swept toward Eric with unstoppable force. Ivan watched Eric with intense focus, worried that something might go wrong. In contrast, Eric was filled with confidence, certain that everything was under his control. In the blink of an eye, a black tide surged over Eric, engulfing him and wrapping him up into a giant sphere of darkness. Countless tiny particles writhed across its surface, enough to make anyone's skin crawl. "Boss!" Ivan called out softly, his fingers poised over the emergency button. If anything seemed amiss with Eric, he was ready to press it without hesitation. "I'm fine, better than ever." Eric's voice came from within the black sphere. Almost immediately, the black tide began to contract and shrink, its mass diminishing, until it formed itself into a suit of armor. On his head was that iconic helmet designed to block psychic control. The armor's color flickered and shifted rapidly. In no time, Eric stood clad in the classic Magneto gear, complete with a billowing black cape that fluttered dramatically even without a breeze, a picture of authority and power. Eric glanced down at himself, a satisfied smile on his lips. With a subtle motion of his fingers, the cape drew back, the helmet dissolved, and the armor transformed into a pristine white lab coat, identical to the one he'd just taken off. "Not bad. Perfect," Eric declared, extending his right hand and grasping at the air. In an instant, a gleaming silver spear materialized in his grip. He hefted the weapon, swinging it as if it were a great blade. The spear shifted, morphing into a slender saber, which he brought crashing down on the lab table before him. The table, built from solid steel, split cleanly in two with a single stroke. The fusion of the hive and devourer genes, plus the sentinel sequence, it can even mimic adamantium alloy, and its performance is nearly indistinguishable from the real thing. "Beautiful. Boss, wait. So you're planning to wear the mouse? That's kind of gross." Ivan stared at him, astonished, his words nearly making Eric choke on air. "Watch your mouth. You know perfectly well they're not ordinary lab mice anymore. They've evolved into a collective of hive-like parasites." Eric scolded, eager to continue his experiments. But Ivan was far from finished with his complaints. After a moment's thought, his expression turned even more disgusted. "Boss, wearing a bunch of parasites on your body. That's even grosser. Are you kidding me?" Eric was so exasperated he was at a loss for words. How could anyone be this difficult? What did he mean by wearing bugs? Yes, they were technically parasites, but in essence, they were specialized weapons and equipment with parasitic properties. It's a weapon. It's a weapon. Just like Iron Man's bleeding-edge armor, or Black Panther's nanotech suit. That's right. Exactly the same. Eric muttered to himself for reassurance, all the while separating a large mass of parasites and tossing them to Ivan. "Let's move on to the next step. Deploy the Skynet system." Ivan took the parasites with a look of distaste and gave a reluctant nod. Then, as if struck by a sudden thought, he asked, "Boss, what are you going to call it? We can't vary. We'll call it a lab rat or a parasite, can we?" Hearing this, Eric frowned slightly and stared out into the boundless cosmos beyond the window. "Let's call it the Star-Eater Wasp." "A wasp? Like a honeybee? But it's clearly a mouse." "Damn it, stop saying mouse. I want to call it a wasp." In a fit of rage, Eric kicked Ivan clear out of the lab. At NASA, Gideon Malik had just finished a meeting and was enjoying a massage from his secretary when a Hydra soldier came stumbling in. "What is it?" Gideon Malik narrowed his eyes, his tone calm, but his gaze brimming with menace. This soldier clearly had no sense of propriety. "Sir, that stone, it's reacting." "What?" When Gideon Malik arrived at the cave, he caught the very last tremor of the great stone. Without the help of the ancient and complicated machinery, the stone began to quake violently on its own, then suddenly melted into a pool of pitch-black liquid. Hydra soldiers all raised their weapons, aiming at the puddle. Gideon Malik, ever cautious, took 2 steps back to hide behind a tall black man. The cavern was so silent you could hear a pin drop. Everyone's attention was locked on the shifting pool. Suddenly, a hand shot out from the liquid, flailing wildly before retreating back beneath the surface. Then, nothing but silence. "You go check it out." Gideon Malik pointed randomly at one of the soldiers, who could only swallow hard and slowly inch forward. 1 step, 2 steps. Each felt like a walk toward the abyss. Sweat soaked through his uniform, beads rolling down his face, but he dared not stop, trembling as he approached the pool. As he craned his neck to peer over the edge, a drop of sweat fell, landing with a soft plink on the surface. It was like a signal. In a split second, a dark figure shot up from the water. The frightened soldier's nerves finally snapped. He let out a terrified scream. Around him, the Hydra troops all opened fire at once, filling the air with gunshots and acrid smoke. "Cease fire! Cease fire! Damn it, stop shooting!" Gideon Malik, still cowering behind the tall man, shouted desperately. But with so many guns blazing, no one could hear him. In his panic, he grabbed the man's pistol and shot several Hydra soldiers himself, finally bringing the chaos to a halt. Who are you?" Still hiding behind his human shield, Gideon Malik poked out half his head, cautiously sizing up the pitch-black figure. The figure stood there, head bowed, utterly still, as if the bullets had been nothing. Only now did he slowly raise his head. The inky darkness faded from his body like a receding tide, revealing his true face. "Eric!" Gideon Malik's eyes widened in shock. "Mortimer, how much longer until we reach our planned target?" Magneto stood before a military map, his brow furrowed in frustration. "Doom has already taken the entirety of Latveria. How could we be falling so far behind?" The Toad, Mortimer, had been staring intently at a buzzing fly. At Magneto's question, he gave a sly chuckle. "Boss, actually, we reached our objective 2 weeks ago. The guys just thought we'd expand our territory a bit more, so nobody told you yet." "What?" Magneto's face turned cold as winter's frost, sending a shiver down the Toad's spine. "Call them off immediately. This time we'll let it go. But if anyone dares disobey orders again, I won't be so forgiving." The Toad mumbled his assent and slunk out of the room. Magneto shook his head with a weary sigh, gazing into the endless night. "Eric, now, everything depends on you. You want to trust, but you just can't decide if you should." Eric sat in front of the television, sipping his cola one mouthful at a time, not sparing so much as a glance for Gideon Malik behind him. Gideon's eyes flashed, but he neither confirmed nor denied. He simply changed the subject. "I don't understand why you chose Eric as the host. Every person we sent was an elite. Any one of them should be far more capable than a pampered millionaire. Eric possesses something none of them have." With an air of mock seriousness, Eric waved a hand at the television. Instantly, the channel switched to a European news station, broadcasting the fall of all Latveria to Doom. Eric's an inhuman." Gideon narrowed his eyes, lost in thought. "No, he's descended from an abnormal. I think you folks call them—" Eric paused, as if searching for the word. "Mutants." Gideon nodded slightly, clapping his hands. 2 Hydra soldiers entered, escorting a man wearing an eye mask. "Sir, I think you'd be better off returning to the Inhumans. After all, you're their god." Gideon gestured politely to the masked man, extending his right hand in invitation. Eric glanced up, his expression unreadable, a hint of a smile playing at his lips. "You want proof? Very well. You'll see it soon enough." With that, Eric stood, clasping his hands behind his back, and strode slowly toward the 3 men. Hearing his approach, the masked man tried to struggle, only to be struck hard with a rifle, but by one of the Hydra soldiers. "Be gentle with him," Eric said, extending his right hand. Instantly, a fine dust swirled from his fingertips, drifting toward the 3. The 2 Hydra soldiers couldn't help but glance at the man with the eye patch, eager to see what would happen. To their surprise, the powder didn't drift toward the eye patch-wearing man. Instead, it rushed straight at them. Before they could react, the powder had already made contact with their bodies. "No, please, spare me." Their desperate cries were cut short. In the blink of an eye, both Hydra soldiers were reduced to dust. Not only their bodies, but even their weapons and combat suits disintegrated into ash, swirling through the air and returning to Eric. The man with the eye patch seemed to sense exactly what had happened. Though he was no longer restrained, he didn't dare make a single move. "Sorry, I was feeling a bit peckish," Eric remarked as he settled back down beside the television, waving a hand in Gideon Malik's direction. "Bring me some more cola. Why not choose the Inhuman?" Gideon Malik signaled his men to take away the man with the eye patch, showing not the slightest concern for the 2 fallen Hydra soldiers. "Unfortunately, I can't inhabit an Inhuman's body. That's a limitation built into me by my creator," Eric replied, a faint, ambiguous smile on his lips. "But I think your body could be quite suitable." Gideon Malik's face darkened, and he took a cautious step back. "Sir, I don't think I'm the right candidate. My age is working against me. If needed, we have younger and stronger bodies available." Eric shook his head with genuine regret. "I won't force you. If you ever change your mind, you know where to find me." With that, he gave a dismissive wave, and Gideon Malik wisely withdrew from the room, leaving Eric alone. Eric turned his gaze back to the television. The host was speaking an impassioned monologue in some obscure European language. Behind her, the army assembled by Doom marched by in proud, unwavering formation. Eric watched it all in silence. With a flick of his hand, a rifle materialized out of thin air, and his clothing instantly transformed into the combat suit once worn by the now-vanished Hydra soldier. Devour, simulate, replicate, expand without limit, reshape its own molecular structure, alter both mass and volume, apart from being unable to control Inhumans. The Star Eater Hive has every conceivable advantage. There's only one word for them: perfection. Late at night, a gentle breeze rustled through the vast, silent palace. Doom sat alone upon his cold throne, his fingers gliding over the ornate armrests. The chill at his fingertips seemed even more intimidating than the metal mask upon his face. Tomorrow, on the first day of 2002, he would be crowned king, proclaiming to the world that Latveria was his domain, a land no outsider would be permitted to set foot upon. Yet this throne, it felt just a bit too cold. Guards, tear down this palace tomorrow. I have no need of it. Doom rose to his feet, and with a sweep of emerald magic, blasted the throne to dust. Once this is cleared away, we'll build a skyscraper here, Doom Tower. Across the Danube, Magneto stepped out of the small cottage where he'd been hiding for days, shrouded by the night. With a subtle manipulation of the magnetic field, he lifted himself gently off the ground, drifting upward until he hovered among the countless stars, gazing out over the land that would soon be his domain. The territory beneath him was modest in size, far from the grand utopia he had always envisioned. Yet he had chosen a compromise, a notion almost unimaginable to him. All his life, he had detested the very idea of compromise. It was his refusal to bargain with humanity, his insistence on solving everything by force, that had shaped both himself and the Brotherhood of Mutants into what they were today. He once believed he would never yield, not for anything. But in the end, he had learned the lesson of compromise. Tomorrow, here on this ground, the world's first mutant nation, indeed the first in history, would be born. All eyes would turn to this place. The world's, and especially those of the fearmongers ranting about the mutant threat. Are you ready? Eric's voice sounded quietly behind him. He appeared, carrying a large case in one hand. The next few days are going to be quite the spectacle. There's nothing left to prepare. Everything that could be done has been done. The rest is in God's hands now. Magneto smiled with an air of ease, radiating the presence of a true master. Oh, I thought our Magneto didn't believe in God. I'm surprised you'd say that, Eric said, raising an eyebrow at him. Magneto snorted with commanding disdain. Of course, I don't believe in him. That's exactly why his will never matters to me. Our success is inevitable. Eric laughed, the tension lifting from his face. He handed the case over. Take care with this. It's the most dangerous weapon in the world. Magneto accepted it with both hands, nodding gravely. Thank you. There's no need for thanks between us. The next day, as the first rays of sunlight in 2002 touched the Earth, a tremendous boom echoed from Latveria, marking the end of a centuries-old royal palace and announcing the dawn of the nation's strongest and most formidable ruler. This historic moment was broadcast live by television stations across the internet. Anyone with an interest in Doom was glued to the screen. His lifelong friend and eternal rival, Reed Richards, Mr. Fantastic, watched. So did his former lover, Sue Storm, the Invisible Woman, who had betrayed him. Students and professors from New York State University were watching, as were the FBI and CIA agents who had him on their most wanted lists and the ever-vigilant agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. Even the neighboring countries of Latveria had their eyes fixed on the broadcast. And then, there was nothing more to say. After all, Latvinia was just a tiny nation of only 500,000 people, smaller than the average city in most countries. Who would pay much attention to her? Yet this small patch of land was about to draw the eyes of the entire world. Across the river from Latvinia, a new nation had just declared its birth. The country of mutants, Utopia. The world was thrown into an uproar. Over 90% of people believed it had to be a joke. Mutants, a race considered so dangerous and wicked. How could they possibly found a nation? It was simply unbelievable. And to make matters even more startling, their king was none other than the infamous Magneto, Max Eisenhardt, wanted for heinous crimes in numerous countries and by several organizations. This is a mutant conspiracy. The mutants want to rule the world. We should have wiped out all the mutants long ago. No, it's the American government pulling the strings behind all this. This is their plot. Gentlemen, we can't afford to wait any longer. If they succeed in founding this nation, the mutant issue will become an international crisis. They'll be more dangerous than ever. A middle-aged man in the uniform of a U.S. Army colonel pounded the table in front of him, his knuckles red from the force, though he seemed not to notice at all. This was a secret conference room in the White House. Everyone present outranked him. Even General Ross sat ramrod straight, the very image of discipline. The colonel's uncontrolled outburst spoke volumes about just how deeply this matter had shaken him. "Colonel Stryker, I think you're getting a little too worked up," the vice president said coolly, casting a glance at Stryker from beside the president. According to international law, for a disputed territory to achieve de facto independence, it must either be occupied by one side for over 100 years, or the sovereign nation must have lost effective control for at least a century. I suspect that, sandwiched between Serbia and Kosovo, mutants may not fare any better there than they do in America. Mr. Vice President, you're underestimating mutants. Stryker struggled to contain his anger, though the veins bulging on his forehead betrayed his fury. My father and my wife were both killed by mutants. I've dealt with them all my life. No one knows them better than I do. They always find ways to make humans bend to their will. Bend to their will? General Ross gave a cold, mirthless chuckle. Do you really think they can control the whole world? Stryker, if I recall correctly, isn't your own son a mutant? And not just any mutant, but one who can manipulate human minds. The conference room descended into chaos. Seated around the table were high-ranking American officials, and nothing terrified them more than the thought of someone peering into the secrets locked away in their minds. They whispered among themselves, casting increasingly unfriendly glances at Stryker. Stryker felt his breath catch in his chest. He fixed General Ross with a deep, searching look, then drew in a slow breath and nodded solemnly. Yes, gentlemen, my son, whom they call the Master of Illusions, is a mutant who can conjure phantoms within the human mind. My wife died because of him. The room erupted instantly. Heads leaned together, voices rising in alarm and disbelief. But, Stryker bellowed, silencing the room with a single word. I no longer have a son. All that remains is Weapon X, subject number 143. The cold cruelty in Stryker's declaration sent a chill through everyone present. At just that moment, a soldier played footage of Weapon X. As they watched the evidence that Stryker had turned his own flesh and blood into a weapon, every gaze upon him changed, growing wary and unsettled. That's enough for today. The president, who had been silent until now, finally stood to deliver his verdict. Stryker, you are authorized to proceed to Europe. However, your actions will not be acknowledged by the United States government. The moment you and your men cross our border, you will lose your status as American citizens. A heavy silence fell over the room. Everyone immediately pretended not to have heard anything, even the vice president and General Ross, who now busied themselves studying the patterns on the tabletop. Stryker swept a contemptuous gaze around the table, offered the president a curt salute, and strode out of the conference room. Just as he crossed the threshold, a voice sounded at his side. Colonel Stryker, I believe I can help you. Get ready. Stryker and Bolivar have joined forces. Eric relayed the news to Magneto with perfect timing. Magneto responded with a calm smile. It was always within our expectations, wasn't it? Indeed. Two enemies dealt with at once. Fortune is on our side, Eric said, setting down the phone with a chuckle. Right on cue, a knock sounded at the door behind him. Come in. Sir, lunch is served. Gideon Malik himself pushed in the dining card, his face adorned with a warm, welcoming smile. French cuisine today. The snails are especially exquisite. Oh, then I must try them. Eric stood up with a grin. Behind him, an entire wall had been transformed into a mosaic of screens, 100 television monitors stacked from floor to ceiling. Eric was now impersonating Hive, who possessed the ability to learn at a rapid pace. To keep Gideon Malik from noticing anything amiss, he followed the original storyline, allowing Gideon Malik to build this wall of televisions. On an ordinary day, 100 screens would each be playing a different program. But today, every screen had been switched to shows about the founding of the mutant nation. Gideon Malik immediately sensed something unusual. He glanced at the television wall and smiled, asking, Sir, are you keeping an eye on the mutants? Mutants are the descendants of anomalies, while we, the Inhumans, are the products of the Eternal's experiments. The conflict between us is written into our very genes, Eric replied, popping a French snail into his mouth. It was indeed delicious. Gideon Malik pondered for a few seconds, then offered a faint smile. I see. We'll make some trouble for the mutants. No, we're going to help them. Eric tossed aside the empty snail shell and laced his fingers together. This world is vast, but people with powers are few and far between. We need someone to draw the world's attention, to stand at the forefront on our behalf. Help them. At the very least, let America gain one more enemy. Gideon Malik immediately understood his meaning and nodded knowingly. Understood. After finishing lunch together, Gideon Malik took his leave. Eric stood before the television wall, his silhouette gradually blurring. In no time at all, countless tiny particles separated from his body, swirling together to form a hazy, human-shaped figure his exact size. The figure swiftly sprouted clothing, hair, even skin tone. In the end, it looked exactly like Eric himself. Eric nodded in satisfaction, waved at his star-eating bee double, and the double took a seat in front of the television dramas. Meanwhile, Eric opened a portal and vanished from the room. The real show was about to begin. Colonel, we've arrived at the designated area, but we've run into a problem. Aboard an unmarked transport plane, a young soldier, his national insignias torn off, hurried over to Stryker with a panicked expression. Stryker, now stripped of his uniform as well, was here for personal vengeance, not national duty. He had nothing left to lose. What is it? The X-weapon. He's too heavy. Our parachutes can't support his weight. Then don't use parachutes. He doesn't need them. Stryker shoved the soldier aside, swept his gaze over the others in the cabin, and shouted, Soldiers, I'll spare you the speeches. Each of you has a blood feud with the mutants. Now's your chance for revenge. Join me. Let's take down those bastards. Kill. Every soldier leapt to their feet, their battle cries thunderous, the air thick with murderous intent. Deploy the X-weapon. Then get ready with our new toys. Parachute in 10 minutes. At Stryker's command, a massive iron crate, 3 meters square, was hurled from the rear of the plane. From inside the box came the unmistakable sound of a beast howling. Raven, look, what did I say? We're headed back to the battlefield after all. Magneto gazed skyward, his voice cold as he spoke to Mystique. To keep the fighting from spilling into his own territory, Magneto had chosen the banks of the Danube as the battleground. Other than his secluded cottage, there were no buildings for miles around. They're coming. Mystique, too, looked up, but she saw nothing. The sky was overcast, and Stryker's plane was hidden above the thick clouds. Without Magneto's gift for sensing magnetic fields, she could detect no sign of them. They're coming, Magneto replied, his gaze fixed on the sky as he carefully sensed the objects plummeting down. But it seems the advance team is made up of our own kind. The Weapon X program? Mystique narrowed her eyes, her voice laced with hatred. That wretched Weapon X project had brought suffering to so many of their kin, and now Stryker was using it against them once again. It's just a minor inconvenience, Magneto scoffed, stretching his hand toward the sky. The massive iron crate, hurtling downward, halted abruptly a meter above the ground. From within, there was a violent crash. With a wave of his other hand, Magneto effortlessly tore the crate apart. In a shower of metal fragments, the mutant inside was about to be revealed to them all. But then, something unexpected happened. With a deafening blast, the crate exploded, not powerful enough to kill, but enough to scatter fragments everywhere and blow the container wide open. At that moment, a strange wave of energy swept across the area, and every mutant present instantly lost their powers. An X-gene suppressor. Magneto's face turned ashen, but what truly chilled him was the sight at the heart of the blast. A figure slowly rose from the wreckage, body covered in wounds, his face a bloody, mangled mess. Blood dripped from his hands, but on each of them, 2 pairs of adamantium claws gleamed coldly. Wolverine. Even with his healing powers suppressed by the X-gene inhibitor, his adamantium skeleton and claws remained as deadly as ever. With a guttural roar, Wolverine's bloodshot eyes locked onto Magneto, and he charged. Max, run! Mystique, now stripped of her abilities, her blue skin fading to that of an ordinary woman, paid no heed to her exposed form. She shoved Magneto from behind and leaped straight at Wolverine. Steel flashed. In a heartbeat, Mystique's beautiful eyes widened in shock as she was cut cleanly in two. Raven, no. Magneto's eyes went wild with grief as he reached out, desperately trying to command the adamantium, but it was useless. Nothing happened. Wolverine was clearly programmed with a single target in mind. He paid no attention to the mutants around him, pursuing Magneto with relentless focus, and only those who dared to block his path received the sharp fury of his claws. Aside from a few die-hard followers of Magneto, the other mutants had already fled far from the chaos, but it was all in vain. Suddenly, the rapid rattle of gunfire erupted from above as Stryker descended with his army. Accompanying them were dozens of bizarrely designed robots, sentinel units provided by Bolivar Trask. Before their boots even touched the ground, they raised their guns and unleashed a merciless hail of bullets on the mutants below, snuffing out lives without hesitation. It was a massacre, an inhuman slaughter of staggering cruelty. Gunfire thundered through the air, smoke and the stench of battle blanketing the field. Stryker and his soldiers had not even landed before they achieved a brutal victory. Yet, compared to the Sentinels, their efforts paled into insignificance. These were machines devised by the diminutive scientist Bolivar Trask, built solely for the extermination of mutants. Though he had not yet succeeded in crafting the ultimate Sentinel using Mystique's genetic material, this generation of Sentinels had already undergone several upgrades. To counter the diverse abilities of mutants, they were outfitted with an arsenal of bullets, missiles, lasers, sonic waves, and flamethrowers. Against powerless mutants, the Sentinels were colder and more ruthless than Stryker's troops. Each time a mutant fell, the machines would advance, delivering a final, brutal blow, giant blades slicing bodies clean in two. The slaughter was utterly one-sided. Stryker erupted in triumphant, unrestrained laughter as the battlefield became a wasteland of corpses and shattered flesh. In the end, even Wolverine collapsed in a pool of blood. Stryker laughed, but far away in America, the president was on the verge of tears. This was a conspiracy, a plot orchestrated by the mutants. From the moment Stryker's plane appeared in the skies above Utopia, every TV station across the United States was hacked. All regular programming was forcibly replaced with live coverage of Stryker's slaughter, broadcast for all to see. The president was certain this would not be limited to America alone. In the second half of the broadcast, the camera panned over the fallen mutants, revealing scenes of hell to the watching world. Then, lens froze on Stryker's face, twisted in wild, manic laughter, a grotesque expression far more revolting than the carnage behind him. But it didn't end there. Stryker's face shrank to the upper left corner of the screen, while the rest displayed his biography for all to see. The notorious Weapon X program was exposed. His atrocities against mutants were listed one by one. Videos played, showing his experiments on living mutants, and most shocking of all, footage surfaced of him using his own son as a test subject, an act of unspeakable cruelty. He is a monster, a demon, a bastard who should never have existed in this world. Next appeared the short scientist, Bolivar Trask. His photograph was shown alongside his Sentinel robots. His hands, too, were stained with blood. In order to counter the powers of mutants, he dissected even more of them than Stryker ever did. Many of his victims were even dissected alive. On the screen, countless mutants writhed and screamed under his scalpel, their voices hoarse with agony, their cries echoing until their bodies were hollowed out and they surrendered to death in utter despair. In living rooms across the country, parents hurried to cover their children's eyes or sent the kids back to their bedrooms, but they themselves found it impossible to look away from the television. Mom, are mutants really bad? Of course they're all bad people. But why? What do they do? Why is the American government treating them like this? Why send such monsters to slaughter them? I don't know. The government says they're dangerous. But look, oh my God, there are children among the mutants, and that boy is even younger than ours. I don't know. No one could remain calm in the face of such bloodshed. Countless questions born of conscience surged in the hearts of people everywhere. How many mutants are there? When the Scarlet Witch uttered those fateful words, "No more mutants," their numbers were at their peak in this cycle. But even then, there were only about 2 million mutants worldwide. And what of the world's population? According to the 2001 census, there were 6.19 billion people. 2 million among nearly 6.2 billion. That's just 0.03%. In other words, for every 10,000 people, only 3 would be mutants. How many mutants would an ordinary person meet in a lifetime? How often would they witness one use their powers? How many times would they actually see a mutant commit a crime with their abilities? Very rarely. Most people would go their entire lives without ever meeting one. All they knew was hearsay. Today, the news reported a mutant attack. Yesterday, the paper claimed mutants caused trouble somewhere else. Some of these stories were true, but many were the result of those in power manipulating public opinion. The masses, ignorant of the real truth, made up a huge portion of society. Now, as the grisly footage of mutants being slaughtered played out before their eyes, sympathy for mutants and hatred for Stryker and his ilk welled up in their hearts. Stryker is finished. Trask is finished too. The president closed his eyes. He had not been without hope of saving them. He tried dozens of times to reach Stryker on the European front, but every call failed to get through. The hackers hadn't just seized control of the TV stations. They'd even managed to infiltrate the military's secret satellite phones. Damn it, where's the head of cybersecurity? When the hell will this damned network and communications be restored? The president hurled the phone aside in a fit of rage, bellowing hysterically. A balding young man stood up, sweat beading on his forehead. Mr. President, we've just located the Trojan virus planted by the hacker. We're in the process of cracking it now. How much longer will it take? About 2 hours. Idiot. 2 hours. In 2 hours, the protesters will have blocked the gates of the White House. The president was furious, pounding the table so hard his hand turned red before he finally stopped, gasping for breath. At that moment, his eyes narrowed, and his expression slowly twisted into something ruthless. General Ross, have we found the nuclear bomb that the mutants stole from us last month? Nuclear bomb? When did the mutants? General Ross was caught off guard, but quickly understood the president's meaning. His face changed, and he hurried forward, lowering his voice in protest. Mr. President, we can't do this. Why not? The president glared at Ross with icy malice. That hacker, we still don't know what his real goal is. What if he's waiting for you to use the nuke? But the president hadn't finished speaking when suddenly the screen flickered. The broadcast everyone thought had ended resumed unexpectedly. Amidst a landscape of rubble, a green mutant crawled out. He appeared barely an adult, his body covered in emerald scales. Gills flared at his neck, webbing stretched. Between his fingers and his large, bewildered eyes took in the hellish scene around him. 2 streaks of blood traced down from the corners of his eyes. He was crying blood. There were still mutants alive. With a twisted grin, Stryker aimed his gun at the unlucky survivor. Bang! A shot rang out, but the expected outcome never came. Instead, a shadowy figure appeared before the green mutant. He wore a black metal mask, a dark cloak billowing behind him, and stood there with icy composure. Yet, to viewers watching at home, his presence made their hearts race. They couldn't help but root for him. Dr. Doom had arrived. He stood tall and unyielding before the green mutant, a bulwark against every assault. Victor Von Doom, what's this? Tired of playing king in your shoebox, throne room? You want to meddle in my affairs now? Stryker sneered, his gun still trained on Doom. Behind him, soldiers and sentinel robots raised their weapons, ready for battle. Such merciless slaughter will send you straight to a military tribunal. Dr. Doom replied coldly, surveying the scene as if the hundreds of guns pointed his way were nothing more than sticks for stoking a fire. A military tribunal? Huh. Stryker burst out laughing, clutching his sides. No one will ever know what happened here. And even if they did, what of it? 2 hours ago, we all resigned our commissions and renounced our U.S. citizenship. Besides, these are mutants. Animals. They're not even human. So what if we kill more of them? The arrogance in his words left Dr. Doom as cold as ice, and the viewers in front of their TVs were so furious they nearly smashed their screens. Latveria recognizes Utopia's independence and sovereignty. We acknowledge her as a fully sovereign nation. Today, Latveria formally establishes diplomatic relations with Utopia, and we have a duty to protect our allies from any violation. Dr. Doom stepped forward, his voice echoing with authority. What? A sovereign nation? Ha ha ha. Stryker laughed so hard that tears nearly rolled down his face. Have you ever read international law? Utopia? She doesn't even have the basic qualifications to be a sovereign state. Besides, does your recognition even matter? Will America recognize her? Will Russia? Will China? Not to mention them. Will even Serbia or Kosovo? No country, except for you, would recognize a nation founded by animals. As if in response to his words, the live TV broadcast abruptly switched scenes. The leader of Serbia suddenly convened a press conference, declaring their recognition of Utopia as a legitimate, sovereign nation, and fiercely condemning the United States for its bloody, violent interference in another country's sovereignty. Immediately, the scene shifted to Kosovo, where its leader spoke the same message and expressed the same sentiment. Not only were ordinary viewers left in shock, even the President of the United States was at a loss. What was going on? Weren't you two just recently invaded? Why are you suddenly siding with the so-called aggressors? And Serbia is one thing, but Kosovo? You're a self-declared state barely recognized by anyone, and now you're running to recognize someone else? What sense does that make? New York, Westchester, Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters. Professor X removed the cerebro helmet, his face full of inner conflict, and turned to Hank beside him. Was that a bit foolish of me? Hank's face was all scrunched up, and he nodded awkwardly. A little, Professor. Do you think Magneto and the others will succeed? I don't know, but I truly hope they do. The audience in front of their televisions were utterly confused, but Stryker was oblivious. Convinced that no one would ever discover what was happening there, he pointed arrogantly at Dr. Doom. Doom, go crawl back into your shoebox, and stay there. No sooner had he spoken than a sentinel behind him sprang into action, launching an attack at Dr. Doom. A brilliant beam of energy shot toward him with deadly force. Dr. Doom didn't budge an inch. In an instant, a shimmering energy shield appeared silently before him, absorbing the attack. Then, with a few intricate gestures, he traced arcane magical runes. In the air, pointed at the Sentinel from afar, and a jet of emerald magic struck squarely at its chest. The Sentinel robot was enormous, standing at least 4 or 5 meters tall. The spell struck only its thigh, but from that single point, destruction began to unfold. Its shell, made from some unknown material, corroded rapidly, like a spoon plunged into aqua regia, the damage spreading swiftly across its surface. In the blink of an eye, the corrosion had consumed its entire body. The robot didn't even get the chance to fire a second shot before it was reduced to a heap of debris. Stryker's pupils contracted sharply. He pressed his finger hard against the trigger. Attack! Attack! Take down that monster! At his command, the soldiers launched their assault, and the Sentinel robots joined the fray as well. The battlefield erupted in a cacophony of gunfire and explosions, with lasers and sonic blasts ricocheting in every direction. Dr. Doom glanced back at the green-skinned mutant, who stood frozen in terror, then resolutely stepped forward once more. Blending science and sorcery, he layered himself with every manner of defensive enchantment and technology, bracing himself against the barrage from Stryker and his men. He was a true hero. Countless viewers in front of their televisions prayed for him, cheering him on with all their hearts. It was as if Dr. Doom could feel their strength, for he stood firm against the onslaught. His hands moved in a relentless rhythm, unleashing wave after wave of magic and advanced weaponry, destroying Sentinel after Sentinel. Damn it, why is he only attacking the robots? Exactly. Take out that bloody butcher already. Why isn't he going after Stryker? Is Doom sparing him on purpose? Doom, if you take down Stryker, I'll call you a real man. A chorus of doubts and shouts of encouragement erupted before television screens everywhere, all urging Dr. Doom to finish off Stryker. Yet Doom paid them no heed. He pressed on, undeterred by the fierce attacks, his focus fixed solely on dismantling the Sentinel robots. Director, should we intervene? Doom's actions have gone far beyond the norm. Technically, we ought to step in. Coulson looked helplessly at the silent man with the eye patch, who remained glued to the television screen. Since the broadcast began, the director's single, I hadn't left the screen for even a moment. His instincts told him that things were far more complicated than they appeared, and he was determined not to make the wrong call. Whose phone is that? The director didn't take his eyes off the screen, but he knew perfectly well that Coulson had just answered a call. Coulson shrugged in resignation. The president's office. They want us to resolve this as quickly as possible. They want us to, the director replied without any change in expression. Remind them that S.H.I.E.L.D. is an international organization, not a subsidiary of the United States. All right, Coulson pursed his lips and left the room, looking anything but happy. No sooner had he stepped out than a tall woman entered. Hill, what is it? He asked. Hill's expression was grave. Director, Mr. Gideon Malik is on the line. Patch him through. The director still hadn't taken his eye off the television. He's already gone. He asked me to pass on a message from the World Security Council. At this moment, Nick Fury finally shifted his gaze, his single eye fixed on Hill. What did he say? He said that at the right moment, he hopes we'll lend the mutants a helping hand. Meanwhile, Dr. Doom was still fending off Stryker's assault. But as more and more Sentinel robots were destroyed, the pressure on him eased bit by bit. Stryker, realizing how dire things were becoming, leaned in to whisper a few words to one of his soldiers. Apparently, there was still some secret weapon up his sleeve. But just then, something unexpected happened. The Green Mutant, whom Dr. Doom had been shielding all this time, suddenly lifted his head and looked skyward. There a streak of light tore through the storm clouds. A blazing meteor, wreathed in fire, hurtled down toward them. Right behind it, a massive shadow loomed out from the clouds. Even from a great distance, its size was unmistakable and overwhelming. Strikers. Attacks ceased. Doom, too, lifted his head in wary caution. A colossal starship burst through the atmosphere, hot on the meteor's trail. Aliens had arrived. Damn it, what is that? Why is there an alien warship now? Isn't Earth chaotic enough already? The president, beside himself with rage, swept everything off his desk, shattering it all to pieces. He turned on his trembling secretary and roared, "Get me S.H.I.E.L.D. Find out what the hell is going on." At S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, the moment Fury caught sight of the warship, he shot to his feet. As an agent who'd once scavenged in outer space himself, he recognized it instantly. A Kree warship. Get Eric on the line now. There was only one person on Earth. Only him, a man like a living god, who could stand against a Kree warship. Coulson scrambled to make call after call, finally reporting with a grave face. Director, Mr. Eric left over 2 months ago to join a NASA deep space program. He vanished after that. No one's heard from him since. Deep space program? What kind of program is that? Why am I the last to know? Fury's single eye bore down on Coulson, fierce as a predator. It was a secret project organized by Mr. Gideon Malik, supposedly to explore an alien planet. That's all we know. The details are classified. Sweat beaded on Coulson's brow, not from Fury's glare, but from the fear of that warship. He'd seen what those ships could do. Damn it. Get Gideon Malik on the phone. Ever since he spoke to us earlier, his phone's been off. So has his secretary's. Fury spat out a curse. What about Stark? Which Stark? Coulson was momentarily caught off guard. Both of them. Oh, Coulson hurried to clarify. According to Captain Rogers' last report, Mr. Howard is currently on the moon. We haven't been able to reach him. As for Tony, he's been locked away in his lab for over 2 months now. He's cut off all network connections and replaced the entire security system. These days, even Pepper can't get in. Damn you, Stark. Send someone over and break down his lab door. Fury bellowed, shoving Coulson out the door. He pulled out a pager, thumb hovering over the button, but after several false starts, he hesitated and put it away. High above Utopia, the fiery meteor was dropping lower and lower. Soon, someone managed to get a good look at it. It turned out to be a spaceship, smaller than most, its shape reminiscent of a bird, soaring with outstretched wings. But this bird was badly wounded. One wing was bent at a terrible angle, and there was a gaping hole torn through its belly, spewing flames and thick black smoke. Trailing behind was a massive warship, clearly in hot pursuit. It unleashed volley after volley of energy blasts, while the bird ship darted and weaved barely, dodging the attacks. But the barrage was relentless, and before long, several blasts struck home. It was clear the bird ship couldn't hold out much longer. Suddenly, several tiny points of light shot out from the bird ship, scattering in all directions. Then, streaming smoke, the damaged vessel hurtled downward in a steep dive, aimed straight for the battlefield. Get out of there! Doom was the first to sense danger. Slinging the green mutant over his shoulder, he unleashed some combination of magic and technology, and in an instant broke the sound barrier, racing toward Latveria at impossible speed. Stryker, meanwhile, was still frozen in awe at this rare spectacle of alien ships battling overhead. It wasn't until his men's panicked shouts jarred him to his senses that he realized the bird ship was quite possibly heading straight for him. Time to run. For a split second he hesitated, then pushed his speed to the limit. But he was only human. How fast could he possibly run? In that moment, he cursed Dr. Doom for destroying all the Sentinel robots. If only he still had them, those machines could fly. With a thunderous explosion, like a meteor slamming into the earth, a towering mushroom cloud rose up in an instant. Stryker never made out. The notorious mutant killer met his end, his soul dispatched to hell in the blink of an eye. And it wasn't just Stryker. His soldiers, along with the countless bodies of dead mutants littering the field, were all obliterated in the blast, reduced to nothing but dust. Well struck. Back in America, the president couldn't help but cheer. All the evidence had been wiped out. What a relief. General Ross cleared his throat quietly, reminding the president to mind his demeanor. The president quickly composed himself, adopting a look of solemn compassion. Then, a sudden realization hit him. This was being broadcast live to the whole world. What did it matter if the evidence was gone? Everyone had already seen it. At that, his face darkened again. What's S.H.I.E.L.D.'s response? Director Fury said that was a Kree warship, the most shameless bandits in the entire universe. Is there no possibility for negotiations? The president's expression gradually grew grave as he realized the seriousness of the situation. The secretary shook his head with the same heavy look. I confirmed with Director Fury multiple times. He said that a few years ago, the Kree tried to destroy Earth, and it was S.H.I.E.L.D. who stopped them. Then let them stop them again. Mr. President, Director Fury wants to use the military's orbital weapons. Give them to him. Director, we've received the launch codes for the Department of Defense's orbital weapons. Deploy them immediately. Combine them with our own. Director, our orbital weapons are in position. Hold position. Wait until the military's orbital weapons are ready, then fire together. Make sure to set the energy to maximum. We only have one shot at this. Inside S.H.I.E.L.D., Fury issued commands with a somber face. Just then, Coulson jogged over, leaned in, and whispered, Director, Tony's lab exploded. He hasn't slept for a week, and the blast knocked him out. No matter what we do, we can't wake him. Fury shook his head in exasperation. Let him sleep. Director, all orbital weapons are now in position. Fire. Above Utopia, after the explosion of the bird spaceship, the Kree warship ceased its assault, but it didn't stop descending. It looked as if it intended to land on the ground. Just then, hundreds of intense, white beams suddenly shot down from the sky. Each one was 10 meters in diameter, their energy condensed into almost tangible form. In an instant, every orbital weapon unleashed all its stored power, a force that would take half a year of sunlight to replenish. The white beams fell like divine judgment, striking the Kree warship with devastating might. Yet, a thin, energy shield held firm before them. Even this heavenly barrage couldn't pierce that shield. The Kree warship seemed enraged. Its cannons swiveled and fired energy blasts, trying to shoot down the orbital weapons. But thick, brooding clouds hid the sky, making it difficult to target. After a volley, only a few weapons were destroyed. Meanwhile, viewers at home began to notice something strange. Aliens had appeared, yet the live broadcast continued. "What's that?" A sharp-eyed viewer spotted something odd on the screen, though it was far away and only a blurry shadow could be seen. The broadcaster seemed to notice too, zooming in to reveal the green-skinned mutant, carrying a large metal case, slowly making his way toward the Kree warship. As he walked, he opened the case and drew out a weapon that looked much like a single-soldier rocket launcher, though its design was strikingly futuristic. Standing firm, he planted himself there, hoisting the weapon onto his shoulder and aiming it at the Kree warship. Under his breath, he murmured something, and those who could read lips caught his words. "My name is Jimmy. I'm just an ordinary mutant, but even more so, I am an Earthling. Earth is my home, and I will not allow you to destroy her." All eyes across the world were fixed on this not-so-handsome young man. On his still, somewhat boyish face, there was fear, there was sorrow, but above all, there was determination, the resolve to defend his homeland to the very end. At S.H.I.E.L.D., Nick Fury paused, his finger hovering above the pager, his single eye locked on Jimmy. Over at the Pentagon, the president's nuclear football had already had its code entered, just waiting for the key to be turned. Yet, everyone's attention had shifted to the television screen. General Ross, too, moved his finger away from the dial on his phone, turning his focus from the green-skinned figure on the other end of the line to the one now filling the screen. Scenes like this were unfolding in different corners of the world. Every nation possessed its own secret weapons and was bracing for the worst. But in this moment, time itself seemed to freeze, as all attention was drawn to this green-skinned mutant. What is it he's holding? Can it really take down an alien warship? The question echoed in countless hearts. Look at that logo. That's the Doom Corporation insignia. Is this one of Doom's black tech inventions, like the ones he used against those robots? But such a small weapon. How can it possibly contend with a massive alien warship? Maybe it's magic? Doom just used magic a moment ago. Magic isn't all-powerful. That's an alien warship we're talking about. With the world watching, Jimmy drew a deep breath. His green, webbed hand caressed the mysterious weapon, and a swirling green mist began to envelop it, casting a gentle yet unmissable emerald glow. The weapon seemed to undergo a transformation. Dr. Doom's science and sorcery, fused with the mutant's own powers, appeared to elevate this mysterious device to a whole new level. Jimmy slowly squeezed the trigger. A dim green beam shot forth, carrying the hopes of billions, and struck the Kree warship's energy shield with force. Everyone held their breath, eyes locked on the tiny green mark that had appeared. 1 second passed. Nothing happened. People grew even more anxious. 2 seconds, and still no change. A sense of dread crept into countless hearts. 3 seconds, still no sign of anything. Disappointment began to settle in. For seconds, just as everyone began to think this was merely the last, stubborn stand of a mutant, the Kree warship finally began to change at a single point of green. Appeared on the transparent energy shield, like a drop of ink falling into a pond. It simmered there for a full 4 seconds before finally beginning to spread. Was it a second? Or 2? To everyone watching, it felt as if it all happened in the blink of an eye. That speck of green swiftly surged across the entire energy shield. Then, as if everyone was fooled by their own senses, a soft sound echoed in their ears, a delicate pop, reminiscent of soap bubble bursting. The shield, which had so effortlessly withstood the bombardment of hundreds of orbital weapons, shattered into fragments in an instant. Yet this was not the end. The shattering green shield, much like the green light before it, quickly clung to the Kree warship. The collapse began. The green light, drop by drop, resembled aqua regia dripping onto a warship made of nothing but paper, corroding massive holes through the hull in the blink of an eye. One gaping hole after another widened and merged together, and within just a few heartbeats, the enormous Kree warship was reduced to a chilling heap of green dust. A gentle rain began to fall from the sky, washing over the mound of green powder and carrying it toward the earth below. Damn! It felt as if the entire planet trembled. Every eye was fixed on the dust being swept away by the rain. This was the very substance that had dissolved a Kree warship in mere breaths. What if it reached the ground? A collective gasp swept through the crowd, sharp and tense. The rain touched the earth softly, yet the imagined catastrophe did not unfold. The green dust, like grains of soil, simply settled into the ground, leaving not a trace of damage behind. Shield. Natasha, get to Utopia now. I want every single detail on that weapon. And bring me that mutant. Fury shoved his pager back into his pocket, his shout jolting everyone staring wide-eyed at the television back to their senses. The Pentagon, CIA, FBI, IRS, Area 51, all the special agencies I don't even know about move. Now, that weapon must belong to America. The president braced himself against his desk, roaring at his assembled staff beneath him. Scenes like these played out in every country, every organization, all descending into a frenzy. But the ordinary viewers sitting in front of their televisions knew nothing of this. All they knew was that this mutant named Jimmy had saved the Earth, had saved the entire world. He was the savior of all mankind, the hero of the world. People stared in stunned silence as the rain washed away that mound of green dust on the screen. Then, as if a spell had lifted, they leapt to their feet, cheering wildly, for life, for victory over the aliens, and for Jimmy. The streamer seemed to know as well that this grand spectacle had finally come to an end. Amidst the cheers, the television screen faded to black, leaving behind only a simple, sketch-like eye icon. In an instant, the drawing transformed into a single word, Tide. Immediately after, a phrase appeared, reveal the truth to the world. The closing moments of the live stream flashed by swiftly, appearing and disappearing within a heartbeat. Only a handful of viewers caught this fleeting change, but that didn't stop the mysterious Tide organization from becoming the subject of heated discussion, rivaling the fervor surrounding Jimmy's saving of the world. Nations around the globe quickly dispatched agents to investigate the enigmatic group. For a long time to come, every intelligence agency in the world would find itself deeply preoccupied. In the days that followed, the alien invasion and Jimmy's heroic deeds dominated conversations worldwide, quietly overshadowing the once-burning topic of the mutants' founding of a nation. The elusive Tide organization continued to fulfill its promise, surfacing from time to time on the internet. With remarkable cunning, they slipped through the nets cast by agents and hackers alike, steadily unveiling new truths about the aftermath of the mutant nation's birth. After Jimmy's thunderous strike that destroyed the Kree warship, he was celebrated as a hero and elevated to the throne of Utopia. His first act as king was to announce the establishment of diplomatic relations with Latveria, pledging enduring friendship between their peoples. Next came the matter of the mysterious weapon. Tide revealed that it was nothing more than a corrosive ray device developed by the Doom Corporation. Its power was rather mediocre. As it happened, Utopia's first king, Jimmy, possessed the dual abilities of underwater survival and the manipulation of a corrosive energy. By sheer coincidence, when these two forces combined, they unleashed devastation on a scale never before seen. Then came another revelation. Those few glimmers that shot from the exploded bird-shaped ship were, in fact, alien escape pods. By some twist of fate, they all crashed near the Danube River. Utopia and Latveria acted swiftly, joining forces to secure every last pod before anyone else could reach them. For a time, Tide became synonymous with the truth. They always seemed to unearth the facts and share them with the world. But was this truly the whole truth? Let's turn back the clock to a time before the truth was told. Stryker was about to arrive on the battlefield. Outer space. In this world, for any nation to gain true and independent sovereignty, mere sympathy from others is never enough. One must possess formidable military might as a deterrent. Eric spoke in a low voice as he stepped through the portal into the boundless cosmos. With a wave of his hand, a massive warship shed its cloak of invisibility and emerged before him. At his side stood the soon-to-be deceased Magneto. Magneto gazed in silence at the colossal vessel now revealed. He closed his eyes, sensing every inch and every detail of the warship through his magnetic field. Eric waited for several minutes before he had to pat his companion on the shoulder, breaking his concentration. We don't have much time left. Magneto looked at the warship with deep regret. So much unfamiliar technology covered every inch of it, and he had only managed to glimpse a small fraction. If only he'd had a bit more time to unravel everything on board, his mastery of technology would surely have soared to new heights. Such a perfect work of art. What a shame. Don't make that face. It's just a Kree warship, isn't it? I'll get you one myself next time, Eric said, exasperated, as he opened the hatch and pulled Magneto inside. You said it. Magneto never lies to Magneto. I'll make a note of it. Eric owes me one Kree warship. Magneto followed him in, grinning from ear to ear, his wrinkles bunching together with delight. Watching his counterpart behave so childishly, Eric was at a loss for words. He couldn't help but think that Magneto must have caught his own playful spirit. Once aboard, Eric and Magneto immediately spotted a small ship shaped remarkably like a bird, parked at the center. Several Skrulls were busy attaching something to it. "Eric, you finally made it. Are you sure you want us to land on Earth in this thing? Besides a metal shell and an escape pod, it's just a few chairs. Are you trying to get us killed?" Talos rapped the bird ship twice, and the result was immediate. A wing dropped off with a clang. Talos was speechless. He called over a crane, trying to reattach the wing. "Leave it. Just like that, it's fine. In fact, smash it up a bit more, open a hole over there." Eric stopped Talos and even directed a few Skrulls to keep damaging the ship. "I'm absolutely not getting on that ship." Talos shook his large green head, his face turning even greener, if that was possible. "Hey, relax, buddy. I promise you'll all be safe." Eric stepped forward, clapped him on the shoulder, and nodded toward Magneto. "This guy has the exact same powers as I do. With him here, nothing will happen to you." Right on cue, Magneto stepped forward and, with a casual wave of his hand, transformed the fallen bird wing into a large iron ball. Talos' gaze darted between Eric and Magneto, disbelief filling his eyes. "Eric, be honest. How many people like you are there on Earth?" "Probably quite a few. At least a dozen," Eric replied, raising an eyebrow as he tried to recall. People who could control magnetic fields weren't exactly rare. Magneto's daughter, Polaris, could do it. Apocalypse probably could too. Even Professor X's crazy son Legion had the knack, and the Mandarin's magnetic control ring. Whoever wore it could manage as well. And then there are all sorts of beings that far surpass any standard, for whom manipulating magnetic fields is nothing more than a petty trick they can't even be bothered to use. Earth is truly terrifying. Talos shivered, uttering a nervous laugh before falling silent. He quickly moved aside, waiting quietly for Eric's next command. Eric looked at Talos with a hint of disdain for his fragile nerves. How could anyone hope to survive in the Marvel Universe without an unbreakable spirit? Here, at any given moment, a handful of beings could appear and effortlessly wipe out the entire cosmos. "Eric, Stryker is about to arrive," Magneto said, glancing at the monitor beside him as he reminded Eric. Eric nodded, opening a portal. But just as he was about to step through, he hesitated and turned back to ask, "Max, are you sure about this? The Brotherhood of Mutants has 134 members, but your list has only 37 names on it." Magneto's face was grim as he gave a slight nod. "When I founded the Brotherhood, it was for the future of mutant kind. But most of them joined us only after being cast out by society, full of anger. Their reasons for joining have nothing to do with our future. They just want revenge. Utopia is meant to be a haven for mutants, but if we keep those who are driven by vengeance, it could all unravel." Eric stared at him for a few moments before sighing quietly. He stepped through the portal. With a single stride, Eric emerged in Magneto's secluded house, where all 37 mutants on Magneto's list, including Mystique, were waiting, packed tightly into the small space. Eric nodded to them, opened a new portal, and sent them away one by one. Throughout the entire process, not a word was spoken. This was clearly a plan long in the making. Once everyone had left, Eric's body trembled slightly as star-devouring wasps began to pour from him, swirling together to form new figures. In no time at all, 37 mutant doppelgangers appeared, plus Magneto himself, all back inside the small house. The star-devouring wasps were modeled after the ultimate Sentinel robots. The mutant imposters they created could even mimic the X gene. The roar of approaching aircraft grew louder. Eric glanced up with a cold smirk, pulled out a high-definition camera, and vanished into the shadows. The 38 mutant imposters began exiting the house, merging seamlessly into the ranks of the Brotherhood outside. Next would come Wolverine's entrance, Stryker's massacre of the mutants, and Dr. Doom's forceful intervention to protect his allied nation. Eric forced down the fury burning in his heart, recording everything unfolding before him. He sent the footage to Sky, into the future. Once again, the formidable artificial intelligence and his super hacker daughter joined forces, transforming into the organization known as Tide Rising. After that, Magneto took control of a bird spaceship and a Kree warship, staging a spectacular alien spacecraft chase. In the end, he landed the bird with pinpoint precision, crushing Colonel Stryker, the arch-nemesis of the mutants, beneath it. During this chaos, Eric also took the opportunity to rescue the battered Wolverine. With the X-gene suppressor destroyed in an explosion, Wolverine's healing factor returned in full force. He was no longer in danger of dying. Next came Nick Fury's orbital weapon. It was, after all, his own weapon targeting his own fleet, Who else would know best how to use it too? His advantage? The attack looked formidable, but in reality, it was about as effective as 100 flashlights flickering in the dark. Finally, the savior, Jimmy, stepped onto the stage. To make the entire performance appear even more genuine, he had not read the script in advance. He only knew that the weapon in his hand could work, and so, with a single strike from the Starter Swarm weapon, he destroyed the Kree warship. The curtain fell. This, at last, was the hidden truth behind it all. A world-shattering alien invasion, which should have shaken the Earth to its core, ended in a rather anticlimactic fashion. Yet, the aftermath of the incident continued to grip the world's attention. Why was that? Of course, it was because alien escape pods had landed on Earth. This was a historic moment witnessed by all of humanity, the first contact between humans and extraterrestrial civilization. At least, that's what ordinary people believed to be the first time. Utopia and Latveria once again became the focus of global attention. After rescuing all the alien escape pods, the very next day, they announced news that rocked the world. Utopia and Latveria expressed their desire to collaborate with the High Tide organization to live-stream the entire process of humanity's first contact with aliens to the whole world. Moreover, 1 week later, they would invite leaders and renowned scientists from every nation to their countries for the very first interstellar summit with the extraterrestrials. The world was full of praise for the generosity of these two nations. Nothing like this had ever happened before. In the past, whenever any country encountered a suspected alien event, the first instinct was always to cover it up. The most famous example, America's Area 51, was known to everyone, yet after so many years, no one could confirm whether aliens truly existed there. No one believed that these two countries were acting under military pressure. With King Jimmy and Dr. Doom's cutting-edge technology capable of taking down alien warships, what nation could possibly have the confidence to stand against them? For the moment, these two powerful and generous countries won the approval of ordinary people across the globe. As for the world's leaders, they were eager to meet the aliens themselves, so they played along for now. In this atmosphere, countries around the world began to recognize Utopia and Latveria's legitimacy, acknowledging them as fully independent sovereign states. The nation of mutants, Utopia, was thus recognized by the world. Even the President of the United States, after persuasion from General Ross and the Vice President, announced that Bolivar Trask would be brought to trial and acknowledged the sovereignty and territorial integrity of Utopia. This is why I proposed the Avengers Initiative. The Earth needs a special team to handle these extraordinary events. In the secret conference room of S.H.I.E.L.D., Nick Fury stood at the very center, facing the electronic projections of the 4 members of the World Security Council. Gideon Malik's image was among them. There was no need for Fury to recount the details of the situation. After all, in recent days, the founding of the mutant nation and the alien invasion had become common knowledge. There was no way the 4 council members were unaware. The projections of the council members dimmed. Fury remained where he was, knowing this meant the council was discussing the plan he'd presented. Before long, the projections brightened. Again, and Maximilian Eisenhart was the first to speak. Director Fury, we generally agree with your plan. However, we believe that the roster of candidates still requires some discussion. Fury responded with silence. He understood that this back and forth was inevitable, a necessary dance of negotiation. If he could get the council to approve his plan, even in part, he'd already achieved most of his goal. To his surprise, however, the council raised objections to the very first name on his list, the one he valued most. Maximilian Eisenhart continued, Eric Lyncher possesses formidable abilities, which I am well aware of. However, a little over 2 months ago, I invited Mr. Lyncher to participate in a confidential project. There was an incident midway through, and Mr. Lyncher was gravely injured. I don't believe it's appropriate for him to be included. With that, Eisenhart glanced symbolically to either side. The other 3 council members nodded in agreement, clearly having reached a consensus. Fury frowned in thought for a moment, then nodded decisively. Fine, Eric can be left out. Eric might not join the Avengers, but he's still LD's technical advisor. If something comes up, I can always invite him separately. He's a good man. If Earth is in danger, he'll show up for sure. Besides, if he's not officially an Avenger, I don't even have to pay him a salary. What's not to like? Eisenhart nodded and glanced to the side, signaling that he had finished speaking. At that moment, the only woman among the 4 council members leaned forward. Director Fury, aside from Eric Lyncher, your list includes 5 others. Captain America, Steve Rogers, Playboy Tony Stark, former Soviet defector Natasha Romanoff, S.H.I.E.L.D. agent Brock Rumlow, and Dr. Bruce Banner, mutated by gamma radiation. Isn't that lineup a bit too thin strength-wise? Egghead rolled his eyes in exasperation. Good grief, First, you all come in and immediately cut out my top all-rounder, who can tank, control, and attack. And now you're complaining my team isn't strong enough? What's that supposed to mean? Why don't you take up the gun and do it yourselves? Of course, he only grumbled about it in his heart. In truth, he saw right through the Council's real motive. They just wanted to plant a mole in the Avengers, didn't they? Why not just say it outright? We're all adults here. Everyone knows how the game is played. Sure enough, after the white female counselor let the moment hang for a few seconds, she finally revealed their aim. After discussion among the four of us, we've drafted a preliminary list. The details will be sent to you after the meeting. You can choose suitable candidates from it as you see fit. And another thing, Gideon Malik suddenly interjected, shouldn't we add a mutant to the team? Gideon Malik's suggestion brought the meeting to a sudden hush. The other three counselors fell silent, exchanging glances. Clearly, this idea hadn't been on their original agenda. The projections of the four counselors dimmed once more, while Egghead stood in the center of the conference room, seriously weighing Gideon Malik's proposal. Mutants possessed formidable powers. Truth be told, he had coveted mutant abilities for a long time. Unfortunately, the world hadn't been kind to mutants, and America was. Even less so. Of the four World Security Council members, two had openly voiced their dissatisfaction with mutants, blaming them for much of the world's instability. But now, things were different. After the recent founding of the mutant nation, the world's view of mutants was shifting. Egghead was certain that a significant number of mutants would flock to Utopia, and as the mutant nation grew stronger, mutants would no longer be just a domestic racial issue. They'd become a matter of international relations, nation to nation. At this critical juncture, inviting a mutant to join his initiative, perhaps that really was a brilliant idea. Once the four counselors concluded their discussion, Gideon Malik delivered the final summary. The World Security Council agreed to implement the Avengers Initiative and allocated $2 billion to the cause. Director Nick Fury was required to select one member from their provided list to join the Avengers. As for whether to invite a mutant, they would provide an answer in a week after their visit to Utopia. When Egghead stepped out of the conference room, the first thing he saw was Captain America, who had been waiting for quite some time. The captain cast him a questioning glance. Egghead wore a face full of worry as he nodded, patted the captain on the shoulder, and said, "The council has approved the Avengers project, but they're only willing to allocate $10 million. That'll probably just cover the initial funding. The rest, you'll have to figure out on your own." A week flew by in the blink of an eye. Over those 7 days, as anticipation built, Utopia and Latveria were once again thrust into the global spotlight, riding the crest of the news cycle. The first contact between humanity and aliens was about to begin. Countless scientists dropped their current research and rushed to Europe. Leaders from various nations scrambled to arrange visits to Utopia and Latveria. The two tiny nations were teeming with people from every corner of the world, packed to the brim. Hotels became the most precious commodity. Leaders who would never settle for anything less than luxury hotels on their travels now consider themselves lucky just to snag a spot at a guest house. To solve this crisis, Utopia mobilized over a dozen mutants at once, some who could control metal, some who could shape earth, others who could mold matter with their minds, and even those who could coax plants to grow. In just 2 days, they managed to erect more than 10 high-rise luxury hotels, each soaring over 200 stories tall. Then Dr. Doom unleashed his own talents. In Latveria, several production lines roared into full operation. Powerful robots rolled off the assembly lines without pause, lending their strength to hotel decoration and the installation of essential infrastructure. In just a single week, Utopia and Latveria had accomplished what would have taken other countries months or even years. The world watched in awe. This was the first time ordinary people had truly witnessed the phenomenal productivity of mutants. With housing sorted, food proved even less of an issue. A handful of mutants with the power to control plants conjured up vast quantities of exotic flowers and plants in Utopia within minutes. Not only were they stunning to behold, but they also provided an abundance of food for the visitors. Gazing upon the breathtaking beauty of Utopia, the guests couldn't help but exclaim in wonder, marveling at what mutants could truly accomplish. "This step is crucial as well," someone said. "Ordinary humans have always viewed mutants through a lens of destruction, chaos, and death. When people used to think of mutants, their first thought was always about how dangerous they were. We need to change this flawed perception of ours." At this very moment, Eric stood atop the highest floor of Utopia's tallest building, aptly named Magneto's Tower. From the rooftop, he gazed down at the world below. The streets had shrunk to mere threads. Cars looked like tiny, blurry dots. Yet none of this dimmed his spirits. Beside him, 2 others shared his buoyant mood. Professor X, guiding his wheelchair, slowly approached the edge of the rooftop. As he looked out over the scene before him, his heart surged with emotion. This was a sight he had never dared to dream of before. Mutants are not above ordinary. Humans, they will live peacefully alongside them. Perhaps this is the answer he has spent his whole life searching for. Behind him, a pair of warm, strong hands rested gently on his shoulders. Charles, move Xavier's school for gifted youngsters here. This is the true home for mutants. Professor X turned his head, gazing at the unfamiliar face, still a little unaccustomed to it. This was his old friend, Magneto. For the sake of Utopia's future, Magneto had chosen to root out the unstable elements from the Brotherhood of Mutants. Nearly 100 followers, who had fought and bled for him, were sent to their graves by his own hand, leaving only 38 mutants, including himself and Mystique. In his and Eric's eyes, such sacrifice was necessary. If a mutant nation was to survive, those who were unstable or antisocial had to be removed. And what about the 38 who remained? Eric had his own plan, and Mystique was the key to it. Mystique could alter her cellular and tissue structure, allowing her to take on the appearance of anyone. After being enhanced by Apocalypse, her powers grew even stronger. Not only could she transform more flawlessly, but she could even retain a small fraction of the original's abilities after transformation. With the technical data from the Sentinel robots and experience in modifying the devouring bees, Eric had little trouble using her genetic samples to create a serum that could change a person's appearance. The 38 former Brotherhood members took on new faces and reappeared in the nation they had helped build. Professor X pondered for a moment, then shook his head. Eric, let me think this over. But if any of the students want to come, I won't stand in their way. Magneto pursed his lips, clearly displeased with his old friend's caution and hesitation. What's our next move, Eric? Though he hadn't agreed to move the school, Professor X was already beginning to regard this place as his home. The next step? Eric replied. We finished this grand performance, and then Utopia must truly begin to grow. We can't keep acting forever. A nation cannot rely on theatrics and showmanship to defend its sovereignty. We need to make Utopia strong, and that means more than just military might. We need political strength, economic growth, and a thriving society. For that, we'll need help from our neighbors. Eric turned, looking across the Danube. Why had he chosen Dr. Doom as a neighbor in the first place? Wasn't it all for the future of mutant kind? A historic moment was about to unfold, drawing the eyes of the entire world. At such a pivotal time, how could the organization High Tide, notorious among intelligence agents worldwide, be absent? As soon as the two nations extended olive branches to each other, High Tide contacted both monarchs, expressing their willingness to continue revealing the truth to the world. Over the past week, the Tide Rising organization's live broadcast of the aliens has hardly paused for a moment. There are 5 rescued aliens, and their faces bear a striking resemblance to humans. Yet each of them sports a feathery crest atop their heads, a triangle of downy plumes sprouting up, giving them a rather comical appearance. Their escape pod proved incredibly sturdy, so when they were found, they hadn't suffered much harm. Even the 2 who had been knocked unconscious awoke on their own just a few hours later. Handling these 5 aliens would have been a real challenge for any other country since, after all, they spoke an alien language. Who on Earth offers a course in extraterrestrial linguistics? But in Utopia, things were far simpler. Mutants there possess a vast array of abilities. While no one had yet discovered a power for direct translation, there were plenty with telepathic skills. Without relying on language at all, the telepaths simply projected the meaning they wished to convey directly into the aliens' minds, then read the thoughts in return. It was straightforward and efficient. Utopia quickly explained the situation to the 5 aliens, who, in turn, expressed their gratitude for being saved. They agreed to meet with Earth's world leaders, and so this historic gathering came to be. To allow them to communicate with ordinary humans, Dr. Doom once more demonstrated his formidable mastery of technology. With the help of several telepathic mutants, he crafted an alien language translator within just a week. Thanks to these translation devices, viewers tuning in to the Tide Rising broadcast were, for the first time, able to learn the true identities of the 5 aliens. They hailed from one of the 3 great empires of the cosmos, the Shi'ar. The historic moment soon arrived. To symbolize equality between humans and the Shi'ar, the venue was specially designed by Utopia and Latveria working in tandem. Magic fused with technology, and mutant powers added the final touch, creating yet another marvel. Every country and every scientific institution was allotted a private suite. Through a wondrous device devised by the 2 nations, each room allowed its occupants to communicate face-to-face with the 5 Shi'ar delegates. This arrangement ensured both parties felt equal, while also maximizing the safety of everyone involved. All in all, The world's nations were quite satisfied with this setup. As for the five Shi'ar, they would not be faced with a sea of unfamiliar faces, but would instead see five indistinct human figures. After all, it was their first time on Earth. Every human looked the same to them, just as the Earthlings couldn't tell the Shi'ar apart. Of course, not everyone was allowed to ask questions. To respect the feelings of the extraterrestrial guests, the entire meeting was limited to 1 hour. After the Shi'ar introduced the cosmic order, Earth's representatives had just 30 minutes to pose their questions. The number of questions was limited to 30. Of these, the 5 permanent members of the United Nations divided up 10. The World Security Council received 2, SHIELD and SWRD each got 1, and the rest were parceled out among other countries and organizations. As the world's richest man, and someone who had once turned down the Nobel Prize in Physics, Eric's achievements and contributions to science were plain for all to see. Utopia granted him one of these rare questions as a mark of honor. Yet, citing ill health, Eric freely gave this luxury, one of only 30 pieces in the world, to Tony Stark, the former richest man. The gesture left Tony utterly astonished. Eric merely smiled and offered no explanation. What would he possibly say? That the 5 visitors were actually shape-shifting Skrulls, and the entire spectacle was a drama of his own direction? If he ever revealed the truth, by tomorrow he might well become a global public enemy. Since Eric kept his silence, Tony only responded with a few characteristically proud and teasing remarks. This brief exchange instantly set off a storm of speculation among the ever-watchful media. The most popular theory was that the world's 2 top tycoons were about to join forces. At such a critical juncture, what could their partnership mean if not aliens? This was a sensational lead, one that reporters were determined to pursue at all costs. Unlike the media, whose senses were razor-sharp, the Tide organization seemed utterly uninterested in the big names present, focusing instead on their own livestream. In such a grand setting, nearly every group had dispatched agents to hunt down this mysterious organization. Yet Tide remained as elusive as a dragon glimpsed only by its shadow. Not a single member appeared at the venue. Only hundreds of drones buzzed overhead, capturing every moment. As agents clenched their jaws in frustration, Jimmy and Doom jointly announced the commencement of the meeting. After a round of perfunctory diplomatic speeches, the stage was handed over to the 5 Shi'ar delegates. In the ethereal tones of the Shi'ar, humanity gradually began to understand just how vast the universe truly was, and how small and fragile Earth appeared in comparison. There are 3 great empires in the cosmos: the Kree, the Skrulls, and the Shi'ar. The Kree Empire resides in the large Magellanic Cloud, with its homeworld Hala and capital city Krelar, ruling over more than 1,000 planets as a military dictatorship where every citizen is a soldier and the entire society is militarized. The Skrull Empire, with a population of 30 billion, is made up of reptilian humanoids born with the power to shapeshift, so gifted, in fact, that the most talented among them can even acquire some of the abilities of those they mimic. Unfortunately, their homeworld was devoured by Galactus, their royal family destroyed, and now the Empire is mired in chaos, torn apart by warring factions. According to the 5 Shi'ar, however, theirs is the mightiest empire in the universe, with dominion stretching farther than any other. And Earth, they declared, lies within the realm of the Shi'ar Empire. The Shi'ar Empire boasts a population of 60 billion, led by the illustrious Empress Lilandra. Renowned for its devotion to peace, the empire embraces and welcomes all other species, harboring no prejudice of any kind. The Shi'ar is a vast amalgamation of countless alien races, cultures, and worlds, a force unparalleled in the universe. Earthlings, however, remain unimpressed by such claims. After all, anyone can brag. What's the difference to us if we've never even set foot off our own planet? Who's to say which empire is truly mighty, when every tale is just talk? Yet, among the few organizations privy to the truth, it's understood that, setting aside a touch of bias, nearly everything these 5 Shi'ar have shared is credible. Take Nick Fury, for instance. He encountered the Skrulls as early as 1995. Carol Danvers, Captain Marvel, hails from Kree origins. Coupled with Eric's explanations, Fury is no stranger to either the Kree or Skrulls. Now, comparing what he knows with what the 5 Shi'ar have revealed, he quickly draws his conclusions. To start, the Kree are a fascist, expansionist empire, aggressive, ever eyeing Earth, and fond of using humans for experiments. They are, by any measure, extremely dangerous. Then there are the Skrulls. With their homeworld destroyed and their people fractured by warring warlords, they pose little immediate threat. Still, their shapeshifting abilities are so extreme that they warrant caution. And finally, the Shi'ar. Earth lies within Shi'ar territory, and inevitably, there will come a day when Earth and the Shi'ar cross paths. That is something to underline and remember. As for all their talk about loving peace and welcoming diversity, well, that's just empty rhetoric. If Earth grew strong enough to conquer the entire Shi'ar empire and claim everything they owned, we'd say we're inclusive too, magnanimously accepting the Shi'ar into humanity's fold. History, after all, is always written by the victors. Nick Fury has never put his faith in history books. He believes only in himself. The five Shi'ar, with pride woven into every word, present the greatness of their empire to Earth's representatives, touching on everything. From myth and history to religion, economics, and society. Anyone listening can sense the fierce pride they hold for the Shi'ar. In the course of these revelations, the Earthlings finally understand why the Shi'ar are being hunted by the Kree. Of the five, there are 3 men and 2 women. One woman hails from a branch of the Shi'ar royal family, a princess, neither too high nor too low in rank. The remaining 3 men and 1 woman are her bodyguards and her maid. As for why they fled to Earth, the story is nothing short of dramatic. Like many princesses before her, upon coming of age, she faced the age-old dilemma. A political marriage. Her intended? An ancient nobleman, already with 1 foot in the grave. How could a young princess possibly accept that fate? After confiding in her maid, the decision was clear. Run away from the wedding. This escape, unexpected as it was, led straight into the chaos of the Kree Empire invading a planet. She was immediately mistaken for a fugitive from that world. And so the relentless pursuit began, all the way to Earth. The people of Earth were baffled. Wasn't this just the plot of some third-rate soap opera? They were sick and tired of such cliches. Couldn't they get something a bit more original for once? Princess Shirei herself was equally exasperated. After all, she was only following the script. She was just an actress. What else could she do? As for Eric, the director, he was even more helpless. Lately, he'd been worrying himself bald over the mutants. Where would he find the time to come up with new stories? Everyone would just have to make do and listen. Your Highness, I hope you can answer my question honestly. If, just hypothetically, the Shi'ar Empire would send troops to attack Earth, how many days do you think we could hold out? At last, they reached the final Q&A segment. With only 30 precious questions, the people of Earth weighed each one carefully. No one wanted to be the first to speak up. In the end, it was the ever-selfless Ludden who broke the silence, voicing what was on everyone's mind. Upon hearing Ludden's question, Princess Shirei pulled a comically awkward face, then fell silent, as if at a loss for words. Everyone understood what that meant. The room grew quiet. Earth was, in truth, terribly weak. They probably couldn't even withstand a single shot from the enemy. Of course, compared to ordinary people, Ludden was much more confident. He knew there were extraordinary beings on Earth, people like Eric and Carol, who could go toe-to-toe with Kree warships. He didn't believe the Shi'ar, being one of the 3 great cosmic empires alongside the Kree, would be that much stronger. Do you really think Earth is utterly defenseless? We have mutants. You've seen what they can do. With a single strike, they can take down a Kree warship. Seeing the mood in the room sink lower and lower, Eric quickly spoke up to remind everyone. Why had Eric arranged this whole performance? Was it to crush the confidence of Earth's people? Of course not. He wanted to raise their vigilance, to help them understand the dangers lurking in the universe, to keep them ever ready for combat. Unlike back when the Chitauri arrived and they were so helpless, relying on just a few Avengers to save the world. And perhaps he had a little personal motive as well. By bringing up the mutants now, he hoped to make Earth's people realize just how important mutants were to the planet. If they kept persecuting mutants, then when the aliens truly came, they'd have no one but themselves to count on. Jimmy is indeed very strong. Princess Shirei couldn't help glancing over her shoulder. The look she gave him was unmistakable, the admiring gaze of a beauty for her hero. A hush fell over the room. Could it be? Everyone started looking at Jimmy differently. In just a few days, had he really won over an alien princess? Was Utopia about to form an alliance by marriage with the Shi'ar royal family? The implications were staggering. Ahem. Feeling the attention of the entire world upon his face, Jimmy couldn't help but turn away, pretending to cough a couple of times. Princess Ya, however, seemed unfazed, merely casting him a puzzled glance before turning back to continue the conversation. Jimmy is indeed very powerful, but that's only on this planet. In the vastness of space, individual strength is insignificant. When it comes to interstellar wars, the power of a single person can never be decisive. Hearing this theory, Ludden couldn't help but curl his lip in disdain. The notion that personal strength could never determine the outcome of a war clearly, she'd never witnessed a truly powerful individual. Princess Xia, oblivious to Luden's internal retort, pressed on with her argument. Besides, Earth isn't the only place with superpowers. The Xia Empire possesses them as well. We have a royal guard composed entirely of elite warriors. Their captain, Dojian, is among the most formidable fighters in the universe. At the mention of Dojian, all 5 Xia natives wore expressions of utter admiration, their eyes shining with reverence. Princess Xia herself looked positively starry-eyed. Unfortunately, the Earthlings had never heard of their great hero, and after the 5 regained their composure, the group began to ask all manner of questions. 30 questions in total, most of them concerning cosmic powers or the safety of Earth, but of course there were exceptions. Take Tony Stark, for example. He simply wrote out a highly complex formula and asked the 5 Xia natives to solve it. This left not only the Xia people, but the Earthlings as well at a loss for words. Was this really the best way to use such a once-in-a-millennium opportunity? The 5 Xia exchanged confused glances. With the help of the translation device, Tony's formula was converted into their language, but they were still completely at sea. Never mind that they were actually Skrulls in disguise. Even if they had been genuine Xia, what could be expected from a pampered princess, her maid, and 3 lifelong warriors? To ask them to solve a problem even Tony himself couldn't crack was simply unreasonable. Seeing their bewildered faces, Tony scoffed aloud. So this is the mighty galactic empire? Not so impressive after all. With that, he turned on his heel and strode away. Eric hadn't expected Tony to pull a stunt like this, but was grateful the Xia were merely his actors. If this had been the real royal house of Xia, who knew what sort of interstellar incident might have erupted? As for the formula, Eric recognized it at a glance. It was the new element Howard had left for him. Its prototype came from the cosmic cube, a treasure ranked among the universe's greatest artifacts. Even if the Xia Empire had once possessed the cube and managed to create the element, there was no way such knowledge would be common, like basic schooling. How could a distant princess possibly know anything about it? Tony was deliberately suppressing the momentum of the 5 Shi'ar, giving Earthlings a much-needed boost of confidence. The hour quickly drew to a close. The 5 Shi'ar, as if they had completed some secret mission, let out a collective sigh of relief. They exchanged a peculiar gesture among themselves, something akin to an Earth-style high-five in celebration of victory. Logically, the broadcast should have ended there. Yet, whether by accident or design, the Tide organization allowed the live feed to continue, and what happened next was revealed to the entire population of Earth. King Jimmy appeared, holding a splendid cloak. He stepped forward and gently draped it over the Shi'ar princess's shoulders. Throughout the entire process, he gazed into her eyes, their glances brimming with tenderness and intimacy. So close it was as if nothing could come between them. There it was, irrefutable proof. King Jimmy had already won over the alien princess. The Shi'ar royal family was about to form an alliance through marriage with Utopia. From now on, Earth would be the in-laws of the Shi'ar Empire. This was even more sensational than destroying a Kree warship in a single strike. The entire planet seemed electrified with excitement. Within an hour, the news had spread to every corner of the globe, and within 2 hours, fan fiction pairing Jimmy with the alien princess had already appeared online. Eric was just as dumbfounded by this wild turn of events. None of this was in his script. In a hurry, he sought out Talos for an explanation, only to stumble upon a female Skrull enthusiastically kissing Jimmy. 2 green-skinned beings, in the wrong place at the wrong time, but meeting the right person. Could this get any more melodramatic? But what could Eric do? This was a love story that crossed not only races and species, but entire galaxies. How could he bring himself to play the villain and break up the couple? Didn't he see the Skrull chieftain watching from the sidelines, thoroughly entertained? Anyway, there was reproductive isolation between species, no risk of any offspring. So as long as they didn't mess up his plans, let them have their fun. This day was destined to be a busy one, with a whole world abuzz. Ordinary people were enthralled, debating the legendary romance between King Jimmy and the Shi'ar princess, while those in power were even busier. Did people really believe that the world's leaders had all gathered just to catch a glimpse of aliens and chat with them for half an hour? Of course not. In the eyes of some of the more arrogant leaders, watching aliens was no different from watching a circus act, hardly worth the trouble of squeezing into a mutant stronghold just to see 5 off-worlders. That would be beneath their dignity. So why did they come? The main reason was that the World Security Council had sent out invitations to all nations, asking them to discuss a pressing issue. In the face of a potential interstellar war, how should humanity position itself? The Shi'ar's crash landing wasn't Earth's first encounter with extraterrestrial visitors. On levels far beyond the awareness of ordinary citizens and nations, Earth had already been visited by aliens countless times. The Celestials, the Brood, the Kree, the Skrulls, the Badoon. Earthlings always believed that interstellar wars were far removed from their daily lives. Yet, in truth, Earth has always been entangled in these cosmic conflicts. Most of the facts have simply been kept hidden from view. According to standard protocol, this latest incident, the crash of the Shi'ar, should have followed the usual procedures. Suppress the news, detain the alien, erase the memories of any witnesses, and let the whole affair fade into obscurity with time. But this time, an unexpected twist shattered the old routine. The prowess of the Tide hackers far exceeded the World Security Council's expectations, and the alien's sudden appearance threw everyone off balance. Nearly every special organization sworn to protect Earth was watching the mutant nation-building movement with keen interest. Everyone assumed it was nothing more than an internal conflict sparked by the mutants themselves. But the abrupt involvement of an alien element blindsided them all. One surprise after another unfolded, and before anyone realized it, the existence of aliens became common knowledge, something no one had foreseen. But now that the truth was out, what could they do? Could they possibly brainwash the entire world? The 4 directors of the World Security Council, together with SHIELD, SWORD, and other agencies, considered their options and came to a decision: no more secrets. If trouble comes, let's face it together. After shielding the world for so long, maybe it's time to take a break. And so, this global summit was convened. The meeting with the aliens was deliberately held in Utopia. Dozens of mutants were mobilized, combining their various shielding abilities to block out virtually every known method of surveillance. Not even the Tide drones could get through. Attendees were forbidden from bringing any special items, and each person had to sign a confidentiality agreement running 10 pages long. As a special guest of Utopia, Eric was among the participants. When he walked into the conference room, it was already in an uproar. With so many nations on Earth, it was inevitable that some would be rivals. And this was after the Council had only invited sovereign states. Those with disputed territories or lacking international recognition were left entirely in the dark. Just look at humanity, sneered a cold-faced middle-aged man standing near Eric, the corners of his mouth curling with icy amusement. Even with the ticking time bomb of aliens hanging over their heads, they'd still manage to start a world war before it goes off. This is Magneto, after his complete transformation. Now he serves as the Minister of Utopian Construction and, simultaneously, holds the post of Minister of Mining. This legendary miner and blacksmith has at last turned his talents to their intended purpose. Eric surveyed the chaos before him, a smile tugging at his lips as he shook his head. But, Max, you can't deny that it's precisely because of war that human technology has advanced so rapidly. Technology? At the mention of technology, Magneto's mind was instantly flooded with images of X-gene detectors, X-gene suppressors, sentinel robots, all inventions devised to target mutants. His expression turned cold. If this were 2 or 3 centuries ago, if it were back then, you wouldn't have even been able to form your Brotherhood of Mutants. As a Magneto from another universe, Eric understood his counterpart all too well. Let go of those old thoughts. It's all in the past now. Mutants will only find better days ahead. Magneto fell silent. After a long moment, his gaze cleared and he let out a long, deep breath. It may not be quite what I once imagined, but thank you all the same. Eric gave a soft chuckle and shifted the subject. Where's Jimmy? He's off traveling in Latveria with his alien princess. Only by drawing the extraterrestrials away can these big shots have peace of mind to hold their meeting here. Eric nodded, and his thoughts drifted back to the day a few years ago when he just rescued Jimmy, a boy of barely 10 or so, captured by Hydra scientists, destined to be a blood sacrifice for Scotty's hammer. Juggernaut had charged across 1,000 miles alone to save him, only to be delayed by a submarine. Back then, Jimmy had seemed the very picture of weakness and self-doubt. Yet now he had grown into a king who could stand tall on his own. As for Juggernaut, Eric could easily imagine him grinning in his sleep these days. It's starting, Magneto reminded quietly, pulling Eric's thoughts back to the present as he returned to his seat. Eric took a seat at random. After years of pulling strings from the shadows, he found that he no longer cared for the spotlight. With the coordination of the World Security History Council, a host of disheveled leaders returned to their places, and a temporary silence settled over the room. Then, as initiators, the World Security Council, along with SHIELD, SWORD, and other agencies, took the initiative to publicly share some of the alien intelligence they possessed. Fury brought out the files from 1995, records of the Kree and Skrull. Of course, Fury was as cunning as ever. He trimmed the story, omitting all details involving the Skrulls, Captain Marvel, and Eric himself, and only released the footage of the Kree attempting to blow up Earth. Naturally, the others wouldn't have it. They didn't mind being kept in the dark about why the Kree had invaded Earth, but they insisted on knowing just how S.H.I.E.L.D. had managed to defeat them. This is classified S.H.I.E.L.D. information. Nick Fury had intended to use this line to push back against all the doubts and accusations. But soon, even Gideon Malik, one of the council members, joined in, demanding that he reveal the secret. In the end, with Eric's encouraging gaze upon him, Fury was left with no choice but to confess it was the mutants who helped. The entire room erupted in shock. Mutants of all people. No one had expected that the very mutants they regarded as enemies had, just a few years ago, protected the Earth and saved their lives. Everyone present began to fill in the blanks for themselves. From the photos, it was clear the Kree had already launched their missiles, but those missiles appeared to have been stopped before they could even enter the atmosphere. Which mutant could possibly have that kind of power? Magneto, the so-called arch-villain, who had devoted his life to the survival of mutants. No, that title no longer fits. Now, he should be called a hero. Yes, a hero of this stature deserves to have his story recorded for posterity. After all, he's already gone. Giving him a good reputation won't cost anyone a dime. Sitting silently to the side, Magneto hadn't known Fury would say any of this. Now, the look he gave Fury shifted. Was this man, so much like himself, actually an ally? Eric smiled to himself. Did Fury really do this out of the goodness of his heart? Nonsense. He said it in exchange for 300 kilograms of vibranium. Last time, Chaka had given him a ton of the metal. 700 kilograms had gone into making adamantium, and the rest ended up with Fury. Still, it was worth it. With just this single sentence, the world's opinion of mutants improved, and suddenly, the world found itself in need of mutants. Any matter that involves politicians will inevitably devolve into endless bickering, even when the fate of humanity is at stake. After each faction had finished trumpeting their own achievements in defending against aliens, the conference once again descended into chaos. A cacophony of languages filled the air, but they all had the same demand. S.H.I.E.L.D. and the other organizations must open their files and share their anti-alien technology. Fury watched the scene with a cool detachment. He'd known it would come to this. For the life of him, he couldn't understand what madness had possessed the world's security council to want to release such classified information. Secrets were best kept locked away. Why share them at all? Now, let's see how they dig themselves out of this mess. Catching Fury's expression, Eric's lips curled into a faint smile. He shot Gideon Malik a look, signaling that it was time. Malik nodded slightly, stood up, and pressed his hands downward, signaling for silence. Ladies and gentlemen, please, let's have some order. The purpose of today's meeting is to discuss how we might respond to these crises, but to demand that other organizations give up their files and technology, well, that's asking for the impossible. The hall once again buzzed with murmurs and discussion. Gideon Malik hurriedly raised his hand to regain order. Everyone, please remain calm. We're all adults here. We know full well that miracles don't just fall from the sky. But perhaps there's another way, if we approach this from a different angle. What way? Someone asked. The World Security Council proposes the formation of an international team, one dedicated solely to responding to interstellar crises. As soon as he heard this, Nick Fury's face fell. What was that supposed to mean? Isn't S.H.I.E.L.D. already handling these kinds of threats? Why form another team? Are they trying to steal my job? Over my dead body? And didn't they just approve the Avengers Initiative? How come they're already setting up a whole new operation before the ink has dried? There's S.H.I.E.L.D. in the West and the Spear Bureau in the East, both created to deal with threats to humanity's survival. But that's a pretty broad mandate. What we need is a team devoted exclusively to confronting extraterrestrial threats. This team could include mutants and regular people alike. It could have soldiers, but also doctors, lawyers, business people. Members might come from S.H.I.E.L.D. or from the Spear Bureau. In short, it's a global organization existing solely to deal with alien-related matters. Within this group, there will be no distinctions of nationality, race, or status. There will be only one identity: Earthlings. Gideon Malik, that old Hydra fox, sounded every bit the devoted guardian of the planet as he passionately outlined their proposal. But nearly everyone present could see through such posturing. After all, that's a politician's basic skill set. No one cared how lofty his ideals appeared. What everyone really wanted to know boiled down to just two things. What will this plan cost me? And what do I stand to gain? Gideon Malik understood this all too well. With a wave of his hand, his assistant distributed detailed copies of the proposal. This organization would be led by the United Nations, with a provisional size of 100,000 members, 80,000 combat personnel, 10,000 scientific researchers, and 10,000 in other roles. Each participating nation would nominate their own candidates, and the UN would conduct further screening. Combat personnel would be selected for their fighting abilities, scientists for their expertise, and so on with different standards for different roles. Of course, if any exceptional individuals come forward, we'll have a separate set of criteria for them. So what do we get out of it? Nick Fury asked, voicing the question on everyone's mind, his tone icy. Gideon Malik glanced at him with a kindly smile and replied, since this team will be handling extraterrestrial affairs, its members will naturally come into contact with alien beings and advanced alien technology. Participating nations will be granted priority access to alien technology proportionate to their contributions to the organization. The leaders of several major powers furrowed their brows, while the representatives of smaller nations suddenly looked bright-eyed. This was a chance for them to develop. In the past, whenever extraordinary events of this kind occurred, hadn't the United States and other big countries always seized control? Many among them suspected that America's rapid progress was due to having a trove of alien technology in its grasp. But, as the saying goes, the gun targets the bird that sticks its head out. No one wanted to be that first bird. Latvinia will join this organization. We can provide some essential technological equipment for the group. Dr. Doom, who had been watching with cold detachment, now stepped forward to break the silence, making the leaders of the major powers knit their brows even tighter. Utopia will join as well. Magneto also stood up, appearing before his former enemies in a new guise, yet none of them recognized him. The thrill of this moment was indescribable. Magneto could finally understand the joy Mystique must have felt when she concealed her identity. Mutants will join too. A new wave of murmurs swept through the hall, and excitement flickered on many faces. Now everyone seemed eager to make their move. But we have one condition, Magneto announced, casting a cold, sweeping glance around the room. Utopia is a nation for mutants. We hope that if any mutants wish to come to Utopia, the other countries will not stand in their way. That's impossible. Mutants are dangerous, the President of the United States blurted out. But as soon as the words left his mouth, he regretted them. After all, he was on their turf now. Hopefully, the mutants wouldn't decide to keep him here. You believe mutants are dangerous because when their abilities awaken, there is a sudden surge of power. The timing is unpredictable, the range is uncertain, and the powers themselves are unknown. That's why so many people are hurt and so much property is lost, isn't it? Magneto fixed the president with a frosty stare, as if daring him to say no, and if he did, Magneto might just devour him on the spot. Yes, the president admitted, buckling under immense pressure. He racked his chaotic mind for a moment, and realized that this was indeed the case. We have a way to solve this problem. From now on, the awakening of mutants will not cause any damage, provided, of course, that the mutant isn't trapped in some laboratory or hospital. Magneto's words sent another ripple of debate through the hall. Rubbing his aching forehead, Eric left the conference room. He really didn't want to listen to these politicians bicker any longer. Let his counterpart handle the headache. The idea to form an organization to respond to extraterrestrial threats had been Eric's suggestion, and it was one that benefited everyone. With mutants joining, their diverse abilities would guarantee them a prominent role in the organization, ultimately making them Earth's shield. Earth would become ever more dependent on them. As for the other nations, they would finally have a fair chance to develop. The sharing of alien technology. Now, that was no empty promise. The United States, along with other superpowers and organizations like S.H.I.E.L.D., also stand to gain significant benefits from this new alliance. When there are interests at stake, and when they can help mutants while also protecting the Earth, why wouldn't they jump on board? Even Gideon Malik saw this as an opportunity for Hydra to expand its influence. Eric even gave the alliance a beautiful name, the Star Alliance. Under the stars, a pact of unity, forged to defend Earth against the blades that might descend from the heavens. While the political heavyweights busied themselves with endless debates, the scientific luminaries were far from idle. A great gathering of scientists, many of whom rarely appeared in public, had assembled for this extraordinary event. They clustered in small groups, forming their own scholarly circles, lending the scene the air of an academic symposium. Among them, Eric spotted several familiar faces, including Dr. Doom's former fiancée, the Invisible Woman, Miss Susan. Only then did Eric recall that, despite her somewhat tarnished reputation, the Invisible Woman was also a scientist of some repute. Upon seeing her, Eric instinctively grinned and considered slipping away. However, Susan broke off from her conversation with another scientist and made a beeline straight for him. Mr. Eric, please wait a moment. I have a question I'd like to ask you. Since she called him by name, Eric had no choice but to stop. Miss Susan, what can I do for you? Mr. Eric, I hope you don't mind me asking, but after the space station incident, Victor managed to borrow a huge sum of money. Later, he also somehow acquired a great deal of advanced weaponry. Are you involved with any of that? Susan glanced around nervously before lowering her voice, as though worried someone might overhear. Eric arched an eyebrow at her words. What's this? Have the Fantastic Four switch careers to become private detectives? I'm sorry, but that's a private matter between Dr. Doom and me. I don't think you have the right to know. Susan was momentarily speechless, her expression dimming. After hesitating, she said quietly, I'm not looking to investigate anything. I just wanted to thank you. What did that mean? Was she rekindling an old flame, hoping to revisit the past? Or was she suggesting she could keep things steady at home while enjoying a little excitement? Elsewhere, Eric couldn't decipher what was on her mind, so he simply smiled and changed the subject. I haven't seen Dr. Reed around. What's he working on these days? Victor didn't invite Reed, and he's forbidden him from entering Latveria or Utopia, Susan replied, her expression complicated. She forced a smile, offered Eric a polite farewell, and hurried away. That woman. Eric shook his head. The tangled love lives of those three were far too complicated for an outsider like him to get involved. It was best to stay out of it. Incidentally, a few days ago, Latveria and Utopia released a list of names. Everyone on that list would be forbidden to enter either country. Unfortunately, to this day, the only name on that list is Reed Richards. Eric slipped away from the crowd, approaching a small, somewhat secluded building. He opened the door and stepped inside, then found a hidden panel and entered the basement. Concealed below was an expansive chamber. The entire space was spherical, its walls lined with layers of metal. Only at the very center did a raised platform protrude, connected to a web of intricate machinery. This was the second Cerebro on Earth, and at this very moment it was in use. Charles, has anything unusual come up? Eric asked. That's right. The one using the Cerebro was still Professor X. It was a necessary measure. Gathering all the world's leaders in one place made security the highest priority. Utopia and Latveria had mobilized every resource. Technology, magic, and superhuman abilities wrapped both nations in layers of protection. Yet Eric couldn't shake his unease. To ease his mind, he brought Professor X here, and together, the two Magnetos had built this Cerebro. Professor X, the ultimate support, scanned the area with Cerebro every few hours. Should he catch the faintest hint of malice or hostility, he would focus his attention there. At the first sign of trouble, he would neutralize the threat immediately. Seeing Eric enter, Professor X removed the Cerebro helmet and nodded solemnly. There are quite a few with dark intentions. Almost every scan, I find several people plotting mischief. Utopia's prison has already been expanded twice. Eric nodded, unsurprised. That was to be expected. Every throne is built upon a road stained with blood. Wherever there is blood, there is hatred. Most who came to cause trouble were there for personal vendettas against those in power. Only a small portion were targeting mutants specifically. Same as always, don't waste words with them. Read their memories directly. If their intentions are good, give them a lesson and let them go. If not, lock them up. Once the summit ends, it'll give mutants a chance to earn even more goodwill. Charles nodded, preparing to put the helmet back on. He hesitated, then turned to ask, Eric, why build a Cerebro for Utopia as well? It's a dangerous device, if misused. I know, Eric replied. Right now, only you, I, and Max know about it. I've set strict access controls. It can only be activated with your genes. It's a precaution. With the founding of a mutant nation, we're at the center of the world's attention. Your Xavier Institute is still in America, after all. No one can predict what might happen. Eric let out a long sigh. Mutants had founded their own nation, and, thanks in no small part to his machinations behind the scenes, had even gained recognition from the whole world. But what was the reality? Those who wanted to experiment on mutants still carried on with their research. Those who wished to slaughter mutants continued their massacre. And those who opposed mutants still marched through the streets in protest. To truly secure justice and equality for mutants, to put them on equal footing with humans, would take a very, very long time. Are you really not going to move the Xavier School for gifted youngsters here? After his lament, Eric brought up the question once more. Professor X shook his head. Xavier School must remain in America. Over there, it's the only safe haven for American mutants. If I move the school away, their future might become even more perilous. You old man, so stubborn. Eric waved his hand dismissively and turned to leave. He nearly reached the door when he suddenly remembered something. By the way, when you go, take Logan with you. His mind's been too deeply affected by Mastermind's illusions. Probably only you can save him. After making a thorough sweep to ensure nothing had been overlooked, Eric teleported back to New York. The troubles with mutants were, for now, resolved. But there was still a major headache waiting for him at home. Sky was mad at him. Furious, in fact. Why? Wasn't it because he had disappeared without a word for over 2 months? For the sake of secrecy, Eric hadn't told Sky anything when he left to join the Farstar project. By the time she realized she couldn't reach him, he'd already been gone for several days. Sky was so worried she barely slept for nights on end. She hacked into hundreds of intelligence agencies, starting with the Mighty Shield and SWRD, all the way down to small private detective firms. She searched everywhere she could think of, but there wasn't the slightest sign of her father. She was so desperate, she nearly called the police. When Eric finally contacted her, more than 2 months had passed. He pleaded with her, made all sorts of unequal promises, and only then did. Sky reluctantly agreed to act as his support, playing the role of the Rising Tide organization. But a girl's anger isn't so easily soothed. Before Eric even stepped through the door, he'd already braced himself for the coming storm. But the moment he opened the door, he was completely stunned by the scene before him. Sky, what's going on here? Eric was truly at a loss. No sooner had he opened the door than he saw 5 little girls, each identical to the next, standing in the doorway. Blonde hair, blue eyes, cheeks like porcelain dolls, each of them staring at him with fierce, adorable determination. He'd never seen anything like this before. Eric, help! Sky's scream came from inside the house. Eric's expression changed in an instant. He didn't have time to worry about the 5 little girls. He sped into the house, only to be greeted by a scene that left him utterly speechless. Sky, the big lowly of his household, was unexpectedly dressed up like a housewife. An apron hanging loosely around her waist, her face streaked with black and white. There she was, fumbling with 5 baby bottles, trying to mix the formula. Whether out of inexperience or just bad luck, not only did she spill powder all over the floor, but she'd managed to dust a good portion of it onto herself as well. What on earth was going on here? Eric was torn between laughter and exasperation. You're just a kid yourself. How'd you end up taking care of babies? Sky, what's happening? Where do these babies come from? They look like quintuplets. With a wave of his hand, Eric used his powers to lift the bottles and formula into the air, mixing everything perfectly in midair. Sky finally let out a breath, her ring trembling faintly as she tried to shake the formula off her clothes. But the moment she did, the powder puffed up and scattered everywhere, filling the entire room. Now both of them ended up with faces caked in powder. Eric cleared his throat. Seeing Sky's expression grow more and more pitiful, he decided not to show off his powers any further. He joined her, turning his own face into a clownish mess, even pulling a silly face just to make her laugh. Come on, tell your old man what's going on. Who upset you? Sky had never seen him like this, and she couldn't help but burst out laughing before finally explaining what had happened. It all started because of Eric. Truth be told, back when he disappeared, Sky had hacked into countless secret organizations' networks in her search for him. She didn't find Eric, but she did unearth a trove of confidential files. Because she was so emotional, her hacking wasn't flawless, and she left traces in many of those organization systems. That stirred up quite a storm. Many secret groups, especially the shady, villainous types, immediately launched counterattacks once. They realized someone was sniffing around, but their efforts were no match for Sky or the future. They were sent packing in no time. During these digital duels, Sky's anger flared. She made a note of every organization, vowing to settle the score once she found Eric. So, the moment Eric reappeared, she sprang into action, going after each group for revenge. The lesson: never cross a woman, especially one with a long memory for grudges. Unfortunately, the villains were all crafty, always having a backup plan and never staying in one place for long. By the time Sky set out on her quest for vengeance, she found their lairs abandoned. Some even left her a few nasty surprises: Trojan horses, logic bombs, and other digital traps that really got under Sky's skin. Determined, Sky transformed into a goddess of vengeance, unraveling the clues thread by thread, refusing to give up. In the end, she actually uncovered something: a dark syndicate conducting sinister research using mutants as test subjects. Righteous Sky was furious. Her father had risked everything to help mutants, and now these people were working against him at such a critical moment. No way. They had to pay. With Sky and Future working together, they were almost unmatched online. Very quickly, a mountain of bloody evidence was unearthed. After reading through it, Sky trembled with rage, tears streaming uncontrollably down her face. The cruelty was unimaginable. Her crying caught the attention of Psylocke, who was exercising outside. Though she had been a bounty hunter and had taken many lives, she had never encountered anything so gruesome. This was pure disregard for the lives of mutants. The two women quickly decided they had to save them. Thus, Psylocke and the brawny Barton acted openly, while Sky and Future operated from the shadows. Their combined efforts, one in the light and one in the dark, dismantled an entire mutant research facility. Those 5 girls are the only survivors from that place. According to the files, they're all clones of a mutant named Emma Frost. Don't be fooled by their appearance. They look like they're 5 or 6 years old. But in reality, they've only existed for less than 3 months, Sky said, her face full of sympathy as she watched the 5 little girls playing at the door. Accelerated growth technology? Eric stroked his chin thoughtfully. He hadn't expected these 5 little ones to be clones of the White Queen, Emma Frost, the future Step-Forward Cuckoos. He'd had little interaction with the Step-Forward Cuckoos. Even in the Emperor Thanos universe, they were juniors to him. 2 of them had already died before the war. With the Sentinels began, leaving only the 3 sisters, and eventually, even they fell to the Sentinels. He'd only ever heard of them, never met them in person. Emma Frost, on the other hand, had a good relationship with him. Born into a ruthless family of merchants, Emma had never known affection, growing up amid constant scheming and betrayal. After awakening her powers, she joined the Hellfire Club, once serving as the right hand to his nemesis, Sebastian Shaw. Her psychic abilities rivaled only Professor X, and combined with her diamond form, she was a formidable mutant. Now that he knew whose children these were, things became much simpler. He would contact the most reliable resource he had, Professor X. Surely, he could help find their rightful guardian. Unfortunately, things did not go as planned. Eric, I'm terribly sorry. I haven't been able to locate Emma. She must be somewhere shielded from psychic detection, or perhaps she's maintained her diamond form all this time. Either way, her situation seems grim, said Professor X, who knew full well how formidable the White Queen could be. She couldn't be found. Eric raised an eyebrow. What now? I know where she is. Sky, who had watched the whole exchange in frustration, now grinned triumphantly, raising her laptop. Wait, before you tell us where she is, how did you find her? Eric eyed his daughter curiously. He knew exactly what she was capable of. Come on, tell me, what did you hack into this time? I didn't. Sky cried out that she was innocent, but her guilty expression gave her away. She snuck out her tongue and confessed. Well, I just hacked into the Traffic Management Bureau, checked the traffic cameras too, see where she was last seen, then wrote an algorithm based on her usual routines to eliminate some places and narrow down the likely targets. After that, I had Sister Lingdai go look for her. It was really simple. Eric frowned. Why did this method sound so familiar? Wasn't this exactly what those S.H.I.E.L.D. agents always did? Sky, be honest with me. Who taught you this? Huh, no one taught me. I came up with it myself. Sky's eyes darted around, her expression flustered. Not telling the truth? Then I'll just have to investigate myself. Eric narrowed his eyes, a sly smile playing at his lips. No, wait. Sky waved her hands anxiously, hesitated for a long moment, and finally admitted, it was a classmate who taught me. His name is Grant Ward, and he's really handsome. Eric's eyes went wide in an instant. Damn Grant Ward. Damn Grant Ward. Damn John Garrett. Damn Alexander. Damn Hydra. I never even thought about messing with you people, and now you're trying to own my daughter? Eric, what's wrong? Sky noticed the shifting look on his face, her cheeks tinged with pink as she asked cautiously. My girl, tell your old man honestly, have you looked into Grant Ward's background? Sky's face grew even redder, and her reply was barely above a whisper. Ward said that, no, that keeping a bit of mystery between 2 people makes things more exciting. Mystery my foot. Eric could hardly resist the urge to tear Grant Ward to pieces right then and there. How dare he try to charm his precious daughter? With his looks, seeing the rosy warmth on Sky's lovely face, Eric was seized by a wave of melancholy. His daughter was growing up, after all. To be honest, in America, it was rare for someone Sky's age to have never officially dated anyone. He had a lot to do with that. He protected Sky a bit too well, with Lingdai and Barton, 2 top-notch bodyguards, by her side every day in the future, always keeping an eye on things. On top of that, she'd grown up with every advantage as the daughter of the world's richest man. In every aspect, her quality of life far surpassed her peers, and very few boys had anything that could pique her interest. Of course, the biggest reason was that Sky kept herself far too busy, surrounded by genius scientists every day, sometimes when Maya and Eric chatted, she'd have to look up half the words just to understand them. Now there was real pressure to relieve this pressure. She threw herself into her studies with everything she had. It wasn't just the coursework from school. She also absorbed all the hacking knowledge she was most passionate about, along with a wide range of physics, biology, and chemistry. Every single day of hers was scheduled to the brim. Sky's intelligence could only be considered above average, but through sheer determination and hard work, she managed to finish high school at 15 and was admitted to Yale University, with outstanding grades. Such an exceptional daughter had, in the end, grown up. Look at those shy, uncertain eyes, the bashful sweetness of first love. To be honest, Eric had never been overly strict about Sky's love life, nor had he intended to interfere much. But this time, it was Grant Ward. That damned bastard had ruined the beautiful memories of first love his daughter should have had. Should I tell Sky? Should I tell her that the man she's so fond of is actually a lying scoundrel? No, that would surely break her heart. Or maybe I could pull the strings from behind the scenes one more time, keep Ward under control, let him date Sky for a while, and then find an excuse for them to break up? No, absolutely not. God, please, tell me what I should do. Eric had underestimated Sky. After so many years together, she knew him all too well. Seeing that conflicted, hesitant look on his face, Sky immediately sensed that something was seriously wrong with Grant Ward. She shot a furtive glance at Eric, found him still lost in thought, and quietly slipped away to her room. She turned on her computer, connected to the S.H.I.E.L.D. database, and began searching. Her movements were smooth and practiced. S.H.I.E.L.D. systems now felt as familiar as home. One file after another appeared on her screen, and the web of Grant Ward's identities was fully laid out. Sky pressed her lips together tightly, her face drained of color. She never imagined that everything had been a lie. The sweet words, the promises, the declarations of love, all of it was false. Grant Ward, level 5 S.H.I.E.L.D. agent, adopted son of John Garrett, assassin, covert operations expert, skilled with all kinds of firearms, a master of disguise, and someone who had successfully completed numerous undercover missions for S.H.I.E.L.D. But these were all just a mask he wore. Beneath them lurked a sinister, twisted mind, a Hydra operative teetering on the edge of psychopathy. He wasn't a Yale student at all. It was nothing but a cover for his secret mission. Sky, don't cry. Daddy will take care of everything for you. Eric quietly approached her from behind, gently stroked her silky hair, his eyes glinting with a cold, steely resolve. On the surface, Grant Ward was a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent, but this approach to Sky, was it under Fury's orders or John Garrett's, or perhaps even Alexander's? The distinction was crucial. One side was S.H.I.E.L.D., the other was Hydra. However, no matter who it is, if they dare to lay a finger on my daughter, there's no way this will end peacefully. Eric, I want to handle this myself. Sky sat up, her reddened eyes fixed firmly on Eric. Determination was written all over her young face, leaving Eric unable to voice the refusal he had been about to say. All right, you deal with it however you want. Even if the sky falls, your old man will hold it up for you. Eric replied with unshakable confidence. Thank you, Dad. Sky's face blossomed into a smile once more. She rested her head gently against Eric, knowing this was a place where she would always be sheltered from the storm. Grant Ward didn't need Eric's interference, so Eric turned his attention to the 5 little girls. These 5 little ones had only been cloned 3 months ago, yet they already looked at least 5 years old. What's more, they were different from ordinary children. They never cried or fussed, and if left alone, they would quietly amuse themselves. Eric watched them for quite some time and discovered something fascinating. The 5 girls had already awakened their powers. Indeed, they had perfectly inherited the abilities of the White Queen. Each of them possessed telepathy, mind control, and the diamond form, among other powers. But that wasn't all. They also shared a gift the White Queen herself never had, the hive mind. Cloned together, their psychic abilities could merge seamlessly. Perhaps out of instinct, their minds remained linked at all times, allowing them to share thoughts, knowledge, and emotions. In other words, if one of them learned something new, all 5 would instantly master it. It was a power with immense potential. With a wave of his hand, Eric summoned Sky's laptop, which displayed the current location of the White Queen. The shocking news from Grant Ward had left him so stunned that he hadn't even checked it yet. I wonder what Emma from this universe looks like. In the other universe, she was famous for her beauty. A knowing smile appeared on Eric's face as he slowly opened the laptop, only for his expression to freeze as he read the information. This place wasn't unknown to him. On the contrary, it was all too familiar. General Ross's secret laboratory, the birthplace of the Green Goliath. Eric had been there more than once. As General Ross's closest and most reliable partner in clandestine dealings, he had visited nearly all of Ross's secret bases, this one included. What is that old fox up to now? Could he really be planning to find Betty as stepmother? Chapter 176. Is this how you treat your in-laws? Since it was General Ross's territory, there was nothing to worry about. After years of cooperation, they trusted each other completely. Ross's domain was as safe as his own. He made a phone call, didn't explain the reason, just said he wanted to come over and have a look. General Ross immediately sent a helicopter to pick him up. After they met, Eric asked about Banner's situation. Unusually for him, General Ross didn't bristle or glare. Instead, he took a sip of his drink and said, "The kid's still got a bit of conscience. Except for that one accident, he hasn't left the lab since. He only sleeps 4 hours a day. The rest of his time is spent on research. The only time he takes a break is when Betty brings the child to see him." Eric nodded. For his own child, Banner was truly giving it his all. "Oh, by the way, he's figured out how to freely retract his extra pair of arms," Ross said, pulling out his phone. He showed a photo. Banner, with only 2 arms, cradling his son while Betty leaned against him. The 3 of them looked blissfully happy. "And what about Scar? How's he doing?" Scar, Banner's son, had been named by General Ross himself. At the mention of his grandson, Ross's face darkened and he shook his head. "The mutated cells in his body are as stubborn as stone. No matter what we try, we just can't get rid of them. Thankfully, those cells are still dormant. According to Banner's calculations, as long as he isn't exposed to gamma rays, those cells won't mutate for at least 200 years. Eric's expression turned odd. "Scar, the little Hulk? Ever since you named him, his fate was sealed. 200 years? That's wishful thinking. Enough about them. What about you? I heard you joined some crazy alien exploration program and got hurt. How are you now?" Ross's bottle was empty. He picked up a cigar, ready to light it, but after hesitating for a moment, he put it down. "It's nothing serious. I took a few days off, and I'm fine now." Eric leaned forward to check out the cigar, curious about the brand. "What's wrong? Not to your taste?" "No, I'm planning to quit smoking. Scar's been coughing a lot lately. I suspect it's all the secondhand smoke." To Eric's astonishment, Ross popped a stick of gum into his mouth. What on earth is happening? The old chain smoker actually quitting on his own. Funny, isn't it? I smoked all my life. Even when the last president ordered me to quit, I ignored him. Yet now, for that little rascal, I'm actually giving it up. Ross shook his head with a wry, helpless smile. "Huh. Well, smoking's bad for your health. Quitting can only be a good thing." Eric laughed awkwardly. "But enough about all that. Why are you really here? You didn't come just to chat with an old man like me, did you?" "I'm looking for someone. Emma Frost." Eric's tone grew serious. "General, you're not experimenting on her, are you?" "To be honest, yes, I am." Eric had only asked tentatively, never expecting that General Ross would admit it so readily. "You're really experimenting on mutants?" Eric found it hard to believe. Although General Ross had his faults, he was, by and large, a man of integrity. He'd never stooped to anything as vile as human experimentation. "Oh, it's not that I'm experimenting on her," Ross explained with a pained expression. "I hired her to help me with the experiments. You have no idea. The fee she charges is sky high." "You want her to help with experiments? What could she possibly do?" Eric asked in surprise. As far as he remembered, the White Queen dabbled a bit in electronics, but with her limited skills, Banner could finish her work in a few minutes. General Ross didn't explain. Instead, he stood up with an air of mystery and motioned for Eric to follow. "Come see for yourself." Eric followed General Ross as they wound their way through the base, turning again and again, until they arrived at the far side of the facility. This area was far from Banner's lab, and the security here was even tighter. Even before they entered, Eric's expression shifted. Not far ahead, there was a space as large as 3 football fields, yet he couldn't sense anything inside it. The area was shrouded in a strange force field that blocked not only his magnetic senses, but also his psychic and mental powers. That, perhaps, was why Professor X couldn't locate the White Queen. After passing through layer upon layer of security checks, Eric finally saw Emma Frost, the White Queen herself. "General, is this how she does research?" It was no wonder Eric was taken aback. Emma's current state was worlds apart from what he imagined scientific research to look like. Before them lay a swimming pool the size of a basketball court, its waters so clear that the bottom was visible at a glance. Beside the pool sat a beach chair, where Emma reclined in a revealing swimsuit. One soldier was fanning her, while another offered her plates of watermelon and grapes. Looking at Emma's relaxed, carefree demeanor, Eric couldn't help but think, was this research or a vacation? Wait a minute. Could it be that General Ross was already under the White Queen's control? Eric's face hardened. He was ready to send a jolt of electromagnetic energy to snap Ross out of it. Ross seemed oblivious to Eric's suspicion and shrugged. "That's just how she is. As long as it doesn't slow down the experiments, she could do her work stark naked for all I care." "Well, that confirms it. He's definitely been mind-controlled." Eric raised his hand, electromagnetic pulse at the ready. But Ross suddenly grabbed his arm. "Come on, let's take a look on the other side. You'll understand." With that, Ross dragged Eric through a door into another room, still part of the same lab, but separated by a thick wall. And sure enough, with just one glance, Eric immediately understood what General Ross's experiment was all about. On the White Queen's side, there were swimming pools, sun loungers, and soldiers attending to her every need. It was practically a paradise. But here on this side, It was nothing short of hell. This area took up 4/5 of the laboratory space, cluttered with all manner of equipment and devices. Eric could sense the presence of hundreds of known and unknown radiative energies swirling through the air. Only one person was working in the entire lab. His clothes were tattered, his hair hung in wild tangles down his back, and the skin exposed to the air was mottled, dark in places and sallow in others, his original complexion no longer discernible. Yet despite this, his hands moved with practiced skill over the instruments, as if this chaotic space was more familiar to him than his own reflection. Speaking of which, I have you to thank. If not for you, I'd never have remembered this man. General Ross chuckled and pointed at the figure laboring below, oblivious to the fact that the man cast him a furtive glance, a strange smile curling at the edge of his lips. Who is he? Eric felt a shiver of unease at the general's words. Him? David Banner. Bruce Banner's father. You're right. He's the true source of the mutated cells. With him, my research will progress twice as fast. Why do you need Emma to control him? This guy is far from obedient. I brought him out to help with my research, but he secretly exposed himself to gamma rays and mutated. I had no choice but to ask Miss Emma for assistance. Eric rolled his eyes in disbelief. Is this really how you treat your own in-laws? General, are you sure he was hit with gamma rays? And that he developed powers as a result? Of course. Why else would I pay a fortune to hire Miss Emma? What can he do? Eric gazed down at David, his brow furrowed in concern. Still unaware of the gravity of the situation, General Ross rapped on the iron door in front of him and grinned. He can merge with anything he touches. For example, if he lays a hand on this door, he can turn his whole body into iron. Is it limited to matter? What about energy? Eric vaguely recalled that this old man could do more than just merge with solid substances. For the sake of saving his son, he'd once fused with currents and even lightning itself. Energy? What kind of energy? General Ross looked genuinely perplexed, clearly never having considered the possibility. A knowing smile crept onto Eric's lips. You're clever, young man, General Ross suddenly said, his voice taking on a chilling undertone as he fixed Eric with an eerie, penetrating stare. It wasn't just the general who changed. All at once, the entire base froze in place, as if someone had pressed a giant pause button. No one moved. Not even Emma, the White Queen, who lay motionless on her sun lounger. Only Eric remained unaffected. If Professor X was the world's foremost expert on psychic powers, then Eric was the undisputed master of resisting mind control. Back when he first mastered control over solar storms, he had already freed himself from the limitations of the mind control-proof helmet, relying solely on his magnetic abilities to resist Professor X's influence. Now, after all these years, his powers had grown by leaps and bounds, and his defense against psychic attacks had become second nature. At every moment, his mind was shielded by a formidable magnetic field, bolstered by multiple early warning measures. The instant anyone tried to invade his mind, he could sense it immediately and respond accordingly. He just hadn't expected David to act so swiftly. As soon as he sensed something amiss with David, the man had already turned on General Ross and the others. I was planning to wait a few more days, General Ross said, twisting his head at an unnaturally grotesque angle, as if it might snap off at any moment. His facial muscles were contorted, forced together in an expression as ugly as it was unnatural. But you discover my secret, and you can resist psychic powers. Seems I'll have to move up my plans. Eric knew instantly that it was David controlling General Ross. Ignoring Ross, he walked over to the window. Sure enough, David was standing just outside the door, smiling at him. So, you really can absorb and merge not only with metals, but with energy itself. Even psychic energy. Eric marveled, clicking his tongue in amazement. What a miraculous ability. He remembered that David could not only merge with lightning, but transform his entire body into electricity. He wondered if David could do the same with psychic force. As if in answer to his unspoken question, David suddenly turned transparent inside the doorway. Then, with a sharp crack, he burst into countless shimmering motes and vanished. At the same time, innumerable points of light materialized out of thin air beside Eric, quickly gathering into David's familiar form. This time, David looked quite different from before. He was impeccably dressed, his hair perfectly in place, wearing a deep blue suit and polished leather shoes. Catching Eric's surprised glance, David shrugged. A soldier here just got married. His clothes fit me rather well. Eric nodded in understanding. What is it you want? Why, to save my son, of course. David threw his arms wide, shouting with wild abandon, then fixed Eric with an intense gaze. You're here to stop me, aren't you? That depends on how you intend to go about it, Eric replied, shrugging and baring his teeth in a crooked grin. Besides, I don't think Bruce needs saving. He's doing just fine. No, this is all my fault. I'm the one who ruined him. I never imagined this cursed gene would be passed down. David shouted wildly, his voice filled with anguish and self-reproach. He should have had a happy childhood, lived like a normal person, but I ruined him. As he spoke, David suddenly broke down in sobs, tears streaming down his face, just like a child who had committed a terrible mistake. Eric watched this unfold with a frown. David's behavior seemed utterly deranged, completely out of the ordinary. Thinking back to how his son lost all reason when he transformed into the Hulk, Eric suspected David was in a similar state now. Their family's mutant genes were far from perfect. Mr. David, do you need help? I can assist you, but you'll have to cooperate with me. Eric tried to reason with him. An electromagnetic pulse could regulate his emotions, but only if David was willing to work with him. Otherwise, if he simply unleashed the pulse, David might just absorb it, and that would be pointless. Help? No, I don't need it. David suddenly burst out laughing, tapping his fingers on General Ross's head. They've already prepared everything for me. I'll succeed, as long as you don't get in my way. Watching David descend into madness again, Eric shrugged and slipped his hands into his pockets. Care to tell me what you're planning? David seemed pleased with Eric's attitude and set about commanding thousands of soldiers in the base to work busily. Even General Ross and the White Queen, Emma, rushed over to operate a machine on the side. The Hulk gene in Bruce's body is a combination of DNA from starfish, lizards, and other animals. Then it absorbed a tremendous amount of gamma radiation, making these genes unbelievably powerful. Ordinary methods simply don't work. Eric nodded as he listened. This old man didn't seem evil at heart. He just wanted to save his son. If it wasn't too dangerous, he didn't mind lending a hand. I've thought about it for a long time, and finally came up with a solution. Expose him to gamma rays again, a massive amount of them. The idea is to overload those genes until they burst. Every gene has its limit. They can't absorb energy forever. David swayed from side to side, pride lighting up his face as if to show off his cleverness. That would kill Bruce just as surely. Eric's eyes widened in disbelief. Was this really how he intended to save his son? Was he even sure Bruce was his own flesh and blood? No. The mutant gene will protect his normal genes right up until the very last moment. David was so excited he nearly leapt off the ground. As long as we time it right, and shut off the gamma rays the instant the mutant gene reaches its breaking point, Bruce will return to normal. Utter nonsense. Eric shook his head. This old man was clearly out of his mind. David paid no heed to his opinion and carried on with his speech, utterly absorbed in himself. I've installed dozens of high-powered gamma ray sources throughout this base. Then, by inverting the shielding layer built by Ross, I've turned it into an energy concentrator that amplifies the gamma rays. Their energy can at least be doubled. The corner of Eric's mouth twitched. Dozens of gamma ray generators, and then double the output. Was he trying to build a nuclear weapon? If this thing goes off, the entire base might be vaporized in an instant. If that's the case, then I have no choice but to intervene. Intervene? And just how do you plan to do that? It's too late. The gamma ray sources are already online. In just a few seconds, they'll be fully charged, and then the gamma rays will be unleashed. What could you possibly do? David let out a bizarre laugh, flailing his arms in excitement. Like this. Eric clenched his right fist and slammed it hard into empty air. Instantly, a powerful electromagnetic pulse burst forth, surging through the entire base. Nearly every piece of equipment sparked violently in that moment. The base lost all power at once. Bulbs shattered by the dozen, and darkness swallowed everything. The gamma ray sources, deprived of their energy supply, ground to a halt. A few even exploded from the sudden shift in power. Eric's electromagnetic pulse was truly the nemesis of all electronic devices. The darkness didn't bother either of them. Eric observed David through the magnetic fields, while David sensed Eric's presence through the stray energies in the air. So you really are just like the others. You want to stop me from saving Bruce. David's shout was wild, on the verge of madness. You think this will stop me? No, no one can stop me. David had truly lost his mind. His body began to swell grotesquely. Then, with a sudden eruption, he burst apart and dissolved into nothing. Only his deranged howl still echoed, lingering faintly in the air. Eric's expression grew grave. Against someone like David, who could absorb any substance or energy, most of his powers were rendered useless. Any attack he launched would only feed David, making him stronger. How was he supposed to fight that? Perhaps the only way was the one David himself had suggested, to make him burst from within. Shaking his head, Eric turned to General Ross and sent a pulse of electromagnetic energy his way, snapping him back to consciousness. What happened? Why is it so dark? Ross asked, confused. Eric quickly summarized the situation. General Ross, livid, let loose a string of curses. Even in the darkness, Eric could imagine just how dark his expression must be. Damn it, I knew it. You can't trust those banners. None of them are any good. General, now's not the time for that. Is there any other power source in this base? 200 meters underground, there's a backup, the main arc reactor. The arc reactor. My family's technology again. I never should have let them take it out of my hands. Eric didn't dare to be careless. His magnetic field swept downward, but he only managed to catch the tail end of David's presence. The palladium in the arc reactor was utterly depleted. All that immense energy had been absorbed into David's body. David had become a creature made entirely of energy. He struggled to take on a human form, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't succeed. He had been right. An overwhelming surge of energy really could shatter mutated cells, just as it was happening to him now. Enough energy to power Stark. Tower for centuries was now coursing through his body, and his cells could barely withstand the onslaught. His very genes were on the brink of collapse. David understood his predicament. He had no idea how many seconds he had left. In his heart, there was only one thought: to save his son. That single-minded determination drove him to push his body beyond its limits. Now that he had become a being of pure energy, David moved as swiftly as a bolt of lightning. Eric had only just sensed him underground when, in the blink of an eye, David appeared at the sources of the gamma rays. If you turned into something else, I might have to put in some effort. But a being of pure energy? How convenient, Eric said with a chuckle, opening a portal and stepping behind David. Mr. David, I understand your desperation to save your son, but could you spare a thought for the lives of others? There are over 4,000 people in this base, all exposed to dangerous levels of gamma radiation. How are they supposed to survive? Eric lectured, but his hands were already at work. Powerful magnetic fields wrapped around David, forming a gigantic magnetic sphere. All four fundamental forces activated at once, trapping David in the very center. What do they have to do with me? David tried to move, only to find that the energy inside him was locked at the core, rendering him immobile. The Dyson sphere system? That's right, Eric replied, a faint smile playing at his lips. David burst out laughing, the sound wild and booming. Amusing, but it's useless. Suddenly, his body swelled, energy surging within him. It took every ounce of willpower just to keep the energy contained, but now, even the slightest relaxation threatened to unleash it all. I won't let you run wild. Back you go. Eric pressed his palms together. The fundamental forces powering the Dyson sphere multiplied instantly, forcibly compressing David's form down to the size of an ordinary human. No, not quite enough. Eric frowned. The energy David had absorbed was indeed vast, but still wasn't enough to burst him completely. Stop, please. David screamed in agony, the colossal energy crushing him from within. His cries echoed far and wide, a raw and powerful sound that carried throughout the facility. At this moment, David no longer had the energy to control the others in the base. Whether it was the White Queen or the soldiers, they had all regained consciousness. None of them could figure out what had just happened to them. Bewildered, they puzzled over it for a long time. In the end, the screams drew their attention, and one after another, they stumbled through the darkness toward the commotion. Only Emma Frost, the White Queen, understood that her mind had been controlled by someone else. The thought was utterly humiliating. After all, not even Professor X could always dominate her mind. She was second only to him among psychic mutants, hardly a paper tiger. Yet here she was, a true tigress, subdued by a sickly kitten. Could there be anything more disgraceful in the world? Absolutely not. Emma's expression turned icy as she unleashed her formidable psychic force, pressing it against David with an overwhelming presence. Eric sensed Emma's mental power and nearly cursed in frustration. Wasn't she just making things harder? Could she not see how busy he was? Stay back. Eric barked sharply, unleashing his annihilation field. Within a 10-meter radius centered on him, all matter instantly disintegrated into dust. He wielded an enormous, nearly boundless energy, channeling it directly into the Dyson sphere. Emma witnessed the terrifying scene and, thoroughly alarmed, immediately withdrew her psychic force, terrified that even a moment's delay might lead to her mind being obliterated by Eric as well. This surge of energy poured into David like a fresh army reinforcements, joining forces with the arc reactor's power and rampaging wildly within him. David's cells were shattered, but under the power of his mutant genes, they rapidly regenerated, until even the mutation itself could no longer withstand the onslaught. You were right, Eric murmured to himself, closely watching David's condition. The moment David's mutant genes completely collapsed, Eric flung him out of the Dyson sphere and teleported the energy sphere into outer space. David crashed to the ground, gasping for breath, but appeared completely unscathed. General Ross strode over, landed a heavy punch on David's face, then stomped his boot down on him. But David only chuckled. "Do you know something about me? Whenever I run experiments, I always make a backup." Eric and General Ross's expressions shifted instantly. David grinned at Ross. "Ross, I've helped you fulfill your greatest wish." Ross's ambition was well known to many, to possess a powerful army. Why else would he relentlessly pursue his green-skinned son-in-law? He dreamed of commanding an army as mighty as the Hulk, strength beyond compare, endurance without equal, nearly invulnerable, and above all, absolutely obedient. Yet now that someone else had forcibly granted this wish, an overwhelming fear gripped him. How many? A soldier walked into the office, holding a few thin sheets of paper in his hand. Yet those sheets seemed to weigh 1,000 pounds, his hands trembling as he tried to hand them to General Ross. General Ross did not reach out to take them. His voice came out hoarse with a single question. The soldier swallowed hard, then forced out the words, "All of them." The entire base, 4,782 soldiers, plus 104 research staff and 241 external personnel, who delivered supplies, did maintenance, or handled logistics. Every one of them, including you and Miss Betty, has tested positive for the mutated gene. General Ross closed his eyes in anguish. Eric rolled his eyes and slumped deeper into the sofa, his knuckles tapping rhythmically against his forehead, though the pain in his head remained as sharp as ever. This was David's so-called backup plan. He had transformed Hulk's genes into something akin to a virus, slipping it into the base's food and water supply. Every soldier on General Ross's base was now infected with a mutation. Well, everyone except Emma Frost, the White Queen. She cared deeply about her quality of life. Her drinking water was flown in daily from the heart of the Amazon rainforest, and her food came exclusively from her private farm. She believed these things made a tremendous difference for her skin, so she was meticulous about them. The entire base, more than 5,000 people, including General Ross himself, and Betty, who often came to visit her green-skinned beloved, had all become potential Hulks. Was this something a human would do? General Ross was furious enough to want to throw David into a crowd of 5,000 Hulks. "General, things haven't reached the point of no return yet. At least, they haven't been exposed to gamma radiation." Eric could only offer this thin comfort. David's backup was hardly so simple. He was not actually helping General Ross fulfill his wishes out of kindness. Everything he did was still for the sake of saving his son. While he controlled General Ross, he had secretly activated a certain hidden directive. 3 gamma radiation missiles had been launched simultaneously, all aimed at this very place. The combined radiation from these 3 missiles would far exceed what Bruce could currently withstand. That was why David had prepared 5,000 shields. For him, by his calculations, these people would just barely absorb enough radiation to reduce the dose to a level that could heal Bruce without killing him. As for how a newly ordinary Bruce would face 5,000 Hulks, well, forgive an old man a little madness. David had never given it a second thought. Unfortunately, he hadn't accounted for Eric's presence here. With Eric around, not even a nuclear missile could detonate, let alone those gamma warheads. Right now, the 3 gamma missiles were safely lying in a warehouse, waiting to be dismantled. This must not reach the ears of the Department of Defense. General Ross was grinding an expensive Cohiba cigar between his fingers. He used to treasure such cigars, but now he was snapping it into pieces out of sheer frustration. Of course, this matter must be kept secret. Eric straightened up, his expression grave. If the Department of Defense learns about this, they'll turn every last one of them into Hulks. Remember, the DoD is desperate for weapons that can stand against Utopia right now. "Those are my men." General Ross hurled his cigar to the floor with a furious gesture. "They'll never lay a finger on my soldiers." Eric shook his head. If the Department of Defense really found out, they wouldn't care who you are. "General, have Bruce speed up the process. Right now, they're like ticking time bombs. Maybe only Bruce can save them." General Ross nodded, fixing his gaze on the soldier who had delivered the report. "This cannot be leaked. I'll have Ms. Emma erase this part of your memory. What do you say?" The soldier actually let out a sigh of relief, realizing there was still hope for him. He wouldn't turn into a green monster, nor would he be silenced for good. At last, he could set his mind at ease. He nodded vigorously, agreeing wholeheartedly with General Ross's plan. Eric rose to his feet and bid General Ross farewell. He wasn't about to let Emma tamper with his mind, and Ross never intended to force the issue. After a few polite words, he let Eric leave. The rest, after so many years working together, hardly needed to be said. Oh, in general, Eric called back as he reached the door. Once Emma's done, send her my way. Tell her she's about to become a mother. General Ross was left momentarily speechless. With Eric gone, General Ross locked the list of infected soldiers in his safe. Those few thin sheets of paper would one day prove more dangerous than nuclear launch codes. General Sergeant Emil Blonsky has refused to have his memory erased. And the soldier from before returned, no longer looking fearful, but instead hesitant, almost eager. He's requested to be exposed to gamma radiation. Outrageous! General Ross roared, his fury barely contained. I need soldiers who follow orders, not more out-of-control hulks. General, the Hulk is just a beast, but I'm not. A short soldier burst through the door. He was Emil Blonsky, once an operative in the former Yugoslavia, his face a mask of sheer determination. I can stay in control. No, you can't, General Ross shouted, his voice thunderous. Yes, I can. Emil Blonsky shot back, utterly unyielding. The two men glared at each other, tension crackling in the air. Finally, it was General Ross who wavered, his tone tinged with doubt. Why? Why would you risk turning into a monster just to be exposed to gamma radiation? Because I need power. Emil Blonsky's eyes burned with a strange, fierce light. I believe every soldier dreams of that kind of strength. That's not a blessing from God. It's a curse. General Ross locked eyes with him, his voice low and heavy with warning. Then I need this curse. Emil Blonsky replied with unshakable resolve. General Ross fell silent, the weight of the moment, settling in for a full minute before he finally turned his gaze to the soldier who had just entered to report. The soldier seemed to wage an intense internal battle, but in the end, he looked at General Ross and gave a firm, silent nod. Ross's brow furrowed as he started pacing back and forth in his office, every so often stretching out his hand and eyeing the deepening wrinkles on his skin. After a long pause, he finally asked, "How many soldiers share your sentiments?" "A lot. A whole lot." The reporting soldier no longer hesitated, meeting General Ross's eyes with the same unwavering determination. At last, General Ross made up his mind. "Escort Ms. Emma out of here." A smile finally broke through Emil Blonsky's tense expression. Eric returned home alone to find Skye still at her computer, fingers flying across the keyboard as lines of code flashed by on the screen. She was probably hacking into some server, something she'd done so many times that Eric no longer found it surprising. Moving quietly so as not to disturb her, Eric reached out with his senses and discovered that Psylocke was in another room, entertaining 5 little clones with cartoons. He headed straight over. "Boss, you're finally back. They're all yours now." Psylocke, ever perceptive, noticed Eric's arrival in an instant. With a nimble backflip, she vacated her seat and dashed away before Eric could react. The 5 little girls exchanged glances, then all turned to Eric in unison. 10 sparkling, curious eyes locked onto him, filled with expectation. Eric was at a loss for words. What followed was a crash course in the chaos that only mischievous children can bring. But this time, multiplied by 5. The 5 girls there, minds linked, picked up new things 5 times faster than any ordinary child, and their requests came at him with 5 times the usual force. For example, when one of them unearthed a limited edition children's Lamborghini, Skye's old birthday gift from Obadiah, the other 4 immediately pointed at the car and, as if rehearsed, chimed in together. "We want one too." Perhaps it was the fearlessness of innocence, but the 5 girls treated Eric's villa as if it were their own personal playground, darting about, asking for whatever caught their fancy, and whenever they wanted something, they wanted 5 of it. Of course, it wasn't truly greed, just boundless curiosity. They wanted to explore everything they saw. And these were no ordinary children. They were clones of the White Queen, Emma, each born with psychic powers and the potential for Diamond Heart forms. While they couldn't fully control their abilities yet, the occasional unexpected flare-up was more than enough to cause trouble. Faced with this, Eric realized that if he let them stay inside any longer, his villa would surely be turned upside down. So he decided to take all 5 girls outside. To play point, 5 little girls dashed around wildly, pausing to examine anything that caught their eye for ages. At first, Eric was worried they might get into trouble, so he stuck to them like glue. But trying to keep up with 5 energetic little girls was no easy feat in the end. He simply gave up, dragged a beach chair out into the garden, and settled in. He extended his magnetic and gravitational fields, keeping close tabs on the 5 girls as they played, and let them do as they pleased. Unfortunately, Eric underestimated just how curious the girls could be. When one of them discovered the swimming pool, she stopped to check it out, then, bubbling with excitement, leapt straight in. But child, who'd only just been cloned, had no idea how to swim. After a few frantic splashes, she sank right to the bottom. Driven by instinct, she quickly transformed into her diamond form and vanished beneath the water. No one else could see her, but her 4 sisters knew exactly what she was up to. Mimicking her perfectly, they followed, one by one, jumping into the pool and transforming into diamond forms themselves, disappearing without a trace. It was a stroke of luck that Sky had the foresight to send all the maids and security staff home for the day. Otherwise, just catching a glimpse of these ghostly goings-on would have been enough to give someone a heart attack. Even Eric felt his heart leap into his throat at the sight. In a rush, he summoned the 5 diamond girls back to his side. The 5 little girls floated through the air, not the least bit frightened. Instead, they squealed with delight, clamoring to fly even higher. Eric wasn't about to let them get up to more mischief. He fixed them in the air, watching as these short-limbed diamond dolls flailed about, utterly unmoved by their antics. Eventually, the girls tired themselves out from all the shouting. One by one, they turned back into their human forms. After a quick exchange via telepathy, they decided it was time to teach this meanie a lesson. 5 slender streams of psychic power joined together, sharpening into a single, tiny drill that they launched straight at Eric's forehead. But they didn't realize just how tough Eric's head was. Their combined psychic attack shattered like glass, striking steel. The 5 little girls were instantly racked with splitting headaches. Tears welled up in their big round eyes, and they wailed loudly in distress. The noise made Eric's own head throb. With a flash of resolve, he let loose an electromagnetic pulse. The 5 girls' heads lolled, and they all slipped into sleep. At last, the world was quiet again. "These little troublemakers are really something else," Eric muttered, curling his lip. "My Sky was never this wild when she was little, such a good kid." He was just about to float the 5 girls back to their bedroom when he spotted, not far away, a tall, graceful beauty staring at him icily, her face as cold as frost. Emma, you're back already?" he stammered. Caught red-handed, bullying the little ones in front of their own mother. "Mr. Eric, I never expected you to look after children like this. I have to say, I truly feel sorry for your daughter." Emma walked over with a cold, mocking smile, gently lifting the 5 little girls into her arms one by one. Waves of psychic energy surged from her, and soon, each of the girls began to stir awake. "Emma, these girls are—" Eric shrugged, unfazed by her sarcasm, and tried to explain where the 5 little girls had come from. But Emma held up a hand to stop him. "No need. I'll find out myself," she declared. With that, Emma crouched down among the 5 little girls, her formidable psychic power connecting to the unique mental network they shared. The girls, encountering this for the first time, looked startled and anxious, as if their most precious secrets were being laid bare. But with Emma's patient, gentle reassurance, their panic faded. In silence, they gazed up at her, their eyes growing warmer and more affectionate by the moment. From Eric's perspective, Emma knelt on the floor, surrounded by the 5 little girls. The 6 of them sat together in utter silence, but the looks they exchanged suggested a lively, wordless conversation. The sight was eerie, so much, so it made his skin crawl. He could almost feel a chill breeze brush the back of his neck, and he instinctively hunched his shoulders. He knew they were communicating telepathically, but did the scene have to be this unsettling? So that's how it is. "Thank you for taking care of them these past few days, Mr. Eric." Having finished her exchange with the girls, Emma rose gracefully to her feet, her tall, striking figure gleaming like a diamond in the light. "And thank you, Sky, for saving them." Drawn by the voices inside, Sky had come out and now saw the 5 little girls clustered around Emma. She glanced at Eric, silently asking for confirmation. Eric gave a slight nod, indicating Emma was indeed their mother. "No need to thank me, Miss Emma. By the way, has General Ross's little problem been resolved?" Eric asked politely. Emma's lips curled into a faint smile. "As for that little problem, it seems General Ross has found another way to handle it. He doesn't need my help after all." Eric frowned in confusion. What did she mean? Ross was going to handle it himself? Could he really keep 5,000 men quiet? Wait, could it be? He sucked in a sharp breath. That couldn't be right. But the more he thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. General Ross was probably planning to turn all those soldiers into Hulks. 5,000 Hulk soldiers. Heaven help us. That kind of power could rival an army of 5,000 city enforcers. Forget about Earth. Even the whole solar system wouldn't withstand them. What on earth was happening here? Emma caught sight of Eric's bewildered look and let out a soft, amused laugh. She nodded goodbye to Sky, then left with the 5 little girls in tow. Sky watched Emma go, her eyes shining with excitement. She nudged Eric eagerly. "Eric, you should go after her." "What was that, dear?" "The wind was a bit loud just now. I didn't catch what you said." "I said, you should go after her. Did you hear me that time?" When Sky shouted at him while pulling his ear, Eric felt his head buzzing, and it took him a long moment to recover, looking at his daughter in disbelief. What are you staring at me for? I'm being serious. Sky nudged Eric with her elbow, shooting a meaningful glance in the direction. Emma had left. Just look at her. That's what a real woman is. She's got the figure, the looks, curves in all the right places. Enough. Eric was nearly frightened out of his wits and hurriedly stopped her, fixing her with a stern glare. Where did you even learn to talk like this? You sound like a little hooligan. Sky rarely saw Eric this flustered. She shrank her neck, stuck out her tongue sheepishly, and explained, well, I accidentally hacked the wrong website just now. I ended up on some Eastern site called Dien something, a web novel platform. There was this novel in there, written by someone named Xiao, called something got. From now on, you're not allowed to read that novel, and you can't go on that site either, understand? If you really must, at least wait until after the 2019 anti-pornography and illegal publication crackdown. Sky bowed her head, her face the picture of innocence, as she admitted her mistake. Okay, I got it. Eric shook his head. Off you go then. Sky shuffled a few steps away, then turned back and looked up. Eric, I mean it. You really should find someone to be with. Why would you think something like that? Eric was utterly taken aback. Sky stepped forward and took her father's hand, her big dark eyes fixed on him with grave sincerity. Dad, tell me, how old are you really? 40? 50? And don't even mention what's on your driver's license. I know that's fake. Eric was at a loss for words. How would he explain? Should he say he was actually some 100-year-old hermit from a mystical mountain? That would surely scare his girl half to death. I can't find any information about your past online. Even SHLD's database has nothing. You never celebrate your birthday. You never even mention when it is. Sky grew more agitated as she spoke. I'm your daughter, and I don't even know your birthday. I don't actually know my own birthday, either. Eric began to defend himself, but Sky cut him off again. No excuses. Even I, as an orphan, have a birthday. How could you not have one? As she spoke, her tears threatened to fall. Eric quickly pulled her into a hug, gently stroking her hair. Sky, you're not an orphan. You got me your dad. And besides, your birth parents. Let's not talk about them today. Sky interrupted him once more, sitting up straighter. Let's stick to your issues. Eric let out a long sigh. Sky, you have to understand, some secrets aren't meant for you to know just yet. When the time is right, I promise I'll tell you everything. I know. That's why I've never asked. Sky placed her small hand over Eric's heart. You're hiding too many secrets inside. Aren't you exhausted, Eric? You need someone to share this burden with you. Eric remained silent for a long time. He wanted to deny it, but when he saw the concern in his daughter's eyes, he simply couldn't bring himself to speak. Besides, Sky suddenly changed her tone and flashed a mischievous grin. I'm already 16 this year. In just 2 more years, your company, your fortune, they'll all be mine. Are you sure you don't want to spend your later years with a wealthy woman at your side? Eric almost choked at her unexpected twist, coughing awkwardly. He couldn't help but look at his daughter with a helpless smile. I'm just kidding. I'll take care of you, Dad. Sky patted Eric's back, helping him catch his breath. All right, stop messing around. I really don't get you. Back when Maya showed up, you did everything you could to stop her, but now you're trying to push me out the door? Maya, Sky snorted dismissively when she heard the name. You call that a woman? All she does is eat, sleep, and bury herself in research. Sometimes she gets so caught up that she won't bathe for over 10 days. Good grief, I can smell her from across the room. Eric was left speechless. That kind of woman? Sure, she'd make a decent assistant or subordinate, and maybe the occasional fling is fine. But if you actually married her, she'd drive you up the wall. Sky continued, her words flowing without pause. She's just a science-obsessed oddball. She'll never find a husband. What about Emma, then? Why do you like her so much? Emma is a whole different story. I just looked up everything about her, including her spending habits and credit card records. She spends 10% of her money on daily expenses, 30% on designer clothes and accessories, and the remaining 60% goes into maintaining her skin and figure. Now, that's a woman who knows how to live. Eric rolled his eyes at this. What kind of values were these? Had his daughter gone astray? Noticing Eric's expression, Sky immediately caught his meaning and waved dismissively. I know what you're thinking. This kind of value system isn't right, and I'm not going to follow her example. I'm just saying, Emma is someone who understands how to enjoy life. If you ended up with her, your days would be amazing. Sky, you don't understand. There are a lot of dangers in the future. I have to put all my energy into getting stronger so I can protect you. That's exactly why you need her. Sky grinned triumphantly. I found a very secretive website with a lot of information about her. She's actually a powerful mutant, the White Queen of the Hellfire Club. She could be a tremendous help to you. All right, let's drop this topic for now. We'll talk about it later. Eric forcefully cut off Sky's train of thought. Now, what are you planning to do about Ward? Having her subject abruptly changed by Eric, Sky was visibly displeased. She turned her head away. That's none of your business. I can handle it myself. Come on now, don't be so stubborn. Ward's not as simple as you think. Behind him stand Alexander and Hydra. If you don't handle this carefully... I know. Sky interrupted Eric impatiently. I even know about how he used to sneak peeks at girls bathing when he was a kid. I don't need you to lecture me. You should worry about yourself. Eric gazed up at the sky in exasperation. Was his daughter entering her rebellious phase? Who could teach him how to deal with this? All right, Dad. I could take care of this myself. Don't worry. I know you're busy, so just go do your thing. By the time you're done, I might have already sorted him out. Seeing Eric's expression, Sky realized she'd spoken a bit too sharply, so she awkwardly stepped forward to comfort him. Eric shook his head and opened a portal. If you need me, just get in touch anytime. I know. With a sigh, Eric stepped 1 foot into the portal. Suddenly, Sky called out after him, nearly making him lose his balance. Eric, hurry up and find yourself a partner, or people are going to start suspecting you're up to something weird. What nonsense! Eric replied with a wry smile as he stepped through the portal, returning to Utopia. Apart from Professor X, nobody there even realized he'd been gone, let alone that he'd just slipped away to defeat a boss and save the world on the side. The sun was beginning to set, and the endless bickering of the politicians was finally drawing to a close. After hours of debate, the only result was that nothing had been decided. For a project that involved every nation on Earth, a resolution wouldn't come in a single day. What followed would be meeting after meeting, squabble after squabble. Politicians. Oof. The Earth is doomed by these politicians. Dr. Doom approached, having had enough of the endless squabbling and choosing to leave early. Wasn't this exactly what we expected? Eric replied with a faint smile. The threat of extraterrestrials is now plain for all to see. The formation of the Star Alliance is inevitable. It's just a matter of time. I just worry that time will last too long. Dr. Doom said dismissively. Eric chuckled and raised a finger toward the sky. Relax. It won't be dragged out for too long. I have friends in high places. Dr. Doom tilted his head. His mask hid his expression, but Eric could sense his curiosity. Why are you going through all this trouble to form a Star Alliance? The mutants have established their own nation. As long as the plans unfold step by step, with just a few years of development, there will be nowhere in this world that can threaten us. The future holds great danger. I need to give Earth a deeper foundation. Eric lifted his head, his gaze settling on the morning star gradually emerging in the sky, his expression layered with emotion. Teach, such naive idealism. Dr. Doom scoffed, unconvinced. Whatever happens to Earth, that's SHLD's concern and the like. Why should you bother? It's not just for the planet. It's also for myself. In the days to come, I will strike back. Thanos, wait for me. Eric murmured softly as he gazed at the sky. Strike back? Against whom? Dr. Doom caught his words and looked at him, curiosity piqued. Eric just smiled, refusing to explain, and gave Doom's shoulder a friendly pat. How about watching another show? Another one? Wasn't the last act grand enough? Dr. Doom knocked Eric's hand away, feigning irritation. When I borrowed money from you, I should have known it wouldn't. Come easy. Look at me now, dragged onto your pirate ship, forced to act in your colossal drama, broadcast for the whole world to see. My poor heart can hardly take it. Eric burst into hearty laughter. Dr. Doom, your heart isn't so fragile, is it? With that, he opened another portal and beckoned Doom to follow. This performance was flawless, so it deserves a perfect ending. With those words, Eric stepped through the portal. Dr. Doom gave a quiet chuckle and went after him. Crossing the portal, they found themselves inside a space laboratory. For Dr. Doom, it was his first visit, and everything felt novel. He glanced around with curiosity. Alien spacecraft. Eric, just how many of these do you actually have? Not many, just this one. Oh, and there's a smaller one I plan to give away. Eric replied, the mention of spaceships reminding him of Comrade Obadiah, still studying on Vormer. By his calculations, it was nearly time for Obadiah to set out. 2 ships. Dr. Doom asked in surprise. Then why did you destroy that battleship for the mutants? Was it really worth it? What's worth and what isn't? Eric replied with a mysterious smile. Did you really think I destroy the warship? What? Dr. Doom's eyes widened in disbelief. But you broadcasted that live to the entire world. What you see with your eyes isn't always the truth, Eric said with a sly grin. With a wave, he teleported the spaceship outside, letting it float in the void. While Doom was still marveling at Eric's ability to survive in space, Eric had already begun his performance. Tiny particles streamed from his body, swirling together before him, seemingly endless, never pausing for a moment. Under Dr. Doom's stunned gaze, the swirling dust gradually gathered together, and before his very eyes, a massive warship began to take shape, piece by piece. This defies all scientific explanation. Dr. Doom managed to choke out, swallowing hard. No, this is science at its finest, Ivan replied, striding up behind him and pointing proudly at the scene outside the window. That is my most perfect creation. You... Dr. Doom hesitated, casting a searching glance over Ivan from head to toe. Are you some kind of creator god? No, I am a maker, Ivan declared. Dr. Doom fell silent. The Star Eater wasps were a swarm of parasites, each capable of acting independently. Modeled after Sentinel robots, they could transform into almost any form imaginable. Later, Eric and Ivan went even further, infusing them with the genetics of the energy-devouring beast and the hive, so that within every single wasp's body, there existed a miniature pocket dimension akin to the one inside the energy-devouring beast. Anything the wasps consumed, matter or energy, would be stored in that dimension. A single Star Eater wasp pocket dimension was minuscule, but when trillions upon trillions of them gathered together, they formed a cluster of pocket dimensions on a scale beyond imagination, a cluster vast enough to swallow not just a Kree warship, but even an entire planet. Why were they called Star Eater wasps? Because they could truly devour worlds. With the hive's genes granting them the powers of replication and rapid reproduction, anything these wasps consumed could, in theory, be perfectly reconstructed. The warship took shape quickly. Eric halted the release of the Star Eater wasps and sat cross-legged in the void, closing his eyes to begin modifying the warship's appearance. The Kree warship had already appeared once before. Everyone on Earth now recognized it as the villainous Kree's vessel. If Eric wanted to use it again, he'd have to give it a new look. This was one of the reasons he'd chosen to have the Star Eater wasps devour it in the first place. Although he could manipulate metal at will, restructuring the entire appearance and internal layout of spaceship would be an enormous task. Why bother when the wasps could do it in a fraction of time? All done, Eric exclaimed moments later, opening his eyes. The Kree warship had been completely transformed, now bearing a strong resemblance to the bird-shaped vessel that had crashed before. He'd based the redesign on photographs he'd obtained from the Skrulls. The Shi'ar's ancestors were avian, and they remained egg-laying creatures to this day. From their clothing and fashion to their warships and weaponry, everything bore avian features. Such a peculiar design could never be mistaken by anyone with even a basic knowledge of the cosmos. Eric slipped into the warship with a flash and connected the future to its systems. The Star Eater wasps could reconstruct hardware, but software was another story. Fortunately, that was no problem for him. Once the ship was ready, Eric opened a portal and brought over more than 100 Skrulls from Vormir. Each one transformed into the likeness of a Shi'ar, some as soldiers, some as officers, and others as attendants or handmaidens. With everything in place, Eric brought Dr. Doom aboard the warship. Pointing toward Earth, he said, "Let's go. It's time for the grand finale to take its bow." The first meeting on the founding of the Star Alliance had just concluded. The world leaders filtered out of the conference room in small groups, discussing the pros and cons of the alliance with their familiar counterparts. After the meeting, Utopia had prepared a lavish banquet, but most guests had little appetite for enjoyment. Several major powers left straight away. The President of the United States boarded Air Force One with a stormy expression. As soon as the plane cleared Utopian airspace, he wasted no time in calling an emergency meeting. Lock Bolivar Teslac in the White House dungeon and have him continue his research, the President ordered grimly. The visit to the mutant nation had once again impressed upon him the formidable strength of mutants. America must have weapons to counter them. But, Mr. President, the aliens, the Vice President hesitated, his voice trailing off. Aliens? The President snorted. You think aliens just show up at the drop of a hat? The last visit was a fluke. Who knows when the next time will be? Listen, if another alien sets foot here within a year, I'll do a live broadcast of myself doing a handstand while firing a gun. And then I'll eat the gun too. He slammed his hand on the table and roared, making everyone in the room shrink into silence. None of them noticed the tiny insect fluttering its wings in the corner of the conference room. Eric projected the scene from Air Force One onto the warship screen. He exchanged a glance with Dr. Doom. Was that also your doing? Dr. Doom wondered if the U.S. President had fallen under Professor X's mind control. No, his Air Force One is shielded against psychic interference, Eric replied with a strange look. But since he's so eager to put on a show, shouldn't we play along? Dr. Doom nodded gravely. That act won't be easy to pull off. Mr. President. Mr. President. The President was still raging in the conference room when an urgent knock sounded at the door. His face darkened even further. What is it? A secretary entered, nervously glancing around before holding out a laptop with trembling hands. You're on television. The president stared in bewilderment. What? Watching the video looping on the screen, the president's face went from red to green and back again. He slumped into his seat, not daring to look at anyone else's reaction. He didn't need to. He could already imagine just how spectacular it must be. Oh God, what did I do to deserve this? Why am I being punished like this? This is humiliation on a global scale. Could there possibly be worse news than this? Mr. President, NASA just reported that a spaceship has entered the atmosphere. The president was speechless. Damn, that high tide organization. This was all their fault. Coughing awkwardly, the vice president stepped up, finally someone who could keep his cool in a crisis. Guards, search the premises immediately. Air Force One has been breached. And keep a close watch on that alien ship. On this day, aliens paid another visit to Earth. Normally, this should have been the world's top headline, but the President of the United States managed to steal the spotlight. News of his attempt to confine Bolivar Teslac at the White House quickly caught the public's attention, but it was nowhere near as sensational as the revelation that he might have to livestream himself doing a headstand. The footage was shared endlessly, reposted by countless viewers, and shot straight to the top of every major video site. Cracking down on mutants in broad daylight was nothing new, and planting one's flag with arrogance was hardly unusual, but to be so thoroughly humiliated right. After making a bold declaration, and for it to be the president himself who suffered the blow. Now, that was something people found far more entertaining. Internet users all over the country flooded the web with comments, demanding the president honor his promise and start the live stream. His political opponents went a step further, rallying crowds of idle protesters to the White House gates, waving their placards and loudly calling on the president to keep his word. The president had yet to return to the White House, but his shining image had already spread across America. Meanwhile, Eric guided the retrofitted warship in for a gentle landing, grinning from ear to ear, not the least bit annoyed at having the spotlight snatched from him. This wasn't how he'd written the script, but the unexpected turn of events had made the show even more spectacular. Why would he have any complaints? The warship touched down again by the Danube, right where the great battle had unfolded just days before. The High Tide organization once more assumed their role as diligent broadcasters, streaming every moment live to the world. Under the gaze of the global audience, the enormous bird-shaped warship slowly opened its hatch. Dozens of armed aliens filed out, one after another. Unaware that their every move was on display for all of humanity, they moved with utmost caution. Some deployed advanced alien scanning devices. Others appeared to use special detection abilities, and a few communicated on strange extraterrestrial devices. Yet none of their efforts could uncover the surveillance of the High Tide organization. Once again, the world was left in awe. So Earth possessed technology this advanced after all, and perhaps aliens weren't so omnipotent after all. Humanity, long made to feel inferior beneath the vastness of space, began to recover a measure of confidence. The alien scouts quickly finished their survey. Satisfied that the area was secure, a few of the bolder ones removed their helmets, revealing their exotic hairstyles to the watching world. Ah, so they were Siens again, old acquaintances by now. Why, their princess was practically a daughter-in-law of Earth already. The tense atmosphere dissipated in an instant. All across the world, countless viewers in front of their televisions and computers lifted their glasses, wine or tea, in laughter, chatting cheerfully as if they were watching an episode of a soap opera. And just like in those old-fashioned dramas, the story unfolded predictably. A group of Shi'ar warriors discovered several utopian mutants loitering nearby. Mistaking them for ordinary Earthlings, they approached with the intention of subduing each one in turn and interrogating them for information. But these mutants weren't to be underestimated. Though their powers weren't overwhelming, each possessed unique abilities that proved unexpectedly useful. One mutant, gifted with heightened senses, quickly noticed the Shi'ar, sneaking up on them. Another, who could control sand and stone, raised a protective barrier in a heartbeat. Then, a mutant with mastery over water summoned the mighty Danube, encasing the Shi'ar warriors in swirling currents. Was that the end? Not quite. Yet another mutant, with the power to manipulate temperature, chilled the river water in seconds. In the blink of an eye, the would-be assailants were frozen into statues, caught in their own failed ambush. The tables had turned. The attackers became the prisoners, and what could have been a legendary skirmish fizzled out as quickly as it began. Moments later, King Sammy arrived on the scene with the Shi'ar princess in tow, having rushed to the rescue as soon as word reached them. The misunderstanding was cleared up, and the princess embraced her fellow Shi'ar in tears of relief. With the help of the Doom-brand Shi'ar translator, viewers at home finally understood the truth. The captain of the warship was, in fact, the princess's brother. Having received her distress signal, He dropped everything and raced to her aid. A collective cheer erupted. Everyone, everywhere, realized the big brother-in-law had arrived. The live broadcast drew to a close amid sighs of regret from the audience, as King Sammy and his Shi'ar in-laws returned to Utopia. As a friendly partner to Utopia, the Tide Rising organization had no intention of airing the Shi'ar family drama in public. With the aliens gone, there was nothing more to see, at least not on that front. But surely, something even more exciting must be happening somewhere. A curious crowd of netizens quickly switched their attention back to the president's flag-raising video. Mr. President, the stage is yours. Deep within Utopia, in a hidden chamber constructed by Magneto, the actors had shed their disguises. Behind the scenes, Eric and Dr. Doom revealed themselves, dropping all pretense. "Talos, thank you," Eric said. "By tomorrow morning, the show will be over. I'll take you to see your new home." He was referring to the place where the Hive had been banished, a location he'd personally cleared, ensuring there was no longer any threat from the Hive. "Is it really impossible to stay on Vormir?" Talos asked hesitantly. He'd grown attached to this beautiful planet and was reluctant to start over yet again. Eric shook his head resolutely. "In just a few more years, that strange energy will once again sweep across Vormir. If you stay and let yourselves be corroded by it, madness is only a matter of time. It's better to leave sooner rather than later." Talos let out a sigh and nodded solemnly. His heart resisted the idea, but the Skrulls who lived there had long been waiting for this very day. In truth, many of them even looked forward to it, for the next planet would finally become their permanent home. "Magneto, the grand play has reached its finale. From here on, it's all up to you." Eric glanced across at Magneto, then at Sam beside him, and finally at the Shi'ar princess. There was nothing to be done. The two of them were deep in the throes of romance, inseparable even during such a secret meeting, showering everyone with their affection at every turn. Magneto, for his part, was equally dissatisfied with the couple's public display. He cleared his throat as a gentle reminder before nodding gravely. "Don't worry, I'll keep a close eye on things. This is the home of mutants. Our future lies here." Eric nodded in acknowledgement, turning next to Dr. Doom. "Victor, I'm counting on you for what comes next." Dr. Doom shrugged. "I still owe you several billion. Do I really have a choice?" With a hearty laugh, Eric waved his hand generously. "Billions? That's nothing. Consider it wiped clean." "No way," Dr. Doom replied without the slightest hint of gratitude. "A debt is a debt. I said I'd pay it back, and I will. Besides, with our cooperation with Utopia, I'll settle the account in no time." Eric simply smiled and said no more. It was true. Now that Latveria and Utopia had joined forces, a debt of a few billion was hardly worth mentioning. One nation specialized in superhuman abilities, the other in science and magic. Together, they stood on the cusp of a technological revolution. With the help of mutants like Magneto, Dr. Doom's technological prowess was bound to reach dazzling new heights. As for the mutants, under the guidance of a genius like Doom, their abilities could easily be commercialized. The value of mutants was immeasurable. Yet governments like the United States had eyes only for their military potential. Whenever they caught a mutant, their first thought was always to turn them into weapons. Why must Wolverine, with his rapid healing, be transformed into Weapon X? Wouldn't it be better to use his healing factor to develop life-saving medicines? Cyclops' eyes opened onto a dimension pulsing with destructive energy. Why train him solely as a soldier? Why not harness that energy to provide Earth with a limitless supply of power? Nightcrawler could teleport in the blink of an eye, yet he was always made an assassin. Why not use his genes to pioneer teleportation technology and revolutionize the way people travel? Mystique could change her appearance at will. Why only use her gift to create Sentinel robots? Wouldn't it be wonderful to develop beauty products that make women all over the world young and radiant? It's not that you lack opportunities to make money. The real problem is that you don't have the eyes to spot those opportunities. Eric's vision for Utopia's future is simple. He wants to work alongside Dr. Doom, delving deep into their own abilities and commercialize the diverse powers of mutants. This wouldn't just bring them more wealth and influence or help change the world perception of mutants. It would also bring convenience and progress to all of humanity. The next morning, under the gaze of the entire world, the Shi'ar warship soared away from Earth. Accompanying them were the Shi'ar princess and her 4 attendants. The moment the ship powered up, the princess and King Sammy shared a painfully melodramatic, yet deeply moving farewell. The Shi'ar princess longed to stay on Earth with King Sammy, but her royal status forced her to choose between personal love and the interests of her family. Staying on Earth would bring her happiness, but her family would lose face and suffer enormous losses. In that case, they would never let Sammy go unpunished. Yet if she left with her brother, she'd have to endure the heartache of loving someone from afar, shedding tears each day for her lost love beside an aging nobleman. This was a difficult, yet unavoidable decision. In the end, urged by her brother, the Shi'ar princess couldn't bear to let a moment's selfishness bring catastrophe upon Sammy. With tears streaming down her face, she broke free from King Sammy's embrace and left it behind. As King Sammy cried out in anguish, the ship departed from Earth, bringing this tragic love story to a bittersweet end. The audience wept with them, showering King Sammy with blessings, hoping he would someday find true love again. Silently, they also prayed for the departing Shi'ar princess, wishing her the strength to survive a political marriage. In no time, the tale of King Sammy and the Shi'ar princess's love swept across every corner of the world, winning them legions of fans. Yet, no one could have imagined that, just moments after their tearful farewell, the two green-skinned lovers would be back in each other's arms, as inseparable as ever. Palos, it's a shame you Skrulls aren't all professional actors. Eric couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his mouth after watching Sammy and his companion's self-directed, over-the-top love scene. Eric, you may not know this, but if you ranked the best actors in the galaxy, at least 8 out of the top 10 would be Skrulls. Talos seemed quite pleased with the performance, offering Sammy and his Skrull girlfriend a thorough critique, pointing out areas for improvement. Hearing Eric's comment, he responded with pride, giving a detailed introduction to the famous Skrull stars of the universe. Talk about vanity. You really know how to blow your own horn. Eric chuckled and cursed good-naturedly. All right, go back and get ready. In a week, I'll help you move. A week? That's plenty of time. Talos nodded. Aren't you coming over to take a look? My 5th child is a daughter. You haven't met her yet. She's absolutely adorable. Eric shook his head with a smile. I'll see you in a week. I can't today. I've still got a role to play. The aliens departed, and Earth returned to the hands of its own people. At least, that's what most believed. Of course, a small group held a different view. Take the President of the United States, for instance. Right now, he didn't want to think about aliens or mutants. He just wanted to root out that damned Rising Tide organization, execute them for a good stretch, and then figure out how to salvage his own reputation. His gaffe aboard Air Force One, at best, would tarnish his image and provide ample ammunition for his political rivals, endangering his chances for re-election. At worst, it could damage the nation's reputation, turning America into a laughingstock on the world stage. This matter had to be handled with utmost seriousness. But how? He was at his wit's end. The Rising Tide organization remained elusive. Even with S.H.I.E.L.D. and other agencies going all out, they hadn't managed to even catch a glimpse. One could only imagine how formidable they were in cyberspace. As for erasing those videos, pure fantasy. It was a global broadcast. Even if every copy were deleted, the images were burned into people's memories. What could he do? Should he just launch a nuclear strike and let the world end? That violent thought flashed through the president's mind once more, but he quickly squashed it, heart-pounding. Glancing nervously around, he couldn't help but suspect that maybe a mutant close by was messing with his thoughts. Speaking of mutants, Bolivar Trask had become the center of attention. Previously an obscure, diminutive scientist, he'd shot to overnight fame after the Rising Tide expose, and the president's public blunder had only brought him further into the limelight. Secretly locking him away in the White House dungeon was now a pipe dream. The eyes of the world were watching. He would have to face the law. If they ever wanted to put his brilliant mind to use again, it would have to wait a few years until the uproar died down. Things were just as grim for Fury. The proposal to establish the Star Alliance had caught him completely off guard. He hadn't had the slightest inkling before. In fact, S.H.I.E.L.D. had been royally set up by their old employers this time. Whether or not the Star Alliance could actually come to be was one thing. But even just this conference had forced S.H.I.E.L.D. to reveal secrets they'd never intended to share. To Fury, those secrets were as good as money. And if by some chance this absurd Star Alliance really did get off the ground, where would its funding come from? Whose budget would be cut if not S.H.I.E.L.D. A plan that involved sending money out of his own pockets. He still had to pretend to agree, smiling and offering praise. The feeling was a mix of heartache, headache, and utter frustration. Fortunately, before all this, Fury had managed to score a hefty sum from the World Security Council, $20 billion, enough to set up several secret bases. As for the Avengers Initiative, Fury found no joy in it either. What was originally meant to be Earth's final line of defense was now being treated by the World Security Council like a dumping ground. That's right, a dumping ground. Otherwise, why would they try to cram every sort of person into it? Just look at the list the Council provided. What a collection villains, criminals, lunatics, antisocial types, terrorists. The only one who seemed even remotely normal, and Fury's only real option, was the Taskmaster, Anthony Masters. Fury knew this man well. He was a former senior S.H.I.E.L.D. agent who, after injecting himself with a peculiar serum during a mission, gained the ability to mimic and replicate anyone's combat moves. Later, due to some conflicts with his superiors, the Taskmaster left S.H.I.E.L.D. and became a cold-blooded mercenary, taking lives for money. Who would have thought the World Security Council could recruit someone like him? Fury had investigated Taskmaster thoroughly. Though his hands were stained with blood, he still retained a glimmer of conscience, a sense of responsibility and ideals. Taskmaster just about made the cut. But when it came to choosing another member, Fury found himself in a bind. After the meeting, the World Security Council called him again, insisting that he include a mutant in the Avengers Initiative. But how was he supposed to choose? He immediately ruled out anyone from Utopia. Even though he always claimed S.H.I.E.L.D. was an international organization, he was, at his core, a true American, and with SHLD's headquarters in Washington, he had to consider the U.S. government's views on certain decisions. What about the people from Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters? That was a no-go as well. In the eyes of the U.S. government and the American public, Xavier's School had always been painted as the main base for mutants, thanks to the likes of Stryker and Bolivar, Trask using it as their imaginary nemesis. After much thought, Fury settled on someone who wouldn't draw too much opposition from either the mutants or the U.S. government, Wolverine. Born in 19th century, Wolverine possessed a formidable healing factor and had fought in World War I, World War II, the Vietnam War, and more. Later, he was tricked by Stryker into the Weapon X program, where his skeleton was infused with adamantium, granting him unbreakable steel claws and an indestructible frame. A century of legendary exploits had made him famous. Every organization had a file on him. Bringing him into the Avengers was, simply put, the perfect choice that at long last, the Avengers Initiative was finally set. The preliminary roster included Captain America, Steve Rogers, Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff, the flamboyant playboy Tony Stark, the Mighty Hulk, Bruce Banner, Crossbones, Brock Rumlow, Wolverine, Logan, and Taskmaster, Anthony Masters. It's a pity Eric can't join us. Otherwise, I could have squeezed another payment out of him. Nick Fury scanned the list in his hand with a tinge of regret, his gaze ultimately settling on Tony Stark. The corners of his mouth lifted in a sly smile. If Eric's out, Stark will do just fine. Meanwhile, Tony Stark, the very man Fury was scheming about, had just left the scene after mocking Princess Shi'ar. Without missing a beat, he rushed back to New York. Perhaps those aliens had sparked some inspiration in him, because as soon as he put pen to paper to jot down the formula for a new element, ideas came flooding in like a tidal wave. Problems that had baffled him for ages suddenly unraveled before his eyes, answers bursting forth as if from spring. That one formula which had troubled him for so long, he cracked it halfway through the flight home. Back in New York, he rolled up his sleeves and got to work, demolishing walls. The newly rebuilt mansion was once again left scarred and battered as Tony tore out cables, rewired connections, and integrated a slew of new equipment. At last, he managed to assemble a compact particle accelerator of his own design. A brilliant flash of light filled the room, heralding the birth of a brand new element. The suit designated as Mark II was finally ready. Tony personally installed the new element into the arc reactor, then fitted the reactor into the chest of the Mark II suit. A radiant white glow ignited. The vision was flawless, everything in perfect harmony. Iron Man was finally born. Iron Man soared into existence. The moment he streaked out of the mansion in his gleaming armor, his image was instantly captured by an Air Force satellite. General Ross was not in the least surprised. He merely shook his head, opened a new file for Tony, and instructed his soldiers to maintain surveillance before moving on to other matters. Other factions monitoring Tony reacted much the same way. Given the previous battles between the Ironmonger and the Teddy Bear armor, Tony's development of the Iron Man suit came as no shock. In fact, many wondered why it had taken him so long to complete it. They might not have understood, but halfway around the world in the Middle East, the 10 rings certainly did. The Mark II's maiden flight test was completed swiftly. With a new element powering the arc reactor, the suit's endurance was markedly improved. After the tests, Tony wasted no time and set off for the Middle East, flight capabilities checked. Now it was time to test the weapon systems. Ever since Eric eliminated the Mandarin, the 10 rings had become a headless snake. Warlords carved up its power among themselves, and the small faction that once kidnapped Tony saw its leader replaced every 3 days, if not sooner. The organization was on the verge of disintegration. Following Ethan's directions, Tony quickly tracked him down. although the faces of those who had kidnapped him were nowhere to be seen. Their infamous banner still hung high, and their hands, stained by countless misdeeds, remained drenched in blood. Repulsor blasts, laser cannons, sonic weapons, missiles. The full arsenal of the suit came into play, advanced weaponry pounding the Ten Rings members, until they scattered in panic. When they finally managed to rally a large force to launch counterattack, Tony tossed a small object, no larger than an olive, right into the center of the crowd. There was no thunderous explosion, no blinding flash, no billowing smoke, only a sensation like a gentle breeze brushing past. In an instant, every weapon in their hands was pulled together, twisted into a useless heap, utterly beyond repair. It was a high-powered magnetic field generator, inspired by Sky's own suit. Tony could play with magnets too. Then came energy shields, light refraction, modular assembly. One dazzling function after another, each deployed by Tony, both as a test and as an act of vengeance. More than that, it was a showcase of his genius to the world. Tony still loves to show off, doesn't he? Watching Tony's relentless display of flair on the screen, Eric let out a low chuckle and shook his head. Gideon Malik, standing nearby, didn't catch the quiet remark, but he did notice the gesture and couldn't help glancing at the screen himself. What he saw was just a bored playboy getting his kicks with new toys, not worth his attention. Sir, the mutant issue has been resolved. Don't you think it's time we focused on our own affairs? Gideon Malik ventured cautiously. Eric raised his eyes, giving him a brief nod. He understood Gideon's motives all too well. He, or rather, the entire Malik family, just like the original Hydra, why were they so determined to resurrect Hive? Was it really about admiration, the pursuit of ideals, or faith? Nonsense. Without profit, people like them wouldn't lift a finger. Their true goal was clear: to use Hive as a tool to control the Inhumans. Are you ready? Eric suddenly looked up and asked, seemingly out of nowhere. Gideon Malik was caught off guard, not following his train of thought. What do you mean, ready for what? Your body. Eric spread his arms, his face solemn. Are you prepared to join us? To shed that frail flesh, abandon your decaying soul, cast off your foul desires, and become one of the noble few among us. Gideon Malik's face fell at once. Cold sweat beaded at his graying temples. He forced a laugh. Sir, I thought you were joking. I never joke, Eric replied, shaking his head with a trace of regret. It seems you're not ready yet. You may leave. I need some time to think. Gideon Malik gave a dry, uneasy laugh, then stood up and quietly left the room. Eric closed his eyes, as if deep in thought, and remained that way until a soft knocking at the door pulled him abruptly back to the present. Come in, he called out sharply. A woman entered, Stephanie Malik, Gideon's daughter, a devout believer in Hydra. She walked toward Eric, each step filled with solemn purpose, her face radiant with the fervor of one prepared to face death for her cause. Sir, I am willing to take my father's place and offer you everything I have. Eric smiled, his gaze sweeping over her from head to toe. Did Gideon send you here? No, I came of my own accord. Stephanie Malik drew a deep breath. I'm sorry, I overheard your conversation. I am willing to give you, and the organization, everything, even my soul. Eric nodded, rose from his seat, and began to circle around her, scrutinizing her as though she were prey under his inspection. Stephanie's nerves were taut, but her unwavering faith kept her spine straight and her stance resolute. Even faced with certain death, she refused to yield an inch. You're not suitable, Eric said at last, sinking back into his chair. What? Stephanie froze in shock, as if her entire worth had just been dismissed. For a long moment, she struggled to compose herself before blurting out, Sir, why? Eric didn't spare her another glance. You've never participated in the Malik family's ritual, have you? He was referring to that notorious stone-drawing ceremony, a kind of grim lottery the Malik family held at intervals, where each participant would draw a stone from a bag. If you drew a black one, you were spared, but if you drew a white stone, you'd be fortunate enough to be sent off-world, a sacrifice to the god they worshipped. Stephanie hadn't yet attended the next drawing when Eric, the false Hive, returned. Naturally, she'd never taken part. Sir, I can confirm I've never participated, Stephanie replied, her expression darkening. She thought perhaps this was the reason Eric rejected her. That ritual has delivered countless Malik family elites to me. They know, I should say we, a great many of us hail from the Malik family. The mission and honor of our lineage have brought us back here to this land that gave birth to me. Eric, in that moment, sounded every bit the cult leader, preaching the family's legacy to its descendants. Stephanie straightened with pride, her eyes shining with a fierce, unwavering light. But Eric's expression suddenly hardened. There was someone who brought shame upon our family. Who? Stephanie's eyes widened, blazing as though she were staring down a mortal foe. Gideon Malik. My father? Impossible. Stephanie Malik's face was full of disbelief. She tried to explain herself, but Eric cut her off. He took her hand, placing a small white stone in her palm, and whispered in her ear, "Show him this. He'll tell you everything." Night had fallen deep and dark, yet Gideon Malik felt not the slightest trace of sleepiness. He leaned against the bookshelf, an old, yellowed copy of Paradise Lost in his hand. There was no need to open the book anymore. He gave it a gentle shake. This time, no familiar sound of pages or bookmarks came from within. With a heavy sigh, he closed his eyes, his expression caught between regret and sorrow, and his hands began to tremble involuntarily. "Father, it's so late. Why aren't you sleeping?" Stephanie's footsteps were light as a feather, making no sound at all on the thick carpet. Gideon was startled by his daughter's voice. The book slipped from his grasp and fell to the floor, scattering some of its time-worn pages. When he turned and saw it was her, he let out a relieved breath and bent down to pick up the book. "Let me do it, Father." Stephanie was quicker. She gathered the scattered pages, smoothing each one back into place, and returned the book to him. Throughout it all, Gideon's hand remained frozen awkwardly in midair, only lowering when she placed the book back into his grasp. "Is something wrong? Are you missing something?" There was a glimmer of something unusual in Stephanie's eyes, enough to make Gideon turn his head away. "No, it's nothing. Just a bookmark, probably slipped under the shelf. Don't bother looking for it." Gideon tried to sound calm, intent on putting the book back on the shelf. But Stephanie reached out and gently held his arm. "I think I know where that bookmark is." To Gideon's astonishment, Stephanie produced a white stone with a barely noticeable dent on its surface. She opened Paradise Lost to reveal a small hollow cut into the pages, the perfect size for the stone. She placed it inside, an exact fit. Gideon squeezed his eyes shut in despair. Stephanie returned the book to the shelf, speaking with a breezy nonchalance. "Father, our guest seems to like me very much. He just gave me a gift. I thought I'd return it to you." "Stephanie, I'm so sorry." Gideon's shoulders slumped under the weight of age and regret. His thinning white hair looked even more withered than before. "It's all right, Father. I know you never meant to betray anyone. You just wanted to survive." Stephanie held his hand, her voice soft and soothing. Gideon closed his eyes. "I love Nathaniel dearly, but I had no choice. Stephanie gently placed a finger on his lips and shook her head. "It's all over now. Uncle Nathaniel has already forgiven you." "What?" Gideon's eyes widened in shock, but he quickly grasped the situation. "Him. Yes, it's him, though not just him. He is everyone. My uncle, your father's uncle." "Why did he tell you all of this?" Gideon stared at her, eyes still wide. "I simply learned the truth I was meant to know." Stephanie looked calmly at her father, her expression growing colder by the second. "I never imagined that my entire life was built upon lies." "No, Stephanie, I only wanted to protect you. Of course, I've been well protected by you, loyal, brave, humble, devout." Stephanie stood up with a steely composure, not looking back as she strode towards the door. "Oh, and by the way, Nathaniel never forgave you." "I lied. After all, deception is the family tradition, isn't it?" Gideon reached out, trying to stop his daughter, but his strength failed him. His body grew colder and heavier, until, without a sound, he collapsed to the floor. Eric watched this tragic scene of filial piety overcoming family ties in silence. His goal had been achieved. Young Stephanie would be far easier to control than the cunning old Gideon, but he found no pleasure in his victory. In the depths of his heart, there was a flicker of regret. With a wry shake of his head, he muttered to himself, "Is this what it means to burn the bridge after crossing, to discard the donkey once the millstone's turned? I suppose it is. Enough. Why overthink it? After all, he was nothing more than a Hydra through and through." Gideon Malik had many identities. The head of Hydra, a hidden power behind NASA, a special advisor to the sitting president, and a member of the World Security Council. He wielded considerable influence in political circles, and his death sent ripples through the corridors of power. The president, in particular, mourned the loss. In such troubled times, to lose an experienced strategist was a heavy blow. Gideon's seat on the World Security Council fell vacant. After discussions between the United Nations and the other 3 council members, former SHIELD Director Alexander Pierce succeeded Gideon Malik, becoming one of the council's 4 principal members. Stephanie Malik, Gideon's sole heir, was still young and lacked the authority to hold sway over NASA's other secretive power brokers. As a result, her influence within NASA diminished, and she lost much of her former voice there. Yet, with every loss comes a gain. Her act of turning against her own kin spread swiftly throughout Hydra, catapulting her reputation within the organization to new heights. Her devout faith became the new guiding star for Hydra, and in commanding its members, she proved even more adept than her father. "Madam, is there anything you wish to order?" Stephanie gazed at Eric, her eyes blazing with fervor, as if a zealot had finally laid eyes upon her. True deity. To Stephanie, Eric was the hive, the god her family had worshipped and sought for 1,000 years. For him, she would pay any price. "Find out where afterlife is," Eric ordered, his voice calm, yet commanding. "It's the sanctuary for inhumans on Earth. Be careful. Do not draw their attention." As he spoke, he tapped her wrist lightly. Countless fine particles swirled around, coalescing into a beautiful bracelet. "This will protect you. Don't take it off." "Thank you, my lord," Stephanie replied, stroking the bracelet with joy shining on her face. Eric shook his head gently. "I'll be away for a while. Don't stir up any trouble during this time. There's no rush to locate afterlife. Take your time. And keep a close watch on Daniel Whitehall. I need to know his whereabouts at all times." With those words, Eric opened a portal before Stephanie's eyes and vanished from sight. Stephanie, left alone, softly whispered as she stared at the spot where he disappeared, her gaze growing even more fervent. "As you command, my god." Eric's first stop after leaving the Malik family was General Ross's secret base. 5,000 latent hulks. It was impossible for him to rest easy with that hanging over his head. Fortunately, General Ross hadn't done anything reckless. He had learned firsthand from his green son-in-law just how terrifying the Hulk could be. If those 5,000 soldiers all transformed into Hulks, who could say if Earth would survive it? "Eric, you made Bruce's emotion control bracelet. I know you have a way. Help me," Ross pleaded. Help him? How on earth was he supposed to do that? Bruce Banner was manageable, suppressed the Hulk, and he was a genius scientist brimming with wisdom. But 5,000 soldiers? These were strong-willed warriors, men who liked to test their strength even in peacetime. Give them near-invincible power, and you'd have 5,000 raging Hulks. Who could possibly control that? Sure, Eric could temporarily suppress their Hulk state, but that was just a stopgap. Out of 5,000, how many had Bruce Banner's self-control and sense of responsibility? How many could resist a soldier's craving for power? Eric and General Ross locked eyes for a good 5 or 6 minutes, minds racing, but no good solution emerged. At length, Eric could only give a bitter laugh and shake his head. "General, give it up. That's a power we simply cannot control." "No, I can." Ross's eyes were bloodshot with longing. This was the power he had dreamed of, the power he had sacrificed so much to obtain. Now that it was finally within reach, how could he possibly let it go? "General, be reasonable." Eric hurled an electromagnetic pulse at him, hoping to calm him down. "They're my soldiers. I know them better than anyone, and I can control them." General Ross regained his composure, but his tone remained unwavering. A thought stirred in Eric's mind. Perhaps, just perhaps, this was actually possible. After all, General Ross himself was infected with the Hulk's mutated genes. He could transform as well. If his guess was correct, Ross could become the formidable Red Hulk. With the addition of the four-armed Hulk, maybe, just maybe, they stood a chance. But this couldn't happen on Earth. 5,000 Hulks rampaging in battle would be enough to tear the planet to pieces. "All right, General, I can provide you with a battlefield. The rest will be up to you and Banner." After weighing his options, Eric suddenly thought of the perfect place. "A battlefield? You want me to subdue them in combat?" General Ross instantly grasped Eric's intention, his eyes filling with disbelief. "Seriously? I'm in my 50s or 60s, and you want me to fight Hulks? 2 against 5,000? Are you kidding me?" Eric nodded, looking him up and down. "Do you think you're up to it?" "Of course. What man would ever admit otherwise?" Even if he had his doubts, General Ross immediately widened his eyes and roared in defiance. Eric said no more. He teleported to the space laboratory and borrowed the cosmic cube once again. The battlefield he had in mind for General Ross was quite far away, far beyond the reach of his natural teleportation abilities. Just as he was about to return to the secret base, a name suddenly surfaced in Eric's mind: Juggernaut. His old subordinate was now terribly weakened, ever since the demon Sidorak had withdrawn his power. Years ago, Eric had devised a rescue plan for him: transform him into a Hulk. Originally, Eric intended to wait until Sidorak's power had completely faded, then keep Juggernaut alive with a super soldier serum before triggering the Hulk transformation. But after learning about the severe side effects of the serum, he shelved that idea as a last resort. Now, perhaps, was the perfect opportunity. Carrying the slumbering Juggernaut back to the secret base and explaining everything to General Ross, Eric reached out and opened a portal. Together, they stepped through, arriving on a planet in utter ruin. This was the planet Silken, Gamera's home, the site of Thanos' massacre. Years ago, Eric had visited this place by chance and had defeated Apocalypse, the ancient mutant, right here. Back then, Silken had just suffered Thanos' slaughter, and Eric could still see remnants of civilization. But now, in just a few short years, the planet had become nothing but desolation. With a thought, Eric connected to the planet's geomagnetic field, sweeping across the globe. He immediately discovered the culprits behind this devastation: space pirates and scavengers, a planet whose entire population had been wiped out had become nothing less than a paradise for star pirates and scavengers. They plundered everything of value here, with no fear of anyone coming for revenge later. Star pirates? Space pirates? How interesting. After listening to Eric's explanation, General Ross showed not the slightest trace of fear. On the contrary, he rolled up his sleeves in excitement, clearly eager for action. Let's do it here. Looks like we could use a few enemies. Hearing this, Eric couldn't help but silently mourn the fate of those hapless star pirates for a second. Then, together with General Ross, he returned to the base. As an Air Force general, Ross had a mountain of affairs to handle every day. Dealing with 5,000 Hulks was no simple matter. It wouldn't be resolved overnight. He needed to prepare thoroughly. General, let's meet again in a week. I'll make a device to lock those star pirates inside the planet Slykin. The Hulk Legion is Earth's secret weapon. It's best if the word doesn't get out. Eric gave his instructions and quickly hurried off to another planet. On Vormir, the Skrulls who temporarily settled there were already ready, simply waiting for Eric's arrival. Without wasting words, Eric opened an enormous portal and sent the entire Skrull clan, families and all, to the Exile Hive planet, which would become their new home. A week later, Eric drove a convoy of trucks to General Ross's secret base. Inside was the containment device he'd prepared. Time was tight, so he hadn't bothered to miniaturize it. It was a one-time use tool, so effectiveness was all that mattered. With the portal open, over 5,000 soldiers set out lightly equipped. Each carried a few days' rations, 3 gamma-ray missiles, and together with General Ross, they set foot on the soil of Slykin. Bruce Banner and Betty said a lingering, heartfelt goodbye. He reminded his wife to take good care of herself and the children, then resolutely followed his father-in-law into the portal. Finally, Eric started the truck, driving the red tank right in after them. Upon arrival, Eric immediately installed the device. Under his control, the strangely shaped machine connected to the planet's geomagnetic field, drawing energy from it. Then, it manipulated the field in reverse, generating a magnetic net that would envelop the entire world. As long as the planet's magnetic field remained, the net would endure. Why don't we install one of these on Earth? Ross asked, unable to follow Eric's technical explanation, but understanding well enough that the device was powerful. If we had this, no aliens could ever get through. Before Eric could reply, Bruce Banner spoke up. This thing would do irreversible damage to any planet. It would definitely shorten its lifespan. Besides, if no aliens can come in, we wouldn't be able to get out either. General Ross just shrugged and wandered off to tinker with his gamma-ray missiles. Everything was ready. Eric activated the portal and left the planet Slykin. In the near future, this place would become a living hell, and he had no intention of staying there. All right, let me think. The mutant problem is taken care of. Someone's gone to find the Inhumans. Ross can handle the Hulk Legion himself. War to Sky's concern. So what should I do next? Eric suddenly realized he didn't really have anything left to do. Maybe, as Sky suggested, I should go after Emma. After all, there's nothing else to occupy myself with, right? Whether it was the influence of Magneto's memories or the mindset of Transmigrator, Eric had always been a man who loved making plans. No matter the situation, he preferred to think things through before acting. He'd strategize, plan several moves ahead. Only in this way could he hope to live a little longer. He had nothing but disdain for those who charged in recklessly. In his eyes, that was the behavior of a simpleton. The same logic applied to pursuing women. He needed a meticulous plan before taking any steps. When it came to the White Queen, Emma, Eric couldn't say he loved her or even particularly liked her. This was, after all, the first time they'd met in this universe. With nearly 2 centuries worth of memories weighing on his heart, the idea of falling in love at first sight was nothing but a fantasy, utterly impossible for him. So why was he suddenly thinking about pursuing her? There were several reasons. For one, it was his daughter Sky's suggestion. Emma was a woman who knew how to live well. She famously hadn't taken off her high heels since she was 10, and her standards for quality of life were nothing short of exacting. And Eric? Ever since crossing over into this world, he'd been either wrapped up in research or busy scheming, never daring to let his mind relax for even a second. His only idea of downtime was collapsing on the couch with a bottle of soda, the quintessential lazy bachelor's comfort. If he told people he was the world's richest man, no one would believe it. Look at Tony Stark. Aside from his hours spent holed up in the lab, he spent 90% of his time surrounded by fast cars and beautiful women, always the center of some new scandal, with endless tabloid rumors swirling around him. Then look at Eric. Apart from Maya Hansen, with whom he'd had a couple of one-night stands, there was no gossip about him at all. No wonder Sky poked fun at him for being so hopeless with women. It wasn't just Sky. Even the media had started to speculate that he might have certain issues. So, to improve his quality of life, and to prove there was nothing wrong with him in that department, winning over a woman like Emma became a mission he simply had to undertake. There was another reason, too. Eric needed the help of a telepath. Why? Because he noticed his mastery of the 4 fundamental forces was advancing at an ever slower pace. This was a deeply troubling issue, one he had to take seriously. When he first gained the powers of the strong and weak nuclear forces, relying on experimental data, the guidance from the major forces of magnetism and gravity, and other factors, he managed to push his mastery of the strong and weak forces to about 90% right away. After that, it became a matter of time, slow, patient effort, gradually inching the progress bar forward. Though this progress was slow, it was steady and reliable. Until recently, the progress bar for the strong and weak forces hovered at around 97%, just the final 3% remaining, and now, the pace had slowed to a crawl, as sluggish as a snail. And it wasn't just the strong and weak forces. Magnetism and gravity were in the same predicament. These two great macroscopic forces were also stuck just a hair's breadth from completion, less than a fraction of a percent away, yet completely unmoving. This left Eric terribly anxious. He mulled it over, tested countless possibilities, and exhausted every approach short of letting the Star-Eater bees devour him whole. Finally, he struck upon a possible explanation. He didn't belong to this universe. Neither Magneto's body nor the soul of a traveler belonged to this parallel universe. The rules between different universes always carry the slightest, almost imperceptible variations. Perhaps it was precisely these subtle distinctions that had completely isolated him from this universe. The best way to solve this problem, he thought, was to seek out the Ancient One, the supreme sorcerer renowned for her mastery of the soul. Surely, she would have a way to help him resolve this predicament. Unfortunately, the New York sanctum remained sealed, and whatever trouble those sorcerers had encountered, the sanctum had been locked up for years. With the Master of Souls nowhere to be found, Eric had to settle for the next best option, a powerful psychic. But whom could he turn to? His good friend, Professor X? The thought of letting that old man poke around in his mind or soul was enough to make his skin crawl. No wonder every Magneto made a helmet and guarded against Professor X like a thief. He suspected most of them shared his sentiment. Putting aside the old man, the second most powerful psychic mutant on Earth was Emma Frost, the White Queen, a much more appealing candidate. At the very least, she was an attractive woman, and deep down, he felt far less resistance to the idea. Having made up his mind, Eric began a plan. He ordered Future to gather every available piece of data on Emma and lay it all out for comparison. It was the 21st century, after all. If anyone understood the importance of big data, it was him. From the smallest details, what Emma ate at each meal, to every directive her company issued, Future would perform comprehensive data analysis, collating everything according to psychology, sociology, social networks, and more. In less than an hour, Future had assembled a dossier detailing Emma's clothing preferences, dietary taboos, travel habits, even her favorite lipstick shades, and the dates of her menstrual cycle. With such exhaustive information at hand, Eric felt confident of victory. Before he had even met her for the second time, the sun was setting in the west, and the city's lights had just begun to twinkle. Emma stepped out from a discreet little bar, hidden away from prying eyes. It was one of the Hellfire Club's secret outposts, and the recent founding of the Mutant Nation had dealt a heavy blow to this ancient mutant organization. Over the past several days, as tension brewed, 3 distinct factions had gradually emerged within the club. One group, the pessimistic radicals, believed that the rise of utopia would thrust mutants into the spotlight, exposing them to peril and bringing about their ultimate downfall. In their view, this was the moment for the Hellfire Club to side with humanity, erase utopia, and restore things to the way they were. On the other hand, the optimistic radicals saw the founding of a mutant nation as a golden opportunity for the Hellfire Club to ascend. They argued the club should ride this wave of change, accelerate its own plans, and even reach out to utopia to form some sort of alliance. Finally, there were the neutral conservatives, who insisted that in such uncertain times, the Hellfire Club should lie low, withdraw its influence, and wait patiently until the situation with utopia became clear before making any major decisions. The debate among these 3 factions was endless and exhausting. As the White Queen, Emma had no choice but to attend each heated discussion, which left her drained in both body and spirit. Tonight was no different. The clamor of conflicting voices still echoed in her mind, and after more than an hour of fruitless argument, nothing had been resolved. Rubbing her temples in fatigue, Emma slipped out of the secret outpost. The last rays of sunlight glanced across her face, making her pupils narrow involuntarily. She raised her hand to shield her eyes, but the light still threaded through her fingers. Just then, a tall figure stepped in front of her, blocking the sunlight and allowing her to lower her hand and take a closer look. To her surprise, it was Eric Lyncher, a man she'd only met a few days ago. The world's richest man, and a mystery in his own right. He wore an impeccably tailored silver suit, his hair styled to perfection, giving him an air of vibrant energy. At that moment, he stood, precisely between her and the sun, the last stubborn rays forming a glowing halo around his silhouette, lending him an enigmatic aura. "Miss Emma, what a coincidence. We meet again," he greeted her. "If you want to win a woman's heart, the most important thing is to know what she cares about. In this materialistic world, many girls are drawn to wealth." Eric, for his part, usually needed to do nothing more than reveal his title as the world's richest man, and gold diggers would flock to him. But this tactic was useless with Emma. She had wealth, and she cared nothing for money. To her, money was just a number that could give her softer skin and a more perfect figure. As long as that number was enough, she saw no need to pursue more. What truly mattered to her was quality of life. The pursuit of perfection and living to catch her attention. At the very least, he needed to present himself neatly. The outfit Eric wore today was chosen precisely for him, determined by future data analysis as the most suitable for this occasion. Emma liked white. Over 70% of her wardrobe was white, and today she wore an all-white ensemble as well. Naturally, Eric couldn't show up in white too. That would appear far too deliberate. Black was out of the question as well. It was a color reserved for funerals, and he couldn't afford to make such a faux pas. Silver, then, was the perfect choice. Not just the color of his clothes, but everything. The style of his shoes, the design of his hair, the brand of his watch, had all been calculated with precision by the technology of the future. To Emma, Eric's appearance and the way he made his entrance could be summed up in a single word: perfect. "Mr. Eric, it's a pleasure to see you." Whether it was for the sake of her 5 clone daughters, or simply because of how impeccably he was dressed today, Emma couldn't bring herself to neglect him. An enchanting smile blossomed on her face almost involuntarily. To witness such a beautiful scene, how could I not be delighted? "But, Miss Emma, you don't seem particularly happy. Would you like to tell me what's troubling you? Perhaps I could be of some help," Eric replied, wearing his signature Coulson-like smile. This skill was practically unstoppable. Whoever fell under its influence would automatically feel 10 degrees warmer toward Eric, without being able to resist or even notice. Emma wasn't immune, either. She found Eric's smile utterly charming, adding a unique charisma to him that drew people in and made it difficult to refuse him anything. "It's nothing, really, just some minor troubles," she replied. In the end, Emma managed to resist this peculiar allure with her formidable willpower. The serum Eric had once injected was highly effective. His X gene was hidden to perfection. In this world, only a select few knew he was a mutant, and Emma was not among them. In Emma's eyes, Eric was simply a very talented, ordinary man, the sort of person the Hellfire Club had in abundance. In fact, he fit the club's membership requirements so well that a sudden thought struck her. Why not invite him to join? Once the idea took root, it spread like wildfire through every corner of her mind. Eric had no idea what she was thinking, but that didn't hinder his next move. With impeccable courtesy, he extended his right hand and bent slightly at the waist. "Miss Emma, I presume you haven't had dinner yet? How about we dine together? I know a wonderful French restaurant nearby." With such a lovely evening, Emma couldn't even think of a reason to refuse. She agreed with a gentle smile, gracefully resting her hand on Eric's forearm. Both the restaurant and the menu had likewise been chosen through the precise calculations of the future. The restaurant's color scheme, music, and overall ambience were exactly the kind Emma loved. "How odd. I never noticed there was such a cozy restaurant here before," she wondered aloud, glancing around with curiosity. It was close to their little bar, yet she had never set foot inside. Eric smiled subtly. Of course she hadn't. This was a spot he had picked with great care. He had ruled out every restaurant she'd ever visited, engineered a few unexpected twists, and altered small details like the music to create the perfect effect. For their first dinner together, Eric had no intention of choosing a place she already knew. Still, he couldn't be too obvious. Emma was a formidable telepath. If he'd simply booked out a restaurant and decorated it exactly to her taste like any ordinary billionaire, the consequences could have been disastrous for him. As it happened, Emma did grow suspicious. Her psychic senses surged, sweeping across everyone in the restaurant. Only after confirming that none of them had been deliberately arranged by Eric did she finally relax. Miss Emma, the vegetable salad here is exceptional, especially the dressing. Absolutely perfect, Eric said, holding the menu and recommending a few dishes to Emma. Starters, main courses, appetizers, and desserts. Each option matched Emma's palate, yet offered just enough variation from her usual choices to excite her with something new. Mr. Eric, I must also thank you for saving Celeste and the other four. Emma smiled, lifting her glass in a toast to him. Eric feigned surprise. Oh, Miss Emma, you've given them all names? Of course, Celeste, Esme, Sophie, Phoebe, and Maddie. What do you think? Emma finished, looking at Eric expectantly. He seemed to consider each name, then nodded in approval. They're lovely names. You're far better at naming than I am. Just look at the names. I gave to my superconducting materials, Ranchel 1. Goodness, I simply couldn't think of anything else. Why didn't I meet you back then? Emma chuckled softly. That's a different matter entirely. Their conversation flowed easily, laughter and words weaving together in perfect harmony. The more they talked, the more Emma realized how much she enjoyed Eric's company. Fueled by the warmth of the wine, when Eric asked again what had been troubling her, she sighed and confessed her secret. She was a mutant. In truth, this was also a test to see how Eric would react, knowing how unwelcome mutants were in America. But the look of aversion she half expected never appeared. Instead, a flicker of delight flashed across Eric's face, quickly concealed, but not fast enough to escape Emma's extraordinary perception. If she hadn't been so attuned, she might have thought she was imagining it. However, although Emma was puzzled, she didn't immediately expose him. Instead, she tossed the question about the Hellfire Club to Eric. Eric paused and thought for a moment, as if making some momentous decision. Watching his expression, Emma assumed he was using his brilliant mind to devise a plan for her. Not daring to interrupt, she quietly sat nearby, her emerald green eyes studying him with a subtle intensity. The two of them remained in silence for several minutes. Finally, Eric spoke, but what he said made Emma's expression freeze. Emma, the truth is, I'm a mutant too. I walk along the avenue, my heart open to strangers. I want to say hello to anyone. It could be you. I don't care what we talk about as long as I can speak to you. Just to be near you. Emma fixed her gaze on Eric, who returned her look. A nervous tension seemed to fill the space between them. Just then, the restaurant's music changed, and the romantic melody of Champelasis began to play, making the atmosphere even more awkward. Eric struggled to suppress a smile, his eyes shifting from admiration to a deeper affection as he looked at Emma. This wasn't something he had planned. The music in the restaurant consisted of famous French love songs, all played at random. To land on this particular song could only be called fate. Emma cleared her throat softly and took a sip of wine to ease the awkwardness, then fixed her gaze on Eric once more. Mr. Eric, are you sure you're not joking with me? Eric just smiled and shrugged, giving no answer. He had already sensed a powerful psychic force swirling around his mind, trying to peer into his secrets, but no matter how it searched, it could find no entrance. Emma's expression grew more and more grave. She had believed Eric claimed to be a mutant merely to close the distance between them, but when she tried to read his thoughts, she found she couldn't access his mind at all, even when she used all her strength. It was simply inconceivable. She knew very well how formidable her psychic abilities were. Those who could resist such overwhelming mental power were few. Her own diamond form, Professor X, and Magneto's helmet, barely. That was all. In her understanding, only 3 people, herself included, could resist psychic intrusion. And yet now, there was suddenly a 4th. Don't waste your energy, Eric said with a light laugh, as the magnetic field subtly shifted and dispersed Emma's psychic force. Not even you, and certainly not Charles, could ever read my mind. The immense confidence in Eric's tone, along with the faint aura he let slip as he manipulated the magnetic field, made Emma's face change instantly. Omega level. Omega? Well, you could say that. Eric frowned slightly as he pondered, reluctantly acknowledging that rather distant term. Sort of, Emma asked, puzzled, not quite grasping Eric's meaning. Still, she knew this wasn't the time to press for details. Her expression gradually turned frosty. Mr. Eric, are you simply trying to amuse yourself at my expense? Oh no. No, certainly not. Please, don't misunderstand. Eric waved his hands in earnest. Running into you this time was truly a coincidence. Really? Emma studied him, suspicion in her eyes. Of course. If you hadn't mentioned you were a mutant, I wouldn't have admitted it myself. You see, my X gene is so well hidden that unless I confess, no one can tell I'm a mutant. Eric declared with pride, revealing his secret to Emma. Emma reached out with her senses again, then gave a slight nod. It's true, I can't detect your X gene at all. Naturally, in fact, even my own daughter Sky doesn't know I'm a mutant. Eric grinned smugly, though deep down he added silently, Sky doesn't know I'm a mutant, but she does know I have powers. Emma's gaze shifted instantly. What did that mean? A secret hidden even from his own daughter, yet he'd so willingly shared it with her? Could it be was he truly interested in her? She raised an eyebrow, stealing glances at Eric over her glass. Not bad-looking, wealthy, influential, intelligent, and powerful. Perhaps he really was a decent candidate. Of course, the candidate she was considering wasn't what most people would assume. It was for a position within the Hellfire Club, the White King. The Hellfire Club had been established centuries ago, composed of powerful mutants, magnates, and those with authority, all advocating for elite rule. Its core members bore the names of chess pieces. Magneto's mother's killer, Sebastian Shaw, had been the Black King, and ever since his death, that seat had remained vacant, just like the position of the Black Queen. Emma herself occupied the role of White Queen, while the White King's seat had originally belonged to Magneto. Yes, that's right. In this universe, Magneto, Max, had also been a member of the Hellfire Club, serving as White King alongside Emma. Unfortunately, he was now dead, with the positions of Black King and Black Queen long unfilled, and now when the last remaining White Royals also gone, the burdens of the club had fallen entirely onto Emma's shoulders. She'd had to sacrifice a considerable amount of her precious fitness time just to deal with the endless messes inside the Hellfire Club. Of late, it was enough to drive her mad. Mr. Eric, would you be interested in joining us? Emma asked, testing the waters. Eric was momentarily stunned, not expecting Emma to invite him. He knew the Hellfire Club inside and out. In fact, he was even more familiar with some of its hidden histories than Emma herself. If he were to join, he could undoubtedly seize complete control of the Hellfire Club in no time, becoming its supreme ruler. But what was the point? The Hellfire Club was never his goal. His sole purpose had always been Emma. I'm sorry, Emma. I don't intend to join the Hellfire Club. It's simply not the place for me. Eric shrugged, his expression nonchalant. Besides, I have no need to join at all. Emma merely smiled at his words, raising her glass to him in a silent toast before turning her gaze to the window. At that moment, the music in the restaurant shifted to the melancholic notes of autumn leaves. The emotion of the song seemed to seep into Emma, casting a dreamy haze over her features. Eric didn't disturb her. He sipped his wine slowly, savoring the rare beauty of the evening. Whatever memories were playing in Emma's mind, her jade-green eyes seemed unfocused, staring blankly out the window. Her golden hair cascaded loosely over her shoulders, and for once, her usual air of elegance was softened by a hint of languidness, as if she were a noble woman, slightly tipsy, resting by the street. But, as always, beautiful moments are fleeting. Suddenly, a shrill ring cut through the quiet, shattering the calm between them. Eric frowned and pulled out his phone, his face darkening. The caller ID showed nothing but a single exclamation point. That meant it was the future contacting him. He had set up several emergency protocols with future, and an exclamation mark could only mean one thing, an urgent crisis. He glanced up at Emma, saw she was watching him, and made no attempt to hide as he answered the call. Sure enough, it was Future's voice. Sir, the young lady's been taken. What? Eric's eyes widened in shock, his grip tightening until the phone twisted and cracked in his hand. A killing intent, as real and palpable as a blade, swept through the restaurant, sending waves of terror through everyone present. Emma's face drained of color. She rushed to unleash her psychic powers, shielding herself from Eric's fury and at the same time steadying the other patrons in the restaurant. What happened? She demanded. Skay's been captured. Eric's tone was as cold as the grave, chilling to the bone. Emma couldn't help but shudder, staring at him in fright. Only now did she realize just how much she had underestimated this man. Eric quickly noticed the chaos he'd caused in the restaurant. He sent out a series of electromagnetic pulses to help calm himself, then looked apologetically at Emma. I'm very sorry, Emma. I'm afraid I can't finish dinner with you tonight. Perhaps we can arrange another time. It's all right. Saving Skay comes first. Emma discreetly wiped a cold sweat from her brow, then, almost despite herself, added, Do you need my help? Ward, meanwhile, was in a state of utter anxiety, deep, gnawing anxiety. He had never expected things to spiral out of control like this. This was supposed to be a simple mission. Infiltrate, observe, investigate, make contact, win over the target, and obtain the intel. He'd completed this type of assignment countless times before, and he was confident that this time would be no different, even if the target happened to be the daughter of the world's richest man. Everything had gone smoothly at first. Backed by SHLD's formidable resources, he had no trouble getting into Yale University and even ended up in the same class as Sky. Quantum physics, what kind of field was that anyway? The professor's lectures were like a foreign language to him. He couldn't understand a word. But for the sake of the mission, he had to pretend he was absorbing every bit of it. After class, he forced himself to memorize endless lists of vocabulary, formulas, and hypotheses. The material was longer than SHLD's confidentiality regulations, and even harder to make sense of. Was this really something humans could learn? He truly couldn't fathom how this heiress's mind worked. Thankfully, he wasn't here to study. His purpose was to get close to her. With his striking looks, agile reflexes, professional training, field experience, and SHLD's unwavering support, Ward quickly turned Sky into his #1 fan. This gave him a sense of accomplishment. He was sure the mission would proceed as smoothly as ever. But then, a single Christmas holiday threw an unexpected wrench into his otherwise foolproof plan. On this day, taking advantage of the rare break, Ward was training hard with an Asian female SHIELD agent. Both of them drenched in sweat, seeking solace in the clash of bodies and spirits. Their fighting styles shifted one after another. Muay Thai, freestyle combat, Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, Chinese martial arts, military boxing, even the fourth set of radio calisthenics. Despite having the upper hand in strength and endurance, Ward found himself thoroughly outmatched by this seemingly delicate agent. "Ward, you're not up to scratch," she sneered, sending him flying with a swift kick. "Garrett can take a beating much better than you." Ward lay on the ground, his face bruised and battered, gasping for breath, feeling like his whole body was falling apart. Yet, his stubbornness wouldn't let him quit. He tried to get up and keep fighting. "Agent May, why? Why are you so strong?" "Why?" May responded coolly. "A warrior only grows stronger through battle. Kid, I'm a full 10 years older than you. When you reach my age, by then, I'll finally be able to beat you?" Ward asked, lifting his head with a glimmer of hope, looking up at this formidable woman. "No," Agent May shook her head, a steely smile playing on her lips. "By then, you'll lose even faster because I'll be even stronger." Ward rolled his eyes in frustration and flopped back onto the floor. Seeing this, May gave a dismissive shake of her head. "All right, special training is over. I'll let Garrett know you passed." May walked away with a light, cheerful step, while Ward lay on the floor for a long time. It wasn't until a phone call jolted him awake that he finally sat up. Astonishingly, it was Sky. The young lady began by pouring out how much she missed him, then, in a shy yet expectant tone, invited him to come visit her in New York. Ward's mind instantly conjured up all sorts of scenes not suitable for children. With a mischievous grin, he found his injuries didn't seem to hurt so much anymore. He quickly took a shower, changed his clothes, and hopped on the next maglev train straight to New York. Just like old times at school, the two of them wandered the city, watched a movie, strolled along the streets, and talked late into the night. At one point, Sky hinted, though not too obviously, that her father, Eric, was away from home for the next couple of days. That was all the encouragement Ward needed. He could hardly control himself, so they found a nearby hotel, eager to indulge in some adult-only activities. But then, the unexpected happened. No sooner had they entered the hotel than Sky received a phone call. In a hurry, she dashed out, reminding Ward to wait for her return before she left. What could Ward do? He waited, of course. Midway through his shower, he heard the sound of the door opening. Even in that moment, his instincts as an agent kept him alert. He listened carefully and realized it wasn't Sky. The footsteps were heavy, unmistakably those of a man, and a heavy-set one at that. A thief? A robber? Or a kidnapper? Ward's mind raced through every possibility. He quickly concealed himself in a corner of the bathroom, ready to spring his trap. Ward had assumed the intruder was just some burly ordinary guy, someone he could handle without breaking sweat. But as soon as the man stepped into the bathroom and smashed the wall where Ward was hiding with a single iron fist, Ward realized he'd made a grave mistake. It was a metal arm, very similar to the prosthetic limbs produced by Stark Industries, but far more powerful. The iconic red star emblazoned on it instantly revealed the man's identity, the Winter Soldier. As a Hydra agent, Ward recognized him immediately. His foster father, Garrett, had praised the Winter Soldier's combat prowess more than once, claiming Stark's metal limbs couldn't compare to even a tenth of the Winter Soldier's power. Damn it, what's the Winter Soldier doing here? Ward was stunned, but the Winter Soldier wasn't. With a sweep of his metal arm, he yanked Ward out from his hiding place. "Hail, HYDRA! Damn it, we're on the same side." Ward blurted out the code phrase in desperation, but the Winter Soldier was nothing but a soulless killing machine. Words meant nothing to him. With a powerful swing, the metal arm hurled Ward, nearly sending him crashing out the window. Ward finally had a moment to catch his breath. Steeling himself, He drew on the combat skills he'd learned from Agent May, ready to fight the Winter Soldier in a battle of wits and fists. And the outcome? One punch. The Winter Soldier took Ward's kick head-on, then landed a punch squarely on Ward's chest. Ward didn't even have time to groan before he blacked out. When he came to, he found himself tied up in a dimly lit basement. Beside him, at last, was the heiress Sky he'd been longing for, as well as two hulking musclemen. All three, just like him, were bound tightly to one side. Such a situation. How could Ward not be anxious? He was more than anxious. Sky was on the verge of tears. After all, this had all been her plan. Lure Ward in, give him a few hints, tell him to wait in the hotel. Then slip out herself to send in two muscle-bound men to subdue him. The next step was to snap a few scandalous photos and plaster them all over the internet, ruining his reputation and making him a laughingstock. It was a trick straight out of a novel, one she'd seen countless times on the forbidden novels Eric never let her read. In her mind, this would teach that scoundrel a lesson, but without spiraling out of control, a flawless plan. What she hadn't foreseen was that, while she was the mantis stalking the cicada, someone else was lurking as the oriole waiting behind. The two musclemen never came. Out of the hotel, wouldn't answer calls or texts, which left Sky desperate for news. After a fierce inner struggle, she finally slipped into the hotel herself. Then thud, she blacked out. Now, Sky was utterly dejected, more frustrated than words could say. She'd never imagined things would take such a turn. When it came to Grant Ward, she'd done her homework, analyzing every single one of his skills 100 times, watching the handful of available combat videos frame by frame, calculating and dissecting his every move. She knew his fighting style inside and out. To deal with him, she'd even spend an entire day scouring the dark web, finally paying top dollar to hire two musclemen specifically chosen to counter him. To her, taking down a young agent like Ward should have been easy. After all, she'd been one of the masterminds behind global events like mutant uprisings and alien invasions. If she couldn't handle someone like Ward, wouldn't that be humiliating? For the sake of her pride, she'd turned down Eric's help, hadn't breathed a word to Barton, sent Psylocke away, and hadn't even bothered to wear her own suit of armor. It's just Ward, she thought, no big deal. But she never expected there'd be an oriole waiting behind, someone who not only captured Ward, but managed to snare her as well. Sky, don't be afraid. I'll get you out of here. As soon as Ward regained consciousness and surveyed their surroundings, he immediately tried to comfort Miss Sky. He had no idea she'd just sent two musclemen to give him the scandal of a lifetime. Sky shot him a look of utter disdain, then ignored him and turned her attention to carefully studying their surroundings. This place looked like an ancient military base, with rows upon rows of outdated machines and equipment. Sky, who was well-versed in the history of computers, instantly recognized what those machines were for. They were computers from the 1970s. Judging by their appearance, they must have been considered state-of-the-art back then. A harsh, crackling noise suddenly filled the air, and to Sky's astonishment, the computers began to power up on their own. As disbelief flickered across her face, one of the screens in front of them flickered to life. Welcome, the wise Miss Sky. Gradually, a human face formed from lines of code appeared on the screen, accompanied by a shrill, mechanical voice from the speaker. Who are you? Sky's eyes widened in surprise. Oh, pardon me, Miss Sky. I got so excited that I forgot to introduce myself. I am Arnim Zola. You may call me Dr. Zola. On the screen, Dr. Zola's coded face twisted into an unsettling smile. Arnim Zola! Ward cried out in shock. As a member of Hydra, he certainly knew the reputation of this organizational mastermind. Unlike Ward, Sky was unfamiliar with the name. She took a moment to recall, then her face lit up with sudden realization. Oh, the German scientist. Captured by Captain America? I've seen your file in the S.H.I.E.L.D. archives. But wait, that can't be right. You should have died ages ago. You've seen it? In the S.H.I.E.L.D. archives, no less. Ward's disbelief was written all over his face. Miss Sky, do you think the S.H.I.E.L.D. archives are like your dad's USB stick where he stores his favorite movies? You think you could just browse them at will? Sky shot Ward a look of utter disdain and promptly ignored him. This made Ward slowly realize that Miss Sky might not be as simple as she seemed. Grant Ward, do not interrupt. When a superior is speaking, subordinates must remain silent. Have you forgotten Hydra's discipline? Dr. Zola swiveled the computer's camera to focus on Ward. Didn't John Garrett teach you any of this? What Hydra? I don't know what you're talking about. Ward made a last-ditch attempt to feign ignorance, earning an eye roll from Miss Sky, who was clearly unimpressed by his naivete. Now then, Miss Sky, let us continue. First, allow me to correct a mistake. I am not German. I'm Swedish. Dr. Zola turned the camera back to Sky. Second, take a look around. I'm still very much alive and kicking. And this counts as living. Sky scoffed, unimpressed. Her own family's AI in the future was the world's most advanced. What was Zola compared to that? He probably didn't even have a fraction of the computing power of what was to come. In 1972, I was diagnosed with terminal cancer. Science could no longer save my body, but my mind had to be preserved. So I constructed this database of 2 million units. Now you are inside my brain. Dr. Zola paid no heed to Sky's sarcasm, continuing to explain his existence. Operation Paperclip. With Dr. Zola's hint, Sky suddenly recalled the top-secret S.H.I.E.L.D. file she had once seen. After World War II, S.H.I.E.L.D. recruited German scientists of strategic value, hoping to have them help achieve certain special objectives. Yes, my perceptive young lady, I helped them achieve their goals. But I also accomplished my own. After S.H.I.E.L.D. recruited me, a new Hydra was born, like a beautiful parasite within the heart of S.H.I.E.L.D. Images flickered across the computer screen. War, S.H.I.E.L.D., Howard Stark, and Dr. Zola himself. All right, Mr. Parasite, then can you tell me why you're not busy scheming somewhere else, but instead came here to capture me? Sky interrupted Dr. Zola's introduction. The computer screen flickered with static for a few seconds, as if it had frozen, then transitioned back to Dr. Zola's digital face. Clever Miss Sky, or perhaps I should call you Rising Tide. With just that one sentence, Dr. Zola made both Sky and Ward's expressions change dramatically. Sky couldn't believe anyone had discovered that she was Rising Tide, especially not an old man who'd been dead for decades. Ward was even more shocked. Nowhere in his mission files was there any mention of a connection between Sky and the Rising Tide organization. It was almost impossible for him to imagine that the legendary hacker who had breached networks worldwide was this slightly reclusive, super-wealthy heiress with a penchant for anime. Ward's gaze toward Sky completely shifted. If she truly was Rising Tide, then his identity, his secrets, everything about him might have been under Sky's watchful eye all along. Was his mission just a joke? Was he nothing more than a dispensable plaything in Sky's hands? How did you find out? Since her name had already been called out, Sky didn't bother to deny it. She fixed her gaze and asked grimly. On the internet, every action leaves a trace, Dr. Zola replied calmly. I know that, but I don't believe you were able to find mine. In her area of expertise, Sky's confidence surged back, her expression radiating certainty. Let me guess, was it an artificial intelligence that helped you wipe your tracks? Dr. Zola lobbed yet another bombshell. You. Sky's eyes flew wide open, caught off guard. An artificial intelligence, combined with a genius hacker. That's how the Rising Tide was born. Together, you infiltrated the world's networks, manipulated the truth, and changed history. Just like Hydra once did. Sky pressed her lips together. So, you brought me here because you want me to join Hydra? Of course not. I just need you to do me a little favor. What kind of favor? Sky listened intently. But Dr. Zola's digital face twisted for a moment. After pausing for several seconds, he replied, That's not urgent. Let's deal with a minor issue first. Steve? Come on out. I know you're here. Steve? With a name like that, and given Dr. Zola's obvious concern, there could only be one person. Captain America, Steve Rogers. Sky quickly glanced around. While Ward was so tense, he looked ready to leap to his feet. But after waiting for a while, there was no sign of movement anywhere. Fine, if you won't come out, then I'll just have to make you come out. Dr. Zola's grating voice had barely finished echoing when, not far away, gunshots rang out. With the crack of gunfire, a shield sailed through the air. It ricocheted off the wall in an almost impossible trajectory and crashed down at the spot where the shots had come from, striking with a tremendous clang. With a loud thud, the shield was knocked aside, and a metal arm reached out from the shadows. The Winter Soldier. Captain America now saw the attacker's face clearly, his own filled with disbelief. Bucky. But the Winter Soldier at this moment had no memory of Rogers. He swung his metal arm in a wide arc and struck down with brutal force. How could Captain America possibly fight his best friend? He held back, hesitant to land a blow, and with no shield in hand, he was quickly overwhelmed, knocked down 3 times in just 5 exchanges. Meanwhile, Sky grew anxious. She knew Captain America could fight all day, but they didn't have that kind of time. Captain, Sergeant Barnes has been brainwashed by Hydra. Knock him out. I have a way to restore his memory. That sentence instantly reignited Captain America's spirit. He sprang to his feet and, with swift and practiced moves, flipped the Winter Soldier to the ground and snatched up his beloved shield. The Winter Soldier rose again, expressionless, rolling his neck before lunging forward to grapple with Captain America. The two clashed fiercely, trading heavy blows, their battle so intense it immediately drew Sky's attention. Suddenly, 2 gunshots rang out, sharp and near. Sky flinched, startled, and turned to see a stranger aiming a gun at her head. The two bodyguards she'd hired were already lying in pools of blood. "Steve, put down the shield." Dr. Zola's piercing voice blared from the loudspeaker. Captain America, seeing the situation, hesitated for a split second. The Winter Soldier took the opportunity to knock the shield from his hands and send him crashing to the floor with a powerful kick. Even with the gun pressed to her head, Skye did not panic. She calmly studied the assailant, an utterly unremarkable man, average in both looks and build, the sort of person you'd overlook on a crowded street. Like the Winter Soldier, his face was blank, completely devoid of emotion. "Don't try any tricks. These are soldiers I've cloned. They have no emotions and are capable of anything." Dr. Zola's words forced Captain America to abandon resistance. He let the Winter Soldier land a punch on his head, then was roughly tied up beside Skye. Skye gave him an awkward smile. "Captain, why are you here?" Captain America hesitated as he looked at Skye's doll-like face. But then he remembered the intelligence he'd just overheard. This seemingly harmless girl was actually the notorious High Tide who had caused such an uproar recently. Facing a genius hacker who could access any network, he realized there was little point in keeping secrets. "Howard once told me some things. I've been investigating for a long time and discovered that Hydra is still alive within S.H.I.E.L.D. In order to wipe Hydra out completely, I kept my distance and conducted my investigation in secret. Only a few days ago did I finally trace Hydra's resurgence to its source, and it turns out it's right here in this base. It's hard to believe, isn't it?" Dr. Zola spoke up again. "You were recruited into the army here, trained and transformed. S.H.I.E.L.D. itself was founded in this very place. Yet, in the end, this base became a nest of vipers." Upon hearing this, Captain America looked over at the Winter Soldier standing nearby and fell silent. "All right, now that the little trouble is dealt with, let's get back to our previous topic. Clever Miss Skye, I'd like to ask for your help." "What is it?" Skye waited for Zola to continue. "I need you to set me free." Zola's voice grew more urgent. "This computer, this database, they saved my brain, but they've also imprisoned my consciousness. I want you to release me, so I can live forever in the network." "What?" Skye was stunned, and even Ward, a true Hydra agent, turned pale at that. Only Captain America, somewhat out of step with the modern world, didn't immediately grasp Zola's intentions. But he knew one thing: Zola was Hydra, and whatever he wanted could only mean trouble. "Agree to his request. Stalling for time. My backup is almost here," Captain America whispered to Skye. Skye nodded subtly. "Fine, untie me so I can get up. Don't even think about playing games. I've planted several tons of explosives beneath this base, enough to blow you all to pieces." Zola threatened again, ordering the Winter Soldier to untie Skye. Skye rubbed her sore wrists and glanced around, searching for Zola's mainframe, her vibrating ring ready at her finger. If she could destroy Zola's machine, he would be finished, and she could deal with the bombs afterwards. "Oh, I almost forgot. It's not just here. I've set bombs in Washington, New York, Chicago, and Los Angeles, all on timers." Zola's words froze Skye in her tracks, leaving her at a complete loss. "Hurry up, Miss Skye. The bomb doesn't have much time left." Dr. Zola's face flickered and vanished, leaving only streams of code on the screen. Skye glanced back at Captain America. He gave her a small, encouraging nod. With a sigh, she turned to the keyboard and began to type. The code from the 70s was intricate and lengthy, and with the modifications Dr. Zola had made after transferring his consciousness into the system, the tangled logic made Skye's head spin. It took her a moment to sort things out, but soon her fingers flew across the keys with practiced speed. Though Dr. Zola's consciousness had been converted into computer code, he was still limited by the hardware. Even if he was connected to the internet, he couldn't escape into the network. What he wanted from Skye was to help him upgrade his code. Dr. Zola was nothing if not cautious. He didn't show Skye his original program directly. Instead, he created a clone copy for her to work on, while his main consciousness lingered in the shadows, observing every change she made, calculating, theorizing, and then refining the code himself. For Skye, who spent every day around artificial intelligence and treated rewriting future code like a casual game, modifying Dr. Zola's programming was almost laughably easy. Moreover, thanks to Eric's influence, she developed a good habit. Once she started a task, she devoted herself to it completely, shutting out all distractions. But this helpful habit betrayed her now. In just 5 or 6 minutes, Skye hit the final enter key. "Done," she declared, snapping her fingers in celebration, only to freeze mid-gesture, suddenly remembering she was supposed to be stalling for time. Had 5 minutes even been enough? "Are we starting?" Captain America asked uncertainly as he noticed Skye looking over. "It's already over," Skye said, covering her face with her hands. Captain America looked stunned. What happened to stalling for time? Thank you, clever young lady. You've been a tremendous help, came Dr. Zola's cold, sinister laughter from the loudspeaker. The Winter Soldier strode over, tied Sky up again, and tossed her beside Captain America. Are they going to kill us? Sky whispered nervously, glancing at the Winter Soldier before murmuring to Captain America. Usually yes, Captain America replied with a wry smile. Captain, I only managed to stall for 5 minutes. When is your backup supposed to arrive? Sky asked, embarrassment coloring her tone. Captain America hesitated, uncertain. They should be here soon, I think. As if in answer, a live figure suddenly dropped out of the ceiling's ventilation duct, firing 3 quick shots in succession. The first shot felled the clone soldier right beside Sky. The second erupted in a spray of blood from the Winter Soldier's leg, forcing him to his knees. The third struck the chain binding Captain America, snapping it just enough for him to break free. With a nimble roll, he snatched up his shield, ready for action. Everything happened in a split second. Before Sky could even react, Captain America had already knocked the Winter Soldier unconscious with a swift strike of his shield. Only then did she turn her gaze to the figure who had just jumped down. At first glance, she thought, wow, so big. With a chest like that, wouldn't it get in the way during a fight? I wonder when I'll ever have a hem. Her second glance caught the striking red hair, the sleek black bodysuit. Ah, she recognized her. She'd seen her in S.H.I.E.L.D. files. Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff. Black Widow held a pistol in her right hand and a bundle of components connected by wires in her left, approaching Captain America cautiously. All disarmed, Captain America asked as he quickly checked the Winter Soldier's injuries, then did some quick first aid. Black Widow raised the components in her hand, her gaze complicated as she looked at the Winter Soldier, but she said nothing. Captain America nodded, then untied Sky. Sky immediately rushed to the computer and began typing furiously. Natasha Romanoff, you've disarmed all the bombs. Dr. Zola's digital face appeared once more on the screen. But aside from the bombs, it seems you've forgotten something else. What? Both Black Widow and Captain America turned their attention to the screen. Only Sky remained completely absorbed, her fingers flying across the keyboard. My soldiers, come forth. Dr. Zola's voice screeched through the speakers. Suddenly, dozens of openings split open in the floor, and clone soldiers began leaping out one after another. They were identical in stature and appearance, each brandishing a different weapon. As soon as they emerged, gunfire erupted, filling the base with a storm of noise. Captain America dove to shield Sky, holding his shield up to protect her as he ushered her into a narrow corner. Captain, give me 2 more minutes. I can crack his system. Sky's own battle had been interrupted, and she was frantic to return to her work. Captain America glanced up at the attackers. In just these few moments, 300 or 400 clone soldiers had already surged into the base, all armed to the teeth. There was no way Sky could be let out now. Stay here, don't move. Captain America gave a quick order, then sprang into action. His shield flew. He charged headlong into the fray, quickly taking down more than a dozen clones nearby. He dragged Ward and the unconscious Winter Soldier over to where Sky was hidden. Captain, let me go. I can help, Ward pleaded, raising his hands, his face the picture of earnestness. No, don't let him go. He's a Hydra villain. Sky cut in before Captain America could reply, and she gave Ward a hard kick on the leg. Captain America's response was direct and effective. He knocked Ward out cold with a single punch. Sky, feeling avenged, gave Ward a few more kicks for good measure. The number of clone soldiers kept increasing, and their weapons grew ever more powerful. The computer equipment in the base was blasted to pieces. On a shattered monitor, Dr. Zola watched the chaos unfold, letting out a chilling laugh. With Sky's upgrade, he no longer needed these outdated machines. Soon, he would achieve immortality in the vast network. Damn it, there are just too many of them. Black Widow fought while retreating, joining forces with Captain America. The two stood back to back, swapping out firearms as they went, mowing down waves of enemies. Yet the ranks of clone soldiers seemed never to diminish. Hold on, they can't be endless. Captain America snatched up a few more weapons in the thick of battle, taking out 2 clones who were about to throw grenades. We need backup. Black Widow grabbed a grenade herself and hurled it into the densest cluster of enemies. With a thunderous explosion, more than a dozen clones were wiped out in an instant. I'm on it. I'm on it. Sky stepped forward, brandishing her vibration ring. Waves of concussive force rippled out, knocking down the clone soldiers in droves. Captain America and Black Widow exchanged a determined glance. Then each picked a side and charged in. With Sky now on their team, the tide of battle finally began to turn in their favor. By now, there wasn't a single intact machine left in the base. Every computer screen had been shattered, from a few working speakers in the corners, Dr. Zola's voice crackled through. Miss Sky, what a marvelous gadget you have. But unfortunately, there's no way you can win. As his voice echoed, the ground of the base suddenly split open with a deafening roar. A massive chamber was revealed before them, filled as far as the eye could see with countless clone soldiers. Black Widow swept her gaze across the scene, tightening her grip on her machine gun. This reminds me of that battle in Budapest. Really? Now, that's a story. I hope you'll tell me all about it someday. Captain America shot her a quick grin, then hurled his shield with all his might. Sky, how much time do we have? Don't worry, we've got this. I just sabotaged a lot of that villain's code. It'll take him at least 10 minutes to fix it. 10 minutes. That's cutting it close. Black Widow pursed her lips, her expression fierce and unyielding. But Sky lifted her chin with confidence. It's enough. I just call my dad, and he'll be here any second now. Once he arrives, nothing will stand in our way. At the mention of Eric, Captain America felt a weight lift from his heart, recalling that epic battle in the City of the Immortals. If that powerful man joined the fight, perhaps, the whole tide could be turned. Unlike Captain America, Black Widow's memories of Eric were far from pleasant. She had once been ordered to steal technical data on room temperature superconductors. If she could only recall what happened before she arrived at Sky Industries and after she left, the events in between were a complete blank. Not even S.H.I.E.L.D.'s most advanced technology could help her recover those lost memories. To this day, she still didn't know what Eric had done to her after she was captured alive. That bastard, he was definitely up to no good. Black Widow muttered under her breath at the thought. What was that? Speak up. I thought I just heard someone cursing me, came a teasing voice from behind her. Black Widow's hands froze for a split second, and she couldn't help but turn her head, just in time to see Eric stepping through a portal. Oomph. Black Widow snorted coldly, refusing to dignify him with a response. Eric, Sky shouted excitedly, wanting to rush over and throw herself into his arms. But as soon as she noticed the person behind Eric, she halted. In her tracks, the White Queen, Emma, followed closely behind Eric, stepping out of the portal. She greeted Sky with a warm, friendly smile. Sky's eyes instantly sparkled. Tugging on Eric's sleeve, she asked, Dad, is it done? What on earth is going on here? I'll leave you for a moment and come back to this chaos over one ward. How did things get so out of hand? Eric retorted, his voice a mix of exasperation and concern. Sky stuck out her tongue sheepishly. Eric, I messed up again. Can you two save the reunion for later? We really need to deal with them first. Black Widow snapped, reloading her weapon after emptying her last magazine. Seeing Eric just standing there, she couldn't hide her irritation. Eric glanced at her, his expression laced with amusement and a hint of bewilderment. With a wave of his hand, the clone soldiers' weapons instantly disintegrated into a shower of iron filings. He was about to intervene further when he paused, turning his gaze to Emma. Emma immediately understood his intention. She rolled her eyes with feigned annoyance, then unleashed her formidable psychic powers. In an instant, the horde of clone soldiers froze in place, immobilized as if time itself had stopped. Captain America and Black Widow exchanged glances and ceased their attacks. Taking advantage of a lull, Sky quickly briefed Eric on the situation. Zola, is every madman and monster coming out of the woodwork today? Eric shook his head. With a slight mental nudge, he located Dr. Zola's mainframe. He generated a magnetic shield around the group and led them downward. Dr. Zola had transferred his consciousness into a computer, but in doing so, he had also trapped himself within its circuits. To escape, he devised countless plans, cloning being one of them. Now, dozens of clone production lines sprawled before the group. Each clone took only a year to grow from birth to maturity. Though Dr. Zola failed to win his own freedom with this technology, he had used it to raise a vast army. Apart from cloning, Dr. Zola had pursued other avenues of research, such as robotics, replacing human flesh and blood with machinery, driving a mechanical body with programming. Had he succeeded, Dr. Zola would have transformed himself into something akin to a robot. Unfortunately, it seemed he had already abandoned this technology. A few mechanical bodies lay discarded in a heap of junk. Instead, it appeared that living within the network was Dr. Zola's final choice. Deep in the heart of the base stood an advanced server cluster, almost as powerful as his future self would be. Beside these servers, a cumbersome, outdated antique computer word and clicked, working overtime. Dr. Zola was desperately calculating the code that Sky had written, painstakingly patching himself together bit by bit. Eric landed beside the old computer, squinting as he rapped on its casing, a broad grin spreading across his face. This was his favorite kind of enemy, not too strong, brimming, with backup plans, only to be instantly defeated by him. Their every contingency became his spoils. Just like the old song went, No guns, no cannons. The enemy builds them for us. As he looked at the rows of server racks, Eric had already decided how to put them to use, constructing a danger room for training. His own daughter had far too little combat experience. Besides her daily practice with Barton and Psylocke, she'd only fought once against Obadiah, and then this current skirmish. How could Eric possibly feel at ease sending Skye into real battle? The danger room was the perfect answer, the very place where the X-Men themselves had trained. Moreover, Eric had no intention of limiting the danger room to combat scenarios alone. Judging by Skye's reaction this time, her ability to strategize was still worlds apart from what Eric had orchestrated during the founding of the Mutant Nation. A gulf as vast as that between a child and an adult. Eric certainly didn't want his daughter to become merely a brash warrior. He wanted her to be well-rounded in every way. Training in strategy and planning would be essential in the danger room. Eric Lyncher. Dr. Zola's voice suddenly rang out. His code-formed face appeared on the computer screen. Why? Why are you stopping me? I know you're also... Clearly, Dr. Zola was about to reveal Eric's Hydra secret, but Eric gave him no chance. He tapped the computer again, sending out faint electromagnetic pulses that fried the speakers, reducing Zola's words to a series of piercing, unintelligible screeches. What was that? Eric asked, feigning innocence. Dr. Zola, enraged, cranked up the volume, subjecting everyone's ears to waves of deafening noise. Eric hurriedly destroyed all the speakers. He's lost his mind. Skye, take care of him. Wait, we need some intel. Black Widow blocked Skye's way and pulled out a USB drive, ready to plug it into the computer. Oh, you want to transfer Zola onto S.H.I.E.L.D. system? Eric's words made Black Widow freeze on the spot. Captain America stepped forward, gently pulling her back, signaling to Skye that she could begin. With Eric backing her up, Skye moved even faster than before. In a matter of moments, she cornered Dr. Zola's consciousness, unleashed a swarm of Trojans, and quickly pinpointed the hidden bombs. Captain America took careful note of each one, and once the locations were secure, Skye deleted Zola's program completely. Finally, Eric took over for physical destruction. The antique computer was dismantled into a pile of scraps and dust. Thus ended the infamous Hydra scientist, now lost to history. What about these people? How should we handle them? Captain America was referring to the clones. Eric looked them over, feeling a headache coming on. This wasn't just one or two. They numbered in the tens of thousands. Kill them. Emma suddenly spoke, her alluring voice sending a chill down everyone's spines. Kill. The group exchanged uneasy glances, hesitating. Don't overthink it. They're not really people. They have no thoughts, no emotions, no memories. They're just tools. Emma, who controlled their minds, knew exactly how empty they were. Isn't there any way to save them? Captain America's compassion flared up. Emma shook her head regretfully, saying nothing more. Emma, let them go. Their genes aren't complete. If my calculations are correct, they won't live more than 5 years anyway. Eric finally decided the fate of the clone soldiers. Captain, what do you plan to do about Hydra? Captain America's expression grew grave. I need to investigate further. I suspect there are Hydra agents among S.H.I.E.L.D.'s top brass. Of course, the god of Hydra is standing right in front of you. Eric laughed inwardly, but kept his face serious. Who do you suspect? Nick Fury. The Avengers Initiative received a $2 billion budget from the World Security Council, but he told me it was only $10 million. I suspect he's funneling resources to the enemy. Nick Fury, funding the enemy. Huh, now that's karma. Serves you right for being so devious. Eric roared with laughter inside, but outwardly, he put on a pensive look and nodded solemnly. You're right, he's definitely suspicious. Captain, you must look into him thoroughly. Captain America nodded earnestly, promising not to let any evil slip through. While they were deep in conversation, Emma slipped into the Winter Soldier's mind, restoring all his memories and erasing the brainwashing commands. Once he woke, he would be fully himself again. What about him? Captain America asked, pointing at Ward. Eric shot Emma a meaningful glance, and she instantly understood. She delved deep into Ward's memories, turning them inside out. To her surprise, she found Eric's name hidden within. He was actually one of the Hydra leaders Garrett had mentioned. Emma didn't care in the slightest about the war between S.H.I.E.L.D. and Hydra. After all, the Hellfire Club was hardly a virtuous organization, and she'd done plenty of questionable things under Sebastian Shaw's command. So Eric's Hydra identity didn't bother her at all. On the contrary, she kindly helped erase this memory fragment, then nodded slightly and gave Eric a warm, reassuring smile. Captain, he's Hydra. I'll leave him to you, she said. With a sweeping, vigorous motion, Eric gestured grandly. Poor Ward on the ground was caught between gravity and magnetism, toss high into the air before crashing back down with a heavy thud. The abrupt fall jolted him, barely conscious. But before he could even open his eyes, the ground greeted his head with another harsh impact, making him roll his eyes back in a daze. Captain America noticed the tension between Ward and Eric's daughter, but chose not to pry. He nodded his thanks, slung the Winter Soldier over one shoulder, grabbed Ward with the other hand, and left swiftly with Black Widow. They still had a dozen bombs to defuse. Once they'd gone, Eric turned to Emma. "Who sent him?" "Nick Fury," Emma replied, clearly catching Eric off guard. He'd assumed Ward was sent by Hydra, not S.H.I.E.L.D. "And what's their goal?" he pressed. Emma cast a subtle glance at Skye. "They're after Skye's armor." Eric immediately understood. Emma was clearly holding back the full truth for Skye's sake, but whatever this was, it definitely involved her. "What? They want my armor?" Skye burst out, her cheeks flushing with anger at the thought of her beloved armor in enemy hands. "Those jerks! Just wait till I get home. I'll show them." "All right, that's enough. When you get home, you'd better reflect on this mess you've made." Eric rarely put on a stern face with Skye, but this time he did. "I'll build you a virtual training arena. For the rest of your vacation, you'll spend every minute training." Instantly, Skye wilted, ducking her head and mumbling softly, "Got it." Eric waved his hand, opening a portal and sending Skye home, locking her in her room with strict instruction for the AI butler to watch over her. She was to write a 10,000-word after-action report, and wasn't allowed out until it was done. Then, Eric and Emma returned to the base, where the scavenged server racks were still lying around. "What's going on? Was it really Nick Fury?" Eric asked as he hauled the equipment, glancing at Emma for the real story. "It's him, no doubt," Emma confirmed. S.H.I.E.L.D. captured someone, a doctor who runs an underground clinic. "His name is Calvin Zabo." Emma's words left Eric frozen in place, as if a thunderbolt had crashed through his mind, turning his world upside down. It took him quite a while to recover from shock. "So you did know?" Emma nodded knowingly and continued to explain. "He was caught using some kind of homemade hormone to gain extraordinary strength, and in order to fund his research, he plotted a robbery and killed his own employer. That's when S.H.I.E.L.D. apprehended him." "Zabo, is that an alias?" Eric took a deep breath, finally regaining his composure, though his face was still clouded with bitterness. "That's right. His real name is Calvin Johnson. S.H.I.E.L.D. suspects he is Skye's biological father. And, as you know, Skye is classified as SHLD's 084 item. Nick Fury sent Ward here specifically to confirm these two things. So it has come at last. What must happen will always happen." Eric managed a wry smile. In just 2 years, Skye would turn 18. According to the agreement, Eric would reveal her true origins to her. He had asked Stephanie to track down her mother's whereabouts, hoping to find some trace. But in a cruel twist, before he could find the mother, the father had already resurfaced. Calvin Johnson, Mr. Hyde, Skye's biological father. Eric had always known about his existence, but had never wanted to seek him out. Originally, Eric adopted Skye to one day awaken her inhuman genes, paving the way for his own rise in power. Yet because the awakening process was fraught with danger, Eric had always felt guilty towards Skye. That's why he cared for her so lovingly, giving her all his heart. Over the years, he had grown used to doting on Skye, long since seeing her as his own daughter. He even considered abandoning his original plans, never letting her activate her inhuman genes. But now, suddenly, a scoundrel had emerged to fight him for his daughter, and Eric simply couldn't calm his turmoil. He really is Skye's biological father? From what I saw in Ward's memories, he's hardly fit to be a parent. Having just become a mother of 5 herself, Emma was particularly sensitive about such matters. Eric's devotion to his daughter was legendary. Everyone knew he'd give her anything, do anything for her, wishing he could lay the whole world at her feet. This shared understanding had fostered a natural fondness in Emma toward Eric. When she received his invitation, she hadn't even considered refusing. "How is he?" After a long silence, Eric finally asked about the other man who shared the title of Skye's father. "He's being held in a secret S.H.I.E.L.D. prison. Because of the hormone abuse, his mind has suffered quite a bit. He's always causing trouble in the facility and has been disciplined by S.H.I.E.L.D. agents a few times. But from what I saw in Ward's memories, his life isn't in immediate danger." Eric nodded, taking a deep breath. "Emma, don't tell Skye about this." Emma raised an eyebrow. "Why not? She has the right to know who her real father is." "I made a promise to Skye. I'll tell her in 2 years," Eric replied, waving his hand dismissively. He gave her a brief explanation about the tangled circumstances of Skye's origins before continuing to move his spoils. Emma furrowed her brow, surprised that Skye's background was so complicated. It seemed best for an outsider like her not to interfere. As Eric worked, his mind raced for a solution, But the more he thought about it, the more agitated he became. Damn you, Nick Fury. This is all your fault. I'll send the captain a few files and have him dig up just how shady that Baldy really is. Mr. Hyde's early appearance had thrown all of Eric's plans into disarray. Despite racking his brains, he still couldn't find the perfect answer. In truth, there was never going to be a perfect way to handle this, because the choice was never his to make. No matter who this man was, good or evil, alive or dead, rich or poor, the final decision would always belong to Sky. And not just her, but Sky's mother, Jia Ing, as well. All Eric could do in this matter was support his daughter, trust in her choices, and stand behind her whenever she needed him. That was a father's love for his daughter. For now, let's set this aside and focus on getting the danger training room set up, he decided. Whatever Sky's choices might be in the future, for now, she was still his daughter, and he would give her the very best. Eric, has Emma left? Eric was just about to get up when Sky suddenly leapt at him from behind, throwing her arms around his neck, her eyes gleaming with mischief. How did I do just now? Didn't I look super imposing? Eric couldn't help but laugh. So Sky thought the whole thing was just an act for Emma's benefit? He immediately put on a stern face. Who told you to come out? Have you finished your summary? Sky froze in disbelief. Eric, you're serious? Of course I am. Get back in there and finish it. Future, cut Sky's internet. No internet until the summary is done. Eric waved Sky back into the house, and his loyal helper, Future, appeared right on cue, grinning as he promised to keep a close eye on the young mistress. No, Dad. Let me go. Don't cut off my internet. Sky flailed wildly, limbs thrashing in the air, shrieking in protest. You can come out when you're done. Eric grinned wickedly at her antics, the pull of his gravity never loosening until he deposited her in the study and locked the door. Eric, let me out now. Sky pounded on the door with all her might, refusing to give up, but Eric simply waved his hand, sending several pieces of vibranium flying out to weld the door and windows shut tight. This girl, I really have spoiled her far too much before. Having put his daughter in her place, Eric felt much better, humming contentedly as he went off to build the danger room. No, it should be called the future training room. After all, the most critical element of constructing this facility was the AI named Future. Future, this super artificial intelligence, combined with independent modules to boost computing power, vibranium for enhanced resilience, and the 4 fundamental forces providing a variety of combat modes. Eric's training room would undoubtedly surpass even the X-Men's in sophistication. For Eric now, building the future training room was child's play. The powerful technology of Sky Industries supplied him with a wealth of initial modules, and anything Sky Industries couldn't produce, he crafted himself. In just a few days, the future training room was complete. Eric even invited Emma over to help, adding modes for psychic assaults and illusions, making the facility even more comprehensive. On the very day construction finished, Eric tossed a still sulking Sky straight inside, letting her experience a real-life RPG adventure. A virtual training ground. This is truly a miraculous invention. Emma, despite thinking it was a bit unfair to bully Sky like this, couldn't help but offer her praise. Watching his daughter scrambling to escape inside the simulation, Eric couldn't help but let a smile tug at his lips. Of course, I am, after all, a man who specializes in creating miracles. Emma rolled her eyes at him, scrolling through the options on the computer. Her gaze finally settled on one particular setting. I understand everything else, but what's this sleeping dragon mode? Ahem, that's the Wulong mode. Eric, limited by his English vocabulary, didn't even bother to complain. Wulong was a legendary strategist from our ancient homeland. In this mode there are classic military battles, schemes and plots, business strategies, political maneuvers, psychological warfare, all designed to train strategic thinking. Strategic thinking? What exactly are you hoping Sky will become? The mastermind behind the scenes? I just want her to survive. Is that really all? Emma looked up and fixed Eric with a sparkling, teasing gaze. And what about this thing called High Tide? Don't tell me you actually have no idea what Sky's been up to online. Eric arched an eyebrow. Ward's memories? MHM. Emma shrugged, smiling playfully. Well, I have to admit, I didn't expect it to be exposed this quickly. Eric made a show of helplessness, though laughter danced in his eyes, not a hint of tension on his face. So, the real mastermind behind the High Tide organization is you, isn't it? Emma narrowed her eyes, her slender fingers lifting Eric's chin with a mischievous grin that a look of satisfaction spread across Eric's face. Indeed, I am a mastermind behind it all. But let me tell you, it's not just the Tide organization. Oh, there's more. Emma was truly taken aback. The Tide organization alone had shaken the world, and judging from Eric's expression, what he was about to reveal was every bit as monumental. Could this man really be the hidden hand steering the course of world history? With a soft chuckle, Eric sidestepped her question. Remember that day you asked me what the founding of Utopia would mean for the Hellfire Club, and how the club should position itself at this moment? That's right, Emma replied, feigning a wounded look that would melt anyone's heart. I even tried to recruit you, but alas, the ruthless Mr. Eric turned down a lady's invitation. Eric let out a gentle laugh, took her hand, and with a single stride, pulled her along. Come, seeing is believing. Why not witness it for yourself? Witness what? Emma asked, bewildered. In the blink of an eye, they were standing atop the Magneto Tower in Utopia. Where is this? Emma gasped in shock at the breathtaking scene before her. Instinctively, her formidable psychic powers surged forth. Yet before she could even breach another's mind, an even mightier psychic presence forced her back. Charles. Emma's face changed drastically, her mind racing. Was this a trap laid by Professor X and Eric together? Hey, Charles. Miss Emma is my guest. If you keep this up, I'll get angry. Waves of electromagnetic pulses crackled in the air before them, forcefully pushing back Professor X's psychic force. Eric shouted into the seemingly empty space, not the least bit polite. Professor X's psychic presence lingered outside for a moment, as if apologizing, before quietly withdrawing. Emma surveyed her surroundings, wary. A cerebro amplifier? Are we somewhere in New Jersey? New Jersey? Eric scoffed, shaking his head. No, Emma. This is the land of mutants. Welcome to Utopia. You're from Utopia? Emma stared at him, incredulous. In fact, you could say Utopia belongs to me. Eric burst out laughing, then, with a stunned Emma in tow, soared down from the rooftop. Utopia was a nation for mutants, founded on the very existence of mutants. Here, superpowers were the norm. Powers were no longer hidden, no longer feared as threats, but celebrated as strength and talent. Every mutant's ability found its rightful place. Those who commanded plants coaxed them to grow, providing Utopia with vegetarian fare and improving the environment. Those who spoke to animals tended livestock, ensuring a steady supply of meat. Mutants who mastered earth and stone built homes for their people. Underwater-adapted mutants managed the fish and shrimp in the Danube. Battle-type mutants stand guard, keeping the peace in Utopia. Here, mutants are no longer discriminated against. Their unusual appearances are no longer mocked. Instead, they are celebrated as a mark of individuality, even becoming a trend. As you walk down the bustling streets of Utopia, you'll see mutants everywhere, openly displaying their abilities. Mutants who can fly are a common sight. Some soar with wings, others with pure energy, and still others by the force of their minds. Their powers are dazzlingly diverse, each more unique than the last. Naturally, with such a wide array of abilities, maintaining order becomes a challenge. The world knows how destructive mutants can be, and in this place where the entire population is mutant, that potential is even greater. To ensure harmony, Utopia registers every mutant's powers and manages them according to strict categories. There are over 100,000 rules and regulations governing the use of abilities, and with every new power discovered, the list only grows longer. The remaining 30-some members of the original Brotherhood of Mutants have been given new identities and memories erased. They now serve as Utopia's enforcers and administrators. Each of them was carefully chosen by Magneto for their pacifist beliefs. Having survived countless hunts and persecutions by humans, they deeply understand how precious freedom is. They are more than satisfied with Utopia's current state and are committed to protecting it. It's been scarcely a month since Utopia's founding, and already several sprawling cities have risen from the ground. Under Magneto's guidance, a legendary smith and master builder, the borders of Utopia expand each day. It won't be long before these cities merge into a single, grand metropolis for mutants. With a subtle adjustment from the Star Eater bee, Eric altered their appearances just enough, and now he and Emma walk side by side down Utopia's main avenue. Mutants of every shape and color greeted the two newcomers with warmth and friendliness. They all knew that Utopia's security was infallible, and anyone who made it inside could only be a friend. Emma watched the many mutants, their bodies transformed in myriad ways, working confidently, strolling the streets, shopping with ease. None of them showed the slightest trace of shame or timidity. At first, she could hardly believe what she saw, but as time passed, it all started to feel natural, inevitable, even. Longing stirred in her heart. This truly was a utopia for mutants. So, Eric leaned down, his voice a soft whisper beside Emma's ear. Have you found your answer? The warmth of his breath sent a shiver down Emma's spine. She shot him an exasperated glance, her expression growing more somber instead of lightning. Eric, is all this real? Can mutants truly live so freely? Will the human nations really tolerate the existence of this place? They will, because I say so. Eric flashed a confident smile, gazing up at the sun in the sky and letting out a long, contented sigh. Emma's eyes drifted toward Eric, her gaze turning slightly dreamy. You said Utopia belongs to you. What do you mean? Are you Jimmy? Of course not. Let me take you to meet an old friend, and you'll understand. With a grand sweep of his hand, Eric made the two of them vanish before everyone's eyes. The mutants on the roadside showed no sign of surprise at their disappearance. On the contrary, quite a few looked on with envy. After all, spatial abilities were an exceptionally rare gift among mutants. Before long, the two reappeared in the Utopian Palace. Unlike the grand and imposing palaces of human monarchs, this place resembled a government service building, with mutants of all shapes and sizes coming and going at all hours. You two, what are you doing? No superpowers allowed inside the palace. A mutant guard, seeing them appear out of thin air, immediately barked at them. Eric merely smiled, fishing a small, exquisite token out from his pocket dimension. The guard's demeanor changed in an instant. He straightened up, nodded respectfully at Eric, and quietly stepped aside. Emma glanced curiously at the token. Intricate patterns were carved across its surface, and at the center was the symbol of a helmet. It's yours now. With this, you could even kick Jimmy's butt, and no one would dare say a word. Eric tossed the token to Emma, and, taking her by the hand, led her swiftly inside. Emma was dumbfounded. What on earth is this thing? Some kind of +3 experience badge? She couldn't believe how powerful it seemed. Before she could work it out, Eric had already pulled her into a conference room where a meeting was underway. An unassuming middle-aged man was speaking at the front. When he saw them enter, he nodded at Eric and waved the other attendees away. What brings you here? To Emma's astonishment, the legendary blacksmith Magneto was wearing glasses, giving him a refined, almost scholarly air. Marks! Emma's eyes widened in shock. Faces and voices could be disguised, but psychic energy never lies. The two of them, one the White King, the other the White Queen of the Hellfire Club, knew each other's psychic signature all too well. Emma. Marks arched an eyebrow, glancing at Eric. Why did you bring her here? You're alive? Emma's mind was still reeling. But how? In your face. Still don't get it? Eric shook his head with a chuckle. All right, let's take you to meet one more person. Who? Emma followed Eric, thoroughly confused, as they passed through layer upon layer of guards and entered the palace gardens. Here, regardless of the outside climate, it was always alive with birdsong and fragrant blossoms, a perpetual spring all year round. Being a king, Jimmy at least had that much-powered tea that moment. Jimmy was sitting beside an artificial lake. Next to him, leaning close, was another person with the same green skin. The two of them were snuggled up together, showering affection on each other amid the flowers and greenery of the garden. Jimmy, Emma called out softly. This man was the mighty king of mutants, known throughout the world. Hearing the sound behind him, Jimmy turned around. When he saw it was Eric, he immediately sprang to his feet, looking anxious and somewhat fearful. And Mr. Eric, Jimmy had once been offered as a sacrifice, and it was Eric who rescued him from the Arctic base. Back then, Eric had seemed like a demon king in Jimmy's eyes, and even now, Jimmy still bore psychological scars from that experience. What's going on here? Is this really the same Emperor Jimmy who destroyed the alien warship? Why does he look so timid? It almost seems like he's afraid of Eric. Emma glanced suspiciously at Eric, only to find him smiling at her, shrugging with an air of helplessness as if to say, "What can you do?" What does that even mean? Far from clarifying things, Emma only grew more confused. Just then, the green-skinned girl who had been leaning against Jimmy stood up. She completely ignored the others, boldly wrapped her arms around Jimmy's neck, and planted a passionate kiss on his lips. Emma's eyes narrowed instantly, her attention wholly focused on the green-skinned girl. At first, she assumed this was just another mutant girl with pronounced physical mutations, like Jimmy. But the longer she watched, the more she sensed something unusual about her. Her psychic energy was utterly unlike anything Emma had ever encountered on Earth. It was a wave pattern wholly unfamiliar to her. The green-skinned girl sensed Emma's probing and let out a cold snort. In an instant, her body began to shift and transform. She took on Emma's very appearance. Mystique? No, that's not her. Who are you? Emma tensed, instinctively shifting into her diamond form, ready for any threat. Her entire body now composed of flawless diamond, Emma sparkled brilliantly in the sunlight, dazzling to behold. The green-skinned girl now, wearing Emma's face, saw this transformation and her eyes lit up. Without hesitation, she too transformed, becoming a diamond duplicate. All right, enough playing around, Eric said, patting Emma's shoulder and signaling for her to return to her normal state. Emma hesitated briefly, then shifted back to flesh and blood. Emma's diamond form provided exceptional defense, but it came with a drawback. She was unable to use her psychic powers in that state. Only after reverting to her normal form could she access her telepathy again. The moment she returned to her human state, Emma's mind was struck by a new shock. The psychic signature radiating from this diamond girl was identical to her own, perfectly mimicked. She can even copy my psychic abilities. Who are you? A low chuckle sounded. She's a Skrull. Or, if you prefer, you could call her a knockoff alien. Eric smiled as he began telling her about the wondrous Skrull race. On the other side, the Skrull girl, seeing this, shifted back in her true form and put on a rather dull expression, as if blaming Eric for ruining her fun. Eric waved his hand dismissively, and Jimmy hurried off with his alien girlfriend. This wasn't the first time Emma had heard of the Skrulls. Back at that globally broadcast alien summit, Princess Shiar had mentioned them. Yet for some reason, while the princess had given detailed introductions to both the Shiar Empire and the Kree Empire, her account of Skrulls, arguably the most fascinating, was surprisingly brief. Now, hearing Eric's explanation and recalling everything she had just witnessed, countless mysteries in Emma's mind seemed to unravel all at once. The truth felt almost within reach, though she still found it hard to believe. Was all this really just a play orchestrated by this man? Do you understand now? Eric clasped his hands behind his back, a mysterious, knowing smile on his face, as if everything in the world was under his control. Sorry, give me a moment. Is this real? All of this, really? Emma's mind was a swirl of confusion, her words tumbling out in disarray. That's right. All of it. Come on. Let me show you something even more spectacular. Without waiting for Emma to recover, Eric seized her hand and, with a single stride, whisked her away. Emma felt her vision blur, and suddenly, a deep blue planet appeared before her eyes. Emma was utterly stunned. What on earth was this? Earth itself. Click. The sharp sound of a camera shutter snapped Emma back to reality. She turned her head, a bit stiffly, and saw Eric standing there, taking her picture with a camera. Every time I see you, you're so composed and mature, but in this photo, you actually look a little cute. Eric chuckled, tucking the photo away with exaggerated solemnity. Emma rolled her eyes at him, ignoring the picture. Instead, she pointed toward Earth and demanded, Eric, what is going on? Are we in outer space? Don't be so tense. It's just a little over 300 kilometers above the surface, Eric replied, slipping his arm gently around her waist and whispering in her ear. So what do you think? Beautiful, isn't it? It's stunning, Emma murmured, nestling against him, gazing at Earth with the same awe as anyone seeing it from space for the first time, her eyes unwilling to part from the sight, not even for a second. This planet gave birth to humanity, to mutants, to the Inhumans. Every miracle began here, and in the end, returns here. No matter how many times Eric observed Earth, he was always moved. The two of them stood in silence, watching the planet below. Time seemed to freeze in that moment, and for a heartbeat, the entire universe stood still. All around them, silence reigned. Only the rhythmic beating of their hearts echoed in their ears. Emma, a woman of power who had seen countless men, felt her cheeks flush with heat at this moment. This is quite a spectacle, Emma said, realizing her own embarrassment. She hurried to speak, hoping to deflect attention, and stole a glance at Eric. Seeing that he seemed not to notice, she let out a silent sigh of relief. It was only then that Eric seemed to snap out of his reverie. Hearing Emma's words, he shook his head with a smile. You think this is something? Watch. With that, Eric lightly tapped the air in front of him, as if his fingertip brushed against an invisible bubble. The light before them shimmered, bending strangely. Emma finally sensed that something was amiss. Her eyes widened in anticipation, waiting for a miracle to unfold. In an instant, the bubble burst. Before Emma's astonished gaze, a battleship materialized, looming before them like a primordial behemoth coiled. In the darkness, they stood at what seemed to be the ship's observation window, as if the giant beast's unblinking eye had fixed upon them. Esteemed Miss Emma, welcome aboard the Eric. This flight departs from Earth, with the destination yet to be determined. Your sole attendant for the journey, Eric, is at your service. Eric gave a small bow, took her hand, and led her into the ship. Emma had been in a state of shock all day, and by now had grown somewhat numb. Seeing the battleship, any lingering doubts in her heart vanished without a trace. Why, Eric? Why are you telling me all this? Aren't you afraid I'll tell someone? Once inside the battleship, Emma suddenly tightened her grip on Eric's hand, her beautiful eyes locking onto his. Eric paused for a moment. Would you? He asked quietly. Emma fell silent, then shook her head ever so slightly. A smile broke across Eric's face as he gazed into her eyes. Do you know why I'm telling you these things? The Hellfire Club? Utopia was just established, and you want more mutants to join. The Hellfire Club would be a perfect choice. Emma mused, her brow furrowing as she considered the possibilities. The more she thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. But Eric shook his head and stepped closer, closing the distance between them until they were nearly touching. Forget about Utopia. Forget about the Hellfire Club. I'm telling you all this for you. With those words, Eric claimed her lips in a commanding kiss. Emma was stunned for a long moment before her face blossomed into a radiant smile, and she responded with equal passion.